Chapter 1, I Lost My Memory. The bright LED lights in the bathroom stung Jiang Yunshu's eyes, and he silently stared at the person in the mirror for a long time before resignedly bending down, washing his face with exhaustion. The water gathered under his chin into a small point, eventually dripping down. Snap, a sudden silence followed. He had been in this world for 3 days already. 3 days ago, Jiang Yunshu woke up on a hospital bed and found himself in the body of a man who was supposed to be dead, Jiang Yunsu. Unable to answer the doctor's questions, he could only temporarily cover by saying, I lost my memory. Uneasy, he borrowed a phone from the nurse's station, his fingertips cold as he dialed one by one the familiar numbers he remembered. The number you called is invalid. The nurse noticed his emotions shifting from relatively calm to utterly shattered. She couldn't help but glance at the recent call log, all starting with 1. She looked at him like he was an oddity. Patient, what are these numbers you're pressing? We only have 8-digit phone numbers starting with 2 here. Jiang Yunshu's heart sank heavily, and he stared at her as if he'd seen a ghost for several seconds before realizing that this was not the same world at all. After that, he used the dozen or so large bills in his wallet to check into a hotel near the hospital and stayed there for 3 days. During these 3 days, he went crazy searching for clues, retracing every crossroad he remembered, but all the street names were unfamiliar. He bought a map which wasn't marked with national or provincial names but instead labeled with star and zone numbers. When he searched online about the second star where he was now located, he couldn't find his original address. In his free time, he even wandered around the hospital and tried lying on a bed, attempting to press some kind of mysterious switch to send him back. It all ended with being kicked out by hospital security. Every night, his mind replayed over and over the last scene in the original world, as if it were a nightmare. Assistant, suture. Jiang Yunshu put down the scalpel, took off the sterile gloves, and saw a vivid redness before his eyes. He had just finished his 3rd surgery of the day, lasting a total of 18 hours. As he walked out of the operating room, his head suddenly throbbed with intense pain, and he fainted shortly after. As a doctor himself, he speculated that it was highly likely he had suffered a cerebral blood vessel rupture, with only a 1% chance of survival. All these bizarre yet undeniably real events piled up before Jiang Yunshu, shouting at him, you are already dead, and you cannot return. The LED white light overhead in the bathroom flashed, and Jiang Yunshu had no idea how many times he had stood before the mirror. He raised his head, and the person in the mirror looked back at him simultaneously, their gaze weary but sharp. He washed his face again, forcing himself to stay calm. After countless blows, this firm materialist had no choice but to accept the reality and re-examine the situation he was currently in. Water dampened his forehead hair, droplets falling onto his eyelashes. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes and finally made a decision. Since it had come to this, he would live well in this world. For the first time in 3 days, he carefully observed this body. The name sounded similar, the appearance quite alike, but it certainly wasn't his own face. His face was at best above average. This face now, with its high nose bridge, thin lips, chiseled features, it was strikingly handsome, yet, fierce, radiating hostility through his eyes and brows. It was an upgraded version of himself by many levels. Despite the terrible confusion these days, years of professional habit kept him neatly groomed. The man in the mirror wore a perfectly crease-free white shirt, his stubble completely shaved off. Only the weariness in his demeanor betrayed his struggle. Jiang Yunshu adjusted his collar and, upon leaving the bathroom, specifically checked, he was originally 1.84 meters tall, far from the top of the door frame, but now almost bumped against it. Sighing, he left the room and checked out. Today was his follow-up examination day. After a full brain CT scan and a few questions, the doctor declared he could leave. That composed and calm Jiang Yunshu returned. Holding his medical records, he asked, Doctor, do I have family? When he initially woke up, he faintly remembered someone bent over the bedside, but the long black hair hid their face and identity, leading to a chaotic sequence of events that made him forget this crucial fact. Now that he decided to start anew, he had to find this body's family first and understand all the details related to it. Are you referring to your Omega? The doctor asked. Jiang Yunshu. What? Not long after, Jiang Yunshu, clutching a junior high school sex education booklet and a small slip of paper, was ushered out. An hour later, Jiang Yunshu got out of a car in front of an upscale residential community. Mr. Jiang is back. Long time no see, the security guard at the entrance greeted him. Apparently, he was at the right place. Jiang Yunshu gave a slight nod, long time no see. Strangely, as the security guard watched Jiang Yunshu's retreating figure, he muttered under his breath, for 3 years now, it was the first time he'd heard Mr. Jiang say hello. It took Jiang Yunshu half an hour to find the apartment number written on the small note. He subtly adjusted his slightly sore leg, realizing that his luck wasn't entirely bad. How fortuitous to be reborn as a wealthy person. In front of him stood a 2-story villa with a not-so-small yard, covered by a large expanse of green grass, some fallen leaves scattered over it. In the middle stood a tree almost as tall as the villa itself, its full greenery soothing the eyes and improving his mood just a bit. Jiang Yunshu rang the doorbell embedded in the wall. The electronic screen next to it lit up briefly, then he saw a very frail, thin boy rushing out nervously. His entire body appeared skeletal, his loose clothes flapping in the wind, while strands of soft hair danced erratically. Joan? No, Jiang Yunshu quickly dismissed this thought. It was a boy who only resembled Joan. Perhaps due to his professional habit as a doctor, he observed the boy closely. Clearly malnourished for a long time, he showed signs of severe anemia, pale lips, sallow complexion, bluish circles under the eyes. Despite this, he looked even more pitiable than Joan after 2 years of suffering from cancer. Yet, despite his poor physical state, the boy had a far more handsome face than Joan. With crescent-shaped eyes that drooped slightly, a delicate nose, and a palm-sized face, it was a level of beauty rarely seen except on TV in the old world. Jiang Yunshu twitched his fingers, suspecting the boy's face might really be smaller than his own hand. Master. The boy's face turned ashen, revealing a flicker of terror before forcing out a stiff smile. You've returned. Master? You. Jiang Yunshu recognized this person as the one he'd seen lying beside his bed, likely the house's nanny. Unsure of their relationship, he simply grunted in response, then paused to add, I lost my memory. I know. The boy bowed slightly, holding his hands tightly together in front of his abdomen, standing respectfully and softly saying, Sorry, master, please come in. Jiang Yunshu stared at his face for a moment, unsure what he should apologize for, and stepped through the door. What happened next inside shattered his already battered worldview even further. First, the boy pulled out a pair of men's slippers from the shoe cabinet, then knelt down on both knees, reaching out to help Jiang Yunshu take off his shoes. Startled, the modern young man instinctively stepped back, frowning and loosely gripping the boy's arm to stop him. There's no need for that. This only strengthened Jiang Yunshu's assumption that the boy must either be a maid or butler. But even if so, such servitude wasn't necessary. Jiang Yunshu scrutinized the boy's face again, then wondered, was he even an adult? Could the previous owner have employed child labor? The boy was wearing loose, comfortable pajamas. The simple round neckline in cream white made him appear obedient and gentle. It was the first time he'd been refused, and now he stood awkwardly there. Jiang Yunshu slipped into the slippers himself and asked, What's our relationship? The boy clearly hesitated, then lowered his head and whispered softly, Master. I'm your Omega. Chapter 2, I am very clean. Jiang Yunshu was holding a junior high school sex education booklet and on the 3rd page, he seemed distracted. So he was gay. And suddenly had a husband. On the 5th page, he scanned it back and forth again uncertainly. Oh no, not gay after all, definitely heterosexual, Jiang Yunshu corrected himself. Suddenly, he had a wife. When he got to the 12th page, Jiang Yunshu could no longer hide his shocked expression. He looked vaguely at the boy's flat abdomen hidden under his clothes. You can. If it were true, this world would reach an unprecedented ultimate harmony. When Jiang Yunshu was still alive, when he went to deliver reports to the maternity department, he heard a woman screaming from afar in a hospital room, You should go give birth yourself. Preferably, let all men poop out boys. Stay far away from us women. Get lost. Then a man scurried out looking thoroughly disheveled, his hair all messed up. The doctor standing nearby shrugged and said, During the surgery, the woman suffered a difficult labor. My assistant came out to inform the family of her condition. Her husband immediately asked anxiously if it was a boy or a girl and whether the child was okay. Luckily later both mother and daughter were safe. But as soon as her husband saw her face, his mood darkened. The doctor tried hard to pull down the corners of his mouth, hands on hips, imitating the husband's tone, It's not even male. Damn it. Jiang Yunshu wasn't sure what he felt. He sympathized with the woman whose future days might be tough, but also found comfort in knowing she wasn't one to endure injustice silently. He patted Dr. Lin on the shoulder, placed the report down, and left. The boy sat stiffly on the corner of the sofa, his hands resting on his knees, his already hunched spine curving more upon hearing those words. Even the wrinkles on his stomach's clothing multiplied, as if this gaze made him extremely uncomfortable, wanting to hide himself away. Yes. Jiang Yunshu instantly realized his rudeness and apologized, Sorry. Upon hearing this, the boy shrank slightly, shaking his head nervously, his soft hair swaying accordingly. To quickly understand his situation in this world, the quickest way was through the people close to him. Jiang Yunshu asked, May I ask what your name is? The boy replied softly, White Sugar. White Sugar. Jiang Yunshu repeated, praising, That's a nice name. White Sugar never changed his curled-up position, showing no response to the compliment. So White Sugar, how old are you? 21. 21 years old, Jiang Yunshu looked at White Sugar's face and mysteriously relaxed. Is there anything wrong with your body? Any medical history? No. White Sugar reacted strongly, lifting his head hastily to clarify, No, I am very clean. Clean. Jiang Yunshu glanced at White Sugar. He indeed appeared to have a clean personality, but why describe being free of illness with cleanliness? Not saying anything, White Sugar just lowered his head and sat quietly on the sofa, the room falling silent once again. With such polite estrangement between them, it appeared they had no emotional attachment in their marriage. Jiang Yunshu put down a heavy stone in his heart. Without emotions involved, things would be much easier. His mind raced before ringing the doorbell because he had never built any intimate relationship with anyone. Everyone subconsciously fears unknown things or things they're not good at, he was no exception. Jiang Yunshu feared that the original owner's family and lover would be sad because of his memory loss, and he would need to comfort and act, striving hard to maintain those peculiar connections between people. He couldn't unilaterally cut off contact either, as doing so would be too unfair for those who cared about the original owner. After finding out there wasn't particularly deep affection between them, Jiang Yunshu's posture relaxed noticeably. He was about to ask if there were any other family members when he suddenly caught a whiff of white smoke wafting from the kitchen. Surprised, he asked, "Are you cooking something?" "Yes, sir." White Sugar's fingertips dug into the fabric over his knees, looking troubled and tense. "Go ahead," Jiang Yunshu said. He clearly saw White Sugar relax subtly but didn't pay much attention since he had relaxed too. "Need help?" "And no." White Sugar refused quickly. After speaking, realizing he sounded too obvious, he hurried to explain, "And not that, sir. I can handle it myself, I don't need any help." Jiang Yunshu didn't persist, nodding instead, "All right." During this time, each of them did their own thing. White Sugar cooked in the kitchen while Jiang Yunshu used the opportunity to take a rough look around his own home. The house was spacious and bright, with most windows facing east. On sunny days, every morning after waking up, one would probably be surrounded by golden sunlight. The interior decoration design was mainly warm-toned, featuring creamy yellow curtains and beige carpets, giving a feeling of warmth and comfort. This should have been his bedroom. The transparent glass cabinet was full of trophies. The 10th Jewelry Design Award, Best Creative Award, first prize of International Pearl Design Competition. Winner Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu read them row by row. He remembered the shock when he saw that string of numbers while changing his bank password earlier. Such an accomplished person, no wonder the balance in the bank card was so exaggerated. This wardrobe covering an entire wall open to reveal clothes, black, gray, silver, and white suits uniformly hanging inside, with casual homeware located in the center panel. At the last panel, Jiang Yunshu stood in front of the wardrobe door and gently pulled it open. Instantly, he stepped back 2 steps. There were some weapons. Jiang Yunshu thought this term fit for these items: whips of various sizes, baseball bats, iron rods, handcuffs, etc., all messy inside the cabinet. Several coarse hemp ropes hung from hangers. After a long pause, Jiang Yunshu frowned and closed the wardrobe door. Then, he toured the villa. There were 5 rooms in total, but only one had a bed in it. Bai Tang should then be sleeping with him. Jiang Yunshu felt a headache coming on. He wasn't used to having someone else in his room, let alone sharing a bed. But then he thought about it another way: couples without affection usually don't sleep together, right? The relationship between the two of them suddenly became unclear. When he came downstairs, Bai Tang had already finished cooking. For how long had he waited at the foot of the stairs before seeing Jiang Yunshu and looking down timidly, saying softly, "Mr. Jiang, the meal is ready, everything is still hot." "All right." Jiang Yunshu washed his hands carefully and helped serve the food. "You've worked hard." "Not at all," Bai Tang said humbly. 4 dishes and a soup: black pepper beef, salt and pepper ribs, preserved vegetable meat patties, stir-fried bok choy, and pork bone soup. Jiang Yunshu thought that this diet was very unhealthy. Once the food was served, Jiang Yunshu noticed there was only one set of chopsticks and bowls on the table. Just as he was about to ask, he saw Bai Tang take out a folding table from the kitchen cabinet and place it beside the dining table. Then he put his own chopsticks and bowl on it. Jiang Yunshu was surprised. Were their relations so bad that they didn't eat at the same table? The folding table wasn't even half as tall as the dining table. On it was just half a bowl of rice and a small dish of vegetables. Bai Tang bent his body and squatted on a small stool, avoiding eye contact with Jiang Yunshu. Seemingly constrained and stiff, he sat there as if waiting for an order to start eating. Jiang Yunshu frowned, thinking perhaps Bai Tang was a vegetarian. Filled with doubts, the room fell into an eerie silence once again. After a while, Jiang Yunshu broke the deadlock and said, "Do you eat so little? Come and sit here." Bai Tang pursed his lips, unmoving, stammering, "And no, it's fine. I'll sit here, thank you, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu paused silently for a moment then said, "The table is large enough, you can sit on the other side." Bai Tang shook his head timidly, softly declining, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's really unnecessary." Jiang Yunshu then closed his mouth and stopped persuading further. Chapter 3, We'll learn more over time. Sparrows outside the little courtyard happily hopped around in the trees, occasionally chirping a few times. Warm yellow lamplight shone on the cloth tablecloth as Jiang Yunshu placed a piece of vegetable heart into his mouth. Suddenly, his chewing motion abruptly stopped, nearly causing him to spit it out. He then tasted a bit of every dish and ended up drinking several cups of water afterward. Great, sodium overload. Hypertension, oral mucosal edema, upper respiratory tract infection, several specialized terms floated uncontrollably in Jiang Yunshu's mind. But he was not the one who worked hard to prepare the meal, so he had no right to be picky. After eating just a few bites, Jiang Yunshu put down his chopsticks. Bai Tang seemed to have noticed that he was finished and quickly scooped up the remaining rice into her mouth, stuffing herself. You take your time. I'll clear the dishes, Jiang Yunshu said as he stood up and wrapped the dishes, which were still mostly full, with cling wrap before putting them in the fridge for reheating tomorrow. However, when he was halfway through wrapping the leftovers, Bai Tang rushed in hurriedly, holding her small bowl in her hand and saying softly, Sir, leftover dishes should be thrown away on the same day. Jiang Yunshu paused his actions for a moment, then responded after a long silence by removing the cling wrap and throwing it into the trash bin. I'll wash the dishes then. No. There's no need. Bai Tang looked startled, furrowing her delicate eyebrows and her face turning red with urgency. Sir, I can do the dishes. How could one person cook and clean the dishes all by themselves? But seeing Bai Tang's persistence, Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to step back first. Sir, Bai Tang lowered her head and obediently stood in front of him, her right hand helplessly gripping her left arm while her overly long black hair stuck to her cheeks. Your bathwater is already prepared, please go take a shower. Jiang Yunshu's brain began filling with question marks again. He frowned as he stared at the crown of Bai Tang's head, silent for a moment before saying, Thank you, but next time, I'll handle it myself. The bathroom was luxurious, even the bathtub being an oversized model. Steam hovered above the water surface, creating a misty atmosphere. Jiang Yunshu reclined his head high against a wet towel, his strong, long arms resting on both sides of the tub. Comfortable, he sighed in relief. This was perhaps the most pleasant and relaxing moment he'd experienced in days. 8-pack abs. Jiang Yunshu touched them gently, quite satisfied. Even in the original world, his figure was decent but didn't match up to the physique of this body. Prolonged surgeries and occasional medical disputes pushed doctors to start focusing on their physical fitness. Back then, Dr. Lin and he even got gym memberships, though until his death, Dr. Lin only went 3 times, each visit feeling like he was on the brink of death. Jiang Yunshu lightly brushed the warm water and relaxed, closing his eyes. The handbook stated that alpha represents strength, excelling in all aspects, whereas omega bodies are petite and fragile. He involuntarily thought about Bai Tang. While the concept of the physical differences between alphas and omegas might seem abstract, Bai Tang and himself were a real-life example. Standing together made the contrast extremely exaggerated. Bai Tang was thin, her calf was probably thinner than his arm, her height barely reaching his clavicle. In front of him, she resembled a child yet to develop fully. And based on their interactions over just a few hours, their relationship seemed somewhat complicated. Jiang Yunshu couldn't see through it nor figure it out clearly. The water grew slightly cool. He stood up, stepped out of the bathtub, and splashed a bit of water onto the marble floor. Well, no rush to understand everything all at once. After cleaning the bathroom and throwing the dirty clothes into the washing machine, Jiang Yunshu happened to bump into Bai Tang standing outside. He saw that Bai Tang had changed into a set of loungewear, pure white shirt-style clothing hanging loosely on her slender frame. The shoulder line of the shirt slipped down her arm, unable to support itself, revealing large patches of skin. With her head bowed, Bai Tang exposed her pale neck, the bones protruding noticeably, disappearing gradually into the homeware, making her look even slimmer and weaker. She spoke softly, Sir, let me clean the bathroom. Her neck appeared abnormally protruded, as if there was nothing beneath the thin skin but bone. Out of professional habit, Jiang Yunshu wanted to examine Bai Tang and press on her cervical vertebrae to see if anything was wrong. But ultimately, he just averted his gaze. It's already cleaned. Bai Tang's eyes widened slightly, looking surprised, but she said nothing. Jiang Yunshu casually asked, Have you taken a shower? Yes, sir. The villa had 2 bathrooms, but compared to the one Jiang Yunshu used earlier, the other was much smaller. Jiang Yunshu nodded and stopped his steps, saying, Bai Tang, I will sleep on the sofa tonight. I'm not accustomed to sleeping with others. Apologies. Bai Tang was stunned for a moment, whispering, I don't sleep with the sir. Jiang Yunshu was puzzled. Just as he was about to ask, the two had already reached the door of the bedroom, where he saw a single person folding mat on the ground next to the only bed. Jiang Yunshu. Don't tell me you sleep here. He was genuinely confused. If she didn't want to share a bed, why not buy another one? There was plenty of room, and even if they had to sleep on the floor, shouldn't the alpha be the one down there? Omegas were physically so fragile, what if she caught a cold and got sick? Bai Tang stayed silent, quietly standing nearby with her shoulders hunched. Jiang Yunshu sighed inwardly, picked up a pillow and started to walk out. I'm just not used to sharing a room with others, you go ahead and take the bed. Sir. Bai Tang, seeing him leaving, grabbed the hem of Jiang Yunshu's clothes in a panic. Jiang Yunshu showed no reaction, but Bai Tang herself was startled enough to immediately let go and retreat several steps. Her face pale as paper, she stammered to finish her sentence, I am sorry, sir. I'll sleep outside, you should take the bed. Looking at Bai Tang's pale complexion, Jiang Yunshu suddenly had a fleeting thought, as though he realized something, but it disappeared too quickly, like finding the loose end of a knotted ball of yarn that slips away just as you grasp it. He tried to recall that sensation but couldn't. Furrowing his brow, he shook his head. Go ahead, you should get some rest early. In truth, if one really wanted to examine the situation deeply, Bai Tang was the actual owner of the house now, not him. It wasn't reasonable for him to make the owner sleep on the sofa. But what Jiang Yunshu didn't know was that Bai Tang hadn't actually slept in the bed that night either. And when he was dozing off in a daze, a slippery, chilling sensation crept onto his calves. It felt like touching fish scales. His hair stood on end as he instantly opened his eyes, his grogginess vanishing the moment he saw who it was. The moonlight outside the window was eerily dim. Bai Tang had blood-red lips, milky white skin, and was completely naked, half-crouched over him like a beautiful male ghost come to collect his soul. Jiang Yunshu was utterly terrified, tumbling off the sofa in a flurry, accidentally flinging Bai Tang into the air as well. Bai Tang hit the ground hard, visibly frightened. She froze, holding her knees tightly as she curled up beside the couch. The scene was bizarre enough to leave Jiang Yunshu stunned for quite a while. He threw the blanket over Bai Tang and, though ready to explode with frustration, remembered something, that Bai Tang was currently his omega, which made certain behaviors acceptable. Clearing his throat, he feigned composure and said, "Sorry, I haven't been in the mood recently. Go back to your room and sleep." Bai Tang hastily got up, softly saying, "Thank you, sir," before darting away nude. The gleaming whiteness of her skin pierced his eyes, making Jiang Yunshu turn his head almost instinctively. The next morning, he woke up early. No matter how big a sofa was, it was still a sofa, especially now that he was nearly 2 meters tall. His head craned awkwardly, his feet cramped, and he slept uncomfortably, feeling sore in his lower back, neck stiff from what felt like a mild case of torticollis. With all these thoughts crowding his mind, he hardly rested at all. His thoughts were in chaos throughout the night, particularly right before sleeping. What on earth was going on? Sighing, Jiang Yunshu stood up, feeling somewhat dizzy. He held his neck, uncomfortably twisted it a few times, then stretched widely, letting out a yawn. After drinking a glass of water, he glanced upstairs at the bedroom door, which was still closed, then tiptoed to the kitchen after searching for an extended period, finally finding some rice. A faint sound came from above as the bedroom door opened. Jiang Yunshu naturally looked up and saw Bai Tang, sleep-laden, rubbing her face at the door. Her hair stood wildly on end, her pants trailing too long behind her tiny frame as she gave a small yawn, her home robe slipping off slightly, revealing a portion of her shoulder. She appeared more relaxed and unguarded than ever before, until she caught sight of Jiang Yunshu watching her intently. Completely unexpected to encounter him at this time, her slightly drooping eyes widened abruptly, and almost instantly, all signs of softness and vulnerability evaporated. A thick protective barrier seemed to wrap around her again, returning her to the tense, constrained, and timid person he usually knew. Chapter 4, Don't Hit Me. Jiang Yunshu sighed as he sat on the couch. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a slim figure bustling in the kitchen. When Beidong saw Jiang Yunshu's hand soaking in rice water on the stairs, her reaction was the same as if she'd seen a child's hand in fire. She was terrified. So Jiang Yunshu was politely, albeit fearfully and gently, asked to leave by Beidong. Jiang Yunshu's thoughts were in chaos. He picked up the newspaper on the table absent-mindedly but couldn't focus on it. After much consideration, he walked into the kitchen and said to Beidong, "Could you use less salt next time? It's too salty." Silently, Jiang Yunshu spat out the congee in his mouth and took a big gulp of water. In front of Beidong was still the small folding table. Seeing Jiang Yunshu's action, she was completely frightened, curling up on the small stool. If one looked closely, they could see her thin shoulders shaking slightly. With a trembling voice, she apologized, "I'm sorry, sir." Jiang Yunshu drank another glass of water, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Don't you think it's too salty?" It was salty at first, hard to swallow, but after 3 years, she should have gotten used to it. Beidong bit her lip, her pretty eyebrows knitted together, looking at Jiang Yunshu's expression, hesitantly shaking her head. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but say, "Eating too much salt is bad for you." He stopped halfway through his sentence. Everyone has their own way of living, and he couldn't ask someone to change for his sake. He helplessly said, "Try to make it less salty whenever you can." Jiang Yunshu planned to buy a bed today, so he didn't cook himself another breakfast. After changing his clothes, he decided to just find a breakfast spot on the street. Before leaving, he was stopped by Beidong. There she stood, slightly bending her waist, hands raised high over her head, with a pheromone blocker lying in her palm, as humble as if an underling were submitting a secret document to their superior. "Sir, you forgot to put on your pheromone blocker." Adult alphas generally control their pheromones well, but just in case, the law stipulates that all alphas and omegas going outside must wear a pheromone blocker. Otherwise, they risk being fined up to 30,000 yuan. Last night, Jiang Yunshu practiced controlling his pheromones in the living room but felt absolutely nothing from his glands, let alone mastering them freely. He was rather frustrated, feeling it was akin to asking a commoner in ancient times to sense the spiritual energy flowing in their dantian. Still, Jiang Yunshu diligently spent half the night trying to feel it. After all, the booklet said that pheromones indirectly proved the strength of one's sexual abilities. Even if he lacked worldly desires, no man would want to be weak in this regard. But could this body be impotent? Jiang Yunshu couldn't believe it, there wasn't even a trace of smell. Beidong waved her aching hands, calling out, "Sir." "Sorry," Jiang Yunshu snapped back to reality, taking the pheromone blocker from Baitong's palm. "Thank you, I completely forgot." Actually, he hadn't even thought about it, he still subconsciously only recognized two genders, male and female. The technological level in this world was similar to his old one, where almost all shopping could be done via mobile payment. After paying, Jiang Yunshu had the staff deliver the mattress to his home. "Do you have any omegas at home?" the staff asked. Jiang Yunshu was puzzled but still answered, "Yes." "Alright," the staff said, "then we'll have a beta deliver it." Jiang Yunshu paused, clearly realizing that he must engrave the gender perspectives of this world in his mind at all times. If the staff hadn't followed protocol and sent an alpha directly, the timid omega at home might have been scared out of their wits. Jiang Yunshu felt a wave of regret. "Thank you, I'll be home tonight. Can you deliver it after 8 p.m.? The staff gave him an okay. After leaving the furniture store, Jiang Yunshu intended to inform Beidong, but despite searching through his phone and chat apps, he couldn't find her contact details. All he found was a landline number labeled Lujia Villa. Lujia Villa, where he and Beidong had lived for the past few days. He suppressed the growing confusion within him and dialed the number. A classical music tune he'd never heard before played on the other end, the violin humming briefly before it connected. It was easy to recognize Baitong's soft, hesitant voice. "Hello? Is this Mr. Sir?" "Yes, it's me," Jiang Yunshu said. "I won't be back for dinner tonight. I've bought a bed, which will be delivered once I get home." "Ah, okay, sir." Beidong held the receiver, obediently responding, "Please take care of yourself on the way home." "Alright," Jiang Yunshu said, "I'll hang up now." The weather was gloomy, heavy dark clouds pressing low in the sky. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the weather forecast, but it didn't mention rain. He was driving along a broad road, with lush trees on both sides and not many people around, just small groups walking together. Jiang Yunshu had been in this world for several days now, yet he still occasionally felt an unreal sense, always thinking that he was dreaming. In the dream, he found himself in an ABO world, experiencing all sorts of incredible things, but then reality would slap him awake. He wasn't dreaming, there was no going back. In his peripheral vision, a group of students bustled by, and he noticed how distinctly clear the characteristics were between the three ABO genders, making it easy to differentiate between alphas and betas walking down the streets. However, Jiang Yunshu grew more and more perplexed because, though omegas only accounted for 5% of the population, they should still be visible somewhere, but he hadn't seen a single one. This was the strange sensation he'd experienced over 4 days in this new world. Everything seemed off. Whether it was regarding Bai Tang or something else, everything just felt so peculiar. The reason Jiang Yunshu didn't want to eat dinner at home was partly due to the overly salty food, but more importantly, he wanted to get familiar with this world. Just as he marked the location of a nearby subway station in his mind, he received a call from an unknown number. It was his secretary asking when he planned to resume work. Thinking there was nothing better to do, Jiang Yunshu decided to check out the company. Following the navigation provided by his secretary, he arrived at the central business district, where towering skyscrapers seemed to pierce through the clouds, their glass facades reflecting the glow of the setting sun. 20 minutes later, the car stopped, and Jiang Yunshu got out, looking up at the building that seemed endless. Surely the entire building couldn't belong to him. How expensive must the rent be? Thus, upon learning that only the 38th to the 40th floors belonged to his company, he silently exhaled in relief. "Mr. Jiang." His secretary, a young beta man, was standing by the elevator waiting for him. "Has your body fully recovered?" "It's alright," Jiang Yunshu replied, "it was merely that the person inside him had changed." 15 minutes later, Jiang Yunshu had finished reviewing the basic company information. Generally speaking, even without him, the company could still operate well, just with slightly less profit. However, within a minute, Jiang Yunshu decisively decided to reduce the profits, because he was stunned by looking at piles of design drafts. It was evident, completely incomprehensible. "Mr. Jiang," Secretary Su came forward with a stack of documents sent by clients, presenting them with warmth. "Which one shall we take on?" Jiang Yunshu, watching Secretary Su's smile, calmly dropped a bombshell. "I have amnesia. Any projects specifically requested for me to design are off limits, let other designers continue their work." Secretary Su stared speechlessly. Secretary Su gasped. Approaching 7:30 p.m., Jiang Yunshu had eaten dinner in the company cafeteria and took a beginner design textbook home. As usual, Bai Tang stood respectfully at the door to welcome him and attempted to kneel down to help him change into slippers just like the first day. Jiang Yunshu stopped her again. At 8:15 p.m., Jiang Yunshu directed the workers to move the bed into the utility room, leaving Bai Tang confused and seated tensely in the living room, anxious in front of strangers. Once the workers left, he asked, "Bai Tang, do you have fresh sheets?" Bai Tang hurried upstairs. "Yes, sir. I'll find some for you." Jiang Yunshu accepted them, saying, "Thank you." No. There's no need to thank me." Bai Tang waved her hands repeatedly, hastily adding, "It's my duty." From that day on, Jiang Yunshu began sleeping separately from Bai Tang. To prevent last night's incident from recurring, he firmly locked his door. Their relationship still lacked any progression. Jiang Yunshu simply couldn't get any useful information out of Bai Tang, because she appeared to know absolutely nothing about him. She knew nothing about his family background, his social circle, let alone anything related to his work. Whenever Jiang Yunshu asked, Bai Tang would answer. If he didn't ask, their daily conversations wouldn't exceed 10 sentences in a day, despite some improvement in the saltiness of the meals, which remained too salty for Jiang Yunshu to eat. With countless questions pressing down on Jiang Yunshu's mind, he found no relief. The atmosphere at home became increasingly suffocating, and eventually, Jiang Yunshu stopped eating dinner at home altogether. Each morning, he headed to the company to relearn design from scratch and returned home every evening. The housework was never his responsibility because Bai Tang always completed it flawlessly, even leaving no chance for him to wash dishes. They resembled cohabiting strangers. Under Bai Tang's complete obedience and fearful demeanor, Jiang Yunshu slowly realized the root issue might lie within himself. Referring to the cabinet full of items he'd seen before, a very bad assumption crept into his mind, but there was no evidence. Wanting to improve their relationship proved futile, as he didn't know where to start. The real turning point came 1 week later. That night, Bai Tang was cooking and didn't hear Jiang Yunshu opening the door to come home. "I'm back," Jiang Yunshu said. "Ah." Bai Tang let out a short scream, nearly jumping at being startled. She sharply turned around, knocking over the glass bowl on the countertop. With a clash, it shattered into pieces, scattering shards everywhere. Jiang Yunshu frowned, raising his hand to indicate that Bai Tang should step aside so he could clean up. His slow-motion gesture reflected in her bright eyes. Bai Tang's pupils constricted instinctively, and she stepped back involuntarily, causing shards of glass to pierce through her slippers and into her foot. "Bai Tang! Don't move!" Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brow, reaching out to pull her. "I'm sorry, Wu." "Sir, I'm sorry." Bai Tang curled up on the floor, covering her head with both hands as her body trembled with panic and fear. Her choked voice pleaded, "Please don't hit me, please don't hit me." "Yes sir, it wasn't intentional, I apologize." Chapter 5, Scum. The room was in disarray. Every irregular piece of shattered glass lay broken on the floor, reflecting the warm yellow light from above. Bai Tang's panicked pleas for mercy intermittently surrounded him. Jiang Yunshu opened his mouth but no sound came out, all futile words stuck in his throat. Bright blood clung to the sharp shards of glass, stinging his eyes painfully. A chilling coldness spread from his feet to the top of his head, coursing through his entire body, freezing him stiff in place. An invisible thread connected each fragmented memory, and everything became clear. Why Beidong wouldn't come to the table, wouldn't sleep in a bed, wouldn't eat meat, why Beidong had bruises on his body, why Beidong remained perpetually tense, despite their poor relationship, obeyed him unconditionally. Jiang Yunshu remembered asking Beidong before about the purpose of a cabinet full of whips and sticks. Back then, Baitong's face went pale, his legs wobbled uncontrollably as he took a step back, staring blankly saying, "Master, I've done wrong, I'll change." And how did he respond at that time? He seemed to have lost hope in Baitong's evasive answers, sighing helplessly as he stood up and returned to his room, muttering, "Never mind." Jiang Yunshu inwardly cursed himself, wishing he could go back right now and punch the version of himself who had been so dismissive. His regret was profound, knowing fully well that such indifference had subjected Beidong to secondary harm. Did Beidong, looking at his back, think that he would go upstairs to get something to hit him? Did Beidong hide trembling in some corner, trying to protect himself? Since at this moment he was inside Jiang Yunshu's body, he had assumed into this mindset, believing that he couldn't possibly commit domestic violence, but he forgot, he and Jiang Yunshu were not the same person. Scum. Jiang Yunshu's knuckles turned white with anger. He couldn't believe he had been reborn as the type of person he most despised. For an entire week, his attitude towards Beidong and what he had done flashed by like scenes from a movie. Jiang Yunshu clenched his teeth, forcing a few words past them, "I beat you before." Glass fragments pierced the fragile soles of his feet, blood flowed everywhere across the floor, yet Beidong appeared as if he didn't feel any pain. He crouched among the shattered glass, shivering as he tightly hugged his own body, breathing faintly, seemingly sobbing silently. Hearing Jiang Yunshu's interrogation, he flinched in fright, instinctively retreating, though his semi-squat position made his balance unstable. His body tilted, and in order to maintain stability, Beidong reflexively extended his hand. Instantly, the entire palm pressed straight onto the glass shards. Jiang Yunshu's pupils constricted sharply, a sour feeling rising in his throat. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. The priority now was to stabilize Baitong's emotions. He took several steps back, softening his tone, "Beidong, I won't hit you. I raised my hand earlier because I was afraid you'd step on the glass shards, not because I wanted to hurt you." Jiang Yunshu's chest rose and fell heavily as he softly reassured, "Don't move, does your foot hurt badly?" "I won't hit you, really." Baitong's complexion was deathly pale, and he did not move further. Good, Beidong is very brave. Jiang Yunshu squatted slightly, slowly approaching. Don't be scared, since your foot is injured, I'll carry you out first, okay? The pajamas were smeared with blood, the blood flowing from his palms dripped steadily onto the floor. Beidong obediently stayed where he was, curled up into a small ball, though upon closer inspection, his lips, tightly pursed from force, had turned white. His face was covered in beads of cold sweat, and his hands, gripping the fabric, trembled repeatedly. Perhaps Beidong didn't want to run away, Jiang Yunshu thought. But he was fighting hard to suppress his instinctive fear-induced impulse to flee, knowing that only by being obedient now would he receive the least amount of beating. As Jiang Yunshu approached, a sweet scent grew more noticeable. It must be Baitong's pheromones. Recalling what he'd read in the brochure, he remembered that the concentration of pheromones in blood, saliva, and bodily fluids was high. Jiang Yunshu momentarily lost focus, it was the omega's pheromones taking effect on him. Shaking off the dizziness, he held his breath. I'm going to lift you up now, don't move, it's alright. The touched body tensed up, unnaturally light, almost skeletal, his bones protruding sharply under the skin, his frail form felt brittle to touch. Suppressing the anger that arose in his heart, Jiang Yunshu gently placed Beidong on the sofa. Sit still, don't touch the wound. Jiang Yunshu got up to look for the medicine box. Beidong, where's the medicine box? It's the second one on the right side of the cabinet. The pain made Baitong's voice tremble. His complexion was ghastly pale, eyes cast down, with fine and sharp pains emanating from his hands and feet. He spread his trembling palms wide, the wounds already becoming bloody and raw. As a tumor surgeon, dealing with wounds was fundamental. Returning with the medical kit, Jiang Yunshu reached out to grasp Baitong's delicate wrist. The long-term abuse had formed a muscle memory that made Beidong reflexively want to pull back, but halfway through he forcibly stopped himself. I'm sorry, master, Jiang Yunshu shook his head. I should be apologizing. Now, I need to hold your wrist while I treat your wounds. It's going to hurt, so bear with it. Underneath his palm, the body kept shaking. Jiang Yunshu felt as though he were gripping a human skeleton specimen from the lab. Baitong's wrists were so thin it seemed like they would break even with the slightest pressure. With sterilized tweezers, Jiang Yunshu carefully extracted one piece of glass after another from the flesh, quickly and steadily. Clang, the sound of the shards hitting the trash can was clear and sharp. Fortunately, none went in too deep, Jiang Yunshu said softly as he gently rinsed the wound with water, the vivid red blood turning pink. The sweet scent of omega pheromones surged toward him, almost intoxicating. Otherwise, you'd have to go to the hospital to get stitches. Beidong tightly bit his lip, the sharp stings numbing his mind. His vision blurred with unshed tears, and every time an instinctive flinch came from the stimulation of his injured body, Jiang Yunshu would gently stop him. Next, I'll disinfect with iodine, it'll hurt a bit, but try to endure it, Jiang Yunshu warned. Ugh. Beidong hadn't anticipated the pain, his brain went blank as a muffled groan escaped past his teeth. Jiang Yunshu finished by tying a neat knot with the bandage. Alright, now let me lift your foot. Beidong curled up completely. Tears fell from his reddened eyes, pooling on his chin. Despite trying his best to suppress the pain, not a single sound of complaint escaped him. Close your eyes, I'll do this as fast as possible. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but feel sorry for him, not knowing that due to Omega's heightened sensitivity, the pain would be several times worse than what Betas or Alphas experience. Relax your foot, don't keep it tense, otherwise it'll hurt more. The wound on the sole was large. After pulling out the glass fragments, blood gushed out, soaking Baitong's entire foot. Jiang Yunshu acted quickly, supporting his calf on his thigh and pressing cotton forcefully onto the bleeding wound. I'm stopping the bleeding first, Jiang Yunshu said softly, holding Baitong's slim calf which was twitching slightly. He continued soothingly, it will be over soon. Beidong lay exhausted on the sofa, his hair drenched with cold sweat, sticking messily to his face. His hands and feet were numb from the excruciating pain. Once everything was properly bandaged, Jiang Yunshu let out a sigh of relief. He finally understood the meaning behind the phrase, the attraction between A and O cannot be resisted, in the booklet. He wiped the sweat from his temples, having used all his energy to stay conscious amidst the overwhelming omega pheromones. Fighting against instincts was both painful and difficult, akin to staying sober while surrounded by heroin during a craving, it wasn't easy. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu was extremely grateful for his procrastination. Fortunately, he still had the blocking patch applied, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 6, Protect Him. Jiang Yunshu rummaged through the first aid kit but couldn't find any class 1 painkillers. The others weren't entirely unsuitable, but their side effects would be significant. He stood up, Beidong, is there a pharmacy nearby? I'll go buy some painkillers. Upon hearing this, Beidong attempted to raise his uninjured arm to sit up, but was stopped by Jiang Yunshu. Defeated, he slumped back down, there's one in the residential area, take a left when you leave. Good, Jiang Yunshu changed into another set of clothes and poured a glass of warm water, placing it on a table within Baitong's reach. He asked, do you need to use the restroom? Beidong pressed his pale lips together, no, mister. Sir. Alright, just stay seated on the sofa and don't put pressure on your wounds. Jiang Yunshu picked up the keys. I'll be right back. Once outside, the air suddenly felt fresher. Finally, he could breathe deeply without reservation. When he returned home, the pheromones inside had dissipated significantly. After placing 2 ibuprofen tablets in Baitong's palm, Jiang Yunshu went straight to cleaning up the mess in the kitchen. Sir. Due to crying earlier, Baitong now had a congested nose. His pale lips opened slightly as he breathed weakly, strands of excessively long hair stuck to his sweaty neck. In a timid voice, he said, I can clean it. It's fine, Jiang Yunshu replied. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so he placed an order with a nearby restaurant while out. With the delivery not yet arrived, Jiang Yunshu sat down on the couch, speaking in a calm tone, Baitong, let's have a chat, okay? Baitong neither agreed nor refused, collapsing limply with his injured right hand hanging uselessly, shrinking into one corner of the sofa. He sat stiffly for a moment before finally nodding his head. Once again, Jiang Yunshu cursed himself for his lack of perceptiveness. Clearly, every time they were together, Baitong always hunched over with lowered eyes, a clear sign of self-protection according to psychology. His gaze fell onto Baitong's left hand, where Jiang Yunshu noticed scattered small injuries. Gently, he asked, have we officially gotten our marriage certificate? The hand resting on his knee immediately clenched tightly, and after a stunned pause, Baitong softly responded. Yes. Jiang Yunshu carefully framed his words, trying to sound tactful. Was it mutually voluntary? Baitong's knuckles began to turn white as he nodded once more. Without further prevarication, Jiang Yunshu struggled with the next question, as though a fishbone were lodged in his throat, unable to rise or fall. Did I treat you badly in the past? Did I hit you? This caught Baitong's attention. His head shot up for a fleeting second before hastily lowering again, shaking violently along with his disheveled hair. His trembling voice betrayed evident fear. No, no. Sir, I'm wrong. It's my fault. Even for that brief instant, Jiang Yunshu had caught the unmistakable look of overwhelming terror in Baitong's eyes. He fell silent. Amidst the quiet, Baitong gripped the fabric of his clothes ever more tightly, the exposed part of his neck seemingly becoming even paler. After a long while, Jiang Yunshu broke the deadlock, saying, sorry, as you can see, I've lost my memory, so I have no knowledge of exactly what I did to you in the past. But I will do my best to make amends. However, the damage is already done. If you wish, considering how I treated you so cruelly, you must surely hate me. Divorce is probably what you want most. We can get divorced, Jiang Yunshu said calmly. I will fully compensate you, whether in terms of assets or otherwise. Don't. Baitong dropped to his knees with a thud, disregarding his wounds, gingerly clutching onto Jiang Yunshu's pant legs and tilting his head upward, his face filled with supplication. Sir, I'm sorry. I don't want a divorce. I will improve. Please, sir, I will improve. Jiang Yunshu was genuinely taken aback. A jolt of anxiety made him try to help Baitong stand up, but Baitong refused, only repeating those few sentences over and over. Sorry, sir, I'm sorry. Don't divorce. No divorce, Jiang Yunshu promised reluctantly to avoid aggravating his wounds, embracing Baitong back onto the sofa and pulling several sheets of tissue. He explained, I didn't say anything about divorce. The decision rests with you. If you want to, we can still. Seeing Baitong's knees bending again to kneel, Jiang Yunshu suppressed his growing curiosity and immediately rephrased, we won't divorce. Thank you, sir. Baitong murmured, trembling. Yet, he dared not use the tissue in his hands. Dry your tears, Jiang Yunshu reminded him. Only then did Baitong lightly touch his face with the tissue. I sincerely apologize, Jiang Yunshu repeated, enunciating clearly and earnestly, but whatever terrible things I did to you in the past, I promise, it will never happen again. Actually, Jiang Yunshu's feelings towards Baitong were rather straightforward. First, he was a doctor. Secondly, as Jiang Yunsu, with Baitong being his nominal wife, he had a duty to be responsible and atone for the mistakes of the original owner. Third, humans are all visual creatures. He couldn't bear to see such a handsome boy end up in this pathological state, and moreover, he had the resources and wealth to lend a helping hand. The last point was that Baitong resembled his patient Zhouan so much. Jiang Yunshu looked down at Baitong's hair, estimating that the boy wouldn't last a year. Zhouan was transferred from the county hospital to the city hospital at the age of 13, and Jiang Yunshu was his attending physician. The boy with smiling eyes would quietly sit on the bed. Whenever Jiang Yunshu came for a routine check, he'd show a smile. Dr. Jiang, you've come. Such an optimistic and gentle Zhouan had to endure excruciating pain from bone cancer every day, his cold sweat soaking through his hospital gown and dampening the white bedsheet beneath him. Zhouan curled up on the bed, biting his fingers hard. When he saw Jiang Yunshu, he weakly reached out, grabbing the corner of his white coat with his last ounce of strength and managed to smile. Dr. Jiang, am I doing well? Jiang Yunshu gently wiped the sweat off Zhouan's forehead with a tissue. Little N is so strong. At 14 years old, long-term chemotherapy took away Zhouan's beautiful black hair, but the disease was relentless. The bone cancer continued to deteriorate, and after losing his hair, Zhouan lost his left leg as well. However, amputation wasn't enough, the young boy's life could not be saved. Before Jiang Yunshu's death, Zhou had just celebrated his 15th birthday, but the next day during a routine examination, it was discovered that the tumor had metastasized to his lungs. As a doctor in the oncology department, Jiang Yunshu had seen countless patients, witnessed countless births and deaths, yet no one had made him feel as heartbroken as Zhou did. When accompanying his grandmother to the temple, Jiang Yunshu inexplicably prayed for a protective charm for Zhou. This was why Jiang Yunshu asked about medical history upon their first meeting with Beidong, and why he subconsciously felt relieved when hearing that Beidong was 21 years old. It was also why a blank slate Jiang Yunshu quickly trusted Beidong in this unfamiliar world, because he had prejudged that Beidong, resembling Zhou in appearance, wouldn't harm him. Zhou had already suffered enough in that world, and because of his own incompetence, Jiang Yunshu hadn't been able to save the little boy's life. But in this world, Jiang Yunshu clenched his fist secretly. Although he didn't know why Beidong didn't want a divorce, since they had chosen to stay together, he would surely protect him. Though Zhou suffered greatly in the other reality, in this life, Jiang Yunshu would do everything to make sure Beidong would be safe and cared for. Chapter 7, Don't Rush, Take It Slow. Bang! An adult alpha's strength directly slapped the Omega standing on the steps, causing him to fall beside the sofa. The drunk alpha pointed at Bai Tang and cursed, "Just seeing those sycophantic smiles outside is enough to turn my stomach, and when I come home, I still have to see your fake face." Bai Tang was half kneeling on the ground, dizzy and disoriented, with his ears ringing. A cut had appeared on the corner of his mouth, from which blood flowed out. Trembling, he tried to prop himself up but fell back, hitting his chin. Jiang Yunshu, reeking of alcohol, grew angrier as he spoke, walking down and grabbing Bai Tang's hair, pulling it hard before slapping him again. Bai Tang let out a miserable cry, struck blind by the blow. His face turned to the side, looking like a discarded broken doll. The force was so great that he felt his eardrum might have burst, his brain going numb in waves, unable to put up any resistance. "Shit, you bitch. Without me, how could you live so comfortably?" Still not satisfied, Jiang Yunshu threw the defenseless Omega hard to the ground, kicking Bai Tang's soft abdomen repeatedly. The sharp pain in his belly momentarily cleared Bai Tang's wandering consciousness. He curled up, protecting his head with his hands, and weakly whimpered, "Master. Master, I'm sorry, please stop." The faint plea seemed powerless against Jiang Yunshu's heavy breathing. The dull thud of flesh colliding, and the Omega's muffled cries for help were swallowed back, because he knew no one could help him. He understood this too well. Every part of Bai Tang hurt, the arm that had just healed a few days ago would soon turn bruised again. Amidst the overwhelming punches and kicks, his survival instinct became stronger than ever. Somehow managing, despite the pain, he stumbled to his feet and ran upstairs. The alpha was too lazy to chase after him, leaning on the sofa and exhaling a breath of alcohol, arrogantly saying, "Run? How about divorce if you keep running?" Bai Tang's steps suddenly stopped. Jiang Yunshu laughed even more wildly, "What? Looks like you know you'll be worse off without me, right?" Bai Tang turned to look at him, with tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. "Come over and kneel." Jiang Yunshu was ecstatic, his voice rising, "Beg me to hit you." Sure enough, Jiang Yunshu was an amnesiac, and Bai Tang's pale face revealed a flash of despair. The method of threatening him with divorce hadn't changed at all. Lying about having amnesia was just a new way to play pranks on him, wanting to see his flustered and foolish expression while muttering apologies, probably thinking in his heart, "This bitch being dumb sure is entertaining." Bai Tang tasted a hint of blood flavor, realizing he had bitten the flesh inside his mouth. As long as the alpha pretended to have amnesia, there could be no slack. Otherwise, it would surely become a reason for Jiang Yunshu to torment him later. Seafood congee, claypot congee, oil-drenched choy sum, several dishes of meatballs, ribs, shrimp dumplings, soup-filled mini buns, and phoenix claws. On the table was a full spread of Cantonese cuisine, though perhaps it wasn't called Cantonese cuisine in this world, but Jiang Yunshu provisionally decided to call it that. He carried Bai Tang to the dining table and placed a bowl of porridge in front of him. Looking at the height, Bai Tang blinked blankly, then realized what was happening and anxiously looked at his alpha, stuttering, Sir, I'll eat at the small table." "It's fine." Jiang Yunshu placed the spoon in front of Bai Tang. "From now on, eat with me at the table." Since it was already known that the previous master wouldn't allow Bai Tang to sit at the main table, he saw no reason to make Bai Tang go back to the folding table, nor to not change anything. But he noticed Bai Tang acting as if facing a formidable enemy, uneasily shrinking his hands, showing an unprecedented urgency and difficulty on his face, his speech also accelerating. "Thank you, sir, I'd rather not." Hearing this, Jiang Yunshu frowned and immersed himself in trying to understand what Bai Tang might be thinking now. Bai Tang shivered from fear at the furrowed brows of Jiang Yunshu, assuming he had said something wrong. Lowering his head, he bit his lips tightly, staying silent in the endless silence, growing increasingly anxious and scared. His fingers kept fidgeting with the edges of the bandage, making the bandage messy, terrified that Jiang Yunshu would beat him because of his hesitations at any moment. Jiang Yunshu was about to speak when he heard Bai Tang say through tears, I'm sorry, sir, I've made a mistake." Jiang Yunshu was shaken. He suddenly realized that Bai Tang couldn't handle changes all at once. Long-term disdain and violent suppression had made Bai Tang worry and panic as soon as he sensed something unusual. He thought too simply and idealistically, believing that as long as he treated Bai Tang well, everything would improve. Jiang Yunshu calmed himself, repeatedly reminding himself, "Don't rush, take it slow. You've done nothing wrong, it's me who has," he said, taking a deep breath. He retrieved the folding table from the cupboard and placed it on the ground, but instead of bringing over a small stool, he used a soft cushion. Gently placing Bai Tang onto the cushion, he instructed, "Stretch your legs straight, bending them is bad for blood circulation and your wounds." A teardrop still clung to Bai Tang's lower eyelid. Hearing this, he exhaled in relief, thinking he had passed Jiang Yunshu's latest test. But the Alpha's next move left him utterly stunned, and he exclaimed in alarm, "Master! What are you?" Jiang Yunshu had moved all the dishes to the small folding table, completely filling it. The towering Alpha then crouched down with bent legs, sitting beside the table holding his bowl, saying casually, "It's fine, eat." Jiang Yunshu understood that it was impossible to relax Bai Tang instantly, and that Bai Tang would find it hard to take the first step within a short time. So, he decided the first change would start with him. Besides, eating on the floor was nothing compared to the times he ate bread outside the lab. With firm determination, Jiang Yunshu spoke resolutely, leaving Bai Tang no choice but to close his mouth in trepidation. However, not long after, Jiang Yunshu noticed that Bai Tang only dared to pick at the dish of vegetables. Due to his injured right hand, he tried once with his left before stopping entirely, quietly slurping his porridge instead. Jiang Yunshu got up and fetched a pair of serving chopsticks from the kitchen. When he turned around, he saw Bai Tang staring anxiously at the edge of the table, as if terrified that Jiang Yunshu might retrieve something to beat him with. Seeing this, Jiang Yunshu felt a surge of sorrow in his heart, silently cursing whoever could hurt such a frail child. He suddenly recalled an impactful scene when he walked with Dr. Lin in the municipal hospital. A red message scrolled across the electronic screen in front of the neurology department, "Welcome to the neurology department of the municipal hospital." Dr. Lin paused for a moment, leaning toward Jiang Yunshu and whispering softly, "No wonder they're the leaders of neurology." At that very moment, Jiang Yunshu wished to gift these words to the former master, whose urgent need was clearly treating his brain. Holding the chopsticks, Jiang Yunshu showed them to Bai Tang and explained gently, "Using communal chopsticks is more hygienic." Then, he picked up a meatball and placed it on Bai Tang's spoon. Bai Tang stared dumbly at the meatball on the spoon, muttering hesitantly, "Thank you, sir. But I can't eat meat." "Why?" Jiang Yunshu clearly saw Bai Tang licking his lips and swallowing while eyeing the meatball longingly. Instead of finding the boy's behavior cute, he felt sorrow and anger rising in his chest. He consoled softly, "It's okay, eat it. There's too much here for me to finish alone." Caught between fear and inability to refuse, Bai Tang remained frozen, unsure of what to do and cautiously glancing at Jiang Yunshu's expression. Sighing inwardly, knowing about the previous trauma, Jiang Yunshu didn't push too hard. Taking the meatball off Bai Tang's spoon with the communal chopsticks, he patiently encouraged, "Bai Tang, pick whatever you want to eat yourself." Relieved, Bai Tang continued slowly sipping his porridge with his left hand, avoiding any touch of the meat. His heart, however, remained tense throughout the meal, fully alert for any new difficulties that the Alpha might create to challenge him. After finishing the meal, regardless of Bai Tang's attempts to dissuade him, Jiang Yunshu refused to compromise, insisting on washing the dishes himself. Catching glimpses of Bai Tang sitting restlessly during this time, attempting to rise haltingly, Jiang Yunshu thought he might be heading to the restroom or wanting water. Holding a handful of detergent foam, he approached and asked, "What is it?" Shrinking back stiffly, Bai Tang lowered his head and nervously replied, "Sir, please don't be angry, I'll prepare your bathwater." "I'm not angry," Jiang Yunshu responded while walking back to the kitchen, continuing, "In the future, I will handle my bathing and cleaning the bathroom myself. As for you, Bai Tang, your wound can't get wet. You won't bathe tonight, all right?" "Yes, yes." Bai Tang stammered, knowing uncleanliness would invite punishment. "Fine." Though unaware of Bai Tang's thoughts, Jiang Yunshu merely replied with assent. Chapter 8, Beidong, look over here. So Beidong looked at the device in front of him and was a bit confused. Two long bands were looped over a column on the ceiling of the bathroom and hung down, tied in nooses. From afar, it looked like a setup for a double suicide. "This one is for your hands," Jiang Yunshu tugged the shorter one, then pulled the longer one, "and this is for your feet. Be careful, don't let the wound touch water and don't fall." After finishing, he furrowed his brows as if pondering something seriously, then said straightforwardly, "Or should I help you wash?" As a doctor, facing another person's nudity did not evoke much emotional response from him. In a way, it was just a collection of unique muscle tissues. No need. Beidong assumed that he was devising yet another scheme to torment him, just like before when Jiang Yunsu had pressed him into the water-filled bathtub, causing him to be dunked and then lifted up again so that he could enjoy the look of utter misery on Beidong's face. Then, with lips curled cruelly, Jiang Yunsu pushed him underwater again, repeating the process countless times, treating him like nothing more than a plaything. Beidong only remembered the despair of choking and drowning. The warm yellow light illuminated the bathroom, the hot water enveloped him, and the hand holding onto him was also hot. But he felt as if he had fallen into an icy pit, not knowing how much water he had swallowed. In the end, he weakly curled up on the cold marble floor, the blood taste rising in his throat, coughing painfully. The instigator sat carelessly with legs crossed, looking at him with a somewhat bored expression on his face, as if the amusement provided by Beidong was insufficient. Jiang Yunsu put on slippers and kicked his soft abdomen, saying, "Get out, and, you've dirted my floor." And all Beidong could do was kneel down and apologize. "I'm sorry, cough, thank you, sir." As memories surfaced, Beidong's complexion paled slightly, and he made one last desperate attempt without hope. "Sir, I'll wash myself, I'll be careful." But unexpectedly, today's Jiang Yunsu was very agreeable, and only heard the alpha reply, "All right, call me if anything happens." The sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Jiang Yunshu waited outside the door for a while before leaving. He found a large box and moved it into the bedroom, opened the third cabinet door, and threw the garbage inside into the box piece by piece. Even on the iron rods he took out, dried bloodstains could still be seen. Jiang Yunshu didn't know what to feel. He had never been so angry before, but his anger was mixed with some powerlessness and fear. If he hadn't come back to life, how long would Beidong have continued to endure such inhuman treatment? Now, every time he looked at the glass display cabinet filled with trophies, his thoughts changed. He took these trophies out and put them into the third cabinet which he had just cleaned thoroughly, and with a click, closed the cabinet door. He appeared impressive outwardly but was in fact domineering and tyrannical inwardly. Jiang Yunshu had seen many hypocritical and incapable people like this, but he had never imagined that he himself would be in such a body. Yet he was puzzled. If he really treated Beidong poorly, then why wasn't Beidong willing to get a divorce? The sound of water from the bathroom had not stopped yet. Jiang Yunshu sitting in the living room, taking out his phone and typing a question into an online search engine. Why doesn't Omega want to get divorced? After hitting the search button, he was surprised to discover that among a flood of mixed information, this question had never emerged in the big data network age. What does this mean? It means that in this world, there is not a single person who would even have this doubt. Not a single person. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Yunshu looked at the line on the page, no relevant content accurately found, and after a while, clicked on the Post Question Immediately option. The question has been sent to 157,879 users. Answers soon came in. An anonymous user, does the poster appear to be a beta? Are you an adult? Ricardo0714, a divorced Omega is like used tissue paper, because who would want an Omega that has already been marked? Or, to put it another way, which alpha can tolerate an Omega covered with the smell of another man? Anonymous user, due to the birth rate of the world population being negative growth for nearly 20 years, Omegas only account for 5% of the total population, and the pregnancy rate of betas is extremely low. Therefore, all Omegas who are marked for life and then abandoned by alphas will be forcibly sent to concentration breeding centers. Another anonymous user, because we cannot survive without Omegas. Concentration breeding centers. Jiang Yunshu mumbled. It shouldn't be the meaning he thought it to be, right? He slowly typed these 5 words into the search engine, and the page refreshed, displaying a brief introduction similar to Baidu Encyclopedia. Concentration breeding centers, mainly responsible for the centralized breeding of Omegas, are legal departments managed by local governments, also known as concentration breeding management bureaus. As a contemporary young man of the 21st century, Jiang Yunshu was utterly shocked. His pupils trembled, and he couldn't believe what he was reading. Again and again, he stared at the characters. He recognized each word separately, but when strung together in a sentence, they were incomprehensible to him. This? How could it be legal? What about the human rights of Omegas? How could such an organization pass? But in this world, it had passed. Why? Jiang Yunshu only needed to look it up. Of the 9 major organizations with the power to propose legislation, not one individual among the 300+ members was an Omega. In fact, 60% were alphas. Jiang Yunshu remained in a daze for a long time, still unable to accept the reality. Why didn't Beidong divorce, despite living in such misery? Because after divorce, all that awaited him was exploitation, of his body, his organs, his very rights, all until death. This world was already distorted. Jiang Yunshu clenched his fists tightly, boundless anger mixed with endless helplessness strengthening his resolve to protect Beidong even more. Beidong came out more than 10 minutes later. His wet hair clung limply to his face, his collar misaligned inside his shirt. He had rushed through his washing, fearing that staying too long would upset the alpha. Several times, he nearly tripped over the bandages. Jiang Yunshu glanced repeatedly at the collar, disordered in a way that grated on his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, yet said nothing. If he reminded Beidong, Beidong would surely panic and profusely apologize while quickly straightening himself, but Jiang Yunshu didn't want that. He wanted to create a warm and casual home environment, where Beidong could relax, drop his guard, and return to the calm demeanor Jiang Yunshu had seen that morning. He grabbed a dry towel and handed it to Beidong, saying, "Did you wet the bandage? Dry your hair." "No." Beidong received it respectfully and, with his left hand, haphazardly dried his hair, hastily replying, "I was very careful. I didn't wet it." "Understood," Jiang Yunshu replied, "even if you did, it's fine, we can change it later." Jiang Yunshu took a few steps back to ensure Baitong's field of vision encompassed all of him, so as not to frighten him with any sudden movements. Then, he extended his hand. Come on, let me carry you downstairs. Damp strands of hair stuck together, falling onto Baitong's pale, emaciated shoulders. Unwilling to defy Jiang Yunshu's order, Baitong stood stiffly in place, waiting passively. As Jiang Yunshu bent down, Baitong's vision slowly rose. His movements were gentle and cautious, treating him like a treasure. Baitong lowered his eyes, placing his hands obediently on his abdomen, reluctant to or even afraid of touching his owner. His pale, plump toes curled slightly, moving uneasily. When going down the stairs, Baitong involuntarily tensed his body, fearing that Jiang Yunshu might suddenly lose his temper and throw him down. Thankfully, that didn't happen. He was held securely all the way to the first floor, without experiencing any jolts. But the direction. Baitong began to feel uneasy. They were heading towards the door. Was Master going to kick him out? Baitong widened his eyes, grabbing Jiang Yunshu's hem subconsciously, staring fearfully at the alpha's jawline, and before he realized it, pleading escaped his lips. Master, please don't throw me away. Jiang Yunshu paused, lowering Baitong near the wall with a sigh of helplessness. What are you thinking? His feet touched the ground unexpectedly, and Baitong staggered slightly, quickly stabilizing himself on one foot. He saw Jiang Yunshu ascend the stairs again, carrying down a box. Jiang Yunshu walked toward him. Baitong immediately felt every hair on his body rise in terror. Vivid images flashed before his eyes, torturous sessions involving these very objects, pools of bright red blood, intense iron rust scents, suffocating darkness, and unrelenting restraints. His knees buckled momentarily, retreating instinctively until his back met the corner of the wall. He clutched the fabric over his chest desperately, heart pounding erratically, breath coming short and labored, resembling a rabbit on the brink of death. Baitong, Jiang Yunshu moved outside the door, calling Baitong's name repeatedly, tender yet cruel, making Baitong look up. Baitong, look at me. Baitong's complexion turned deathly pale, breathing heavily, he crouched down, curling into the corner as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes like broken strings of pearls. The shadow of an iron rod falling, the sound of bones shattering, the excruciating pain of his left wrist breaking, it drove him to collapse, frantically shaking his head and incessantly apologizing. I don't want, sir, I'm sorry. Sorry. Jiang Yunshu winced, unwilling to see this, but he knew it was necessary for Baitong to face it directly. Baitong, it's alright, just look at me. For as long as Baitong resisted with his disoriented mind, Jiang Yunshu comforted accordingly. Watching Baitong's severe reactions, Jiang Yunshu gradually frowned deeply. The mental scars inflicted upon Baitong by the previous owner were far more serious than he had anticipated. In order to break the current deadlock, Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to take action. He grabbed an iron rod from the box and forcefully threw it into the trash can. The dull sound of the metal colliding startled Baitong, who lifted his eyes blankly. Seeing Baitong's reaction, Jiang Yunshu pressed on and threw several more items. One after another, the dull thuds echoed through the silent, dark night. Baitong, Jiang Yunshu fixed his eyes on the Omega curled up in the room, his voice steady and firm. Can you see? He lifted the heavy box and said to Baitong, Baitong, look closely, what's being thrown away is this trash. With that, he exerted force with his wrist, tilting the box so everything inside tumbled into the trash can, each sound striking Baitong's heart like a blow. Chapter 9, Do you still want your feet? Baitong stood in the bright and warm room, staring blankly at the man hidden in the dark corner. The tools that had once hurt him were discarded into a large trash bin one by one, when suddenly a glint of blue light flashed out abruptly and bizarrely. Baitong's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily turned away. Memories washed over him like the sea at night, deep and briny, pulling him down to the bottom of the ocean. Hey, Baitong, Jiang Yunshu sat on the edge of the bed, twirling a pair of handcuffs with his clearly knuckled fingers, a sapphire sparkled momentarily. Crawl over here. After taking a bath, Baitong hesitated for just a second before immediately kneeling and crawling to Jiang Yunshu's feet. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the Omega kneeling before him with an upward tilt of his lips, indulgently moving his leg. Baitong obediently rubbed his cheek against Jiang Yunshu's foot, behaving like a cat curling up affectionately. Jiang Yunshu, with an unusually good mood, snapped the handcuffs onto Baitong's wrist. How does it look? Baitong held up his hands flat like a prisoner. He saw that the shape of the handcuffs wasn't a perfect circle but an irregular geometric figure with sharp edges, engraved with exquisite rose patterns. In the center of the rose was a stunningly dazzling sapphire. This sapphire cost me over $100,000 at auction, and I designed the handcuffs myself, Jiang Yunshu said with obvious pride, made from pure silver. It took 3 months to make them. It's quite the honor for you to wear them, don't you think? The irregular precious metal had already rubbed raw patches on Baitong's wrists, but he lowered his long, curled eyelashes and thanked him. They're very beautiful. Thank you, sir. Later, during the rough encounter, a drop of saliva accidentally landed on the handcuffs, and then Baitong was beaten while still restrained. Baitong hugged his knees, curling up in the corner and staring vacantly for a long time. Jiang Yunshu noticed blood soaking through the bandages on Baitong's feet, but he didn't dare to move abruptly because Baitong was clearly still in the acute stress response stage. Any sudden changes might worsen his condition, whether it be getting up and sitting on the sofa or simply changing position, let alone trying to touch him. Thus, Jiang Yunshu maintained his half-squatting position, carefully observing Baitong's expressions. He believed that Baitong was showing signs of PTSD, triggered by the box of tools. But since he was not a professional psychiatrist, only having taken some psychology-related elective courses in college, he needed to gain Baitong's trust as soon as possible and bring him to psychological treatment. The minute hand on the wall clock had moved more than 20 times before the cold feeling seeped back into Baitong's limbs. His consciousness returned gradually, and his blurred vision refocused. His fingertips twitched lightly. Jiang Yunshu's legs had gone numb long ago. Shifting his center of gravity stealthily several times, seeing no reaction from Baitong, he finally sat directly on the floor. Baitong's eyeballs turned slowly after the over 20-minute void. Through the days, he faintly heard someone whisper softly multiple times, "No one will hit you again, don't be afraid." He lifted his sweat-soaked face from his knees and saw the Alpha sitting several steps away from him. Memories surged back in. Baitong's eyelashes quivered slightly, resembling butterfly wings delicate under the sun. He began to doubt if the Alpha truly had amnesia, because how could a man who was arrogant beyond compare and supremely overbearing sit on the ground for nearly half an hour just waiting for him? And how could that avaricious and self-important Jiang Yunshu throw away something he took such pride in designing? Or, was this another test? A bead of cold sweat slid down from his neck to his collarbone, leaving Baitong's eyes devoid of any life. Yes, this must be another test. Testing whether he obeyed completely during his period of supposed amnesia. Testing if he adhered strictly to the rules set previously. Testing if he misbehaved because Jiang Yunshu forgot. Although Baitong wanted desperately to destroy all those tools and discard them forever, he wasn't foolish enough to gamble with his hard-fought-for existence for mere selfish desires. With a raspy voice, he said, "Sir, they can't be thrown away." "Huh?" Jiang Yunshu responded curiously. Baitong dared not meet the Alpha's eyes. "There's a sapphire handcuff inside. It cannot be thrown away. I don't need it anymore." Jiang Yunshu stated without hesitation, "Come on, let me take you to the couch and change the bandage." But, with tear streaks new and old marring his face, Baitong ventured timidly, "Sir, you said this sapphire cost more than 100,000 yuan, and that it was designed personally by you." Jiang Yunshu's hand paused mid-air, over 100,000 yuan. Half a year's salary in his original world. Dr. Jiang hesitated. Perhaps Jiang Yunshu's expression had been too shaken, so Baitong once again lowered his head, hiding the eyes that held no spark of life left. It was as if they were waiting here for him, the trash bin, those prodigal sons of heaven like the Alpha. How could someone obsessed with money toss something worth hundreds of thousands away just like that? So, it was clearly a test waiting for him here. Jiang Yunshu probably wanted to see him covered in foul odors and filth, pretending to be heartbroken while inwardly mocking him. Sure enough, this smelly slut is only fit to rummage through garbage. Baitong suppressed the terror from being tortured by that box of tools, forcing a reluctant smile on his pale face. He propped up his stiff body and swayed upright before saying considerately, "Sir, let me go and retrieve it for you." But Jiang Yunshu immediately scooped him up and placed him on the couch. "Stay seated, I'll go get it." The slight breeze created by his movement made Baitong shiver despite his cold sweat drenching him. His clothes clung uncomfortably to his skin, after sitting on the floor and brushing against the walls earlier, rendering his bath meaningless. But that wasn't the most crucial matter right now. The most critical thing was that, even though he was all dirty, Jiang Yunshu did not disdain holding him. Baitong looked incredulously at the Alpha's jawline, thinking how could this possibly be? He didn't believe that someone of Jiang Yunshu's character would endure this much simply to mock him. Before, the Alpha had only kicked him out, hating that he dirted the floor. In mere seconds, Baitong hadn't time to contemplate further as the Alpha turned around to leave. Reacting instinctively, he grabbed Jiang Yunshu's sleeve and pleaded, "Sir, please let me pick it up." "What nonsense," Jiang Yunshu frowned, taking a step forward, and the feeling of clothing being pulled suddenly disappeared. Picking up a broom, he headed out. "You stay there, I'll be back shortly." Baitong stared in shock at his empty palm, frozen for a moment. He had actually been rejected. How was that possible? But now one thought dominated his mind. He couldn't let the Alpha walk out of this door, otherwise punishment would ensue. Without considering anything else, Baitong hastily got down from the sofa and barefooted ran towards Jiang Yunshu who was about to step outside, clutching the Alpha's thigh. "Sir, let me do it." "Please, sir, it mustn't dirty your hands." Jiang Yunshu looked at him unbelievingly, swiftly picking him up again and whispering scoldingly, "Do you still want your feet?" A chill passed through Baitong at these words, with teardrops dangling off his sharp chin as he pitifully said, "I can help you pick it up." Physical and mental health was Jiang Yunshu's bottom line. As long as fundamental principles weren't breached, he was willing to comply unconditionally with Baitong's needs and progress gradually, but once it involved breaching them, he wouldn't compromise. Moreover, judging from Baitong's previous stress reaction, that box of tools was evidently the trigger for his PTSD. There was no way he'd let Baitong see it again. Impossible, Jiang Yunshu sighed, looking at the blood-soaked bandage, and soothing him with the tone used to comfort Joan. "Dear, your feet are injured, you can't pick it up." I can." Beidong trembled, carefully gripping Jiang Yunshu's collar, fearfully exclaiming as if not letting him pick it up would cost his life, shaking his head, sobbing incoherently, "No, Wu, no. If we don't pick it up, sir will hit me, he will hit me." Jiang Yunshu paused briefly, his brow furrowed as he asserted confidently, I'll never hit you anymore." Unsure which statement pricked Beidong's feelings, but despair washed over his face like never before, trembling even more violently. Jiang Yunshu settled Beidong back on the couch, momentarily stuck in a dilemma without knowing what to do next. For the first time, he seemed somewhat flustered. But within minutes, he decided, then let's forget about picking it up, we'll discard it. Anything that had harmed Beidong was discarded regardless of its value. However, this phrase was perceived as an indirect threat by Beidong. His pale lips quivered upon raising his head rapidly. "No sir, please, I implore you." Jiang Yunshu. After calming himself down to think, the current problem was clear, handcuffs need retrieval, yet Beidong won't let him go, and he won't let Beidong either. An idea flashed into his mind. In Beidong's astonished gaze, he tapped his own forehead as if regretting his own idiocy. Then he could find a third person to do the retrieving task for them. He dialed a call to the property management. "Hello, this is apartment 1507. Could you provide the contact number of the cleaning aunt?" Before long, there came a knock at the door. Jiang Yunshu warned, "Beidong, don't get off the ground again." Beidong didn't dare to speak, biting his lips and nodding slightly. He kept a tight eye on the alpha who went to open the door. He saw Jiang Yunshu politely thanking someone, then handing over 2 large bills to the person outside. After the door closed, the alpha held a black plastic bag in his hand, which presumably contained the sapphire handcuffs. Jiang Yunshu stood a few steps away from Beidong, shaking the plastic bag towards the Omega. A slight metallic clinking sound immediately followed. With a touch of helpless smile in his eyes, he said, "Can we change the bandage now, Beidong?" Chapter 10, Beidong, Good morning. In the early morning, a beam of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the occasionally wind-blown curtains and fell onto the floor, fragmentedly projecting the golden image of the window. Jiang Yunshu slowly opened his eyes as if sensing something, and his hazy vision gradually came into focus. He stared at the strange patterns on the ceiling, motionless. His temper when waking up was pretty bad, but it wasn't about being angry with others, rather, the time from opening his eyes to fully waking up was extremely long. He slowly blinked, seeing the empty glass cabinet. His gaze shifted to the right, and he saw an iron lock hanging on the third wardrobe. Jiang Yunshu remembered that he had locked it in front of Beidong last night. When changing the bandage last night, Beidong had been terrified, trembling so much that Jiang Yunshu's hand shook along with him. It took several tries to finally tie the bandage correctly. Jiang Yunshu felt quite frustrated, replaying his actions in his mind, but he couldn't figure out where he had scared this little lord again. He thought Beidong must dislike this room since it contained those tools and the nightmares that he didn't know the details of. Therefore, he gave up his newly purchased bed and tidied up room for Beidong. Although initially Beidong vowed to sleep by his feet no matter what, speaking boldly despite the most frightened expression. But after being firmly rejected 4 times by Jiang Yunshu, Beidong timidly closed his mouth, quietly watching as Jiang Yunshu changed the new bedsheet. Beidong still remembered how shocked he was when he saw Jiang Yunshu's clean and efficient movements at that moment. "Alright, Beidong," Jiang Yunshu placed the key in Beidong's hand, "this will be your room from now on. Tomorrow, I'll call housekeeping to clean up the things in this room. After your leg heals, we can buy some furniture you like." "No, mister. It's not proper." Beidong exclaimed inwardly, "I." Before he could finish, Jiang Yunshu interrupted him, "Have we ever hired housekeeping before?" In his memory, this was the second time Jiang Yunshu interrupted someone. He had very strict upbringing, always taught to be polite and wait until the other person finished speaking before replying. Back when he was 5, because he interrupted his father, he got his palm smacked 30 times with a steel ruler. Sure enough, Beidong's attention was diverted. He hurriedly said, "Yes. But the contact information is in the cabinet downstairs." So, Jiang Yunshu carried him downstairs, where Beidong accurately pulled open the third cabinet on the right, pulling out a piece of paper that recorded introductions and contact information for several housekeeping companies. Beidong was indeed remarkable and resilient. This was the conclusion Jiang Yunshu drew after nearly 2 weeks of living together. Under long-term violent abuse and enduring constant fear, he still managed all the household chores in the duplex villa impeccably, categorizing and organizing many trivial matters, remembering where all this information was stored precisely. Such a massive workload would be unmanageable for the average person. In an administrative role, Beidong's abilities would certainly not fall short. Even injured, he wouldn't cry out in pain and could endure it while running around. Jiang Yunshu paused in thought, unsure of how he felt, understanding now, if constantly beaten, one becomes especially adept at enduring pain. Having rebooted, he sighed, sitting up and folding the quilt neatly. He had seen their marriage certificate. It was issued on April 17, 3 years ago. It was almost 3.5 years now. Jiang Yunshu didn't even dare to think about how Beidong endured the last 3 years, what kind of days he lived each day. If he were to switch places with Beidong, Jiang Yunshu didn't think he would persist as long as Beidong did. Moreover, under such oppressive living conditions, Baitong's thoughts would inevitably become more delicate and sensitive than the average person. A single gust of wind or whisper would make him overthink and look back anxiously. This was also why Jiang Yunshu handed the only key to that room over to Baitong. Jiang Yunshu wanted to let Baitong slowly realize that he has a space exclusively belonging to himself. In moments of confusion, fear, or isolation, there would be a safer, larger shelter to help him seek refuge. Jiang Yunshu truly feared that Baitong's string was stretched too tightly, and might snap with a pop. The flowers on the bedside table still glistened with dewdrops. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the time, 6:47 a.m. There were still 13 minutes left before the alarm went off. He pulled the beige curtain aside, and instantly, greenery filled his sight. Several sparrows flapped their wings, startled, and flew away. He noticed a branch almost reaching into the window, covered with lush leaves. He touched it lightly, feeling much more at ease. After finishing his grooming routine, Jiang Yunshu tiptoed out of the door and noticed a key hanging lonely on the handle of Baitong's room. As expected, he still dared not accept it. He wondered whether the kid had slept in the bed last night. His gaze retracted, and just as he was about to go downstairs, a faint sound came from the door opening. Baitong's face with a hint of rosy flush peeked out of the doorway, his mid-length hair that reached his shoulders seemingly already combed but with one strand particularly stubbornly sticking up. Upon seeing Jiang Yunshu standing beside the stairs, Baitong immediately woke up, frightened and fumbling to open the door again but forgetting he was still behind it, causing the door to bang shut against his head. Baitong let out a short "ah," saying, "Mr. You're awake." "Baitong, good morning." Jiang Yunshu greeted, his voice soothing like a gentle breeze, strangely reducing Baitong's fear. He couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, "Rub your head." When he was at the municipal hospital, all the doctors who knew him praised his voice for being pleasant enough that patients were willing to listen to him chatter a few more minutes, but unfortunately, Dr. Jiang wasn't very talkative. Dr. Lin once teasingly joked, "Ugh, annoying, our department's new cute nurse always says how nice your voice is, ah ah ah." Baitong was momentarily surprised, his still drowsy mind reacting slowly, subconsciously touching his head. Jiang Yunshu's smile widened further. Baitong's usual washroom was right next door. He said, "Go clean up, can you make it on your own?" "I can." Baitong quickly withdrew his hand, "No need to trouble you, sir." Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Still, I'll carry you down the stairs. It's dangerous if you jump around." Baitong anxiously pressed his lips together, saying, "All right, thank you, sir." After finishing speaking, neither moved. Baitong stared nervously at him while Jiang Yunshu's gaze softened. "Go ahead," he encouraged. "Ah, sorry sir." Baitong quickly turned, his left hand resting against the wall as he hopped toward the bathroom on one foot, frequently glancing back over his shoulder in case Jiang Yunshu was following to strike him. Jiang Yunshu remained where he was, waiting until he saw Baitong enter the washroom before stepping into the room for a quick glance. There was no trace of anyone having slept in the bed. He sighed, but it was somehow expected. There was also an eastward window in the kitchen, sunlight streaming in, illuminating a small succulent plant sitting on the windowsill, round and plump. Jiang Yunshu initially intended to stew some lean meat porridge, but then worried that Baitong wouldn't eat it, so opted for vegetable porridge instead. When he turned around, he found Baitong blankly looking at him from the staircase, unsure how long he had been standing there. In 2 or 3 strides, Jiang Yunshu stepped closer, placing his palm gently against Baitong's back as he instinctively took a step back. He said, "Next time just call out for me." Once they reached the ground floor, Jiang Yunshu placed Baitong down on the floor. "Do what you want to do, I'll steam some lean meat." On Baitong's face was a mixture of anxious terror as he was about to speak when Jiang Yunshu added, "You've injured your hands, you can't touch water." Baitong wanted to argue further, but Jiang Yunshu continued, "It's final." Baitong hesitantly closed his mouth. His pupils trembled slightly, bewildered. He no longer understood the purpose behind Jiang Yunshu's actions. A hollow, uneasy sensation enveloped him, as if waiting for an impending axe to fall on his neck. If this was meant to toy with him, enjoying his pitiable state, this game had already continued for almost 2 weeks. With Jiang Yunshu's personality, shouldn't he have grown tired of it by now? If it was to find an excuse to severely torture him, Jiang Yunshu must have achieved his goal, letting Baitong lay the bed sheets himself without sleeping at his feet and allowing him to prepare porridge this morning, so why hadn't Jiang Yunshu yet acted? But if Jiang Yunshu really wanted to beat him, did he need an excuse at all? Wasn't it simply hit whenever he wished? Baitong's eyelashes fluttered in panic. Or maybe, he truly lost his memory. Regardless, Baitong didn't know how to deal with such an unfamiliar alpha. This was far beyond his expertise. Chapter 11, Wait for me a moment. Baitong stood anxiously by the kitchen door, biting his lip. Jiang Yunshu's words, "Go do what you want," put him in a dilemma. At this time of day, he was usually making breakfast, and after breakfast, there would be an endless stream of housework. Even though the alpha had been lying in the hospital for nearly half a month, he still cleaned and replaced the bed linens on schedule, raising wet fabric into the sunlight. The wine cabinet was spotless, the stairs polished to shine, these were his unchanging daily tasks over the last 3 years. He showed no emotion, moving quickly and decisively like a pre-programmed housekeeping robot. Beidong tiptoed into the utility room, limping with a broom in hand, tentatively beginning to sweep the floor. Jiang Yunshu turned around and couldn't help but laugh. Beidong, the housekeeper will come this afternoon. You don't need to handle the chores anymore. Beidong abruptly lifted his head, the bones of his fingers white as they clutched the broom handle. To be spared from housework. Was Jiang Yunsu just going to keep him here idly? It was impossible. Was this the sign that he was about to be cast away? Or was he expected to perform some other duties? He only knew how to do housework, or perhaps he would be treated as a tradable item, exchanged among alphas for omegas to play with. Fear crept into Baitong's eyes. No matter which scenario, it was something he could not endure. Involuntarily, his back tensed up as he spoke timidly. Sir, I can do the housework, please let me. The expression, I am overthinking, was practically written all over Baitong's face. Jiang Yunshu paused, soothing him. Beidong, I didn't mean anything else. Let's discuss the household matters once your foot is healed, okay? Beidong lowered his eyelashes, feeling a deep sense of sorrow welling inside. His throat felt bitter, but he dared not say anything more. Thank you, sir. Sit on the couch for a while. Leave the broom where it is, I'll need it later. Jiang Yunshu smiled faintly. Thanks, Beidong, for getting it out for me. No need. Beidong almost choked himself, his breath caught as he involuntarily shivered. This is my duty. But Jiang Yunshu shook his head. No, nobody has the obligation to naturally help others. The rice cooker indicated that there were still over 30 minutes left for cooking porridge. After estimating the timing, it seemed that he'd have to figure out how to set the timer function later that evening. Glancing back at Beidong sitting stiffly on the sofa, his spine straight and far from the backrest, legs neatly placed, hands lightly rested on his knees, he appeared tense all over, just looking tired. Beidong, Jiang Yunshu washed his hands and moved to the other side of the sofa, speaking gently, would you like to sit in the little courtyard? As soon as Baitong's vision encompassed the alpha's silhouette, his body instinctively tightened even more, his heart suspended in anxiety. Listening to the alpha's words, his gaze drifted outward. Outside the window was a lush green scene, leaves rustling in the gentle breeze, occasionally creating graceful arcs as they fell onto the grass. The Omega's furrowed brows eased slightly, reflecting the image of the outside world in his pupils. Jiang Yunshu, observing his expression, understood his thoughts. Wait for me a moment. He went upstairs and retrieved a plaid blanket from a cabinet to drape over his arm. Then, from the wardrobe, he took out a thicker jacket. Coming down, he approached Beidong. Come, put on this jacket. It's windy outside, don't catch a cold. Beidong wanted to take it and dress himself, and Jiang Yunshu didn't insist, handing it over. Hold my shoulder. With one hand, Jiang Yunshu lifted the frail Omega, placing him delicately on his right arm. Startled, Beidong wobbled and nearly lost his balance, reflexively grabbing a small portion of the alpha's shoulder clothing. Simultaneously, Jiang Yunshu supported his waist with the back of his left hand. The sudden height change startled Beidong. His view now opened to a wider perspective. Seeing the alpha first enter the kitchen and bring out a dish with small sweet potatoes and quail eggs in his left hand, he heard him explain, the porridge needs another half hour to be ready. In case you're hungry, we'll eat something light later. This alpha was so strange, so abnormal. Beidong racked his brain for a few seconds, unsure what to reply. But saying nothing might anger the alpha. He hesitated and responded cautiously, thank you, sir. But I can't eat eggs. Jiang Yunshu froze mid-step, you can't eat eggs either. He gently set the Omega down on the grass, its prickly texture causing Beidong to shrink back. Could you tell me why the previous me wouldn't let you eat meat? Beidong hesitated visibly, wavering, before stuttering, because, sir, you said eating meat would make the semen taste different. Jiang Yunshu stopped spreading the sheet on the grass, his expression absurd, his tone incredulous, just because of that. As if sensing that the alpha wasn't in a great mood, Beidong quickly closed his mouth, trembling with fear. A moment of silence ensued. Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. His voice was hoarse as he said. Sorry, Beidong, you can eat meat now, anytime from now on. The quilt was spread under the shade of a tree. Beidong was once again lifted into Jiang Yunshu's arms to go further inside. He bit and then released his lower lip, its soft flesh gleaming wetly. No, thank you. His gaze suddenly fell upon something. His pupils shrank, and he abruptly clung tightly around the alpha's neck, his remaining words lost in the wind. Baitong's whole body trembled as his lips parted slightly, emitting tiny screams. Jiang Yunshu's eardrums throbbed sharply in pain, he was startled by the reaction. The Omega curled closer into him like a small unprotected animal seeking refuge, his moist eye and nose rubbing Jiang Yunshu's exposed neck repeatedly. He froze abruptly, never had anyone been so close to him before, never. He could clearly feel the warmth transmitted through the Omega's gentle arms beneath a thin layer of fabric, and the faint nape of the Omega right in front of him brought a wave of sweetness into the air. Jiang Yunshu felt dizzy. Until this moment, he had never fully understood the nature of their relationship, he had merely viewed Beidong as someone similar to Zhouan. But now, an idea sprouted and firmly rooted itself in his mind. Beidong was his Omega, and he, Baitong's Alpha. An invisible collar had long ago locked onto their necks, binding them irrevocably together. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yunshu felt the trembling body under his palm and asked, "What's wrong?" Eyes shut, Beidong quivered as he replied, "The bird, ugh, the bird is dead." Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brow. Supporting Baitong's back, he looked at what the Omega described. There lay the corpse of a sparrow some distance away, seemingly dead for quite some time. Its dried and decaying body featured hollow eyes without any trace of its original eyeballs. Dr. Jiang was used to seeing such things, but for ordinary people, this sight was certainly nauseating and terrifying. Without hesitation, he carried Beidong back inside the house, patting the Omega's trembling back while a firm and steady voice reassured him, "It's fine, don't be afraid. We won't see it anymore, I'll deal with it soon." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yunshu, Beidong had once fed the little birds from the branches within his room. Every morning, he would hang a small bucket full of rice, retrieving it every night. For 3 years, Baitong's happiest moments were spent watching various kinds of birds pecking at the rice from his window. Over time, those birds got used to the routine. Snap. The door closed, the sound of the car starting. The alpha left. Without delay, Beidong fetched the little bucket hidden deep in the cabinet, filling it with rice. As he pulled open the curtains, the sunlight streamed through dense foliage casting one circle after another of golden halos over Beidong. A dozen sparrows chirped noisily, having waited on the branch for a long while, looking curiously up at him. After all these months of hiding and timidity, Beidong finally showed a faint, almost imperceptible smile. To Jiang Yunshu, this house was more like a hotel, and he didn't return every day. That's why despite feeding the birds for nearly 2 months, Baitong's actions went unnoticed since Jiang Yunshu never opened the curtains or tidied up his bed. But the growing volume of bird calls every day became undeniable, irritating Jiang Yunshu each morning upon waking up. Naturally, the unlucky Omega bore the brunt of his annoyance. Until one day, after finishing cooking, Beidong noticed a group of strangers outside the garden. The unfamiliar scent of alphas forced him to stay indoors. Leaning against the transparent window, he saw the strangers holding some kind of machinery spraying something indiscriminately at the trees. Fertilizing the big tree? Or killing insects? Neither was correct, and Beidong soon realized the truth. The next morning, Beidong stood at the door watching Jiang Yunshu drive away from the yard. With bruises on his cheek and a slight limp in his left foot, nothing could stop Baitong's increasingly light-hearted steps. He hummed quietly as he filled the red bucket with grains. Pulling open the curtains, there wasn't a single bird on the branch. Realizing the unnatural quietness, the complete absence of any bird song, a bad feeling crept over him. Beidong whispered in a trembling voice. "Birds." He stumbled down the stairs, nearly rolling down several times, and opened the door. The sunlight rushed in eagerly, scattering specks of golden light onto Baitong's face. He saw beneath the lush tree a chaotic mass of sparrow corpses lying densely, their lifeless black eyeballs staring straight at the person standing at the doorway. Beidong froze on the spot, then let out a scream, "Little birds." Chapter 12, It would be better if I were dead. Wah, don't take them away. Baitong's voice suddenly rose sharply, breaking entirely as tears streamed down his face. He sobbed quietly, suppressing his emotions. "I'm sorry, sir, it's my fault. Don't take them away. It's me. It's because of me that they're dead, I'm sorry." Baitong never wanted to remember the memories sealed deep within him. Since there was no shovel at home, he mechanically dug one small pit after another with his bare hands. His fingertips were cut by pebbles, leaving behind countless tiny wounds oozing blood, while he looked like a puppet burying the little birds, his tears, and the blood into the earth. There were a total of 12 little birds. Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brows, deducing from Baitong's fragmented account that something similar had likely happened before, but he didn't know all the details. Afraid some words might trigger Baitong further, he could only gently console, "We won't take them away, it's not Baitong's fault." Upon hearing this alpha's voice, Baitong was momentarily stunned, his fingers clutching at his clothing so tightly that they turned white. A new wave of emotion surged in his heart, wrapping around him tightly. He hated this alpha more than ever now. It was Jiang Yunshu who instructed others to spray poison on the trees, it was Jiang Yunshu. The broken left wrist, being locked in a dog cage, intestines slashed with sharp objects, day after endless day of inhumane humiliation and torture, all these extreme pains he could endure, but at this very moment, he detested this man with every fiber of his being. Why isn't this alpha dead? Why doesn't Jiang Yunshu die? How can someone who commits so many atrocities still live comfortably? Every day, there are so many accidents in the world, pedestrians killed by falling objects from heights, elderly people dying from head injuries after falling down the stairs, children drowning after accidentally falling into water. Why does none of these accidental deaths include Jiang Yunshu's name? He had a car accident, was declared brain dead, and they said he would never open his eyes again. So why now, why did he suddenly wake up? Baitong clenched his hair forcefully, struggling to keep his eyes wide open, his tears streaming down his face. He breathed heavily, gasping for air as if unable to breathe properly. Why, please, anyone, just come and kill this alpha. Baitong stood in the blazing fire of hell screaming. But, no, he couldn't. Without the protection of the alpha, an omega like himself would be devoured by this cruel world. Bai Tang felt as if his whole body were plunging into an infinite abyss, surrounded by ominous darkness, bit by bit eating him away. Painfully, he bit his own lips until they bled profusely. He wished this alpha were dead, yet every night, he prayed by the window for the alpha's safety. His soul was torn apart by the contradictions, the pain spreading from his heart along his veins reached every part of his body. Bai Tang thought he was selfish and disgusting, unable to catch enough oxygen, each breath becoming shallower and harder, death's breath encircling his neck. Then, might as well die. Bai Tang closed his eyes, thinking that dying would be better. He had given up, too tired, unable to continue holding on. Bai Tang, Bai Tang. Jiang Yunshu tightly gripped Bai Tang's shoulders, calling out again and again. The omega in his arms appeared even worse than the last time during a PTSD episode, breathing increasingly faint, as if only an empty shell remained, the inner spirit already gone. Even though his lips were bitten until bloody and raw, he showed no sign of letting go. Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to forcibly pry open the omega's teeth and inserted his own fingers inside. His fingertips immediately experienced a dull ache. Bai Tang. The patient has already been administered a sedative, probably waking up in 2 hours, the doctor said at the foot of the bed to Jiang Yunshu. In such situations next time, seek medical attention promptly. All right. Thank you. Jiang Yunshu lowered his head, his throat dry, squeezing out a few difficult words. Does your hand need bandaging? The nurse beside him asked. Jiang Yunshu glanced at it. There were 2 perfectly neat punctures on his index finger, blood flowing over his entire hand and now dried, appearing rather alarming. No thanks, not necessary. The doctor and nurse walked out, leaving just the 2 of them in the single-person room. Capital Hospital was famous far and wide, one of the few hospitals that hired omega doctors. They once fired an alpha doctor outright for insulting an omega patient. Jiang Yunshu stared at the quietly sleeping figure of Bai Tang, whose hospital gown, even the smallest size, hung excessively large on his fragile frame, loose and sagging across his bones, partially concealed by the blanket covering his frail body. It barely moved, thin as paper, embedded into the hospital bed. Jiang Yunshu covered his face with his hands. He regretted it deeply. Knowing full well that Bai Tang's mental state was unstable, why hadn't he checked the yard beforehand? Why hadn't he discovered the sparrows' bodies earlier than Bai Tang? And why had he chosen to study a second bachelor's degree in anything other than psychology? The same sense of helplessness from when he learned Zhou En's cancer had spread to his lungs returned again. Looking at his own palms, the familiar webbing and thick calluses were replaced by smooth and delicate skin. He was a doctor, yet he couldn't save those he wanted to save. The minute hand on the wall clock ticked several times. Jiang Yunshu lifted his head, softly moved his sore legs, and stood up. He pulled half the curtain closed, immediately dimming the room. He paced to the bedside, gently brushing Bai Tang's black hair, which had long since covered his eyes, behind his ear. After a moment of silence, he left. The ward could only be accessed by identity cards. Apart from himself, the doctors, and nurses, any stranger who tried to enter would trigger an alarm and alert him. After ensuring the safety of the ward, Jiang Yunshu went to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, do you have a psychological department here?" The environment of the psychological counseling room was warm and relaxing. The warm yellow lighting illuminated soft green fabric sofas. A row of potted plants sat on a shelf, and panoramic views of various landscapes adorned the walls. On a wooden table, a glass cup of fruit tea rested, with 2 mint leaves peacefully floating on the surface. A man wearing wire-rimmed glasses sat in the chair opposite the sofa, smiling gently. "Feels warm and relaxed here, right?" Sitting directly on the sofa, Jiang Yunshu said plainly, "Doctor, I'm not a patient, so there's no need for psychological suggestions for me." Ah, the man's expression seemed slightly enlightened but still calm and elegant as he smiled again. "No wonder. When I saw you walk in, I was surprised. After all, in this society, alpha elites rarely experience psychological issues. If they do, it's usually things like irritability or rage disorder." "Doctor, you're not an alpha." Jiang Yunshu observed him politely. "I am." The golden chain on the rim of his glasses flickered as the doctor chuckled, introducing himself. "Hello, my name is Qin Zhongnan." "Dr. Qin," Jiang Yunshu cut straight to the point, "I want to consult about my omega." Qin Zhongnan's expression turned even more surprised. Jiang Yunshu noticed how his gaze became more serious, seemingly passing over a flicker of admiration and approval. It's quite rare for an alpha to come here specifically to consult about their omega. Soon after hearing Jiang Yunshu's explanation, the previous positive emotions on Qin Zhongnan's face disappeared. In his smiling eyes now clearly read 4 words, "You're not human." But professional integrity made him smile and say, "Mr. Jiang, in such cases, if your omega is to recover, it will take a tremendous amount of cost and effort. If you aren't ready for that commitment, I suggest you don't start, because giving up halfway would harm your omega even more." "I know," Jiang Yunshu responded without hesitation, firmly. "I'll trouble you." Qin Zhongnan retracted his smile, raised his eyelids, and folded his hands into fists while appraising the striking alpha before him, as if assessing whether Jiang Yunshu was lying. Jiang Yunshu felt an intense sense of pressure and physical discomfort. Later, he realized that Qin Zhongnan had released pheromones at that time. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Yunshu calmly let Qin Zhongnan scrutinize him, maintaining a respectful yet firm gaze into Qin Zhongnan's eyes. Their demeanors matched evenly. After some time, Qin Zhongnan laughed again, saying, "Based on what you've told me, all your Omega's fears stem from you." "That's correct." Then, during the recovery process of your Omega, Qin Zhongnan's eyes curved into an arc, which means in the short term, Mr. Jiang should minimize meetings with your Omega as much as possible. Understood. Chapter 13, I'll pick you up soon and take you home. Outside the window, an airplane flew steadily through the clouds. The weather was good, with sunlight streaming in, while the green plants on the shelves quietly conducted photosynthesis. Qin Zhongnan's questions were often awkward and sharp, but Jiang Yunshu showed no sign of annoyance, remaining calm and serious as he listened to the opinions of the expert. "But it's not about ignoring everything," Qin Zhongnan said, "it's about reducing contact with Omegas while giving them a sense of security." As time passed, the fruit tea on the table was slowly consumed by Qin Zhongnan, who leaned back against his chair. "That's pretty much it, but after all, we are all alphas, so it's hard for us to truly empathize. How about getting some input from an Omega?" Jiang Yunshu, who had taken copious notes on several pages of his memo pad, looked up curiously. A proud look appeared on Qin Zhongnan's face. "My Omega is a psychology professor." "Let's hear it," Jiang Yunshu replied without hesitation. The moment the phone call connected, a voice barked, "Damn it, Qin Zhongnan, how many times are you going to call me today?" In a second, Qin Zhongnan pressed the hang-up button with a smiling face. "Sorry, there was a little mishap." When the call went through again, the person's attitude towards work seemed completely different. After hearing about Jiang Yunshu's situation, they directly asked, "Suppose someone has been teasing you in various ways, but one day, that person tells you, 'I've lost my memory.' What do you think?" Both alphas immediately thought the same thing. "He's probably teasing me with a new idea." Realization struck Jiang Yunshu like a splash of cold water. He suddenly looked up, catching sight of Qin Zhongnan smirking. "Thank you, baby. You should come home early tonight." A quiet atmosphere enveloped the psychological counseling room. Qin Zhongnan remained silent for a long while before Jiang Yunshu finally asked, "Can I hire your Omega to provide psychological treatment for my Omega?" Qin Zhongnan's expression betrayed a sense of anticipation, as if he'd expected this question, of course, but at a different price. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yunshu replied, "Fine, thank you for the trouble." "Not at all." Qin Zhongnan stood up and saw him to the door with a smile. "After all, my consultation fees aren't cheap either." "See you tomorrow, Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "See you tomorrow." Losing one's memory feels just like becoming another person. As Qin Zhongnan stood at the doorway twirling the chain of his glasses, he reflected carefully on Jiang Yunshu's tone and demeanor, then chuckled. "Interesting." When Jiang Yunshu returned to the ward, Bai Tang was still asleep, curled up on one side of the bed, looking restless. He almost instinctively reached out to place his fingertip beneath Bai Tang's nose to check if he was breathing. After consulting with the doctor, who mentioned Bai Tang's weak physical condition and low drug tolerance, Jiang Yunshu was assured that it wasn't a major issue. Sitting back in the companion chair, Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes and tried releasing pheromones, a technique he had just learned from Qin Zhongnan for an additional fee. Slowly, a refreshing scent filled the entire ward. He noticed Bai Tang's hand, which had been tightly clutching the blanket even while asleep, relaxed slightly. It worked. The pheromones really could soothe an Omega. Feeling more at ease, Jiang Yunshu used the pads of his fingers to gently smooth out Bai Tang's furrowed brows. Then, taking off his own coat and covering it over the blanket, he stepped out of the ward. He opened the Notes app on his phone, reading through each item to make sure he hadn't missed any key points. Good, now it was time to get busy. Not long after Jiang Yunshu left, Bai Tang woke up. Even before opening his eyes, he detected his alpha's pheromones, making him feel physically comfortable enough that he just wanted to stay nestled in the covers. However, a wave of nausea rose in his mind instantly, causing him to throw off the blanket and rush into the bathroom where he vomited repeatedly despite having an empty stomach. The coat draped over the blanket fell to the ground, its buttons clattering against the tiles with a clunk. The next second, Bai Tang staggered back out, desperately trying to suppress the rising sickness. Kneeling on the floor, head bowed, he stared intently at the grout lines on the tiles, whispering, "I'm sorry, master. It's not because of your pheromones that I'm throwing up, it's my body feeling unwell." But neither pain nor scolding came as he anticipated. Tensed and kneeling until his hands and feet turned icy cold, Bai Tang eventually dared to raise his gaze slightly, only to find the ward empty. Because of the lingering pheromones, Bai Tang had subconsciously assumed his alpha was still in the room. Now, in December, with no heating system in the south, wearing just a thin hospital gown, Bai Tang shivered violently. Despite crawling back into bed, he continued to shake uncontrollably from the cold. Possibly due to insufficient blood circulation, his body always struggled to warm up in winter. Even after waking up, his hands and feet would remain icy. At this point, the stillness was interrupted by a sudden and startling card swipe sound, followed by the door being pushed open. Reflexively, Bai Tang burrowed deeper under the blankets, eyes fixed warily on the doorway. A female nurse entered the room with a quilt in her arms. As a beta, she couldn't detect the high concentration of pheromones in the air. "Are you Bai Tang? Your alpha rented an extra blanket. Where should I put it?" Bai Tang blinked slowly, and stretched out his hand to take it. Thank you. The nurse placed a thermos box and a plastic bag on the bedside table. Your alpha sent these over as well, and he asked me to relay a message to you. Upon hearing this, Bai Tang obediently lowered his head, devoid of any spirit, like a servant waiting for commands from his cruel master. Would it be the sentence, behave yourself, don't cause me trouble, or else you'll suffer when you get home, or the one, if you don't listen, I'll leave you here, after all, being beaten up won't do much good? He said. The nurse recalled for a moment, then stated, don't be afraid, he'll come pick you up soon. Huh. Bai Tang thought he had heard wrong. After staring blankly for a while, he hesitantly raised his head, intending to confirm if the nurse had delivered the wrong message, but found that the nurse had already left. Staring at the extra quilt for a long time, Bai Tang sluggishly fiddled with the plastic bag. Inside was a brand new pair of fluffy slippers decorated with a dopey-looking bear stitched onto them. Bai Tang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Would Jiang Yunshu actually buy such slippers? Using his index finger, he gently poked the little bear's nose. After poking it for a bit, he inserted his hand into the slippers cautiously. Finding no sharp objects inside, he slipped them on, where the little bear rested perfectly above his pale and thin ankle. Jiang Yunshu had twisted the thermos box tightly shut, and Bai Tang strained every ounce of effort to finally open the lid. Instantly, a burst of food aroma filled the air: steamed pumpkin, baby cabbage with vermicelli, stir-fried tripe, along with a few small meatballs, filling the box completely. Bai Tang's stomach growled appropriately after being hungry for so long. With saliva pooling in his mouth, Bai Tang pushed the meatballs aside and began shoveling spoonfuls of food into his mouth, cheeks puffing out. At 7 a.m. the next morning, when Secretary Su saw Jiang Yunshu's figure in the company, he felt like he hadn't woken up properly yet. Secretary Su almost cried tears of joy. His year-end bonus might have a chance now. Mr. Jiang. Are you studying basic design? If there's anything you don't understand. He abruptly stopped mid-sentence because he noticed a stack of books piled high on the desk, and an alpha was flipping through a book called Graduate School Entrance Exam, Western Medicine Comprehensive, while diligently taking notes. Secretary Su stuttered in fright. Mr. Jiang. What are you doing? Without lifting his head, Jiang Yunshu's elegant cursive handwriting flowed effortlessly across the paper at a fast pace. I'm preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam. Secretary Su, ha. Ha. Oh, by the way, finally, Jiang Yunshu begrudgingly spared a bit of attention from his book. You should hire more designers with original styles recently, as I am going to retire from management. Secretary Su was dumbfounded, trembling fingers pointing accusingly, but Mr. Jiang, you. It's serious. Jiang Yunshu pulled out several stacks of papers and placed them in front of Secretary Su. Please let me off. Trembling, Secretary Su pinched the papers in his hand only to find them full of complete nonsense, twisted and wobbly lines, shapes tilting left and right, starting points never coinciding with ending points, creating an utterly messy result akin to how Su felt inside, extremely agitated. Jiang Yunshu arrived at the hospital near 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Before getting close, he spotted Qin Zhongnan's figure, with an omega standing beside him who was nearly a head shorter. Hey, Qin Zhongnan greeted with a smile, his silver chain swinging with his glasses. You're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is my partner, Zhou Chaoyu. Jiang Yunshu inclined his head slightly. Thank you for your help, sir. The Omega was wearing a tight-fitting light gray suit, short hair accentuating his delicate features even more. He didn't even spare a glance at the Alpha standing taller than him. With a cold snort, he muttered, Don't flatter yourself, I'm not helping you, I'm just helping Omegas in general. Wow, Chaoyu looks really cool. Qin Zhongnan squinted happily watching Zhou Chaoyu's retreating back. He cast a sidelong glance at the stunned Jiang Yunshu, ostensibly consoling but dripping with mockery in his tone. Don't mind him, my partner is an all-rights advocate. That he hasn't chopped off your John is lucky for you, Mr. Jiang. For readers unfamiliar with real-world limitations, I must clarify, in reality, undergraduates from non-medical majors cannot sit for medical graduate school exams. But in this fictional world, private settings apply. Chapter 14, Running Around Again. If Jiang Yunshu were still alive, he would remember Qin Zhongnan's face, since it was not common to see a flamboyant alpha always wearing fine chain gold wire glasses. It was probably at a gathering about a year ago. The elder daughter of Tianfeng Group, Alpha Qin Shibei, was on a business trip, and as the second son, Qin Zhongnan was forced to attend, thus meeting the currently popular genius designer. He swirled his glass of red wine, and his pitch-black eyes watched Jiang Yunshu smiling gracefully and confidently amidst the crowd. Qin Zhongnan heard people around him praising Jiang Yunshu's poised etiquette and exceptional abilities. Close by, a few Omegas exclaimed how Jiang Yunshu was also famously good to his wife, expressing envy for the Omega who married Jiang Yunshu. But Qin Zhongnan, being a psychologist, noticed the fleeting contempt and disgust that flashed in Jiang Yunshu's eyes each time he turned away. These were very subtle expressions, but back then, he thought it was just a matter of personality or arrogance, after all, an artist. Little did he know that halfway through the event, as soon as he stepped into the restroom, he heard the voice of the night's protagonist. It was markedly different from the cheerful and relaxed tone outside. Inside the stall, the voice was arrogant and full of malice, laced with many dirty and vulgar words. Shit, shove that broomstick further in. Pain. Push harder, did you skip lunch? Bitch, planning on me killing you when I get home? Qin Zhongnan frowned slightly, turned around, and left. Not long after the second half began, Jiang Yunsu came over to toast wine. Mr. Qin, I've heard much about you. You're indeed gifted. The voice had returned to normal. Qin Zhongnan curled the corner of his lips, disliking such hypocritical alphas more than anything, but before he could escape, the secretary beside him tugged him. He could only perfunctorily raise his wine glass. Oh. As expected, the next moment he saw Jiang Yunsu's temple twitch, a sign of disdain and dissatisfaction. But yesterday, I didn't detect even a trace of impatience, Qin Zhongnan said lying on Zhou Qiaoyu's thigh. To say it was an act, there wasn't even a crack for 2 whole hours. Even skilled soldiers trained in this couldn't pull it off. Moreover, yesterday's Jiang Yunsu had a different speaking habit compared to the previous 2 occasions. His speech throughout was plain and steady, evoking a feeling of seriousness and gentleness. The computer rested on Qin Zhongnan's chest while Zhou Qiaoyu, wearing a pair of glasses, was typing. His gratitude was heartfelt too. Qin Zhongnan played with Zhou Qiaoyu's wrist. Reformation. Zhou Qiaoyu pulled his hand away and said coolly, one's nature is hard to change. Qin Zhongnan once again caught the fine white wrist of the Omega and kissed it. Still, before losing his memory, Jiang Yunsu was diagnosed by doctors as brain dead, but miraculously recovered after half a month, stunning the medical world. Zhou Qiaoyu was not a doctor in this hospital, but Qin Zhongnan had told him about this incident. He furrowed his brow lightly. How could brain death recover? When a doctor declares a patient brain dead, it's akin to declaring their death. When a patient is announced brain dead, at least 2 experienced licensed doctors make the determination, and only if both agree can it be declared that the patient has reached brain death status, a very cautious process. Qin Zhongnan finally released the wrist, which had already been rubbed red, raising his eyebrows as he looked at Zhou Qiaoyu. At the time, the hospital's explanation was that the doctors made an error, otherwise it couldn't be explained. Zhou Qiaoyu paused his typing, looking thoughtfully back into Qin Zhongnan's eyes. Beidong stayed 4 days in the hospital, and every afternoon at 3 o'clock, Zhou Qiaoyu would appear on time to conduct psychological counseling for Beidong. Beidong likes small animals, you could try letting him interact with them. All of Zhou Qiaoyu's attention was on Jiang Yunshu's facial expression, though he fears you might kill them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu instantly frowned seriously. I won't. Zhou Qiaoyu imperceptibly retrieved his gaze and ambiguously replied, hopefully. I'm just here to assist. The key for Beidong to overcome his fear lies with you. Thank you. Jiang Yunshu said. This time, Zhou Qiaoyu didn't even bother saying, I'm just helping Omegas, but directly walked away. After all, as an O-rights advocate, speaking a few words to alphas like Jiang Yunsu was already pushing the limits. But unexpectedly, halfway through his walk, Zhou Qiaoyu stopped, suddenly shouting, Jiang Yunsu. Jiang Yunshu turned around without hesitation. Professor Zhou, is there anything else? Due to their names being extremely similar, he usually responded automatically upon hearing the first 2 syllables, saving the time needed to adapt to others calling his name. No, Zhou Qiaoyu expressed no emotion on his face, nothing. Jiang Yunshu watched Zhou Qiaoyu's departing back, having an instant feeling of being seen through. Indeed, he still disliked dealing with psychologists, whether now or in the past. There was a transparent little window on the ward door, which facilitated the doctors to observe the patient's conditions. Jiang Yunshu saw Bai Tang, who had just met with Zhou Qiaoyu, appeared to be in a good mood. He was sitting on the bed looking at the scenery outside the window, his 2 slim and straight little legs hanging down, gently swaying. Bai Tang didn't have much happy time, so Jiang Yunshu's hand that wanted to knock on the door stopped, then he sat on the chair next to it and took out the Radiation Oncology book. It has been 7 years since his postgraduate entrance exam preparation. Even though he had a lot of clinical experience and was very proficient in practical operations, all theoretical knowledge had to be picked up again. The concepts must be recited word for word. At the age of 30, the second thing he did every morning was actually running to the balcony to wake up his brain while reciting 50 English words. But fortunately, recitation, for Jiang Yunshu, was the easiest and least mentally taxing task. Moreover, if he wanted to resume his previous career as quickly as possible, then he must pass the top medical school ranked first in Star 2, and graduate ahead of schedule. Bai Tang's attention was caught by a butterfly outside the window. Suddenly, there came a sound from the bedside table. On the second day of hospitalization, Jiang Yunsu bought him a mobile phone, but naturally Bai Tang didn't dare to accept it. But the alpha said, it's fine, let's just put it here, remember to charge it every night. Bai Tang opened it and found a video sent by Zhou Qiaoyu showing their home cat. The orange and white kitten stretched out its soft paws trying to reach the teaser stick tormenting it. Cute. Bai Tang typed the message and sent it. Soon, Zhou Qiaoyu replied, its name is Jiao Jiao. Bai Tang couldn't help opening the video again. Although the name was strange, how cute. He didn't know how long he watched it, even clearly seeing a tiny black mark on Jiao Jiao's left paw. Knock knock. Suddenly a knocking sound was heard. Staring at the screen intently, Bai Tang got a full-body shake, hastily stuffing the mobile phone under the blanket, almost falling off the bed, his heart pounding loudly enough for him to hear. Bai Tang, it's me. Jiang Yunshu used the ID card to open the door, noticing the flustered and nervous expression on Bai Tang's face, assuming he scared him again. Don't be afraid, I'll just stand here and talk. Mister. How could Bai Tang allow the alpha to stand at the door? He immediately jumped down and ran towards the door, whispering, please come in, sorry. He hadn't seen Jiang Yunsu for 4 days. Every dinner and a clothes full of pheromones were only brought in by the nurse for help. Of course, Bai Tang didn't think the food was made by the alpha, because besides the fact that Jiang Yunsu would never waste time cooking for him, it tasted completely different, too bland. Before his words were finished, Jiang Yunshu decisively stepped forward, picked up Bai Tang in one move, and scolded, your foot isn't fully healed yet, don't run around. Bai Tang's nose bumped into the alpha's hard chest. After Jiang Yunshu placed him back on the bed, he watched as the alpha lifted his ankle to check if the wound had split. Then I will stay here and talk. Jiang Yunshu retreated to the front of the bathroom door, pulled out a small red booklet from the briefcase and handed it to Bai Tang. Look. Bai Tang looked at the floor, lost, not sure whether to take it or not. It's yours. Jiang Yunshu pushed it forward again, speaking gently, open it and see. Bai Tang accepted it, flipped it open, and upon seeing the first line of text, his pupils shrank and froze. A bird of unknown species flew by the window, picking up a branch. Donation certificate, Mr. Bai Tang, thank you for donating 170,000 to our institution. Bai Tang read out unbelievably, murmuring, sincerely thank you, Feng Chi Omega College. Chapter 15, I will take responsibility for you. Feng Chi Omega College was Bai Tang's alma mater. In a world dominated by alphas, they naturally wanted to instill a slave-like mentality in omegas from a young age. The concept of equality preached by the teachers was distorted into the belief that omegas were inherently dependent on alphas. There were no sports courses, instead, they replaced these with housekeeping lessons that taught omegas how to be virtuous and more pleasing to alphas. As a result, many married omegas who suffered domestic violence would only think that their husbands were right in hitting them because they themselves must have done something wrong. It was taken as a given that alphas disciplined omegas. But Feng Chi Omega College was the only school in the second district that had not yet been tainted. 90% of the accomplished omegas in society graduated from this institution, such as Zhou Chaoyu. The omegas at the school studied content similar to, or even more than, alphas. Every week there was an ideological class where nothing was preached, and no teacher lectured. Instead, over 300 omegas would sit quietly in the hall watching one real-life incident after another projected onto the screen, the treatment of omegas in society. These were incidents painstakingly collected by their principal from news articles, magazines, and newspapers. For example, #Omega scratches alpha's car and gets slapped in public #. Yet, in the video, it was clear that the alpha had suddenly opened the car door, knocking down the omega. Another example, #Alpha abuses omega wife to death, sentenced to 1 year and 3 months #. Suspended sentence for 2 years. The auditorium was quiet, only the sound of the projector running. The students watched silently at the blood-covered faces on the screen. There were 2 main reactions. Some, like Zhou Chaoyu, gritted their teeth in anger, fists clenched so tightly that their palms bled. Others, like Beidong, cried tears of helplessness and rage. A small auditorium filled with unrelenting hatred. Suddenly, someone shouted with all their might, you all need to work hard. The principal stood behind the podium with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the fierce students below. His deep and powerful voice reverberated through the entire hall, dismissed. The principal of Feng Chi Omega College was an alpha. His partner was once his teacher, an exceptional omega who had taught him about respect and love. 10 years ago, this omega had committed suicide after being raped by other alphas, leaving the principal a widower for life. However, starting from the previous class before Zhou Chaoyu, pressures had been gradually applied from above. After all, the dictatorial alphas couldn't tolerate even a hint of disobedience. Initially founded as a private school by the principal and his partner, the tuition wasn't high, and some impoverished students were granted full scholarships. But every aspect of running the school, operation, facilities replacement, and teacher salaries, all required money. Over the years, the principal had become completely destitute and exhausted. Even though every graduating class spontaneously pooled resources and donated funds, it was barely enough to sustain. Until now, Feng Chi Omega Academy had its land reduced to 1/3 of its original size. With fewer than 200 students and only 6 teachers left. Bai Tang's hand holding the certificate was shaking. These 170,000 units meant snow in midwinter for his alma mater. This is the money from selling that blue gemstone, Jiang Yunshu explained. Bai Tang gently touched the seal of the school emblem on the certificate, silent for a long moment. Then he softly asked, Sir, are you really suffering from amnesia? A fully conscious Jiang Yunshu absolutely wouldn't do something like this. Losing tens of thousands of yuan in stock trading had earned him a severe beating. A person so obsessed with wealth could never possibly donate 170,000 yuan, let alone donate it to Feng Chi, since Jiang Yunshu was among those alphas supporting its abolition. If this act was merely a way to torment him, then it made even less sense. In Jiang Yunsu's mind, he didn't deserve such consideration. Yes, Jiang Yunshu replied as Zhou Chaoyu had predicted. Beidong thought he hadn't lost his memory. He said seriously, I truly have amnesia. I don't remember anything from the past. After waking up and finding out what I did to you, I feel both angry and sorry. So, I won't be mean to you anymore, ever. Beidong listened quietly. He suddenly noticed that the tone of the alpha's speech had changed. Although it was the same voice, the pace and pitch were within a comfortable range. This lengthy statement strangely imparted a convincing quality. Beidong was almost about to believe it. If he hadn't heard that phrase. Thank you, mister, he lowered his eyelashes, but even if he had lost his memory, his nature wouldn't change. Moreover, there was so much time, sooner or later, the memories would come back. And on that day, it would be the end of him. When the doctor was diagnosing, he was standing nearby. The doctor looked at the CT scan of the brain in his hand and said, it could be a short-term amnesia, maybe the memories will return soon, or perhaps they won't come back forever. He still couldn't relax. Baitong's complexion turned ashen. Then I'll leave first. Jiang Yunshu placed a suit coat full of pheromone scents on the hospital bed. I'll pick you up tomorrow to go home. Beidong lowered his head, obediently replying. Thank you, mister. After Jiang Yunshu left, Beidong remained in deep thought for a long time until the sky almost turned dark. He opened the donation certificate again, reading it over and over. Completely unwilling to put it down, his phone rang suddenly. Fearing it might be a message from Jiang Yunsu, he hurriedly took it out. Zhou Chaoyu, I saw on the school website the announcement of your 170,000 unit thank you note, what's going on? Beidong slowly typed, Jiang Yunsu donated under my name. He seems to have really lost his memory. The reason why Zhou Chaoyu could become close with Beidong in just 5 days was because Beidong had an impression of Zhou Chaoyu as an outstanding senior during his school days. On the 3rd day of psychological counseling, when Zhou Chaoyu learned that Beidong was a student of Feng Chi Omega College, he was very surprised. Then how did you? Because I'm an Omega, Beidong said this while quietly gazing out of the window, his excessively long eyelashes melancholically flitted. On the day of differentiation, my parents abandoned me. My grandmother took me in and applied for my enrollment at Feng Chi, but before I graduated, she passed away. There was no need for Beidong to continue. Zhou Chaoyu understood well. A homeless, propertyless Omega had an almost zero survival rate in society. His current status entirely owed to his family's protection and support. Beidong glanced at the single character, Zhou Chaoyu replied with, then locked the screen of his phone and returned it to the cabinet, slowly lying down on the hospital bed and curling up. The blanket covered his emaciated body as tears silently flowed down, choking slightly. Clearly, my political education scores were the best in class. The next day, Zhou Chaoyu appeared in the ward as punctual as ever. However, he found that Baitong's mood was much lower and more negative compared to yesterday. After finishing, he briefly informed Jiang Yunshu who was waiting outside the door of the situation and then left. Jiang Yunshu nodded slightly to show gratitude. He tapped on the open door, Beidong, don't get out of bed, let me carry you. Beidong had already packed all his things into a small travel bag. Just as his toes were about to touch the ground, hearing Jiang Yunshu's words, he drew them back. He sat anxiously on the hospital bed, twisting the innocent bedsheets with both hands. Come. Jiang Yunshu had Beidong sit on his right arm, picking up the travel bag with his left, hold on tight. Beidong, small and fragile, leaned against the alpha's body, looking like a child. Although indeed holding Jiang Yunshu's neck, his grip was tense, merely touching, his entire body stiff. They had agreed the previous day to do a comprehensive health checkup before going home. Throughout the process, Beidong was exceptionally quiet and cooperative, doing whatever was required without question. The doctor at the gland department was an Omega and showed no kindness towards alphas who violated alpha morals. How can you permanently mark your Omega when their glands haven't even developed properly? Do you know how painful that is? The concept of permanent marking flashed across Jiang Yunshu's mind. Permanent marking had been done already? Well, the original owner was a despicable person, no surprise there. With his eyes closed, Beidong only saw a large patch of crimson. He saw himself fainting after being forcibly marked. Not annoyed by being given a sideways glance, Jiang Yunshu asked, Doctor, may I ask why the development is abnormal? What do you think? The doctor sarcastically replied, pointing to the various scars on Baitong's neck, violent damage, incorrect marking, or congenital issues, judging by the appearance, probably the first two. Detailed reasons and specific treatment plans require specialized gland examination. It was also the first time Jiang Yunshu saw Baitong's neck skin. After remaining silent for a long moment, he asked, is there any reservation available for a gland test today? No, the doctor replied unhappily, next few days. He held Beidong as he walked out of the gland department office door, saying, sorry, but don't be afraid, I'll take responsibility for you. Beidong couldn't see his expression, otherwise, he would definitely be startled. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu's face was devoid of any expression, his eyes cold, obviously angry. Chapter 16, Dog. Because Zhouwen had bone cancer, Jiang Yunshu specially booked a full-body bone examination for Baitang. Mr. Jiang, your Omega must have been abused. The doctor held up several X-ray films and pointed out a few areas to Jiang Yunshu. There's no sign of cancerous changes, but the patient has several bones that were broken and then healed again. There are also bone cracks, and the most severe case is in the left wrist bone, which will hurt in cold weather. Perhaps it was Jiang Yunshu's protective stance when he carried Bai Tang into the room, or his elegant speech and demeanor that gave the doctor a good impression, leading him to instinctively believe that Jiang Yunshu wouldn't be the one who abused Bai Tang. In any case, Jiang Yunshu's expression became even grimmer as he left the hospital, and even Bai Tang sitting in the passenger seat could feel the low pressure, cautiously refraining from moving recklessly. "I'm sorry," Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath, rubbed his stiff face. "I scared you." "Not at all." "Mr." Bai Tang shook his head with pursed lips. One thing was certain now, Jiang Yunshu had lost his memory. During this period of amnesia, he probably wouldn't hit him anymore. But when would his memory come back? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? A week later? It could happen any time. Thinking about Jiang Yunshu's personality, the moment he regained his memory, he would definitely stop pretending and immediately explode in anger, dealing with him because he caused him to lose 170,000 yuan and other costs related to the checkups. As scenes of Jiang Yunshu's past tactics flashed before his eyes, Bai Tang looked at his own reflection on the car window, pale as death without a trace of blood color. "We're here." Jiang Yunshu did not drive the car into the garage but stopped in front of the villa entrance. "Let me carry you." Bai Tang slightly tilted his head, looking through the car window with dim eyes at the place where he had lived for more than 3 years. He didn't want to go in. He didn't want to, he hated it here. Jiang Yunshu opened the passenger door and gently picked up Bai Tang. After entering the password lock, he stepped onto the lush grass and asked, "Bai Tang, do you fear dogs?" Bai Tang paused, lost in thought, and didn't quite catch what was said. Jiang Yunshu mentioned something about dogs. Dazed, he blinked, wanting to respond when suddenly a string of soft puppy barks came closer and closer. Bai Tang trembled all over, incredulously turning around. To his astonishment, a black bundle was running towards him, its large ears drooping and flapping in the wind. "Dog!" Bai Tang whispered softly, his eyes lighting up instantly. Judging by his reaction, Jiang Yunshu sighed with relief and placed Bai Tang gently on the ground. The little black ball immediately wagged its tail around its owner, jumping up, grabbing its pants with its paws, standing up, and trying to paw at the bandage on the foot. "You can't do that." Jiang Yunshu grabbed the dog's front limbs and lifted it up. "The owner is injured, don't touch the foot." The little black bundle let out a woof, its black eyes bright. All of Bai Tang's attention was on the puppy, forgetting everything around him. His hands instinctively curled up like dog paws in front of his chest, staring intently at the furry creature. Maybe due to Bai Tang's intense gaze, Jiang Yunshu cooperatively put the dog into Bai Tang's arms. The sun bathed the grassy patch in a gentle warmth, and a faint fragrance of grass lingered around the nose. The light halo rested on Jiang Yunshu's sharp profile as he quietly gazed into the distance. Bai Tang sat on the grass, slowly caressing the dog's fur as if it were a treasure, his expression filled with surprise that Jiang Yunshu had never seen before. After listening to Zhou Chaoyu's suggestion yesterday, Jiang Yunshu went to the nearest pet market without hesitation. He wanted a large dog that could give Bai Tang security, protect him, and heal him, one that was not only gentle and obedient but also had some offensive capabilities. Of course, he couldn't completely leave the responsibility on Bai Tang, since with his small frame, he might end up being walked by the dog rather than walking it. So, in the end, he returned with a little black dog. If using the original breed terminology, it should be called a German Shepherd, a breed known as one of the most loyal and protective. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the time. It was getting dark. He stood up and said, "Bai Tang, let's go." Instinctively, Bai Tang hugged the dog tightly in his arms, watching the alpha warily. He had been entirely captivated by the dog earlier, but this interruption made him realize belatedly that this dog belonged to Jiang Yunshu. "Sorry, mister." Bai Tang slowly loosened his grip on the German Shepherd's round rear, pushing it forward slightly. The young German Shepherd thought they were playing, licking its owner's slender fingers with its tongue. Jiang Yunshu understood Bai Tang's actions right away. He said, "Bai Tang, this is a dog we'll raise together." In fact, he originally really wanted to say, "This is your dog," but Zhou Chaoyu, the psychology professor, saw right through him. If you plan to let Bai Tang interact with small animals, don't tell Bai Tang it's his. That would put him in a constant state of anxiety, because in his mind, anything that belongs solely to him will be taken away. Bai Tang appeared hesitant. Together? Would Jiang Yunshu not harm his little dog then? Jiang Yunshu confirmed and squatted down, "But it likes you more, so it will protect you." "Look." Bai Tang didn't understand what this meant. All he saw was Jiang Yunshu raising his hand as if he were about to strike. His pupils shrank instantly. Startled, he whimpered softly, reflexively closing his eyes and shaking as he curled himself into a ball. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, there was an unexpected, cute-sounding growl of "Ayo," followed by Jiang Yunshu's unemotional "Ah." Bai Tang trembled for a moment before tentatively opening one eye, only to see something that scared him out of his wits. The puppy was snorting while biting down on the alpha's left hand, refusing to let go, while the alpha furrowed his eyebrows, seemingly pained. "Mister." Bai Tang panicked, picking up the puppy and retreating step after step, grass sticking all over him. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but feel amused. While verbally calling out to him, he actually had his arms around another dog. He had acted so strenuously, every muscle on his face forcing the expression, pinching the poor German shepherd several times before successfully making it bite him. Jiang Yunshu wiped his saliva-covered hands with a tissue and explained, I wasn't really going to hit you. I was just demonstrating, it's protecting you. Startled, Bai Tang looked down at the furry black bundle chewing on his clothes in his lap, unable to resist touching its fluffy head. Little German shepherd. Tilting head.jpg. Still unable to bear the sticky sensation in his hands, Jiang Yunshu went to wash them under the faucet in the small yard. The reason he had staged such a performance was to reassure Bai Tang, when hurt, this tiny puppy would risk its life to protect him, no matter who the abuser was. Let's go, said Jiang Yunshu after wiping his clean hands dry, it's getting dark. Do you want to hold the puppy? Bai Tang didn't know where they were going, but he dared not ask, quietly sitting in the passenger seat holding the German shepherd tightly. As he watched the dark window, his unease grew in the face of their unknown destination, leading him to cling even tighter to the warm creature in his arms. You can give it a name. After driving for about 10 minutes, Jiang Yunshu broke the silence with a topic, it's a boy. No. No, you choose it, thank you, Mr. Bai Tang curled closer to the car door, clutching the German shepherd's paws nervously. His hands and feet felt cold, flashes from passing streetlights revealing a face glistening with sweat. Jiang Yunshu finally noticed something was wrong. Bai Tang, what's wrong? Perhaps Bai Tang squeezed too hard, hurting the German shepherd, which began to whimper softly. Bai Tang noticed how desolate the landscape outside the window was becoming. Fear that had been accumulating burst forth in his mind like drowning water engulfing all thought. Trembling, he asked, Sir. Have you recovered your memory? Not yet, Jiang Yunshu replied, puzzled, I can't remember. Why? Well, where are we going now? I'm sorry, sir, please don't leave me behind. Bai Tang's voice quivered with crying tones. Jiang Yunshu paused momentarily, muttering a curse under his breath, quickly stopping the car on the side of the road and turning on the car's interior lights. The space was suddenly filled with soft yellow light. He said, we're moving. Didn't I tell you? Chapter 17, Stop Being Nauseating. The brightness of the laptop screen was adjusted to 37%, with pages filled with a mix of information that made Jiang Yunshu's eyes dizzy. Lifting his pen, he ticked off the last item on the checklist and turned his head to glance at the clock on the wall, 5:02 a.m. His eyes, heavy with fatigue, began throbbing with discomfort. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed deeply, muttering to himself, tomorrow, I have to go pick Bai Tang up. These past 5 days had been incredibly hectic for him. He'd been so swamped with work that he was getting less than 5 hours of sleep each day. There were too many things that needed completion within the time limit, obtaining certificates, publishing house sale information, negotiating prices with buyers, establishing contracts, moving house, among others. Before middle school, his father would create daily schedules for him, failure to follow them was punished without mercy. After high school, this responsibility shifted from his father to himself. Jiang Yunshu carried a notebook around wherever he went, its pages packed with detailed daily schedules. The items listed there had to be completed by the end of each day until he fell asleep. In the previous world, he had already gone through 32 notebooks. It could be the influence of his upbringing, or maybe it was just his natural disposition of discipline, but over the years, he had pushed himself to an almost pathological level. Without pressure, he felt empty and anxious instead. He couldn't leave Bai Tang alone in the hospital for too long, nor could he wait until after Bai Tang returned to continue his plans. He had to settle everything, make all the arrangements so as to provide a stable recuperation environment for Bai Tang. It was imperative. For someone as meticulous as him, moving was such a major event that he surely should have informed Bai Tang immediately, but it seemed he'd messed up right from day one. Sighing deeply, Jiang Yunshu thought, perhaps one really can't avoid aging, it wasn't like when he used to retain everything perfectly while studying. Now, even if he crammed English words before sleeping, half of them would disappear by morning. I sold our old house, Jiang Yunshu tried to keep his tone gentle in an attempt to soothe Bai Tang, we moved. We're going to the new place now, about 10 more minutes. Don't be afraid. The little German shepherd curled up with its short legs tucked under Bai Tang's trembling embrace. It seemed to sense its master's fear, draping a warm paw onto his arm, nosing him gently while tilting its head to emit a soft "Ao-woo." Bai Tang instinctively clutched the furry ball closer. Jiang Yunshu's temples throbbed painfully, veins pulsating sharply. Wearily, he rubbed his temples, I actually forgot to tell you. I'm sorry, my mistake. This won't happen again. Bai Tang slightly tilted his face, observing Jiang Yunshu carefully out of the corner of his eye. He had already noticed how poor the alpha's condition had become, red bloodshot eyes and a slightly blue-tinted complexion. He looked completely exhausted. Ah, right, Jiang Yunshu suddenly remembered something, taking out his phone and opening the photo album, look, here are the pictures I took yesterday of the new home. They were taken during the day. That's where we're heading now. With most of his face buried into the little dog, Bai Tang only revealed his moon-shaped beautiful eyes. Quietly, he observed the photos displayed on the phone. Because of the tight schedule, I only managed to take a few shots, Jiang Yunshu gave a light laugh, let's go check it out in person, shall we? We'll be there soon. After some time, Bai Tang gradually calmed down, nodding subtly. So let's get going. Jiang Yunshu remained patient throughout the process. He glanced forward and released the handbrake casually, initiating a conversation. What name do you want for the dog? Let Mr. decide, Bai Tang replied in a muffled tone. I'm not very good at picking names. If it's me, Jiang Yunshu appeared thoughtful for a moment, I might call it Shang'an. The atmosphere seemed a bit relaxed. Bai Tang blinked innocently, starting to speak unconsciously, why, but quickly realized and stopped himself. Jiang Yunshu paid no attention, stating seriously, because I plan to take the postgraduate entrance exam. Jiang Yunshu wants to take the postgraduate exam. Bai Tang fell silent, puzzled. How could someone nearly 30 years old suddenly wake up with a purpose? If he wanted to sit for the test, he could only prepare for next December's exam since it is already December. Despite having a lot of questions, Bai Tang kept quiet. Their relationship hadn't improved enough yet for him to inquire about personal matters of the Alpha. Did I also forget to mention this? Jiang Yunshu continued speaking, I plan to prepare for next year's graduate school entrance examination. I don't intend to manage the company personally anymore, but don't worry, my income will still be very good. Bai Tang was rather surprised that Alpha would initiate talking about such things to him. This was the first time. Lowering his eyelashes, he concealed the emotions hidden beneath. Graduate studies, further education, how wonderful. Jiang Yunshu wouldn't let himself study, otherwise he would definitely have passed the college entrance exam. He used to be so stupid back then. The next moment, Jiang Yunshu said gently, Bai Tang, would you like to go to school too? If he remembered correctly, Bai Tang was now 21, and he got married to the former host when he was only 18, having just graduated from high school. Bai Tang felt as if there was a problem with his ears. He suddenly turned his head, eyes wide open in shock. Really? The word slipped out before Bai Tang abruptly froze. It was as if a heavy iron hammer had smashed into his head, leaving him blank for a moment. Breaking out in cold sweat on his back, he panicked, I'm sorry, mister. I shouldn't talk nonsense. I don't want to. Was he crazy? Bai Tang bit down hard on his lip, actually taking seriously what the forgetful Jiang Yunshu said. Did he not think his life was hard enough? Just that sentence alone could make the recovered Jiang Yunshu furious. It's fine, as expected, it was still impossible to make Bai Tang trust him right now. Jiang Yunshu turned the steering wheel left, driving into a high-end villa district, saying, can you roll down your window later so the security guard can recognize your face? Sure. Bai Tang said softly. As the tinted car window came down, more light slowly illuminated Bai Tang's face. He sat uncomfortably in the passenger seat, only daring to stare at his feet. With the background sound of the security guard greeting them, he heard Alpha's voice speaking beside him clearly and firmly, hello, this is my partner, also the homeowner of Unit 3201, and this dog is our pet we raised together. Partner? This was the first time Bai Tang heard Jiang Yunshu call him that way. No, this was the first time Jiang Yunshu introduced his existence to others. Bai Tang hesitated momentarily but quickly stabilized his mind. Don't take it seriously, Bai Tang warned himself inwardly. Jiang Yunshu has always been smooth-talking, a loss of memory doesn't change one's nature. We're here. Jiang Yunshu parked the car in the garage, opened the passenger door, and extended his hand to Bai Tang, saying, come on, let's go home. Bai Tang quietly observed the new house. The garden in front of the villa was bigger than before. Unchanged was that large patch of grass, yet the space was empty except for the grass. In the future, if Bai Tang has free time, he can plant whatever plants he likes here. He can also buy outdoor equipment, such as swings or slides, or even dog training tools, all of which can be placed in the garden. We can even renovate it, lay a gravel path, dig a small pond for fish. Jiang Yunshu patiently narrated the possible activities they could do, smiling faintly. Later, Bai Tang and I will do these things together. How does that sound? Qin Zhongnan said that Bai Tang should be encouraged to interact more with nature, to do some relaxing yet focused activities, re-establishing his interests and hobbies. This would help avoid excessive overthinking and falling into feelings of despair. Imagination was indeed a very magical thing. Although Alpha wasn't good at storytelling, and his descriptions were rather plain, all those beautiful scenes instantly appeared in Bai Tang's mind, giving him an anticipation for his future life. Bai Tang pressed his lips together lightly, talking as though everything could be truly realized. Don't be so disgusting. He quietly stayed in Jiang Yunshu's arms, muttering softly, all right. Thank you, mister. Chapter 18, Pretending to be such a gentleman. The interior of the house was very simple, with gray and white as the main colors. Everything was kept like a new house, no area specially designed. Half of the second floor's area was an open-air balcony, where there stood a large beach umbrella and several recliners. In this home, which looked like a blank sheet of paper, the only prominent feature was green, light green, leek green, forest green, dark green, ink green. Different shades of green interwove, giving people a sense of vitality and hope. At a glance, it was all plants. Bai Tang's foot had improved a lot, walking on his heels basically didn't hurt anymore. He held little Demu, observing the new environment cautiously. He saw that between the kitchen and the living room, there was a large plant wall connecting the ceiling and the floor. On closer inspection, he realized this wall was actually a hollow rack covered in ivy, some emerald green roots curling out, hanging outside. Beidong looked around anxiously, catching sight of Alpha in the kitchen from the corner of his eye, and quickly pulled those thin stems back onto the rack. Jiang Yunshu had his hands washing rice but his eyes were carefully observing Beidong's situation. Since just now, Beidong had been standing before that wall of ivy, looking nervous and furtive about something. He patiently waited for quite some time until finally seeing Beidong gently lift his hand to put some ivy strays back on the rack. One particularly uncooperative root kept falling down after being placed back, making Beidong at a loss, his eyes twitching and his fingers twisting. He looked over repeatedly in Jiang Yunshu's direction. Jiang Yunshu immediately withdrew his gaze, pretending not to know anything, and continued stirring the rice water he had been washing for more than 10 minutes, yet his lips slightly curled upward, like the kind smile of an old father, filled with the accomplishment of a pet cat he'd raised for a long time finally daring to stretch out a paw to test the outside world. Seeing Beidong moving from one side to the other, at a distance from the kitchen, he spoke, "Beidong, there are 2 bedrooms upstairs, which one do you like?" Without hesitation, Beidong timidly replied. "Mister, you choose first." So Jiang Yunshu said, "Then I'll take the one on the left." The one on the right faced the sun, with better light. He glanced casually at the ivy wall and noticed that the mischievous little tendril had been wrapped around the rack multiple times. Beidong instinctively said, "All right. Thank you, mister." Only then did he belatedly realize something wasn't right. He wasn't allowed to sleep in a bed, let alone have a room of his own. Yet the options given by Alpha could easily trap him, and what had just happened was a typical example. But since he'd already agreed, while Beidong was still debating whether to bring up the matter, he heard Alpha say, "Beidong, quickly think of a name for the dog. I don't feel like using my brain, it hurts." This sentence was clever. "Since I don't want to do it, I'll pass the task to you," instantly reversing the active-passive relationship. Sure enough, Beidong showed hesitation. He truly wanted to name the dog. Every night when sleeping, he was fantasizing about naming his potential pet if he ever had one. And indeed, he'd already thought of the perfect name. So, hesitantly, he asked, "Mister, can we call it Haydn?" Of course, Jiang Yunshu smiled faintly, affirming, "It's a very nice name." Beidong didn't expect Alpha to be so agreeable. He froze for a moment, then his face lit up with surprise, coloring his pale cheeks with joy. He lowered his head and softly called the small demu rubbing against his chest, "Hatai." "This is your name, Hatai, little Hatai." Jiang Yunshu made a few dishes with existing ingredients, and Beidong carried 2 bowls of rice, following Alpha. When he saw the dining table, he suddenly paused, then seemed confused, glancing around. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yunshu naturally took the bowl from Beidong, understanding that he should be searching for a replacement to a small table. Beidong's eyes locked onto a small speaker on the ground. Jiang Yunshu doubted, "That won't fit both of us." Beidong looked uneasy, his gaze wandering to a flower pot rack. Jiang Yunshu appeared resistant, too dirty. In short, wherever Beidong wanted to go, Jiang Yunshu would follow, eventually forcing Beidong firmly to take the first step, sitting at the dining table to eat. After dinner, Jiang Yunshu showered and went to bed. An alarm kept ringing in his mind, reminding him of how in the previous world, he died due to excessive fatigue leading to a cerebral vascular rupture. At this moment, he finally felt a bit of fear, not for dying again himself, but for the possibility that without his protection, Beidong would suffer. The next morning, Secretary Su came to the company and found his boss sitting properly, reading tumor-related research for an unknown duration. Secretary Su had long since become numb. "Good morning, President Jiang." Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Good." Just as Secretary Su was about to do other things, he suddenly sniffed and asked in confusion, "President Jiang, did you smell something strange?" "It's a fishy smell." Jiang Yunshu looked perfectly serious, "No. No. The smell is quite strong." Secretary Su sniffed left and right, "It's a bit like the smell of the market." "No." Jiang Yunshu's expression was serious, wanting only to dismiss him, "Go back to work." Secretary Su walked away, full of bewilderment. Jiang Yunshu immediately let out a sigh of relief. He put the neatly cut pork filled with stitches hidden under the desk back into the fridge, opened the window, and sprayed some air freshener everywhere. In fact, every morning he would go to the market to buy 3 or 4 pounds of pork, then put it in several layers of plastic bags and bring it to the office for surgery. If he didn't keep practicing, not only would his sense of touch get worse, but his hands would also become unstable. Besides, after using the pork, he could still take it home to cook. Wasn't that marvelous? Just didn't expect Secretary Su to arrive early today. Jiang Yunshu had just finished cleaning up, hadn't even had time to ventilate and dissipate the smell. Fortunately, he hadn't been seen, otherwise, Secretary Su's face would definitely show, "Shocked, the esteemed president actually cuts pigs in the office, stunned my mother, how can you have such a fetish?" expressions. While highlighting key points, Jiang Yunshu wondered if Beidong had slept in bed, if he'd woken up, if he'd eaten breakfast. At that moment, his phone rang. He took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. He answered, "Hello, you. President Jiang, how come you were discharged without telling us, good brothers?" The other side said, "Without President Jiang, we don't have fun. How about tonight, one more game?" Good brothers? Were they friends of the original host? Jiang Yunshu slightly frowned and said, "Okay, you. All right." The other side was very excited. "I'll send you the address to your phone." See you at 8 o'clock tonight. Jiang Yunshu watched the call disconnected with a feeling of confusion. Was this person unable to hear anything after the word you? He then made a call, informing Bai Tang that he would be returning home late tonight. A housekeeping auntie would come over to cook for him. It was still the same beta auntie from before. He told Bai Tang not to be afraid. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yunshu arrived on time, in an unknown place filled with neon lights and red wine. The music was deafening, and the handsome, scantily clad boys on stage were twisting their waists in dance. The people below were screaming and partying wildly. He passed through the crowd without any expression on his face, guided by someone to the front of a private room. Jiang Yunshu had already decided to leave, fully aware of the responsibility of having a family and not coming to places like this. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the door opened, and an alpha, disheveled, leaned on his shoulder teasingly, saying, "President Jiang has arrived, why not come inside? Everyone's here, waiting for you." Jiang Yunshu discreetly shook off the hand on his shoulder and kept his distance from the alpha. The smile on the alpha's face froze for a moment before hooking Jiang Yunshu's neck again, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong? So distant after being apart for some time?" "Alright, let's play first. Once started, you'll be hooked." Jiang Yunshu's nose was full of a heavy cigarette smell, making him somewhat uncomfortable, yet he barely resisted the urge to vomit at the sight behind the door. A pale, frail young man, completely naked, was being held down by a few tall, muscular alphas. His mouth was stretched open as far as it could go, his legs pulled apart as wide as possible. Tears mixed with saliva ran down his face, and there were a few drops of bright red blood on the ground. "There's only one Omega tonight. President Jiang shouldn't mind if we go first, right?" The alpha's face wore a mocking grin, pointing to the other side of the room. "There are a few betas over there too, all fitting President Jiang's taste. Pick one." Jiang Yunshu felt extreme nausea, looking extremely upset. He violently shrugged off the alpha's hand, turned to walk out, his voice extremely cold. "I beg to decline." After being repeatedly dismissed by that alpha, his temper finally erupted. He let out a cold snort, mocking, "Are you pretending to be so upright, President Jiang? After sleeping with so many others, wasn't it always you who got the wildest when playing?" Chapter 19, The Verdict is Set. Jiang Yunshu went to the hospital for a checkup as soon as he left, and paid extra to expedite the results. The hospital at night was still packed with people. He sat on a medical chair, his hands clenched into fists against his forehead, waiting in a state of mixed emotions for half an hour. When he received the test report, he didn't dare to open it immediately, glancing at the line, name, Jiang Yunshu, many times. If following the normal procedure, upon initial detection of HIV antibodies being positive, the result on the report would read, pending re-examination, after which the blood would be sent to the local city level or higher disease prevention and control center for retesting using another method. If still positive, an AIDS confirmation report would be issued to the individual. He had no sentimental thoughts, all he could think about was that if he were confirmed, then what about Beidong? He cursed silently inside, suddenly unfolding the report. His pupils dilated in extreme tension, his knuckles whitening as he gripped the paper. HIV antibody negative. Jiang Yunshu let out a sigh of relief instantly, falling back into the chair like he'd lost all strength, his vision blank from the sense of salvation after despair. The little German shepherd's face was almost buried in a food bowl, wagging its tail while eating greedily and grunting contentedly. Beidong was delightedly stroking the rough fur of Hatong, his beautiful eyes curving into crescents with laughter. "Hatong, Hatong, eat slower, no one's going to snatch your food." Suddenly, a flash of bright light shone through the window. Beidong stood up immediately, tidying his collar and smoothing down his pants as he waited by the door. Little Hatong, not understanding what was going on, lifted its black face from the food bowl, tilting its head as it looked at its master. Beidong raised his finger, whispering to Hatong, "Sir is back, we need to be good." Through the window, he saw Alpha walking into the garden gate without any expression, his steps large and bringing the wind. Beidong became slightly trembling. As an Omega, he could clearly feel that his Alpha's mood wasn't good. A few seconds later, the door opened, and a nauseating mix of pheromones hit them. Beidong felt short of breath instantly, his face turning pale instantly due to years of conditioning which made him lower his head instinctively, holding his breath, revealing his slim neck as if nothing had happened. Until, Black Sugar, still munching on dog food, sensed something strange and made an "ooh" sound. This startled Beidong, awakening him instantly. He realized then that he was no longer alone, he now had Black Sugar, and he had to protect him. Struggling with his soft legs, Beidong hastily picked up little Black Sugar and fled. Retreating into the kitchen, his whole body radiated vigilance. Shakingly, he asked, "Sir, have you regained your memory?" "No." Jiang Yunshu paused when seeing Beidong's escape motion, lifting his arm to sniff. "Did I catch a smell?" Jiang Yunshu cursed again in his mind at the original host and those so-called friends, then without hesitation, threw both his overcoat and the woolen sweater outside, leaving him in just a thin white shirt. Beidong retreated further back, nearly touching the cabinets of the kitchen, his posture both wary and frightened. Both mentally and physically, he was screaming fear, but for the sake of the German shepherd, he was trying to suppress his instincts, bristling with defense. For some reason, a term flashed across Jiang Yunshu's mind, maternal toughness. He raised his hand, "Don't be afraid, I haven't regained my memory." I won't harm you or black sugar, and I didn't go out partying. At this point, he hesitated, modifying his words somewhat sheepishly, I didn't go out partying tonight. Just listen to me. Since the memory loss began, I answered a call this afternoon from my so-called best friend, Jiang Yunshu explained briefly. He invited me to gather tonight, so I went, only to find out it was one of those irregular gatherings. But, I didn't participate. I swear. Jiang Yunshu was making great efforts to justify himself, pulling apart his collar which was still clean, showing no traces whatsoever. I showed up at 8 and was already at the hospital around 8:40. Beidong actually cared very little whether Alpha had been out carousing. Quietly standing there, he observed Alpha taking out the report slip to show him as evidence. Jiang Yunshu said awkwardly, but I heard those people saying. Jiang. I should have cheated before, quite a few times. Do you know? He confessed because he believed Beidong had the right to know. Beidong lowered his eyelashes, how could he not know? As an Omega, not a Beta, he could smell the nauseating odor that often clung to Alpha when he came home. But Beidong truly did not care at all, not one bit, because he no longer had any feelings for Jiang Yunshu. All Beidong needed now was the confirmation that Alpha wouldn't harm black sugar, and that would be enough. Beidong first met Jiang Yunshu at the age of 16. He clearly remembered it was during a summer evening when low-flying planes produced a deep rumbling sound. He was helping out in his grandmother's convenience store and happened to meet Jiang Yunshu, who had come in to buy a drink. At their first meeting, Jiang Yunshu was instantly captivated by the young, beautiful Beidong, unable to look away after just one glance. Beidong blushed upon seeing the tall, handsome Jiang Yunshu. When they paid, the Alpha shamelessly managed to get the Omega's contact details. Naturally, they became friends, and Jiang Yunshu pursued Beidong with great passion. Not long after Beidong's 17th birthday, his beloved grandmother passed away, leaving him without family. Jiang Yunshu meticulously took care of the heartbroken Omega, and during those dark days, every time Beidong cried himself to sleep, when he woke up, he would always see Alpha's concerned eyes looking at him. When Beidong couldn't afford his tuition fees and thought about applying for financial aid, it was Jiang Yunshu who stepped forward and helped pay for his sophomore and junior high school tuition fees. On the day of Beidong's 18th birthday, right after graduating from high school, Jiang Yunshu proposed marriage, which Beidong, already fond of this Alpha, bashfully accepted. Jiang Yunshu lifted him up, kissed him, quickly registered their marriage, and held a wedding ceremony. On the wedding day, none of Beidong's relatives were present. Feeling somewhat lost, he stood by Alpha's side as unfamiliar faces surrounded them. Though some unpleasant incidents occurred involving the best man and Jiang Yunshu seemed ambiguous, Beidong was still happy and beamed with joy. During the 2 years that followed, Beidong believed he had seen through Jiang Yunshu's heart completely. For a brief few weeks, their relationship was very sweet. Then, he suggested going to university, but surprisingly, Jiang Yunshu disagreed, leading to an argument. Later, Jiang Yunshu weakly hugged him, saying that he was too pretty to be shown outside and should stay hidden at home, unwilling to let anyone else see him. His tone was half coaxing, half forcing, yet he firmly refused to compromise. Beidong naturally disapproved, so Jiang Yunshu began giving him the cold shoulder. After 2 weeks, Beidong relented, but from that moment onward, Alpha started to change, showing signs of growing tired of him. Omega, highly sensitive, attempted to win back his love and tried to resolve their issues, but unfortunately, Alpha wasn't cooperating and his attitude grew increasingly impatient. Beidong felt crushed, sobbing silently into his blanket every night. His affection for Alpha bordered on complete devotion, and he even reflected on whether the problem lay within himself. A month later, his first love and marriage shattered completely when Jiang Yunshu hit him for the first time. Without hesitation, Beidong resolved to divorce, understanding that delaying would only make matters worse. An Omega would only be taken to the centralized breeding facility if both conditions were fulfilled, being discarded by Alpha and receiving a lifelong mark. That very night, Jiang Yunshu forcibly placed a lifelong marking on Beidong. Thus, the outcome was determined. Only then did Beidong finally understand that it wasn't that good people turned bad, but rather that bad people excelled at pretending. The cost of comprehending this truth was devastating, he would lose his entire life. Chapter 20, Not Human. Jiang Yunshu, looking at Beidong's expression, understood that this was an indication of knowing the truth. He couldn't help but turn his head and curse the original owner again. Just in the 1 month since he was reborn, he had cursed more times than in his entire previous life. He had a slight headache. Whenever it came to matters of the heart, he was never good at handling them, and could even be said to be clumsy. By nature he was indifferent, busy with work, and for 29 years, he had never fallen for anyone, nor established an intimate relationship with anyone. In the original world, his relationship with his parents was strained, he had no lover, and the only person he was close to was Dr. Lin. If it hadn't been for his accidental death leading him to this place, he might have spent his whole life alone like that. In the several previous emotional conflicts with Beidong, he had gone ahead despite himself feeling awkward and unprepared, and didn't do well. If someone with high emotional intelligence or experienced in love had come, perhaps Beidong wouldn't have had so many attacks. This present situation almost caused Jiang Yunshu to pass out. It was equivalent to letting a game novice jump straight to fighting the big boss without leveling up, equipping themselves, or taking medicine. He thought verbal promises were too weak, but he still had to say them. Strugglingly, he said, I will not be with anyone else. I won't cheat anymore, and I won't get involved with anyone else. All he wanted to say eventually boiled down to 3 words, sorry. Baetong lowered her eyes and shook her head quickly, no. Jiang Yunshu knew Baetong didn't believe him, but he didn't insist. These things could only be proven over time and through actions. He added, also, in that irregular social gathering, I helped an Omega. Baetong, who hadn't reacted much before, suddenly looked up after hearing this, her pupils trembling violently. Jiang Yunshu didn't know what Baetong was thinking, so he hastened to explain, don't overthink it, I just helped that Omega pay off his debt. And coincidentally, a design assistant at my company resigned, so I let my secretary take him on as an employee, deducting 2,000 from his monthly salary to repay the debt. Other than that, there's nothing between us. As he spoke, Jiang Yunshu felt another wave of helplessness. Just 50,000 yuan could force an Omega to stay in such a place and suffer torment. How many Omegas lived in dire straits in places he couldn't see? He didn't dare to think about it. He still remembered how the desperate look in that Omega's eyes had shaken him to his core. What can I do? The one who least wants this is me. No place will hire an Omega, even for dishwashing or sweeping the floor. The sense of unease spread like ink in water, filling Baitong's whole body. Alpha's playing around didn't matter, but she feared that Jiang Yunshu would bring back an Omega who could replace her position, and then she would be discarded like trash. It was Black Sugar who broke the silence first, having been confined for quite some time. The little dog had long grown restless, and it strained vigorously, its short legs leaping as it jumped to the ground and ran to bite at the pant leg of its second master. A patch of Jiang Yunshu's trouser leg was bitten wet, and just as he wanted to crouch down and pat Black Sugar's head, he heard Baetong cry out in terror, Black Sugar. Seeing Jiang Yunshu lift his gaze, Baetong hurriedly tried to absolve the little dog of its crime, sir. Black Sugar didn't mean to bite your trousers wet. Sorry sir, please don't punish it. I won't, Jiang Yunshu said, I just want to pet its head, I really like it. With that, Baetong timidly closed her mouth. Right before her eyes, Jiang Yunshu merely patted the dog and stood up, saying, I'll go back to my room now. If there's nothing else, I won't come out. You should sleep early. Pausing a moment, he added, sleep in the bed. Winter has come, sleeping on the floor easily causes colds. Jiang Yunshu knew Baetong hated the original owner to death and even wished to tear the original into pieces, let alone Baetong, the victim trapped in this predicament. Therefore, he did his utmost to appear less frequently in front of Baetong. Thus, Jiang Yunshu got up early and returned late every day for a few days, living harmoniously. The wounds on Baitong's hands and feet were almost healed, and walking no longer caused pain. Jiang Yunshu found time to take her to check her glands. While in the car, Jiang Yunshu casually picked the topic amid the silence, do you and Professor Zhou usually keep in touch? Zhou Chaoyu continued to be commissioned by him to conduct psychological counseling for Baetong 3 times a week. Yes, Baetong nervously fidgeted with the horn buttons on her coat and said softly, I even filmed a video of Black Sugar for my senior. Senior? Jiang Yunshu asked, are you and Professor Zhou from the same school? What a coincidence. Baetong didn't know how to respond and clumsily nodded, What was Professor Zhou like when he was in school? Jiang Yunshu continued to make small talk. I don't know, my senior had already graduated when I was a first-year student, Baetong said hesitantly, while stealing glances at Jiang Yunshu's expression. Senior had an alpha. Jiang Yunshu was startled for a moment. He wasn't foolish enough to think Baetong was jealous of him. Thus, there was only one possibility. She feared that he might hurt Zhou Chaoyu. He thought it over, and indeed the original owner could have done something so disgusting. Even though this implication was directed at the former occupant, since he was now inhabiting this body, his feelings were somewhat complicated. He replied, I won't. Upon arriving at the hospital, as they approached the gland department, there were fewer and fewer people around. A glance into the gland department revealed that it was mostly empty, with just 1 or 2 individuals inside. The only doctor on duty that day at the gland department was someone whose name caught Jiang Yunshu's attention almost automatically due to its familiarity. Lin Bajao. Jiang Yunshu's eyelids flickered slightly, was it possible? His friend Dr. Lin, full name Lin Bajao. Quickly stepping forward, he bypassed the consultation room's door to take a closer look at this Dr. Lin. Lin Bajao, seated at his desk, noticed the presence and lifted his gaze. Baetong patient, right, he paused mid-sentence, casting a doubtful glance at the electronic records. An alpha? Indeed, it was him. Jiang Yunshu stared intently at Lin Bajao's face. While he was clearly more handsome than Lin Bajao, they bore an uncanny resemblance. It reminded Jiang Yunshu of his friendship with Zhouan. Hello, Lin Bajao looked somewhat impatiently at the man standing in front of him. You're in the wrong place. Realizing this, Jiang Yunshu took a step back. Sorry, the patient is my partner. Lin Bajao eyed the alpha carefully. It was rare for an alpha to accompany an omega here for a gland checkup. Rarer still was an alpha who referred to his omega as a partner. Turning his focus, he noticed an omega sitting nearby, looking slightly afraid. Is this Baetong? Please come sit here. Baidong glanced at the unmistakably alpha physician before hesitating and settling herself onto the stool. Take off your coat, lower your head, and expose the back of your neck, Lin Baijiao instructed. For both alphas and omegas, the glands were incredibly private areas, making Baidong stiffen as she hesitated to comply, looking toward her alpha for guidance. Jiang Yunshu understood instantly. Gently soothing her, he reassured, "It's okay, I'll hold your coat." At the same time, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lin Baijiao, who'd been a gynecologist in their original world and now found himself working in the gland department. No matter what reality they inhabited, somehow escaping the awkward stares from the opposite sex always eluded him. Lin Baijiao initially thought Jiang Yunshu was one of the few decent alphas, until he saw the scars, both deep and shallow, that marked the back of Baitong's neck. Lin Baijiao's gaze hardened as his face darkened. "Alright, go get a CT scan in the next room." Being an alpha himself, Jiang Yunshu also picked up on the change in Lin Baijiao's demeanor but remained silent, uncomfortably dodging the glare sent his way. Gland development was immature to begin with, Lin Baijiao stated coldly, examining the results in his hand, and it has been compounded by forced marking and repeated violent damage. "I ask you," Lin Baijiao could no longer hide the anger blazing in his eyes, "did you use a blunt instrument to cut across his glands?" Although it was phrased as a question, it was delivered more as a statement. Shit. Even Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but curse under his breath as he locked eyes sharply with Lin Baijiao, completely shocked. Was the original owner even human? Chapter 21, I Get Angry Too. Jiang Yunshu's abdomen was struck with a punch, his back colliding with the cold, hard wall. He bent over and started coughing violently. Lin Baidu, wearing a black work jacket, grabbed Jiang Yunshu by the collar, long-suppressed anger erupting. Still pretending. The clock turned back 2 hours. Lin Baidu's expression was stern, driven by medical ethics to explain the treatment plan even in his anger. His tone was unfriendly. "Haven't you, Mr. Jiang, noticed that your omega hasn't come into heat for nearly 2 months? How could Jiang Yunshu not have noticed? In the first week after he was reborn, he had already reviewed all physiological knowledge about alphas and omegas. Omegas enter estrus once a month, which can be suppressed by suppressants, whereas alphas experience heightened sensitivity every 3 months without any drug suppression. Watching educational videos on sexuality designed for middle school students made him frown constantly. Perhaps for easier access to an omega's nape, alpha canines evolved to become sharper and longer than usual, as seen in the video where an alpha's teeth sank into flesh, breaking the omega's neck. Threads of blood flowed down the pale neck. Not like this at all, Jiang Yunshu tried biting his own arm hard, drawing air through his teeth in pain yet only breaking the skin. How much more painful it must be for an omega whose glands are so sensitive and fragile. Also due to the strained relationship between himself and Baitang, he believed they couldn't engage in such intimate acts or for him to bite Baitang's neck, so suppressants were always stocked at home. However, counting the days plus the half-month he had been unconscious, it was almost 1.5 months since Baitang's last estrus showed no signs of appearing. This is why Jiang Yunshu brought Baitang to the hospital as soon as his foot healed. "The best way to resolve this situation is proper and appropriate marking," Lin Baidu said mockingly. "However, my advice for you, Mr. Jiang, would be to let your omega take suppressants." Jiang Yunshu understood the undertone. Compared to further violence against Baitang's glands, it might be better to opt for the slightly inferior second choice. "I won't treat him that way again," Jiang Yunshu said. Lin Baidu laughed coldly. He glanced at the appointment record on his computer desktop and said, "You are my final patients today. I wonder if Mr. Jiang will have time later." Jiang Yunshu felt uneasy in his heart. He had something to discuss with Lin Baidu but only chose him because he was the reincarnation of his former friend. Why would Lin Baidu want to see him? Could it be Lin Baidu also came back to life? No, Lin Baijiao hadn't died, so how could that be possible? Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Yes, but I need to send my omega home first." Lin Baidu heard this and sneered again. "Fine, come directly to this address later." Thus began the scene described at the start. Jiang Yunshu stumbled, barely standing when another punch hit his face. Cough. Though unskilled in fighting, even as an alpha, he wasn't entirely defenseless. Yet in this current situation, he clearly intended to lay still and accept the punches. Since being reborn, Jiang Yunshu had always harbored resentment toward the original owner of his body. Now, trapped inside this form, he swallowed all anger. This beating not only released Lin Baidu's rage but also gave Jiang Yunshu a sense of relief internally. Shit, Lin Baidu grew angrier. "You disgust me. You're nothing but a human-faced, beast-hearted animal. Pretending to be a gentleman outside, then going home to bully those weaker than you." Jiang Yunshu sat messily on the asphalt ground, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, leaving streaks of blood. Despite his wretched state, he found it oddly amusing. "Do you think most of the medical disputes at Capital Hospital belong to Dr. Lin?" "You." Lin Baidu flew into a rage. "Dr. Lin, do you remember," Jiang Yunshu calmly asked, "the case a month ago where a patient diagnosed as brain dead mysteriously recovered?" Lin Baidu's tone was mocking. "What about it?" "That person was me," Jiang Yunshu revealed. "So what?" Lin Baidu replied coldly. "What point are you trying to make?" I've looked up information online. Jiang Yunshu stood up and gazed at Lin Baidu. The two neurologists who diagnosed me are both veteran professors at Capital Hospital. Do you really think they could have made such a judgmental error? Lin Baidu's eyes sharpened. When the incident occurred, he initially thought it was a joke. One of the professors was a friend of his teacher and therefore regarded as his teacher too, making it absolutely impossible for such a basic mistake to occur. Jiang Yunsu is dead, I'm not him, Jiang Yunshu pronounced each word clearly. He knew it was risky, but he had to do this because he needed to entrust Lin Baidu with something. Huh? Lin Baidu's eyes widened, then he burst into laughter as if he'd heard some incredible tale. Mr. Jiang, the psychiatric department of Capital Hospital is open for you. Jiang Yunshu paused at this remark, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a few quiet seconds, he said earnestly, it's true, and I can prove it. Lin Baidu thought this was absurd. How could someone seriously claim nonsense like this? He pointed to his temple and said, as a doctor, I sincerely suggest you get your brain checked. I don't have time for your antics, but if you continue abusing your omega, I'll make sure legal action is taken against you. Frowning, Jiang Yunshu called out to Lin Baidu who was about to leave, then do you really believe those two professors made an error in their judgment? Shit, Lin Baidu stopped mid-step. After a pause, gritting his teeth, he said, how can you prove it? Relaxing in the car, Jiang Yunshu sighed with relief. As long as Lin Baidu was willing to entertain the possibility, there was still hope for a turnaround. It all depended on whether Lin Baidu believed him tomorrow. After observing for a month, Jiang Yunshu found that although Bai Tang and Zhouan were definitely not the same person and had no past life connections beyond their faces, they did share certain similarities, strength, attention to detail, and a fondness for small animals. When comparing himself to Jiang Yunsu, though, Jiang Yunshu struggled to find just one similarity, both had strained relationships with their parents. Consequently, telling the truth to Lin Baidu was a gamble. Jiang Yunshu hoped Lin Baidu would be as receptive to new ideas as Lin Baizhou had been. By the time Jiang Yunshu got home, dinner time had passed. Seeing the wound on his face and his dusty coat, Bai Tang became alert, holding Haiten far away, asking cautiously with a sticky, nasal tone, Mister, have you regained your memory? No, Jiang Yunshu replied. He had noticed Bai Tang's voice being a bit hoarse in the morning but assumed it was due to waking up. Are you cold? Jiang Yunshu asked. Hearing the negative answer, Bai Tang relaxed slightly, belatedly realizing he should flatter. Let me help you apply some medicine. Jiang Yunshu glanced at his red nose for a few seconds before nodding, all right, thank you. Bai Tang didn't dare or care to ask why Jiang Yunshu was injured, feeling uncomfortable even touching an Alpha's body, only wanting to quickly finish applying the medicine. Suddenly, his nose tickled, Alpha's face was right in front of him. Struggling to suppress a sneeze, his eyes turned red until, at last moment, he hastily stepped back, letting out 3 sneezes while his shoulders trembled. Sorry, mister, Bai Tang sniffed, sounding afraid, I didn't mean to. It's fine, Jiang Yunshu replied. Sniffing again, Bai Tang quietly sought permission, mister. Can I go wash my hands? They're dirty. Jiang Yunshu nodded, if you want to, just go. No need to ask me. Sure enough, when Bai Tang came out, his nose was redder, confirming Jiang Yunshu's suspicion. He was one of those people who tended to develop a runny nose after sneezing, leaving his nose raw from tissues. You have a cold, Jiang Yunshu stated firmly. Why do you have a cold? Bai Tang timidly shook his head, I don't know. Jiang Yunshu remained silent, already suspecting the reason. He pulled out a thermometer from the first aid box and handed it to Bai Tang. Your hand touched me earlier, so you probably don't have a fever, but check your temperature anyway. He searched carefully through the first aid kit box by box, reading the instructions thoroughly, finding a sachet of cold granules for the common cold. After preparing a dose, he placed it on the table. I'm going to take a shower, Jiang Yunshu looked at his phone. The night's temperature was 4 degrees Celsius. Take your medicine, then drink a cup of hot water, and then go to sleep. 15 minutes later, after finishing his shower, Jiang Yunshu stood outside Bai Tang's door and knocked. Bai Tang, can I come in? There was an evidently startled sound inside, of course. Ah, wait. Without waiting, Jiang Yunshu twisted the doorknob and saw the bed empty. Lowering his gaze, there was a blanket spread on the floor, where Bai Tang sat in confusion, his oversized collar slipping down, black hair flowing like petals blooming on his pale shoulder. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu began, if you fall ill because you slept on the floor, I will get angry too. Chapter 22, Shit. Weekend, exactly 8 a.m. Lin Baidao sat on the couch in Jiang Yunshu's office with a look of annoyance on his face. He roughly ran his hand through his hair, yawned, and roared, ah, damn it, I'm really going crazy. Dr. Lin, Jiang Yunshu circled the key terms in the test questions and quickly filled in AC on the answer sheet. The invigilator needs to maintain silence. Humph, Lin Baidao was clearly irritable, speaking rudely, this exam set was made by my own teacher. If you're memorizing past exam answers, quit now, don't waste my time. Jiang Yunshu responded coolly, quiet, Dr. Lin. Tisk, Lin Baidao exuded nothing but discomfort, if you cheat, you're dead. Jiang Yunshu found it amusing, all electronic devices had been confiscated by Lin Baidao. The desk was completely empty except for a set of exam papers and a pen, even the office's internet cable was unplugged. How could he possibly cheat? Shit, Lin Baidao expressionless on the surface, yet internally freaking out. He might be sick himself, rebirth, soul, how could such things be possible? Shit, he actually wasted a great weekend to accompany a lunatic. Lin Baidao increasingly felt like an idiot as he thought about it. The essence of the world is matter. Ah. Did Lin Baidao read 23 years of books for nothing? He was just about to lash out when he noticed the focused demeanor of Jiang Yunshu. Grudgingly, Lin Baidao slumped back down onto the sofa with a loud sound. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward. Lin Baidao's personality bore no resemblance to Lin Baijiu's, but both were equally interesting people. The 120 minutes were up. The alarm clock went off, and Lin Baidao violently snatched away Jiang Yunshu's exam paper. Taking out a red pen, he eagerly started marking the answers in comparison to the correct ones. This private set of questions had relatively few questions, but they were quite well constructed. There weren't many conceptual problems, instead, more practical application-based questions dominated. Jiang Yunshu was quite confident. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. As Lin Baidao marked each correct answer, he exclaimed louder, his eyes widening more and more. Almost everything was correct. A thin layer of sweat formed on Lin Baidao's back. There were several questions that he himself wasn't entirely sure of the answers due to differing specializations. Jiang Yunshu leaned over to take a look, asking, which one did I get wrong? Shit, Lin Baidao stepped back a few paces holding the exam, looking at him with a mixture of shock and horror. Was your memory loss total amnesia, or partial? It was a loaded question, but Jiang Yunshu replied patiently, I've already told you, I'm not Jiang Yunsu. I've never had amnesia. Shit, Lin Baidao said. There was silence for a good 10 seconds before Lin Baidao added, shit. TV shows always make it seem like after amnesia one suddenly gets smarter or gains another skill. Total nonsense. Amnesia equals brain formatting. Last night, he'd gone straight to the chief doctor treating Jiang Yunsu, unsurprisingly walking away with nothing useful since doctors are required to protect patient confidentiality. Coincidentally, however, a nurse shared something strange with him. She said, generally, patients recovering from memory loss tend to be very confused and keep repeating the same questions. But I distinctly remember that the patient Jiang Yunsu seemed composed, even politely borrowing the phone at the nursing station. However, all the numbers dialed began with 1, which was extremely odd. Shit, Lin Baidao's mind was currently a mess, blurting out anything that came to mind without thinking coherently, contradicting himself by saying, this isn't surprising. Maybe you were secretly studying medicine before your memory loss, then caught up during this month. Yes, there's a possibility like that. Yet deep down, he knew very well how vast and comprehensive the knowledge needed to be, impossible to learn within a month. Jiang Yunshu also understood that Lin Baidao would need some time to adjust, just like himself, who took 3 days to fully accept reality. Kindly, he reassured Lin Baidao, don't worry. I believe in your ability to cope. If you want more proof, we can continue. Buzz 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 buzz. Bai Tang kneeled on the sofa, nose red and puffed up, watching intently as a small German shepherd on top of a robotic vacuum whizzed back and forth across the room. He was dressed very warmly, an undershirt, 2 sweaters underneath a big thick cotton coat, fluffy loungewear pants and socks, all carefully put on under the watchful eye of an alpha that morning. The large cotton coat was both wide and long, directly covering his knees so that when he kneeled on the sofa, he was fully enclosed in it. Neither his hands nor feet were visible, making him look from afar like a perfectly round white dumpling. Hei Tang extended its tongue, bright black eyes alert, following the movement of the vibrating robot. His droopy ears also trembled uncontrollably as it buzzed around. The robotic vacuum whizzed to the corner of the room, pausing when it detected an obstacle ahead before making a turn. Hei Tang's body tilted slightly due to inertia and he rolled over onto his back on the ground with all 4 paws in the air, exposing his plump little belly. His tiny paws moved around helplessly. Ha ha ha, silly Hei Tang. Bai Tang couldn't help laughing. Running over, he picked up the small German shepherd and rubbed his face against the soft, warm belly of the dog. His throat was already hoarse, his nose blocked, leaving him able only to breathe through his half-open mouth. As soon as his foot healed, he had applied to Jiang Yunsu for resuming housework, but the new house had both a dishwasher and a robotic vacuum, significantly reducing the workload. Moreover, with Hei Tang's company, he now found doing chores interesting and engaging. Hei Tang. Bai Tang turned around and dashed toward the garden. His soft hair swayed behind him, and his listless eyes finally lit up with some vitality. Follow me. Winter in southern China is damp and freezing, the cold penetrating into one's bones. Coupled with poor weather recently, the temperature dropped even further. It was just after 4 p.m., yet the sky had already turned gray. Bai Tang opened the door, and instantly the icy wind tousled his hair, making his nose even more uncomfortable. Breathing became harder as clouds of white vapor streamed out from his mouth. He shook off water droplets and began hanging freshly washed clothes piece by piece on the drying rack. The cold wetness quickly numbed his hands that were already chilled. When Jiang Yunshu entered the house, he saw this scene, Bai Tang, pale-faced with only his bright red lips standing out vividly. This frail Omega sneezed 5 times in a row, teeth chattering as he rubbed his frozen hands. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu approached him in big strides and said sternly, "Do you want to get a fever?" Bai Tang was startled and instinctively took a step backward. The piece of clothing slipped from his hand with a plop, falling onto the floor. Stuttering and voice hoarse, he said, "No. I'm sorry, sir." Jiang Yunshu bent down to pick up the fallen garment inside. "I apologize, my tone was too harsh. But first and foremost, your health comes first. Didn't I tell you not to do housework yesterday? Yet here you are stepping out into the cold." Standing tall before him, the Alpha seemed to block most of the wind. Bai Tang hung his head, afraid to look into Jiang Yunshu's eyes, whispering softly, "Sorry, sir. It's just that the clothes had been washed, so I thought." Jiang Yunshu's words died down upon hearing this slight rebuttal. He realized that this might be the first time Bai Tang spoke anything beyond apologies and compliance, not even a substantial defense. Bai Tang suddenly panicked and apologized profusely, "I'm sorry, sir. I was wrong. I didn't listen to you. It's fine, you've done well." Jiang Yunshu praised him gently, like congratulating Bai Tang who fetched the ball. "Let me hang the clothes. You go inside, drink some hot water, something really warm." But concern showed on Bai Tang's face as he stood firmly rooted to the grass. How could he let Jiang Yunshu dry the clothes? "Hurry up," Jiang Yunshu's face was devoid of expression, his voice even and steady, "or I'll be angry." Chapter 23, Still Scared. Again, angry again. Bai Tang took a trembling step back, anxiously tightening the pocket of his coat, filled with unease and hesitation. Last night when the Alpha saw him sleeping on the ground, he said the same thing. Back then, it was the first time the amnesiac Jiang Yunshu had mentioned being angry, which scared Bai Tang enough to crawl onto the bed. But even though he was supposedly angry, all he did in the end was to let him sleep in the bed, leaving after ensuring he lay down well. Jiang Yunshu silently stared at the Omega who seemed much smaller than himself, his features stern by nature, lips remaining flat even without words, creating an aggressive aura as if truly irritated. "I'm sorry, I've troubled you, sir." Bai Tang glanced at the Alpha fearfully and ran toward the house. The overly long cotton overcoat restrained his steps between his legs, the creases in the coat stretched to their limit, revealing his slender waist. Still too thin, far too thin. Jiang Yunshu stood there quietly watching the swaying back. Even with the recent efforts to change the varieties of vegetables to add nutrition, not eating meat remained the fundamental issue that couldn't be resolved. He had to win Lin Bai's trust soon. At home, Jiang Yunshu's presence often brought an atmosphere of quietness and suppression. Only occasionally could one hear the small sound of Bai Tang's claws tapping against the floor. He doesn't speak unless necessary, so neither does Bai Tang, everything done quietly while observing his facial expressions. Before encountering Jiang Yunshu, everything Bai Tang did was only for Jiang Yunshu, but when he picked up the book and stood up walking towards the room, Bai Tang should still orbit around him. "I'll return to my room first," Jiang Yunshu said. Bai Tang immediately stood up, hands crossed naturally hanging in front of him, head lowered as he replied, "Yes, sir." After these last few weeks of observation by Jiang Yunshu, it appeared that Bai Tang wasn't previously allowed to sleep before him, because of the constant readiness needed for possible summoning by him. At 10:30 p.m., after finishing a set of previous year's exam questions, Jiang Yunshu put down the pen, stretched his body, and walked out of the room. Sure enough, Bai Tang's room door was wide open. Jiang Yunshu saw Bai Tang sitting cross-legged on the floor next to Bai Tang playing. Bai Tang threw a pack of tissues into the corner of the room, pointing at it with a whisper saying, "Come on, Bai Tang." Bai Tang jumped up with a woof, his 4 little legs striving hard toward the direction of the tissue. Bai Tang was startled, his big round moon-shaped eyes widened as he hastily shook his hands. Quietly, Bai Tang, you're being too loud." Since they were focused on the game and didn't notice him, Jiang Yunshu quietly returned to his own room, closing the door again, waiting for a few seconds. Click. Turning the doorknob. Cough. Deliberate throat clearing by Jiang Yunshu. Thud. Heavy stepping on the floor. A few seconds later, Jiang Yunshu appeared emotionlessly at Bai Tang's doorway, seeing Bai Tang kneeling respectfully on the ground with his hands on his knees, Bai Tang copying his actions beside him with his tail wagging almost broken. Upon noticing his appearance, Bai Tang stood up obediently and asked politely, "Sir, you've come out. Is there anything you need?" The cold seems to have worsened, his voice changed, carrying a heavy nasal tone, sounding sticky like whining. "No need," Jiang Yunshu said, "it's getting cold, don't sit on the floor." "Did you wash up?" Bai Tang nodded, "I washed." "Go to sleep." Jiang Yunshu lifted Bai Tang and placed him in the doghouse at the corner. "Sleep on the bed." Watching Jiang Yunshu's movements, Bai Tang became tense inside. Seeing the Alpha distance himself from Bai Tang, he breathed a sigh of relief, climbing into the bed, pulling the quilt tightly, lying neatly to show he'd slept properly and behaved. Seeing the zipper stuck on Bai Tang's cheek, Jiang Yunshu sighed helplessly and said, "Take off your clothes." An eerie silence followed. These words exploded like a bomb in Bai Tang's temples. Suddenly frozen, as if unable to believe, he slowly turned his stiff neck toward the alpha. The bone-deep fear rushed upward from the bottom of his feet, cold gradually spreading throughout his entire body, and his fingers turned icy, losing sensation. Has Jiang Yunsu remembered? Yet, how could a recovered Jiang Yunsu look at him lying in bed without reacting? Jiang Yunshu noticed something strange in Bai Tang's expression and was about to speak when suddenly, Bai Tang's delicate white fingers emerged from under the quilt, trembling as they pulled down the zipper at his collar. His overcoat slipped off, instantly making the omega appear half as big. This wasn't the end. Following closely, Bai Tang's fingers undid the first button on his pajamas, and the large collar immediately slid down past his left shoulder, revealing prominent clavicle lines and vast patches of fair skin. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu finally understood why Bai Tang had that expression, and he promptly intervened, I mean to take off your coat when you sleep. The hand on the second button suddenly froze. Bai Tang bit his lip in embarrassment, hastily rebuttoning all the buttons again, his fingers fumbling nervously as he stammered, sorry, mister. It won't happen again. It's fine, Jiang Yunshu said, sleep well. Click. The door closed. In the dark, Bai Tang's face, hidden under the covers, flushed slightly with embarrassment as the scene replayed in his mind over and over again. He roughly wiped at the quilt, trying to cool down the heat on his face. But soon after, this wave of awkwardness passed as quickly as it had come. Faint moonlight filtered through the curtains and fell into the room. Bai Tang clenched the bed covers tightly, unfamiliar with the softness beneath him. He curled up near the edge of the bed, warily watching the door without a trace of relaxation. Once he calmed down, he feared that the moody alpha would suddenly burst in, yank him out of bed, and throw him on the ground in a furious rage. Who the hell allowed you to sleep on my bed? You've dirted it. He struggled to stay awake, doing everything possible to keep his heavy eyelids open, but his weakened body insisted on pulling his consciousness into slumber. It took Bai Tang 1 hour and 47 minutes before he finally succumbed to sleep. At 1:43 a.m., Jiang Yunshu marked the last item in his notebook and stepped out of his room to turn off the corridor light. Glancing toward Bai Tang's room, he hesitated but then quietly turned the doorknob like a house mother just wanting to check on her child. To make sure the kid was behaving. Perfect, Jiang Yunshu saw the lump under the blankets and felt slightly reassured. Hei Tang raised its head from its position by the bedside as Jiang Yunshu put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Just as he intended to leave, Jiang Yunshu noticed Bai Tang's face was entirely covered by the blanket, leaving only a few strands of messy hair scattered across the pillow. With his nose already blocked, Jiang Yunshu worried about the possibility of suffocation and carefully approached the bed, gently lifting the blanket. He deeply regretted not making this decision earlier. The child had a fever. His forehead was burning hot, his breaths warm, but his limbs icy cold. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunshu rushed downstairs and carried the entire medicine box back up. After aligning the electronic thermometer against Bai Tang's forehead, he discovered the temperature was 38.6 degrees Celsius, meaning his actual body temperature must have exceeded this value. Jiang Yunshu frowned deeply and made another trip downstairs, retrieving a cooling patch from the fridge. To avoid startling Bai Tang, he switched on the lights directly upon entering the room. Squatting beside the bed, he tried to softly tap the quilt, attempting to wake the sick boy. Bai Tang, Bai Tang. Bai Tang twitched, moved his eyelids, and opened them just a tiny slit. Recognizing this, Jiang Yunshu immediately stood up and retreated to the doorway, knocking lightly on the door frame. Bai Tang, wake up. You've got a fever. Bai Tang's brain was muddled with drowsiness and confusion, yet his instinct led him to look toward the source of the voice. As soon as his gaze landed on the alpha, his pupils constricted sharply, emitting a scream, then sitting up abruptly and retreating in panic, nearly falling off the bed. He was still scared. Chapter 24, if no one has mentioned it for a long time. Black Sugar suddenly stood up, as if sensing that the owner on the bed was afraid. It anxiously walked around the bed. Jiang Yunshu stood still, calmly comforting, don't be afraid, I'm right here. Take it easy. Black Sugar was too small to jump onto the bed, so it placed its front paws on the edge of the bed and whined a few times. White Sugar hugged his knees, curling into a small ball. His attention was captured by Black Sugar. A dog? Is it a dog? But, why is there a puppy? Ah, that's right, Black Sugar, this is the dog Jiang Yunshu bought for him after losing his memory. So this isn't the past, the alpha won't harm him for now. Rationality slowly returned, and White Sugar sniffed his blocked nose, then turned his body, apparently wanting to get off the bed. Don't move, Jiang Yunshu said quickly, just sit on the bed. I haven't regained my memory, nor will I hurt you. I came in because you have a fever. White Sugar's head hurt badly. He blinked dry eyes, lacking vitality, and listlessly said, thank you, sir. Jiang Yunshu, seeing that he was awake, approached, I'll now put a cooling patch on your forehead, don't be afraid. White Sugar exhaled a puff of hot air and obediently tilted his face upward. His drooping eyelashes trembled softly, appearing both compliant and pitiful. Jiang Yunshu gently lifted his slightly sweaty hair from his forehead and smoothly applied the cooling patch. Your temperature is about 39 degrees now. This is some fever-reducing medicine, drink some hot water after taking it. White Sugar's face was pale, except for the unhealthy flush around his eyes. He struggled to swallow the pill and drank a large glass of hot water afterward, making the dampness around his temples more pronounced. Jiang Yunshu lightly touched the side of White Sugar's face with the back of his hand. It was very hot. He asked, "Do you feel cold or hot now?" The alpha's touch felt cool to White Sugar, making him shiver slightly as he tried to retreat. His eyes misted over with a thin layer. Hot. In general, fever patients who feel cold are in the early stages of the fever, characterized by rising body temperature which leads to chills and possibly shivering. Once the temperature stabilizes, the symptoms shift to feelings of heat and headaches. "Are you having a headache?" Jiang Yunshu asked. White Sugar nodded weakly, feeling uncomfortable. Then his body temperature shouldn't rise any further. Jiang Yunshu helped White Sugar put on his coat. Use the restroom and then go back to sleep. White Sugar, consumed by pain, had no energy to think, simply letting himself be directed. He obediently raised his arms, allowing the sleeves to slip up to his elbows, revealing a furry wristband on his left wrist. This was the first full-body checkup. After the doctor said that White Sugar's left wrist would hurt during cold weather, Jiang Yunshu made him wear it. Taking advantage of White Sugar's trip to the restroom, Jiang Yunshu went downstairs to boil some brown sugar ginger water and grabbed an extra blanket. When he returned to the room, he saw White Sugar frowning as he leaned against the bed frame, his mouth half open as he took heavy breaths. His wet eyes stared blankly at nothing while Black Sugar, restless, nudged its way toward its owner. He knocked lightly on the door to signal his entrance, then accurately grabbed the dog's neck and threw it back into its kennel. To White Sugar, he said, "Take 2 sips of ginger water and then go to sleep." After White Sugar handed him the empty cup, Jiang Yunshu tucked the second blanket under his chin and settled everything. After turning off the light, he exited the room. At 3:30 a.m., the phone under the pillow began to vibrate. Jiang Yunshu woke up, fumbling to turn off the alarm, and quickly slipped into his coat before entering White Sugar's room. Possibly due to the heat, Jiang Yunshu found the restless child had thrown off the blankets and shoved them aside. Concern creased his brow as he tentatively tested White Sugar's heat with the back of his hand. "It feels even hotter." Unthinkingly, this light touch caused White Sugar to flinch, slowly opening his eyes. More than an hour had passed, yet he still hadn't fallen asleep. Afraid of startling him again, Jiang Yunshu started to explain but saw White Sugar close his eyes listlessly, too miserable to fall asleep. His mind, burned by the fever, became hazy and confused, causing severe headaches as though sharp needles were stabbing his nerves repeatedly. His consciousness faded to almost nothing, even unaware of where he was or who was touching his forehead. Jiang Yunshu touched White Sugar's hands and reached into the blanket to feel his feet, they were completely icy. His body was heated, yet his hands and feet remained unwarmed. How unbearably uncomfortable must he be? Jiang Yunshu recovered White Sugar with the blanket, descended downstairs, and filled 2 empty mineral water bottles with hot water. He acted completely like a caretaker for a child, first rolling up the inner layer of the blanket beneath White Sugar's feet to wrap them up, placing the water bottles beside his soles until the inside layer warmed. Then, he retrieved the water bottles and positioned them between the first and second layers of blankets. During this period, White Sugar, like a puppet, let Jiang Yunshu take care of him, without even the strength to move a single finger. Jiang Yunshu replaced the cooling patch for him, pressed down firmly on the corners of the blankets, squatted next to the bed, and asked, "Does it feel too hot?" White Sugar felt as if his ears were covered with a layer of film, making external sounds seem unclear. He struggled faintly, as if in some kind of struggle. Jiang Yunshu repeated his question, and this time, White Sugar heard it clearly. Illness has the power to make strong people vulnerable, much like how nightfall tends to stir sentimental thoughts. In the vast and murky recesses of White Sugar's consciousness, there was an unexpected sudden urge to cry, an unusual reaction from someone who always stayed quietly curled up deep within himself. It was such a simple sentence, yet when spoken after so long a silence, it seemed almost too luxurious to even hope for. "No crying," White Sugar firmly told himself. So he puckered his lips, forcing the tears back. Jiang Yunshu watched silently as streams of tears leaked from White Sugar's tightly shut eyes, drop after drop, wetting the lashes and soaking through the pillow. After a while, he wiped away the tear stains with tissue and left, closing the door behind him. The next morning at 7 a.m., Jiang Yunshu stood neatly dressed by White Sugar's bedside, the electronic thermometer showing 36.5 degrees Celsius, his fever had subsided. Feeling inside the bed covers, he confirmed White Sugar's feet were warm, inserted new hot water bottles into the covers, left another note under the thermal cup, and then left the house. By about 10 o'clock, awakened in a sweat, White Sugar groggily opened his eyes, his mind momentarily blank until he noticed something relentlessly scratching at the door. That sound finally snapped him out of his daze as he propped himself up. His throat was dry. On the nightstand sat a thermal cup, but no matter how hard he tried to twist open the lid, he couldn't do it. Instead, his attempts only left his arms feeling weak and sore. He returned the cup dejectedly to its spot, turned his body over, and found his foot touching the slippers on the floor. Standing up made him immediately realize his damp pajamas clung uncomfortably to his skin. His nose was still blocked. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was already 10:24 a.m., White Sugar figured that Jiang Yunshu must have left long ago. He decided to go downstairs for a drink of water and perhaps a shower. Lowering his gaze, though, he spotted a sticky note sitting atop the bedside table. Picking it up, several elegant rows of running script came into view. 1. Don't take a bath, just wipe off the sweat with a towel, then change into fresh pajamas followed by a sweater and coat. New clothes are laid out on the bed. 2. The water in the thermal cup is hot, blow on it before drinking so as not to burn your tongue. 3. There is pumpkin porridge in the rice cooker and corn in the induction stove. Be sure to eat. 4. After breakfast, there are cold medications laid out on the dining table, take 2 pills. 5. I've arranged for housekeeping to come over to cook lunch, so don't go outside again. 6. In order not to wake you, I locked black sugar outside, I've already fed it its food. White sugar paused, perplexed. The writing style of Jiang Yunsu did not look quite like this. Had his handwriting always been this beautiful? After pondering a bit, he set down the note, shifting his gaze and sure enough spotting several bundles of clothes stacked neatly on the bed, new pajamas, 2 sweaters, a coat, a pair of cotton socks, 1 towel, all perfectly arranged. Before he could think further, the tranquil room was interrupted once again by clawed scratches against the door. Quickly opening it, White Sugar saw black sugar dart straight in, its ears drooping as it pitifully tugged at his pant leg with its paws, emitting several woofs, seeming to lodge complaints about its owner's previous conduct, as if asking for retribution. An image popped into White Sugar's head, the unsmiling alpha lifting Black Sugar by the scruff of its neck and tossing the dog roughly outside, its confused flight midair before finally landing on all 4 paws, a scene so ridiculous it almost drew a chuckle. Chapter 25, I'm very relieved. A week later, Lin Baidiu finally contacted him. As soon as the call was connected, the other party asked bluntly, how else can you prove it? The next day, Jiang Yunshu came to Lin Baidiu's alma mater, Huachuan University, which was also the school he wanted to take the entrance exam for. You want to take the postgraduate entrance examination? Come here. Lin Baidiu hesitated. Jiang Yunshu calmly said, yeah. After a series of disinfections and operations, the two pushed open the door of the autopsy room. In an environment with relatively high humidity, a corpse lay quietly on the experimental table. However, medical students would not call it a corpse, because in their eyes, these corpses are all silent mentors, commonly known as senior teachers. Senior teachers mostly come from donations. During their lifetime, they came from different places, had different jobs, and led different lives, but in the end, they all chose the same great way to dedicate themselves to medicine. Is this a donor? Jiang Yunshu asked. Yes, Lin Baidiu replied, she was a nurse during her lifetime. Jiang Yunshu nodded, took a few steps back, and bowed deeply to the nurse, then calmly put on gloves. Lin Baidiu looked complicated, his fists unconsciously clenched. From start to finish, he observed Jiang Yunshu's reaction. From the skilled handling during the disinfection process to seeing the senior teacher without any fear or horror, only solemnity and respect, and finally to bowing, he deliberately said nothing, gave no reminders, just to test Jiang Yunshu. As long as you are a medical student, there is a customary and well-remembered rule that must be followed. Before performing an autopsy or experiment, thank the senior teacher, place your hands together and perform a closed-eye ritual, or bow. Before Lin Baidiu could come to his senses, he glanced at the cold gleam on the scalpel in Jiang Yunshu's hand and quickly said, this is the senior teacher of the students, we are only allowed to dissect one organ. This statement already implied that Jiang Yunshu would conduct the dissection. No problem, it's enough. Jiang Yunshu lightly pressed the senior teacher's lung area, where there was a large scar. Then I'll begin, Dr. Lin. Lin Baidiu insisted stubbornly, hey, if you don't know how, say so now. Don't harm the senior teacher. In response, Jiang Yunshu decisively plunged the scalpel into the lung area of the senior teacher. Lin Baidiu stood nearby, wearing a mask. As time passed, his expression became increasingly astonished. His pupils reflected Jiang Yunshu's highly concentrated expression, clean and sharp incisions, accurate knife placement, appropriate force. But that wasn't the most important thing. What mattered most was that the latter's steady hand could absolutely not be mastered within a short period of time. It required persistent practice and training over the years. But he had clearly commissioned someone to investigate Jiang Yunsu's information, and this guy was clearly working in design before the incident. Jiang Yunshu observed the dissected lungs calmly and began to speak. There is a significant third-degree cut in the lung area, visually estimating that the age of the lung organ does not match the patient's age, and the bronchioles connecting to the alveoli and trachea have not fully recovered. I hypothesize that this senior teacher underwent a lung transplant shortly before death and shows signs of tissue fibrosis around the lungs. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yunshu continued, however, my specialty is not respiratory medicine, and thus I dare not hastily conclude the cause of illness. Shit, although Lin Baidiu's expertise did not lie in this field either, most of Jiang Yunshu's descriptions were completely accurate. The laboratory was so quiet it felt like the air had been sucked out. The senior teacher's skin was a dark gray, silently declaring its existence. In Jiang Yunshu's hand was still the scalpel, as he gazed motionlessly at him. Under the current circumstances, Lin Bai, firm materialist, Jian, never afraid of ghosts, suddenly felt that this was just too eerie. The hair on his back bristled, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stepped back, pointing at Jiang Yunshu, are you human or ghost? Jiang Yunshu put down the scalpel, the metallic collision emitted a faint sound. He helplessly stated, it's ironic that you're a doctor yet lean towards being a believer. He paused midway, closing his mouth silently since his current condition didn't seem qualified to critique Lin Baidu. Jiang Yunshu corrected himself, I used to be an atheist as well. Shit, Lin Baidu always felt a chill run down his spine behind him. He rubbed his arms, let's go outside. The senior teacher hasn't finished yet. Lin Baidu shouted, a teacher will come later. Hurry up, leave. Too loud, Jiang Yunshu said, you're disturbing the senior teacher. When they arrived at a road where students passed by, Lin Baidu let out a sigh of relief. After looking several times at the tall figure to his left, he finally reluctantly opened his mouth. What is your specialization? Tumor surgery, Jiang Yunshu said, if you still don't believe me, you can find the professor from the school's oncology department and let the professor ask questions in person. Actually, Lin Baidu's subconscious had already believed, but he still couldn't help but retort, I don't even know the teachers in the oncology department. Jiang Yunshu also had a personal motive. As an adult, he had long understood the importance of interpersonal relationships. He wanted to take this opportunity to meet the university's tumor expert, which would be helpful for his future studies and job hunting. He said, you can contact your teacher and have your teacher. Shut up. Lin Baidu could no longer bear it, who would casually bother others like you? I didn't bother you, Jiang Yunshu calmly retaliated, you forgot that it was you who asked me how to prove first. I'm just responding to your need. Lin Baidu took a few deep breaths and quickened his steps, fearing that if he didn't move far enough away, he would punch the person again. Thinking about this, he paused, looked back, and asked, so, when we first met, the person I hit wasn't the original Jiang Yunshu? Yep, Jiang Yunshu stopped, extended his hand, let me reintroduce myself, I am Jiang Yunshu, with the character meaning, scholarly spirit. Lin Baidu wore an expression as if he were constipated. Jiang Yunshu's hand remained extended, not pulled back. When the duration was long enough that passing students had stopped to look curiously, Lin Baidu finally sighed, and shook his hand, Lin Baidu, sorry about hitting you last time. The two walked side by side to the parking lot. Jiang Yunshu opened the car door courteously, Dr. Lin, would you like to have dinner? I have something to ask you. Speak normally will you? Lin Baidu got into the passenger seat. As Lin Baidu chewed on some chicken stuck in his cheeks, after hearing the two worlds Jiang Yunshu spoke of, his face showed an exhausted collapse. Swallow first. Jiang Yunshu's tone was calm. Lin Baidu always sensed a tinge of disdain, but at the moment, he had no time to care, so, the reason you're telling me is because of my face. Jiang Yunshu shook his head, no, it's because I want to ask you to do something. Hey, Lin Baidu said, trying to flatter me now won't work anymore. Jiang Yunshu put down his chopsticks and earnestly told Lin Baidu, I want to ask you to tell my Omega that I've permanently lost my memory. You're asking me to lie. Lin Baidu became serious upon hearing this, but why not directly tell your Omega the truth? I can't tell him directly, Jiang Yunshu said, he has severe PTSD towards the original host. Even if I told him, he would only think I'm playing a prank on him, tormenting him in a new way. Although the situation seems better now, I can't say anything or else all progress may be ruined and cause him more serious harm. Lin Baidu nodded thoughtfully in agreement, that makes sense. Jiang Yunshu said, anyway, once his condition stabilizes, I will disclose everything to him. Shit, Lin Baidu aggressively chewed on his chicken breast, thinking about it, you're quite unlucky, poor guy. Jiang Yunshu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled, no, on the contrary, I feel very fortunate. Huh. From the side view, Jiang Yunshu's sharp jawline softened, his eyes slightly curved, I'm grateful. Instead of going to a happy environment, I'd rather come here because I can save by Tang, a character reference. Likewise, if there were two worlds to choose from, and in the first world I could save 10 people, and in the second world I could save only one person, even if the conditions and circumstances were 10 times harsher, I would unhesitatingly choose the former. Chapter 26, He's actually very afraid of pain. Beidong was happily stirring the egg mixture, as today he would finally get to eat cake after a long time. Yesterday, Jiang Yunshu went shopping at the supermarket after meeting with Lin Baidu. He practically bought everything that the house needed, and while passing by the cooked food section, he vaguely remembered there being an oven in the kitchen. Thinking that Beidong might have some free time, perhaps he could make some pastries, so he looked up online for materials needed to bake cakes, breads, and mousses, putting all of them into the shopping cart. At 8:49 p.m., Beidong was taking out the items one by one, and upon seeing a stack of cupcake papers, he paused and asked, Mister, are you in the mood for cake? Jiang Yunshu's taste preferences leaned heavily towards salty dishes and sweet desserts. Once, at 2 a.m., he kicked Bai Tang awake from his sleep on the floor just because he suddenly wanted something sweet. Thus, Beidong was ordered to make desserts and was even permitted to have a small bite himself as a result. Jiang Yunshu stood nearby, organizing seasonings into the cabinets, that works too. The next afternoon, Beidong wiped down every cabinet in the house, sniffling his nose. Perhaps due to his weak constitution, his fever subsided quickly but his cold persisted intermittently for over a week, constantly blowing his nose, leading to raw red patches around his nostrils. Haitong barked, woof woof woof, and raced around the house like a parkour athlete, flying from one end to the other and back again, occasionally playfully biting his master's ankle as he passed. Beidong chuckled and pinched Haitong's soft ears before taking several photos and sending them to Zhou Chaoyu. He then rolled up his sleeves with excitement and started preparing the materials needed for making the cake. After tying on a light blue apron, he followed the steps from the recipe book, separating the egg whites from the yolks, mixing the milk, corn oil, and egg yolks evenly, straining in low-gluten flour, and pouring it all together until smooth. Sugar was added to the egg whites, whipping them into a creamy consistency. A small portion of meringue was gradually incorporated into the yolk mixture, ensuring even blending until complete fusion. Finally, the liquid was poured into paper cups, placed in the oven, and set to 175 degrees for 20 minutes. Done. Beidong casually flicked a stray dog hair off the counter and knelt down, cheerfully petting Haitong's head. The house slowly filled with the scent of baking cake. Beidong leaned close, motionlessly observing the rising changes within the oven. As the timer ticked down to 20 minutes, a crisp ding sounded. Suddenly, click. Startled from fully concentrating on flipping the small cakes, Beidong jolted, the right hand holding the baking tray abruptly shaking, his wrist tilting, causing the entire tray to tip. Clang! The 12 little cakes fell one after another to the ground, and Beidong couldn't avoid it in time. His exposed left fingertips directly touched the 175-degree hot baking tray. Ugh! Beidong instinctively retracted his fingers with a suppressed groan, only to realize that wasn't Jiang Yunsu opening the door but rather Haitong biting the coat zipper. Leaning against the countertop, steadying his slightly weakening body, Beidong belatedly broke out in a cold sweat. He turned on the faucet and rinsed his fingertips under cold water, lips pressed tightly. Haitong, utterly unaware of his mistake, sniffed the fragrant cakes with his nose and took a bite, immediately sticking out his tongue from the heat. Beidong quietly looked at the scattered, unfinished cupcakes on the ground, one of which had even rolled into the corner of the kitchen. For a moment, disregarding the stinging pain in his fingertips, he wrested the half-eaten cake from Haitong's mouth and said, "You can't eat any more. They aren't fully baked yet, they'll give you diarrhea." Bending down, he picked up the dusty cakes from the ground one by one and threw them into the trash bin. The room was quiet. Watching the garbage can now stuffed full of failed cakes, he slumped down helplessly and hugged his knees. His phone dinged a few times, probably Zhou Chaoyu replying to him, but he had no inclination to check. The care received during his last illness did not offer Beidong any sense of security. Even before their marriage, Jiang Yunsu had taken good care of him after losing a loved one. Back then, he naively believed that their love had been tested and that they were destined to be together. But reality proved otherwise. He was horribly mistaken. It had already been 2 weeks since living in this new home, yet he still had nightmares every night. Fragmented memories of being tortured in his old home had morphed into episodes of abuse within the new household. As he clutched his knees tighter, Beidong thought that, after Jiang Yunsu lost his memory, he expected things to ease up for him somewhat, but they hadn't. Over time, the mounting unease in his mind grew heavier day by day, making him increasingly anxious and jittery. Even the slightest abrupt noise sent tremors through his whole body. He was constantly thinking about when Jiang Yunsu would recover his memory, when he would be thrown back into a life without hope, and when it would be best to send Haitong away. He had already developed the habit of asking himself these 3 questions before every breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Sometimes, he also wondered whether it might not be better to simply live as they had done before, enduring the previous lifestyle instead of anxiously awaiting the day Alpha returned to how he used to be. At least that way, his feet could touch solid ground, and at least he could find some peace of mind. Even more extreme thoughts crept in: just throw caution to the wind and enjoy this probation period, and then on the day Jiang Yunsu's memory came back, and after Haitong was settled, he would choose death. He imagined hanging himself by the doorway, knowing full well that those who die by hanging don't look good, perfect to terrify Jiang Yunsu face to face as soon as he walked in. Or lying in the living room cutting his wrists, blood flowing so much it turned the carpet red, seeping through the door cracks and staining Jiang Yunsu's leather shoes with its stickiness. He wouldn't close his eyes either, fixing his gaze firmly on the direction of the entrance because, just maybe, it would leave a haunting shadow over Jiang Yunsu. He even searched online which vein would bleed the most if cut or if slitting his throat would spurt more blood. But every time such a thought surfaced, Beidong couldn't help but let tears fall uncontrollably. Why should it be him to die? Why? Moreover, wasn't he actually terrified of pain? After squatting for so long his legs went numb and Haitong came worriedly nudging him, Beidong finally took several deep breaths, raised his slightly red eyes, scratched under Haitong's chin, and gave a faint smile. "Sorry Haitong, I made you worry. The little cakes must have been delicious, right? Let's start over." As Jiang Yunsu stepped through the iron gate leading to the garden, he immediately caught the rich aroma wafting through the air, so strong it must have reached the neighboring houses, probably leaving half the neighbors drooling. Upon opening the door, Beidong stood neatly at attention near the entrance, eyes cast downward toward his own feet. "Master. You're back." Jiang Yunsu replied while changing his shoes and offering praise. "Smells great." "Master," Beidong curled his toes nervously, whispering, "the small cakes are ready. They've just come out of the oven, still warm." "Good job, Beidong," Jiang Yunsu said. "I'll wash my hands and come eat." "How does it taste, master?" Beidong asked anxiously, fearing that the flavor wouldn't suit Alpha's preferences, though his concern proved unfounded. All measurements were meticulously followed according to Jiang Yunsu's requirements, exact grams of sugar, precise boxes of milk, specific numbers of eggs, all carefully adhered to. It was indeed far too sweet for Jiang Yunsu's liking, it felt like biting directly into sugar cubes. Unhealthy, very unhealthy. Jiang Yunshu forced himself to swallow, though he actually enjoyed desserts like these normally. Still, this one was excessively sugary. He truthfully remarked, "This is too sweet. Did I really prefer my cakes this sweet before?" Hearing the criticism, Beidong instantly became restless, hesitatingly nodding, then, "Master, please tell me exactly how many grams of sugar I should use. I'll fix it. Just try one yourself." Suddenly inspired by something, Jiang Yunshu suggested, "Surely you didn't make it so sweet that you can't even eat it yourself, did you?" Beidong quickly shook his head, holding the cake delicately with both hands as he took a small bite. "I can manage a little." Relaxing against the kitchen counter, Jiang Yunshu observed Baitong's expression closely. "Do you find it too sweet? Be honest, or I'll get upset." Baitong's expression showed uncertainty and unease, pausing momentarily before cautiously testing the waters. "A bit too sweet. How much sugar did you use?" 150 grams. Jiang Yunshu's teeth ached, these 12 little cakes using 150 grams of sugar. Placing around 70 grams would have sufficed perfectly well. "Cut it down by 30 grams next time," Jiang Yunshu said. "All right." Beidong agreed immediately, grabbing the cookbook nearby to strike out 150 grams and replace it with 120 grams. Chapter 27, Permanent Amnesia. Permanently lost memories. Baitong's face was filled with shock as she stared fixedly at Lin Bai_Zhou. Today was the day for Baitong's re-examination of her glands. The CT room did not allow accompanying persons to enter. When Beidong got off the CT machine, she heard Lin Bai_Zhou casually say this. The toes that just touched the ground stopped suddenly, and Beidong stood there in a daze, as if unable to comprehend the meaning of the words. After a long while, she reacted intensely, running over quickly, hands propping on the table, leaning forward, eyes wide open, asking anxiously, "Really? Is it really?" As Omega's beautiful face suddenly loomed large, Lin Bai_Zhou, this single alpha, was momentarily stunned. His body reacted before his brain, nearly tipping over backward and almost falling off his chair. Sorry. Beidong froze for a second then immediately retreated, feeling a little embarrassed as she waved her hands. "I didn't mean to." "It's alright," Lin Bai_Zhou pushed his chair back, using his poor acting skills to pretend he was slightly surprised. "You didn't know, right?" If Beidong wasn't in a state of extreme shock, she would have certainly noticed Lin Bai_Zhou's contrived expression. But at this moment, her mind had been numbed by this heavy news. She asked, trembling slightly, "Does permanent amnesia really mean that previous memories will never come back? Are you sure they won't return?" Yes, the current Beidong looked completely different from the timid person Lin Bai_Zhou first met, who he had never seen talk so fast. "Absolutely won't come back." Beidong took several steps back, her heels touching the chair, standing straight. The CT room became silent for a brief moment, and Beidong forced herself to calm down despite her overloaded brain. She said, "Doctor, can you be responsible for what you've said?" "Yes," Lin Bai_Zhou paused, saying, "The diagnosis of amnesia is usually handled by psychological doctors. Your alpha received the results yesterday." Beidong had calmed down already. A life lived always on edge had made her more sensitive and discerning. Something seemed strange to her. She asked, "Doctor, why are you telling me this?" Lin Bai_Zhou hadn't thought about this question and was momentarily speechless. Because he used to be a patient who shocked the medical world. I'm interested in him, and coincidentally, the psychological doctor responsible for him is my friend, so he told me. You're his Omega, I assumed you knew so I just mentioned it. Shouldn't the doctor be lying? It made sense logically. Beidong bit her lips, seemingly convinced already. Alright, thank you, doctor. Lin Bai_Zhou scribbled on the medical record and let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Do you know he was declared brain dead? Each hospital's judgment of brain death is very strict, requiring agreement from more than 2 senior professors and going through numerous procedures. Sudden recovery. The tone trailed off as Lin Bai_Zhou pretended to suggest casually, I think it can no longer be explained by science. Something incredible must have happened. Beidong was unfamiliar with hospital processes, unaware how rigorous the process of judging brain death was. She was also puzzled, then. Why did he suddenly get better? Don't know, Lin Bai_Zhou said boldly, it cannot be explained scientifically. Patient Bai Tang, since you're the one closest to him, perhaps you can observe any differences from before the memory loss. Beidong murmured, what difference? So many differences. Clearly visible, tastes have become much blander, not fond of sweets anymore, arrogant expressions that were once annoying have disappeared, and the tone of voice is now incredibly smooth, something never heard before. But beyond that, there are many details that even Jiang Yunsu wouldn't do during their heated romance period. Raising dogs. On the first day they cohabited, Beidong curled up in Jiang Yunsu's arms and spoke of her future dream vision, we can raise a pet. Either a dog or a cat, we can take walks with it every morning. Shall we give it a try? Little animals are super cute. Jiang Yunsu interrupted her smile before she could finish. Sorry dear, I don't like furry animals. Beidong visibly drooped, don't like it? Then I'll raise a hamster. I've also looked at golden bears. The pure silver ones are so adorable. Dear, Jiang Yunsu said, even staying in a small cage is disgusting. Since we live together, isn't mutual tolerance required? Beidong puffed her cheeks, a bit disappointed, but Alpha doesn't like them so she decided against it. Alpha is more important, okay. And donating to Phoenix Academy. Jiang Yunsu always fully embodied the pride and dignity of an Alpha. He held Phoenix Academy in contempt, thinking Omegas were overestimating their capabilities, yet at the same time he couldn't tolerate even a hint of resistance from someone weaker. Not long after they got their marriage certificate, before Jiang Yunsu's true nature had been revealed, Beidong was still free to use electronic devices. Once, when he turned on the computer and clicked into the largest social web page of Star 2, he noticed that Jiang Yunsu hadn't logged out of his account. Beidong was Jiang Yunsu's friend and normally could see him share landscapes and moods, but as he scrolled down, he suddenly found a poll visible only to him. Do you support abolishing the Phoenix Omega Academy? Supporters, 21,789, opposers, 326. Jiang Yunsu had chosen support, dated April 6, which was before Beidong graduated. Today, there were more cars than usual, and the traffic lights seemed longer than normal. Through the rearview mirror inside the car, Jiang Yunsu occasionally glanced toward Beidong sitting unusually quiet beside him, feeling somewhat annoyed. Bad luck, all the lights are red. On the fifth red light in a row, Jiang Yunsu rubbed the steering wheel and said, cough. What's wrong? Beidong was daydreaming, startled by the sudden question, Omega shrinking instantly. Sorry, Jiang Yunsu stepped on the gas pedal as the car started moving slowly. Did something happen in the hospital? Beidong slightly raised his eyelids, shifting his gaze from his shoes to the wide road ahead. Clenching his fists tightly, he asked the Alpha, Sir, are you really suffering from permanent amnesia? A car is a very small enclosed space, with minimal distance between the driver's seat and passenger seat, providing little sense of security, especially when you're with someone you dread immensely. For these past 2 months, each of the few times Beidong sat in the car, he would huddle up on the far edge of the seat, tensed enough to defend himself instantly, never lifting his head, let alone look straight at the other person. Changing from calling him, you, to, sir, this was Beidong's probe. However, it seemed Alpha wasn't concerned about it. Drumming up courage, Beidong turned his head and looked at Alpha's profile, asking again, is it true? Another red light stopped them. Jiang Yunsu also turned his head, their eyes met. He saw how violently Beidong's pupils were trembling, clearly showing fear. Omegas were afraid. True, Jiang Yunsu responded quietly, I've done psychological testing. It proved I have amnesia at home. The report will be shown to you once we return. Unable to withstand the stress any longer, Beidong lowered his neck like a drowning person who had just caught some air. His knuckles pinched behind his back until they turned crimson, his whole body went numb, and just during those several seconds gazing at the Alpha's face, warning signals rang explosively in his mind. He feared screaming without consideration and running away. It seemed he had become this terrified of Jiang Yunsu. Jiang Yunsu noticed Beidong's fingers trembling uncontrollably where they rested on his knees. He took his gaze off Beidong and silently increased the temperature inside the car by 1 degree. Chapter 28, Jiang Yunsu is in high spirits. After being left at home alone, Haitong was extremely bored and lazily lay on the ground. Suddenly, one of his furry ears perked up, and his little short legs quickly alternated as he ran to the door, humming and grunting while pacing back and forth. Not long after, the door opened, and Haitong immediately clawed at the trouser leg of the person who arrived, scratching around like he was sharpening his claws. Jiang Yunsu helplessly thought that his pants must have split by now. Fortunately, Beidong promptly entered the house, and the little German shepherd turned around and abandoned the hard Alpha to go snuggle with the fragrant and soft Omega. Haitong has grown quite a bit, his fur has fluffed out, making him look twice as round and chubby, especially since he recently started raising his ears. But only one ear quiveringly stood up, while the other remained lifelessly drooping, looking absurdly comical. Beidong's mood brightened when he saw the dog. He squatted down and embraced Haitong, giving him a gentle rub. Jiang Yunsu took out the certificate of results from his study room and handed it over to Beidong. He had no memory of the original owner, so he effortlessly passed the psychological test. The doctor's handwriting was indeed hard to read, but the 4 words, permanent amnesia, were still recognizable. Beneath them was the official seal of the capital hospital. After being worried for more than 2 months, Beidong finally felt reassured and firmly planted his feet on the ground. Although he doesn't know why the Alpha would do so many OOC, out of character, things or when the Alpha might turn bad again, none of this concerns him anymore. All he needs to do is take advantage of this time, ensuring the safety of himself and Haitong, and try his best to seek his own interests. Domestic violence is deliberate harm, which is wrong and very serious. Jiang Yunsu stood straight and earnestly said, I won't hurt you anymore, never will. You can relax and do whatever you want. Beidong remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly said, I want to continue my education. Jiang Yunsu paused for a moment and quickly replied, sure, when? Retaking the college entrance exam? Studying at home or going to school? Baitang's jaw clenched tightly relaxed suddenly, and the nails pressing into his palm gradually loosened. But soon, he fell into confusion. Did he agree? Did he just agree? Even before Jiang Yunsu revealed his true nature, the two of them had been at odds for a long time about the issue of education. They negotiated, argued, went through cold wars, yet all those didn't make Jiang Yunsu yield even an inch. Since the alpha lost his memory, he really has become strange. Slowly blinking his eyes, Beidong habitually considered whether the alpha was lying. Though Jiang Yunshu appears expressionless at the moment, unknowingly, he feels very excited inside. It's similar to the excitement of finally waiting for your non-aspiring son willing to actively learn, almost shedding tears of joy. Beidong decided to probe further. I want to repeat a year at Fengqi. Fengqi. Jiang Yunshu agreed, thoughtfully responding, all right, shall we go ask at Fengqi's academic affairs office tomorrow? Beidong was stunned again. Can I? Of course, you can, Jiang Yunshu said, turning to search through the fridge. Then, can we eat meat now? Beidong was full of suspicion and confusion within. Facing such a strange alpha, he is truly at a loss, feeling utterly confused in his mind. After quite some time, he hesitated and nodded, yes. Jiang Yunshu also nodded in understanding and selected several bags of ingredients to place in the kitchen. Beidong stayed silent, observing the alpha's movements from a distance, watching everything from washing rice to cutting meat, familiar usage of kitchen utensils, and the order of adding seasonings while marinating the meat. This caused him to start recalling if Jiang Yunsu used to be good at cooking like this. It seemed. No, right? Wasn't he? He couldn't remember. It had been too long since the last time the alpha cooked. After standing there for a while, Beidong silently pulled out his phone and sat cross-legged on the couch playing, but behind the scenes where no one could see, his hand was nervously clutching the hem of his coat. Jiang Yunshu happened to glance back and caught this scene, but unlike other parents scolding their kids for using phones, a slight smile curved his lips. He felt a sense of relief deep in his heart from the fact that Beidong was using his phone. Finally enduring it. It turns out utilizing Lin Baizhou was the most correct step he has taken since arriving in this world. The hem of his coat was crumpled and creased, and Beidong was sure the alpha saw it, but said nothing. Yes, his focus wasn't even on the phone. The page hadn't changed for 15 minutes. From beginning to end, his attention was solely on the figure busying himself in the kitchen. What exactly was Jiang Yunsu thinking? Beidong can neither comprehend nor see through it, and how does it feel like the alpha has turned into another person after losing his memory? Come and eat. Jiang Yunshu took the dishes out. Although Bai Tang had finally agreed to eat meat, his intestines and stomach that hadn't digested or absorbed fatty food for a long time might not be able to take it all at once. Hence, he chopped all the meat finely and prepared steamed meat patties with winter mushrooms, lean meat soup, bean sprouts in broth, and stir-fried green peppers. Bai Tang suppressed his unease and hesitation, deliberately not answering, and didn't offer to help, instead idly swiping at his phone screen while seated on the sofa. Jiang Yunshu joyfully completed everything by himself. Still no words. Bai Tang was utterly dumbfounded. Had the alpha lost his mind? Come and eat before it gets cold, Jiang Yunshu said, having already laid out Bai Tang's bowl and chopsticks, speaking kindly. Forced back to reality, Bai Tang stood up only to find that his back was drenched in cold sweat, his lower legs felt weak, and there were deep red nail marks on his palms. Taking a deep breath, with mixed feelings of fear and doubt, Bai Tang eventually sat down opposite Jiang Yunshu, his emotions tangled and complex. You try a bite, Jiang Yunshu said, is it too bland or too salty? Sitting so close, Bai Tang dared not test the alpha's limits anymore, the overwhelming terror imprinted on both his body and mind had not faded. Observing Jiang Yunshu's expression, he cautiously picked up a piece of meat cake, then quickly pulled back. His hands trembled slightly, and Bai Tang used all his strength to stabilize them, struggling to say, I have eaten. Jiang Yunshu said, see if it suits your taste. Once Bai Tang hesitatingly put the meat in his mouth and chewed it, he was surprised, it was really good. It had been 3 years since he last tasted meat. Watching Bai Tang's reaction, Jiang Yunshu finally relaxed, saying, eat more, you're too thin, you need to gain some weight properly. After dinner, Jiang Yunshu went back to the study as usual to do practice tests. After finishing a set of real questions, which took 2.5 hours, he stood up, stretched his stiff neck, and planned to take a walk on the second-floor balcony. But he hadn't walked far when he saw Bai Tang suddenly rush out from the room, covering his mouth, colliding straight into him. Jiang Yunshu immediately noticed the ghastly pallor showing through Bai Tang's fingers compared to his earlier complexion with slight rosiness. His brows furrowed instantly. What's wrong? Bai Tang tried to shake his head but suddenly felt the urge to vomit rise violently in his throat. He stumbled into the toilet, kneeling down and throwing up loudly. Jiang Yunshu was startled, his expression becoming serious. He saw that Bai Tang had nothing left to vomit except bile. Walking into the kitchen, he poured a glass of water. Upon entering the bathroom, seeing Bai Tang's situation, he realized this couldn't be the first time. Pressing the flush button and handing the clear water to Bai Tang, he instructed, rinse your mouth. Blood rushed to Bai Tang's face, making tears well up, as a large bead of sweat slid down to his jawline. In pain, Bai Tang accepted the cup, rinsing his mouth and spitting the water out. Just as Jiang Yunshu was about to speak, Bai Tang abruptly turned again, gripping the toilet seat and dry-heaving forcefully. Jiang Yunshu refilled the glass of water and seriously asked, Bai Tang, tell me the truth, how many times have you vomited? Bai Tang's pale face flushed red from lack of oxygen, and he gulped down big breaths between sobs. 9 times. Acute gastroenteritis, Jiang Yunshu quickly concluded, grabbing an overcoat from the couch, we're going to the hospital. Rinse your mouth thoroughly, otherwise nausea can worsen. Chapter 29, It's Too Terrifying. The sharp needle pricked into the thin hand, and Bai Tang's face was deathly pale. He wrinkled his delicate eyebrows and leaned weakly against the intravenous chair in the hospital, appearing listless, completely devoid of any vitality. He was truly too thin, so thin that only a thin layer of skin remained on his hand, the protruding veins looking particularly horrifying. Jiang Yunshu looked at him for a while, then silently took the coat that had been hanging on his arm and gently covered Bai Tang with it. Bai Tang instantly opened his half-closed eyes and eyed him warily. Sorry for scaring you, Jiang Yunshu placed his hand under the cold metal backrest, signaling Bai Tang to sleep on his hand. It's fine, just sleep. Although his stomach was completely empty, he could still feel something rolling inside, churning all his internal organs together, nausea rising up to his throat. Bai Tang used all his strength to suppress it, feeling so unwell that his mind became hazy, lowering much of his guard. As an Omega, Bai Tang clearly felt the presence of many unfamiliar alphas around him, each one posing a potential threat. Even though Jiang Yunshu was sitting beside him, he couldn't help but desperately cling to this one familiar person in such a vast world. You, don't go, alright? Bai Tang frowned beautifully, whispering. Jiang Yunshu said, I won't go, sleep. Bai Tang curled up into a ball on the icy iron chair, pleading in this helpless posture to gain some sense of security. The people around gradually diminished, the cold-toned fluorescent light shining overhead making the infusion room seem even lonelier. Jiang Yunshu was full of self-reproach, this was indeed his mistake. Although he had noticed the issue that the stomach can't digest meat quickly, and had specially chopped the meat finely, he didn't expect Bai Tang's intestines to be so poor as to not be able to handle it at all. He acted too hastily, trying to quickly supply Bai Tang with nutrients but forgetting the most basic things instead. How could a doctor fail so utterly? Jiang Yunshu bit his lips tightly as he saw Bai Tang's whitened lips. Bai Tang's groan of discomfort interrupted his self-recrimination. Jiang Yunshu looked over, waited a moment, then gently moved Bai Tang's head onto his palm. Bai Tang slept very restlessly. It was evident he did not trust the Alpha's claim of, I won't leave. Perhaps there were too many previous examples, with Alpha Jiang Yunshu leaving the sick, frail Omega alone in the hospital, or someplace else. Therefore, when Bai Tang was awoken at 3 a.m. by the nurse removing the needle and opened his eyes to find Jiang Yunshu still there, the surprise on his face was unmistakable. Do you feel bad? Jiang Yunshu drew back his hand, it was full of red marks from his own tousled hair pressing down on it, along with prolonged pressure causing congestion, purplish red. Bai Tang still seemed spiritless. He slowly shook his head, hesitated, and said. Thank you. It's nothing. Jiang Yunshu shook his numb hand and picked up the coat covering Bai Tang, placing it back on his arm. Let's go home. The car journey was particularly smooth the entire way. Bai Tang held his stomach and began dozing off again. Don't sleep yet, Jiang Yunshu said. We're almost home. I'll make you a bowl of noodles when we get there, then you can sleep after eating. Bai Tang, hearing the Alpha's voice, suddenly opened his eyes and instinctively sat straight. A few seconds later, he relaxed slightly, okay. Heitong also waited anxiously at the door. The moment the door opened, she dashed out, pushing her wet nose against her master's palm. Jiang Yunshu cooked the thin noodles until they were soft, cracked an egg into them, stirred evenly, then placed the bowl on the dining table. Didn't control the amount well, cooked too much. Half a bowl is enough to fill your stomach. Thank you, Bai Tang took the chopsticks. After 3 years, he accepted the care of the Alpha once again. His emotions were very complex, but absolutely lacked any happiness. He wasn't someone who forgave easily, so how could he forgive or let go of the harm caused by the Alpha? Even though the Alpha had lost his memory, the harm done hadn't disappeared, it was just forgotten. None of them could empathize with the excruciating despair he endured back then. Even recalling it now briefly sent waves of fear through him. All Bai Tang could beg for now was that they become strangers living under the same roof. As he enjoyed the Alpha's protection, he would also fulfill his corresponding duties. That night, the two did not return to their rooms until nearly 5 a.m. This time, Bai Tang removed the key hanging on the door handle, closed the door, and locked it with a click. Jiang Yunshu felt deeply comforted. But before 9 o'clock in the morning, his biological clock forced Jiang Yunshu awake. He blinked away the dryness in his eyes, resigned himself to getting up, drank a large glass of water, used the restroom, and then went to the balcony to memorize English words. At 8:47, Bai Tang lazily turned over, and 10 minutes later, he flipped again, now wide awake. This body clock, helplessly opening his eyes, Bai Tang noticed the dog on the floor was still sleeping. He pulled off his blanket and started slipping into his clothes piece by piece, making faint rustling sounds. A black ear, whoosh, stood up, twitching a bit. Good morning, Heitong. Bai Tang's eyes curved softly. Sliding into his fluffy cotton slippers, he opened the door, though a bit nervous and scared to see if Jiang Yunshu had already woken up. Peeking out tentatively, Bai Tang saw that the Alpha's door across from him was already open. Before he could make a move himself, Haitong impatiently pushed past and trotted out first. Reluctantly following, Bai Tang approached the bathroom and suddenly heard a word repeated 3 times from the balcony, gamble. Startled by the Alpha's voice, Bai Tang trembled before calming down. An English word? Curious, he crept closer only to find Jiang Yunshu in his pajamas, standing by the railing with a book in his hands. Gangster, came another word. Was Jiang Yunshu reading English this beautifully all along? It even sounded like an American accent. No, it wasn't good at all, it was truly awful. Bai Tang shook his head vigorously to get rid of these strange thoughts, but soon frowned. Wasn't it true that Jiang Yunshu always claimed he was the worst at English? Thinking further, Bai Tang suddenly felt something was off. If everything from before was lost due to memory loss, shouldn't his knowledge have been forgotten as well? In such a short time, just 1 year, how could the Alpha master everything from middle school to university? That was impossible. Or, was Jiang Yunshu faking the amnesia or perhaps remembered things but decided not to tell anyone? But that couldn't be right either, because Dr. Lin and the hospital confirmed his permanent memory loss. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Bai Tang broke out in goosebumps. A chill ran up his spine. The tail-wagging Haitong, unable to bear the silence, stuck out its tongue and barked toward Jiang Yunshu, woof woof. Lost deep in thought about the most horrifying possibility, this sudden bark shocked Bai Tang half to death. Jiang Yunshu turned around upon hearing the sound, noticing Bai Tang clawing at the glass door with his fingertips, eyes wide with fright, obviously unsettled. Thinking Bai Tang had caught him peeking, Jiang Yunshu smiled, "Good morning." Trembling at the Alpha's smile, Bai Tang was gripped by fear. Could it be that Jiang Yunshu paid off Dr. Lin and the hospital to deceive him? What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu also sensed something was off, furrowing his brows and asking, what happened? Horrified by his own dark thoughts, Bai Tang realized that if this were really the case, then the Alpha would be truly terrifying. After some time, he managed to regain his voice and stammered anxiously, Mister. Didn't you say, you forgot everything before? That it was permanent amnesia? Then, how do you still remember all those facts and can prepare for postgraduate exams? Stunned, Jiang Yunshu completely forgot about this matter, tightening his eyebrows suspiciously and falling silent. Waiting for a response for what seemed like ages, seeing the lack of it, Bai Tang's face paled instantly, trembling uncontrollably, struggling to keep upright, and finally fell to the ground while crawling backward in terror. In utter despair, fat tears rolled down Bai Tang's cheeks, hitting the ground. Kneeling on both knees, he croaked weakly, sorry, mister. I'm wrong. It's me who's wrong. Chapter 30, Little Smarty Pants. Haitong didn't know what had happened, and worriedly let out a wooing, placing a meaty paw on his owner's shoulder. Even Haitong's touch made Baitong jump, letting out a terrified whimper. Lifting his tear-streaked face, he hunched his shoulders and looked over, only relaxing when he saw the furry dog head. Then he stumbled forward, tightly hugging Haitong and using both hands and feet to drag him backward. Bai Xiang, after a long silence, Jiang Yunshu struggled to speak, actually, I'm not Jiang, but he immediately closed his mouth because he noticed how Bai Tang's grip on the dog hair had turned white from exertion as if unable to control his strength, hurting Haitong and making him yelp loudly. Looking up, sweat streamed down his face, his pupils starting to look somewhat unfocused. Jiang Yunshu snapped back to reality, breaking out into a cold sweat. He cursed himself quietly, was he crazy? Fortunately, he hadn't said it. As the old saying goes, one lie leads to 10 covers. And he was extremely bad at lying. Just now, he almost couldn't help himself, wanting to confess everything, to tell Bai Tang that he wasn't that bastard, wasn't the person who hurt him, and that a new person had been placed inside his husband's body. How incredibly irresponsible. Jiang Yunshu harshly berated himself in his mind. Bai Tang clearly wasn't in a state to hear the truth, and Bai Tang would undoubtedly refuse to believe it. This misunderstanding wouldn't be resolved by simply speaking, it was an absurd matter that contemporary science couldn't explain. If a friend suddenly told you they weren't themselves anymore, you wouldn't believe them, let alone when this friend was trapped in the body of a perpetrator, or worse, an Omega victim suffering from PTSD due to prolonged abuse. It was like two extremes, one constantly stuck in despair and the other offering hope before cruelly crushing it again. No need to guess which scenario is more suffocating. He had almost ruined everything with a single slip. But that wasn't even the most important part. What mattered most was the fear that Bai Tang's condition might worsen drastically if pushed too far. Taking deep breaths, Jiang Yunshu used the back of a book to tap on the railing, creating a loud noise as he firmly spoke, Bai Tang. Bai Tang trembled deeply, buried in Haitang's fur. Suddenly, in the midst of a vacuum-like silence, faint sounds reached him, drawing his attention. With a dazed expression, Bai Tang looked over. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu quickly organized his thoughts and continued, listen carefully, I really have permanent amnesia, and I've forgotten all the events from my past. But only the events, I haven't forgotten basic knowledge and common sense. Otherwise, how could I still speak, write, or cook? Bai Tang remained crouched in the corner, silent as if he hadn't heard, or possibly processing Alpha's words. Strands of black dog fur were scattered on the ground. Haitong's temperament truly was gentle as he didn't snap or bite back. Jiang Yunshu tapped the railing again patiently and slowly repeated himself, word by word, twice. A long while passed, so long that Haitong finally broke free and ran off to play with his own tail elsewhere. Only then did Bai Tang hoarsely say, "Is it true?" "It's true," Jiang Yunshu replied. "If you don't believe me, I can take another psychological test at the doctor's office, and you can listen in." "Would that work?" Bai Tang said nothing. Jiang Yunshu added, "Besides, I have no reason to deceive you, it's time-consuming, exhausting, and expensive." With tearful eyes flickering, Bai Tang laboriously went over the logic in his mind. The Alpha indeed had no reason to lie to him. The pre-amnesic Jiang Yunshu wouldn't bother wasting energy on tricking him. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Yunshu calmly prompted Bai Tang, "You need to tell me, or else I can't explain it to you." Bai Tang stayed quiet for a long moment before speaking hoarsely, "You bribed the hospital and Dr. Lin. You all conspired to deceive me." Jiang Yunshu paused, slightly disbelieving, then chuckled angrily, "Bai Tang, did you see the official stamp on the result sheet? That stamp represents the hospital, and there's no way it can be fake since it relates to the entire hospital's reputation. It's extremely strict about this. And as for Dr. Lin, why single out Dr. Lin Bai Dao to accuse him?" Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brows, thinking it over twice, until he figured it out. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. Bai Tang was testing him. Though Dr. Lin was acting under his instruction, Bai Tang never actually told him what transpired in the CT room. Therefore, he technically shouldn't have known any of these details. What a close call, he almost revealed too much. Bai Tang, the little smartypants, could still stay calm and think rationally despite being in such a terrifying situation. Jiang Yunshu suddenly felt some regret. If Bai Tang had chosen to become a surgeon, he would have certainly passed the mental resilience test. Jiang Yunshu maintained a blank expression and said, "What does Dr. Lin have to do with this?" Sure enough, after hearing this response, Bai Dong, who had been holding his breath all along, finally relaxed. Although he still hadn't fully believed it, he asked, "Then, when will we redo the test?" "Let's do it later. I've made some millet porridge. After we eat, we'll go out and then straight to Fengqi," Jiang Yunshu said. The Alpha still remembered. Bai Tong's eyes widened slightly, was it true? Could they really go? Jiang Yunshu suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone from his trouser pocket. He squatted down, flicked it along the ground, and slid it directly from the balcony to in front of Bai Dong. "Ah!" Bai Dong gasped, instinctively raising his arm to shield his head, but no anticipated pain came. Only then did he dare to open one eye and peek through the crack, just catching sight of a tilted phone right in front of him. "Sorry, I scared you." Jiang Yunshu folded a page in the book, closed it, and teased, "I'll give you the phone for safekeeping so that later no kid accuses me of bribing the hospital to cheat." Bai Dong hesitated for a moment, awkwardly stuffing the phone into his hand, stumbling as he stood up, and fled like a little hamster stealing grain. Bai Dong was clutching a certificate, looking at it back and forth. At the bottom was the stamp of the 2nd Star 3rd District Hospital. "Do you believe now?" Jiang Yunshu kept his eyes on the road ahead, turning the wheel left. Bai Dong had deliberately picked another district's hospital, making him drive nearly an hour. Recalling the clumps of dog hair lying on the floor earlier in the morning, Bai Dong felt somewhat guilty toward Haitong, reluctantly saying, "I believe you." After making a left turn, the GPS announced, 200 meters remaining to the destination. Jiang Yunshu saw an arch-like building with the words, Fengqi Omega Academy, inscribed on it, which looked worn in several places. Driving to the gate, the security guard first checked their identities, then said, "Sorry. There's no parking space left inside the school. Please park outside." "Oh, are you an Alpha? Make sure you stick your barrier patch properly, and carry a dose of suppressant." Jiang Yunshu pulled down his collar and took out a suppressant from his pocket, indicating that he was prepared. At first, he thought the parking spots were simply full. But when he went inside, he realized there was literally no space at all. The entire academy consisted of only one teaching building, 2 basketball courts and 2 tracks in front of it. There wasn't even room for a motorcycle parking area, all spaces were occupied by piles of equipment. Shocked, Bai Dong stood at the entrance, muttering, "How could this be? Before my graduation, that area still belonged to the school." Following his gaze, Jiang Yunshu noticed that behind the basketball court stood a 3-meter-tall iron mesh fence. Beyond the fence, construction workers operated excavators tirelessly, creating deafening noises. "It's been requisitioned by the government," Jiang Yunshu said. Bai Dong clenched his fists tightly, his face flushed red with anger. This old teaching building had no elevator. As they passed the 2nd floor, they could faintly hear students reading aloud from textbooks. Jiang Yunshu followed close behind Bai Dong, who turned around with a questioning look at the Alpha. Reaching the 3rd floor, they found on the right a door with a small sign hanging that read, Principal's Office and Dean's Office. Bai Dong knocked, and a voice replied, "Come in." Jiang Yunshu saw a man in his 40s or 50s sitting behind the desk, dressed in a black suit. Upon seeing Beidong, the man smiled and stood up. Beidong, is it? Beidong bowed where he stood, excitedly saying, Principal Sure. In a tone of elder warmth, Muching said, Oh. 3 years have passed, let me take a good look at you. How come you become so thin? You need to eat well. Turning his gaze to Jiang Yunshu behind, he asked, and who might this be? Beidong stuttered, he's my. Taking a step forward, Jiang Yunshu extended his hand, it's truly an honor to meet Principal Sure. I'm Jiang Yunshu, Beidong's partner. Chapter 31, You Go and Pay. After the two explained their purpose, Principal Sure sincerely felt glad about Beidong's decision to reapply for school exams. We welcome you anytime. Will next week's enrollment period be on time? Definitely. Thank you, Principal Sure. Beidong hurriedly agreed, dazed and suspecting he was dreaming, even pinching his own tiger mouth to check if it hurts. It's almost unimaginable that he would get another chance to return to school one day. However, our school no longer has accommodation available. Muching wore an expression of difficulty, with a wry smile. The storage room and utility rooms have already been occupied by some students and teachers who live far away. No problem. Beidong responded excitedly, gesturing hastily. Being able to study again was already something to be thankful for. How could he care about these things? I can come myself. Standing beside him, Jiang Yunshu, hearing this, pondered quietly. School usually starts the first class at 8:20 a.m., 10 minutes must be reserved for Beidong to prepare for class content, and it takes 20 minutes from home to school, so Beidong must leave home by 7:50 a.m. Breakfast will take 20 minutes, getting dressed after washing up takes 15 minutes, so Beidong should wake up by 7:15 a.m. at the latest. If I get up at 7 a.m. and prepare breakfast, I'll send Beidong to school before heading to the company. That schedule is perfect. Jiang Yunshu realized he had nothing more to do here, so he very thoughtfully found an excuse to leave, closing the door for the teacher and student as he went out. Beidong followed the process to pay tuition and carefully signed his name in the signature area. Your current alpha seems very respectful of you. Muching smiled. Mentioning Jiang Yunshu suddenly made Beidong feel caught off guard. What does current alpha mean? Do you notice any detail? Muching looked to the left. Through the window of the office, one could clearly see the large empty space and gate in front of the teaching building. Since entering school, he has always walked 2 or 3 steps behind you or walked alongside you, never overtaking you. Beidong recalled, realizing Principal Sure's words were correct. Seems like it. For alphas, they must always remain in the dominant position, they must walk ahead, otherwise, they might feel disrespected. This reflects self-confidence and self-esteem. This notion has permeated their bones and expresses itself through body language, even if this is your alma mater and your territory. Beidong furrowed his small face, deep in thought. Much better than the alpha who came to pay your tuition fees when you were in grade 11. Back then, everyone knew you weren't in good shape, but he didn't give you the money directly so that you could handle it yourself. He just couldn't do that. Muching shook his head. He barely remembered the face of that alpha but vividly recalled that haughty and arrogant look full of disdain and contempt, as if saying, you are an alpha, why should you serve omegas? You're truly disgracing all alphas. At that time, since Muching knew this was Beidong's alpha, he refrained from speaking and only shook his head sighing. Beidong also remembered that Jiang Yunshu personally came to the school and even entered his classroom, causing anger and panic among the omegas. A few omegas angrily and loudly questioned him, catching the attention of the entire class. Why do you rely on an alpha? If you have difficulties, speak them out and we will help you die trying, but why do you rely on an alpha? Have you forgotten what you've seen each week during lectures in the auditorium? Have you forgotten, Beidong? Beidong turned pale, pursed his lips tightly, and clenched his fists. He couldn't possibly forget. He tried to explain somewhat anxiously, sorry. Really sorry, but he's different from those arrogant alphas, In the end, all the words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat, and he apologized tremblingly. Sorry, really. From that point onward, the friends and classmates in his class began to distance themselves from him. It wasn't complete isolation or school bullying, just a sense of differing values leading to a parting of ways. Afterwards, Beidong, feeling somewhat angry and aggrieved, asked Jiang Yunshu, why did you come to my classroom? The administrative office and classroom were in completely different directions. Jiang Yunshu coaxed him, baby, I just wanted to take a look at where you study. I didn't know it would cause you trouble, it won't happen again. At that time, Beidong believed him, but now Beidong knew it wasn't like that. At that time, Jiang Yunshu was deliberately doing it, enjoying the panic of the omegas, boasting about the superiority of being an alpha, examining the poor learning environment of the omegas, and telling them, this is the consequence of not choosing to depend on an alpha. Beidong. Muching called out worriedly. Beidong suddenly snapped back to reality, Principal Sure, I'm fine. But. Why would Principal Sure say that? It's the same person. Didn't Principal Sure recognize him? However, Muching's words made Beidong recall something and notice a difference before and after the memory loss. The money for tuition was given to him in an envelope by the alpha just before leaving home today. You go and pay, the alpha said like that. Bai Tang, Shermuching stood with his hands behind his back, reliable and kind. I couldn't get in touch with you after you graduated, but now that you've come back to study, I am very happy. If you encounter any difficulties or confusion in the future, you can always talk to me. I remember your grades were excellent, both in theoretical courses and laboratory classes. Study hard, prepare seriously for exams, you will pass, don't worry. Bai Tang cried over Shermuching's words. He opened the office door with red eyes. The alpha was standing by the window waiting for him. Seeing him coming out, he cast a glance at him with a bland expression. Ever since Jiang Yunsu lost his memory, Bai Tang had felt the alpha become very unfamiliar, but nothing had been as shocking as this moment. The alpha seemed to have even changed in appearance. Over the past few months, his hair had grown longer, and instead of shaving it into a buzz cut, he had gotten a new hairstyle with a bit of fringe styled into a 7-to-3 split. This showed off his full forehead while covering up some aggressiveness, making him appear gentler and more amiable. If he added a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he would be a classic example of looking decent on the surface but being a wolf in sheep's clothing. Bai Tang was sure Jiang Yunsu had seen his bloodshot eyes because the alpha's gaze lingered on his eye corners for a second, yet he didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "Are you done talking with Principal Shi?" Hearing Shermuching's name, Bai Tang's nose became sour again. He suppressed the feeling, speaking through a congested nose, "Yes, we're done. So, shall we go shopping at the supermarket or go straight home?" Jiang Yunsu said. Bai Tang held the signed enrollment documents, initially planning to go straight home, but a sudden idea flashed through his mind. He placed a bunch of chrysanthemum greens into the shopping cart and looked up at the alpha's face. Completely. No. Abnormality. Furrowing his brows, Bai Tang picked up the chrysanthemum greens and put them down again, shaking them slightly to grab Jiang Yunshu's attention. After a brief thought, Jiang Yunshu believed that Bai Tang didn't like eating this vegetable but the original owner did, and Bai Tang was protesting using this method. Thus, he said, "If you don't like it, you can put it back." "Why you? Do you know what this vegetable is?" Bai Tang tentatively asked. Jiang Yunshu had been scared by Bai Tang's attempts to test him before, so he reviewed all knowledge about vegetables in his mind first. Finding no relevant information, he also answered tentatively, "Chrysanthemum greens." Bai Tang wore an odd expression as he put the bunch of chrysanthemum greens back into the cart. This was the vegetable Jiang Yunsu hated the most. He despised it so much that after tasting it, he ran directly to the restroom to vomit. It was a psychological reaction causing nausea, an intense aversion from deep within. Following this, Jiang Yunsu angrily stormed out, flipping the table with one hand, scattering broken plates and spilled food everywhere, which led to inevitable beatings afterward. Would losing memory make one forget things their body inherently disliked? Bai Tang stopped beating around the bush and asked directly, "Do you dislike eating chrysanthemum greens?" Jiang Yunshu knew Bai Tang was testing him now. Based on the current information that had occurred, he deduced that the one who disliked eating chrysanthemum greens should be the original owner rather than Bai Tang. This time, however, Jiang Yunshu chose to tell the truth. "Not at all, I actually quite like the taste of chrysanthemum greens." Chapter 32, A Different Person. Beitong pushed the dog's head aside, which was crazily rubbing against him, and asked, Can I cook?" Jiang Yunshu was standing in the kitchen organizing the things he had bought back. He cooperated and said, "All right, you cook the dishes, I will make the whole grain porridge and prepare the meat dishes. Your gastroenteritis has just recovered, so you still can't eat anything too hard to digest. The intake of meat should also be controlled, gradually adding bit by bit." Okay. The kitchen was very quiet, both were busy with their own tasks without talking anymore. There were only the sounds of the rice cooker, puffing out steam and occasionally water being poured. Beitong rolled up his sleeves and placed the tonghao and loofah into the sink, feeling as if everything wasn't quite real, like a dream. He never thought there would come a day when he could have a peaceful meal with Jiang Yunsu. On the dining table were sopa de calabasin, garlic sautéed tonghao, and red date steamed meat pieces. Jiang Yunshu had cooked the mixed grains porridge extremely soft and runny. Beitong watched Jiang Yunshu's colorless face eating one tonghao after another, and his brows became more knitted. Tonghao and loofah were vegetables that Jiang Yunsu disliked immensely, and he didn't like red dates either, yet these were now used by Alpha to steam the meat. How could this be? Beitong fell into deep thought, unknowingly biting the tip of a wooden chopstick with his front teeth. After getting a phone, he had already looked up professional knowledge related to memory loss and kept track of relevant news, even trying to read some difficult-to-understand papers, though he didn't understand much. Forgetting is just like formatting your brain, but shouldn't the foods you dislike still remain distasteful? It's like a newborn baby, a clean slate knowing nothing, yet it would still spit out or turn away from food it dislikes. Unless, it isn't Jiang Yunsu anymore. Beitong suddenly opened his eyes wide, yes. That explains it all. The startling thought sent goosebumps down his body, so this is why brain death cured. Then, if this is the case, who is the man sitting before him, pretending to be Jiang Yunsu for what purpose? Where is the truly brain-dead Jiang Yunsu? Am I in danger? A chill climbed up from his calves, tightly gripping at his heart. Beitong felt his blood freeze cold, his body stiff with terror. The deeper his thoughts went, the more eerie it became. He concluded that whatever profit Jiang Yunsu could gain would be wealth in the company, but if it was about money, this stranger wouldn't have donated 170,000 yuan, wouldn't have moved houses, and wouldn't have let him study. Calming down, Beidong cut off his wild imaginings. Maybe he was mistaken. At present, the most pressing matter was to confirm if this person really was Jiang Yunsu. It sounded ridiculous, and Beidong wondered if he'd been reading too many novels, but sometimes reality was more dramatic than fiction. Jiang Yunshu looked at Beidong's absent-minded expression and the poor chewed-up chopsticks between his teeth. Not knowing what Beidong was pondering about, Jiang Yunshu picked up a tonghao leaf, hoping that it wasn't some crazy imagination, otherwise he wouldn't be able to answer properly and would end up embarrassing himself. A slow-paced dinner finally ended, and Jiang Yunshu stacked the bowls and plates together, asking, "Do you want to clean up or take Haitong out for a walk?" Ordinarily, Beidong would have chosen the latter without hesitation, but not today. He said, "Clean up." Alright, Jiang Yunshu changed into sportswear looking much like a college student, took the leash hanging on the hook, fastened it onto Haitong. "Let's go, Haitong." Once the door closed behind them, Beidong relaxed completely. He sat down on the sofa motionlessly reviewing the whole matter from start to end, and eventually admitted that while absurd, replacing someone was the only explanation that fit all the clues together. Beidong put the dishes in the dishwasher and wiped the stove and countertops. Estimating the time, he took out the big mangoes purchased earlier from the fridge, washed, peeled, and diced them, placing them neatly in a bowl and elegantly inserting small silver forks. When Jiang Yunshu returned slightly sweaty, he experienced for the first time what it was like to have a virtuous wife. Surprisingly touched, he gave thanks while cutting a piece and putting it in his mouth. The size was just right for him, and at that moment, tears almost welled up in his eyes. Finally free from trouble. As such, he missed Beidong's subtle facial expressions, shifting from nervousness to strangeness to suspicion, lastly showing complex confusion with a tinge of bewilderment. Just as Jiang Yunshu was about to eat his fifth piece, Beidong snatched away the bowl and fork. "You shouldn't eat any more." Jiang Yunshu, ? Seeing that he turned his gaze over, Beidong shrank back slightly, licking his lips and ran to the other side, throwing the remaining 3 pieces into Haitong's mouth. Jiang Yunshu, ? "Fine, let the dog eat one more." "Alright then." He sighed inwardly. "I'm going to take a shower first." However, halfway through the shower, Jiang Yunshu suddenly felt itchy all over his body. He checked his skin and didn't see any redness or bumps, so he thought it might be psychological. But gradually, things started feeling off. The skin on his arms, cheeks, neck, and waist began to develop mild red rashes, as if bitten by countless mosquitoes. Although it wasn't bad enough to scratch uncontrollably, it was certainly uncomfortable. Jiang Yunshu quickly realized what was happening: localized allergic reaction, likely caused by those 4 bites of mango. Recalling everything that had happened, he sighed again, guessing Bai Tang had done it intentionally. However, he wasn't sure which result Bai Tang was hoping for, whether or not the allergy would occur. Jiang Yunshu draped a towel over his shoulders without covering himself properly and walked out with an open collar. He saw Bai Tang playing with Haitong downstairs and asked, "Bai Tang, do we have any anti-allergy medication in the house?" Hearing this, Bai Tang looked up and saw Jiang Yunshu's noticeably red side face. The red spots extended from his neck and disappeared under his collar, indicating how alarming the situation underneath his clothes might look. Bai Tang startled, slightly widening his eyes. Yes, there is some. Are you allergic?" Frowning, Jiang Yunshu suddenly felt confused. From Bai Tang's reaction, it seemed like he didn't know about the mango allergy. He decided to wait and observe. Why would I suddenly be allergic? Bai Tang brought the medicine box over and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his cheek. Jiang Yunshu's damp hair continued dripping water, his eyelids lowered as though uninterested. He calmly flipped through the medicine box, searching one item at a time, saying lightly, "It could be the mango." "Ah, really?" Bai Tang stammered, trembling fingertips hidden within his sleeves. "I'm sorry, It's fine." Jiang Yunshu found cetirizine and calamine lotion inside the medicine box. Both internal and external allergy treatments were available. Checking the expiration date, he realized they weren't recent, meaning similar situations had probably occurred before. His mind raced as he glanced at Bai Tang and said, "It's just a mild allergy. I'll go back to the bathroom to apply the medicine." The boy still had his limits. He hadn't made him eat the rest of the mango. As soon as the door shut, Bai Tang almost collapsed onto the sofa. Clutching his trembling right hand tightly with his left, he knew that Jiang Yunshu was allergic to mangoes but pretended not to know so as not to raise suspicion. At first, he just found it very strange, too strange. The alpha was doing far too many unexpected and unbelievable things. Not only had his personality changed drastically, but Bai Tang even thought subconsciously that Jiang Yunshu's appearance seemed slightly different, as if it was another person entirely. That was correct, it was someone else. In the literal sense, it was someone else. Could the real Jiang Yunshu be dead, replaced by a stranger who had undergone plastic surgery to look exactly like him? It reminded Bai Tang of a foreign novel he'd read in high school called Before I Go to Sleep. 4 days later, Bai Tang officially reported to school. During a break, Bai Tang found Shi mooching. Pulling out 3 sealed bags containing several strands of hair, for chopsticks, and a toothbrush, he asked, "Principal sure, can I ask you to do me a favor?" Chapter 33, Zhengruyun. Every day, Jiang Yunshu applied physiological saline and washed with calamine lotion, and the red rash on his body was almost gone. However, during times when his attention was scattered, such as just before sleeping, he would still feel unbearably itchy. This sensation greatly affected the quality of his sleep. Today was the first day Bai Tang officially attended school. With dark circles under his eyes, Jiang Yunshu sent Bai Tang to school and then went straight to the company, only to be intercepted the moment he stepped into the door. "President Jiang! President Jiang! Hurry hurry hurry, President, he has been waiting for a while." Secretary Su came running over in a fluster, shoving the folder in her hands into Jiang Yunshu's hands. Jiang Yunshu used to be very confused. According to the tyrannical nature of the original owner, why weren't Secretary Su and her subordinates afraid of him, but instead somewhat informal? Later, he found out that the original owner had always been courteous to the outside world, with a gentle temperament and excellent image, known far and wide for good character, and everyone who had interacted with him liked him. However, this meant that all the negative emotions accumulated from daily interactions with outsiders could only be vented at home on the only person there. Moreover, since the original owner had the heart of a beast, Bai Tang's situation would only worsen. "Here I am." Jiang Yunshu sighed in his heart, keeping some distance from Secretary Su. The company originally became famous due to the works of its original owner, with 60% of the customers coming specifically because of their reputation. But he lacked talent and, after publicly declaring that he wouldn't do the job anymore, the number of people wanting appointments didn't decrease. Instead, it turned him into something like a lucky charm figurehead. President Jiang, the first guest of the day, a beta in his 50s, asked, "Are you really retreating from the business?" Jiang, not an intellectual Yunshu, hesitated a bit, roughly guessing what he meant, and answered evasively, "Yes." The beta looked regretful. "Alright, then recommend someone young under your wing to me." Jiang Yunshu immediately picked up the file folder, giving an eloquent recommendation, his expertise breaking one's heart. After finally seeing this guest off, he hurriedly took out the book Modern Oncology, flipping right to the marked page. Before he could settle down, Secretary Su knocked on the door again. "President Jiang. Another guest is here." "No more." Jiang Yunshu resisted. "Didn't I say I'm not meeting any more guests? They can find whichever designer they need directly." "But what can we do?" Secretary Su lamented unhappily. "They specifically requested to see you. It's tough both for the receptionist and us." So the next day, Jiang Yunshu stayed home in seclusion, having come to the company primarily at first for the sake of Bai Tang anyway. He was worried about how nervous Bai Tang would get throughout the day, but now that the little one was attending school, the house had become his paradise. Jiang Yunshu casually cooked something to eat at noon until the third time he pulled a few dog hairs out of his mouth. He finally shifted his gaze to Hei Tang at his feet, who was staring at him pitifully and frantically wagging his tail. "Do you know what? Lately, you've been shedding way too much hair." Jiang Yunshu casually grabbed a handful of dog fur, which made a cloud of it float into the air like willow catkins, leaving a small bald spot on Hei Tang's head. Jiang Yunshu was startled and quickly stroked the dog's head, trying to cover up the evidence of having plucked too many hairs. Hei Tang tilted his shiny black eyes questioningly, looking back at his master in confusion. After remaining silent for a while, Jiang Yunshu swatted the air in front of him to clear the floating fur and searched online, "What to do if my dog sheds and goes bald?" He learned that dogs go through a molting phase at around 4 or 5 months old, requiring tender care, just like dandelions. In disbelief, he tried pulling again and was suddenly covered in dog fur, revealing another bald patch on Hei Tang's back. Finished, Jiang Yunshu stared at Hei Tang, who was balding in patches, and murmured to himself, "How do I explain this to your other owner?" Tap tap, tap 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 tap. Because Gao San still had 1 semester left before college entrance exams, Bai Tang was arranged to attend classes with the second-year high school students. After lunch break ended at 2 p.m., the bell rang signaling the start of class. Wearing brand new blue and white uniforms, Bai Tang sat at the back row, his face small and pale, his hair freshly cut revealing tiny ears, presenting a fresh and clean look that blended perfectly among the underage students. His classmates initially thought he was a transfer student of the same age. Bai Tang pulled out his geography textbook from the cabinet, sitting up extremely straight. He was highly excited the entire day, concentrating better than ever. Although he couldn't quite keep up with the teacher's line of thinking yet, every sentence was being heard crystal clear. Maybe because getting the opportunity to study again was so hard-earned, he cherished it deeply. Bai Tang's bright eyes revealed just how much he loved going to school. Just as the geography teacher walked in with the bell ringing, writing large words on the board, "Inter-regional resource allocation," and turning around to scan the room, his gaze landed on someone, his expression full of surprise matching the same astonishment in Bai Tang's eyes. As soon as the bell rang for the end of class, Bai Tang immediately grabbed his transparent cup and slipped out the back door to the tea water room, acting furtively. In the distance, deafening construction sounds echoed. Occasionally, a few students would pass by, laughing and chatting. He watched as the water slowly filled up, unsure of how he felt, guilty, embarrassed, and tinged with a sense of inferiority. "Bai Tang." A voice unexpectedly came from the entrance of the tea water room. "Is that you?" Bai Tang paused for a moment, then took a deep breath and turned around, feigning calmness with a slight tug at the corner of his mouth. Ruyun. It's been a long time. At 8:20 p.m., after evening self-study ended, Jiang Yunshu waited outside the school gate and saw students coming out in groups. Every one of them had family or friends waiting for them, there wasn't a single Omega left alone. After waiting for a while, he saw Bai Tang emerge from the teaching building with a pure white backpack, glancing slightly left and right at the school gate as if searching for him. Bai Tang, over here. Jiang Yunshu stepped forward a few steps and waved to indicate he was there. He really did come to pick him up after school. Bai Tang was somewhat stunned, walking over slowly. Soon, Jiang Yunshu noticed Bai Tang seemed uninterested, sitting quietly on the passenger seat without a word. Why was he like this? Wasn't he happy about going to school? Was the food bad? Bullied by classmates? Or maybe someone was picking on him? A row of questions flashed through Jiang Yunshu's worried mind. Struggling hard to say something, he finally managed to ask, did anything happen at school? It was true, he resembled a parent desperately trying to find common topics. Not speaking might have been better, the moment Bai Tang opened his mouth, he jumped at the sound, instinctively shrinking tightly against the car door. After realizing it was Jiang Yunshu, he gradually relaxed but still remained tense. The appearance of Zheng Ruyun made him almost forget whether the man next to him was indeed Jiang Yunshu himself. He subtly moved closer to the right and mumbled vaguely, nothing happened. Jiang Yunshu didn't pursue the matter further and switched the topic. Hei Tang seems to be in the molting season. Molting season? Mentioning Hei Tang loosened Bai Tang's tongue. Ah, yes, I looked it up online. Dogs molt during their 4th and 5th month, and Hei Tang is also about 4 months old. But our Hei Tang now, looks a bit. Jiang Yunshu hesitated, carefully choosing his words to prepare Bai Tang psychologically. Ugly. Bai Tang's eyes widened in shock behind the door. Critical hit. Hei Tang looked like he'd lost a whole circle of fur. Wong. Unaware of why its two owners were standing at the door not coming in, Hei Tang could feel their fervent gazes. Its tail wagged even more energetically, enthusiastically showing off itself, sending more hairs flying into the sky. It's just like this, Jiang Yunshu casually touched the shoe cabinet, pulling out a few strands of dog hair. So I was thinking of inviting a housekeeper to clean and cook again, it will be the same one. What do you think? That housekeeping aunt was a beta and the only outsider Bai Tang had met in the 3 years he was abused, and she was the only person who treated him kindly during that period. Being an experienced elder who had seen many people, she completely understood Bai Tang's situation upon her first visit simply by reading his expression. Every time she came, she would bring him some small pastries, chat with him, and comfort him. Bai Tang affectionately called her Aunt Chen. Despite their brief encounters, Bai Tang always found a resemblance to his grandmother in her presence. Even once when he tried to commit suicide, it was Aunt Chen who talked him down. With his heart entirely set on Hei Tang, Bai Tang patted his dog tenderly yet humorously, with a few strands of fur stuck to his own hair. I think it's fine. Chapter 34, Husband is the Wife's Principle. The school lunch break was from 12:10 to 2 o'clock. After eating, Zheng Ruyun found Bai Tang alone in the classroom. Bai Tang, let's talk. Bai Tang had no choice but to put down the book she had just quickly pretended to pick up, looking like a student called by the teacher, obediently standing up and following him out. Zheng Ruyun chuckled, it's just a chat, you don't have to look like I've kidnapped you. Oh. Bai Tang awkwardly responded. The two came to an empty classroom, and Zheng Ruyun began, in fact, it's quite surprising to see you again, and I'm actually pretty happy. Bai Tang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this and looked up. Zheng Ruyun, one of the students who initially ran over to question Bai Tang about why she would rely on an alpha, was an exceptionally remarkable Omega. At that time, I was so angry that I apologized for directly questioning you in class, and afterward, I still thought I did nothing wrong. I never expected that the students of Fengqi would not hate alphas. As for me, I wish all the alphas in the world were dead. Zheng Ruyun casually leaned against the podium in his white shirt, although my view remains unchanged now, after a few years, when I look back, my actions back then were indeed too impulsive, so I... This sounded like an apology, but for some reason, Bai Tang didn't want to hear it at all, interrupting, no. You were right. This left Zheng Ruyun stunned, huh? You were right, Bai Tang gave a faint smile and shook her head, what you did was right. And what you said was also right. It's just that I was too stupid back then to take your words seriously. No, Zheng Ruyun realized something was off and suddenly felt like a mole in a minefield, hesitant everywhere, until he cautiously asked after a while, what's wrong? Extreme pain suppressed for 3 years, with someone taking the initiative to ask and listen, those impulses rising to his throat, yet he didn't know where to start or how to express them. Finally, under Zheng Ruyun's gaze, Bai Tang pursed his lips, nothing, just. Not doing well. Ah, Zheng Ruyun let out a helpless and foolish, ah, I'm sorry. So what about you? Are you doing well? Bai Tang asked. Me? Zheng Ruyun chuckled dryly, it's the same. The geography teacher at Fengqi fell ill recently, so I became a substitute teacher. Zheng Ruyun was a thorough Omega supremacist, much more extreme than Zhou Chaoyu. While Zhou Qiaoyu targeted most misbehaving alphas, Zheng Ruiyun criticized alphas as a whole. He was highly active, had good leadership skills, and excellent grades. He was their class monitor, and everyone trusted him thoroughly. Jiang Yunsu's appearance back then already caused a great deal of anger among Fengqi's students. Adding to Zheng Ruiyun's unreserved disappointment and anger, everyone eventually stayed away from Bai Tang. But Bai Tang hesitantly asked, "Didn't you take the civil service exam?" Bai Tang still remembered the day Zheng Ruiyun got his college entrance examination results, gripping the score report tightly, determination shining in his eyes, uttering firmly and powerfully, "I will enter politics, I will fundamentally change this corrupt world." "Ah," Zheng Ruiyun said, "yes, I took it, ranked first in the written exam." Bai Tang's eyes lit up instantly, then. "But I was eliminated during the interview." Zheng Ruiyun suddenly laughed bitterly, his expression turning sinister. "Why? You want to ask this, right? Hell, I want to know too. My written test scores ranked first, interview ranked third, but alas, unlucky me. The position only recruited 2 people, and guess what? The other person happened to be an alpha." Bai Tang understood now. His lips quivered, completely disbelieving, fire ignited inside him. "My competitor, that alpha," Zheng Ruiyun's mouth twisted into a cold sneer, ranked 9th in the written test, 7th in the interview, got admitted simply because he was an alpha. He was an alpha. Zheng Ruiyun's eyes turned red, every word squeezed from his throat, trembling with extreme anger and helplessness, so he was accepted. Bai Tang's eyes bulged, feeling sore for a long time without saying a word. And now, Zheng Ruiyun clenched his teeth and smiled, "You understand why I detest alphas so much, right? Aunt Chen, thank you for your trouble." Jiang Yunshu was crouching down grooming He Tang, the hair pile next to his feet resembling a small mountain. He seriously doubted if he was trimming wool off a sheep. Chen Yueying was already over 50, her hair half-gray, and she wore an outer garment that had faded from many washings. Over the past 3 years, this was the 3rd time she had met the master of the house. Not at all, Mr. Jiang looks so handsome." Jiang Yunshu wasn't good at interacting with elders, and he faintly smiled in response. The dog fur covered the floor as Aunt Chen used a vacuum cleaner to thoroughly clean the house. Jiang Yunshu found it too noisy and went outside with his book, sitting on the grass to take notes. Occasionally, He Tang would interrupt with its dandelion-like fluffy fur. Spring was almost here, and the temperature was pleasant. Even with just 3 layers of clothing, Jiang Yunshu did not feel cold. As he became deeply engrossed in the content of the book, Aunt Chen suddenly rushed out somewhat flustered, "Mr. Jiang." "Mr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu, whose train of thought had been interrupted, felt somewhat irritated but still politely looked over. "Is there something wrong?" "I found this while cleaning up in Bai Tang's room." Aunt Chen wiped the sweat off her palms onto her clothes and took out a small medicine bottle from her pocket. "I don't know what it is, so I'm showing it to you." Jiang Yunshu took it, and saw the words, "Estazalam tablets" written on the bottle. "Second-generation sleeping pills." His expression turned serious as he examined the bottom of the bottle. It had been 18 months since the production date. He unscrewed the cap, revealing only half of the white tablets left inside. Estazalam belongs to the benzodiazepine class of drugs, which have sedative, sleep-inducing, anti-anxiety, and anticonvulsant effects. In the previous world, such medication couldn't be bought over the counter, but here, that might not necessarily be the case. He pulled out his phone and called Lin Baizhua. The call was answered quickly. "Hello, what's up?" "I'm very busy, actually daring to bother a doctor during work hours." If he were very busy, he wouldn't have answered the call. Jiang Yunshu didn't bother arguing back. "Estazalam, in your world, is it a prescription drug?" "Yes," Lin Baizhua panicked, trying to deflect strongly. "This isn't something I can help you use. Sleeping pills are strictly controlled by the state and hospitals. A Category 2 psychiatric prescription issued by a psychiatrist or neurologist is required to purchase them." "Understood," Jiang Yunshu said, "thanks." That meant within at least 2 years, Bai Tang must have visited a hospital, most likely suffering from severe sleep disorders, anxiety, or depression. And Estazalam carries strong dependency and side effects. If someone abruptly stops taking them after long-term use, it could trigger conditions like anxiety or depression. Jiang Yunshu wasn't sure if Bai Tang was dependent on these medications or what exactly the situation was. He dared not rashly replace the tablets with vitamin supplements or similar nutrients that nourished the body. But none of that was currently the most important thing. What mattered most was that he remembered Bai Tang got along well with Aunt Chen. To Bai Tang, Aunt Chen was akin to a second grandmother. However, if she truly cared so much about him, she shouldn't have told Jiang Yunshu. After the original owner finds out, Bai Tang would undoubtedly get beaten. Aunt Chen clearly knew Bai Tang's circumstances. "Where did you find it?" Jiang Yunshu asked. "In the inner layer of a cabinet, it was hidden there," Aunt Chen replied. Jiang Yunshu frowned. "Why did you go rummaging through his belongings?" "What?" Aunt Chen hadn't expected such a question from Jiang Yunshu. She rubbed her hands on her clothing again. "Isn't it spring cleaning? I just wanted to wipe everything." "Then why tell me?" Jiang Yunshu said, "I heard you take good care of Bai Tang, and Bai Tang really likes you. Shouldn't you have waited until Bai Tang returned and then privately warned him to be careful so I wouldn't find out?" Aunt Chen clearly paused, momentarily unsure. After some time, she chuckled hesitantly, seemingly finding it self-evident, Mr. Jiang, you're the head of the household. Omega should naturally listen to alphas, the ancients say, husband is the wife's principle. For omegas, alphas are their sky. How could I possibly help him hide things from you? Chapter 35, it seems like he's coming soon. As usual, Jiang Yunshu went to pick up Bang Tang after school in the evening. Once they got home, Bang Tang absently patted Haitong and then returned to his room. He kept glancing at the door several times, quietly took out a file bag from inside, placed it in the deeper layer of the cabinet, and rummaged through it again to ensure that the bottle of sleeping pills was still there. Then, he took out the lock he had just bought from the convenience store and locked the cabinet. The results of the gene test were out. That single sheet of paper proved that Jiang Yunsu is indeed Jiang Yunsu, and has never changed. He felt as if his emotions were like a dipping sauce made by mixing rice, oil, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, tea, all together. It was a mix of relief and tension in his throat. He didn't know whether Jiang Yunsu was more dangerous to him or if the stranger with unknown intentions posed a greater threat. Still, there was a sense of relief overall. At least, it felt like both his feet were finally on solid ground. Even though there's no explanation yet for why brain death could suddenly be cured, nor why there was such a drastic change in personality, Bang Tang no longer wanted to waste time trying to understand Jiang Yunsu anymore. No matter how things were remedied, Jiang Yunsu remained the person who hurt him the most. Such pain couldn't be smoothed over in a short period of time, the scars left by the restraints would remain on his pale body for life. If only it was Jiang Yunsu, he would never forgive. Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a new message notification. Bang Tang, who had been lost in thought, stretched out his hand and picked up the phone, unlocking it. It was Zhou Chaoyu. How was school today? Did any of the teachers change? Since he started going to school, Zhou Chaoyu couldn't meet with him 3 times a week for psychological counseling anymore, but they always chatted every night. Bang Tang, good evening, senior. School feels super amazing. Teacher Qin has transferred to another school. The remaining 5 teachers haven't changed. Teacher Fang is really impressive. She teaches both history and Chinese language, I didn't know that. Bang Tang glanced at the door again before continuing, senior, guess what? I've become friends again with the classmate I mentioned to you yesterday. Zhou Chaoyu replied, that's great. I've been invited to a book fair this Saturday. Would you like to come with me? Bang Tang suddenly became animated. If he had ears, they would have definitely stood straight up, yes. I'll go. I want to go. But within seconds, his spirit deflated, his back even bent slightly, but Blackheart won't let me go. He doesn't allow me to leave the house. Special note, Blackheart equals Jiang Yunsu. Zhou Chaoyu, no worries. You ask first. If not, I'll talk to him. Bang Tang felt uneasy and resistant about asking Jiang Yunsu. Would he agree? Not likely. But deep down, Bang Tang inexplicably felt that this Jiang Yunsu might approve. Faintly, Bang Tang heard the sound of Haitong's paws, tap tap tap, ascending the stairs from far away, approaching. He looked up and toward the doorway. Black sugar, ah. Image joke, your black sugar suddenly appeared. Black sugar, Bang Tang squatted down and hugged black sugar fiercely, scratching vigorously, did you miss Ah Chu? Ah Chu. He turned his head aside as several sneezes followed one after another, and he carefully picked some stray hairs from his mouth and nose. Woo-woo. Black sugar gave a few grunts, a long string of drool flowing from the corner of its mouth, dripping onto the floor. Bang Tang noticed then that black sugar seemed to be carrying something in its mouth. When he pulled it out, it was a rolled-up piece of paper, wet already. Beautiful running script filled each line, the ink soaked by water, blurring like flowers. 1. There are small cakes brought by Aunt Chen in the fridge. 2. Bad news, Aunt Chen has returned to her village and won't be able to work for us anymore. She said you should study well and progress daily. 3. I'm in the study, knock if you need anything. 4. After bathing, sleep early. Aunt Chen wouldn't be seen anymore. Bang Tang read it over several times in dejection, feeling as if something had blocked his chest. Sadness overwhelmed him, and he crouched down, burying his face in Black Sugar's back. Only when Black Sugar couldn't stand still began moving and struggling did Bang Tang lift his slightly reddened eyes. Let's go downstairs, Black Sugar, and check out what kind of small cake Aunt Chen brought us. If there's less cream, you can have a taste too. Just like before, these cakes obviously came from a street vendor, cheap, greasy, and overly sweet, but Bang Tang savored them bite by bite. He even scooped up some pieces without cream to let Black Sugar taste. Suddenly, Bang Tang felt a powerful surge of pheromones erupting from within his body, wildly rushing through his system. Taken aback, he stifled a groan, and his knees violently collided with the floor. His body grew limp, tilting sideways as he fell, crashing against a wall adorned with creeping vines, and the cake he was holding dropped with a thud. Bang Tang sobbed softly, curling his burning body tightly into a ball in the corner, seeing nothing but white before his eyes. Clenching his teeth, he forcefully suppressed the uncontrolled pheromones surging inside him. Fortunately, the unexpected interlude only lasted for a short moment before it ended. The pheromones inside Bang Tang's body returned to calmness, He was breathing heavily, his vision gradually clearing. Haitong was licking his palm, and after a few seconds, Baintang lifted his face with some confusion. His lips were brilliantly red, and at the corners of his eyes, there spread an upward flush of crimson. Baintang felt something was off, his estrus period seemed to be approaching. It was on the following evening that Baintang brought this up to Jiang Yunshu. He repeatedly urged himself to stay firm, but when facing the alpha, he still couldn't help but stand rigidly and lost his initial resolve as his voice grew quieter and quieter. That's it. Senior Zhou invited me to a book fair, and I want to go. In the study, under the cold white light, Jiang Yunshu sat in an office chair, leaning over, calm-eyed and silently listening. You can go, but you are both Omegas. What can ensure your safety? Baintang was caught off guard. I don't know. Can I call Professor Zhou to ask about the specifics? Jiang Yunshu asked. Baintang hesitated, his expression showing uncertainty. I guess it should be okay. Jiang Yunshu nodded, dialed Zhou Chaoyu's number, then activated speaker mode and placed the phone on the desk. Baintang naturally followed the phone with his gaze and therefore saw the data and documents pressed underneath by the phone. 2015 to 2021, Proposals for #Omega Protection Law #. Jia N proposed achieving fair reproductive rights for Omegas, setting provisions. The name Jia N was specially circled out, but the rest of the content was covered, leaving it unreadable. Baintang was momentarily stunned, almost in a trance, as if driven by a powerful urge, reaching out instinctively to try and shift the papers to see the hidden content beneath. Hello, came Zhou Chaoyu's voice. Startled, Baintang quickly snatched his hand back like a frightened rabbit, his eyes wide open. Hello, Professor Zhou. This is Jiang Yunshu spoke smoothly, as if noticing nothing. I've heard from Baintang, thank you very much for inviting him, but may I confirm if the only people going will be the two of you? Zhou Chaoyu picked up on Jiang Yunshu's implied meaning, both my assistant and secretary are alphas. There's no need to worry. Alright, Jiang Yunshu said, thank you, Professor Zhou. Zhou Chaoyu responded indifferently, not necessary. After returning to his room, Baintang felt somewhat lightheaded. Jiang Yunshu had so easily allowed him to leave home and even approved of him having his own social circle. Alphas have changed so much. Baintang murmured. He messaged Zhou Chaoyu, Senior. He agreed. Zhou Chaoyu likely didn't want the trouble of typing a reply and instead directly called back via voice chat. A pure white wool blanket lay across the floor-to-ceiling window, and Baintang sat on it barefooted, his features brightening. So what time are we leaving? How do I get there? And what should I wear? We'll meet at 10 in the morning, I'll pick you up or perhaps let Jiang Yunshu take you, just wear your regular clothes, Zhou Chaoyu replied like a robotic announcer without emotion. Oh. Baintang hesitated again. He was embarrassed to let Zhou Chaoyu pick him up, yet didn't want Jiang Yunshu to deliver him either. Zhou Chaoyu understood, we'll discuss further on Friday. It's still early. They chatted back and forth casually. Although Zhou Chaoyu could never be described as gentle, he was always patient with Omegas. Senior, you said earlier that your assistant and secretary are alphas, Baintang inquired. Aha. Baintang lay down on his bed, his smooth, even legs jiggling aimlessly, then wouldn't Dr. Qin worry? Worry about what? Zhou Chaoyu asked. Like. Baintang frowned, worrying you might get hurt or something. Or being jealous or upset. After hearing this, Zhou Chaoyu coolly replied, no, does he doubt me or himself? Baintang froze, and the movement of his legs ceased. After a while, he slowly blinked twice, softly muttering, that's really good. Chapter 36, not yet, but it's coming soon. Ah. Suddenly opening his tightly closed eyes, Baitong's body twitched a few times. The bed sheets were in disarray, and he curled up his limbs, begging absent-mindedly, please, stop hitting me, I'm sorry. In the dark, the struggling sounds grew quieter, eventually becoming silent, leaving only cautious breathing. He had another nightmare. Perhaps due to the upcoming heat period, for 2 consecutive nights, every night he was awakened by nightmares, each without exception being about the torment he endured during his previous heat periods. Please. Baitong embraced his own knees, trembling with cold sweat streaming down, don't let me dream about it again. Nearby, an excavator was diligently controlling its bucket going up and down. Baitong gazed toward the window, his vision unfocused, unmoving, lost in thought. So why did the Alpha look for proposals concerning Omegas? Could it be? Baitong. Is it to better understand the country's laws? Or to deal with those who proposed beneficial motions for Omegas? Baitong. The table was tapped a few times, startling Baitong back to reality. A student at the next desk looked worried. Baitong, the teacher called on you to answer a question. Ah. Baitong immediately stood reflexively, nearly knocking over his chair. I'm sorry. Did you hear that you weren't paying attention today? 2 desks were pushed together face to face. Zhen Ruyan forked a bite of carrot into her mouth. Teacher Fong is a little angry. Ever since that day, after they talked, Baitong would bring his small lunchbox to the office every day to eat with Zhen Ruyan. Inside Baitong's glass lunchbox was a small amount of meat and a lot of vegetables. This bento was made by the new housekeeper Jiang Yunshu found. He rubbed his forehead. I got distracted. Jinruyan already roughly knew what happened to Beidong. Suddenly losing control, she pulled open Baitong's collar to check if there were any injuries. What happened? Did that bastard hit you again? No, no way. Beidong quickly covered his chest, blushing. Yesterday, I saw the documents he left on the desk. They're about the Omega Protection Law. Jinruyan crossed her arms, both angry and frustrated, exactly the same expression as 4 years ago. So what? It might just be pretending, deceiving you. He hurt you this way, and you still trust him? No, I didn't. Beidong frowned, unsure how to express himself. I'm just objectively saying. Then how do you explain the sudden recovery from brain death, Ruyan? I don't know. Jinruyan impatiently grabbed Baitong's face and kneaded it repeatedly. This has nothing to do with you or me. He's already dead, do you understand? You should focus on studying now, get into a good university, and at least achieve independence mentally and financially. If you have difficulties, speak up, and we will do everything we can to help you. With his lips squeezed into a pout by the handling, Beidong responded, I know. After finishing their meal, Jinruyan went to the teacher meeting, while Beidong stayed alone in the office helping tidy up homework assignments. Unexpectedly, a similar situation like yesterday occurred again. Pheromones surged recklessly inside his body. In a panic, he hastily covered his mouth, swallowing all his sobs back. Beidong hid under the desk, his temperature gradually rising, unable to exert any strength. Tears wetted the corners of his eyes, and with trembling fingers, he pulled out the suppressant from within his school uniform jacket. Several times, he almost couldn't hold on to it steadily. Regardless of force or position, using all his remaining strength, he aimed the needle and plunged it ruthlessly into his arm. Pain followed instantly. He could no longer hold on, and the syringe fell with a clink onto the marble floor, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet office. Beidong could only pray that no one came into the office in the short term. Shivering with anxiety as he waited, the suppressant finally took effect, slowly cooling down his scorching body. He unsteadily crawled out from under the desk and felt a chill in his pants. Beidong bit his lip, opened all the windows in the office for ventilation, then quickly headed to the restroom. Looking at his underwear, he felt utterly embarrassed, ultimately resorting to awkwardly patting it with several tissues. Beidong, Jinruyan knocked on the bathroom door. Is this stall? Yes, it's me. Beidong opened the stall door and let Jinruyan in, unbuttoning his coat and lowering his collar, exposing his neck. Thank you, Ruyan. Squatting halfway, Jinruyan's gaze reached the countless scars on Baitong's glandular area, anger flaring up again. Damn, I want to kill that beast. Beidong gripped Jinruyan's arm, seemingly comforting her. Jinruyan took several deep breaths and was at a loss when applying the new isolation patch, not daring to apply any force. It looked too terrifying for him to even imagine how much pain it would cause. Shit, don't let me see him again, or I'll absolutely kill him. On the other side, Jiang Yunshu was on the weekly routine call with Zhou Chaoyu. Professor Zhou, how's Baitang doing? After months of psychological counseling, Baitang's mental condition improved significantly. Zhou Chaoyu responded officially, it's about stable as long as there are no sudden stimuli or stressors around. There shouldn't be any major issues. Understood, said Jiang Yunshu. Professor Zhou, I wonder if Baitang ever suffered from severe insomnia or anxiety. There was an instance a year ago, replied Zhou Chaoyu. And occasionally now, it still happens. Jiang Yunshu frowned, to the extent that he needs sleeping pills. Have you found any sleeping pills at home? Asked Zhou Chaoyu. Jiang Yunshu, yes. At this stage, physical methods should suffice for relief, Zhou Chaoyu explained, and apart from medication for colds, fevers, and acute gastroenteritis, Baitang hasn't taken any drugs in the last 3 months. That's all I can say. Alright, thank you. Have you decided how you're going to attend Saturday's book fair? Asked Jiang Yunshu. Zhou Chaoyu, not yet. Jiang Yunshu jotted down, 7, switch astaxanthin tablets to vitamin B on tomorrow's page of his notebook and said, I'll take Baitang then. Could you please send the address to him? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yunshu twirled the pen between his thumb and forefinger. All medications at home were stored in a medicine box. If they weren't necessary, why hide them? What did Baitang plan to do with those astaxanthin tablets? Jiang Yunshu felt as if he smelled something sweet but faint while heading home. He stood at the door watching He Tang chasing Baitang upstairs without saying a word. Once Baitang ensured Jiang Yunshu wasn't following, he silently gestured He Tang inside and locked the door. Shoo, be good, He Tang. Baitang wiped a trace of moisture near his temple, holding up one finger. Don't make a sound. His hands trembling, Baitang fiddled with the keyhole several times before opening the cabinet lock. He took out the bottle of sleeping pills from the inner layer, took 3 pills, and placed them into an iron cookie tin. Then, he used the bottom of a thermos to grind the tablets bit by bit into powder. With 2 layers of isolation patches on his nape hidden beneath the scarf, the skin had turned pinkish. His heat cycle was truly coming, either tonight or the day after tomorrow. Heat cycles were terrifying. Baitang's fingers gripped the thermos until they turned white. He would lose his mind, burn with fever so badly that he wouldn't know who he was. His body would have no strength at all, there would be no way to resist. He would beg like a dog for an alpha to touch him, crying and moaning, wriggling and rubbing, dropping tears and saliva onto the floor, gleaming in the light. And during this time, no matter how much it hurt, he would feel debased pleasure, leading Jiang Yunshu to grow increasingly unrestrained. Even as he screamed in agony, he could feel ecstasy, blood mixing with whiteness flowing together. It was disgusting. Bai Tang trembled even while breathing, hypnotizing himself not to think about it. Don't think, stop thinking. Jiang Yunshu sat on the couch, reviewing concepts. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Bai Tang come downstairs. He put down his phone, stood up, and softened his tone. Bai Tang, let's talk. Sure. Bai Tang entered the kitchen and took a cup from the sterilizer. I'll drink some water first. Would you like some? Jiang Yunshu became immediately alert, remembering the last time Bai Tang asked if it was to test for allergies, but soon scolded himself for being overly paranoid, mistaking goodwill for a conspiracy. If Bai Tang knew what he was thinking, his heart would break. Sure, thanks. Bai Tang sighed in relief, glanced at Jiang Yunshu's back once more, and hurriedly did some tiny operations before adding a little water for show. Jiang Yunshu received it and noticed there were only 2 or 3 sips, so he didn't hesitate and drank it all. He then asked, has anything happened recently? No. Being cautious was right. Even if everything changed within half a year and trust was restored completely, Bai Tang wouldn't be foolish enough to drop his guard entirely. Jiang Yunshu reminded, if your body feels uncomfortable, remember to come find me. I won't hurt you. Chapter 37, It's Really Coming. Ruyun, promise me. Beidong, her face flushed, gripped the door handle tightly inside the toilet stall. Zheng Ruyun stood outside the door looking increasingly agitated. He let out a sharp, tut, tell me first how many suppressant injections you've taken. Baitong's head fell limply onto her knees as she mumbled, 4 shots. 4 shots in 3 days, Zheng Ruyun exploded in anger, are you trying to kill yourself? Last night, Beidong had not yet fully entered the heat phase, and when he woke up in the morning, the alpha was still sound asleep. But whether it was luck or misfortune, when his real heat arrived, while hiding in the restroom feeling terrible and injecting the suppressant, Zheng Ruyun happened to catch him in the act. I can't suppress it anymore. Baitong's consciousness grew hazy, he stared at the syringe in the trash can but couldn't focus, muttering, it's faulty. Zheng Ruyun couldn't hear what she said clearly. He slammed on the door hard, Beidong, open the door first. The noise startled Beidong back to some degree of lucidity. He felt as though he were in searing flames, unable to think straight, with flashes of vivid red flickering before his eyes. He whispered weakly, ugh, you promised me. Don't call Jiang Yunshu over here. It will be painful. I won't call, I promise. We won't involve him. The sweet smell was getting stronger, so Zheng Ruyun quickly gave himself a shot too, to prevent being influenced, which could lead both of them into heat simultaneously. Open the door first, I need to see your condition. Baitong's arms went limp, they barely held up anymore. His fingers clumsily fiddled with the lock on the door, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, eventually managing to open it. The bell signaling the start of class had already rung more than 10 minutes ago. Fong teacher traced the scent to the restroom. What's going on? Zheng Ruyun snapped, damn it, Beidong is in heat. I'll have Wang teacher take him to the hospital, Fong teacher decisively decided, knowing well that an Omega's heat phase could influence other Omegas at school if uncontrolled. Beidong now had no sense of security whatsoever. Crammed into a corner like a tiny creature, his clothing billowed slightly as he panted hot breaths, using exposed skin to press against the cool wall. Hot, uncomfortable ugh. Why isn't the suppressant working? Zheng Ruyun was heartbroken watching this, grabbing hold of Baitong's scorching arms. It's okay, we're going to the hospital, we'll get there soon. In a daze surrounded by rising steam, he vaguely focused on Zheng Ruyun's face. Between broken sobs, he pleaded tearfully, tie me up, hurry, tie me up. Teacher Wang used an isolation bag to wrap Beidong entirely before lifting him into the car. Ruyun, get in. Dr. Guo. A nurse rushed into the empty gland department, an Omega has gone into heat, please check their gland condition. Dr. Lin was sitting idly next door. Hearing this, he stood up. I'll go take a look. Dr. Lin, stop fooling around. The nurse said, you're an alpha. Lin Bazho stretched lazily, making a crack sound, I'm not going inside. Sitting here all day feels suffocating. Can't I walk around a bit? The hospital was bustling with people, but the 5th floor gland department was practically another world compared to other floors. Standing anxiously outside the quarantine room, Zheng Ruyun watched Dr. Guo finish the examination and step out, removing his mask as he told Mr. Wang, his current state can't endure another dose of strong suppressants. The best and safest solution is to have his alpha mark him. No way, Zheng Ruyun gritted his teeth, that beast will never be kind enough for this. Besides, Beidong said absolutely no way would we allow him to come. Lin Bazho stopped in his tracks, Beidong. Dr. Guo held up the results report and said, there's indeed excessive amounts of suppressant in the blood. Here's my suggestion, observe and isolate for 15 minutes, and while that happens, quickly get his alpha ready to wait outside. A typical omega in the preheat phase would require just 2 suppressant doses to contain the volatile pheromones, but Baitong's glands had abnormal development since birth. The imbalance of his pheromones coupled with an unstable internal environment led to delayed heat phases, making this heat cycle equivalent to 4 months of accumulated pheromones explosively bursting all at once. Lin Bazhou stepped closer, confirming Baitong's name. Dr. Lin, you? Dr. Guo was puzzled. Lin Bazhou furrowed his brow. I don't suggest waiting any longer. Even if the suppressants ultimately succeed in controlling his heat phase, his gland development will only become increasingly abnormal. Dr. Guo sighed. I understand, but that omega's glands are covered in scars. Bringing his alpha over might actually worsen the situation even more. 15 minutes later, Dr. Guo's expression grew grave as he said with seriousness, where is his alpha? Who among you are his family or friends? Hurry and contact his alpha. This is no joke. Zheng Ruyan clenched his fists, his face pale. Do you really have to call the alpha? Are you incapable of understanding simple language? Lin Bazhou, who had been waiting nearby, suddenly spoke up, fixing Zheng Ruyan with a glare. Without an alpha, in another 10 minutes or so, the patient will go into shock. At worst, he could die. Do you understand now? The words, without an alpha, struck Zheng Ruyan hard. His pupils contracted sharply as anger twisted his face. You're an alpha, what do you know? Omegas lose almost all rationality during their heat phase. An alpha can harm him however they like. That beast will kill Baitong. Baitong will die if left with him. Lin Bazhou pressed forward one step, maintaining an emotionless face but exuding an intense presence that almost pushed against Zheng Ruyan. I don't care about your convoluted concerns. Our duty as doctors is to keep the patient alive, and our bottom line is the patient's life. If his alpha doesn't come now, then the only way out for him is death. Infuriated, Zheng Ruyan also stepped forward, refusing to back down. Fire burned in his eyes as their faces almost touched. You. Ruyan, Teacher Wang interjected, placing a firm hand on Zheng Ruyan's shoulder. Calm down. The doctor is right. I'll call the administrative office to find Baitong's alpha's contact number. Lin Bazhou took a step back and sneered, waiting for your inefficiency, the patient might as well be dead already. F*******. What did you just say? Zheng Ruyan grabbed him by the collar. Jiang Yunsu's eyelids fluttered faintly, opening just a crack after a long while. The light pierced through, making his head feel heavy and foggy. He tried to recall anything, but everything was blank. He closed his eyes again and lay there for 15 minutes before his consciousness gradually returned. He propped himself up, noticing how he had fallen asleep last night and woken up exactly the same way. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 11:47 a.m. He'd slept for 13 hours. That little brat, Baitong. After Jiang Yunsu unsuspectingly drank the few sips of liquid last night, the two had some official exchanges. When Baitong denied everything, Jiang Yunsu could do nothing but let him take a shower. Gradually, sleepiness crept over him, the words on his book starting to blur. He initially thought it was a normal physiological reaction. After all, today had been exhausting with issues from work requiring constant attention. For a few more minutes, he resisted until realizing he couldn't control his drowsiness anymore. It was too late. With his eyes shut, he collapsed onto the sofa. Jiang Yunsu threw off the blanket and sat up, laughing in exasperation silently after a couple of seconds. Was he supposed to thank Baitong for covering him with a blanket? As for why Baitong drugged him last night, Jiang Yunsu guessed that some special situation must have arisen, especially considering the faint sweet scent lingering throughout their trip home. Almost certain, Jiang Yunsu concluded that Baitong's heat cycle had arrived. However, there was no trace of pheromones anywhere in the house, and searching everywhere revealed no sign of Baitong. Jiang Yunsu's expression darkened as he found the school's phone number just as Lin Bazhou's call came in. Furrowing his brow, he quickly answered. From the chaotic background noise, Lin Bazhou's voice erupted with urgency. Hey. Jiang Yunsu. Capital Hospital, 6th floor, Baitong is close to going into shock due to heat. Now, immediately, come now. Chapter 38 won't mark. Jiang Yunshu took only 10 minutes to arrive at the Imperial Capital Hospital. While rushing up the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator, he realized he was still wearing slippers, making a loud thud-thud-thud sound that was highly disturbing to others. Baitong's isolation room was easy to find, just around the corner where a group of people were gathered. Lin Baiqiu saw him first. Hurry over. First, take an injection of a strong suppressant. Without a word, Jiang Yunshu took off his coat and rolled up the sleeves of his sleepwear he hadn't had time to change out of. As the needle pierced his skin, he asked bluntly, what needs to be done? First, release pheromones to calm the patient, Lin Baiqiu explained while quickly sticking a powerful blocking patch onto Jiang Yunshu, then create a temporary mark, injecting the pheromones slowly. Zheng Ruyan also endured these 10 minutes anxiously, fearing Jiang Yunshu deliberately avoided coming to save Baitong, and also fearing his earlier mistake might have worsened Baitong's condition. Fortunately, he finally saw this alpha who had been constantly abusing Baitong, but at first glance, he seemed almost unrecognizable. The contrast from when he came to school 3 years ago was too great, whether it was in appearance or aura. With a fierce air, Zheng Ruyan threatened, you'd better just do a temporary marking. After some time, it appeared both had calmed down somewhat, keeping their distance from each other. Lin Baiqiu sneered, "Rest assured, there's a pheromone detector in the isolation room. If either side's pheromones exceed the normal level, an alarm will sound. Our hospital isn't as useless as you think, we can certainly ensure the safety of patients." Fuming again, Zheng Ruiyun muttered, "Shit." Dr. Guo quickly nudged Lin Baiqiu's side and whispered, "That's enough, Dr. Lin. Do your words sound appropriate? Do you want to be complained about again?" Teacher Wang also hurried to separate them, helplessly sighing, "Seems like neither of you has calmed down." As soon as Jiang Yunshu entered, he was overwhelmed by the rich scent of omega pheromones. The sweetness was like a wild beast with fangs, gradually encircling his entire being as if sealing an entrapped hunter tightly within its territory, suffocating. Jiang Yunshu found it hard to breathe, feeling as if he had fallen into a large jar of sticky melted candy, his senses completely muffled. He pressed on the blocking patch at the back of his neck, trying his best to steady his mind and control his physical reaction until he finally found Beitong curled up under the bed in a naked ball. An omega in heat becomes overly sensitive, any friction from clothing causing discomfort. Clearly, Beitong had lost her mind and strength, her body flushed red as if burning. In a state of unconsciousness, she instinctively tried rubbing against the floor, walls, and iron hospital bed. Jiang Yunshu squatted down, extending his hand slowly, releasing a bit of pheromone as he tested the waters. "Beitong, can you hear me?" "Ugh." The confused omega immediately reacted, emitting a whine akin to a small animal. Her tear-filled eyes looked over, searching for the source of the smell. However, with weak limbs, she could only shift helplessly on the ground. Jiang Yunshu discarded his coarse woolen coat, wearing only soft pajamas. He continued to release soothing pheromones, placing his palm on the feverish body and with one effort lifted the omega into his arms. He then let Beitong sit on his lap, leaning her back against his chest. Jiang Yunshu reassured, "It's all right now." Beitong desperately squeezed closer to the alpha, clutching tightly onto the edge of Jiang Yunshu's clothes. Emitting pained groans, she writhed in obvious discomfort. Jiang Yunshu tried his best to ignore the intimate contact, refusing to let his gaze wander. He extended his hand and grasped Beitong's slender throat, pressing his palm gently against her tiny Adam's apple and applying slight downward pressure. Unexpectedly, Beitong suddenly started to struggle slightly, turning her face toward Jiang Yunshu's chest, shakily seeking to get closer, showing signs of immense insecurity. In the confined space, alpha pheromones gradually overwhelmed those of the omega. Jiang Yunshu understood. He loosened his grip and lifted Beitong's body, changing positions so they sat face to face. Beitong's pupils were scattered, her eye corners still glistening with undried moisture. Driven by instinct, she clung to the alpha's neck like a koala bear, tightening her hold to the point where Jiang Yunshu struggled to catch his breath. Then, lifting her head, she lunged forward urgently, drawing saliva-laden pheromones from his mouth. Her Adam's apple moved up and down as she swallowed repeatedly. Dr. Zhang's first kiss, which he had preserved for 29 years, was unexpectedly stolen. Staring blankly for 2 seconds, his body went rigid. The sensation on his tongue caused him to tremble. Initially confused, he eventually relented, opening his mouth and letting Beitong mess around aimlessly. He attempted to hypnotize himself. "This is artificial respiration. It's all about saving lives." A few minutes later, Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to use force to subdue the situation. Unable to endure any longer, he firmly pressed Beitong's nape against his shoulder, muttering impatiently, "Stop, stop. That's enough. Don't move, I'll look for your gland." His eyes glanced at Beitong's nape and paused momentarily. Not quite there, where exactly was the gland? Struggling, he carefully explored inch by inch with 2 fingers, touching scars of varying depths and roughness. Finally, after repeated trials and based on Beitong's differing moans, he identified the location of the gland. Jiang Yunshu glanced around briefly, locking onto the iodine, iodophore, on the table. He quickly soaked some cotton in it and cleaned the area around the gland, lifting Beitong's wet tail hairs before striving to recall the position shown in those brief sexual education videos from middle school. Opening his mouth, he tilted his canine teeth 36 degrees against the slightly rising and falling gland. Beitong was almost melting into a puddle, weakly using her wet lips and nose to press against Jiang Yunshu's blocking patch, even biting it with her teeth while rubbing her waist forward intermittently. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes briefly, exerting pressure on his palate. But there was no sensation of piercing skin as expected. Confused, he opened his eyes. It wasn't bitten through. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Once more, he positioned himself against the deepest scar on her nape and bit down forcefully. Ugh! Beitong let out a cry of pain, her calves kicking helplessly. Not right, Jiang Yunshu felt somewhat frustrated. He believed he was applying considerable force but wondered if perhaps his method or angle was incorrect. If this dragged on, things would become increasingly problematic. Determinedly, he tilted his head and kissed Beitong's lips, passing along some pheromones, then attempted for the 3rd time, biting down mercilessly. The taste of blood. Pheromone-rich blood flowed into his throat, and immediately, Jiang Yunshu's own pheromones surged. During this long, ambiguous moment of biting down on Beitong's neck, he admitted that for an instant, his rationality was overtaken by instinct. He lost himself momentarily, only recalling vaguely recognizing the flavor of Bai Tang's pheromones in his haze. It wasn't overly sweet candy flavor, nor the cloying taste of cake. Instead, it was the flavor of condensed milk he used to eat frequently as a child. In class, the teacher scribbled historical notes with chalk, schwa schwa schwa, a plane flew past the window, and Bai Tang, ao wu, swallowed it whole. Possibly due to the effects of 4 injections of suppressants, the hardest part of the heat phase passed, and while lying dazed on the bed, he even overheard a doctor say, "You've bitten too deep and off-center, the bleeding won't stop." Another doctor remarked, "How could there be an alpha who doesn't know how to mark, isn't that capability an issue?" Yet specifically what had happened, he couldn't fully recall. All he knew was that Jiang Yunshu made a temporary marking on him. In the enclosed space filled with omega pheromones, it was merely a temporary one. Bai Tang realized he could no longer ignore the change in the alpha or continue to hypnotize himself that it didn't concern him. What had happened to the alpha after that car accident? Mentioning Taoism, we cannot fail to mention a topic that will surely invigorate you, the phenomenon often seen in cultivation novels known as duoshi, or soul stealing. As early as the spring and autumn warring states period, China saw cases where after death, a person's spirit would inhabit another body and continue living, as mentioned in the Zhuan chapter 7 of Zhao Gong. Sikan said, upon life's beginning transformation is called pa, after which its vitality is referred to as hun. The greater the essence consumed, the stronger both hun and pa become. Thus, the flowing pen tip hesitated, blurring the ink dot of the character duo on the white paper until the characters became unclear. Bai Tang slowly lifted his head, staring intently at the history teacher. One interpretation claims it's a Taoist theory of borrowing another's body to reincarnate, another suggests it's a practice of Indian yoga, and yet another ties it to Tibetan esoteric Buddhism. Simply put, duo-shi refers to a soul entering another person's body. Since Taoism belongs to theism, note that those most prominent figures in Taoism and Laozi studies are atheists. Everything else Bai Tang heard became inaudible. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Bai Tang was startled awake. Glancing down, he saw his notebook filled with a densely packed page of the words, soul. Chapter 39, Kids taking the college entrance exam are under a lot of pressure. Teacher Fong. Bai Tang chased after the teacher in the hallway. "Teacher, I want to ask, is the concept of possession truly existent?" "I didn't expect you'd be interested in this," Teacher Fong said. "According to ancient texts, it really exists, but we cannot confirm it." Bai Tang hesitated for 2 seconds before asking, "Then, does it exist in real life?" "That depends on whether you believe or not." Teacher Fong's eyebrows twitched as he spoke confidently. "The most basic element of possession is the separation of body and soul. However, with our current level of technology, we know nothing about the secrets of the soul, so we can't judge if the soul truly exists. Perhaps after a long time, scientists' discoveries, research, and continuous advancements in science and technology can prove that souls exist, but that would be far into the future, at least not something we will witness. So, it still depends on your belief." Teacher Fong smiled. "Most of the older generation believe, but you youngsters, most likely all believe in atheism, right?" "No, he also believed." Bai Tang lowered his eyelashes. Maybe it was because his grandmother believed in Buddhism. Since childhood he had been taken by his grandmother to various temples for worship. He had personally seen village children inexplicably convulse, doctors could not find the cause, and the parents were left with no choice but to seek help from a spirit medium, after which the children inexplicably recovered. He had also seen Dr. Duncan McDougall's weight experiment, where an elderly man near death was placed on a scale. At the moment of expiration, his weight decreased by 21 grams. Many people said that was the weight of the soul. Bai Tang believed that in some neglected corner, in places beyond his reach, many wonderful things would happen. He just did not believe that these sorts of things would occur near him. He had already given up any hope that someone would descend from heaven to pull him out of the mire. Saturday's book fair Bai Tang still didn't go to. Zhou Chaoyu didn't let him go either. Although the symptoms of being in heat had passed, he was indeed still in his estrus cycle. There were too many people at the book fair, too chaotic, and alphas are very sensitive to the pheromones of omegas. Even the faintest scent can be captured. Zhou Chaoyu knew without a doubt how excited those ill-intentioned alphas would get towards an omega currently in heat. After Bai Tang began studying for exams, Jiang Yunshu converted the guest room into another study. On weekends, the two occupied their respective studies, meeting only a few times a day except when going to the bathroom or eating meals. Jiang Yunshu became fully busy. With only half a year left until the postgraduate entrance exam, time was tight, so he had maintained such a schedule for more than a month, getting up at 6:30 in the morning, sitting in the study with the phone and computer turned off at 7 o'clock, lunch break lasting half an hour, napping for 40 minutes, dinner break lasting half an hour. Except for these times, he studied continuously until 10 o'clock in the evening, then took a shower, turned off the light, and went to bed. Today Bai Tang woke up at 8 o'clock. The curtains in the study were pulled open, sunlight streamed in, and every page scrolling across his computer screen without exception bore the words soul and transmigration. But the more he looked, the more restless he felt. The so-called scientific popularization on the internet seemed entirely made up, extremely obscure, so he decided to look up information about brain death, but there were neither cases of recovery nor even improvement. Because brain death means death in its truest sense. But it couldn't be, although he believed in the existence of souls in the world, how could they? Bai Tang rubbed his face vigorously, trying to make himself clear-headed. Even if he believed, how could they truly exist? Time passed until evening. Black Sugar scratched at the door outside with its paws and shouted them out for dinner, showing great care and understanding. The new housekeeping aunt usually left after cooking dinner. When Bai Tang descended to the first floor, the Alpha's door was still closed, so he sat down in a chair to play catch with Black Sugar. A few minutes later, Jiang Yunshu arrived late. Sorry, there are 4 problems left, I'll finish them first. Bai Tang shook his head to indicate it was fine. During the meal, silence fell once again. Bai Tang opened his mouth several times, the words rushing to the edge of his tongue, yet nothing came out. Jiang Yunshu hurried upstairs to great answers after putting his own bowl and chopsticks in the sink. I'll go back upstairs. That. Bai Tang impulsively blurted out, stopping him hastily. Jiang Yunshu paused his steps, turning around. What's wrong? Bai Tang's tongue twisted in his mouth several times, the words spinning repeatedly on the tip of his tongue. How to ask? Hi, did you come from transmigration? Did you take Jiang Yunsu's body? Did your soul swap with Jiang Yunsu's? Are you from modern times or ancient times? Too absurd. Bai Tang felt a little awkward. I just wanted to thank you for helping me during my heat period. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wanted to bite his tongue. What was he saying? Jiang Yunshu immediately became alert again, his muscles tightening. The last time it was mangoes, and the time before that, it was sleeping pills. What was this about now? But it seemed Bai Tang had no further ulterior motives this time, so Jiang Yunshu questioned skeptically, no need. Okay, good. Bai Tang continued to feel humiliated, wishing he could bury himself in Black Sugar's dog bed. Shall I go upstairs first then? Jiang Yunshu asked. Bai Tang nodded hurriedly. After the door closed, he buried his face on the table, even lightly knocking his forehead against it. What should I do? At this moment, the door upstairs opened again, and Jiang Yunshu reappeared at the staircase, tentatively asking, do you not want to stay at home? Would you like to take a walk outside? After reflecting on Bai Tang's unusual behavior earlier, he concluded there was precedent. Students preparing for the college entrance exam usually experience tremendous stress. Having been confined to school studying day after day, with their eyes only seeing test papers when open and dreaming of them when asleep, they indeed needed to get out and relax on weekends instead of staying cooped up at home all day. If things continued this way for another year, something would surely break. In modern times, learning scientifically required balancing work with leisure. Jiang Yunshu felt regretful as he seriously reflected on his shortcomings as a guardian. He needed to improve, or maybe we'll go somewhere less crowded tomorrow. Bai Tang was startled by the sudden appearance of the Alpha. With a small red mark still on his forehead, he quickly raised his face. Not knowing why Jiang Yunshu suddenly had this idea, Bai Tang preferred staying home to study rather than going out to play. No need. I'd rather stay home and read books. Frowning, Jiang Yunshu appeared unconvinced but reconsidered. 11 years ago, before his own college entrance exam, he too hadn't spared even a single fragment of time, wanting to study while dreaming in his sleep. When did he have any time to play? The anxiety of parents and the understanding of students twisted together, creating an unresolvable conflict. Eventually, after much hesitation, Jiang Yunshu had to give in. All right, if you need to relax later, let me know. With a soft click, the door closed once more. Bai Tang paused for several seconds, sighed, put the leftover black pepper beef in the fridge, placed the dishes in the dishwasher, and went upstairs to continue studying. The sky outside the window grew darker as the clock approached 9 p.m. Bai Tang stretched lazily. Suddenly, his nose twitched. Alpha pheromones laden with invasion filled the air, creeping through the cracks of the door. His eyes widened as he instinctively covered his mouth and nose, gagging slightly. Jiang Yunshu was compiling wrong questions from his practice test into a Word document. This actual exam yielded a score 21 points higher than the previous year's admission score for Huachuan University, but it held no significance. While debating over the answer to the last question and planning to call Lin Bazho, Jiang Yunshu was struck by an intense headache. The world blurred like a broken old television, buzzing loudly in his ears. His left knee slammed hard against the floor, and at that moment, he thought he had suffered another cerebral vascular rupture. No, Bai Tang. That was his immediate thought. Without knowing how much time had passed, Jiang Yunshu slowly recovered. Lying on the ground, his vision was still spinning, and the veins at his temples were throbbing rhythmically as if a sharp hammer was repeatedly pounding on the nerves inside his brain. This wasn't the worst part. The worst was discovering that his pheromones were completely out of control, crazily rushing out in uncontrollable bursts. Their sharp smell was overpowering even to him, simultaneously stirring deep within him an overwhelming rage and desire to destroy. Veins protruded on his hands, and his eyes turned blood red as he stared toward Bai Tang's room, muttering hoarsely, Bai Tang. Chapter 40, You're Not Him. His susceptibility period had arrived. It was long overdue. Perhaps the continuous absence of omega pheromones for over 4 months had caused his susceptibility period to be delayed as if in barren land, and then suddenly he found himself in a sealed space filled with omega pheromones. The estrus period of omegas and the susceptibility period of alphas are interdependent and mutually influential phenomena. Jiang Yunshu pressed his temples, struggling to support his heavy body. His headache made it impossible for him to straighten up. He swayed twice, then slapped his right hand on the table to stabilize himself with a bang. His fingertips turned white from exertion and he broke out into a cold sweat on his back. He slowly fumbled around, papers and test sheets all fell down, covering the floor. After an unknown amount of time, he finally found his phone and dialed Zhou Chaoyu's number. Jiang Yunshu shook his head, droplets of sweat falling onto the carpet. He struggled to maintain a steady tone. Professor Zhou, my susceptibility period has arrived. Bai Tang and I are both at home. Could you, please take care of Bai Tang first? Now, okay. He clenched his teeth against an excruciating headache and gasped in a deep breath of cold air. I'll pay whatever it takes afterward. Please. Zhou Chaoyu's indifferent voice came from the phone, I'll call Bai Tang. You look after yourself. After the call ended, the composure Jiang Yunshu had maintained for so long finally crumbled. He collapsed onto the bed, knocking over an iron box on the bedside table. Trembling fingers picked up adhesive patches from the ground. Roughly applying several to the back of his neck, he also administered himself an injection of suppressant. During the susceptibility period, alpha's sensitivity to omega pheromones increases tenfold. The sweet aroma of condensed milk lingered in his nose, impossible to shake off. He violently tapped his temples several times, trying to stay awake. However, Bai Tang was in heat. A mating omega. This realization sent Jiang Yunshu nearly into madness. As a modern man, he'd never imagined that the susceptibility period would be this unbearable, like the excruciating pain of a burst blood vessel endlessly looping, with internal liver fires burning him alive from within. Primal desires surged in wave after relentless wave, threatening his rationality. Ah! Raspy syllables rolled out of his throat. Jiang Yunshu's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intensely on the door outside. A fierce, predatory nature emanated from his piercing gaze, akin to a male wolf starving for months. Every cell in his body screamed, Omega, Omega, tear them apart. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu recalled what the sexual education booklet mentioned. During the susceptibility period, alphas develop antisocial tendencies, are easily angered, display severe violent inclinations, and have an extremely high crime rate, making them very dangerous. He called Bai Tang next, his voice carrying faint pain. Bai Tang, I think my susceptibility period has arrived. What is the Omega doing now? Is he wearing loose loungewear, curled up in fragility and softness, exposing ankles white as jade? Jiang Yunshu caressed his fingers, speaking hoarsely, stay in your room, lock the door, don't come out. He had touched before, the Omega's reddened eye tails, slender necks, and pale thighs. His throat tightened. Has Professor Zhou called you? What did he say? From the phone came Bai Tang's tender voice, yes, he'll pick me up later. Ignoring might have been better. Once he heard it, dirty thoughts became uncontrollable. Jiang Yunshu involuntarily walked to the door, pressing his nose to the crack, trying to sniff more pheromones, tightly gripping the doorknob with his left hand. An Omega in heat was just beside his room. He felt powerless to resist, his cries would sound beautiful. Only 10 steps away. Just 10. Twist the door open, twist it, walk over, press him down, rip his clothes, bite through his throat, let the blood spray. A sudden surge of brain pain struck harder than ever before. Jaw muscles protruding, Jiang Yunshu threw the phone with a great effort. It landed with a deafening crash, lying silently far away on the floor, its screen shattered into pieces. The Omega seemed startled. What happened? Jiang Yunshu panted painfully, end the call. What? End the call. Jiang Yunshu roared. The call disconnected, and the phone's screen darkened. Next to the bed was a large bag containing a few clothes and books. Bai Tang's limbs went limp, and curled up in the blanket. Even though he was tightly wrapped, the alpha pheromones still surged in rampantly. They aggressively pinned him down on the bed, sneaking in through his collar and undergarments, caressing every inch of his skin. The adhesive patches stuck onto his glands couldn't hold back the declaration, you're my Omega. Bai Tang's eyes watered as he bit into the blanket to suppress the sounds about to burst out. He remembered the last time during the alpha susceptibility period, his left arm lay uselessly on the ground at an abnormal angle. His forehead had been smashed by the alpha grabbing his hair, leaving half his face covered in blood. There were several cuts on the back of his neck. He had been repeatedly assaulted until his body went numb, with all his senses dulled, his blood and tears nearly dried up. An alpha during the susceptibility period only knows violence and sex. Yet, this is often when they are most vulnerable, showing their true nature. Beitong suddenly realized that this was the best chance to test Jiang Yunshu. Once it passed, there would be none better. His toes just barely poked out of the quilt before quickly withdrawing. What if Jiang Yunshu was simply Jiang Yunshu? Would he have to endure another round of torture? But if that was Jiang Yunshu, how could Zhou Chaoyu possibly come to pick him up, or ask him to lock the door? Surely, by now, Jiang Yunshu wouldn't be able to resist rushing over. After all, Jiang Yunshu wasn't someone with steadfast willpower who could fight against instinct, let alone someone who thought little of the life of an Omega like him. Beitong wiped away the moisture from the corners of his eyes, determined to pull back the covers. He stumbled off the bed, his exposed skin instantly tingled as it touched the thick layer of alpha pheromones. He decided to put himself at risk to find an answer with an uncertain outcome. As soon as the door opened, a wave of information 10 times stronger than before rushed in without any resistance. It grabbed his throat, making him kneel on the ground, clutching his chest as he gagged multiple times. Haetong also became agitated due to the pheromones, running around the living room and breaking 2 cups. Baetong, enduring discomfort and nausea, locked Haetong in the garden first. Leaning against the handrail, step by step, he climbed upstairs. Several times, his legs almost gave out and knelt down. By the time he finally stood outside the Alpha's door, he even felt something cold trickling down his thighs. With trembling fingertips, he grasped the doorknob, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. After all, things wouldn't get worse than what he'd already endured. The worst-case scenario was death itself. "Get out," Jiang Yunshu growled from the shadows, teeth clenched as he looked at Baetong, whose face was lit up only faintly by the light behind him. He suspected Baetong was insane. Didn't he say clearly to lock the door and stay inside? And yet not only did he ignore it but came directly to his room. Jiang Yunshu had just taken 3 cold showers, his body chilling to its bone, yet still unable to suppress the intense fire raging inside. His drenched bangs had been flicked aside, dripping water, revealing a full forehead and a sharp face structure, with an increasingly prominent jawline. Baetong's expression was tense, hands trembling beneath the sleeves, as he struggled to move within the overwhelming pressure of alpha pheromones inside the room. Through blurred vision, he could see the muscles beneath the alpha's clothes that possessed the absolute strength to tear his throat artery apart in a second. Jiang Yunshu pressed his temple, which throbbed incessantly, and again warned sternly, "Get out." It was dangerous. This alpha was more perilous than ever before during any past susceptibility periods. Every cell in Baetong's body screamed alarms. If he were a cat, he imagined his entire fur would have bristled by now. Yet, under Jiang Yunshu's ferocious gaze, he took a trembling step forward instead and released a small amount of pheromones recklessly. At that exact moment, he saw the alpha's pupils contract violently. Next thing he knew, a dizzying sensation overcame him as he crashed onto the floor with a thud, his neck throbbing in pain. The alpha had directly bitten through 2 layers of the adhesive patch. Ugh. Baetong helplessly tilted his head back, tears streaming down his face immediately. He regretted it. Baetong trembled all over, seeing the crazed look on the alpha's face reflected in his own eyes. Fear gripped him, and his left arm started aching. Memories of the alpha's previous violent acts flashed in his mind like a movie reel frame by frame. Uncontrollably, his voice quivered into sobs, Jiang Yunshu. The alpha's hand moved to his throat, tightening. Eek. Cough cough. Panic flushed Baetong's face as breathing grew increasingly difficult. Ah. Jiang Yunshu. The alpha licked his lips, then pushed his hand under his clothes, forcefully stroking his numb lower back. Don't. Cough cough. Jiang Yunshu. Just as he was about to black out and lose consciousness from asphyxiation, the grip on his neck suddenly slackened. Air rushed into his trachea, and he began coughing violently. His calves twitched uncontrollably, like a fish gasping for breath before death. Get out, Jiang Yunshu's voice was deep and hoarse, don't make me repeat myself a 4th time. Baetong's tears streaked all over his face. He raised his head through choking sobs, only to see red, his eyes widened in shock. The alpha's knuckles were covered in blood. Jiang Yunshu's gaze was nearly frenzied, any fleeting sanity brought on by pain quickly fading away again. Clenching his teeth, he slammed his own bloody knuckles hard against the corner of the desk once more. The sound of bone and flesh colliding echoed in the room. Lying beneath the alpha, Baetong instinctively held his breath, his eyes wide open without blinking, disbelief written all over his face. Shock rendered him speechless as the tiny fragment of unease buried deep within him crumbled completely. In the room, the pheromones of both the alpha and omega intertwined and blended together. You're not him. Baetong's breathing trembled noticeably. Tears dropped one after another onto the floor, making it hard for him to form complete sentences. You're not him, he wouldn't possibly do this. Chapter 41, I still need to do some problems. Unfortunately, Jiang Yunshu didn't hear any of it. Taking advantage of the last ounce of sanity he had left, he scooped up Baetong at the waist and almost threw him out of the door, showing no tenderness. Ah! Baetong landed squarely on his bottom, and his shoulder hit the wall. The pain radiating from his coccyx made it hard for him to get up right away. Go back to your room and wait for Zhou Chaoyu. After Jiang Yunshu said this condescendingly, he slammed the door shut and locked it. To prevent himself from rushing out, he roughly dragged over tables and chairs to block the doorway, leaving 2 white streaks of friction on the floor. A shattered cup, spreading water stains, scattered paper scrolls, everything was in disarray. Baetong's face was marked with a few clear tear tracks. He collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at the tightly shut door. After a while, he crawled over on all 4s, pressed against the door, and shouted feebly, "Wait. Just wait." At that moment, quite inconveniently, the phone in his trouser pocket rang, and 2 strong beams of headlights shone through the window, blinding Baetong's pupils. He snapped back to reality and hesitantly answered the call. It was Zhou Chaoyu. Bai Tang, come out. But, Bai Tang turned to look at the closed door again, muttering as if lost, no, he is not himself, Bai Tang, Zhou Chaoyu's voice was calm, giving an inexplicable sense of credibility. Jiang Yunshu is now in the sensitive period. Staying there is bad for both of you. You should come out first, then we'll discuss further. In the vast house, only the sound of Bai Tang's quick and uncontrollable breathing could be heard. After a long silence, he stumbled to his feet unsteadily. All right, I'll go out. Zhou Chaoyu frowned silently, leaned against the car door. Even at a distance in an open, ventilated area, he could smell the alpha pheromones, making it obvious how terrible it must have been inside the house. After waiting a long time, he finally saw a slim figure staggering out with a small bag in hand. Bai Tang. Zhou Chaoyu moved forward to meet him, and when he took a closer look, his frown deepened enough to crush flies. Bai Tang's clothes were disheveled, one trouser leg rolled up while the other trailed along the ground. His hair stuck out in all directions, his face was pale and bloodless, his lips cracked and peeled, his eyes red and swollen. Fresh tear marks streaked down his face. Most alarming of all, there was a circle of purple bruises around his neck, with blood smears everywhere, making him look worse off than a refugee fleeing from a war zone. The moment Zhou Chaoyu saw this, his expression changed drastically. In just a few strides, he approached Bai Tang and smelled the heavy alpha scent lingering on him. What happened? Did he hurt you? Bai Tang sniffed and shook his head repeatedly, still not fully composed. No. Zhou Chaoyu inspected Bai Tang carefully and found a complete set of teeth marks on the nape of his neck, which were already torn to pieces. He opened the passenger side door and took new blockers from the cabinet. What's going on? Qin Zhongnan sitting in the driver's seat also frowned. Zhou Chaoyu shook his head, not sure. You stay in the car, put on an extra blocker. He tore off the old blocker on Bai Tang's neck, revealing the wound beneath. The canine tooth marks were two small holes, bitten very deeply, like traces left by a vampire, still losing blood. Zhou Chaoyu glanced down and saw Bai Tang's legs trembling, causing the wide pant legs to sway continuously. Suddenly, yo! What great luck, running into two omegas at once. Hearing the voice, both Bai Tang and Zhou Chaoyu looked up to see a messy alpha with someone limping after them. Turning slightly, Zhou Chaoyu's tone grew colder. Go away. In heat? The alpha came close and sniffed with excitement, flashing a grin on his face. But then his expression quickly changed, and he aggressively released his own pheromones in an attempt to suppress the omegas. Why does it smell like wild dogs? Are you sluts selling yourself? How many people have you been with, damn it? You're sick. Overwhelmed by another alpha's pheromones, Bai Tang suddenly twisted his head and retched several times violently, nearly falling over. Seemingly chasing behind was an omega whose leg was bent at a terrible angle. Upon seeing Bai Tang and Zhou Chaoyu, he quickly pulled at the alpha's sleeve. Master, let's go back. F*** off, you piece of S** T. The alpha shoved him away with one hand, stepping on the omega's ankle. Disgusting piece of trash. The omega let out a blood-curdling scream. Zhou Chaoyu clenched his fists, his voice freezing. You. Ah. The alpha suddenly cried out in agony too. Qin Zhongnan had a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, but his eyes held no humor. The veins on his hand resting on the alpha's shoulder bulged. Leave. The alpha clutched his shoulder and cursed loudly before walking away. Just before leaving, he gave the omega lying on the ground a vicious kick. The omega screamed again in anguish. The omega, who had just stood up, fell back onto the ground with a thud. Cold sweat soaked through his hair as he again forced himself to stand and limped after them. Chaoyu Zhou calmed himself down slightly, leaning forward a bit to ask, do you need help? But to his surprise, all the omega's eyes held was hostility and anger. No. I don't need your help. You two just go away. How dare you just grab and hurt others? An awkward silence enveloped the three of them as they watched the omega's staggering, frail figure until it diminished into the distance. Let's go, Chaoyu Zhou broke the silence first. There's nothing more we can do here. After Tang Bai left, Yunshu Jiang took a nap for about 20 minutes. When he woke up, he found that his headache seemed to have lessened somewhat. Perhaps it was due to becoming numb from enduring the pain for so long. His memory of what had happened earlier was hazy. All he could recall was Tang Bai entering his room and in a fit of rage, he had bitten him, though he vaguely remembered Tang Bai saying something else. Yunshu Jiang couldn't bring it back. Sighing, he got out of bed and started tidying up the mess on the floor. Picking up his phone from the ground, he saw that its screen was cracked like shattered glass but was still functional. Chaoyu Zhou had sent him a message saying he had arrived safely. Jiang replied with 2 words, thank you. Then he went downstairs, closing all the windows. Looking at the empty garden, his emotions grew complicated. Why didn't they even leave me a dog? Returning to the room, he found Dr. Baizhou Lin's number and called him. After the line connected, Jiang said, Doctor, my sensitive period has arrived. There was a brief pause on the other end before an explosion of sound. Shit, so what if it's here? Why are you telling me? I'm an alpha too. Lin gave a cold laugh. What's this, moved to tears during your first sensitive period that you have to call me specifically to tell me? Not that. Jiang immediately felt his head ache a little more, drawing in a breath. I wanted to ask if there's anything that could relieve this dull pain. It affects my thinking, and slows down my problem-solving speed. On the other side came another silence. Can't you take a break? Jiang flipped open his notebook where there were still 3 unfinished tasks. I need to finish today's assignments before sleeping. You're strong, Lin asked. Where's Tang Bai? Jiang said, he'll stay at a friend's place for a few days. Yeah, in this situation, it's probably better if you separate, Lin agreed. There's no medicine that can alleviate or suppress an alpha's sensitive period. Jiang nodded while using cotton to clean the dried blood off his right hand's wrist. Only an omega's pheromones will make an alpha feel better, Lin added. Of course, that is assuming there's an omega around. Conversely, an alpha in the sensitive period who's with an omega will find it harder to bear than a single one. During my sensitive period, I generally play games at home, just to distract myself. Jiang glanced at his own hand wound, which wasn't large, just a small gash, but the bruise looked quite alarming. He listened to Lin's words and remained speechless. Alright, one last question. The last problem of the 3rd set of tests in 2019, I've taken a picture of it and sent it to you. Can you check it? Lin responded, shit. I am truly impressed by you. Chapter 42, Single for 29 years. Get out of the car. Zhou Chaoyu picked up the dog food. We're here. Alphas during their susceptible period are usually preoccupied with themselves and don't have the energy to take care of a hyperactive dog. Bai Tang held He Tang as he got out of the car, slightly breathless. He Tang had already grown to be quite large for his age, and holding him was exhausting. The 3 entered the residential complex and took the elevator to the 23rd floor. Zhou Chaoyu opened the door first and placed a pair of slippers on the ground. As guests, it was only natural to wait for the host to enter first. Bai Tang glanced awkwardly at Qin Zhongnan, who showed no intention of stepping inside. Qin Zhongnan looked down at Bai Tang, who seemed a little at a loss, with a teasing smile on his face. Zhou Chaoyu noticed the small gestures outside the door and scolded Qin Zhongnan, stop teasing him, when will you ever grow out of your bad habits? Then he turned to explain to Bai Tang, this house belongs to me. Since he is an alpha, it wouldn't be convenient for him to live with us. He just dropped us off to make sure we are safe and will leave soon. Qin Zhongnan laughed twice and shook hands with Zhou Chaoyu. Alright, I'll leave then. Try not to go out tonight, call me if you have to. The door closed, and Bai Tang's slight uneasiness disappeared. This was his first meeting with Zhou Chaoyu's alpha. Due to being deceived for 2 years and violently treated for 3 years, Bai Tang harbored an inherent fear and distrust of alphas, even though Qin Zhongnan was Zhou Chaoyu's partner. Thank you, senior. Bai Tang felt a bit flustered, wiggling his toes inside the slippers. Zhou Chaoyu poured a glass of warm water for him. You don't need to thank me. It's actually a relief to be away from Qin Zhongnan. All you need to do is ensure this dog doesn't chew on the furniture. He Tang is very well behaved. I've trained him not to chew on things. Upon hearing Zhou Chaoyu say, far away, and relief, Bai Tang became nervous. What happened? That's not what I meant. Zhou Chaoyu, as a psychology professor, seemed to have mind-reading abilities. He's just too clingy, leaving no personal space. But let's not talk about this anymore. Go take a shower and sleep. Bai Tang stayed in Zhou Chaoyu's home for 4 days straight. During that time, he took charge of all household chores plus lunch and dinner, displaying exceptional homely qualities. Zhou Chaoyu didn't mince words. You can cook the meals, but stop doing the housework. I'll hire a cleaning lady. Not exactly. Bai Tang appeared a little embarrassed. He Tang is shedding fur and requires constant vacuuming, otherwise, the fur will fly everywhere. Zhou Chaoyu understood. He spent little time at home, going out early and returning late every day. Yet, even during the limited time when he wasn't sleeping, the sound of the vacuum cleaner often filled his ears intermittently. Under the table, He Tang suddenly launched an attack, staring intently with bright black eyes and licking Zhou Chaoyu's ankle. Zhou Chaoyu, who had already gotten used to it, pushed the dog away with his foot. Looks like I'm better suited to keeping cats. Yesterday, Qin Zhongnan came over with Jiao Jiao, allowing Bai Tang to enjoy some good petting. Jiao Jiao is so cute. The screen of the phone on the table suddenly lit up. Bai Tang picked it up and saw Jiang Yunshu had replied. Bai Tang, are you okay? Jiang Yunshu, nothing serious. During these 4 days, Bai Tang reviewed everything that had happened in the past few months from start to finish. If the day Jiang Yunsu's brain death reversed was also the day a stranger appeared, then the personality, living habits, and kindness towards himself that Bai Tang witnessed had all been evident. However, who was he? What kind of person was he? Bai Tang knew nothing and understood nothing. A stranger had lived under the same roof with him for more than 4 months. It was truly terrifying when you thought about it carefully. Senior, Bai Tang stirred the fish soup. Do you think there's such a thing as time travel or soul exchange in the world? Zhou Chaoyu looked at him. Are you talking about Jiang Yunsu? Bai Tang stammered. Yeah, I'm not hallucinating. It's just too strange, really too strange. I don't know, said Zhou Chaoyu, but his demeanor when he sees me isn't fake. Do you know he once sought psychological counseling from Qin Zhongnan? Bai Tang looked up, appearing somewhat surprised. I didn't know that. He went to Qin Zhongnan and asked what he could do to help you get better. During those 2 hours, there was no hint of nervousness or mockery in his facial expressions or body language, explained Zhou Chaoyu, but I am merely providing you with facts objectively. I don't know much about him, it's up to you to decide. 5 days passed. Stepping on the lawn of this house again, Bai Tang's feelings were completely different compared to the last time. Zhou Chaoyu sat in the driver's seat, contact me if anything happens. Okay, Bai Tang turned around and smiled at his senior, Bai. He led He Tang into the house and saw the alpha waiting at the door. Instinctively, he stopped in his tracks and stood still. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu said. Come in, the house has been aired out all day, there's no more smell. Bai Tang bit his lip, took a deep breath, took something out of his pocket, held it behind his back, gripped it tightly, and suddenly asked, You're not him, are you? Jiang Yunshu's motion of turning around also abruptly paused. He suspected he had heard wrong and blurted out unconsciously, What? You're not Jiang Yunsu, are you? Bai Tang stood 5 steps away, steadily gazing at the alpha. His heart hung in the air like that sentence, tense, uneasy, yet filled with great courage. Jiang Yunshu quietly stood at the entrance, looking at Bai Tang as well. The wind stirred his hair. After a moment of mutual gaze, he gave a definitive answer, Yes, I'm not, then he seemed to laugh helplessly or in lamentation, How did you know? The hand gripping the iron fork behind his back suddenly trembled, Bai Tang's eyes slowly reddened, his nose became sore, and he murmured, It's really not him, is it? Jiang Yunshu said, It's not. Bai Tang stepped back a few paces, large teardrops rolling down his lower eyelids and soaking into the ground. With a choked voice, he recounted various events, thrown away cherished handcuffs, handwriting doesn't match, likes eating Chinese chives, raising black sugar candies, donated to Feng Qi, let me go to school, I. The fork slipped from his grip and fell into the grass. Slowly, he squatted down, covering his face with both hands as tears soaked his palms. A suppressed, long-delayed wail for 3 years escaped from his throat. He should have realized it much earlier. From start to finish, he had forgotten the most crucial point. Even if someone lost their memory, human nature doesn't change. Someone who thinks domestic violence is acceptable will remain unmoved after losing their memory. How could he reflect, apologize, or compensate him? At 9 o'clock in the morning, the weather was clear, with fluffy clouds floating lazily. Weak sunlight slanted down onto people, while Jiang Yunshu stood in the shade, looking at the boy who was 8 years younger than him, someone who should just be stepping into this society to see its beauty, collapse on the ground sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Yunshu dug up some ice from the fridge, put it in a resealable bag, and handed it over to Bai Tang. Introduce myself again, my name is Jiang Yunshu, the book in scholarly bearing. Bai Tang's red swollen eyes sat on the couch. His double eyelids cried into single ones, making the world seem half smaller. He received the ice pack and pressed it against his eyes, belatedly feeling embarrassed. He had cried for over half an hour right in front of someone else. Jiang Yunshu said, I am not from this world. Bai Tang sprayed a mouthful of water, eyes wide open, staring in shock at him. Jiang Yunshu casually grabbed a tissue and passed it over. In the world I came from, there are only 2 genders, male and female. My profession was a tumor surgeon. After a surgery, due to overwork causing cerebral vessel rupture, I died. I was 29 when I died, my parents were alive but we didn't have a good relationship, I didn't smoke but occasionally drank alcohol, I had no lover, and I never got married. Hearing the wave of Alpha's hand, Bai Tang quivered slightly. Are there other worlds? Jiang Yunshu himself found it absurd as he spoke, like a science fiction novel. I suspect it's a parallel world because not only my name but even my appearance resembles Jiang Yunsu. You look like one of my patients too, and Dr. Lin does as well. Bai Tang's brain was already muddled from crying. Now he felt like he might pass out any second. Afraid that Bai Tang wouldn't believe him, Jiang Yunshu said, otherwise, I'll prove it to you. Stammering, Bai Tang asked, how do you prove it? Jiang Yunshu turned around and went upstairs, just wait a moment. Soon, he came back down holding a large stack of papers in both hands, there are more than 30 sets of exam papers here. You randomly choose one, and I'll work it out for you. Chapter 43, This is not a dream. The cell phone screen showed 1 hour 37 minutes and 26 seconds, the countdown ticking on, 25, 24, 23, 22. Beidong sat in a daze opposite, confused as to why things had suddenly unfolded this way. The new housekeeping auntie smiled cheerfully, how about work? Beidong awkwardly grinned along. What would you like for lunch? The housekeeping auntie asked. I'll cook it. Jiang Yunshu didn't even have any intention of lifting his head, once he was focused, it was difficult to distract him. Seeing this, Beidong replied helplessly, anything's fine, auntie, do whatever you feel like, I'm not picky. As time passed, Beidong gradually felt sleepy, his head nodding up and down while his eyelids slowly closed only to snap open suddenly again. When he saw the face of the alpha in front of him, he jumped so violently that out of pure muscle memory, he reflexively curled himself up on the chair. The reaction was so intense that it drew Jiang Yunshu's attention. What's wrong? Oh, Beidong blinked, realizing that though Jiang Yunsu's body remained the same, it wasn't Jiang Yunsu anymore inside. He tentatively asked, Jiang Yunshu. Yes, Jiang Yunshu said, it's me. Relieved, Beidong relaxed back into his original posture, struggling to stay awake, although he had accepted the fantastical fact of soul swapping, the deep-rooted fear within couldn't vanish so easily. He still dared not sleep without guard around an alpha. After 2 hours, the alarm rang, and Jiang Yunshu instinctively handed over the test paper. Here are the answers, just check them. With a red pen in hand, Beidong marked each question with ticks. By the end of the entire paper, the number of correct answers accounted for 4/5. Almost all are right. If you still don't believe me, Jiang Yunshu gestured towards the kitchen direction, I can demonstrate some basic skills for you. Though Beidong already believed, he couldn't help but be curious about what these basic skills were. Sure. 5 minutes later, he stood in the kitchen watching as Jiang Yunshu took out a set of surgical instrument packs like they were treasures and began stitching pork. The housekeeping auntie exclaimed, What are you doing wasting food like that? Jiang Yunshu stated firmly, it's clean, it's still edible. Beidong was instructed to hold the phone flashlight beside him. Without even glancing up, Jiang Yunshu naturally and skillfully reached out to adjust Beidong's hands until the light source correctly aimed at the piece of pork on the table, just like adjusting the lights on the operating table. Beidong watched in fascination. When tying knots, how did Jiang Yunshu manage to maneuver the forceps so smoothly without getting tangled? How did he achieve such precise intervals between each stitch? And how was his hand so steady and his sewing technique so clean and sharp? Lowering his lashes, Beidong softly muttered in awe, tumor surgery doctors are really amazing. He placed a piece of chicken into his bowl. For some reason, after knowing the alpha before him was Jiang Yunshu, he started feeling awkward. Not the kind of fear-induced awkwardness, but rather a kind where no matter where his hands or feet went, it felt wrong. Swallowing his food, after much deliberation, he finally voiced his question, I want to know why you're helping me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunshu seemed somewhat puzzled and responded matter-of-factly, anyone seeing this situation would help you. Not really, Beidong silently argued in his heart. So, Jiang Yunshu asked, how did you figure out that the person had changed? Beidong choked nervously, like a student being questioned by their teacher, beginning to babble, then during the sensitive period, the real Jiang Yunshu wouldn't do something like that. His fingers twisted themselves almost into knots, his gaze stealing a glance at the slight bruise remaining on the alpha's wrist as his voice became increasingly softer, I'm sorry. Jiang Yunshu however listened with a look of satisfaction, carrying a sense of, my son is so clever. Don't worry about it, it's normal human behavior. If you hadn't tested me and simply believed me, I'd find that strange. Beidong looked at the alpha's face hesitantly but couldn't help asking, do you really look a lot like Jiang Yunshu? Features-wise, we resemble each other generally, but we can't say we're exactly alike, Jiang Yunshu said, I don't have such a sharply defined and belligerent appearance. Oh. Perhaps appearances do come from the inner self, but now when Beidong looked at him, he thought he looked nothing scary at all, even though his face hadn't changed. Since you already know, Jiang Yunshu put down his chopstick seriously, we might as well lay it all out on the table. I am a person who finds it hard to get close to others. Excluding my one friend, currently the only person I could consider relatively close to me is you. I won't confine you within the legal bonds of a marital relationship. I hope we can be harmonious cohabitants and friends. On the premise of ensuring your personal safety, you can do whatever you want. If you meet an alpha you like in the future, you can also date them. Beidong felt that he would find it hard to trust other alphas. What about you? Beidong asked, if you encounter an omega you like. Jiang Yunshu thought he himself might find it difficult to fall for someone else, but these kinds of things were unpredictable. So, all he could say was, rest assured, I won't divorce you before everything is properly arranged. Beidong wasn't sure how to feel, but he softly replied, In the morning, Beidong tugged at the dog leash. Jiang Yunshu, I'm going out for a walk with Haitong. Who the hell are you calling? Came the cold and overbearing reply. What? Beidong suddenly turned around, and saw the alpha's face full of hostility. Yunshu. I said, the alpha's lips curled into a cruel smile as his hand grabbed Beidong's neck and tightened it, lifting him upwards. Have you forgotten the rules after just a few months apart? Terrified, Beidong's eyes widened as he futilely pried at the alpha's hand, his nails left white marks on the skin. As the air dwindled in his lungs, the scent of death coiled tightly around his throat. The scene shifted abruptly. Cough, cough, cough. Beidong found himself in the garden. Huddled on the ground, he clutched his chest, hacking as though his heart was being torn out. His trachea burned fiercely as he looked up and saw beneath a large tree, a chaotic mass of dozens of dead sparrows' bodies, among which lay Haitong, the black German shepherd, silently sprawled amid the blood pooling beneath him. The dirt was stained crimson, his eye sockets hollow, glaring vacantly at the person sitting collapsed on the grass. Tears gushed forth instantly as Beidong screamed hoarsely, ah. Ah, covering his ears, Beidong's pupils dilated, no, I'm sorry, no. The world became an endless void. No, it was me who was wrong. He couldn't see, couldn't hear, couldn't even feel the wind when he tried to touch it. Beidong. Wake up. Gasping violently for breath, Beidong convulsed once more, landing back onto the bed. His vision flickered, dim and bright intermittently until he gradually noticed something licking his face. Woof. Focusing his blurred gaze, Beidong saw Haitong's fluffy head, tongue dangling outside his mouth, drool falling on his face. Beidong immediately sat up and clung desperately around Haitong's neck, mouthing soundlessly, Haitong, Haitong. Did you have a nightmare? Startled again, Beidong shivered and twisted his head to see the impeccably dressed alpha. For a moment, he didn't know whether what he just went through was reality or dream. It's me, Jiang Yunshu retreated toward the door, comforting him, don't be afraid. Beidong's trembling hands clenched the blanket tightly in an effort to stop their spasms, yet it was futile. Jiang Yunshu. Is it, you? It's me, remember the retroflex sounds. Beidong's quavering voice questioned repeatedly as if trying to convince himself, Shu, right? Shu. Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu stared at him for a while then walked closer, bending down slightly to pinch Beidong's face. A small red mark appeared promptly on his pale complexion. Does it hurt? Beidong blankly muttered, yes, it hurts. Jiang Yunshu stated firmly, this is not a dream. Chapter 44, Name Change. Is Jiang Yunsu really not coming back? He's really dead, right? Beidong's eyes were earnest and tense as he stared at Jiang Yunsu. Right? He won't appear again ever. He is really dead. Beidong grabbed Jiang Yunshu's shirt and glared at him, you won't leave, won't die, right? Is that so? I won't leave, Jiang Yunshu replied to him, Beidong, don't be afraid. Ever since he had that nightmare, these questions would bother Beidong several times a day before he could settle down. Besides, he was very evasive about the content of the nightmare, just mentioning it would make him anxious, his face visibly turning pale, showing how extremely frightened he was. Beidong, on the fourth consecutive day in such a state, Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to intervene with some superstitious talk. Dreams are always opposite or fake. Beidong, still wearing his blue and white school uniform, froze momentarily, something seeming to flash through his mind. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and he raised his hand to cover his ears forcefully. Jiang Yunshu wanted to know the exact content of the nightmare so he could address it properly. A dream loses its effect once spoken aloud. Tell me, don't be afraid. Beidong curled up into a ball on the sofa, his chin resting on his bent knees, the hem of his school jacket covering his calves. It was a very typical self-protective posture. Although he wasn't usually superstitious, fear drove him to grasp onto any plausible explanation. He repeated, if you say it out loud, it won't happen, right? Jiang Yunshu said, Beidong's pupils quivered as the images of Jiang Yunsu staring at him sinisterly and Haitang looking blankly at him kept flashing before his eyes. These two scenes overlapped, making him tremble more violently. I dreamed of him. He came back and choked me, I couldn't breathe at all. Beidong's eyeballs flickered quickly to the left then returned, his teeth chattering, it was right in front of that ivy-covered wall. No wonder Beidong had been avoiding that area lately, and had been so stiff during meals in the living room, obviously trying to control his gaze from looking there. Jiang Yunshu frowned and said, it's false, he will never come back. Beidong buried his face in his knees, by the end of it, almost choking with sobs, and Haitang. Haitang was covered in blood, in the tree under the garden where we used to play. Alright, don't say anymore, Jiang Yunshu stood up and pressed his palm heavily on top of Beidong's head. This dream will never come true, I promise you that. Beidong shrank a little but didn't dodge. The next evening after school, Jiang Yunshu heated up the American ginseng and black chicken soup Auntie had cooked today. Beidong, come drink this soup. Alright, coming. Beidong placed the soup on the sofa, and glanced sideways to notice something different about the house. That large expanse of emerald green ivy was gone, leaving behind only an empty white framework. Seemingly noticing Beidong's gaze, Jiang Yunshu said, me and Auntie moved it to the garden. It was impossible not to feel moved. Beidong's whole heart softened, it was a long overdue feeling of being cared about. He slowly walked over, thank you. No problem, you can decorate that frame, Jiang Yunshu said, I see those young boys like printing their own photos and sticking them on there, making photo walls. Beidong's head shot up abruptly, his eyes brightening, see can we? 3 days later, Jiang Yunshu saw a full wall of Haitang's photos on the frame, photos of him biting the sofa, stepping into the water basin, biting trouser hems, eating grass, lying on his back and coquettishly stretching out 4 legs upward, and many more. Jiang Yunshu. After passing a few days like this, Beidong's condition improved significantly and almost stabilized. At 7:10 a.m. on Monday morning, Beidong was woken up by the alarm clock. Dazed from sleep, he staggered for a moment. Dreamlike, he rose and changed into his school uniform, pulling up his white socks so they covered his ankles. Just then, Haitang rushed in, stood up, and planted his forepaws on his young master's lower back, woof. Standing now already at waist height to Beidong, as Beidong was adjusting his white school shirt collar in the full-length mirror, he stumbled forward when struck from behind, alarmed and immediately twisted around to check his shirt tail. Sure enough, there was a clear gray paw print. Haitang, your paws are dirty. Woof woof woof. Not at all. Forced to wash an extra piece of clothing, Beidong walked out of the room, placing his shirt in the laundry basket. Haediong, dada, followed closely behind him. Passing the staircase to go to the bathroom, Beidong propped both hands on the stair railing, slightly leaning forward to look down. An alpha dressed in dark gray suit, standing tall and erect, leaned against the kitchen counter drinking hot water. Beidong's toes curled unconsciously, loosened, then curled again. Tense, he asked, "Is that Jiang Yunshu?" "It's me." Jiang Yunshu looked up at him for a brief moment and said indifferently, "Good morning." "Good morning." Beidong relaxed and went to the restroom to wash up. For breakfast, the aunt had prepared a traditional dish from their hometown, steamed rice noodles with layered transparent sheets of rice noodles interspersed with fragrant diced mushrooms, turnips, and minced meat. Beidong took a bite. The texture was thin, soft, and smooth, so delicious that he licked his lips several times. Jiang Yunshu seldom spoke while eating, and the house remained quiet with only occasional sounds of chewing and clinking of cutlery. Beidong started first. "What will you be doing later?" Jiang Yunshu wiped his mouth with a napkin, then picked up an envelope from the adjacent chair and handed it to Beidong. "First, I'll drop you off at school, then I'll go change my name." Beidong took it. "Can I take a look?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "Of course." Beidong pulled out the ID card and household register of the Alpha from the envelope. Name, Jiang Yunsu, gender, Alpha. The person in the photo was also Jiang Yunsu, the familiar face, sporting a short haircut, staring straight ahead menacingly without any expression, just like a venomous snake. Reacting strongly, Beidong turned this page as if he had seen something dirty. On the second page of the household register was his own information, name, Beidong, gender, Omega. In the photo, he was smiling shyly, his eyes bent into crescents, bright and shiny as though filled with stars. This photo was taken 3 years ago when he graduated from high school, and Jiang Yunsu's photo was taken a year ago. Beidong gently traced his finger over his own photo and softly said, "We've changed so much." Jiang Yunshu glanced at him. The current Beidong was still too thin, with almost no flesh on his sharp chin. His wrists under the blue and white school uniform were so delicate they felt like they could snap at any moment. His hair seemed to have grown a little longer, stray locks brushing against his ears, a contrast so great compared to the appearance in the photo. Even though he had made every effort to supplement Beidong's nutrition, the body's long-term depletion couldn't be adjusted back to health overnight. He began pondering whether it was time to start considering Chinese herbal medicine treatments. Beidong tentatively asked, "Can you also change your picture?" Jiang Yunshu agreed, "All right." The first class on Monday afternoon was Feng Qi's ideology class. Standing on the stage in the auditorium, Shermuching silently pressed the play button. A series of real news clips were spliced together and displayed before all 196 teachers and students in the school. All was quiet. Beidong stood among the students. Gradually, he heard someone to his right bite their teeth and mutter, "Piece of trash," and he also heard sniffles from the left side. Yet, unlike every ideology class during which he used to cry himself brain-fogged in anger, he didn't cry now. His eye sockets burned as he fought back tears, and his nails were deeply embedded in his palms. Of course, not all alphas are like this. We can't judge them all with one stroke. The reason why I have continued to teach this course year after year is simply to inspire you, to tell you that without effort, we will forever be on our knees. Shermuching walked with his hands clasped behind his back and said resolutely. This society may be corrupt and narrow-minded, with many foolish people. But at the same time, there are also those who move forward and fight, people manifesting diverse attitudes towards life. I hope you remember today's anger and convert it into motivation, striving to become people who rise continuously and progress ceaselessly. This was a tradition passed down generation by generation in Feng Qi Academy, never stopping. Shermuching glanced below. There are only 56 days left until the college entrance examination. For the remaining time, I've invited some outstanding graduates to share their experiences with you. Zhou Chaoyu nodded, stood up, and stepped onto the stage to adjust the microphone. There were 4 deep red marks on his palm that were tingling again and again. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Chaoyu." Chapter 45, Mutual Selection. Beidong was squeezed behind a group of students, and even though he stood on tiptoe, he couldn't see Zhou Chaoyu's face. Annoyed, he ran back to his seat and sat down. "Not leaving yet?" Zheng Ruyun came over and tugged at Beidong's hair. Beidong looked depressed as he cupped his face in his hands. "I wanted to talk to the senior student for a bit." Zheng Ruyun said, "All right then, I'll go prepare my lesson plan." When it finally came down to just the two of them, Zhou Chaoyu stood at the podium, finally catching sight of the younger student staring devotedly from below. He glanced at his watch and smiled as he spoke to the other 2 students. "Here, let me give you my contact information. You can ask me any questions after class. The bell is about to ring, and I don't want to keep you from your lessons." This felt amazing. The 2 students agreed enthusiastically, like they had been struck by a pancake falling from the sky. Once they left, Zhou Chaoyu laughed and asked, "Little classmate over there, do you want my contact info?" "Ah," Beidong puffed out his cheeks as he walked over. "Senior brother really looks more and more like Dr. Qin." "All right, it's time for real class now," Zhou Chaoyu said. "What's on your mind?" Beidong pressed his thin fingers together to cover his mouth, leaning close to Zhou Qiaoyu's ear and whispered quietly, Jiang Yunsu isn't actually Jiang Yunsu. Even though he'd always suspected this, Zhou Qiaoyu was still somewhat surprised. Really? How do you know that? Beidong confidently stated, he told me, and showed me proof. Anyway, if it were really Jiang Yunsu, it would be impossible for him during the susceptible period. Midway through his explanation, he suddenly stopped speaking, glancing worriedly at Zhou Qiaoyu. Doctors won't abduct him and dissect him for study, will they? Zhou Qiaoyu couldn't help but lightly tap Beidong's forehead with his knuckles. Helplessly, he said, what are you thinking about, kid? Nobody would believe such a thing if said. Beidong remembered the day Jiang Yunshu confessed everything, calmly sitting on the sofa while revealing information about his original world and what happened when he entered this one, a faint sense of loneliness seeping through. Anyway, he's not Jiang Yunsu, Beidong softly insisted. He said his name is Jiang Yunshu, with an sh sound. I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, perhaps you could have him prove it to you. I think he mysteriously ended up here because he wants as many people as possible to know he's not that cruel monster. Zhou Qiaoyu asked, how can we verify it? He used to be a tumor surgeon, super talented. As he spoke, Beidong's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. The professional exam papers he did were almost all correct, and he can sew pork so quickly and well. Zhou Qiaoyu fell silent for a moment. Still holding a slight doubt, he said smoothly, okay, I'll check on it when I get time. But even though I already know he's changed, I'm still scared. Beidong rubbed his left wrist through his school uniform repeatedly, again and again. With the weather warming up, the wrist guard was long gone. Anything related to that monster terrifies me. Even hearing the word with a similar pronunciation makes me tremble uncontrollably. Moreover, that body, it still belongs to him. What if one day he comes back? What happens when he returns? I wake up startled around midnight sometimes. I wrap myself tightly in blankets, afraid to go over and ask who you are. What if I hear a different answer? But I feel it's so unfair to Jiang Yunshu. He has done so much for me, but I'm still scared of him, because of that body, that face, but I can't help it. Every time I get close, my body stiffens, unable to move. Zhou Qiaoyu listened patiently without interrupting. He stopped Beidong's hand which kept twisting his left wrist and asked, Beidong, this isn't your fault. The only one at fault is that beast. Both you and the current person are victims. Beidong murmured softly, I know. Zhou Qiaoyu asked further, do you have time on Sunday? Yes I do. Let's meet up then. Bring him along, we'll discuss desensitization therapy. On Friday evening, Jiang Yunshu still picked Beidong up after school. There was some traffic congestion today. He arrived late, finding the school gate already packed with cars, forcing him to park far away by the roadside. As soon as his foot touched the ground, he received a call from Beidong, hello, may I ask if this is Jiang Yunshu? Jiang Yunshu remembered, it was indeed the first time Beidong had called him. Yes, it's me. The voice continued gently and politely from the phone, Teacher Jiang Yunshu, is that correct? Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but curve his lips slightly upwards. Yeah, it's me. After searching all around but finding no trace of Jiang Yunshu, Beidong noticed the bus stop nearby where a bus that could take him home had just arrived. He hesitated slightly, are you not coming today? Should I just take the bus home? I'm here, don't sit down, Jiang Yunshu hurriedly called out, taking large strides forward. There's no place to park, I parked by the roadside. I'm walking towards the school gate now, I see you, Beidong, turn around. He saw Beidong standing with his back to him under a tree, a black dog plushie hanging on the pure white backpack. Hearing his name, Beidong turned his head left and right as if looking for Jiang Yunshu. Once their eyes met, Beidong paused momentarily before slowly jogging toward him. After getting into the car, Jiang Yunshu reminded again, you absolutely mustn't go home alone, do you understand? It's too dangerous. Beidong mumbled vaguely, but it's troublesome for you to always come pick me up. There's nothing troublesome about it, Jiang Yunshu said. It's not far. The car fell silent, streetlights flashed rapidly past outside the window, casting alternating bright and dim light on Beidong's face. He was nervously twisting his finger joints without rhythm. Could such a good person really exist? Giving selflessly without asking for anything in return? Were people in that world all so beautiful? After a while, they both spoke simultaneously, you. Jiang Yunshu said, you go first. Beidong quickly chimed in, no, you. I'll go first then, Jiang Yunshu said, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. On Sunday, we have an appointment with Professor Zhou. So, do you have any plans for Saturday? Beidong responded instinctively. No. I want to take you somewhere. Beidong turned his head, where? Seizing the red light, Jiang Yunshu glanced over, to the graveyard, to Jiang Yunsu's grave. Will you be scared? Saturday morning at 10. I don't want to go, Beidong crouched by the doghouse, hugging Haitong, black sugar. I'm kind of scared. The closer it got to leaving time, the colder his limbs felt, and his heart tightened painfully as though gnawed upon. Let's go, Jiang Yunshu calmly persuaded. Beidong, let's give this a try, okay? He's dead now. We need to move forward. Beidong bit his lips, his lowered eyelashes trembling slightly. After a while, it seemed he had made up his mind, slowly releasing Haitong, almost losing his balance when he tried to stand up. Stammering, he said, my legs feel numb. Jiang Yunshu reached out his hand to pull Beidong up. Just as Beidong extended his hand, upon seeing the alpha's face, he recoiled, withdrawing his hand swiftly. Are you really Jiang Yunshu? It's me. Jiang Yunshu kept his posture, patiently waiting for Beidong's fingertips to touch his. The icy temperature startled him into silence. Are you truly afraid? As Beidong was pulled upright, he bore the tingling sensation, moving his legs and his teeth chattering faintly, there is, a little. This wasn't just, a little, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but think. Was it still too fast? Before Beidong believed him much longer, he asked him to confront the nightmares and shadows that had haunted him for 3 years. He said, it's fine, we'll go next time. I was too eager. The reason Jiang Yunshu wanted Beidong to personally see Jiang Yunsu's grave was to give Beidong a sense of reality, that the alpha who abused and harmed him was really completely gone, dead through and through. Every time he watched Beidong's pale face trembling and yet bravely repeating whether he truly was Jiang Yunshu, his heart contracted sharply in pain. That extremely insecure demeanor was both heartbreaking and incited indignation. What kind of beast could lay hands on a living being like this? Jiang Yunshu realized deeply that perhaps at this very moment, Zhou Chaoyu could provide Beidong more security than himself. With great effort, he was pulling a person trapped deep in a swamp. His arms were already sore and weak, but fortunately, the person being pulled also tightly held his hand and endured the pain to move forward. That hand gripping his, knuckles turning white, seemed to say, wait for me, wait for me. Water glistened in Beidong's eyes. He said, I can do it. I want to try. How many grams of white sugar should be placed? Jiang Yunshu had bought that gravesite in a remote suburb, desolate and uninhabited, very cheap. Although it was paid for with the scoundrel's money, if not for the sake of Bai Tang, he wouldn't have wanted to set up a tombstone for that despicable person at all. On the way, 2 candies were in the back seat. Bai Tang held Hei Tang, who was staring out the window. As the scenery gradually shifted from skyscrapers to fields and peaks, Bai Tang's anxiety became visibly evident. No posture could last for more than a few minutes. They passed by a countryside in where villagers had set up their own large tent, selling various snacks at the shop entrance, braised beef brisket, roasted sausages, and roasted chestnuts. An uncle wearing a straw hat and tan dart kept waving to them. Jiang Yunshu parked by the roadside and asked, Bai Tang, do you want to eat something? Bai Tang didn't respond much. He wasn't hungry at all. No, I don't want to eat. Fearing there might be no restaurants ahead, how about we just have lunch here? It was almost noon. Jiang Yunshu said, have you ever eaten here? They cook using firewood, it's very fragrant. There was indeed an overwhelmingly delicious smell, with wisps of white smoke wafting out from inside. Bai Tang shook his head. His parents didn't like him, his grandmother was too old to take him out, and after marrying Jiang Yunsu, he barely ever left the house. Jiang Yunshu said, get out of the car, we need to eat. As soon as they got out of the car, Bai Tang's craving was triggered by the smell, obediently following behind Alpha. In no time, he returned to his seat holding 8 fish balls in a disposable plastic bowl, covered with a large amount of red tomato sauce and served with 4 bamboo skewers. Without a word, he pushed the fish balls towards the center between them. Hei Tang, tethered to Alpha's chair leg, tried reaching out its dog head to lick them but was swiftly stopped by Jiang Yunshu, who, quite obligingly, speared a fish ball, drenched it in a big lump of tomato sauce, and popped it into his mouth. Bai Tang looked at him in surprise, elated as though he had found a fellow enthusiast. I also love dipping in loads and loads of tomato sauce. So the two ordered another serving of fish balls, eating 1/3 of the restaurant's bottle of tomato sauce. The homemade dishes were served in stainless steel plates, stir-fried local pork, fried delicacies, and hot soup with mung bean sprouts. From afar, Bai Tang smelled the aroma, an irreplaceable scent from home cooking, still steaming when put into his mouth. With the first bite, his eyes lit up, unusually finishing 2 full bowls of rice. Jiang Yunshu felt reassured, at least this small interlude temporarily relieved Bai Tang's anxiety and fear. But soon, after eating and sitting back in the car, that unnamed complex emotion rose again, making Bai Tang even more restless. Even Hei Tang showed some agitation, constantly moving around. Bai Tang, we're here. Jiang Yunshu parked in a deserted field filled with wild grass, with a little ditch of water in front. He exited the car first, opened the rear door, and the sound of shoe soles rubbing against small pebbles on the ground echoed. Hei Tang almost shot out but was caught by Jiang Yunshu pulling on its leash. Bai Tang took a few deep breaths and tremblingly extended a foot onto the stone path. It was a desolate cemetery, with no caretaker at the entrance, only a few tombs scattered around. Weeds grew wildly around some of them, almost hiding the original appearance, even the words carved on the stones becoming nearly illegible. Walking along, Bai Tang's lips gradually lost color until finally, standing at the entrance, he couldn't move his legs any longer. He was originally terrified of places like cemeteries, let alone that there was Jiang Yunsu's tomb inside. Jiang Yunshu proposed, we won't go to that level, just stay below and look from afar. Bai Tang remained silent, his legs feeling like they weighed 1,000 pounds, glaring rigidly ahead without movement. Jiang Yunshu relaxed his tone and casually chatted, "Are you still going? If not, there is a wetland park 2 kilometers away from here, we can bring Bai Tang to play." The answer rolled several times on his clenched teeth before Bai Tang finally forced out a single word, "Go." Jiang Yunshu had checked online yesterday, actions like hand-holding and hugging could provide security to others. He reached out his hand, "Do you want to hold hands?" Bai Tang stared at him. "It's me," Jiang Yunshu said, "don't be afraid." Bai Tang strongly controlled his body, placing his hand into Alpha's palm, tightly gripping it. Just as he was about to lift his foot, Jiang Yunshu was suddenly pulled forcefully. Turning his head, he saw Bai Tang remembering something, panic-stricken, "Wait, it won't work. You can't go." "Why not?" Bai Tang's speech became disorganized, anxiously tugging him. "What if when you approach his grave, you trigger some sort of mechanism that calls back your soul, and then, what if you disappear?" Jiang Yunshu felt both heartache and amusement, saying, "There's nothing underneath, it's empty. Only his information is written on the tombstone. Besides, I've been here several times already. If I were to switch places with him, wouldn't I have done so long ago?" Bai Tang remained pale and silent, just pulling at Jiang Yunshu not to enter. Ever since learning about the person inside Alpha's body being replaced, Bai Tang had become extremely averse to such supernatural things. He avoided anything that might possibly cause Jiang Yunshu to disappear, even if the probability was as low as 0.1%. Even though they had only spent a little over half a year together, he could no longer, nor could he accept Jiang Yunshu disappearing from his life. I'll go in myself," Bai Tang stuttered out, trembling through each word. Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brows for a moment before compromising, "Then you can hold Bai Tang." Bai Tang responded, "That's not a good idea. Bai Tang will be biting and barking around, disturbing others." Jiang Yunshu paused for a second to understand what others referred to, feeling somewhat helpless. "Why are you suddenly so superstitious about these things?" It seemed Bai Tang wondered how Alpha could say that so easily, his voice trembling as he retorted, "You have appeared in front of me, how could I not believe it?" Quite reasonable, Jiang Yunshu fell silent. However, letting Bai Tang enter all by himself without any sense of security was too dangerous. He had seen many patients who suffered severe trauma, leading to mental breakdowns and schizophrenia, irreversible spiritual injuries. "No," he firmly stated, "either I go in with you, or Bai Tang does." Bai Tang resolutely chose Bai Tang. Jiang Yunshu squatted on one knee and patted Bai Tang's bottom. "Follow your master, don't bite or charge around recklessly, understood?" Bai Tang wagged his tongue and exclaimed, "Woof." Bai Tang stepped into the graveyard, the surroundings were bleak, occasionally wind swept past his ankles. His hand trembled while holding the leash, his body stiffened as if his eyeballs didn't dare to move, fixating on the branch ahead straightly. A bit of dizziness occurred, many times he thought he was walking, but coming back to his senses, he realized he was still at the position of the second grave. Unsure how long it took, when his legs began to feel numb, he finally came to stand in front of the fourth grave. Jiang Yunshu said this spot was the cheapest. Bai Tang probably followed very obediently behind, but Bai Tang felt nothing. His 5 senses seemed blocked, only fear, innate and overwhelming fear infiltrated his bones, occupied his brain, controlled his body, pressing down so hard he couldn't even lift his head. Bai Tang clutched his chest, gasping desperately. A bit of wetness dampened his eyelashes, the coarse dog rope left red marks in his palm as he suddenly looked up, meeting Jiang Yunshu's eyes carved onto the gravestone. Jiang Yunshu nearly had a heart attack from Bai Tang's unexpected reaction. Initially, everything appeared normal, Bai Tang walked smoothly without irregularities in pace rhythm. Bai Tang followed behind quietly, and soon enough, both the human and the dog stood a step below Jiang Yunshu's tombstone. In an instant, Bai Tang suddenly collapsed directly, his forehead colliding with the preceding stone block. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunshu rushed forward to help him up. When Bai Tang regained consciousness again, he was curled in a warm embrace, his side pressed against a firm chest, able to hear a steady heartbeat. "It's me," realizing his slight struggle, a gentle and steady voice sounded overhead, "Don't be afraid." Jiang Yunshu repeatedly stroked Bai Tang's arched back until his rigid frame relaxed. I saw his name," Bai Tang said. Bai Tang experienced an unprecedented sense of reality, "He's dead." The sky outside was already dusk, Bai Tang didn't know how long he'd lost consciousness, but belatedly realized that amidst the overwhelming fear, he carried an indiscernible excitement. The alpha currently hugging him was not Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu was truly dead. The demon who abused him for 3 years was really dead. The surrounding environment was very quiet, occasional bird calls and cricket sounds rang out. Sparse tree saplings' leaves swayed with the wind. With every powerful stroke on his back, Bai Tang opened his mouth softly, sensing vibrations transmitted through his eardrums. "Ticklish, why would you help me to such an extent? How could someone continuously give without end?" Jiang Yunshu hesitated for a second. A prolonged silence. After much time, he deeply responded, "I had a patient, a young boy named Zhouan, who looked very much like you. I treated him for 3 whole years, but it cost him his black hair and his left leg." Bai Tang blinked slowly, raising his head gradually from Alpha's chest. Jiang Yunshu gazed at the black smoke rising from the chimney into the sky. When I died, he had just turned 15. His malignant tumor cells had spread to his lungs, and his condition deteriorated very severely. He only had a year left to live at most. Jiang Yunshu paused for a moment. I don't know if he is still alive in the afterlife now. Bai Tang grasped Alpha's index finger. I'm sorry. Jiang Yunshu brushed Bai Tang's forehead hair back to reveal the Omega's beautiful features. I am not giving without limit. I am quite despicable, trying to use this way to alleviate some of the guilt that comes from my powerlessness. He stared into Bai Tang's eyes, expecting at least a bit of anger, but unexpectedly, after a while, Bai Tang lowered his head again and leaned on his chest, asking softly, do you want to have a small cake? The conversation spanned too wide a gap, leaving Jiang Yunshu momentarily confused. What? I said, do you feel like having a paper cup mini cake when we get home? I can make it for you, Bai Tang mumbled, but this time, you have to tell me exactly how many grams of sugar to put in. Chapter 47, An Angel Descends. In the cookbook, amounts of granulated sugar were crossed out one by one, 80 grams, 150 grams, 120 grams, and finally, 70 grams was written down. Granulated sugar. Jiang Yunshu stood by the cooking counter in comfortable loungewear, his right hand holding an automatic egg beater at a steady angle without moving. His hand was rock steady. Is it ready? Beside him, Bai Tang, wearing an apron, was frying butter and upon hearing this, turned off the heat. Standing 2 steps away from Jiang Yunshu, she tilted her head to look over. The cream was runny, so she said, not yet. Your hand needs to move in a circular motion. Jiang Yunshu relaxed his stance, standing upright, silently following the instruction like an emotionless stirring machine. Bai Tang muttered, I don't know if senior likes eating it. Ever since she woke up in the morning, she kept mentioning Zhou Chaoyu, referring to the senior repeatedly. Jiang Yunshu expressionlessly responded, didn't you say you were making this for me? Bai Tang's eyes curved into a pleasant arc, we can eat together, hee. Jiang Yunshu quietly withdrew his gaze, _little liar _. When Zhou Chaoyu arrived, the oven just emitted a soft ding. Bai Tang quickly threw down her heat-resistant gloves and went to open the door. Senior, good afternoon. Good afternoon, replied Zhou Chaoyu as he carried a bag of fruits. Upon seeing Bai Tang, his eyes narrowed with concern. What happened? Bai Tang's left slightly longer forehead hair was tied up with a white clip, and there was a small square gauze bandage on her smooth forehead. Ah, this. Bai Tang touched it gently, I hit myself yesterday. Are you sure it was really an accident? Qin Zhongnan leaned against the doorframe, the chain of his gold-rimmed glasses swinging as he meaningfully glanced toward Jiang Yunshu standing behind her. Bai Tang raised her hands high to block the line of sight between Qin Zhongnan and Jiang Yunshu and argued, it's true. After listening to Bai Tang stutter through the details of what happened yesterday, the two men exchanged knowing glances. Zhou Chaoyu said, what happened yesterday is actually also a part of the desensitization treatment. But given Bai Tang's current level of acceptance, it may have been a bit too intense. Zhou Chaoyu then addressed the two people sitting opposite on the couch, the therapy we're going to conduct now is called systematic desensitization. First, we need to help Bai Tang build a hierarchy of fear or anxiety levels. Step 1, identify all the people and situations that make Bai Tang feel afraid or anxious. Step 2, rank these fearful or anxious events in order from least to most severe using a scale of 5 levels and percentages to measure subjective anxiety levels. The treatment methods are divided into imagined desensitization training and real-life training. For the latter, Mr. Jiang, your cooperation will be required. Understood, Jiang Yunshu nodded. But before that, Zhou Chaoyu stared at Jiang Yunshu seriously, we need to use hypnosis to confirm whether you truly are not Jiang Yunsu. Mr. Jiang, are you willing to undergo this? I am, Jiang Yunshu answered calmly, but I only accept scientifically standardized hypnosis methods. Of course, we're doctors, Zhou Chaoyu smiled and gestured toward Qin Zhongnan, Dr. Qin, go ahead. My fee for a hypnosis session is pretty steep, Qin Zhongnan sighed as he stood up, addressing Jiang Yunshu. I need a relatively quiet, dimly lit, and relaxing environment. Jiang Yunshu moved towards the staircase and asked, will the bedroom work? That works, Qin Zhongnan replied. Can Bai Tang be present as a listener? It would reinforce her understanding of reality. Yes, Jiang Yunshu agreed. Bai Tang took a few small cakes from the oven and placed them in front of Zhou Chaoyu before following them inside, suppressing her unease about being alone with two alphas in the same room. Qin Zhongnan asked, have you ever been hypnotized before? I have, Jiang Yunshu replied simply. The other three were surprised. Zhou Chaoyu tore open the paper cup of the small cake and explained that hypnosis patients generally had 3 goals, treating anxiety disorders, depression, and other psychological diseases, managing severe pain and chronic pain, or treating various allergic reactions and insomnia. When did it happen? Qin Zhongnan pressed further. Jiang Yunshu thought for a moment. When I was 12. Bai Tang looked somewhat startled at the alpha's back. Going deeper would involve personal privacy, so Qin Zhongnan stopped questioning. After getting Jiang Yunshu's permission, he closed the curtains, adjusted the environment slightly, and then instructed Jiang Yunshu to lie down on the bed. Alright, relax now but stay awake. I need you to fully trust me and focus all your attention. Bai Tang hid herself in the shadows, her breathing light, making no sound whatsoever for fear of disturbing them. As the hypnosis proceeded, Bai Tang clearly noticed Jiang Yunshu's expression gradually become blank. What is your name? Jiang Yunshu. How old are you? 29 years old. What is your occupation? A tumor surgeon. Each of the following questions was something Jiang Yunshu had already told her, and as the person lying on the bed answered each word, Tang Baiyang felt a growing warmth in her heart, as if she were basking under sunlight. It felt like withered branches were sprouting new buds, warmth enveloping her little by little. The sense of relief and joy that surged forth after the despair filled her with such emotion that her nose tingled. It was real, everything was true. Qin Zhongnan also asked some subjective awareness questions, such as, do you have any ill intent toward Bai Tang? Do you have any other purposes for approaching her? Will you harm Bai Tang? All of Jiang Yunshu's answers were firm denials without hesitation. When the hypnosis ended, Qin Zhongnan asked the still-dazed Jiang Yunshu, do you feel unwell anywhere? Jiang Yunshu slowly shook his head. You rest up there for a bit before coming down, Qin Zhongnan said, then turned to look at Bai Tang, are you waiting here for him? Bai Tang sniffed lightly, I'll wait here. The door clicked shut behind them. With Alpha on the inner side, Bai Tang tiptoed across the carpet quietly, knelt down, and gently leaned over the outer side of the bed. Her white blouse draped elegantly around her thin shoulders, resembling a beautiful butterfly. Thank you. Jiang Yunshu was still somewhat unfocused, Thank you for coming, Bai Tang's voice thick with nasality as she buried her face into her arms, a streak of moisture disappearing from under her eyes. By the time the two returned downstairs, Zhou Chaoyu had accepted the non-scientific phenomenon. Qin Zhongnan frowned, Student Bai Tang, why don't I get a small cake? Hearing this, Bai Tang hurriedly went to the kitchen to take out some aromatic cakes and even specially placed one in front of Jiang Yunshu, who sat upright and reached out to pick it up. Zhou Chaoyu handed Bai Tang and Jiang Yunshu a set of documents explaining systematic desensitization and offering some case examples. We need to apply stimuli opposing Bai Tang's fear and anxiety, so he gradually eliminates these feelings and no longer reacts pathologically to harmful stimuli, Zhou Chaoyu explained. In this peculiar case, Zhou Chaoyu continued, we can analyze separately. Bai Tang fears Jiang Yunsu and his body. Out of these fears, 70% are linked back to Jiang Yunsu himself. Now that Jiang Yunsu is dead, Bai Tang knows about the change of identity, so simply put, we only need to increase the contact between Bai Tang and this body while adjusting the degree of intimacy over time. Mr. Jiang, your role is to exhibit behaviors inconsistent with Jiang Yunsu's to overwrite the negative impressions Bai Tang has towards this body. Both Bai Tang and Jiang Yunshu exhibited subtle expressions difficult to describe in words. Of course, Zhou Chaoyu added, if, in the future, your relationship maintains distance, staying more than 2 meters apart whenever you interact, there would be no need for further action since it costs both time and energy. At this, Bai Tang tentatively raised her hand, I want to proceed. Jiang Yunshu glanced at Bai Tang and faintly responded, all right. Qin Zhongnan arched an eyebrow, taking a bite of the cake as if intrigued by this unexpected turn of events. Good, Zhou Chaoyu interjected before Black Tang could crowd closer to him. Because the names Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunsu differ so little, uttering Jiang Yunshu inevitably brings up associations with Jiang Yunsu. Hence, I suggest using another name privately when addressing each other. Bai Tang blinked in confusion, what name? Zhou Chaoyu replied, you come up with one yourselves. Over the next week, you may try some relatively simple physical contacts, such as touching hands or legs, until Bai Tang feels no psychological discomfort or involuntary bodily reactions like shrinking back. After pausing, Zhou Chaoyu clarified, and by touch, I mean purely, literally, touch. Additionally, I'll come weekly to perform imagination-based desensitization training with Bai Tang starting next week. Jiang Yunshu nodded and said, thank you very much, Professor Zhou. We're really grateful. Zhou Chaoyu replied, no need to mention it. As Zhou Chaoyu and Qin Zhongnan had things to do that evening, they didn't stay long and soon left. After they left, the house became quiet. Bai Tang sat on one end of the sofa, and Jiang Yunshu on the other. Neither spoke for a long while as they processed all the information Zhou Chaoyu had just delivered. The minute hand ticked away several steps when Bai Tang suddenly exclaimed, Angel. Jiang Yunshu looked up, what? Bai Tang's eyes shone brightly, clearly pleased with the name she had thoughtfully decided upon, gazing expectantly at Jiang Yunshu. Angel Jiang, Angel. Rarely at a loss, Jiang Yunshu seemed momentarily perplexed, Chapter 48, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu got goosebumps under his clothes. He gently declined, I don't think it's a good idea. Beidong visibly drooped, his starry eyes losing their sparkle, why not? I think it's great, very appropriate. Jiang Yunshu fell silent. Beidong's dejected appearance was pitiful, but when he thought about the image, it made him uneasy. Angel, you're here. Angel Jiang, do you want to eat a small cake? Angel, I'm going out, hee. Very inappropriate. Jiang Yunshu shivered again. Fortunately, Beidong was someone who respected others' opinions and didn't act unilaterally. He said with disappointment, then let's change it. You're 8 years older than me, big brother. Uncle? Not quite uncle age yet, Jiang Yunshu silently rebutted in his mind. The age for big brother is appropriate, but he felt something wasn't right about this pretty kid calling him brother every day. Jiang Yunshu said, call me doctor. The most common title from his past life, it was both familiar and didn't feel cheesy. Baitong's heart skipped a beat. The reason he hadn't suggested calling Jiang Yunshu doctor was because he rejected it deep down. He thought Zhouan would definitely call him that too. Although he was grateful and happy that he resembled Zhouan, because of that resemblance, Jiang Yunshu had saved him, he inexplicably didn't want to share the same title as Zhouan. Baitong opened his mouth, then responded, okay. Jiang Yunshu looked at Baitong's downtrodden face and sighed after a moment, call if you must, but only when you're really scared, alright? Can I? Baitong had regained an exclusive nickname for himself, thank you. Jiang Yunshu moved closer slightly, extending his hand towards Baitong, do you want to try now? Looking up, Baitong saw that Jiang Yunshu was still about 2 meters away. He immediately became flustered, awkwardly moving closer bit by bit until he lightly placed his fingertips on the alpha's palm. Jiang Yunshu curved his fingers, gripping Baitong's hand professionally, how does it feel? A bit nervous, the touch of dry and warm hands caused Baitong's small Adam's apple to move up and down. Soon after, Jiang Yunshu released his grip and looked into Baitong's eyes, asking, are you scared? Completely absorbed in the feeling of tension, Baitong hadn't had time to carefully sense anything else before his hand dropped back to his side. His heart was pounding, loud enough to resonate through his eardrums. He answered absent-mindedly, seems like a little. Then let's try again tomorrow, Jiang Yunshu said, take it slowly, no rush. The next day, Baitong returned home from school, and Jiang Yunshu extended his hand once more, try. This time, they held hands longer than the day before. When they separated, Baitong's palms were already sweaty. What do you feel? Baitong rubbed against his school pants, still stammering, nervous, my heart feels sour and tingly, and it hurts a little. Alright, Jiang Yunshu said, let's continue tomorrow. On the 5th day, Baitong's eyes were red from trying to hold back tears as he struggled free from a hand that had been holding onto his for 5 minutes. Dr. Jiang, I'm done. Jiang Yunshu asked, how does it feel? Baitong covered his face with both hands, giving up entirely, I don't know. So, Zhou Chaoyu came on Sunday to inspect the results, expressionless while crossing his arms, watching the two as if they were conducting some mysterious ritual. Jiang Yunshu, holding hands. With outsiders watching, Baitong felt somewhat shy, okay. The distance between the two was wide enough for 2 large black sugar blocks to fit comfortably. They stretched their right hands facing each other, palms touching as though transmitting energy. Zhou Chaoyu. Zhou Chaoyu almost burst out swearing, especially seeing Baitong still blushing despite everything. He almost lost his breath there and then. Jiang Yunshu asked, how does it feel? Zhou Chaoyu took a deep breath and replied as calmly as possible, physical contact should happen without mental preparation, such as accidentally brushing against him suddenly. Every time you touch him, you announce it beforehand and give him tens of seconds to mentally brace himself. Knowing it's you, Jiang Yunshu, and knowing you won't harm him anymore, how can he have any other psychological or physical reactions? Reflecting, Zhou Chaoyu added, it's my mistake, I didn't foresee this situation. But from another perspective, it's also beneficial since you've given Baitong a full week to adapt to your touch, which will help stabilize his condition better. Both nodded in agreement. Zhou Chaoyu sighed, saying, let's pack up and head to the hospital. Imagery desensitization training should not be carried out in the usual living environment. Baitong, bring an extra set of clean clothes. Although Baitong seemed to have cooled down, judging by his still red earlobes, he obediently packed a set of clothes into his pure white bag. Senpai, I'm okay now. Zhou Chaoyu said, let's go. The 3 of them arrived at the psychology department of the Imperial Capital Hospital. They pushed open room 1 of the psychological counseling section and saw Qin Zhongnan drinking hot tea in his white coat. Seeing the 3, he lamented, and just like that, my date with my wife this weekend is gone. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Chaoyu kicked him lightly on the calf with the side of his foot, cutting off his words abruptly. Baitong was extremely embarrassed and apologized guiltily, I'm sorry, Dr. Qin. It's fine, don't mind him, Zhou Chaoyu said, he just can't keep quiet for more than 2 sentences. He was even asking me yesterday how you were recovering. Having been exposed, Qin Zhongnan remained unperturbed as he adjusted his glasses, don't say it out loud, I'll be embarrassed. Zhou Chaoyu was momentarily speechless. He pushed the door to the inner room open, Baitong, come inside here. Mr. Jiang, you can sit outside with Dr. Qin. Inside was a very cozy room, a soft white bed, warm yellow lighting, and a flower stand next to the bed holding several pots of ivy, their leaves naturally hanging down like a curtain of green waterfalls. Zhou Chaoyu brought over a chair and sat by the bed, saying, Baitong, I want you to mentally prepare first. The imagination desensitization training might be quite difficult for you, but if anything goes wrong, I'll stop it. So don't be afraid. Baitong pressed her lips together, her expression wavering slightly, Senior, don't scare me. Zhou Chaoyu asked Baitong to remove her shoes and jacket and lie down comfortably on the bed, I'm not scaring you, but there's no guarantee. Trust me, don't be afraid, start imagining. Her black hair spread across the pillow, and Beidong looked anxiously at Zhou Qiaoyu's face under the dim light. Zhou Qiaoyu softened and deepened his voice, slowing down his speech. Alright, Beidong, close your eyes and follow my instructions. Take a deep breath, 1, 2, 3, relax your body. Again, take a deep breath. Seeing Baitong's body gradually relaxing, he began today's training content. Beidong, imagine that Jiang Yunshu is now standing one body length in front of you. Meanwhile, the two alphas waiting outside were also having a conversation. Jiang Yunshu said, Dr. Qin, I assume you know that I am not from this world. Qin Zhongnan was surprised, I really didn't know. I only knew you weren't the abusive man before. It seemed Beidong hadn't told Zhou Qiaoyu, so Jiang Yunshu recounted the general origin of his situation and then continued, in the world I came from, we dare not say everyone is absolutely equal, but at least it is achieved in the law. Dr. Qin, have you ever thought about fighting for the rights of omegas in this world? Qin Zhongnan's expression finally became serious, go on. I want to see the end of concentrated birth centers in this world, Jiang Yunshu earnestly stated, but this goal is impossible to achieve within years or even decades, Suddenly, a scream of extreme distress came from the inner room, followed by intermittent cries and sobs. Jiang Yunshu stood up immediately and turned toward Baitong's direction, what's going on? Qin Zhongnan stopped him, saying, calm down. This is a normal reaction of patients undergoing imagined desensitization training for phobias. Qiaoyu is inside, it's fine. But Baitong's crying and screaming did not stop for a long time. Perhaps the broken sounds were too heart-wrenching, both alpha men outside unconsciously fell silent. Beidong, open your eyes, Zhou Qiaoyu firmly patted Baitong's face drenched in cold sweat, look at me, it's all right. Baitong's pupils were slightly scattered, struggling to breathe. Imagination is something mysterious and uncontrollable, which was why Zhou Qiaoyu had warned that it would be more challenging for Beidong. Imagining Jiang Yunshu inevitably meant also thinking about Jiang Yunsu. However, Zhou Qiaoyu did not end today's training because of this. After Beidong had calmed down somewhat, he let her repeatedly envision the same scene. Baitong's clothes were already completely soaked. Her brows furrowed tightly, her breathing erratic, unable to distinguish whether it was sweat or tears on her face. The images of Jiang Yunshu and Jiang Yunsu kept switching, overlapping, until they fused into one. Jiang Yunsu stared at him coldly, a savage grin on his lips as he mercilessly swung down the iron rod again and again. Blood splattered onto the walls, trickling down. Beidong screamed again. Chapter 49, Keep it up. Afterward, the pheromone concentration in the room was seriously over the limit. Zhou Qiaoyu changed into a new set of clothes before gently opening the door to go out, but there was still a faintly sweet taste of condensed milk lingering on him. Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brow and asked, how is it going? It's fine, Zhou Qiaoyu said, the first training session has ended, and Bai Tang is resting inside. Qin Zhongnan became upset, no alpha could tolerate the scent of another person lingering on their omega, even if that scent came from another omega. He took off his white coat and draped it over Zhou Qiaoyu, allowing the alpha's scent to strongly suppress Bai Tang's pheromones. Jiang Yunshu also felt physiologically uncomfortable, no alpha could endure having their omega's smell covered by another alpha scent. He restrained himself for a moment, deciding to check on Bai Tang in the inner room. Mr. Jiang, Zhou Qiaoyu, now wearing Qin Zhongnan's white coat, called out to him, you might need to wait 10 minutes before going in. Bai Tang will be scared if he sees you right now. Jiang Yunshu had to suppress the anxiety rising within him and sat back down. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, and with Zhou Qiaoyu's approval, he lightly knocked on the door. Bai Tang, it's me. I'm coming in. The lighting in the room was bright as day, and the sweet smell of condensed milk was almost dissipated. On the table stood a paper cup with a little water left in it. A small bump rose on the bed where Bai Tang lay curled up, his hair damp with sweat. Only his eyes were visible, watchfully observing the direction of the doorway. When Jiang Yunshu appeared, Bai Tang shrank back instinctively, pressing further against the bed. It's me. Don't be afraid, Jiang Yunshu said. Having screamed for half an hour, Bai Tang's voice was a bit hoarse. In a barely audible whisper, he said, Dr. Jiang. Recognizing him, Jiang Yunshu sat on the chair beside the bed. Ever since learning the truth about switching, Bai Tang realized that the soul under this body was someone who made him feel at ease, an angel who saved him from the mire. At this very moment, Bai Tang felt like a child who'd been wronged seeing their guardian, and couldn't stop the lump forming in his throat. He voluntarily trembled his fingertips and reached out from beneath the covers, as if trying to grasp something. Angel Jiang, I'm a bit scared. Jiang Yunshu silently held Bai Tang's hand, enveloping it in his own. That fragile wrist, with its visibly blue-purple veins through the thin layer of skin, was alarming. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and Bai Tang turned his head away, burying his face in the pillow so that the alpha wouldn't see him cry. Jiang Yunshu looked at Bai Tang's neck, red from holding back his emotions, and spoke, if you're really scared, we can just stop. It doesn't matter. There will always be time later, and we'll take it slowly. Bai Tang continued shedding silent tears, shaking his head while his hair brushed against the pillow making a soft rustling sound. That situation would be arduous for Jiang Yunshu. They were living under the same roof, inevitably intersecting in various ways, like passing objects or accidentally touching, and every action would require prior warning from the alpha. Bai Tang, I'm going to do such and such, was sure to be exhausting. Home should be a place where one feels relaxed and comfortable, his grandmother used to tell him. The daily nuisances would inevitably change a person. He feared Jiang Yunshu would become disappointed with him. He was also scared that Jiang Yunshu might change, just like Jiang Yunsu. Bai Tang sobbed, no, I must try my best. How's it going? Zhou Chaoyu said, is everything alright? Jiang Yunshu closed the door and paused before answering, the results are excellent. Jiang Yunshu said, before, he didn't allow me to hold hands after 5 minutes, but this time, I held his hand for more than 10 minutes. Zhou Chaoyu and Qin Zhongnan exchanged glances, speechless. Bai Tang's hair clung together in wet clumps, his face swollen from crying, his eyes and lips red, looking like someone who had just been rescued from drowning. After taking off his drenched clothes and neatly folding them to put away, he hesitated for a long time before awkwardly peeking his head out through the door, unsure whether those outside had heard how loudly he had cried. Zhou Chaoyu handed Bai Tang several tissues, and the latter began to roughly dry his hair, absorbing the moisture. Jiang Yunshu casually plucked a tiny piece of paper stuck to Bai Tang's hair and then turned to ask, Professor Zhou, Dr. Qin, would you like to join us for dinner? No thanks, Qin Zhongnan said, draping his arm around Zhou Chaoyu, our private date awaits. But Mr. Jiang, what you just mentioned caught my interest. Let's find some free time soon to have a thorough chat. Jiang Yunshu sighed in relief. It seemed the other party had taken his words seriously and did not think they were too far-fetched. Bai Tang stood behind, staring at Jiang Yunshu's broad back. He wanted to ask the alpha, what did you say to Dr. Qin? Can I know? But upon further thought, he felt like he had no right to inquire about the other's private matters, being out of bounds would only irritate others. He lowered his eyelids and closed his mouth. What was just said? Zhou Chaoyu asked. Bai Tang suddenly looked over. Qin Zhongnan and Zhou Chaoyu exchanged glances, their pupils reflected each other's smiling figures. We've been striving for this all along. The weather gradually got hotter, and for several days Jiang Yunshu had worn short sleeves. It was now 12:37 a.m., and as he stepped out of his room, he noticed that Bai Tang's study light was still on. Not sleeping again. He had been doing this for a whole week now. If he had class the next day, he would exit the study at midnight to shower and sleep, and if it were the weekend, he'd stay up all night. He knocked on the door, Bai Tang. Inside the room came the crisp sound of a pen falling onto the floor, then 2 or 3 seconds later, Bai Tang opened the door with a little ponytail on top of his head, revealing a clean forehead and clear features. Dr. Jiang, aren't you asleep yet? This was Jiang Yunshu's first time seeing Bai Tang in such an appearance, it was cute. He fell silent momentarily and asked, is your hair too long? Yeah, Bai Tang replied unhappily, it keeps getting into my eyes and I keep forgetting to cut it. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu saw the desk inside filled with open test papers and tutoring books. He retracted his gaze and asked, still not going to bed? It's midnight already. Bai Tang frowned, I didn't understand what the teacher explained yesterday, so I. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu reached out and touched Bai Tang's arm. Bai Tang flinched, shrunk his shoulders, and instantly complained, you're doing it again. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but laugh slightly, sorry. Throughout the week, they had been conducting simple real-world training. At first, when Jiang Yunshu would suddenly touch Bai Tang, it would instinctively make him scream out loud, with goosebumps rising, just like a hedgehog curling up, tensing all his muscles. Only after 2 or 3 seconds would he relax again. But now, things were much better. Jiang Yunshu asked, may I come in? Bai Tang quickly moved aside, of course, you can. Jiang Yunshu walked over to the desk and asked, which part didn't you understand? Bai Tang froze momentarily, realizing only belatedly that Jiang Yunshu was there to explain the problem to him. He immediately sat up straight, pointing to a solid geometry question, awkwardly saying, there was something similar today during class that I didn't quite get, so the teacher left a similar type of question as homework. Jiang Yunshu took the paper, studied it carefully for a moment, then placed it back in front of Bai Tang. Did you think about it at all? Bai Tang stammered like a chick answering the teacher's question, yes, kind of. Don't be nervous, Jiang Yunshu encouraged, just tell me your thoughts. Now even more nervous, Bai Tang started speaking haltingly. The general line of thought is correct, Jiang Yunshu continued, didn't you notice that using just the given conditions from the problem, you cannot reach the conclusion? You're stuck here, right? Jiang Yunshu bent down, his left hand propped on the table, and picked up a pencil, underlining the key conditions of the problem while rehashing Bai Tang's thoughts. To prove the conclusion, don't we first need to prove the existence of 2 planes? Bai Tang looked toward Jiang Yunshu helplessly. Jiang Yunshu casually drew 2 auxiliary lines on the solid geometry shape. Though they weren't perfectly straight, now aren't there 2 planes? Bai Tang brightened instantly, yes. Jiang Yunshu separately outlined the 2 planes, drawing them off to the side. If these 2 planes are perpendicular, what additional condition do we need to prove that P is perpendicular to PB? Bai Tang wanted to chew on his fingers, Bai Tang wanted to shake his legs, Bai Tang didn't know. Jiang Yunshu lightly traced the overlapping parts of the 2 planes as a hint. Ah. Bai Tang shouted, turning his head excitedly and looking directly into Jiang Yunshu's eyes which were close within inches. He swallowed, and his voice immediately softened, T the trisect point. Very good, Jiang Yunshu once again bent down and drew a third auxiliary line, and now we've done it. However, Bai Tang could no longer focus on the explanation. His eyes fell on the surface of the table between their arms because of Jiang Yunshu's writing, his arm moving left and right. 7 centimeters, 3 centimeters. 10 centimeters, unwaveringly staring. Bai Tang's mood fluctuated wildly along with this distance, his heart leaping up and down. Bai Tang. 3 times already Jiang Yunshu had called his name. Finally, he helplessly nudged Bai Tang's left arm with his right arm. Bai Tang, pay attention. Attached. The contact made Bai Tang widen his eyes slightly. No reaction to sudden touch anymore. Jiang Yunshu thought inwardly, have we succeeded in the first stage of the real-world training? He extended his left hand and pinched Bai Tang's fingers gently. This time, there was an immediate sharp withdrawal. Bai Tang was startled, reflexively stepping back and almost falling off his chair. Wah wah. Snap out of it, Jiang Yunshu paused, looking into Bai Tang's eyes. I can repeat a few more times, but you can't be distracted during class. Under the warm yellow lamplight, they were very close, one looking down and the other looking up. Bai Tang's heart was pounding, beat after beat thumping powerfully against his chest. He didn't dare to look anymore, hastily turning away and focusing on the test paper instead. His head felt dizzy. He thought to himself, even the lowest level of real-world desensitization training hasn't succeeded yet. I must persevere, persevere. Chapter 50, The Giving Personality. The excavator on the playground was still making noises without rest. Zheng Ruyan's meeting hadn't ended yet. Bai Tang was sitting in the office with 2 lunch boxes in front of her. Her hands were supporting her face, her chubby cheeks squished and deformed, lost in random thoughts. That night, after Jiang Yunshu finished teaching the problem, he didn't leave immediately but instead stood aside watching Bai Tang write out the solution process. At one point, he pointed out, you copied the conditions wrong, it should be BC not BD. Bai Tang panicked immediately, scrambling to strike it out but mistakenly crossed out add above BD. For a moment, both remained suspiciously motionless. Then Bai Tang heard a faint chuckle from behind him. His entire body turned red instantly from his toes to the top of his head, almost smoking. Alright, there was still lingering laughter in the corner of Jiang Yunshu's eyes. I won't watch you anymore. Finish this problem quickly and go to sleep. You can come to me if you have questions in the future, except for politics. I am good at political education. Bai Tang said quietly. He suddenly realized that the alpha came to teach him because he wanted him to go to bed early. Without caring about how red his face was at the moment, like a peach, he mustered up the courage to say, Dr. Jiang, you need to go to bed early too. Several times when I went out of my room to drink water around 2 in the morning, your room light was still on. His voice grew softer as he spoke. Jiang Yunshu smiled, okay, I know. Now escaping from the hellish reality, Bai Tang saw more clearly and understood the truth of details reveal more about a person's character. It was just like, if you caught a cold, Jiang Yunshu would tell you, drink more hot water, say things like, my poor baby how could you catch a cold, I'm so heartbroken, but Dr. Jiang wouldn't say anything, instead directly placing a cup of hot water next to your hand. Bai Tang laughed bitterly, why was he so stupid at 18, poisoned by Jiang Yunshu's sweet words. Ah, I'm starving. Zheng Ruyan walked in from outside, cutting off his associations. Bai Tang looked up, shocked, Ruyan, what happened to your face? There was a small bandage on the corner of Zheng Ruyan's mouth, his cheekbone bruised blue. Just as he was about to speak, he felt pain from his split lip and winced, damn, don't talk about it, I ran into a dumb alpha and fought with him. Bai Tang was startled, rambling, don't do this again next time. I know you're angry, but we need to protect ourselves first. Fighting with an alpha will only make us suffer. You haven't even studied kickboxing, taekwondo, or judo, even if you had, the physical difference between us is not something technique can overcome. There's absolutely no chance to win against an alpha. And they fundamentally don't see us as human. Fortunately, nothing serious happened to you this time. I've learned before, Zheng Ruyan said. Bai Tang, Zheng Ruyan flexed his fists and said, I'm currently studying kickboxing, taking classes every Saturday and Sunday. Bai Tang was silent for 3 seconds before shouting, Ruyan, did you actually hear anything I just said? On the other side. Jiang Yunshu placed a file bag in front of Qin Zhongnan. Inside are the names and information of all representatives who have mentioned Omega-related motions over the past decade. Qin Zhongnan took it, pulled out a stack of documents, glanced through it, and raised his eyebrows. Do you trust me that much? Over a decade, surely it took quite some time to gather. In the era of big data, information was mixed, updated rapidly, and scattered. First, you needed to find all the motions proposed within the last 10 years, then sift them one by one, which required a substantial amount of work, given he himself once did this. Jiang Yunshu said, we have to show sincerity at some point. Qin Zhongnan wore an expression saying, you've passed, and pushed another set of documents towards Jiang Yunshu. We started working on this 4 years ago. This includes the lists of all members of the 9 entities capable of proposing motions. Those circled in red are the ones our people have already communicated with. Jiang Yunshu paused for a while, processing the fact that all the data he worked hard to collect for over a month turned out to be useless, and asked, "Are people?" "Yeah, Qin Zhongnan changed his glasses today, the chain silver, including me and Chao Yu, there are 14 people, forming a group striving for the same goal." Jiang Yunshu understood. Qin Zhongnan said, "If you're sincere, everyone will get acquainted in the future." Jiang Yunshu noticed several names circled in blue ink on the document. This name, Li Qi, seems familiar. Recently, Secretary Su kept sending him messages, "Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang, please go. Li Qi has sent us banquet invitations 6 or 7 times, is he your diehard fan? No matter how we refuse, it's useless." He said, "It's not Li Qi, it's Li Qihuan. The ones marked in blue pen neither consolidate rights for alphas nor advocate for the rights of omegas in the proposals. We need to negotiate with them and assess their stance." Qin Zhongnan grinned slyly at Jiang Yunshu, his meaning obvious, Li Qihuan is Li Qi's son. Since announcing his retirement from professional circles, Jiang Yunshu no longer attended these gatherings as Jiang Yunsu. He groaned, "I'm afraid they'll clamor for me to design something on the spot." "Come on," Qin Zhongnan said offhandedly, then seemed to remember something. "By the way, have you told Bai Tang about these things?" Jiang Yunshu kept his eyes on the documents. "Not yet." "You should find an opportunity to tell him," Qin Zhongnan said, "he must have noticed what you've been doing lately. Omegas are sensitive, especially those who have been hurt before. They tend to overthink and lose their sense of security as a result, which is not good for his recovery." "I will tell him," Jiang Yunshu replied. "I haven't because Bai Tang has a simulation exam this week, so I decided not to distract him for now." "Alright," Qin Zhongnan masked his fleeting hint of curiosity and spoke like an experienced elder, "couples should be more open and honest with each other." Finally, Jiang Yunshu looked up at him and said, "We're just friends." Kicking the syllables out, Qin Zhongnan teased, "Just AO friends living together." Jiang Yunshu gave a blank stare at the alpha opposite him, whose face was full of mockery, and couldn't help but recall last night. "Is there anything else you don't understand?" Stray hair couldn't cover the pink at the back of Bai Tang's neck, who was hunched like a little quail. He wouldn't turn around but only shook his head. "Fine," Jiang Yunshu said, "then finish this problem and go to sleep." He was about to leave when Bai Tang, despite his embarrassment, stopped him by saying, "Dr. Jiang, you should also go to bed early." Jiang Yunshu was startled for a moment. Ever since he could remember, his family had never said such a simple sentence to him. His parents were eager for him to stay awake forever, studying and working to bring glory to their faces. There were no close siblings, relatives, or friends who had ever said that to him either. Except for Lin Baijiu who once unintentionally told him to sleep early years ago, and that had been it. "Understood," Jiang Yunshu said. After closing the door, he smiled. It felt like this having someone in your home. On weekends, as usual, Jiang Yunshu and Bai Tang went to the hospital to see Zhou Chaoyu for imaginary desensitization training. They coincidentally met Lin Baijian at the entrance inquiry desk. Jiang Yunshu greeted him, "Dr. Lin." Lin Baijian turned and said, "Oh, it's you two again, why are you here at the hospital?" Jiang Yunshu asked curiously, "What happened to your face? Was it a patient riot?" Lin Baijian's left cheek had a large bruise, his eye corner slightly scraped, particularly under the earlobe, where there was a very deep bite mark. His expression instantly darkened, bringing him irritation. "Don't ask. I encountered an omega under the sign of dog, annoying." Bai Tang listened in fear. Could it be? Frowning at Lin Baijian, Jiang Yunshu looked serious. "Hell," Lin Baijian yelled suddenly, "it wasn't like what you're thinking. A fight, a fight." The three of them arrived at the psychological department. Jiang Yunshu let Bai Tang go in first and then turned to question Lin Baijian, zeroing in on the crux, "You fought with an omega?" "Hell," Lin Baijian's irritated face had a touch of regret, "I initially thought he was a beta. But after I knew he was an omega, I grabbed his wrist to stop him from moving. Who would have known he bit down?" Lin Baijian vented all at once. Listening carefully, Jiang Yunshu asked puzzled and uncertain, "So you started a fight over a can of peach-flavored soda?" "Ah. Yes." Lin Baijian went crazy, "Forget it, it was my fault." Jiang Yunshu tacitly nodded. Lin Baijian swore again, "Tell me about you two. I've been too busy recently, haven't followed up on the progress between you and Bai Tang. How's it going?" Jiang Yunshu summed up in a few concise sentences. But being doctors, both deeply understood how much effort and time this required. Lin Baijian patted his shoulder, "If it was me, I really couldn't do it." Jiang Yunshu said, "With your explosive temper, you certainly can't. Doctors always clearly recognize their own problems and rationally confront them." Lin Baijian readily accepted it and joked, "Are you exhibiting a giving personality?" Jiang Yunshu chuckled but didn't respond. "Do you want to hold hands?" The surroundings were decorated in a low-key yet luxurious style, cold and sterile, devoid of any human warmth. Jiang Yunshu stood in the corner quietly scanning this familiar yet strange place. He went around a wall and saw a young boy showing 3 test papers into the air, his tone still carrying a trace of anticipation and excitement. "Mommy and Daddy, I got 3 100s. A woman's silhouette turned around and said indifferently, "Isn't this what you're supposed to do anyway?" Suddenly, there was a series of urgent phone rings. The woman's hair was neatly pulled high, her appearance flawless. She calmly answered, saying, "Major bleeding. Let Dr. Huang prepare first, I'll be there now." Jiang Yunshu watched quietly without any change in expression. The woman did not even glance at the child still holding up the test papers as she passed him by in large strides. In front of his eyes, bizarre silhouettes and circles of light flashed. A man took off his white coat, picked up the test scores on the table, and after only one look, said, "You could excel in all other subjects, why not in politics?" The boy sitting expressionlessly on the couch said, "Sorry." The man's face hardened, seemingly finding it unacceptable. "Your grades aren't better than mine or your mom's. How will you become a doctor in the future?" The boy remained silent, silently gazing at the lines intersecting between tiles. "Get me a new notebook," the man said, "I'll make a plan for you, no sleeping until you finish." Jiang Yunshu opened his eyes in the darkness. His breathing was slightly more rapid than usual. After a while lying down on the bed, he switched sides and closed his eyes again. At 7:30 in the morning, Jiang Yunshu descended downstairs fully dressed. As soon as he went to the kitchen to steam dumplings, he saw Haitong dart out from the doghouse in the living room, enthusiastically wagging its tail and going crazy under his legs. Jiang Yunshu shushed, "Don't wake the owner." Beitong stayed up late last night, supposedly memorizing a historical timeline chart until nearly 2 o'clock. There was no way they'd wake up now. Finally, just before 9 o'clock, Beitong appeared groggily with their head poking out from the upstairs corner and shouted down, "Dr. Jiang." It's me." Jiang Yunshu was sitting at the dining table reading the newspaper. "Good morning." "Good morning." Beitong's voice was thick with sleep as they rubbed their eyes and headed for a wash. Soon after, they quickly sat at the dining table and asked, "What time did you wake up, Dr. Jiang?" 7. Jiang Yunshu flipped the page. "How could you get up?" Beitong murmured, seeing the dark circles under the alpha's eyes. "You slept at 2 also, are you not tired?" "Tired," Jiang Yunshu smiled and said, "but I've gotten used to it." Beitong bit their lips, having stuffed several corn dumplings into their mouth. It wasn't their illusion. The longer they interacted with Jiang Yunshu, the more they felt that countless rules and restrictions were binding the alpha. Take the most prominent example last time, when apparently something happened at the company that required Jiang Yunshu's intervention. By the time the alpha came home, it was already close to 11. Beitong saw him continuously pinching his brow, his eyes so dry he had to drop by drops every few minutes, obviously extremely exhausted. Yet, past midnight, when Beitong left the room, Jiang Yunshu was still working by candlelight in the study, saying his today's plan wasn't finished yet, telling Beitong to go to sleep first. And like today, if really very sleepy, then why not sleep a little longer? Even half an hour would be good. It's not like those half hours matter, but upon hearing the alarm, the alpha forces themselves to get up immediately. Clearly with bloodshot eyes. Beitong didn't know how to feel many times, worried and... By the way, Jiang Yunshu put down the newspaper. How about the mock exam results? Ah. Beitong ran upstairs with a dumpling in their mouth, fetching the test score sheet, then rushed downstairs to hand it over to Jiang Yunshu, who naturally accepted it. It seemed neither of them thought there was anything inappropriate about such a parent-childlike interaction. Beitong clung to the edge of the table, somewhat nervous. Is it okay?" Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Not bad, all other subjects are quite balanced, but looking at it this way, math seems to be dragging it down a bit. You can come to me if there's something you don't understand." Beitong weakly said, "I'm afraid to disturb you, you're studying too." "No problem, it won't disturb," Jiang Yunshu said, "I've pretty much refreshed my knowledge. Now is the time for you to lay the foundation and understand the problems thoroughly. This is the difference between a scholar and me." Beitong thought, but indeed, they had been eyeing Jiang Yunshu, this piece of fragrant delicacy, for a long time. Super scholar. One-on-one. And it's free. Alright, Beitong grinned like a cat stealing prey. "Thank you, doctor." "Cute." Jiang Yunshu withdrew his gaze. After a period of nutritional supplementation, Beitong was no longer emaciated to the point of looking sick. He gained some weight on his face, and every morning when he woke up, his lips weren't pale anymore from anemia. "Summer vacation is coming soon," Beitong said as he ate the 12th dumpling. "I need to make good arrangements, but I'm not very good at writing schedules." Jiang Yunshu blurted out unconsciously, "Then I can help you create a plan." Then he abruptly stopped. Beitong looked curiously at the alpha. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing," Jiang Yunshu smiled. "You can try to write it down first, and I'll take a look at it." Beitong didn't understand, but for some reason, whenever something passed through Jiang Yunshu's eyes, he always felt very reassured. All right. In the afternoon, he went to Zhou Chaoyu as usual for imagination desensitization training. The stimulation intensity imagined each time would be stronger than the previous one. Although Beitong was subjectively willing to undergo treatment, deep down, resistance had already taken root. He was afraid, terribly afraid. The reaction this time was much more severe than in previous sessions. Beitong cried and screamed hoarsely, not stopping for a long time. Jiang Yunshu stood silently outside the door, motionless. Even Qin Zhongnan couldn't help but curse, that bastard died too easily. After about 10 minutes, the door suddenly opened. Zhou Chaoyu showed a moment of surprise upon seeing the large figure blocking the entrance, but quickly returned to normal. Just in time, Mr. Jiang, come in please. The room lighting had been brightened. Beidong curled up in the corner of the bed, entirely hidden under the covers. As Jiang Yunshu got closer, the sound of crying became more obvious. Zhou Chaoyu said, let's end today's training here. His emotions have collapsed. I cannot comfort him well enough, so you should try. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunshu walked in. Though outwardly composed, his slightly hurried steps betrayed his urgency, and Zhou Chaoyu noticed everything. Beidong, at the bedside, Jiang Yunshu slowed his pace. He gently squatted down, it's me, don't be afraid. Underneath the blankets, there was a visible tremble. Jiang Yunshu spoke softly while cautiously placing his hand on the coverlet, it's me, Shu, retroflex sound. Wah, Beidong emitted a sob akin to that of a small animal, prompting the tall alpha to immediately withdraw his hand. Zhou Chaoyu stood by the wall, watching Jiang Yunshu who didn't display any signs of irritation on his face. This repeated over and over again. Gradually, Beidong's cries softened, switching to occasional sniffles. Do you want to hold hands? Jiang Yunshu gently patted the bed cover. Beidong ignored him. Jiang Yunshu slowly reached his hand into the blanket and asked again, Beidong, do you want to hold hands? Beidong trembled and instinctively retreated, tightly pressing against the wall without speaking. Jiang Yunshu patiently waited. After an unknown length of time, there was some rustling underneath the blankets. Then, he felt his fingers being carefully entwined by something wet and cold. It was Beidong's hand. You must pay special attention to his emotions today, he really got scared, Zhou Chaoyu, wearing Qin Zhongnan's white coat, said, the training task was also unfinished. Next time we'll repeat today's imaginary content. Jiang Yunshu pinched his fingertips, furrowing his brows as he asked, is this training absolutely necessary? Are there other methods that could let Beidong be less afraid, more gradual? No, Zhou Chaoyu calmly replied, but actually, I think this training might not be needed anymore. What do you mean? Beidong trusts you very much, Zhou Chaoyu explained, deep down, he wants to rely on you because you appeared when he was desperate and wanted to die, and you did a great job. Jiang Yunshu paused briefly, You can go home and discuss with him whether or not to continue the imagination desensitization training. If not continuing, then you have to be careful not to expose him to stimuli. Chapter 52, Angry. It wasn't until they walked out of the hospital gate that Jiang Yunshu realized what Zhou Chaoyu had meant by, something's not quite right with her mood. The two had been holding hands. Bai Tang's eyes were red and swollen, as well as her nose and cheeks from crying. Her sweat-soaked bangs were carelessly pushed aside. Her gaze was fixed on the ground as if she were lost in her own world, cut off from the five senses, blocking out everything around her, allowing herself to be led forward. She had only just come out of a state of fear and withdrawal, slowly regaining her lively and spirited demeanor. Now, however, she seemed as lifeless as a puppet. As someone who had witnessed Bai Tang's gradual recovery step by step, it was heart-wrenching for Jiang Yunshu to see the Omega like this, yet he knew there was nothing he could do. This was Bai Tang activating her self-protection mechanism. All he could do was to accompany and wait patiently for her to recover. So he thought that going out for a walk and enjoying the breeze might help, so he slightly bent down and asked, Bai Tang, I just received a notification saying my name change approval has passed. The police station happens to be near the hospital. Would you like to go with me to take care of the procedures? Bai Tang's eyes showed no luster, and she remained motionless as if she hadn't heard. Jiang Yunshu gently shook her hand, waiting until she looked up before repeating slowly and clearly. Bai Tang's sluggish brain processed the words, and she mumbled, name, changed name. Book. Jiang Yunshu replied affirmatively, yes, in the future, on my ID card, household register, and marriage certificate, it will all be my new name. This sentence elicited a response from Bai Tang. She tightened her grip on Jiang Yunshu's hand and stared directly into the alpha's eyes. Let's go. The warmth in her palm gradually returned, and Jiang Yunshu gave a faint smile, all right then, let's go. The police station was about 1 kilometer away from the hospital. The weather wasn't too hot, with many trees lining both sides casting patches of shadows onto the pedestrian path. The two walked side by side, and Bai Tang appeared to have somewhat recovered, though the redness on her face couldn't quickly fade. She looked around as the occasional sunlight landed on her nose, her voice hoarse as she opened her mouth and said, I haven't walked down the street like this in a long time. Jiang Yunshu responded, if you want to wander, just let me know, I'll stay with you. A bike rode past them. He loosely pulled Bai Tang's shoulder toward him, noticing how the person on the bike kept staring at Bai Tang even after turning their head completely around. Jiang Yunshu frowned as he looked over at them, and the rider quickly averted his gaze and rode off. Now was the peak time for work commutes and school dismissals. Once they exited the tree-lined avenue, people surged out, with the roar of car engines, the chatter of crowds, and the distant rumble of trains. People passed them by in twos or threes. Oddly enough, Jiang Yunshu almost immediately noticed that within a 50-meter radius, countless intense gazes had fallen upon them, burning uncomfortably and making him feel uneasy. Soon enough, he realized why. people lowered their heads, raised them, turned them, without exception, every face was pointed toward them, their eyes filled with inquiry, curiosity, and astonishment, but not at him. They were all staring at Bai Tang beside him, whispering under their breaths. Is that an omega? Wow, they really are beautiful. F***ck, they're even more attractive than the idols I chase after. A real omega? I've never seen one before, can I post about it on social media? Jiang Yunshu frowned deeply, intending to pull Bai Tang closer to the road when a group of students who looked to be middle or high school betas passed by. One leaned close to another's ear but spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear, hey, look at that omega, their face is so red, it looks like they've been doing something scandalous ha. The tone was vile and unpleasant to the ears. The unease that Bai Tang had been suppressing exploded. Panic washed over her face as she repeatedly turned her head to confirm the alpha's expression, hypnotizing herself repeatedly, this is an angel, Jiang Angel. Suddenly, she felt a tug on her hand and a warm, dry touch covering her right ear. Turning abruptly, she saw Jiang Yunshu standing still, his facial features cold and rigid, his jawline sharp, coldly glaring at those few students. The presence of an angry alpha was terrifying indeed. Betas dared not offend alphas, not only were they weaker in physical combat, but they would also lose in arguments. Even the law favored the alpha's side. Those students immediately quieted down and hurriedly left. After removing the hand that had covered Bai Tang's ear, Jiang Yunshu's tone wasn't pleasant, let's take a taxi back to the hospital and then drive to the police station. Bai Tang bit her lips lightly, obediently following him. After taking a few steps, she couldn't resist reaching up to rub her earlobe, it was scorching and itchy. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, the driver occasionally glanced at Bai Tang through the rearview mirror. Jiang Yunshu wasn't very polite as he asked, what are you looking at? Startled, the driver immediately sat upright, staring straight ahead. Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath. He wasn't the kind of person who got angry easily. As a doctor, he had encountered many impolite people over the years, yet none of them had managed to stir any emotions in him. But now was different, anger was bubbling up inside him uncontrollably. He pinched the bridge of his nose and apologized to the driver, who was not at fault, sorry. Bai Tang sat on the other side, resting her head against the backrest of the front seat, her eyes fixed intently on the alpha. When she saw that the alpha was looking at her, she spread out her palm, mouthing silently, do you want to hold my hand? Jiang Yunshu thought Bai Tang might feel wronged or frightened. As he lowered his gaze, he saw long, white fingers before him. However, they weren't smooth because of housework and past injuries, leaving fine scars scattered across them. Bai Tang froze momentarily, suddenly aware that her hands were far from perfect. She curled her fingers, intending to pull them back. But Jiang Yunshu reached out and held her hand. Their interlaced hands hung limply down onto the middle sofa seat. In about 3 to 5 minutes, they let go of each other's hands again, stepped out of the car at the hospital gate, and then returned to their own vehicle. Bai Tang looked at the alpha seated in the driver's seat, whose facial muscles remained taut. In a low voice, she said, don't be mad anymore. Jiang Yunshu sighed softly, I'm not angry anymore now. His eyebrows were still furrowed. Bai Tang muttered under her breath, you're lying. Sorry, Jiang Yunshu said, I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Don't take it to heart. Sitting in the passenger seat, Bai Tang fastened her seatbelt and leaned forward instinctively, resting her right cheek on the dashboard. Gazing at the alpha, she watched his face filled with anger and slight regret and couldn't help but smile faintly, on the contrary, I'm actually very happy. Huh. When Jiang Yunshu started going out with me, Bai Tang recounted, he always enjoyed walking on the streets with me like that. Every time, many people would discuss me just like earlier, but back then I was stupid, I thought he genuinely liked me. To please him, I endured and told him it was alright. Later, I realized that he didn't enjoy strolling together at all, he despised hot weather and being pushed around by others. What he cherished was the admiring looks everyone sent him and the chance to flaunt to everyone that he had an omega. Like boasting about owning a beautiful pet. Bai Tang admitted that after 3 years, when immersed in such a familiar scene again, she felt terrified. So she kept repeatedly verifying if the alpha beside her was trustworthy, but Jiang Yunshu quickly alleviated her doubts and uneasiness through his actions. With an unpleased expression, Jiang Yunshu cut straight to the point, he has a mental illness. Bai Tang couldn't help but burst into laughter, which was the first time she'd ever heard Jiang Yunshu say something so uncouth, it felt like meeting an angel fallen from the sky who deigned to join her ranks, making them closer. She laughed for a while, whispering lightly, actually, like Senior Su, like Ryun, and like many omegas, they wouldn't attract such attention on the street. Although they are omegas, they resemble betas more. I don't know why, but since I was young, my omega gender characteristics have been extremely evident. Bai Tang laid out her palms, gazing at her delicate wrists, to the point where even before the differentiation period, everyone was certain I would become an omega, which is why my parents never really liked me. Jiang Yunshu called out sharply, Bai Tang. Looking up, Bai Tang responded, If you feel sad because of your clear omega appearance, Jiang Yunshu remarked, then it's society's fault, the world's fault. Bai Tang paused silently for a moment, smiling finally. Okay. Dr. Jiang, can you tell me about your past? A red mark appeared on Bai Tang's forehead due to the pressure. Can I get to know you better? This caused Jiang Yunshu to freeze for a second, but he replied instinctively, sure. But after several minutes passed, the alpha still hadn't spoken another word, merely frowning and letting his fingertips tap rhythmically on the steering wheel as if lost in deep thought. A few more minutes went by, and Jiang Yunshu offered, would you like to hear some stories about patients I've encountered? Bai Tang nodded absent-mindedly. After Jiang Yunshu finished recounting his third story, about an old man shouting not to undergo surgery because hospitals were all about money-grabbing scams and the fact-checking Sun had found information contradicting it on Baidu leading to demanding the hospital president to come for confrontation, Bai Tang had no choice but to interrupt tactfully, Dr. Jiang, do you have any personal stories? Like things you experienced during school days or anything similar? Forced to rethink, Jiang Yunshu originally intended to mention Lin Guizhou but realized that would essentially be someone else's story too. Finally, he could only chuckle helplessly, sorry, I don't seem to remember much. It was like endless studying and non-stop working. Bai Tang made a soft sound of realization, ah. A momentary silence fell upon them. So I'm this uninteresting, thought Jiang Yunshu. Bai Tang suddenly laughed again, her eyes curving into a crescent moon shape, revealing her white teeth, as she exclaimed with an air of sudden realization, so it takes this much effort to become an excellent person like Dr. Jiang, this good, this amazing, this wonderful. When she said this, she drew a large circle with her hands, filling up the entire space of the front passenger seat. Chapter 53, Caring. After chatting for so long in the hospital parking lot and adding the time spent at the Public Security Bureau handling paperwork, by the time the two came out, it was already dark. The streetlights on both sides were all lit up, with some tiny flying insects fluttering around them. The new household registration book still had a pungent ozone smell. Bai Tang held it, opening it several times within just a few minutes, repeatedly caressing the line, name, Jiang Yunshu, with his fingertips, simply unable to put it down. In the photo, it was also Jiang Yunshu. Her hair was tied back, revealing clearly defined facial features, with slightly bent eye wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and an upward curve at the corner of her mouth. She appeared gentle and graceful, completely different from Jiang Yunshu, too different. Bai Tang repeatedly scanned the alpha in the photo, wishing to engrave this image deeply into his eyes, thoroughly replacing that heartless monster. Jiang Yunshu took something out of the file bag and said, Bai Tang, give it to me for a second. Bai Tang obediently handed it over. A few seconds later, the household registration book was returned, all right, here you go. When Bai Tang took a look, he saw that a white rectangular sticker covered the previous name section, making everything unreadable. The sticker can be peeled off without leaving a trace, Jiang Yunshu explained after researching online. I'll go get my new ID tomorrow, then I'll peel it off and reapply a new sticker after that. Looking at the sticker, Bai Tang suddenly felt a bit like crying, his heart warmly touched as if some warm current had broken through the cracks in a stone wall, flowing throughout his body. His eyes quickly reddened, so he sniffed, suppressing the acidity. Thank you. The photo looks really good, very handsome. After speaking his mind, he realized the mistake, this appearance wasn't originally Jiang Yunshu's. Panicking, he tried to explain, I didn't mean it that way. I'm not saying Jiang Yunshu's appearance is handsome, you're handsome now, right now. I know, Jiang Yunshu smiled gently, don't rush. But as Bai Tang looked at the alpha who was soothing him tenderly, another thought inexplicably arose, how many people have tasted the feeling of being taken care of or concerned about by Jiang Yunshu? There must be quite a number of them. So skillful, so meticulous, covering every detail while never making others feel offended, everything just right. Yet, Bai Tang remembered every word Jiang Yunshu said. Jiang Yunshu mentioned only having two close people, one a friend who looks like Dr. Lin, and the other was him. Then. What about Zhouan? The Zhouan he resembles so much. Bai Tang's fingertip paused at the position of the eyes in the photo, asking softly, Dr. Jiang, do you take care of your patients? Jiang Yunshu replied matter-of-factly, of course. What about Zhouan? There was an urgency in Bai Tang's voice even he himself hadn't noticed, will you take care of Zhouan too? Jiang Yunshu didn't understand the sentiment behind this but answered honestly, yes, I will. Bai Tang immediately fell silent. He clutched the household registration book tightly to his chest, looking down, seemingly lost in thought. Jiang Yunshu waited for a moment, seeing Bai Tang remain quiet, asked, what's wrong? Bai Tang composed himself, raising his face with a forced smile towards him, nothing at all. Even though he said that, Bai Tang remained rather silent during the whole ride home. The rhythmic flicker of lights outside the car window swept over his eyes, casting shadows of eyelashes beneath. Through the rearview mirror, Jiang Yunshu glanced at Bai Tang several times. Bai Tang's eyelashes weren't particularly dense nor curly, but they were long and black, making his facial features appear especially sharp and clear, almost delicately beautiful. It remained quiet the entire way home. When they arrived home, even before opening the door, they could faintly smell the bitter scent seeping through the gaps. Jiang Yunshu had calculated the timing well, knowing they wouldn't be able to return home in time for dinner, so he'd asked the housekeeper to prepare the herbal medicine, which would allow them to drink it as soon as they returned. Bai Tang wrinkled his nose and went to the kitchen to check it out. A ceramic pot sat on the gas stove, its spout still releasing steam. Thinking there might be something wrong with Alpha's health, he turned around worriedly asking, Dr. Jiang, why do you need to drink Chinese herbal medicine? Jiang Yunshu placed the car keys on the shoe cabinet and said lightly, "It's for you to drink." Huh. Bai Tang thought he heard wrong, pausing for a moment before uttering another, huh. Jiang Yunshu rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing strong forearms. He put on heat-resistant gloves, grabbed the handle of the pot, tilting it and pouring the dark brown liquid medicine into a bowl. Turning around, just as he was about to hand it over to Bai Tang, he realized the figure had already disappeared. However, unfortunately, the tail swaying behind the sofa betrayed them. Bai Tang knew that alphas were very stubborn when it came to health matters, and he hadn't thought of dodging this situation anyway. However, his mood was strangely complicated at the moment, feeling a mix of low spirits but also something else entirely. It wasn't anything positive like happiness, so Bai Tang felt slightly rebellious. He wasn't inclined to comply with the alpha's wishes right now and decided to attempt a small protest. "When you were in school, I took your medical records to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor." Jiang Yunshu circled around to the back of the sofa where both a person and a dog were captured. "You need to replenish your qi and blood and strengthen your spleen and kidneys. To start, we need at least 3 treatments per week. Besides, you must increase physical exercise." Bai Tang's health was still in a terrible state. There had been one occasion where he had seen Bai Tang crouching on the ground playing with heightened, black sugar. He didn't stay crouched for long, only a dozen or so seconds, but when he tried to stand up, his whole body collapsed onto the sofa. He said that everything had gone black before his eyes, causing dizziness and loss of control over his body, thus resulting in a bruise on his side. His constitution was very weak. After running a few laps in the garden with black sugar, his clothes were completely soaked with cold sweat, revealing an unhealthy pale complexion. Facing Jiang Yunshu, Bai Tang no longer maintained the initial stiffness and discomfort he used to feel. Occasionally, like a little kitten, he would flash his claws, furrowing his brow and shaking his head as a refusal. "I don't want to drink it, it's too bitter. I don't even like bitter melon." Jiang Yunshu was prepared, producing a small bag of tangerine peel which he placed into Bai Tang's palm. "It's not good when it gets cold." But even in front of Jiang Yunshu, Bai Tang still eventually complied. Pouting his lips, he accepted the bowl and pinched his nose, gulping down the herbal remedy all at once. Jiang Yunshu took the empty bowl, finding it amusing how Omega hastily stuffed the tangerine peel into his mouth and got startled by its sourness, shivering. He rinsed the bowl clean and placed it into the sterilizing cabinet. When Bai Tang smoothed out his wrinkled face, Jiang Yunshu repeated Zhou Chaoyu's words exactly, then expressed his own opinion. "I think we can stop the imagination training sessions. You are no longer very resistant to my touch now. Today on the street, I suddenly touched your ear, do you remember?" Mentioning this, Bai Tang's ears inexplicably itched. He wanted to wiggle them like Haydn could, but alas, he couldn't. "Remember. What's your opinion?" Bai Tang certainly didn't want to go. Just mentioning the 4 words, imagination desensitization, reminded him of today's training content, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his spine. To say that Bai Tang persisted through it all was entirely due to Jiang Yunshu. He cared deeply about Jiang Yunshu's thoughts about him. One could also say that if Jiang Yunshu hadn't come along, Bai Tang might have let himself sink like mud, already battered and broken, rotten and dirty. He neither wanted nor saw any reason to improve himself for anyone. Did Zhou really say that? Jiang Yunshu confirmed, "I wouldn't lie to you." Bai Tang timidly negotiated, "So? Can I not go anymore?" Jiang Yunshu replied straightforwardly, "All right. Will you?" Bai Tang lowered his head, unable to meet the alpha's gaze, and anxiously asked, "Think I lack ambition and easily give up?" Jiang Yunshu frowned lightly, "No." Bai Tang continued nervously scratching the fur on Haydn's paws, nearly burying his head into his knees. He suddenly realized that what he feared most right now was not what Jiang Yunshu thought of him, but the fact that Jiang Yunshu considered him inadequate. "Will you be disappointed in me?" "Perhaps. Perhaps I should continue going. I've actually been trying very hard to get better." "I'm not." Suddenly, a soothing weight descended upon his head, cutting off his unfinished sentence. Lifting his face, he met the eyes of the alpha kneeling down in front of him. Jiang Yunshu gently pressed his hand on top of Bai Tang's head. "Earlier, without warning you, I placed my hand on your head. Were you surprised?" Staring blankly, Bai Tang responded slowly, "Not really, maybe a little. My heart jumped once, but since I knew it was you." Therefore, as soft strands of hair slipped between his fingers, Jiang Yunshu assured him firmly, "We aren't stopping the desensitization, but rather, this phase of desensitization is completed. You did a great job." Chapter 54, There's Someone Waiting at Home. As a soon-to-be senior high school student, Bai Tang's holidays began a month later than other grades. Every 10-minute break he got between classes, he'd bury his head in his arms and instantly fall asleep, not wasting even a second. Just as quickly as it started, the sound of the bell signaling the end of the break startled him awake. He straightened up, yawned, grabbed his textbook, and stood at the back to listen to the lecture. A fellow student standing with him asked, "Bai Tang, have you been pulling all-nighters recently? Your dark circles are extending all the way to your nose." Since Bai Tang was already pale, his dark circles were very noticeable, deep bruises that made him look fatigued. "No," Bai Tang yawned again, his mouth stretching into an oval shape, "I just haven't slept well." That day's training had genuinely frightened him so much that it affected him deeply. Every night, from the moment the light went out until his eyes adapted to the darkness, it would take about 5 minutes, during which his brain couldn't help but wander wildly, thinking of exactly what he feared most, impossible to stop. He didn't dare move or even close his eyes. With time passing, the moonlight outside illuminated the surroundings, making everything seem distorted, assembling into his worst fears. There seemed to be a shadow lurking in the corner by the wardrobe. It looked like someone standing there. Bai Tang stared hard. It was Jiang Yunsu. Chilled to the bone, his limbs shaking, Bai Tang knew deep down that there could be no one there, yet couldn't help but think, what if there was? What if Jiang Yunsu's spirit hadn't left? He closed his eyes, but after a few seconds, he abruptly opened them again, focusing on the spot where the shadow was. It felt closer now. Close to the point that Bai Tang nearly lost his soul completely. Cold sweat drenched his lashes, and in his mind, he repeatedly shouted, Jiang Angel, Angel, please come to my room. No one came, not even He Tang who usually scratched at his door. In the end, in a fit of desperation, he slammed on the light switch. Blinking against the harsh light, he finally saw clearly. It was only a clothes hanger with a piece of clothing hanging from it. Glancing at the clock on the wall, it was already 2:47 a.m. He didn't remember how he fell asleep but spent the entire night having fragmented nightmares. This pattern continued for several days. Hey, Dr. Qin, Jiang Yunsu spoke into the phone, held between her shoulder and ear while picking a tie with her hands. I've met with Li Qi already. He says he's too old for this mess, alluding to a refusal. She sold off his very expensive suit, donating the proceeds entirely to Fengqi. Dr. Qin, the kind of person who could slap on any garment over a white lab coat and start work, knew nothing about suits, necessitating further trouble for Secretary Su to select some less formal options. Unfortunately, without artistic talent, he struggled to choose matching ties. Tonight there is another opportunity to meet with Chen Chiwen. Jiang Yunshu held a dark green spotted tie up to his chest for consideration, and I'll go. The gathering started at 7 p.m., so he wouldn't be able to pick Bai Tang up from school, thus entrusting a housekeeping auntie with the task instead. Bai Tang waved, saying it was naturally more important to finalize all the prior arrangements, reassuring everyone he would pay utmost attention to safety. But Bai Tang appeared off, exhausted, sleep-deprived. Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly, pondering to discuss thoroughly with him tonight, worried perhaps it might be due to staying up late studying again. On the other side, Qin Zhongnan hung up the phone, turning to dial another person. Do you have time? Try reaching out to Li Qi again, verify if indeed it aligns with what he said. During evening study sessions, after managing to stay awake for several days, Bai Tang finally dozed off. When awakened by the on-duty teacher, he still felt foggy, looking at his half-finished homework, realizing he must find a solution soon or his learning efficiency will remain abysmal. Carrying his double-shoulder bag out of the school gate, an additional white cat head charm dangled from it. Looking around for the housekeeper's presence, Bai Tang suddenly noticed something. His eyes widened slowly, and his lips involuntarily curved upward with joy. Shouting while jogging over, Dr. Jiang. Leaning casually against the car door, Jiang Yunshu wore a sophisticated gray suit with hair neatly parted to 70/30ths, loose waves naturally falling, no gel, unpretentious yet elegant, exuding a different aura today, a wild masculinity, alpha-born confidence and dominance. However, Bai Tang wasn't afraid. His eyes sparkled, finding Jiang Yunshu this way extraordinarily handsome, even more stunning than online idols. Jiang Yunshu saw him, asking, "Did you turn off your phone?" "No, I didn't have time to turn it on." Bai Tang hugged him as he sat in the passenger seat. "Didn't you say you wouldn't be able to come? Or were you late?" Jiang Yunshu stepped on the gas. "I wasn't late, I had nothing to do along the way so I came early to pick you up before heading over." At the end of the day, he still didn't feel fully at ease leaving Bai Tang with the housekeeping auntie, an older beta woman who might be unable to handle any real emergency. He noticed the burning gaze from beside and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Tang scratched his hot earlobe, giggling twice. "Nothing, it's just that Dr. Jiang is too handsome." Jiang Yunshu also couldn't help but smile faintly. "Thank you." After dropping Bai Tang off at his home entrance, he rolled down the passenger window to remind him, "Lock the doors and windows well. I will be back late tonight, don't wait for me, sleep first." Okay, Bai Tang held onto the car window with both hands, reluctant eyes fixed on the alpha inside, not blinking. "Dr. Jiang, come back soon, drive safely, I'll leave the light on for you." Unlike the previous contradictory feelings when praying for Jiang Yunshu's safety, this time, Bai Tang was earnest. He wanted Jiang Yunshu to return home safe every night. Jiang Yunshu curved a corner of his mouth. "All right." The window went back up, and he stepped on the gas, glancing through the rearview mirror and seeing the Omega still clinging to the iron gate, gazing after him. "Is there someone waiting at home?" Director Jiang, an alpha of about the same age, teased while shaking a glass of wine in his hand. "Where have you been all this time?" Jiang Yunshu saw his target Chen Chiwen from the corner of his eye, laughing it off. "I went out for some fresh air, excuse me for stepping away." Actually, he didn't drink alcohol often, just a couple of sips during occasional departmental gatherings, and since alcohol dulled one's senses, surgical precision required a clear mind. Though Jiang Yunshu was very famous among the young crowd under this identity, he appeared somewhat insignificant in front of these successful 40-50-year-old men. He sought advice from Qin Zhongnan on flattery temporarily and learned upper-class drinking etiquette alongside. Ultimately, he must start by approaching Chen Qiwen's son. Fortunately, Chen Ningxing already knew him. When Jiang Yunshu moved towards him, Chen Ningxing took the initiative to pick up a cup of wine and approached Director Jiang. Jiang Yunshu sighed inwardly upon recognizing this situation. He recalled an alpha named Zuyu who once invited him to hang out, only for them to behave overly familiar at the door. He then brashly dragged an omega away, undoubtedly offending Zuyu deeply back then. He smiled within his heart as trouble began. Yes, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Zuyu still draped his neck around him this time, and Jiang Yunshu didn't resist, allowing both of them to walk away from the curious crowd. Jiang Yunshu found that those involved in the gathering were basically present. He understood, Jiang Yunshu associated with people like these. Brother Su, an alpha remarked, you really acted without camaraderie last time, taking someone away left us wondering how we could play. Could it be you secretly kept him all to yourself? Everyone laughed. These individuals were definitely not ones to further offend. Without question, Jiang Yunshu became popular due to their support, regardless of his economic sources currently being tied entirely to the company or even his focus now on more pressing matters, aiming for minimal hindrances. Jiang Yunshu apologized, saying, really sorry, everyone knows, I just been discharged from the hospital after a car accident back then, my temper wasn't great, so I lashed out on you. Next time I'll treat you guys to dinner. How can that be? Zhou mocked, back then, Brother Su threw me off 2 or 3 times. No matter how many times I called, you kept refusing, making me think I was some kind of garbage. Jiang Yunshu could only apologize repeatedly while sighing mentally for what seemed like the 10,086th time. Being a doctor truly was a good thing. Alright, we're not petty people. Another alpha directly carried a bucket of alcohol over. If we drink this bucket, let's call it even. How about that? If Jiang Yunshu hadn't forgotten, this style of alcohol bucket contained whiskey mixed with vodka. Jiang Yunshu said, you probably won't believe me, but after the car accident, I started focusing on my health. It might be due to constitutional immune dysfunction and environmental dietary changes affecting me, but I'm now allergic to alcohol. Instantly, the faces of several others soured. Are you fooling around with us, Jiang Yunshu? You used to have such good tolerance, and now you're pretending to be allergic here. If you don't want to be friends with us, just say so, stop wasting our time. Jiang Yunshu realized there was no way to avoid it. He said, it's really not true. Anyway, I'll try my best to drink. But if I develop a skin allergy, I'll have to stop. Allergies are no small matter, it could be fatal in severe cases. After escaping death once, I treasure my life more than ever. The group felt that Jiang Yunshu had become odd since the car accident. His tone of voice was strange and lacked the previous airy quality. It was now deep and heavy, almost like listening to a teacher give a lecture for too long. Even if you were allergic, how could we let you drink? That's just ridiculous. I'll eat some food first to line my stomach so I can better accompany everyone to their satisfaction. Jiang Yunshu walked over to the buffet area, ate a little steak, and roughly estimated the amount before swallowing 6 pieces of mango in one go. Chapter 55, Unable to Handle It. Beidong didn't dare to turn off the light and sleep. He lay in bed, hugging Hatang, with his limbs curled up tightly under the blanket, trying to retain this meager sense of security. Yes, sleeping while hugging Hatang was the solution he came up with, but it seemed not very practical. Baitong's body remained stiff, eyes wide open, until exhaustion made him unable to keep his eyelids open. He heavily closed them only to be startled awake by Hatang's movement before he had fully fallen asleep. This happened 3 or 4 times, leaving him extremely tired yet unable to sleep. Baitong's face was full of irritation, feeling that he might develop neurasthenia. He opened his dry, sore eyes and glanced at the time. It was already close to 1 a.m., and Alpha still hadn't returned. Well, Beidong got up and went into the study to spread out his exercise book. He recklessly thought, since he couldn't sleep anyway, he might as well study. Just in time to wait for Jiang Yunshu to come home. The window in the study faced the iron gate of the garden directly. He pulled back the curtain, occasionally glancing outside. Hatang lied on his back with an exposed belly underneath the desk, while Beidong rested his bare feet on top. On the third forehead collision with the table, there were finally 2 flashes of strong light passing by outside the window. He immediately straightened up, leaned onto the window, and looked down. It was Jiang Yunshu's car. He put on his slippers and ran out, with Hatang closely following behind. In the quiet night, this house suddenly became noisy. Beidong swept away all traces of drowsiness and ran particularly fast. The sound of keys colliding could be heard from the garden. He directly jumped down the last 2 steps of the staircase. The door was open from the outside, and upon clearly seeing Jiang Yunshu's state, he instinctively stopped in his tracks. Alpha looked drunk, frowning with discomfort, half closing his eyes. He was being supported by someone, his tie slightly askew. Most importantly, a large patch of red rash extended from his cheek to his neck, disappearing beneath his shirt. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and the crisp pheromone scent. Beidong called out involuntarily, Dr. Jiang. At the sound of his name, Jiang Yunshu raised his head slightly and saw Beidong standing in front of him in pajamas. His first reaction was to check the time, and his brow furrowed even more deeply. Why aren't you sleeping? Jiang Yunshu's pheromone smelled very cold to Beidong, so potent it felt like falling into a freezing deep well, where each breath pierced his throat and windpipe like a sharp ice pick, making it hard to breathe. But this pheromone on Jiang Yunshu gave Beidong a sense of being immersed in icy snowy mountains, where frozen rivers stretched far and wide like pure clouds, and the coolness of a cold spring lingered around his nose. In the previous days, they followed Zhou Chaoyu's instructions, conducting desensitization training to pheromones. However, this training ended quickly because the reason Beidong felt nauseous whenever smelling Jiang Yunshu's pheromone was purely psychological. He simply hated Jiang Yunshu to the point of sickness. Changing who he smelled solved everything fundamentally. The person supporting Jiang Yunshu nearby seemed completely unaffected by the pheromones, indicating he was likely a beta. What caused your allergy? Concerned, Beidong wanted to pull Jiang Yunshu over but noticed the beta continuously staring at his face. Beidong suddenly felt somewhat uneasy. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, his vision went black, and he felt some heat. He paused, realizing that Alpha had covered his eyes with his hand, letting in just a bit of light through the gaps between his fingers. The pheromone scent around became stronger. Jiang Yunshu stared expressionlessly at the chauffeur. What are you looking at? The chauffeur hurriedly apologized, placed the car keys down, left immediately, and even shut the door behind him. Jiang Yunshu slowly turned back, looking down to see Beidong whose eyes were still covered by his hands. The Omega was only as tall as his clavicle, tilting his head up, elongating the delicate neckline, with a small, pale face partially hidden behind his palm, revealing only the slightly moist lips. The house was eerily quiet. Beidong's ear tips were already flushed red, and the warmth on his face gradually matched the temperature of Alpha's palms, even surpassing it. He only felt that it had been a long wait, with the accelerating heartbeat ringing in his ears, yet Jiang Yunshu showed no intention of letting go. He blinked slowly, wondering if Alpha had fallen asleep standing. Dr. Jiang. Beidong reached out to push Alpha's arm. You can let go now, you're having an allergic reaction. His voice abruptly cut off. Beidong felt something brushing against the back of his neck. Deprived of sight, his other senses were magnified several times, causing alarm bells to ring inside his brain. He shivered violently, covered in goosebumps, instantly clinging tightly to Alpha's chest. Startled, he cried out, Dr. Jiang. Then, he heard Jiang Yunshu's unique tone ringing in his ear, yeah, it's me. Did the family switch to a new shower gel? Beidong practically shrank into Alpha's embrace, his eyes still covered. He whispered, yes, we did. Alpha seemed to lean closer again and sniffed before quietly saying, this one smells nice, the previous one was too smelly. The subtle touches made Beidong's body tingle, leaving him limp on his right side. Dazedly, he wanted to protest, what was so stinky about the previous one, wasn't it the scent of lilies? But soon, another thought occurred to him, it explained why Jiang Yunshu once came back with a bar of soap. Apparently, he didn't like the smell of the shower gel. I see, Beidong began struggling slightly, trying to push Alpha away, you can let go of me now. Jiang Yunshu slowly responded with an, oh, as he loosened his grip and apologized, sorry, I forgot. Finally freed from the darkness, Beidong stepped out of Alpha's embrace, but strangely felt something missing. Glancing at Alpha's face reddened by the allergy, he instantly became anxious and hurried to the cabinet below the TV, fetching the first aid box. Never mind. Dr. Jiang, did you eat mangoes? Yeah, Jiang Yunshu truthfully replied, I ate 6 pieces. Beidong frantically searched the medicine box, his fingertips trembling slightly from guilt and regret. He feared Jiang Yunshu might discover that last time, he intentionally made him eat mangoes just to cause an allergic reaction. So, he didn't dare reveal the mango allergy fact, fearing Jiang would dislike him for it. Jiang Yunshu looked at Omega's tightly pursed lips, seemingly understanding what he was thinking. I know this body is allergic to mangoes, it's not your fault, I chose to eat them myself. Beidong's hands suddenly froze, staring speechlessly at Alpha's straightforward face. After a while, he angrily shouted, so why did you still eat it? Jiang Yunshu simply nodded, yeah, I was drunk. It appeared Alpha noticed Omega's rising anger, so he added, don't worry, I'm a doctor. I controlled the quantity, nothing serious will happen, just skin allergies. Beidong was completely caught off guard. He wanted to jab Alpha's forehead hard, yet when his finger touched it, he pulled back. Never mind, applying medication should be prioritized now. He exhaled deeply, standing on tiptoe to help Alpha untie the tie. As if having telepathy, Jiang Yunshu lifted his hand to stop him and said, no, need to take a shower first before applying any medicine. But I haven't even said anything. Beidong instinctively countered, then asked, can you shower by yourself? Little did he know, Jiang Yunshu paid no attention to what he said. Instead, he caught his wrist, studying it closely and murmured lowly, why are you still so thin? All of Beidong's anxiety disappeared upon hearing this sentence, inexplicably calming down. He asked again calmly, Dr. Jiang, can you shower by yourself or shall I help? Jiang Yunshu said while walking toward the stairs, I can do it alone, don't worry. Seeing Alpha could still walk straight, Beidong somewhat relaxed. He followed closely as Alpha meticulously hung up his suit coat outside the door, accurately opened the second wardrobe to grab fresh clothes, and walked steadily with a solemn expression into the bathroom. During this time, Beidong quickly descended to the kitchen and expertly cooked the sobering soup. He turned down the heat and then rushed upstairs to wait by the bathroom door, just in case Alpha fell or passed out. Fortunately, nothing happened. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Yunshu emerged neatly dressed in sleepwear, his buttons meticulously fastened to the very top. However, Beidong was astonished by the mess inside the bathroom. Generally, after Alpha took a shower, everything would be tidy, mirror, floor, and shelves all cleaned, but now, water was all over the floor, and a few bubbles were still sticking to the walls. Not minding the chaos anymore, Beidong went downstairs to bring up the almost lukewarm sobering soup. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Jiang Yunshu scratching his face, his neck and clavicle much redder than before. There were some broken patches of skin due to scratching, along with a few tiny blood spots. Don't scratch. Beidong held on to Alpha and placed the bowl in his hand, casually grabbing the towel nearby to wipe his dripping wet hair. In a whirlwind of activity, he said, just bear it for a bit, drink the soup first, or tomorrow morning you'll have a headache and stomachache. Thankfully, Jiang Yunshu, even drunk, did not throw a tantrum. Otherwise, a frail Omega like Beidong wouldn't know how to force-feed a robust Alpha such an antidote. But the restraint didn't last long. Soon, Alpha started scratching again. When Beidong caught his hands once more, Jiang Yunshu, expressionless, spat out a single word, itchy. Alright, let's apply the medicine, okay? Beidong used a clamp to lift Alpha's bangs. He squatted halfway in front of Jiang Yunshu, his fingertips hesitating slightly as they grazed Alpha's collar. Objectively speaking, he had seen this body countless times before, but subjectively, he now felt it was Jiang Yunshu's body. Beidong dared not look into Alpha's eyes, his eyelashes quivering unconsciously. His lips were subconsciously pressed so red that he appeared distracted while pretending to focus on unbuttoning the shirt, slowly exposing Alpha's robust frame. Jiang Yunshu stood there, eyes cast down, silently observing his movements. By the time the shirt was fully removed, Beidong belatedly realized why he had helped Jiang Yunshu undress one button at a time, making the atmosphere unnecessarily intimate. It would have been simpler for Alpha to just lift his arms and take off the shirt in one go. The allergy-induced red patches almost covered half of Alpha's upper body, collarbones, chest, waist sides, and the back of the neck, all cited with alarming intensity by Beidong, whose heart started to ache with sympathy. Yet when his gaze shifted towards Alpha's waistband, Beidong hesitated, feeling a blush rising up his cheeks. He tried swallowing his embarrassment, preparing mentally to ask, Dr. Jiang, could you perhaps, remove these too? Jiang Yunshu cut in gently, there are no allergy symptoms on the lower part. Silence followed for over 10 seconds. Staring wide-eyed, Beidong couldn't help but think Alpha was being deliberately difficult, watching him struggle awkwardly for several moments, trapped between advancing or retreating. Growing infuriated, he lifted his head to face Jiang Yunshu directly. Jiang Yunshu tilted his head downward to meet Beidong's gaze. In merely 3 seconds, Beidong succumbed under the pressure. He quickly looked away, feigning distraction as he shook the calamine lotion vigorously, though his toes curled with embarrassment. Heat surged through his mind, making him certain that at this very moment, he must be as red as a cooked shrimp, particularly around his tear ducts and nose tip, areas that became noticeably flushed when he was shy. And still, Jiang Yunshu wasn't finished. Fixating on the tips of Beidong's ears for a while, he lightly traced from the earlobe to the top of the ear using his knuckles, asking softly, why are you so red? Beidong let out a groan, completely slumping onto Alpha's torso, unable to endure such behavior from Jiang Yunshu any longer. Clenching his eyes tightly, he shouted loudly, Dr. Jiang. Please don't drink alcohol anymore. Chapter 56, Mutual Desensitization. After working up a light sweat on his back, Beidong finally managed to apply the medicine onto the Alpha's skin above the collarbone. Just as he was about to treat the chest, he noticed Jiang Yunshu had scratched off the medicine from his neck, leaving his nails pale and red. Don't scratch. Beidong quickly caught the Alpha's wrist and cleaned his fingertips with a wet wipe. It's all gone now. Your nails are dirty, they have bacteria. The mention of bacteria made Jiang Yunshu hesitate momentarily, obediently lowering his hand. But it didn't last long. Suddenly, he remembered something, stood up, and repeated the first question he'd asked when entering, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Holding a cotton swab, Beidong stared blankly and replied, I'm putting medicine on you, aren't I? Jiang Yunshu shook his head and started to walk out. No, Beidong instinctively opposed him. With both hands occupied, he could only use his elbow and body to block the Alpha. What are you doing? Don't go out. The medication isn't fully applied yet. Jiang Yunshu strode toward the study door. Seeing the brightly lit desk lamp and the wide-open books, he wore an expression that said, exactly as I thought, you're staying awake late again to study. No. Beidong protested earnestly. I just can't sleep. Jiang Yunshu shook his head again, saying in a manner suggesting he was drunk and thus incapable of arguing further, we'll talk properly when I'm clear-minded tomorrow. Beidong laughed despite himself and jokingly pulled at him. Remember to tell me again tomorrow. Come back to put on the ointment. When the clock precisely struck 3, and after who knows how many times the Alpha had ruined the medication by scratching it away, Beidong's patience finally gave out. Glancing around, he found a tie. Standing next to the bed, he lifted the alpha's arm high to try binding his hands together. Under normal circumstances, Bai Tang would never dare to do such a bold thing to Dr. Jiang Yunshu, who seemed almost otherworldly and commanded great respect. Due to the awkward angle of the bedside table rod and the tie not being long enough, Bai Tang struggled immensely to secure the binding. Once he finished and looked down, he met the alpha's eyes straight on. Only then did Bai Tang realize that Jiang Yunshu had been lifting his arms voluntarily from the start to make it easier for him to bind them. They were so close, Bai Tang leaning over and Jiang Yunshu lying flat, while the latter gazed quietly into his eyes and murmured, "You look tired." Direct hit. Bai Tang almost passed out right there onto the alpha. Taking a moment to compose himself, he patted his burning cheeks, concentrating solely on applying the medication to Jiang Yunshu, steadfastly avoiding looking anywhere above the neck. Still, as he worked, his gaze inevitably wandered elsewhere, the extended arm muscles, clearly defined abs, and gracefully curved collarbones. His face grew redder with each glance until eventually, he even suspected steam was rising from his ears. Bai Tang knew Jiang Yunshu maintained his physique through regular exercise, having several times witnessed the alpha doing planks and weightlifting while listening to English audio lessons. Jiang Yunshu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "The sweetness of sweetened condensed milk is seeping out." Startled, Bai Tang immediately clamped his hand over the alpha's mouth, nearly jamming the cotton swab into the latter's nostril, angrily shouting, "Stop talking. Just don't say anything." The alpha blinked once. Overwhelmed with shame, Bai Tang accelerated his actions, shutting down his emotional mechanism to become a purely mechanical medicine applier. When he was done, he glanced up and saw that Jiang Yunshu had already fallen asleep on his side. Carefully loosening the alpha's hand bound to the bedside table, Bai Tang adjusted the blanket. Worried about potential issues arising from alcohol intoxication, he decided to wait until the other was fully asleep before leaving. However, as time passed, his eyelids grew heavier and his head drooped lower and lower. Eventually, Bai Tang fell asleep right there, beside Jiang Yunshu's bed, resting better than if he'd lain in his own bed. When Jiang Yunshu woke up the next morning, the warmth beside the bed had already dissipated. With a dull headache, he shifted his body and felt a sensation of restriction on his wrist. Confused, he opened his eyes and saw his wrist tied with a tie. A bit bewildered, normally the transition period from waking up to full consciousness took longer for him. It took nearly 15 minutes before memories of what happened last night came rushing back, intact. Suddenly, he sat up, his voice rough and hoarse, calling out loudly, "Bai Tang." No response. Only the sound of dog paws, tap tap tap, rushing upstairs was heard, followed by frantic scratching at the door. Today was Bai Tang's graduation ceremony from school. Sunlight shone outside, and it was undoubtedly quite late already. But where was Bai Tang? Did he go to school? And how exactly did he get there? Was everything safe? He reached for the fully charged phone on the bedside table, noticing a glass of water placed nearby. There were two messages on the screen. 7:55, Beidong, Dr. Jiang, I'm heading out. Yun came to pick me up, so don't worry. There's lean meat and preserved egg porridge in the kitchen along with warm milk, make sure you finish them. Drinking alcohol yesterday was too hard on your stomach, the milk can protect it. 8:17, Beidong, safely arrived at school. Only then did Jiang Yunshu relax. He leaned against the bedside table and struggled fiercely, but the tie slipped off. Recalling last night's events, he turned his head and coughed awkwardly a couple of times. Such lewd and frivolous behavior, it made him seem like some unscrupulous rogue. Still, there was no denying that drunk last night, he had done exactly what he'd wanted to do for a long time. Even though he knew why people turn red when they're embarrassed, because of an influx of blood to the brain due to rich facial capillaries and thin skin, he still couldn't understand how red he managed to get last night. After a moment, he sighed softly, worried he might have startled Beidong. The skin in the mirror remained stubbornly red. Suppressing the urge to scratch, he applied the medication to himself as instructed by Beidong, finished the porridge and milk, then swallowed a tablet of chlorpheniramine. Then, he went to the study to practice test questions. Now fully focused, he had entered the final phase of preparation, allowing not even an allergy or hangover to interfere with his graduate exam studies. At 5 p.m., he went to pick Beidong up after school. Upon seeing him, the Omega smiled and waved, running over cheerfully. His soft hair bounced gently, and the black and white plush toys hanging from his bag swayed about. However, just before reaching him, he suddenly slowed down, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. He whispered quietly, "Dr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu simply responded with, As their interactions grew longer, and seeing that Jiang Yunshu's attitude toward him hadn't changed, Beidong gradually relaxed and began chatting more, recounting what happened at school today. During dinner, Jiang Yunshu asked, "Why didn't you sleep last night?" Beidong choked instantly, sputtering, "Cough. Cough. You remember?" Jiang Yunshu slid him a tissue, responding briefly, "Yes." Once Beidong calmed down, Jiang Yunshu continued, "Not only do I remember, but I also recall the light being on in the study at around 2:30 a.m. There were books opened on the table. And no, I wasn't staying up late studying, Beidong stammered. I just couldn't fall asleep. Why? Baitong mumbled softly, because I'm scared, and I keep thinking about the training session that day. Jiang Yunshu fell silent. The training from that day had taken place 2 weeks ago. 2 whole weeks without good rest, that was right, wasn't it? Just before bedtime, he approached Baitong's room, knocking lightly on the door. Would sleeping with me give you some peace of mind? Baitong, who already had one knee on the bed, paused mid-motion, blinking slowly. Was it the meaning he thought it was? The alpha was still standing at the doorway, waiting for his reply. Yes, Baitong's small Adam's apple moved slightly as he responded, yes, it would. Jiang Yunshu's tensed shoulders relaxed a little. He said, come on then. A wave of nervousness crept over Baitong later as he put on slippers, nearly stumbling. Taking his own pillow, he obediently followed behind. Jiang Yunshu placed his pillow on the other side, laying out 2 blankets, one of which was new. He said simply, sleep now. Baitong's heart pounded as if it would leap out of his throat. Carefully, he lay down on the bed. Jiang Yunshu gently adjusted the loose collar of the Omega's shirt, making it look natural as though he'd done it 1,000 times. This kind of action would have been unimaginable for him in his past life. Lowering his eyes, Jiang Yunshu realized that while this was part of Baitong's desensitization training, it was equally a form of his own desensitization process. He said, you can talk to me about anything, any problem can be discussed. Don't bottle things up, like the insomnia lasting for 2 weeks. Is it because you still don't trust me? Faintly, the pheromones wafting through the room carried comfort for Baitong. Wrapped up in the soft quilts, the stress that had tightened within him for 2 weeks finally loosened, lulling him into drowsiness. Obediently, Baitong agreed, humming softly with his nose, Next to the bed was a small desk where Jiang Yunshu sat and dimmed the lamp. Baitong asked, Dr. Jiang, aren't you going to sleep yet? Jiang Yunshu replied, you go first. Is the light too bright for you? Baitong shook his head, rustling as he shifted his pillow. On his side, lying down but with eyes wide open, he gazed at Jiang Yunshu's profile bathed in warm yellow light. It illuminated the alpha as exceptionally gentle, and involuntarily, his voice softened further. Dr. Jiang, good night. Please don't stay up too late. Chapter 57, It's Love. In the morning, occasionally 1 or 2 birds would swiftly fly past the window. On the floor beside the bed, there were 2 pairs of slippers neatly placed, one silver and one white. On the bed, the 2 were still sound asleep, with the alpha lying flat and the omega on his side, each occupying one side of the bed. They kept about half a body length apart, both sleeping peacefully. The only overstep was Baitong's fingertips that rested on Jiang Yunshu's blanket. At exactly 7 o'clock, the mobile phone under Jiang Yunshu's body started vibrating on schedule. He reached back to feel for it, waking up and turning off the alarm before sitting upright without any hesitation, starting to recover from the sleep. Baitong was deeply asleep, his fine black hair covered his eyebrows and eyes. One hand curled against his chest as he breathed quietly. 10 minutes passed, and Jiang Yunshu had restarted. He touched Baitong's fingers, increased the air conditioning by 1 degree, and was about to close the slightly open curtains when his phone suddenly vibrated again. He quickly answered but did not speak until he stepped out of the room, then said, hello. Qin Zhongnan, what were you doing just now? Jiang Yunshu truthfully answered, Baitong was still sleeping, I didn't want to wake him. Qin Zhongnan quickly caught on, drawing out his words, oh just friends who share the same bed. Jiang Yunshu, Alright, Qin Zhongnan said, let's talk business. Have you seen the news? The legal proposal made 4 years ago has been passed. Before Jiang Yunshu could open his mouth, Qin Zhongnan added, 4 years ago, you weren't in this world yet. You should check the news first. Jiang Yunshu opened a special app for reading news. As soon as he entered it, Article 367 of the Criminal Law Amendment, 13, appeared, followed by an explosive symbol. Most comments below were from alphas and some betas, causing chaos. Jiang Yunshu carefully read through it. For raping an omega by means of violence, coercion, or other methods, the minimum sentence increases from 1 year to 3 years, and the offender shall be sentenced to at least 3 to 8 years imprisonment. He knew that previously, the cost of committing rape in this world was extremely low for alphas and it was difficult to severely punish them. Most alphas were powerful individuals who, after such incidents occurred, would suit the hurt omegas with large sums of money to obtain their forgiveness, thus resolving disputes privately. Qin Zhongnan said, 5 years ago, Wang Chujun, the representative who proposed this legislation, his omega daughter had mental issues due to being raped. However, the perpetrator was released after being detained for just 1 year and 2 months. At that time, it caused a big uproar. This legislative proposal was continuously drafted, reviewed, and rejected within 4 years. Fortunately, it finally passed today. Jiang Yunshu said, a good trend. Yeah, Qin Zhongnan was almost laughing out loud, feeling very happy. He fought day and night for this cause, and now the progress bar towards their goal finally moved forward. He couldn't be happier. Then he asked, has Baitong decided on a university? Jiang Yunshu, I don't know. He probably has a goal in mind. I plan to talk to him about this later. Qin Zhongnan said, just so you know, keep an eye on him. Choose schools with good school styles and strict discipline, otherwise, things might go wrong easily. After hanging up the call, Jiang Yunshu went to the bathroom to apply medicine to himself. It was too itchy. He had trouble sleeping last night, constantly wanting to scratch and toss and turn, but he didn't dare to move around carelessly, fearing disturbing Bai Tang. He couldn't help using the cotton swab dipped in medicine to scrub hard, bringing relief. Just as he was struggling to twist his body to reach his back, the door of the diagonal room opened. A head peeked out. Unlike his usual messy look upon waking up every morning, Bai Tang's hair was smooth and combed neatly with a pumpkin-colored clamp. He looked radiant, full of energy, and bright smile. His eyes lit up when they met Jiang Yunshu's, and he called out, "Dr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu made room and responded, "Good morning, do you want to wash up?" Catching sight of the alpha's bare upper body, Bai Tang's gaze momentarily became unnatural, quickly flickering away like a dragonfly skimming water. A slight blush appeared on his face as he slowly approached the door of the bathroom and softly said, "Good morning, Dr. Jiang. I've already washed up in my room." It was the first time that Bai Tang shared a bed with an alpha last night. Originally, he thought even if he hadn't slept well for 2 weeks and felt very exhausted, he wouldn't fall asleep so soundly right away. But unexpectedly, as soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. It turned out that the sense of security Jiang Yunshu provided had already surpassed the fear this body brought him. He didn't know whether he had slept poorly or left a bad impression on Jiang Yunshu. His heart raced with anxiety, and he tentatively asked, "Dr. Jiang, did you sleep well last night?" "Did I disturb you?" Jiang Yunshu shook his head, "You didn't disturb me at all. You have a very good sleeping posture, you barely moved all night." Originally, he was worried that omegas might kick off their blankets, so he woke up 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Bai Tang's sleeping posture remained exactly the same as when he first lay down, there wasn't even a bit of movement. Relieved, Bai Tang gave a soft laugh and noticed the calamine lotion in the alpha's hand, then asked with open palms, "Shall I help you?" Jiang Yunshu handed over the medicine without a word, turned around, and said, "I'm boiling some Chinese herbal medicine downstairs, we'll drink it before breakfast." Bai Tang paused for a moment, frantically applying the ointment while complaining, "So bitter. I'll puke." Jiang Yunshu fell silent for several seconds and coaxed him gently, "I bought fruit gummies, they're delicious." "Downstairs." Bai Tang quickly put on a look of agony, his entire face crumpling. He set down his bowl abruptly, with a bitter taste still lingering on his tongue, "Ew. Yuck." Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshu had already torn open a mango gummy candy, waiting patiently by his side, and gently placed it in Bai Tang's mouth during his wailing. After breakfast, both retreated to their respective studies and started studying. Jiang Yunshu counted the days. Bai Tang's heat cycle had been missing again for nearly 3 months. He had asked Lin Bajao, but Lin Bajao couldn't offer any solutions, stating that current medical knowledge could not yet address abnormal glandular development issues and only relied on the alpha's pheromones to gradually heal the problem. But he got distracted. Jiang Yunshu refocused on the test papers. He still remembered marking Bai Tang temporarily that time. Due to his inept technique, several fresh bloodstains bloomed vividly on the hospital bedsheet. Upon returning home that day, he immediately caught up on his knowledge of marking techniques and watched more than a dozen different sex education videos aimed at teenagers. He thought, if it doesn't come again, given his current memory capacity, he would forget everything once more. However, when Bai Tang's heat truly arrived, they were back inside the room permeated with the sweetness of sweetened condensed milk, unsure of how to start. That day, Bai Tang grew extremely sleepy unusually early. It hadn't even reached 10 o'clock when he came over, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Dr. Jiang, I'm very sleepy." "Alright," Jiang Yunshu responded, "go ahead and lie down, I'll be there soon." Just within minutes, upon arriving with several sets of exam papers, he found Bai Tang already asleep, one leg partially uncovered hanging outside the blanket. As usual, Jiang Yunshu dimmed the light and began working on a new set of practice tests while sitting at the table next to the bed. Occasionally, muffled murmurs from Bai Tang could be heard, carried by a nasal undertone. Neither paid much attention to this unusual sleepiness. At what point did the pheromones start going out of control? Jiang Yunshu did not know, but he suddenly realized an overwhelming wave of the sweetened condensed milk aroma pressing down on him from every direction. Stunned for just a second, he lost control over his volume and rushed to the bedside cabinet to stick on isolation patches and inject himself with a suppressant. But surprisingly, Bai Tang showed no signs of waking up. Frowning slightly, he softly roused Bai Tang, "Bai Tang, wake up, your heat cycle has come." Bai Tang's eyelids fluttered faintly as he looked over drowsily. Seeing Alpha's face, his pupils slightly contracted. "It's me, don't be afraid," Jiang Yunshu assured. Now it was the early stage of the heat cycle where the omega still retained a thread of rationality. A rosy flush spread across Bai Tang's fair skin as he slowly became aware of his physical condition, instantly panicking and retreating into the corner of the bed, wrapping his body tightly with the quilt and curling up into a ball, leaving only his damp eyes exposed. "My heat has come," Bai Tang gradually woke up in fear, his voice trembling, but I didn't feel any premonitions. Noticing the moisture soaking through the bed, Jiang Yunshu leaned on the edge of the bed. "Don't worry, this is a good sign, indicating improvement in your glandular development." He asked again, "Do you remember who I am?" Slowly glancing at him, Bai Tang nodded minimally and whispered, "The angel is Dr. Jiang." "Good." Jiang Yunshu extended his hand towards him and released a bit of pheromone to soothe him. "You know I won't hurt you, come here." Bai Tang clenched the blanket, waves of uncontrollable lust crashing against his brain, flashes of memories of brutal violence involuntarily resurfacing. He let out small sobs, trembling slightly. Though Jiang Yunshu also struggled with his own urges, he knew that this heat period posed a significant hurdle for Bai Tang. Jiang Yunsu must have done countless despicable things to him during these cycles. Hence, with extreme patience, he extended his hand and saw that Omega seemed exhausted. Thus, he suggested gently, "Bai Tang, would you like to hold my hand? If you do, I'll come over to you." "Okay." Bai Tang stared at Alpha's palm for a long time, unmoving. He understood what it meant to place his hand in Jiang Yunshu's grasp. Jiang Yunshu would mark him. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu's sinister face flashed before his eyes, and Bai Tang instantly became frightened, urgently seeking Jiang Yunshu's protection. With a soft sob, he stretched out his delicate wrist from under the blanket without hesitation. However, just as their fingers were about to touch, they curled back slightly, as if hesitating, but were then firmly grabbed by the Alpha and held gently in his hand. Jiang Yunshu knelt on the bed and pulled the weakened Omega up. Bai Tang buried himself into the Alpha's shoulder, where his nose was filled with the clean and pleasant pheromones of the Alpha. The Alpha's pheromones wrapped around him in a gentle yet assertive manner, almost hypnotic, gradually calming down Bai Tang's nervous and fearful heartbeats. The heat cycle was the most sensitive and vulnerable time for Omegas. They lacked an immense amount of security, and even the slightest insecurity would be amplified dozens of times over. But Bai Tang found that as long as Jiang Yunshu was by his side, he felt infinite security. It was a feeling Bai Tang had never experienced before, unfamiliar yet irresistible, making him feel so comfortable that he let out a humming sound and instinctively circled his arms around the Alpha's neck, wanting to seek a gentle kiss from the Alpha. Bai Tang was extremely greedy for this embrace and depended on the person who could offer it to him. He hoped that in Jiang Yunshu's arms, there would only be him. At that moment, he suddenly understood that he might have fallen in love with Jiang Yunshu. But at the same time, another thought emerged abruptly, cruelly cutting off all his beautiful fantasies. Did he deserve it? He was riddled with wounds and scars, marked and bruised all over by other Alphas. He was rotten to the core. Chapter 58, Defeated. Jiang Yunshu didn't know why, but Bai Tang had been crying non-stop. The Omega was seated face-to-face on the Alpha's lap. Jiang Yunshu held Bai Tang's small chin and moved slightly away from his shoulder to look down. The Omega's eyes were closed, with wet eyelashes and red swollen tear tails. The nose was scrunched up, lips pursed to the point of turning red, and tears continuously streamed out of the tightly shut eyes, dampening his fingers and making Bai Tang's cheeks slippery to the point where he nearly lost his grip. These weren't tears induced by heat, these were deeply sorrowful, silent sobs. Jiang Yunshu asked, "Why are you crying?" Bai Tang didn't speak. His heart tightened in pain, a suffocating and numbing sensation as if something was stuck in his throat, with tears flowing everywhere. His neck turned a dull red from suppressed sobbing. Jiang Yunshu remembered that Omegas in heat were extremely fragile, any trace of sadness or pessimism could be infinitely magnified. He had once seen an Alpha online say that their Omega cried for an entire day during their heat because a jelly dropped on the floor. Yet, Bai Tang's crying was pitiful enough that Jiang Yunshu couldn't bear it. He patiently wiped away the tears and coaxed softly, though clumsily, "Don't cry, please." Even the softest fabric felt like torture to an Omega in heat. Bai Tang whimpered painfully and cried even more intensely. The skin rubbed raw felt as if thousands of ants were biting him, and he wanted to tear off his clothes but lacked the strength to do so. Once Jiang Yunshu let go, the Omega instantly slumped weakly against his shoulder like a puddle of water. Forcing himself to remain focused, he helped Bai Tang out of his clothes. As Bai Tang's consciousness began to fade in his crying, he started moving restlessly, occasionally brushing his moist lips against the Alpha's collarbone. In the room filled with the sweet scent of condensed milk, a vein throbbed at Jiang Yunshu's temple, and he subtly shifted back a little. Taking a deep breath, his expression showed restraint as he guided Bai Tang's head downward to expose the nape of his neck. No matter how many times he'd seen them, the scars on the glands still shocked him. The deep tooth marks from last time had healed, yet what kind of force must the bastard have used to leave so many layered scars? Jiang Yunshu seethed with anger. He gently traced over the area with his fingertips until he found the deepest scar. Now, he understood how Alphas usually pinpointed the gland's location, it contained the highest concentration of pheromones. Even a brief sniff almost drove him wild. Ah! Bai Tang's waist trembled violently. A fleeting awkwardness flashed across Jiang Yunshu's face. Resting on Alpha's shoulder, Bai Tang saw the silhouette reflected in the bathroom glass door, both figures leaning close to one another while Jiang Yunshu stared fixedly at his nape. Bai Tang's pupils shrank suddenly, struggling faintly with a hoarse whisper, "No. No, don't look. Please, don't look." A sudden sharp pain jolted through Bai Tang's neck, causing him to scream in pain. His vision blurred, and his fingers scratched ambiguously at the Alpha's clothing before eventually losing all strength. Submissively, Bai Tang allowed the Alpha to mark him. The sweetness of condensed milk erupted again, and the metallic taste of blood flowed into his throat. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu realized the touch pressed against his abdomen had remained soft the entire time. He tilted his head and bit lightly, furrowing his brows while gripping Bai Tang's lower back closer to himself. It was still soft. Instead, Bai Tang made a low groaning sound akin to a cat under this motion. After marking was complete without deviating, Jiang Yunshu pressed a tissue to the blood seeping out, shaking his head clear, and swiftly administered another shot to himself. Looking exhausted, Bai Tang clung to the alpha's chest, gasping for breath. His body was boneless, only kept upright by the arm wrapped around his waist. Jiang Yunshu endured immense inner turmoil, nearing total defeat. The naked omega in his arms exuded a lingering sweetness, calling out instinctively, but his mind lingered stubbornly on that unsettling guess. But without the other person's consent in such an unconscious state, wasn't this simply pure harassment? Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu laid the omega on the bed, avoiding eye contact as he awkwardly spoke, "Could you, let me check your..." Regaining a modicum of awareness and strength from the temporary mark, Bai Tang's face immediately paled upon hearing this. Pushing Jiang Yunshu's shoulders away, he tightly closed his legs, panic evident in his voice. "No. No, just go out. I can handle it myself. Please." Seeing Bai Tang's fearful expression, his trembling body huddled in the blanket like an injured animal, Jiang Yunshu reluctantly gave in. "All right, I'll wait outside. If anything happens, I'll come in." He dragged a chair and sat outside the door, his hand clenched into a fist pressing against his temple, thinking that by sheer willpower he could suppress it. After 5 minutes, smelling the sweet scent, he resigned himself to fate and slowly reached down. After waiting another 15 minutes, the alpha's instincts began making him restless, consumed with only one thought: his omega was in heat. Jiang Yunshu tapped on the door. "Bai Tang." No response came. He frowned, tapping the door more forcefully. "Bai Tang." Still no answer. Jiang Yunshu pushed the door open. The first thing he heard was the gurgling sound of running water. His gaze swept the room but didn't find any sign of the omega, and his expression immediately turned serious. Without hesitation, he opened the bathroom door. Bai Tang was curled up on the cold floor, his black hair sticking to the side of his face, lips pale, and cheeks flushed abnormally red as the shower water kept pouring down on him. Jiang Yunshu felt the water. It was cold. He turned off the water and grabbed a large dry towel. He wasn't aware of his own expression, which is why Bai Tang, when slowly opening his eyes, instantly switched from a blank look to one filled with fear and withdrawal upon seeing him. Is Dr. Jiang there?" Yes. The cold water had maintained Bai Tang's dazed consciousness, yet the fire inside him remained unrelieved, burning him so much that he wanted to bash his head against the ground. At first, he tried enduring by rubbing himself, but eventually, he just collapsed onto the ground, unable to move even a single finger. Jiang Yunshu lifted the semi-conscious omega, emotionlessly drying Bai Tang's body with a coarse towel. Wherever the towel touched, the skin soon turned red in an allergic reaction. Bai Tang trembled, softly pleading, "Ow ow, angel please. It hurts." Jiang Yunshu said, "It should hurt." Bai Tang started crying again, miserably pursing his lips while quietly sobbing. This time, Jiang Yunshu ignored him. He firmly gripped the omega's wrists and held them close to his chest, intent solely on checking if anything was wrong with Bai Tang's body. Bai Tang screamed instantly, trying to close his legs together but failing completely, instead letting them dangle limply on the powerful thighs of the alpha. "Don't look. Please, don't look. Don't look at me, please." The room fell silent, save for Bai Tang's intermittent pleas. Jiang Yunshu's lips tightened in a straight line, his voice ice cold. "Tell me, has this been like this from the beginning or was it done to you?" Bai Tang cried hysterically, repeating, "Don't look, don't look." In the restroom, Jiang Yunshu repeatedly washed his fingers clean. Bai Tang had fainted from crying, and as he pushed aside the omega's damp black hair, a tear still slid down Bai Tang's flushed face. The sound of running water filled the room. Damn. Originally focused on washing his hands, Jiang Yunshu suddenly kicked the wall fiercely, creating a loud thud. The shelf beside the sink wobbled, causing its contents to fall to the floor. If what he'd seen was correct, there were marks of injury both on Bai Tang's upper body and inner thighs, standing out starkly against the pale skin. For the first time in his career as a doctor, he wished someone would die for their crimes. Between gritted teeth, he forced out 2 words with immense anger, almost spitting them out one by one: "Beast." Jiang Yunshu was losing control of his emotions, teetering on the edge of rage. The alpha's possessiveness and dominance erupted completely. This was his omega, how dare that beast. Countless dark thoughts rushed through his mind. He had thousands of ways to make Jiang Yunso unbearable agony but knew they would all be legally categorized as minor injuries at best. Yet, he swallowed them all back. To vent his frustration, he kicked the wall again viciously. That beast died too easily. The next day, Omega still refused to let anyone look at the nape of his neck or between his legs. Any hint of inspection caused him to cry, sobbing while begging, "Ugly, please don't look." "It's not ugly," the alpha said, "I won't look." But soothing words were ineffective. Bai Tang looked shattered, lost, making Jiang Yunshu's heart ache helplessly. That night, he developed a blister in his mouth. Chapter 59, Then I Must Be Completely Rotten Too. The hardest part of the heat cycle had passed, the Omega would no longer lose control and be driven purely by instinct as he had during the first few days. However, possibly because Jiang Yunshu's domineering and unreasonable behavior on the first day left a shadow over the sensitive Omega, for the remaining days, Beidong fiercely resisted any touch from the Alpha. The housekeeper had received notice last night and arrived early this morning. Upon entering, her eyes were immediately drawn to several sheets and bedspreads drying in the garden. She set down the ingredients she'd brought and noticed the home's Alpha walking downstairs with slightly damp hair, seemingly fresh out of a shower. "Mr. Jiang," said the housekeeper, "let me take care of those bed sheets outside." Jiang Yunshu draped a towel around his neck and said, "It's fine, auntie. Make sure the food is more substantial, Beidong has lost weight again." Suddenly, the housekeeper noticed a deep red tooth mark on the Alpha's neck, partially concealed beneath the collar. Connecting this to the half-covered garden dominated by the sheets, she understood everything. With a suggestive smile, she responded, "People who aren't feeling well tend to lose weight easily. Don't worry, I'll make something nourishing. Mr. Jiang, you go upstairs and keep him company." For a brief moment, Jiang Yunshu's steady gaze wavered. He paused and feigned composure. "All right. They say that elders have seen more people than their juniors have walked roads." The housekeeper chuckled, covering her mouth, understanding one more thing, the tall and broad-shouldered Alpha might not show it, but he was blushing in embarrassment. When he climbed the stairs, an idea came to Jiang Yunshu, and he turned back around. "Auntie, could you brew some cool tea?" What's wrong?" The not-so-young Alpha flicked his tongue against his gums and replied without expression, "I have internal heat." In the dim room, the Omega lay naked across the bed, clutching a pillow with both hands, sleeping soundly. A pile of blankets rested at his waist, revealing a pale back. His shoulder blades jutted out prominently, while the groove of his spine flowed gracefully down to the tailbone, so deep it seemed capable of holding water, a very beautiful sight. In medical textbooks, this perfect back ratio would often be cited as an example, and among art students, one glance might inspire an invitation to pose as a model. If only he weren't too thin, if only there weren't 3 unsightly shallow scars. Baitong's eyes were red and swollen, his nose stuffy from crying, forcing him to breathe through his half-open mouth, causing a heavy breathing sound. Jiang Yunshu sat by the bedside, dipping a cotton swab in water and gently placing it on the Omega's lips. He then ran his fingertips over Baitong's back, where the scars clearly indicated marks left by long, flexible rope-like objects, such as a whip. Had it not been for his semi-forceful hold when the Omega tried to escape, pressing him down onto the bed to thoroughly examine him from head to toe, he wouldn't have known about the multitude of scars hidden across Baitong's body. The distant bark of a dog named Hatong woke Beidong faintly. His eyelids fluttered open, meeting the Alpha's focused yet serious gaze. Without a word, Jiang Yunshu stared at the figure lying in bed. Unlike before, the Omega didn't bother confirming if it was indeed Jiang Yunshu. Instead, he silently turned his head, facing away from the Alpha with obvious irritation. Jiang Yunshu spoke. "Are you angry?" Beidong ignored him, offering only the back of his head. Leaning closer, the mattress creaked under the weight shift as Jiang Yunshu pulled his collar down slightly. "You bit me anyway, and now you're still angry?" "No, I'm not angry," Beidong mumbled dully. Jiang Yunshu said, "Turn your head toward me." Beidong complied obediently, burying the lower half of his face in the pillow, exposing only a pair of puffy eyes. His voice was hoarse. "Did I bite really hard? Does it hurt?" He remembered how during his futile resistance, amidst crying and pleading for privacy, Alpha had raised his legs forcibly, inspecting from ankle to groin. Enraged, Beidong had bitten impulsively. But truthfully, regardless of what Jiang Yunshu did, Beidong couldn't bring himself to feel truly upset, for if it hadn't been for Jiang Yunshu, he would still be in dire straits. Instead, he felt overwhelming despair, his darkest secrets, the things he'd most desperately tried to hide, had been exposed to Jiang Yunshu. Upon reflection now, it didn't matter so much after all. He was already so broken, and anyway, Dr. Jiang would never like someone like him. Through Zhou En's favor, he had been rescued from a hellish existence of darkness. How could he possibly hope for more? It was a simple enough truth. During the heat period though, just thinking about it made him feel as if the sky itself were falling down upon him. Now, with a clearer mind, he saw, it really wasn't so bad. "Why are you crying?" Jiang Yunshu wiped away the wetness beneath Baitong's lashes with his finger. Beidong shook his head, teeth biting into the pillow, smearing tears onto it. Jiang Yunshu's tone grew deeper. "What are you thinking? You need to tell me so I can understand." Beidong still shook his head, his voice heavy with a stuffed nose, trembling uncontrollably. "No, not at all." How could he dare? How could he bring himself to say it? To Jiang Yunshu, he was merely a patient who resembled Zhou, not even Zhou. If Jiang Yunshu heard the truth, how repulsed would he be? Silence. After a while, Jiang Yunshu said, "But now I'm angry." Beidong, buried in the pillow, suddenly fell silent. Instinctively, he held his breath. During your heat, Jiang Yunshu stared at Baitong's ear tip. "Why did you take a cold shower?" His face clouded over, his tone turned cold. "If you couldn't get an erection, why didn't you tell me?" Were you planning to wait until it was incurable before letting me find out and watch me suffer with regret? No. Baitong abruptly sat up, apologizing rapidly. I didn't really. Sorry. Jiang Yunshu remained silent. Baitong realized the alpha was genuinely upset. His face filled with panic, tears hung on his eyelashes. Stammering, he said, I didn't. It's true. I just felt like I was completely rotten and didn't dare to. His words came to an abrupt halt. Yet Jiang Yunshu swiftly grabbed the Omega's chin, forcing him to face him directly, leaving no room for escape. Why do you think you're completely rotten? Baitong hated this weakness of his tendency to cry too easily. He held his breath, trying to suppress the lump in his throat but failed. His eyebrows furrowed as he closed his eyes, unable to meet the alpha's gaze. His quivering lashes made him look pitifully vulnerable. But Jiang Yunshu showed no mercy. This issue had to be resolved, or it would become a lingering worry. He jiggled the Omega's chin. Speak. Tears streamed down Baitong's face. His lips trembled as he uttered weakly, because I. He managed 3 words before choking on sobs, unable to continue. Jiang Yunshu released his grip and pulled the Omega onto his lap, loosely wrapping his arms around him, patiently waiting. A slap on the cheek, followed by a sweet date. The alpha had just showered, and Baitong caught the pleasant scent of soap. Clutching Jiang Yunshu's clothes, he buried his face into the alpha's chest, sobbing uncontrollably, because I'm too dirty. My whole body is covered in scars. They're ugly. And my health is poor. And there are so many issues. It took several minutes to finish that sentence, interrupted and broken. Jiang Yunshu felt a cool dampness on his chest. Upon hearing the story, his expression darkened. Annoyed by how Baitong thought about himself, another fleeting thought crossed his mind, who gave him permission to think this way about himself. In mock amusement born from anger, Jiang Yunshu said, so according to you, I must also be completely rotten. Baitong lifted his head suddenly, wanting to refute the statement, but the alpha covered his mouth to stop him. Jiang Yunshu continued, this body used to eat overly salty and overly sweet food, it's probably full of problems we just haven't detected yet. And speaking of dirtiness, how could you be dirtier than me? This body has had sexual relations with countless people, it's filthier than anything. Wide-eyed, Baitong tried to speak through the hand covering his mouth, though his throat ached to protest, that's not true. You are you, and he is him. But now I'm in this body. Baitong murmured quietly, it's different. This is different. How exactly is it not different? Jiang Yunshu asked. Didn't you only say those things because of your own physical condition? Baitong was temporarily speechless. Jiang Yunshu lifted Baitong's chin and looked deeply into his eyes, enunciating clearly, you are not dirty. You are not rotten. Do you hear me? You were the victim, it's entirely Jiang Yunshu's fault. Understand? Baitong's eyes grew watery, and Jiang Yunshu's face blurred under fresh tears. Suppressing the discomfort, he struggled to whisper, okay. This time, his crying wasn't out of sadness or sorrow, but because Jiang Yunshu was so good. At the same moment, a flicker of hope and relief ignited within him. Jiang Yunshu didn't think he was rotten. If you truly believe you're rotten, Jiang Yunshu said, then you're indirectly thinking I'm rotten. But I don't think I'm rotten at all. Baitong let out another hum through his stuffy nose, acknowledging his apology, sorry. I've booked an appointment with the urologist for tomorrow. Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger and spoke as gently as possible. Right now, while I'm still calm, starting from the tips of your hair to the ends of your toes, from your body to your mind, tell me everything Jiang Yunshu did to you voluntarily. I don't want to discover something again on my own, alright? Obediently shrinking into the alpha's embrace, Baitong cried pitifully, sniffling and recounting stammeringly everything Jiang Yunshu had done to him, like a child finally finding solace in a parent's arms after being bullied. As Jiang Yunshu barely calmed down, he only listened for 2 minutes when rage surged through him once again, stronger than ever. The angrier he got, the more his face stiffened with restrained emotion. Actually, after he hit me the first time, he didn't change immediately into that kind of person. He would apologize to me and say it wouldn't happen again, Baitong said, but he kept making that promise every time, only to hit me harder the next time. He paused, his voice trembling. It was later on that he became so reckless. So before we switched, whenever you promised it wouldn't happen again, it would feel so terrifying. Jiang Yunshu felt like his mouth might develop 3 ulcers tonight. Baitong's tears kept flowing endlessly, his voice becoming softer and softer as he continued, and something was inserted into my reproductive cavity before. I don't know if it's still okay. No, 4. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu could only wish for a bowl of cool herbal tea brewed by an auntie. Chapter 60, Quiet. Imperial Capital Hospital. At some point, the two of them inexplicably developed a habit of holding hands when they were out. Do you feel any discomfort when urinating? Does it hurt? Baitong tightened his grip on Jiang Yunshu's hand, awkwardly glanced at the alpha beside him, and said softly, no. The doctor said, go inside and take off your pants. I'll check you. Jiang Yunshu knew that Baitong would be tense with him around, so he said, I'll wait outside. Not long after, Beidong came out with a small transparent tube in his hand, looking even more embarrassed, his forehead turning red. The doctor asked me to go. Jiang Yunshu understood the process, but seeing Beidong lower his head and twist his fingers, standing still, he looked at the crimson tips of Beidong's ears. Whatever he was thinking made his Adam's apple slowly roll as he asked, "Do you want me to help you?" "No, no need. I'll do it myself." Beidong said stubbornly and fled without looking back. He was just a little afraid that he wouldn't be able to produce the sample. Jiang Yunshu waited outside the restroom for about half an hour before noticing Omega's strange gait. He saw Beidong's right palm was all red, and his emotion seemed very anxious. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yunshu asked, "Are you done?" Beidong responded with a For half an hour, he felt as if several centuries had passed. All he could think about was Jiang Yunshu waiting outside, making him increasingly nervous. The more anxious he got, the harder it became, sweating at the temples, with abrasions causing pain below, walking became unbearably uncomfortable from friction against the fabric. Beidong, his hand was suddenly held by someone behind him. Jiang Yunshu quickly walked up and calmly said, "There's nothing unusual about this. If there's something wrong with the body, it's not something shameful. Just treat it and everything will be fine." It wasn't sweet talk, nor was it a guarantee, it was just a simple narrative sentence that strangely calmed Beidong down. The doctor held a few test report forms in his hand and said, "This is clearly ED, erectile dysfunction. Based on your experience of being abused in the past and the results of the examination, I believe the main reasons are psychological ED and kidney qi deficiency, with a slight symptom of prostatitis, but it's not serious. I'll give you some medicine. In terms of diet, the most important thing is drug and food adjustment. In terms of psychology, the alpha can help, and if it really doesn't work, you'll have to see a psychologist." After thanking the doctor, the two of them went to the Omega department. "Examine the reproductive cavity." The doctor's expression was calm, as if he had heard such a ridiculous request many times before. Omega cannot open the reproductive cavity when not in heat. Of course, if you're not afraid of pain, the hospital has instruments that can forcibly open the reproductive cavity. The sparsity of patients in the Omega department rivals that of the gland department. It was hard for the doctor to find two patients to educate thoroughly. It's okay if the alpha doesn't know, but how could an Omega like you not know? Beidong stammered, feeling extremely embarrassed explaining such intimate matters near Jiang Yunshu. "I thought there might be a way in the hospital." Jiang Yunshu was dumbfounded by what he heard, and involuntarily frowned. "Then how do we check during the heat cycle?" "You two should come to the hospital before the heat cycle begins," the doctor said. "You should engage in sexual activity. When the Omega voluntarily opens their reproductive cavity, our doctors will then use instruments to conduct the examination." That one sentence from the doctor successfully made the atmosphere between Jiang Yunshu and Beidong more peculiar, with subtle awkwardness spreading between them. To be precise, it was Beidong who was uncomfortable alone. Ever since realizing that his feelings for Jiang Yunshu might have changed, everything he did paid attention to Jiang Yunshu's thoughts. Especially since all his flaws were exposed, and after experiencing such embarrassing heat periods. "Beidong." Jiang Yunshu suddenly spoke. Beidong returned to his senses. "Huh?" Jiang Yunshu stopped the car on the side of the road and asked, "Is that person over there your friend?" Beidong turned to look. Zheng Ruyan hastily dragged a huge suitcase on the roadside, his hands full of things, while a tall man nearby pulled his arm trying to prevent him from leaving. Passers-by gathered around to stop and watch. Beidong hurriedly wanted to get out of the car, but Jiang Yunshu extended his arm to catch the door handle and slammed it shut with a loud bang. Beidong turned back to see Jiang Yunshu stepping out of the car and telling him, "Stay here in the car, lock the doors." Zheng Ruyan didn't know why today was such an unlucky day. He was suddenly evicted by his landlord and at the most helpless moment, encountered a lunatic. "Are you an Omega?" the man said. "I can smell it." Zheng Ruyan swore loudly, "What's it got to do with you? Let me go." The man persisted, "You haven't been marked, have you?" "I don't have an Omega either." "How about we get to know each other?" Zheng Ruyan gave a cold laugh, seemingly marveling at how many fools there were in this world. He threw the 2 bags he was holding onto the ground and clenched his fists, swinging them with force. Slap. Jiang Yunshu blocked it with his arm, shielding Zheng Ruyan behind him. He showed the video he had just recorded on his phone to the Alpha and said sternly, "Sir, you're suspected of sexually harassing my Omega. I've already called the police and collected evidence." He had studied the laws of this world thoroughly. Omegas with Alphas receive more legal protection than single Omegas because infringing on a married Omega is also infringing upon the Alpha's rights. Before he finished speaking, the Alpha cursed and walked away. "Shit, why didn't you say you had an Alpha in the first place?" Jiang Yunshu put his phone back, letting out a sigh of relief in his mind. Turning around, he said, "Sorry, it was due to the special circumstances that I said that earlier. I apologize." Zheng Ruyan remembered Jiang Yunshu clearly. He half closed his eyes. "Are you Beidong's Asa?" When Beidong saw that the Alpha had left, he quickly got out of the car and ran over worriedly checking Zheng Ruyan from head to toe. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine," Zheng Ruyan replied, then turned to Jiang Yunshu awkwardly saying, "Thank you." If he wasn't mistaken, this was the second time in his life that he could thank an Alpha. When he heard Bai Tang telling him about the person inside Jiang Yunshu's shell changing, he became very angry, and hit Bai Tang's forehead hard with his knuckles. What the hell, are you being psychologically manipulated by him or suffering from Stockholm Syndrome? You're sick. Let's go to the hospital, I'll pay for it. When? I think tonight would be good, we can't delay anymore. If we do, the child will be dumb. Bai Tang's skin was white, making it easy to see bruises. Despite the red mark on his forehead, he laughed. There was no denying that hearing Zheng Ruyun's words moved him deeply. Zheng Ruyun's life was actually very difficult. According to what Bai Tang knew, his parents hadn't cared for him for a long time. As an Omega, he earned money and learned things by himself, relying on no one, struggling through life in this society. No, Bai Tang said, it's true. Do you know Zhou Chaoyu? That older brother who came to our school last time to give a speech, he's a highly skilled psychology professor and doctor, he knows too. Zheng Ruyun still didn't believe it, who would believe such absurd things? Even if it were true, all alphas were bad at heart. They'd just fall from one hell into another abyss. But later, as he watched Bai Tang's mental state improve day by day, his complexion becoming rosier, his smiles increasing, his appearance now was vastly different from the first day Zheng Ruyun saw him at school. Bai Tang would also shoot some videos, of Jiang Yunshu cooking, playing with dogs, reading beside him. Those boasting expressions started to make Zheng Ruyun somewhat waver. But that's impossible, right? Right? How could there be something like soul transmigration? It's not like writing a novel. Jiang Yunshu took the initiative to move Zheng Ruyun's luggage to the side so as not to block pedestrians. Don't. Zheng Ruyun quickly grabbed his luggage, struggling to put it down properly. I can handle it myself. Bai Tang asked, Ruyun, what happened? Shit, Zheng Ruyun said, because something happened, my landlord gave me 3 days to move out. But today's the second day, I just came back from a business trip, and when I got home, I found all my luggage thrown out. Since there's no point arguing, let's leave it at that. Bai Tang looked anxious, what should we do? Zheng Ruyun rubbed his temples, planning to stay at a small roadside inn first. His financial situation couldn't support staying in a hotel, plus finding a beta landlord willing to rent to an Omega would be tough, which might take quite some time. But it's dangerous, how about? Bai Tang looked pleadingly at Jiang Yunshu. Zheng Ruyun caught all these little actions. It seemed that Bai Tang really relied on this alpha now. As a friend, he had to watch closely to ensure this idiot wouldn't get hurt again. Come stay at our house, Jiang Yunshu said. Zheng Ruyun looked shocked, huh? Jiang Yunshu explained, I'll go stay at a friend's place until you find a new house. Just recently, Lin Baizhu invited him over as a guest, and there were some matters he wanted to ask. Afterwards, he could stay in a hotel. Standing still in place, Bai Tang stared unblinking at Jiang Yunshu. It's fine, go to Dr. Lin's house, you know. Jiang Yunshu looked down at him and instructed, don't take Yitang out for a walk for now. If you need anything, let Auntie buy it or contact me. Make sure the windows and doors are closed and don't go out, understood? Zheng Ruyun inexplicably felt like he was breaking up a couple. He wasn't used to it, not at all. He refused, no, I'll find a place myself, really no need to bother. Not allowed. Bai Tang grabbed Zheng Ruyun. He knew what was important. Though he was reluctant to part with Jiang Yunshu, he feared something might happen to Zheng Ruyun, just as an alpha had been harassing him earlier. It was only a temporary separation from Dr. Jiang, which would give them both some time to breathe. The current awkward atmosphere between the two surely made Jiang Yunshu uncomfortable too, though he didn't say so. He could also use this time to sort out his feelings for Jiang Yunshu. I'll drive you home first. Jiang Yunshu opened the trunk and said to Zheng Ruyun, your luggage. The rear car door opened, dark and ominous, like a bloodthirsty mouth waiting to swallow. Just thinking about being in a confined space with an alpha made Zheng Ruyun instinctively step back. Trying to appear calm, he replied, I have my own car, I'll follow you, it's really no need to trouble. Jiang Yunshu didn't insist, all right. The two got out of the car. Jiang Yunshu reiterated his instructions, watching Bai Tang enter the house before raising the window. He then called Lin Baizhu, seriously saying, Dr. Lin, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lin Baizhu lounged casually in a beanbag chair, laughing nastily, what? Kicked out by Bai Tang. Finally standing on his own. No, Jiang Yunshu shook his head, his friend has nowhere to stay due to certain circumstances, just borrowing a room for a few days. Suddenly sitting upright from his sprawl, Lin Baizhu asked sharply, Bai Tang's friend? Is his surname Zheng? Jiang Yunshu, who had meticulously washed his hands in the kitchen, replied, yes. From the living room came a curse, shit. After a moment of silence, Lin Baizhu cursed again, shit, then rushed into the bedroom and hurriedly changed clothes, grabbing the car keys while putting on shoes. Damn it, Jiang Yunshu, send me your address. Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu, you too. Chapter 61, Die. Jiang Yunshu was sitting on the sofa, eating grapes that had been cleaned by Beidong. Through the window, Beidong saw 2 figures standing in the corner of the garden. He asked, Dr. Jiang, what's going on with them? When a familiar vehicle drove in, Beidong was wearing an apron and preparing dinner with Zheng Ruyun. Ruyun, how about fruit tarts for dessert after dinner? I suddenly really want some. Zheng Ruiyun, who lived alone, was also a culinary expert. He said, "Sure, you." Beidong, a car just pulled in. Beidong slightly leaned back his body and immediately got excited when he recognized it. It's Dr. Zhang's car. Zheng Ruiyun became completely on guard, not knowing why that alpha had suddenly returned. Beidong opened the door and ran out a little. As he approached Jiang Yunshu, his steps slowed down. He hesitated, his manner awkward, but the smile in his eyes couldn't be hidden. The glow of the twilight on his face made his smile even more radiant. "Dr. Jiang. How come you're here?" "Dr. Lin." Lin Bajao got out from the passenger side and greeted Beidong. "Beidong, good afternoon. Is Zheng Ruiyun inside?" Yes, he is." Then, standing at the door, Beidong and Jiang Yunshu watched as Lin Bajao forcefully dragged Zheng Ruiyun out, brushing past them. Zheng Ruiyun tried to shake off the grip but failed, cursing, "Shit, why do I keep running into idiots today?" "I don't know." Heitong jumped onto the sofa, sticking out his dog face trying to reach for Jiang Yunshu's grapes, only to be swatted away by Jiang Yunshu. "No, dogs can't eat grapes." Beidong sat very properly. He always felt his hair was a bit messy and his apron all wrinkled. Nervous and restless, he wanted to glance at Jiang Yunshu across the room, but didn't dare to. He stared at his fingers, making small talk. When did Ruiyun and Dr. Lin meet?" Jiang Yunshu said, "They should have known each other for quite a while. Do you remember last time we went to the hospital and saw Dr. Lin with a bruise on his face?" Beidong quickly fixed his bangs and shot a quick glance before replying, "I remember." Jiang Yunshu said, "That time, they fought over a can of peach-flavored soda. The shock that slipped out of Beitong's mouth was swallowed back. Ruiyun's pheromones smelled like peaches. Pheromones were very private things, so he wouldn't tell anyone, not even Jiang Yunshu, that Zheng Ruiyun's pheromones smelled like peaches. But how did Dr. Lin know? Could it be? Is it possible?" Beitong's eyes widened. "I see they're still chatting outside." He hesitated. "Should I cut some peaches and send them over?" Without much thought, Jiang Yunshu nodded, "Sure." Beidong cut 2 peaches into slices on a plate and even thoughtfully placed 2 forks next to it. Lin Bajao and Zheng Ruiyun stood at the side of the house, needing to go around the wall. Before getting close, Beidong already heard voices. He started to open his mouth. "Ru." A loud thud sounded, like the impact of flesh hitting a wall. Beidong was startled and subconsciously froze in place. Immediately, Zheng Ruiyun's angry voice followed. "What do I understand? What do I understand? I was born to a rapist, am I understanding enough? The man who gave me sperm raped my mother, tired of her, then threw her away. Not long after, people came and took my mother to a centralized breeding camp. Am I understanding enough?" Zheng Ruiyun remembered when he was just 11 years old. He came home with bruises from being bullied that day, only to find a crowd gathered at his doorstep. Neighbors gossiped noisily around him. He pushed through layer after layer of people and saw several tall alpha officers dragging a woman out. The woman screamed, struggled, even knelt down bowing repeatedly, "No. Please, my child is only in elementary school." Zheng Ruiyun rushed forward, holding onto his mother's legs for dear life. For the first time ever, he cried out desperately, "Dad! Father, please help! Save my mom, please save her!" But the man sucked on a cigarette and kicked him to the ground. "If you care so much, follow your mother inside too. You're an Omega anyway, what else can Omegas do except get fucked and make babies? By doing this, I'm also contributing to the country's birth rate." Zheng Ruiyun held on to his mother, as she was dragged down floor after floor by the alphas. Her knees and elbows were covered in wounds. Downstairs, there was a car waiting, one with a space at the back specifically designed to hold prisoners. Zheng Ruiyun remembered it clearly, he would never forget, that car's light was broken. The doors were wide open but the inside was pitch black, a place of darkness, a place that devoured people. Then his mother, inside the car, committed suicide by crashing into an iron gate, spilling a pool of blood. Zheng Ruiyun's head grew hot in bursts, anger and helplessness overwhelming his mind as a familiar nausea rose. He grabbed Lin Bajao's collar and shouted loudly, "That man also raped me. Raped by my so-called biological father. Do I qualify to understand now? How nauseating the world's alphas are, do I not know better than you?" Lin Bajao froze completely, his face filled with shock and regret. He hurriedly apologized, his tone anxious, "Shit, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I'm sorry, I really am." Baitong's blood ran cold, and as an Omega himself, just hearing these details made him feel suffocated. He clutched his chest and dry-heaved once before his stiff body finally managed to move again. Then he lifted his feet and scrambled back home in a panic. Zheng Ruiyun covered his mouth to suppress the urge to vomit, gasping for breath as he squeezed out a few words one by one. "All alphas should die." After knowing each other for a few months, Lin Bajao understood that Zheng Ruiyun wasn't truly saying all alphas deserved death but was rather suggesting that if alphas were all gone, the world would at least be much less dark and disgusting. Lin Bajao grabbed Zheng Ruiyun's wrist still clutching his collar, but for some inexplicable reason, there was a question he wanted to ask. Why, he didn't know. But he had to ask it. He said, "Should I die too?" Beidong returned home still shaken, having even dropped a fork along the way. When Jiang Yunshu saw him, he immediately stood up, walking briskly to Beidong and taking the plate from his hands. With his finger, he wiped under Beidong's eyes gently. "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" It was only then that Beidong realized his tear ducts had excreted some tears from his dry heaving. He wiped them away softly, murmuring, "Nothing, they were talking so I didn't give them the peaches." There was no way Jiang Yunshu could believe such a reason, even thinking with his toes would tell him this was a deflection. Still, he fell silent for a moment and didn't pursue it further. About 10 minutes later, Zheng Ruyun and Lin Bajao came in, one after the other. The four of them were in the same room, yet suspiciously, none of them spoke a word. It was unnervingly quiet. Finally, it was Beidong who observed everyone's faces and tentatively asked, "Would you two like to stay for dinner?" Zheng Ruyun neither opposed nor agreed. But Jiang Yunshu replied, "No, we'll go first. You two eat." Beidong suddenly froze mid-action, surprised that Jiang Yunshu would be the first to decline. Lin Bajao also stood up. "Alright, don't bother. Next time, I'll treat you both." The door clicked shut as the two tall and well-built alphas left, leaving Beidong feeling as if the house had instantly become empty and less oppressive. He shook his head, trying to clear the messy thoughts clouding his mind. Worriedly, he asked, "Ruyun, are you alright?" Zheng Ruyun's eyes were still red. He exhaled a breath and tugged at the corner of his mouth, attempting a smile. "I'm fine, let's make fruit tarts." Although Beidong's mood was far from good, he kept using a light tone to strike up conversation, hoping to cheer Zheng Ruyun up. The two ate their meal lost in their own thoughts. Beidong looked at the 8 fruit tarts on the table, lowered his eyes, and realized he had intentionally made a few extra ones for Jiang Yunshu, adding starfruit because it was what Jiang Yunshu liked. After dinner, he put the dishes in the dishwasher and finally picked up his phone to check it. Jiang Yunshu had sent him a message around 5 p.m., which was not long after they left. "Dr. Jiang, we didn't stay for dinner because the atmosphere was off. Don't overthink it." Beidong blinked, unaware that his lips had already curled upward. He pouted slightly, realizing he'd made White unhappy for 2 hours and 17 minutes. At Lin Bajao's house, Jiang Yunshu made a dish of potato noodles, dividing it into 2 bowls and placing them on the table. Lin Bajao furiously pulled at his hair, cursing, "Shit, I'm really screwed." "Don't curse anymore," Jiang Yunshu said. "You've been cursing all the way here. His whole ancestry has probably been cursed to pieces by you." "Shit," Lin Bajao muttered, "I'm cursing my ancestry." "Shit, you idiot, Lin Bajao." Jiang Yunshu. He ignored it, pulling out his phone to check the screen. There was no reply to his messages, so he frowned and put it back in his pocket. As they ate, Lin Bajao shouted again, "Arg. Lin Bajao, you're such an imbecile." After waiting for Lin Bajao to finish yelling at himself, Jiang Yunshu asked calmly, "So it was because of you that he was driven out?" This matter, compared to Zheng Ruyun's background, didn't stir Lin Bajao's emotions nearly as much. Reminded of it by Jiang Yunshu, Lin Bajao remembered, yeah. Fuck, Lin Bajao, you're reincarnated 18 times as a complete idiot." Jiang Yunshu's expression remained calm, clearly used to Lin Bajao's loud voice. "You too?" "No, last time we had a fight, didn't we?" Lin Bajao said. "After that, we kept running into each other because of various things. But every time we met, we either argued or were on our way to argue and fight. Then one day I got drunk and thought more and more about how wrong I was, so I went to apologize to him. Turns out, while we were arguing at the door, the landlord happened to come out and saw us. The landlord has an Omega daughter, and upon seeing his tenant being bothered by an Alpha, he probably feared for his daughter's safety and any potential trouble. So immediately, Zheng Ruyun was evicted." Jiang Yunshu hummed in acknowledgement, "And now, you too?" Lin Bajao replied, "I helped him look for another place. I search, and so does he. Actually, I have another apartment vacant, but there's no way he'd move in there." Jiang Yunshu nodded again. He wasn't much of a chatterbox, and neither was Lin Bajao at the moment. The house fell quiet. Jiang Yunshu took out his phone, but after scrolling for a while, there was no reply from Beidong, so he put it away. Just then, he noticed Lin Bajao's face almost buried in his bowl. Lin Bajao was truly furious. He had to find Zheng Ruyun's father, by any means necessary, and make sure that beast rotted in jail forever. Fuck, he'd barely eaten 2 noodles after dinner when thoughts of finding that man consumed him. Damn it, how could someone be so vile? Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu heard Lin Bajao mutter softly, his voice slightly choked. "Shit, may all the alphas in this world die." Chapter 62, The Gap. Jiang Yunshu turned the laptop back to his side, its screen light shining on his face as he glanced up at Lin Bajao. "So, are you interested in this?" Lin Bajao fell silent for a moment, then suddenly became excited. He clasped Jiang Yunshu's hands with both of his eyes shining, "Brother." Jiang Yunshu inconspicuously pulled his hand away. "We also have a small group." Lin Bajao's usual carefree smile disappeared, replaced by seriousness, "all doctors or scholars studying medicine, a total of 6 people. We've compiled these materials of yours as well. One of our members proposed and passed a local regulation not too long ago. Jiang Yunshu said, we're in business and politics circles. Shit, Lin Bajao hugged Jiang Yunshu's hand again, that's great. Let's meet someday. Strength in numbers. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Jiang Yunshu had a strange feeling of discovering a great treasure, and also realized he wasn't fighting alone all this time. His mood brightened, and he smiled, didn't you also fail to tell me? Where didn't I? Lin Bajao protested loudly, do you remember? The last time I invited you to my place was precisely because I planned to talk about this. Jiang Yunshu skipped over the topic, then I'll tell Dr. Qin. Lin Bajao, Dr. Qin. Isn't it supposed to be only business and political figures? Qin Zhongnan, from our hospital, Jiang Yunshu closed the computer screen, he's one of the successors to the Tianfeng group. Currently, his sister Qin Shibei is managing it. The capital city? Lin Bajao was puzzled, family name Qin. Which department is he in? Jiang Yunshu, psychology, always wearing gold-rimmed glasses with 2 chains hanging down. At this, Lin Bajao immediately knew who he was talking about, oh him. I've seen him in the hospital but don't know him personally. Also, what do you mean, our hospital? Are you really part of it that you say it like that? Jiang Yunshu glanced sideways at the other person, after I pass the medical licensing exam, I will be. Oh, you haven't taken the exam yet, Lin Bajao teased him, in that case, you should take it in your first year of graduate school since you're enrolled in professional master's program, right? And do you really think you can get admitted to our university and end up in the capital city? You're awfully confident. Jiang Yunshu responded coolly, if I can't even achieve that, all the years I spent as a doctor in the original world would be wasted, including my 3rd year of doctoral studies. Actually, the reason why he insisted on applying to Huachuan was twofold. First, Huachuan University collaborated with hospitals in the capital, so outstanding students could be allocated there during their combined master's and PhD programs. Second, the oncology department in the capital was famously excellent, which meant more patients. Moreover, after confirming a tumor diagnosis, patients were usually transferred to the oncology department. In the original world, no matter which hospital it was, the oncology departments were relatively quiet and even competed for patients with other departments. For example, if a patient came in with stomach pain and bloody vomit, they would first go to the gastroenterology department. If that doctor suspected cancer, the patient would choose between conservative treatment, staying in gastroenterology, or surgery, moving to surgical gastroenterology, without ever being transferred to the oncology department. F***K, it's too scary, Lin Bajao shuddered at the thought of going through the entire process of studying medicine again, too terrifying, I'd rather die. According to the standard timeline, assuming Jiang Yunshu could pass all exams in one try and obtain his medical license in his first year of graduate studies, it would take 5 years for residency training plus another 5 years as an attending physician before reaching the level of associate senior doctor. Lin Bajao looked at him with horror and blurted out, are you King serious? Right? There's no mistake. Jiang Yunshu remained speechless for 2 seconds before quietly picking up his tablet and moved aside to continue his work. Life went on as usual. One afternoon at 5:30 p.m., Lin Bajao punched out on time, walking out of the hospital gates when his phone ding-dong, a file had been sent to him that he requested days ago. Lin Bajao opened it, and on the screen appeared the profile of a person, photo, name, etc. He cursed under his breath, looks exactly like his mother, Zheng Ruyun. He quickly scrolled down to the most important part. Name, Zheng Hongqian. Time of death, April 19, 2012, at 4:23 a.m. Time of death. Lin Bajao stood frozen in place, while doctors and patients passed by around him. Cause of death, accidental death after falling down the stairs in a drunken state. Jiang Yunshu sat at the dining table typing away. His computer screen was full of English words as he was recalling an SCI paper published in Zone 1 in his original world and 2 papers in Zone 2. Unlike academic master's students, Jiang Yunshu was a surgeon specializing in clinical practice, focusing more on cases, surgeries, and technical skills. Given the overwhelming amount of things to do in this world, he didn't plan to invest the same amount of time into SCI papers as he did in his original world. Jiang Yunshu thought hard for hours, putting together the core ideas and main content on a Word document. After confirming and saving it, he was just about to take a set of political tests when Bai Tang called. Since they started living separately, the two had developed a habit of calling each other every night, even if it was just for a few words. Jiang Yunshu put on his Bluetooth headset and answered. Bai Tang's soft voice immediately came through, "Hello, Dr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu relaxed and leaned back in his chair, tilting his head back and closing his tired eyes. "Yeah, it's me." Bai Tang was sitting in the study, beneath the table. Hey Tang still lay there. He picked up a few strands of hair with his round toes and asked quietly, "Can Dr. Jiang switch to video call?" It had been a week since they last saw each other. Jiang Yunshu paused for 2 seconds, then pressed the button to switch to video. Bai Tang's beautiful eyebrows and eyes appeared on the phone screen. The slight frown disappeared upon seeing Jiang Yunshu agree, as relief spread across his face with a smile. "Good evening, Dr. Jiang." "Good evening." From the background, it seemed like Bai Tang was in the study, wearing the light beige pure cotton pajamas that Jiang Yunshu bought him. Bai Tang asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunshu took a sip of water and replied, I just roughly recalled the sigh I've published, and now I plan to take a political test. Sigh. Bai Tang didn't know what it was, but he'd heard of it before. In his impression, it was something impressive, not something anyone could do. To become a senior doctor, one generally needed a master's degree or higher. Bai Tang blinked and softly asked, Dr. Jiang, what is your education level? Jiang Yunshu truthfully answered, in pursuit of a doctorate. Bai Tang softly dragged out an sound. A moment of silence ensued. As if realizing that Bai Tang's mood seemed a little off, Jiang Yunshu asked, what's wrong? Oh, nothing, Bai Tang smiled towards the phone, if you want, Dr. Jiang, you can take your test. Don't let me disturb you. I was also planning to solve some problems. Jiang Yunshu looked at him for a while, staring until Bai Tang started to feel uncomfortable before asking, have you eaten well? Bai Tang obediently said, yes. Jiang Yunshu, do you sleep well at night? It's okay, Ruyun sleeps in my room with me. Jiang Yunshu continued, are you drinking the herbal medicine? Bai Tang, yes, I am drinking it properly. Jiang Yunshu fell silent again, saying, alright, go write your test and sleep early. Okay, Bai Tang curved his eyes, Dr. Jiang should also sleep early. Good night. The video call ended. The angle of the corner of his eye slowly faded away, and a sense of loss gradually surged up. Bai Tang stared blankly at the black-screened phone. Only he had formed this habit. For over a week, every day was him who proactively made the calls, once he waited until 10 o'clock without any sign from Jiang Yunshu. Not only did Jiang Yunshu not call, there wasn't even a single message. But he couldn't help missing, so he eventually gave in and called, and the alpha's tone was as usual. That day, their conversation ended with fewer than 10 sentences. And this time, the call left Bai Tang feeling deeply inferior and powerless once again. Even though Jiang Yunshu might not think he was bad, the gap between them was truly too large. A few days later, Bai Tang and Zheng Ruyun drove to a slightly distant place to enjoy the afternoon breeze. The views on both sides were stunning, nothing but trees and rice fields as far as the eye could see. Zheng Ruyun's car was a used one, a small two-seater. They rolled down the windows on both sides, allowing the wind to blow through their hair. They returned home around 6 o'clock. Zheng Ruyun tore open a packet of pasta and asked, Bai Tang, shall we have tomato meat sauce pasta for dinner? Bai Tang laughed at him, you're asking me after tearing it open. Zheng Ruyun also laughed, I'm just informing you, if you don't eat, it's your loss. After an unknown period of time, when the noodles were almost ready, he suddenly heard Bai Tang ask behind him, Ruyun, do you think I should remove the scar on my gland? Zheng Ruyun froze for a moment. He turned off the stove, turned around, and saw Bai Tang hugging Hei Tang on the sofa, gently petting its fur. It will be very painful, he said, especially since your scar is on the gland, it's relatively large, and the wound is deep, so the pain will be similar to when that beast inflicted it. Bai Tang hung his head, hiding his expression, quietly saying, Zheng Ruyun instinctively touched the scar on his hip bone, a long and deep scar where the skin color was uneven and the surface rough, clearly showing signs of laser surgery. He was an experienced person, thus understanding Bai Tang's feelings and thoughts at this moment. Neither supporting nor opposing, he objectively stated, besides, the scars won't completely disappear. After the procedure, faint marks will still remain. Bai Tang's hand slid out from Hei Tang's fur without speaking. Have you, Zheng Ruyun phrased carefully, talked to Jiang Yunshu about it? Bai Tang bit her lip and shook her head. Zheng Ruyun asked again, do you want to tell him? Bai Tang's eyelashes fluttered. Her expression was filled with confusion and sorrow as she softly replied, I don't know. Chapter 63, It's entirely possible. Today, Jiang Yunshu did not receive Bai Tang's call. After finishing the past true questions of the medical licensing examination, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Jiang Yunshu tilted his head and rotated his neck, emitting a kala sound. He gazed at the hanging flower lamp on the ceiling, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. Did he forget? He picked up his phone and swiped the screen but found no messages. It was undeniable that Bai Tang's daily calls warmed his heart and made him feel for the first time the illusion of someone actually caring about me. Later, he even started to look forward to the ringing of his phone. Jiang Yunshu pressed a number, 2, and then put down the phone. Never mind, if she had fallen asleep, it must be just a case of forgetting. However, the next day, he still didn't receive Bai Tang's call. Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly. An hour had passed, and he hadn't completed half of the questions. Feeling distracted and irritable, he paused the timer and decisively called her. The phone beeped a few times before it was answered. Bai Tang's surprised voice came through, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu twirled his pen, yes, it's me. Bai Tang set down the upright political textbook, curled her legs and placed them on the chair as she asked softly, is there anything you need? Why didn't you call me yesterday and today? Jiang Yunshu asked straightforwardly. Huh? Seemingly surprised by this question, Bai Tang's plump toes twitched nervously, I was afraid of disturbing you. Jiang Yunshu said, it won't disturb you. Bai Tang was momentarily stunned, what does that mean? There was too long a pause, so asking would have been odd. Bai Tang blurted out randomly to cover her pounding heart, you can talk to me anytime if you want. Jiang Yunshu was silent for 2 seconds, next time I'll tell you. Bai Tang was once again confused, her brain clouding up as heat radiated through her body. Was it the meaning she thought? So, was Dr. Jiang waiting for her call? Did he want to talk to her? Realizing this, Bai Tang immediately felt wronged and complained, then why don't you call me proactively? Jiang Yunshu calmly replied, I'm afraid of disturbing you. Bai Tang widened her eyes, ready to retaliate, only to hear Alpha continue, you might be doing math problems and I don't want to interrupt your thoughts. But it's alright with me. The fire extinguished, her brief resentment vanished instantly, and Bai Tang obediently said, alright, I'll call you. After 2 days, Bai Tang had figured things out. The most important task right now was Dr. Zhang's postgraduate entrance exam and her college entrance exam. She wanted to become stronger and better. Moreover, what more could she possibly desire now? That demon is dead, she's free, she has a dog, friends, and Jiang Yunshu. But, easier said than done. All the pent-up yearning over the last 2 days crumbled the moment she heard Jiang Yunshu's voice. Endless longing surged back and engulfed her. Missing him desperately, she buried her face in her knees and wished deeply for Dr. Jiang. A week later, Zheng Ruyun moved out and Jiang Yunshu returned. During dinner, Jiang Yunshu intended to discuss Bai Tang's college entrance exam application. He asked, Bai Tang, have you selected a school? Bai Tang paused her chopsticks, yeah, I've chosen one. Which one? Bai Tang cautiously glanced at Alpha's expression, hesitating, it's a good school with a safe environment, just a bit far from you. Jiang Yunshu's alarm bells rang in his head, very dangerous. An Omega being alone in a distant place was very dangerous. His brows furrowed, and an expression of disagreement appeared on his face, but he had no right to interfere with Bai Tang's decision and didn't intend to meddle. Bai Tang continued, though it's not the best university, its teacher training program is excellent. Jiang Yunshu asked, teacher training? Yeah, Bai Tang had everything planned, I want to teach in Fengqi, they really need teachers. Jiang Yunshu said, which university are you applying for? He needed to find a house near the school, it didn't matter if he traveled further to work, but he couldn't let Bai Tang stay overnight elsewhere. He wouldn't compromise on this point due to too many uncontrollable factors. DU University. Jiang Yunshu's train of thought broke, DU? Yeah, Bai Tang murmured quietly, isn't Daiyujia far away from Huachuan? One is in the east, and one is in the west. Jiang Yunshu sighed, leaning his hand against his forehead and letting out a low laugh. The boulder that weighed heavily on his chest disappeared, making him feel incredibly relaxed. He said, Bai Tang, I'm going for specialized master studies, starting in the Daiyujia hospital, not on campus. Bai Tang stopped chewing, full of joy, really? For a while, I tried hard to convince myself that studying was more important. The distance between Daiyujia Hospital and Daiyujia University was merely 1 street apart, it was as close as it could get. Jiang Yunshu smiled, Bai Tang, you need to work hard to get admitted. I'll look for a place nearby first. In December, Jiang Yunshu calmly walked into the exam room and came out afterward, saying only 3 words to Bai Tang, not bad. In March of the following year, Jiang Yunshu, who had been providing relentless review sessions for Bai Tang all this time, remained calm as he turned on his computer to check the scores. Bai Tang standing behind him was trembling with nervousness. When they checked the preliminary exam results, the ranking showed, first place. Bai Tang pointed at the screen, trembling fingers pointing hesitantly, asking stutteringly, is this one, does it mean first place? Jiang Yunshu still replied nonchalantly, yeah. Bai Tang stared in shock at his alpha. In April, Jiang Yunshu went for the interview. On that day, it was still the same desk, the same computer, and the same position, alpha in front, omega behind. Jiang Yunshu instantly clicked on the query button. Bai Tang closed his eyes tightly, half of his leg already numb, exclaiming, why don't you give me some psychological preparation? At least warn me. Jiang Yunshu amusingly patted the hand clutching his shoulder fabric, it's here, take a look. Bai Tang nervously squinted one eye open and shakily glanced over, seeing just the bottom line, overall ranking, 1. He froze for a few seconds, then excitedly hugged the neck of his alpha, shouting, wow. Amazing. Dr. Jiang, how could you be so great? Hetao barked and wagged his tail furiously beneath them, spinning around both of them in excitement. On the wall with photo frames nearby, the household registration book had been flipped open to the page with their photos clipped up top. Jiang Yunshu personally thought it wasn't worth being this elated, after all, his starting point was much higher than the average graduate student. Yet, watching Bai Tang's joyous smile also unconsciously brought a warm feeling to his heart. No matter how high his score was or how good the school he got into, in the eyes of his equally accomplished parents, it was just the expected level. Each statement of, isn't this what you should do, long ago stripped Jiang Yunshu of any desire to share his achievements with others. But now, after living so many years, he finally realized. It truly was a happy thing when someone shared your joy. The weather hadn't warmed up yet. Bai Tang, dressed in his school uniform jacket, stood by the school gate, having just received a call from Dr. Jiang saying the traffic was blocked, and he'd arrive a little late. Tonight, he had booked a luxurious, quiet restaurant to celebrate with Dr. Jiang, and he even bought a cake. It said, "Congratulate Dr. Jiang Angel on successfully landing," written in chocolate sauce. The arc on Bai Tang's lips wouldn't go away, making his face stiff from smiling all day. With his hands tucked inside his jacket, he looked around expectantly for Dr. Jiang's car. A glance caught an old man selling roasted sweet potatoes across the road. This street in Finchi rarely had people, part of the old city district where many had moved away, leaving only some elderly residents. Bai Tang thought he could almost smell the sweet potatoes from across the street. He jogged over, deciding to buy a big one, half for him, half for Dr. Jiang. As he intended to head back to the school gate, a sudden scream erupted from his right. Startled, Bai Tang paused in his tracks, looking around panic-stricken, wondering if he had heard wrong. He asked the sweet potato vendor, "Uncle, did you hear someone scream?" The old man was very hard of hearing and didn't catch what Bai Tang had said, shouting loudly, "What? What are you talking about?" Bai Tang shook his head and took a few steps to the right, standing under a tree waiting. A few minutes passed, and another scream pierced the air. This time, Bai Tang was sure he hadn't imagined it. His face went deathly pale as he hesitated and felt scared. Weighing his options, he pulled out a folding knife from inside his pocket and slowly approached the source, hearing clearer cries mixed with various curses the closer he got. After walking about 60 meters, he reached an alley entrance, carefully peeking inside. 3 people were yelling insults while kicking a frail man lying on the ground. The victim, holding his head and writhing in pain, suddenly got struck by a stick held by an obviously alpha male. The blow caused blood to gush from the man's head, and he stopped moving. Blood splattered onto Bai Tang's face. His pupils constricted sharply as he stumbled backward and collapsed on the ground. His vision alternated between dark black and white flashes, hallucinating himself as the man being beaten, with all 3 men bearing Jiang Yunchu's face. Dirt smudged Bai Tang's once clean clothes as he gasped heavily for breath. After what seemed like ages, he shook his head vigorously, his vision slightly recovering, though the coarse insults continued blaring in his ears. Bai Tang struggled and crawled clumsily behind a large tree, nearly falling due to weak hands and hitting his chin against the ground. Wiping his face, he found no blood on it, everything before was his imagination. He pulled out his phone and, trembling, dialed 117, the emergency number in this world. Then he called Jiang Yunshu, his voice shaking so much that each sentence came out fragmented. "Dr. Jiang, where are you? Ah, are you almost here?" The music in the car abruptly stopped, and Jiang Yunshu's voice became tense. "I'll be there in 10 minutes. What happened?" The nails on the hand holding the phone had turned white, Bai Tang's pupils quivering as he said helplessly, I'm at the school gate, on the right side of the street opposite, there's a small alley, and 3 people are beating someone to death. Jiang Yunshu's heart leapt, and he suddenly slammed down on the gas pedal. "Go back to the school and call the police." I already did." Bai Tang's fingers tightened around the folding knife hidden in his palm, pain radiating through it, and his mind flashed back to Jiang Yunshu's face. Subconsciously holding his breath, he let out choked sobs. As a doctor, human life was the bottom line. But at this moment, all Jiang Yunshu could think about was keeping Bai Tang safe. He took a deep breath and softened his tone. "Bai Tang, everything will be fine. Just stay far away from them and go back to the school gate. I'll be there soon, and I'll handle it." But what if that person dies? Jiang Yunshu's throat tightened. "Bai Tang, don't go there." He even lied, "I'm here, just around the corner. Go back to the gate, listen to me." Bai Tang showed signs of PTSD. His pupils dilated, cold sweat covered his face, his head spun dizzily, and his vision blurred as though mosaicked. The farther sounds faded into silence, only the alpha's words were still ringing clearly in his ears. He trusted Jiang Yunshu with all his heart. Leaning heavily against the tree, he struggled unsteadily to his feet. Okay, he muttered. But after taking a few steps, he fell again. Jiang Yunshu's anxious calls sustained his wavering consciousness, and Bai Tang dragged his heavy body forward with only one thought in mind: I have to get back to the school gate to wait for Dr. Jiang. Suddenly, he couldn't move anymore, his foot was stepped on. Someone flipped him over, and through his haze, Bai Tang saw someone dressed the same as the 3 men earlier. Omega, 1 Beta said, cursing. Shit. That's right, there's an Omega college ahead. Shit, look at that face, it's so fresh. Another Beta chimed in, Big brother. We hit the jackpot. Fear jolted Bai Tang back to clarity. He gripped the handle of the folding knife tightly, waving it wildly. Get away. Leave me alone. The so-called Big Brother was the Alpha, who was nearby and caught off guard by the knife cutting his wrist. A shallow wound, but it fueled his rage. With little effort, he kicked Bai Tang in the stomach and effortlessly grabbed the knife. Ugh. Cough, Bai Tang curled up, coughing violently. The Alpha lifted Bai Tang's face with one hand, the other holding the knife, grinning. What a pretty face, if we ruin it, no one would want you, huh? Come be our personal slut, Omega. Omegas are fun. Before he could finish, a strong beam of light struck the Alpha in the eyes. He cursed reflexively, shielding his eyes and seeing an SUV barreling onto the sidewalk directly toward him. In moments of crisis, human bodies find it hard to respond quickly. The Alpha screamed like a banshee, landing abruptly on the ground. All he saw was the rapidly enlarging front of the car before screeching brakes came to a stop just 2 meters away. The voices of his 2 lackeys echoed around him. "Brother! Run! It's the police!" But he had no time to react. For he saw an alpha stepping out of a high-value vehicle, each step exuding a deadly aura like an underworld judge. Jiang Yunshu arrived almost simultaneously with the police car. From afar, he saw a figure in blue and white pinned to the ground, the leader's cold knife glinting ominously, sending chills down his spine. He had never been this out of control before, his brain buzzing as he rushed over without thinking twice, scooping up Bai Tang protectively and throwing a punch at the alpha, knocking him down. Using his shoe, he repeatedly stomped on the alpha's left hand that held the knife, grinding mercilessly until blood and flesh mixed together. The police officers ran over and quickly separated the two, loudly reprimanding, "Sir! Sir! Calm down. If you keep this up, it will be excessive self-defense." The 3 men were cuffed and taken away, and the injured man in the alley was carried off by an ambulance. Jiang Yunshu, filled with overwhelming relief from regaining what mattered most, tightly hugged Bai Tang, embedding him in his embrace. He stroked the thin back over and over again, perhaps too forcefully, repeating endlessly, "It's okay, it's all over now." His hands trembled, his voice shaky, and those words sounded more like reassurance to himself. Bai Tang found it hard to breathe under the tight embrace, yet the comforting pheromones relaxed him instantly. His head involuntarily tilted backward, and just before passing out, he caught a glimpse of a fleeting flicker of fear in Jiang Yunshu's eyes. Fear. What was he afraid of? Was he afraid of getting hurt? Afraid of dying? Afraid of losing someone? His brain must have been broken, as an ill-timed thought suddenly popped into his mind. It seemed that such an outcome wasn't entirely impossible. Chapter 64, Indulgence. When Baitong woke up, it was already dark. He was deeply buried in Jiang Yunshu's bed, sleeping on Jiang Yunshu's pillow, covered by Jiang Yunshu's quilt, his whole body enveloped by a familiar and reassuring scent. In his memory, after every previous episode of PTSD when he regained clarity, wasn't he always afraid? Wasn't he still under the shadow of Jiang Yunsu each time? But this time, he couldn't think too much, his mind was completely occupied by the look in Jiang Yunshu's eyes before he passed out. Baitong got off the bed and rushed out of the door. He ran so hastily that one of his slippers fell off on the stairs, almost knocking down Hatai. He saw an alpha about to go upstairs and shouted, "Dr. Jiang." Jiang Yunshu looked up, surprised to see Omega running over, instinctively opening his arms as if to catch him. "Slow down. Watch your steps when going downstairs." Baitong flung himself into Jiang Yunshu's embrace, his thin arms wrapping around the doctor's neck. Looking up with urgency, he asked, Dr. Jiang, I have some questions for you. You must answer me honestly, okay?" Jiang Yunshu held the Omega's back. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" No. There was a tinge of desperation in Baitong's voice. "Can you just answer me, Dr. Jiang, please?" Jiang Yunshu, puzzled and helpless, replied, "All right, ask away. You must be sincere." Baitong grabbed the alpha's hand and placed it on his chest. "You cannot lie or make things up to comfort me." Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to swear sincerely, amusedly saying, "I won't." "Dr. Jiang, do you think I'm worthless?" The question and answer session began. Jiang Yunshu frowned immediately, his tone becoming heavy. "No, why would you even think like that?" Before Jiang Yunshu could give another lecture to this overly imaginative child, another question came. "Then, do you think I'm bad? Do you think I'm unworthy to be your friend?" "Listen to that, what kind of question is this?" Jiang Yunshu was almost laughing at his own exasperation. "No." Baitong looked at him, then. "Zhouan, is he someone you like?" The questions were getting more absurd. Jiang Yunshu said incredulously, "No, what are you thinking? He's only 15 years old. Are you mistaking me for him?" Jiang Yunshu felt that there was nothing but victimization in Baitong's eyes when he asked this question. "Of course not, what are you thinking?" Baitong asked again, "Then, do you treat me nicely because of him?" Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath, suppressing absurdity. "No. Really not lying to me?" Baitong stared unblinkingly into the alpha's eyes. "That's the truth, right?" Jiang Yunshu burst out laughing, almost against his will. "Would you like me to swear on 3 fingers?" Baitong was happy now, putting his heart to rest and making a firm resolution. Even though he had thought that Jiang Yunshu's answers might all be denials, hearing them with his own ears was still indescribably exhilarating. He said, "Dr. Jiang, wait for me. Wait until after the college entrance exam. If Dr. Jiang really had to choose an Omega, why can't it be him? Being closer gives him an advantage first." Baitong didn't have much confidence, but he would strive for it. Dr. Jiang was so good that however long he chased, it would be worth it. He retracted his previous words. He wasn't satisfied, he was greedy. He didn't want to be friends with Dr. Jiang anymore, nor did he want to be the nominal Omega of Dr. Jiang. Previously, he prayed for someone to save him. Now, he hoped this person would love him too. On Friday, after sending Baitong to school, Jiang Yunshu went to the capital hospital. Today was the day both Qin Zhongnan and Lin Baizhao had no shift scheduled, and Zhou Chaoyu also managed to squeeze out some time amidst his busy schedule. They planned to meet the organization members. Jiang Yunshu met Lin Baizhao first, then both boarded Zhou Chaoyu's car together. Qin Zhongnan sat in the passenger seat. Upon seeing Jiang Yunshu, he said, congratulations, I've heard that you ranked first overall and successfully entered Huachuan University. It looks like we will be colleagues soon. Upon seeing Lin Baizhao, he added, though we work in the same hospital and I've heard much about Dr. Lin, we haven't had any chance to interact. Now due to fate, we finally get to know each other. Lin Baizhao responded with a friendly, hello, and then remarked, so this is how you people talk. Zhou Chaoyu, surrounded by 3 alphas, showed no sign of timidity. He said, Dr. Jiang, Dr. Lin, please note that shortly, you will see a female Omega sitting in a wheelchair, who is the wife of Deputy Secretary Feng Mingyi. She was once sent to a concentrated birthing facility by her former husband and later saved by her husband's younger brother, Secretary Feng. However, she became paralyzed from the waist down as a result. Therefore, we hope you two will not pay excessive attention to her, and carefully choose your words. Both expressed agreement, stating they weren't nosy types. The car turned into a building. Led by Qin Zhongnan and Zhou Chaoyu, they walked into a room resembling a reception hall. Out of 14 people, 10 showed up. Jiang Yunshu and Lin Baizhao shook hands with them respectively and introduced themselves. Jiang Yunshu also saw the woman sitting in a wheelchair. She was elegant and smiling. He walked to the woman and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Jiang Yunshu. The woman gently touched his hand in response. Her voice seemed damaged as well, sounding like a broken cassette recorder. Hello. They first discussed the current achievements, then improved on various regulations that had been rejected previously, and finally clarified the next steps. Feng Mingyi said, Mr. Jiang, based on your proposal from 2 months ago about establishing a foundation, we applied for it but did not get approval. Why? Asked Jiang Yunshu. Feng Mingyi shook his head, the position of the responsible guarantor is not high enough. Another beta said, how can it be too low? Secretary Feng, Director Zhao, Chairman Han, and several others are shareholders of listed companies. Feng Mingyi replied, because our foundation's aid targets are Omegas. Everyone immediately fell silent as an oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the room. In this silence, Lin Baizhao suddenly spoke up, would adding one more entity help? All eyes turned to him. President Lin Xingye of the capital hospital, Lin Baizhao said, he's my father. Would that suffice? Qin Zhongnan, Zhou Chaoyu, and Jiang Yunshu were surprised by this. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunshu had a gathering to attend, where he needed to meet a business tycoon. However, when he revealed his intentions, the alpha refused. The business giant patted Jiang Yunshu on the shoulder, Shaoxing, although I sympathize with the plight of Omegas, alphas are beneficiaries of the existing system. I do not wish for it to change. Jiang Yunshu politely responded, all right, sorry for the interruption. It was unnecessary to stay at this gathering any longer. He should go home early and help Beidong review. Jiang Yunshu loosened his tie slightly, preparing to leave when he was called back, Mr. Jiang. He turned around and saw one of Jiang Yunsu's old alpha customers, who stood beside a slim boy. Jiang Yunshu was forced into some idle chatter, but soon he began feeling uneasy because this alpha was probing questions about his marital life. Finally, the alpha said, little fish, come greet Mr. Jiang. The Omega looked full of trepidation, Mr. Jiang, hello. The old customer chuckled, saying, this is my youngest son. He's very shy, still unmarried. How about it, Mr. Jiang, shall you get acquainted? Jiang Yunshu frowned deeply. Though this world could be awful, even here relationships followed free will. He decisively refused, you know I have an Omega. How could you introduce your son to a married alpha? Ah. The alpha groaned woefully, I've no choice. It's precisely because he's my son that I want to introduce him to you. They say you treat your Omegas well, Mr. Jiang. I'd rather let him join someone kind than leave him with a brute. Even if good alphas exist, Jiang Yunshu snapped, his tone growing hostile, the undertone in your words bothers me. The alpha said, there may be such alphas, but they're few. How long would it take to find one? My son will never find a mate as he grows older. Jiang Yunshu found this absurd. The Omega looked younger than Beidong. And anyone attending this gathering clearly could afford another Omega easily. Jiang Yunshu grew irritable, why must an Omega marry another alpha? Must your son endure under someone else's rule after all these years you've raised him? Realizing the intensity of his remarks might not benefit the Omega, he calmed himself down and softened his tone, what I mean is, every parent wants their children's happiness. Recognizing a good alpha is ideal, but if that doesn't happen, there's no need to rush. Isn't your child's happiness the most important thing? The alpha seemed somewhat bewildered, replying, but Omegas always need to get married. Jiang Yunshu sighed deeply, realizing that persuading this father wasn't something to accomplish quickly. Clearly, there would need to be long-term educational work done with this man. Turning to the Omega, he said, excuse me, sir, may I speak with you privately? The Omega appeared nervous and didn't seem willing, but his father nudged him along. The two arrived at the central garden, and Jiang Yunshu handed a business card to the Omega. I don't have any intention of finding another Omega. The contact information is on the card. If your alpha treats you badly in the future, feel free to reach out to me, and I will help you. The clock hanging on the wall ticked past 9. Beidong was fully concentrated on his review, all his attention focused on the problems. Even when Hatong pulled his clothes to ask for playtime, it didn't distract him, not unless. Suddenly, 2 beams of strong light flashed outside the window. Jiang Yunshu was back. Beidong held his breath and finished the multiple-choice question resolutely before putting down his pen. With a swift sound, he opened the door. "Dr. Jiang. You're back." Jiang Yunshu was quietly hanging his suit jacket in the bathroom when he got caught red-handed by Beidong. There was a trace of another omega scent. Beidong covered his nose, his eyes wide open, staring straight at the alpha. He suddenly remembered what Jiang Yunshu had told him earlier: if you ever like an alpha, you can be with them. Following the same logic, what if Jiang Yunshu encountered an omega he liked? "Let me explain," Jiang Yunshu said, his arms still raised from hanging up the clothes. Though he hadn't done anything wrong, he inexplicably felt somewhat guilty and pretended to be calm as he quickly explained the situation. Beidong exhaled in relief but simultaneously felt his sense of crisis skyrocketing. The awareness that Jiang Yunshu might be taken away struck Beidong's heart, causing an instant sharp pain. He pushed Jiang Yunshu into the bathroom. "Dr. Jiang, take a shower first, and soak a little longer. Until the smell is gone." Jiang Yunshu obediently followed Beidong's strength. "I don't have clean clothes. I'll get them for you," Beidong said. 20 minutes later, when Jiang Yunshu emerged from the bathroom, he saw Beidong sitting upright in a chair, blocking the doorway, diligently studying English words. Beidong looked up, and upon seeing the alpha, immediately pounced onto him. His pajamas were dampened slightly by the dripping hair, then he pressed his nose against the alpha's neck and sniffed carefully, making sure there was no other omega scent. Once satisfied, he began releasing his own pheromones. A sweet aroma mixed with moist air filled the room. The scent was undeniably sweet but assertively dominant. Jiang Yunshu felt like watching black sugar marking their territory around him, but he just smiled, placing his hand on Beidong's head and gave it a gentle rub, allowing such behavior. Chapter 65, Dr. Jiang's Protection Amulet. Beidong regretted it. Under the dim warm yellow light, he lay in bed, looking at the alpha's side face, belatedly feeling annoyed. How could he have so openly and brazenly released pheromones? He should have quietly, little by little, dyed them on during the quiet night. One doesn't know if Jiang Yunshu would find it strange or if it would leave another bad impression. But looking at the alpha's expression, it didn't seem like it, he was even smiling. What did Jiang Yunshu think of him? Did Jiang Yunshu only see him as a younger brother? After all, he had been called kid before. But which pair of brothers hug each other like that? Although the alpha wasn't accustomed to physical contact at first, after starting the desensitization training in reality, he gradually accepted it. Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu. A jumble of thoughts followed one after another, all about Jiang Yunshu. Beidong thought hazily and soon fell asleep. He felt like it was just the blink of an eye, when the phone in his pocket vibrated before sleep. He instinctively reached out to turn it off. After lying still for 3 seconds, he opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his sight was the alpha's side face. Jiang Yunshu was lying flat on his back, his face slightly turned to the other side. Beidong could only see the alpha's superior jawline. He looked at the distance between them, what distance there was when they slept, that distance remained when they woke up. Beidong sighed again with regret. Why didn't he move around in his sleep? If his sleep quality was worse, who knows, he might have woken up in Dr. Jiang's arms. Beidong sighed in his heart, then quietly got out of bed, taking the phone to the garden on the 2nd floor, where he started memorizing words, like Jiang Yunshu used to. Half an hour later, Jiang Yunshu's phone also vibrated. He turned it off and absent-mindedly touched the space beside him. It was empty. Another early rise for vocabulary practice, Jiang Yunshu sat up and started getting ready. 10 minutes later, he got out of bed and walked into the bathroom, lifting his arm to sniff, a sweet smell, sticky and messy. If someone didn't know, they'd probably think his alpha pheromones smelled like condensed milk. Just then, after half an hour of vocabulary review, Beidong returned and saw the fresh alpha emerging from the bathroom. A drop of water slid down Jiang Yunshu's clavicle. Beidong uncomfortably diverted his gaze. "Good morning, Dr. Jiang." As he said this, he moved closer, stealthily letting out a bit of pheromone, catching any amount counts. Alphas are highly sensitive to omega pheromones. Jiang Yunshu took a blocking patch, bent down, and swiftly stuck it onto the gland. Then, patting Beidong's back, he said indifferently, "Stop messing around, go change clothes." Having his trick revealed, Beidong acted as if nothing happened and went inside. For the second time, Zheng Ruyan's public servant exam results came out, first place in the written test, second in the interview, but still eliminated. The anger gave way to endless powerlessness. Zheng Ruyan once thought that life, living, made no sense. No matter how Beidong stayed by his side or consoled him, he couldn't bring any spirit back to the other. In the evening after school, with a frowning face, Beidong stepped out of the school gate and looked at the first tree on the right. Sure enough, Dr. Jiang's car was parked there. Since the accident last time, Jiang Yunshu would rather wait half an hour than be late by even a minute. Running over, Beidong unexpectedly saw Lin Baizhou get out of the car. He quickly greeted, "Dr. Lin." Lin Baizhou said, Beidong, I bought some of the latest toys for Haitong, they're all in the car. Baitong's first reaction was to look at Jiang Yunshu driving, the latter smiled, signaling he'd take care of it. Beidong shook his head, waving his hands frantically, no, I can't accept them. Lin Baizhou's face changed instantly, full of pleas, Beidong, help me, could you call Zheng Ruyan out? Beidong was somewhat startled, Dr. Lin, don't you have Ruyan's contact information? Lin Baizhou said, he won't approve me contacting him. Beidong remembered Zheng Ruyan's dispirited appearance and also the energetic demeanor whenever the two met. Maybe Dr. Lin has a way. He said, then I'll try. But Ruyan may be in a bad mood due to some reasons. Lin Baizhou said, I understand. The phone rang for dozens of seconds before being picked up. Zheng Ruyan's defeated voice came through, Beidong. What is it? Ruyan, Beidong looked at Lin Baizhou, the latter nodded, Dr. Lin is beside me now. He says he wants to see you. There was silence on the other end, Lin Baizhou is next to you. Zheng Ruyan said, turn on speaker. Beidong paused momentarily but complied, turned on. Then, Zheng Ruyan's cold voice echoed between them, Alpha, go away. Lin Baizhou. Lin Baizhou deeply inhaled, Zheng Ru. The call was hung up. Lin Baizhou. Lin Baizhou asked Beidong, is he still at school? Beidong had finally witnessed the sharp confrontation between these two. He responded hesitantly, yeah. Good, Lin Baizhou rubbed his hands together, I'll wait right here. I can't believe he'd spend the night at school. Beidong wasn't very familiar with Lin Baizhou yet, so he was somewhat worried about Zheng Ruyan. He tried to dissuade him, it's not good, Dr. Lin. You're an alpha waiting in front of an omega institution. It really seems like something. In the end, Lin Baizhou returned empty-handed. In June, after being rigorously trained by Jiang Yunshu for several months, Beidong took the college entrance exam. On the day of the exam, Jiang Yunshu drove Beidong to the school gate, which hadn't opened yet. Nervous and shaking his legs, Beidong asked anxiously, Dr. Jiang, could you check again if I've brought everything? I'm afraid I might have forgotten something. Jiang Yunshu had already checked 16 times but still took the bag over again, checking thoroughly, you've got everything, don't be nervous. But how could one just stop being nervous when told to? They waited until the restricted area was opened. Both stepped out of the car, Beidong took a deep breath and moved toward the school gate. Beidong, Jiang Yunshu called out, stopping him. Beidong turned around stiffly, yes. Jiang Yunshu placed his hand on Beidong's head. He knew that Beidong lacked confidence in himself, so he needed to boost his confidence. After all, this was a student he'd reviewed with for several months. Beidong, just perform normally and you will definitely pass. Don't you trust me? Beidong replied, I trust you. Jiang Yunshu said, I'll wait for you outside, don't be afraid. He smiled, making a tearing gesture of a sticky note, then pressed it onto Beidong's forehead. A protection charm from Dr. Jiang. Beidong's eyes were completely filled with the sight of Jiang Yunshu smiling. The anxiety instantly transformed into another kind of tension as his heart started racing, thump thump. With a slightly reddened neck, he said, then you must stay here properly and not wander around. I want to see you immediately when I come out. Jiang Yunshu chuckled, all right. Beidong tightly clenched the transparent pen case in his hand. Inside, along with his admission ticket and ID card, there was a pen and eraser that Jiang Yunshu had used during his postgraduate studies. In July, the college entrance exam results were announced. It was still the same computer, the same table, and the same seating arrangement with Jiang Yunshu sitting in front and Beidong standing behind. Beidong bent over, his face buried into the alpha's back, his voice muffled, Dr. Jiang, how many points? Jiang Yunshu's Adam's apple moved. Holding the mouse, his index finger hovered hesitantly above it, wait a second. 2 minutes passed, and Beidong was nearly bursting with anticipation. Dr. Jiang. How did it go? Was it bad? Why aren't you saying anything? There was a soft click sound. Jiang Yunshu's pupils dilated slightly as he stared intently at the screen. The page refreshed. 621. Jiang Yunshu softly muttered the number aloud, then his voice rose suddenly, Beidong. You passed. Beidong finally dared to open his eyes. Almost instantly, he jumped off the broad shoulder of the alpha, bounding in front of the screen. After seeing the clear numbers, he turned around and abruptly hugged Jiang Yunshu tightly, wah. Beidong had finally relaxed. That night, he indulged in an unrestrained feast and proclaimed grandly, Dr. Jiang. Let's eat our fill. Finally, both stood in the kitchen, wrapping dishes one by one with cling film and putting them in the fridge. Beidong was indeed excessively excited, running down from the second floor to the first floor and then from the first floor to the garden with Haitong. Jiang Yunshu had no choice but to intercept him mid-motion, grabbing Beidong around the waist, Beidong, calm down. Go take a shower. It's late. Even when hyper-excited, if Dr. Jiang spoke, Beidong would always listen obediently. However, when Beidong had been in the bathroom for almost half an hour without coming out, and Jiang Yunshu finally noticed that Haitong had disappeared for quite some time, he felt an impending sense of disaster. As he ascended to the second floor and approached, he heard sounds of clangs and laughter from inside the bathroom, along with Haetong's occasional cries. Never mind, Jiang Yunshu shook his head. As long as Baetong was happy, it was fine. Even he didn't realize that his own lips were curved upward. This play continued until past 12 midnight, even the dogs were asleep before Baetong finally reluctantly went back to his room. Jiang Yunshu was preparing for the medical practitioner certification exam, and he didn't even raise his head. Have you washed up? Washed. Baetong pounced onto the bed, bouncing a little. Jiang Yunshu said, sleep now, it's late. With a couple of MMS, Baetong climbed into bed, lying down obediently and covering himself with the blanket. It was a quiet and pleasant studying environment, if only there wasn't a pair of burning eyes nearby that could set one ablaze. Helplessly, Jiang Yunshu put down the pen, Baetong. Instantly, Baetong closed his eyes, Dr. Jiang, sleep early. When Jiang Yunshu focused on studying, his concentration was unbeatable. After finishing a set of practice questions, the clock's hour hand had almost reached the number 2. Jiang Yunshu habitually looked to the right and froze directly. Baetong, noticing Jiang Yunshu looking over, slightly raised his neck and squinted at the alpha with a smile, revealing a few white teeth. Jiang Yunshu, you. Baetong patted the bed beside him, Dr. Jiang, come quick. Jiang Yunshu went downstairs to fill a cup with water and placed it on the bedside table before walking to the other side. Lights out. The room darkened. Baetong lay on his side facing the alpha, noticing that Jiang Yunshu's most common sleeping position was lying flat on his back, face turned to the other side. With his hands curled in front of his chest, Baetong whispered softly, Dr. Jiang, good night. It was Jiang Yunshu's first time lying on the same bed as an awake Baetong, making him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Good night. As his eyes gradually adapted to the darkness, Baetong blinked, and the outline of the alpha appeared. He looked so good, no matter how many times he saw it, it wasn't enough. His gaze scanned like a machine from the alpha's forehead down to the chin. Dr. Jiang had such a sharp jawline. His nose was prominent, and his lips were particularly captivating when speaking to him. Even the structure of his ears seemed alluring. Could I kiss him? Would it be okay? The scent of condensed milk was starting to waft out, but the Omega hadn't noticed yet. Should Dr. Jiang fall asleep first before I give him a little kiss? Just a very light one. Baetong moved slightly, his knee brushing Jiang Yunshu's hand, producing a soft rustling sound. Or maybe I should just hold his hand. I want to hold his hand. Is this alright? We usually hold hands outside too. Holding hands while sleeping should also be fine, right? In the darkness, people always become bolder, sentimental, and impulsive, especially when the subject is an excited Omega who has just finished the college entrance exam and performed well. The situation became even more intense. Baetong held his breath, tightening his fingertips as he slowly pulled back the first blanket, feeling a slight chill in the air. After pausing for a moment, he gently lifted Jiang Yunshu's blanket again. His face was strained with effort, occasionally licking his dry lips every few seconds. Almost, touching now. Baetong tensed up anxiously. Did he just touch it? His hands hovered tantalizingly close, almost touching but not quite. Unfortunately, just as he was about to fully make contact, Baetong hesitated and drew back. What if Dr. Jiang pulls away? What if Dr. Jiang actually doesn't have feelings for me? What if after realizing my feelings, Dr. Jiang decides to keep his distance? Let's take it slow then. Being cautious is better. Baetong pressed his lips together and suddenly felt disheartened, planning to quietly withdraw. Suddenly, his hand was gripped tightly. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes and said, be a good boy, go to sleep. Chapter 66, Decision. Baetong almost instantly tightened his grip. That night, Jiang Yunshu had a dream. In the dream, he lay alone on this bed with his parents standing on either side. His mother always wore an immaculate single ponytail, arms crossed, with an official manner. How can my son be inferior to others? If you're not at the top, what right do you have to ask others to be gentle with you? His father was always neatly dressed, with a serious expression. I only say goodnight to excellent children. Without effort, no one will ever say goodnight to you. This was the first time Jiang Yunshu rebutted his parents in a dream. He said, there is someone who does. The features of his parents gradually became blurry, their tone seeming utterly absurd. What? Jiang Yunshu said, there's someone who says goodnight to me, but he's asleep now and can't say it for you. Jiang Yunshu opened his eyes at exactly 7 in the morning. However, the first thing he did now wasn't to sit up but to look to the right. Baetong slept soundly beside him, his face rosy, the flesh of his cheeks pressed out, long black eyelashes resting quietly under his eyes. Baetong didn't fall asleep until close to 3 in the morning, and neither did he. Despite the distance between them where another person could lie down, they were holding hands tightly. Time passed, and they just lay there quietly until sleep claimed them both. Even now, Baetong's hand still rested in his, their fingers intertwined. Jiang Yunshu felt instantly refreshed and invigorated, much better than when he woke up to find himself alone. He sat up slightly with his left elbow supporting his body and slowly withdrew his hand. Baetong woke up, but not fully, humming incoherently through his nose. Jiang Yunshu whispered soothingly, loosen your hand, I'm getting up. The person who was half asleep would unconsciously follow instructions, and Beidong moved, quickly falling back asleep. He directly slept until afternoon, so deeply that his mind felt somewhat blank, unable to recall who or where he was. Rubbing his messy hair as he sat up, his eyes still closed, he lifted his shirt, intending to change. Thus, when Jiang Yunshu came in to wake Beidong up, what he saw was a slim, white Omega sleeping with his head hanging low, bare from the waist up. Jiang Yunshu chuckled softly, Beidong, wake up, come down for lunch. The longer you sleep, the groggier you get. Beidong fidgeted, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids and calling out, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu walked to the bedside and suddenly noticed a few fresh red scratch marks on the left side of Baitong's neck. He used his thumb to tilt Baitong's chin forcefully, making him turn his head, leaning down to take a closer look, Beidong, here. Their eyes met. The words stopped abruptly. Jiang Yunshu realized how close they were. If he moved forward 10 more centimeters, his nose tip would touch Baitong's face. Beidong held his breath, eyes wide open, his lips pursed inside his mouth, the heat on his face rising higher and higher. He didn't dare move, even able to feel Alpha's breath lightly brushing against the side of his face. Dr. Jiang, who once famously proclaimed that a human body is merely a collection of various muscles, inexplicably rolled his Adam's apple. Pretending calmness, he coughed slightly and turned away, saying, come out for lunch. The door clicked lightly and closed. Beidong sat stunned on the bed for a moment, his ears turning scarlet. Was Dr. Jiang blushing? Is that true? True. He made Dr. Jiang blush. He remembered the first time Dr. Jiang discovered his abuse by Jiang Yunsu and when his palms and soles were pierced by glass shards. The Alpha showed no expression, making makeshift slings for his hands and feet with bandages in the bathroom while looking over his naked body indifferently, emotionless like a machine checking its parts. Not like this now. Beidong covered his burning face, it seemed like he might actually have some possibilities. Outside a supermarket on the street. Zheng Ruyun. A sudden roar of anger. Zheng Ruyun carried a canvas bag filled with vegetables. Turning his head and seeing the person approaching, annoyance spread uncontrollably across his face. Are you a freaky stalker or something? Lin Baizhou paused, all the anger disappearing as he thought about everything he had done these past few weeks. It did seem a bit like stalking, and any other Omega might have called the police already. I'm sorry, I admit I acted improperly before, but this time, I swear it was pure coincidence. Zheng Ruyun's face darkened, no matter what you want, I don't wish to have any connection with Alphas anymore. Moreover, why would Alphas need Omegas at all? Lin Baizhou said, it's about you. Can we talk? There's a cafe just ahead. Zheng Ruyun was too lazy to respond, silently looking at Lin Baizhou for a while before saying suddenly, fine, you lead the way. Afraid that Zheng Ruyun would change his mind, Lin Baizhou replied quickly, alright, follow me. He glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Zheng Ruyun place the vegetables into the passenger seat and buckle up before setting off. However, after only 5 minutes of driving, they arrived at the cafe. Lin Baizhou stopped the car, turned off the engine, got out, and waved from the side of the road to signal Zheng Ruyun to park there. But in the next second, he helplessly watched as Zheng Ruyun's small beetle sped up and zoomed past him, leaving only its backlights visible. The wind ruffled Lin Baizhou's hair slightly. He stood there stunned for a few seconds before realizing he'd been fooled. Without hesitation, he swore loudly, shit, Zheng Ruyun. He caught himself just as the word formed on his tongue, swallowing it down and changing his words instead, Chow, your father. The more Lin Baizhou thought about it, the angrier he got, damn your father who should be rotting in the 38th level of hell. Jiang Yunshu had already laid out the dishes downstairs and waited for a while before Beidong finally cleaned up and came down. He looked up and paused when he saw what Beidong was wearing. It was the white t-shirt he had worn all night and just changed out of, if his memory didn't fail him. The Omega was dressed in a pair of black shorts, revealing slim and even white calves. The Alpha's clothing was much too large on the Omega, the hem of the t-shirt almost covered the shorts, with the black occasionally peeking through. The neckline was also too big, sliding precariously as Beidong walked, nearly turning it into an off-shoulder top, showcasing the graceful line from the collarbone extending to the shoulders, which was quite beautiful. Jiang Yunshu noticed the bright red marks on the side of Baitong's neck moments ago, now finding a few more added to them, evidently fresh scratches from a certain bifamily Omega. Baitong's face was flushed red as he stammered, I saw it hanging there and thought it was mine so I wore it. An excuse, one both of them knew wasn't true. Seated across Jiang Yunshu, Beidong felt as though the Alpha's gaze was like a physical force piercing right through him. Unable to withstand the pressure, his eyes watered slightly, and he lowered his head, muttering softly, I should go and change. No need, Jiang Yunshu said, standing up, slightly leaning forward, and extending his arm to remove the clip holding Baitong's bangs. He picked up one side of the t-shirt collar, folding it over and securing it with the clip. His fingertips grazed against Baitong's neck, scorchingly hot. With the hair falling down over his face, tickling him lightly, Beidong blushed intensely, mumbling, thank you. Jiang Yunshu subtly pressed his fingers against the Omega's skin, aware that Baitong's admiration was obvious, unmasked, making it hard for him to overlook it even if he wanted to. He had long since noticed how deeply Baitong's dependence on him had grown, a development he couldn't escape responsibility for. One could say this current situation was entirely of his own creation. Yet, he seemed quite pleased with this outcome. Having spent 29 years living in a cold family relationship, the bitterness left him nearly forgetting the taste of sweetness until he experienced something akin to condensed milk flavor with Baitong, leading him to wander back time and again. This was what it felt like to have someone care for you, to remember your preferences, to worry about and think of you constantly. Every time Jiang Yunshu sensed Baitong's goodwill towards him, he told himself to be content yet continued to anticipate, wondering what it would feel like if Baitong loved him a little more. Gradually, he grew envious of Jiang Yunsu for having once enjoyed Baitong's boundless affection, furious that Jiang Yunsu dared to trample upon this love he scarcely dared to hope for. He cherished the way Baitong relied on him, cherished the fact that Baitong's heart was filled solely with him, and cherished Baitong's exclusive kindness toward him. But he knew Baitong had suffered profound harm and worried whether Baitong's fondness merely stemmed from being saved by him, worried that Baitong might confuse dependency for affection, and also worried that he couldn't offer Baitong the life he imagined. As their relationship deepened, everyday matters and trivialities could ignite the fuse leading to separation. He feared Baitong discovering his flaws, his shortcomings and boring nature, causing Baitong to leave. He dreaded losing warmth once tasted and never being able to endure the cold again. He feared that Baitong was too young, too inexperienced. So he buried away his first stirring emotions and secrets deep within himself, patiently waiting for Baitong to enter a good university, to gain broader perspectives, and make more choices. He chose to leave the decision-making power in Baitong's hands. Chapter 67, also. Ever since the night Jiang Yunshu had taken the initiative to hold Baitong's hand while sleeping, Baitong had vividly demonstrated the meaning of the phrase, taking advantage of the situation. Today, Jiang Yunshu finished the day's tasks early. After ticking off the last item in the notebook, he tiptoed onto the bed. He hadn't been lying down for long when a rustling sound came from beside him. Baitong, who was supposed to have already fallen asleep quietly, suddenly began moving around. His hand stealthily but boldly broke through 2 layers of quilt and then held his hand. Jiang Yunshu still kept his eyes closed, neither reciprocating nor shaking it off, as if he were asleep. Baitong didn't know when to stop. They had been holding hands while sleeping for almost over a week. Now was the time to break through. The Omega hummed and wriggled his body toward the Alpha until there was only a small gap between them. Then, Jiang Yunshu felt the warm forehead of the Omega resting on his arm, his calf touching the side of his thigh. The other person's warmth continuously transferred to himself. Jiang Yunshu waited for a while, then opened his eyes in the darkness, turning his head to look down at the fuzzy top of the head that was peacefully leaning against him. They had slept together on the same bed for several months. Thanks to Baitong's relentless efforts, they finally had some sense of sharing a bed together. The night before the next day, Baitong still wasn't satisfied. He endured his embarrassment and asked in a low voice, "Dr. Jiang, can you turn over?" Unaware of the reason, Jiang Yunshu turned over anyway. "What is it?" Next, Baitong, with his head bowed, pulled back Jiang Yunshu's quilt and, like a hard-working little hamster, edged closer bit by bit into Jiang Yunshu's arms. His heart beat forcefully against his chest. He was nervous and afraid that Jiang Yunshu would show even a trace of dislike or rejection. Boom, 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 rhythmic beats followed. Fortunately, Baitong snuggled into the Alpha's quilt, his face pressed against Jiang Yunshu's chest. Even though he clearly felt that the Alpha's body was somewhat stiff. This time, Jiang Yunshu did not stay silent, but only asked after Baitong had laid into his arms, "What are you doing?" Especially, the Omega kept nudging around like a spoiled child. Baitong didn't know if it was an illusion or what, but he somehow felt that the Alpha's heartbeat seemed louder too. Flushed red by the Alpha's smell and body temperature, he cautiously pushed his nose against the button on the Alpha's pajamas and mumbled, "I want to sleep under one quilt with Dr. Jiang. The quilt is big enough." Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes again, pressing Baitong's head, "Don't move anymore, go to sleep." A month later, the Second Star Omega Relief Foundation was established. Any Omega in difficulty could contact them, causing a great stir in society. In the same month, there was also quite a commotion among Alphas and Betas. A large-scale parade occurred in a busy downtown area, with 98% of participants being Betas. They shouted slogans, waving banners and flags, with words like, "Beta wants to stand up, weaken Alpha rights, give Beta a fair and just environment," written on them. Crowds filled an entire street before they were forcibly suppressed and dispersed by police. However, the very next day, Betas gathered again, their numbers increasing, more and more Betas voluntarily joining this protest and demonstration. Some passionate Betas even attacked Alpha police officers, with some Beta police becoming inspired, yelling as they stripped off their uniforms and joined the march. By the 5th day of the march, the center had no choice but to suppress the march using force, shooting 2 male Betas and imprisoning nearly 50 demonstrators, which essentially quelled the parade, but this would only bring the anger of the Betas to its peak. 3 days after the parade completely ended, Alphas gradually went out again. Affected by this turmoil, Jiang Yunli, who never wanted to be an Alpha, set off with self-defense tools and reported to Huachuan University, and as expected, was assigned to the capital. The two moved into an apartment that Jiang Yunshu had already prepared earlier. Upon arriving at the new home, Haetong first squatted beneath the dining table to pee and mark his territory, and was subsequently taught a lesson by Tang pulling his ears. In the end, Haetong stood secluded in the corner. The carved photo rack, stuffed with pictures, was impossible to carry over. So, Tang bought a few fine wool ropes and hung them on the living room wall. By this time, the photo wall had added many more images of alphas, almost all taken secretly by Tang, with the most being perspectives of the Omega lying in bed under warm yellow lighting. Tang spent an hour clipping all the photos up, with the household registration book flipped to the photo page still prominently displayed in the center. After dinner, the two of them rarely sat together and watched TV. Just as Tang reached a laugh-inducing moment, the TV screen suddenly turned completely white, accompanied by the buzzing sound of electricity. Slightly straightening his body, Tang asked, "What's wrong? Is it broken?" Suddenly, the screen warped. "Good evening, everyone," said a skinny bespectacled man who appeared on the screen. It looked like a scene from a press conference. "I'm Li Tongqi, a beta. Sorry for taking your time, but I hope you will patiently listen to what I have to say next." Jiang Yunshu tried several channels, only to find they had all been preempted to show this image. In this world, betas account for 85% of the population, omegas make up 5%, and alphas 10%. However, just because alphas are universally physically strong and talented, they naturally became rulers of this world. Tang stared at the screen, intrigued. The man looked frail yet carried an impressive aura with a voice that resonated deep within one's heart. Tang stammered, "Why does this person seem familiar to me?" Li Tongqi continued, "I have long been fighting for the rights that betas deserve, but because of that, I've faced obstructions, threats, and even physical assaults from certain alphas. 1 month ago, I was severely beaten and ended up in ICU. However, the perpetrator was detained for only 15 days before being released." With excitement, anger, and a touch of sorrow, Li Tongqi added, "Because he is an alpha. At this moment when I stand here, I not only appeal to all betas to unite but also hope that all those who have suffered injustice will stand up. Regardless of whether you're a beta or omega, or even part of the minority alphas, join us. Stand with us. Humans are born equal, and this world should not be divided by gender, let alone use strength to oppress the weak. Finally, I appeal once again, rights must match obligations. Strength is for protecting the weak, not oppressing them." When he finished speaking, the TV screen went crazy for a second before jumping back to the variety show. The host's voice came back, but Li Tongqi's words echoed repeatedly, resounding through the living room. For a while, Tang remained dazed, then abruptly grabbed Jiang Yunshu's arm and exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Jiang. This person is the one who got beaten by 3 people opposite Fengxi that day." Jiang Yunshu recalled it too. "Yeah. So cool." Tang's eyes sparkled. "I used to think that this world would never get better, but now, I feel like, although it's very slow, bit by bit, it really is changing." Jiang Yunshu silently looked at Tang. With bright eyes, Tang said, "I will also work harder and become better." In September, Tang entered school, and Jiang Yunshu stayed with him throughout the process. Among the freshmen, there were only 11 omegas, 7 male omegas and 4 female omegas, who were distributed across the top floors of the beta dormitory buildings. Although Tang didn't live in the dorms, Jiang Yunshu still paid the accommodation fee, thinking that Tang could at least rest or sleep there if he ever felt tired during school hours. It was a 4-person dorm room. Jiang Yunshu moved some basic luggage to the door of the dormitory but did not go inside, standing outside instead. All the packing was taken care of by Tang alone. However, with such a tall and imposing man standing at the doorway, it was hard for the roommates not to notice. They asked, "Who's that?" Tang glanced at Jiang Yunshu and said, "My brother." The previous day, Tang had consulted with the alpha, "Dr. Jiang, if someone asks later, can I tell them you're my brother?" It wasn't because Tang thought Jiang Yunshu was embarrassing, but due to his lingering trauma from high school, he feared the incident might repeat itself. When Jiang Yunshu's appearance at Fengxi caused public outrage and panic, Tang instinctively wanted to avoid addressing the issue. Jiang Yunshu didn't mind, he also believed it was good for Tang, sure. The roommates nodded, saying nothing. Only after Jiang Yunshu left did one roommate ask, Tang, isn't that your boyfriend? Tang widened his eyes, somewhat flustered. It's okay, they reassured him, we don't dislike normal alphas. At this, Tang relaxed and quietly admitted, well, yeah. He then curiously asked, how did you know? One roommate made a face, it's so obvious. The way you two look at each other is barely contained, especially you, your smile reached all the way up to your temples. Plus, there's that mysterious couple vibe. Another roommate added, that unbreakable atmosphere. The last roommate nodded in agreement. No way, you're exaggerating. Tang felt a bit embarrassed, but mostly disbelieving. Even if his gaze was obvious when he looked at Dr. Jiang, how could Dr. Jiang's gaze possibly be the same when looking at him? Tang continued wiping the bed frame and then suddenly threw down the rag in his hand after a while, asking curiously, what about the way he looks at me, is it the same? After recalling for a moment, the roommate said, although not as obvious as yours, it's still clear, he likes you too. Chapter 68, Damn Ideological Education. Baitong thought that if Hatong rushed over within 5 seconds, then Dr. Jiang would like himself. He took a deep breath and pressed the stopwatch at the moment of opening the door. As a result, Hatong had been waiting by the door all along, and came rushing up with his tongue out in 1 second. Baitong looked happily at Jiang Yunshu, who was changing into slippers. Jiang Yunshu, what's wrong? Isn't Hatong always waiting by the door? Baitong closed his eyes happily on his own, nothing. After dinner, Jiang Yunshu suddenly went out. Baitong thought that Alpha hadn't drunk soup yet, so he placed the clay pot containing soup in the middle of the dining table. If Dr. Jiang drank it when he came back tonight, then Dr. Jiang would like himself. Just as he finished his homework, took a shower, and lay down in bed watching a movie waiting for Alpha to come home, Jiang Yunshu gave him a call. Baitong, I'll be late coming back tonight. You sleep first, we have to get up early tomorrow morning to go to school for morning reading. Okay, Baitong's tone immediately became disheartened. He couldn't sleep hugging Alpha tonight. Even so, he still racked his brain to remind Jiang Yunshu subtly about the soup. Dr. Jiang, check if there's anything placed at home when you return. Jiang Yunshu said, what? Forget it, Baitong gave up. Dr. Jiang, please come back early and drive safely. That night, he fell asleep without waiting for Jiang Yunshu. After getting up, he touched beside him first. Feeling the emptiness, he opened his eyes instantly, ran out to confirm that Alpha was making soy milk, and quickly asked, Dr. Jiang, did you see the clay pot on the dining table when you returned yesterday? I saw it, Jiang Yunshu said, I put it in the fridge for you. The Omega opened the lid. The level of soup hadn't lowered at all. His little face wrinkled as a sense of depression rose in his heart. For several consecutive days, Baitong kept doing superstitious divination. He turned off the water during showers to see if the showerhead would still drip water, counted whether he lost more or less than 10 hairs, observed if the working Alpha would move within 10 seconds. The results were mixed, causing Baitong's mood to fluctuate constantly, sometimes happy, sometimes depressed. In addition, Baitong also conducted some probing. Jiang Yunshu wordlessly watched as the piece of half-fat rib before him swayed slightly. Juice dripped onto the table surface. He then looked at the expectant expression on Baitong's face opposite him, who was holding the rib. Jiang Yunshu lifted his bowl beneath the rib, indicating that it should be placed inside. Thank you. Baitong's face blushed faintly, but he didn't give in. He swayed the rib again, his voice soft and coquettish. It won't taste good once placed in the bowl. Dr. Jiang, you eat. I will feed you. Jiang Yunshu looked at Omega for a while and insisted, put it in the bowl. Baitong reluctantly complied, feeling aggrieved. Then, he fell silent. Indeed, everything on the internet is deceptive. How can someone endure your coquettish feeding if they like you? But after a while, Baitong revived fully. He consoled and relieved himself, encouraging himself to persist. Brave Tang Tang wouldn't be defeated by such trivial matters. The next day, while Jiang Yunshu was sitting at the outdoor dining table reading materials, he suddenly heard a startled shout from the bathroom, followed by a dull thud. He hurriedly went over and knocked on the door. Baitong, what's wrong? Baitong's voice seemed to bear pain. Dr. Jiang, I think I fell on my coccyx and can't stand up. Jiang Yunshu immediately said, don't move. Don't move randomly. Let me go inside and take a look. Falling on the coccyx is no small matter. Upon entering, he saw Baitong sitting naked on the wet tiles, his calf curled up in pain. Squatting nearby, he asked, where does it hurt? Baitong's toes curled and relaxed, just at the back. Jiang Yunshu avoided looking directly and reached his arm under Baitong's armpits and collarbone to stabilize his upper body. Then he used his right hand to press on the entire area of the coccyx. Does this hurt? Actually, Baitong hadn't fallen at all. He just wanted to tempt Jiang Yunshu to see his attitude, but he temporarily forgot the most important point. The Alpha he wanted to test was a doctor. Isn't Dr. Jiang being too serious? Baitong's eyes darted nervously around, feeling extremely guilty, so he continued the act, a little bit. The human coccyx is usually made up of 3 to 4 small bones connected together, forming the sacrococcygeal joint with the sacrum. Jiang Yunshu carefully felt each small bone. Here. Baitong stuttered, there should be. Here. Seems there is. The Alpha's hands were slightly cool compared to the Omega's body temperature. Inch by inch, they caressed down, and Baitong's body began to tremble. His waist grew softer and softer. Especially since he couldn't see behind him, not knowing where the Alpha's hands would land next, he shuddered with every touch, his muscles tensing. He bit his lips, a taste of condensed milk spreading. Baitong's knees bent up as he discovered that he was actually getting some reaction. He had failed to tempt the other and instead got himself caught up in it. Even if Jiang Yunshu couldn't figure out that Baitong, this little liar, was playing tricks on him, he should have smelled this strong aroma of condensed milk by now. He felt a bit upset and said indifferently, I've touched and there doesn't seem to be a major problem. Try standing up and squat again to see if it hurts. Stunned, Baitong could not stand up. Otherwise he'd be exposed. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu asked, is it too painful to stand up? In panic, Baitong hurriedly agreed, Jiang Yunshu said, shall I carry you out? Baitong's eyes lit up for a moment, wishing to reach out his hand in a second. But he couldn't. If he was held, it would be even easier for the abnormality to be noticed. All Beidong wanted now was for Jiang Yunshu to leave quickly. Suppressing the regret in his heart, he softly said, "No, I think I'm fine. Dr. Jiang, please go out first. I can handle it myself." Jiang Yunshu let out a soft laugh, swiftly pressing Beidong's tongue, licking his lips with his thumb forcefully. "Beidong, did you know, when you lie, you always like to lick your lips?" It hurt. Beidong wanted to retract his tongue but couldn't, and a bit of saliva overflowed. It turned out that Jiang Yunshu had known he was lying all along. Incoherently, Beidong admitted, "Yes, please don't get angry." Only then did Jiang Yunshu release his hand. Worrying about Beidong catching a cold, he wrapped the Omega up in a large towel, then made him stand up. First, in the bathroom, he spent 10 minutes questioning the reason for lying, and then another 10 minutes doing ideological education. Beidong hung his head and listened attentively. He was truly aggrieved. Jiang Yunshu was supposed to be an alpha first. Secondly, a man. And only lastly, a doctor. How could an alpha just seriously lecture while facing a naked, pheromone-emitting Omega? Wasn't Dr. Jiang capable? Beidong was almost in tears. Roommate's perception was totally inaccurate. Dr. Jiang didn't like him at all. But after calming down, Beidong also thought that perhaps, since Dr. Jiang was so serious about him, it exactly indicated how much Dr. Jiang cared for him. This week, Beidong went through both contradictions and confusion. His mind kept replaying what the roommate said. Sometimes, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it was plausible. Other times, the more he thought, the less possible it seemed. Every time he thought of giving up and confessing, his brain automatically visualized Jiang Yunshu rejecting him, moving away from him, extinguishing the fire he worked so hard to build up. Again and again. He was truly very sad. He simply dared not imagine that Jiang Yunshu would leave him or life without Jiang Yunshu. Once such thoughts popped into his mind, his heart would feel as though it were squeezed tightly by a hand, throbbing with pain. Beidong buried his face into the alpha's chest, his mouth drooping, suppressing the sour feeling. In September, Jiang Yunshu passed the practical skills exam and the comprehensive medical written test, successfully obtaining the practicing physician qualification certificate, and became a resident physician at the capital hospital. He became completely occupied. His mentor was the director of the oncology surgery department at the capital hospital. The director highly regarded him. After 2 months of observation, it was found that he not only had solid professional knowledge, but was also proficient in rounds, medical records, and using machines, and carried out tasks with great organization. Thus, many things were handed over to him, clearly indicating a tendency towards promoting and training him. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunshu clocked out after work and stepped out of the hospital gate, pulling out his phone to check Bai Tang's timetable. He realized that Bai Tang had a class ending at 5:40 p.m., and there would be no classes afterward in the evening. He sent a text message telling Bai Tang that he was at the school gate, and they would walk home together. Bai Tang replied almost immediately, ! Bai Tang, I'll be there soon. Jiang Yunshu hadn't waited long before he saw Bai Tang trotting out. The Omega wore a bright orange-yellow polo shirt today, making his skin appear even whiter and his complexion rosier. Dr. Jiang. Bai Tang waved toward him, his expression sunny, instinctively slipping his hand into the alpha's palm. Just as the two were about to walk to the building entrance, Jiang Yunshu's phone suddenly rang. It was a strange number. He picked up. "Hello. Yunsu," an unfamiliar male voice came through. "Dad said, gather up on Saturday. Bring Bai Tang along too." Jiang Yunsu's older brother. Jiang Yunshu immediately realized what was happening. He had once asked someone to investigate Jiang Yunsu's family. What puzzled him was that when he had the car accident, no family member even bothered to make a caretaking phone call, let alone come to the hospital to visit, making him once believe that hospitals in this world might not notify the patient's family. Later, he questioned the hospital and they told him that they had already informed his family of his brain death. That meant strained relations. The newly arrived Jiang Yunshu back then felt somewhat relieved at it. However, nearly 2 years later, why the sudden desire to gather now? And specifically saying to bring Beidong along. The voice on the other end continued, "What do you think? Give me an answer." Jiang Yunshu said, "All right." As soon as he hung up the phone, Beidong asked, "Who was that?" "Jiang Yunsu's brother." Baitong's complexion suddenly changed, flashing a look of disgust and rejection. "What for?" Jiang Yunshu said we should get together on Saturday. He took out the key and opened the door, but after entering, he found that Beidong did not follow. Turning around, he saw Beidong frowning beautifully, looking at him with a hint of plea in his eyes, whispering softly, "Dr. Jiang, please don't go. I don't want to go." Chapter 69, Family of Origin. On Saturday, Jiang Yunshu followed the navigation to an upscale residential community. He was dressed in a khaki suit, with a black pen pinned to his jacket. Before knocking on the door, he adjusted the direction of the pen slightly. Soon, the door opened, and an alpha with a toothpick dangling from his mouth immediately put an arm around Jiang Yunshu's shoulder. "Long time no see, little brother." Jiang Yunshu kept a straight face, moved his shoulder to shake off the hand, and grunted, Jiang Haiyun paid no attention and looked left and right. What's going on? Where's your Omega? He didn't come, said Jiang Yunshu, he was busy. Jiang Haiyun frowned. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say you would bring him? Then he mumbled, shit, it's been a long time since I touched an Omega. Jiang Yunshu's face turned colder, as he clenched his back teeth tightly, making his jawline sharper. He remembered asking Bai Tang yesterday. After some hesitation, Bai Tang said, the entire Jiang Yunsu family is ill. His father and his older brother are both alphas and their looks at me made me extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, his brother always touches me improperly. When I resisted, his brother even hit me. After hearing this, Jiang Yunshu felt shocked and lost, wondering where the boundaries for these beasts lay, and unsure how to console Bai Tang. After a brief silence, he could only hold Bai Tang's hand tightly. Where did he hit you? To what extent did he touch you? Did Jiang Yunsu do anything about it? Bai Tang shook his head. He slapped my face, touched my legs and bottom. Jiang Yunsu has a very bad relationship with them. In 3 years, I've only gone there twice. During one visit when I was getting ready to eat in the kitchen, his brother came in and stripped me naked, but Jiang Yunsu soon came in and kicked his brother away. But not because of me. Bai Tang angrily added, rather, he despises his own brother and believes his brother isn't worthy enough to touch his belongings. Seeing his expression, Jiang Haiyun quickly waved his hands and said petulantly, fine, fine. If he's too busy, let it be. Jiang Yunshu walked inside and saw a man in his 70s sitting on a wooden stool. This should be Jiang Yunsu's father, Jiang Jingsheng. He didn't greet anyone, not even a nod. The father who raised such monstrous sons probably wasn't any better. He even felt a strong scent of beastliness in the house. Although Jiang Yunshu wasn't a person to judge all by 1 or 2 examples, whenever he thought that these people might have harmed Bai Tang, he couldn't calm down to look at them rationally. If it weren't for confirming something, he wouldn't even consider coming here. Jiang Jingsheng looked unpleased. How can you run into someone's head and lose all courtesy? Jiang Yunshu asked coldly, and who are you? Jiang Haiyun seemed utterly shocked that Jiang Yunshu dared to speak like that to Jiang Jingsheng. He shoved him and shouted, what's wrong with you? This is our dad. Our dad. Only then did Jiang Yunshu respond with an, oh, and continued, I lost my memory, didn't you know? Without introducing yourself, how am I supposed to know who you are? Jiang Jingsheng certainly couldn't bear his son speaking disrespectfully like that. He threw an ashtray at Jiang Yunshu and roared, how dare you speak that way, disrespectful brat. The glass ashtray shattered on the floor with a sharp crack. This kind of parent wasn't unfamiliar to Jiang Yunshu. It was a typical patriarchal figure centered on self-interest, suffocating children's natural instincts, forbidding defiance, demanding complete compliance, and often firmly believing in the adage, spare the rod and spoil the child. Even though Jiang Haiyun was over 30, he was clearly startled. Jiang Yunshu wasn't here to argue. He kept silent, sitting quietly in the living room. However, he noticed that Jiang Yunsu's mother never appeared. When he investigated this body's information earlier, he hadn't discovered the fact of domestic violence against Bai Tang, so after the incident, with no family contact, he had subconsciously assumed that Jiang Yunsu didn't have a good relationship with his family. Afterwards, preoccupied with work and dealing with issues involving Bai Tang, he naturally forgot about Jiang Yunsu's original family altogether. However, judging by the current situation, it was highly likely that Jiang Yunsu's mother also suffered abuse, given that she too was an Omega. It wasn't that she refused to connect with her children, it was that she couldn't. If this were true, he had already been late by a year and 10 months. Jiang Jingsheng was still ranting. Suddenly, a petite hunched woman emerged from the kitchen, holding dishes which she placed on the table. Her face was lined with deep creases, her complexion sickly yellow, and her lusterless black hair carelessly tied up. From the moment she came out until she went back into the kitchen multiple times carrying food, she never once lifted her head or looked elsewhere. She moved busily like a machine. That demeanor, those eyes, compared to Bai Tang when they first met, they appeared even more blank, even more lifeless. The least favorable guess in his heart was probably confirmed. Jiang Yunshu acted as if nothing happened and casually clipped the pen onto his collar. Bang! Sitting in the main position, Jiang Jingsheng suddenly struck the woman who was bringing the food across the face and scolded, look at what sort of sons you've raised. They don't even know how to greet people. The woman, struck across the face, turned her body for a moment. After a while, she just lowered her head again and bent over without a word, standing motionless in the same place. Jiang Haiyun carelessly threw another dumpling into his mouth as if nothing had happened and didn't even glance over. Jiang Yunshu was startled by the force of the slap. He could almost feel the rush of wind, which showed how powerful it had been. He immediately regretted and felt troubled that it was his rashness that led to this. Had he not said those words, perhaps this would not have happened. Jiang Jingsheng still wasn't satisfied. Just as he was about to raise his hand again, Jiang Yunshu quickly blocked him, estimating his tone and saying, let's eat first. It's not good for your health to get angry. We haven't seen each other in so long, let's chat. He pulled the woman to sit on the empty seat next to him, but Jiang Jingsheng scolded loudly, is there something wrong with you too because your son has a problem? Are you going to just sit there? Alphas eat, Omegas don't belong at our table. Without uttering a single word, the woman mechanically dragged out a small table and placed it near Jiang Jingsheng's feet. Jiang Yunshu tightened his fists in silence, realizing now where Jiang Yunsu had learned all these beastly behaviors from. During the meal, Jiang Jingsheng kicked the woman several times without any reason. Jiang Haiyun acted as if it were normal, and though Jiang Yunshu clenched his teeth hard, right now there was no way to immediately remove the woman from this family. All he could do was stay silent to avoid provoking Jiang Jingsheng further, which might lead to more abuse being unleashed on the woman. It was suffocating. The whole meal was filled only with Jiang Jingsheng's insults and the muffled sounds of the woman being hit. Jiang Yunshu's headache worsened. After finishing the meal, he no longer wanted to stay for even a second, suppressing his anger while discussing with Jiang Jingsheng, "Can I take mom to stay at my place for a few days? We haven't seen each other in a long time." But at this point, Jiang Haiyun smirked and said, "What? You're going to take mom and beat her too? Isn't Bai Tang alone enough trouble for you?" Jiang Jingsheng added, "Who will do the housework if you take her away? This is ridiculous. And also, introduce us some omegas, look at your brother. He's 33 and still not married, isn't that embarrassing?" Given their father's violent tendencies and frequent domestic violence against the mother in front of the children, it was highly likely that Jiang Yunsu's violent tendencies stemmed from the influence of the original family. Meanwhile, Jiang Haiyun, sharing the same bloodline and growing up in the same environment, didn't seem to find anything amiss with the father's domestic violence against the mother from his earlier reaction, nor did he object to the idea that omegas cannot be at the dining table. Jiang Yunshu felt like his head was going to explode, so he said, "Nope, I'll leave first. There are still matters to attend to at the company." Seeing that Jiang Jingsheng wasn't angry, Jiang Yunshu stood up and changed his shoes. However, just as he walked out the door and hadn't gone far, he was called back by Jiang Haiyun, "Hey Yunsu. Wait." Jiang Yunshu took a deep breath and stopped. Jiang Haiyun chuckled, "Yunshu, you used to automatically transfer money into my bank card every month, but it suddenly stopped half a year ago, and now I've spent it all." There were too many startling points in this sentence. Jiang Yunshu had never transferred any money into another person's bank account, meaning it must have been part of the company income that was deposited automatically. Then 6 months ago, when he was handling organizational issues, he had cancelled all automatic procedures. Jiang Yunshu stayed quiet for a moment before asking, "You don't work?" Jiang Haiyun played with the grass beside his shoe tips, "Nah, why would I go out and work? It's both tiring and exhausting." Jiang Yunshu fell silent again, "How old are you?" Jiang Haiyun looked puzzled, 33, why? Jiang Yunshu felt like those funds had been flushed down a cesspool. He wanted to leave directly, but then he feared that Jiang Haiyun would take his anger out on the woman upon returning, so he frowned coldly. "Recently, the company's revenue hasn't been good. I'll transfer a bit to you later." Jiang Haiyun was shocked, "What's gotten into you? Whenever I approached you before, you always mocked me and looked down on me. Now you're being so easygoing. Is the company's revenue really bad? You better work harder, little brother. Can't go bankrupt." Jiang Yunshu's temple throbbed painfully, and he sat rigidly in the car with bulging veins on his hand holding the steering wheel. He stomped on the gas pedal and left only exhaust fumes behind for Jiang Haiyun. Bai Tang was at home helping to organize materials. Lately, the organization had plenty to handle, and seeing Jiang Yunshu struggling, he volunteered to share some of the load. At first, Jiang Yunshu, not doubting his ability but worried about disrupting his studies, hesitated but eventually assigned the task of organizing documents to him. With the abundance and complexity of materials, Bai Tang found his eyes dry and sore after nearly half a month, his typing speed increasing more than double. As he dropped eye drops for the 5th time today, he heard the sound of keys turning behind him. Turning around, he saw Jiang Yunshu entering while massaging his temples, with furrowed brows indicating discomfort. Bai Tang jumped off his chair, "What's wrong? Do you have a headache? Sit down, let me rub your head." Jiang Yunshu said, "Nothing serious. Let me send the video to the lawyer first." He took the miniature camera from his collar and uploaded the video to the computer. Bai Tang watched it through once. When he saw Jiang Jingsheng hitting the woman, he couldn't help but flinch slightly. Jiang Yunshu patted Bai Tang's head, "It's fine. Let me make a call first." The lawyer was introduced by Qin Zhongnan. They were university classmates, and also part of the organization which handled cases where omegas were treated unfairly in their families. "Hello. Attorney Zhong, have you seen the video? Is there anything we can do to prevent her from continuing to be abused?" Zhong Qi said, "I've finished watching it. The best solution in this situation is divorce." "Divorce?" Jiang Yunshu asked, "But won't omegas who get divorced be sent into?" "Yes, but there is another case," Zhong Qi explained. "A son can initiate a divorce lawsuit on behalf of his mother suffering domestic violence. If an alpha son objects to his mother being sent to a centralized breeding center, the order can be non-enforceable. However, the evidence from covertly filmed videos isn't strong enough, and the video only shows one instance of a slap. It'll be hard to grant a divorce. I suggest that after she experiences domestic violence, take her for a medical injury assessment and then report it to the police. With serious injury assessments and multiple police records, the chances of winning the case are higher." The clock had passed 11 p.m. Bai Tang made some honey dates and pear soup for the alpha to soothe his throat, but Jiang Yunshu was still outside the balcony talking with the lawyer, occasionally taking notes. Lately, Bai Tang could visibly see the increasing exhaustion in the alpha. He almost never slept until around 1 a.m. but had to wake up at 6:30 every morning to prepare for work, busy at the hospital and overwhelmed with things to handle for the organization. Now lawsuits had been added to the list of tasks. Bai Tang felt anxious inside but had no solution, and was filled with concern, so he could only help share some of the trivial tasks and make more delicious food. When Jiang Yunshu hung up the phone and just entered the balcony door, his phone rang again. This time, it was something related to the organization. Bai Tang didn't have early classes tomorrow, so he could return home after morning reading to sleep longer. He held a bowl of honey dates and pear soup, trying to feed Jiang Yunshu a few mouthfuls when he paused speaking. Finally, after finishing the phone call, Jiang Yunshu immediately went to take a shower. Afterward, he remembered to transfer 500 over to Jiang Haiyun with a message, use sparingly. At 1:12 a.m., the two finally lay down on the bed. Bai Tang used his fingertips to rub Jiang Yunshu's hot temples, still feeling the nerves pulsating beneath his fingers. Stop rubbing, Jiang Yunshu took Bai Tang's hand and held it, go to sleep quickly, there's morning reading tomorrow. Bai Tang held on to the alpha's hand, saying sympathetically, even if I wake up earlier, you're waking up even earlier. And you'll have to stay busy all day without rest. Feeling completely guilty, Bai Tang believed that currently as an Omega, he could offer very little help. Jiang Yunshu was extremely tired. Lately, he had almost reached his limit, mentally drained, as if he had just performed a 16-hour surgery requiring intense concentration for 2 consecutive days. Bai Tang tentatively released a bit of pheromones to comfort the alpha, a faint smell of condensed milk floating in the air. Jiang Yunshu fell asleep quickly. Bai Tang's gaze repeatedly traced the outline of the alpha. After some time, he leaned in and lightly pressed his lips against the dark circles under the alpha's eyes. Then, he sat up slightly and continued to gently massage some acupoints on the alpha's head. Chapter 70, Then Why Don't You Like Me Instead? When Bai Tang opened his eyes in the morning, there was already no one beside him. He reached out and touched the cool bedsheet, then rolled over and buried his face, insisting on soaking up alpha's scent before feeling happy. Ever since he started university, Bai Tang noticed that the icy smell on his body became stronger every morning when he woke up. So he went to ask Jiang Yunshu, who looked a little uncomfortable for a moment, then seriously said, it will be safer if others know you have an alpha. Bai Tang's mood brightened. He immediately sat up, got ready in 10 minutes without eating breakfast, rushed home after morning study. He planned to deliver lunch to Jiang Yunshu at noon. Bai Tang was indeed quite skilled in cooking. He first used the tip of a knife to open a hole in the top of a coconut, poured out all the coconut water, chopped the coconut meat into pieces, added half-cooked black chicken and wolfberries into the clay pot for slow stewing. Once the soup was simmering, he moved his computer to the dining table to continue organizing yesterday's materials. Hei Tang slept underneath the dining table while the only sounds in the room were the keyboard clicks and bubbling from the kitchen. When the clock struck 10, Bai Tang stopped his work and entered the kitchen, spending half an hour mixing milk, eggs, white sugar, high-gluten flour, and cassava powder into a thick paste, which he squeezed onto baking trays and set at 160 degrees for 20 minutes. Following this, he cut vegetables, stir-fried them, prepared bean drum steamed ribs, shredded carrot omelette, enoki mushrooms with sliced pork, and soy sauce drizzled greens. In the process, he changed sticky rice cakes 3 times, with those in the oven expanding into bite-sized buns with chewy texture. Hei Tang, attracted by the aroma, anxiously turned around, prompting Bai Tang to tear a sticky rice cake in half. He cooled one side and threw it into Hei Tang's mouth while keeping the other side for himself. It tasted great. He gave Hei Tang a thumbs up, continuing to chew while taking out a 4-layer thermal lunchbox, filling each layer with dishes and rice. Then he took another thermal lunchbox and filled it with a full jar of soup. Finally, a bento lunchbox held 3 large plates of sticky rice cakes. At 12:15 p.m., he left with 3 large lunchboxes in hand. Jiang Yunshu mentioned that he would enter the operating room with the director in the morning to learn and would likely finish around 12:30. Bai Tang wore a simple t-shirt and shorts, along with mid-length white socks covering his ankles and sneakers. Taking the elevator to the 7th floor oncology department, he asked the nurse at the front desk but was told Dr. Jiang hadn't come out from the operating room yet. That's fine, Bai Tang smiled, I'll wait here. Excuse me. Hearing the voice, Bai Tang looked up. It was those 2 nurses from earlier. Seeing him look over, one nudged the other, gossipingly asking, are you Dr. Jiang's Omega? Caught off guard, Bai Tang instinctively made an sound, unsure if he was, whether he should admit it or if it might bother Jiang Yunshu. Bai Tang looked so young, like a student, and this appearance made the nurses think his hesitation meant shyness. They gleamed with excitement, is that right? Is that right? Finally meeting the real deal. Bai Tang was a little dazed. The nurse continued, Dr. Jiang's arrival literally raised the attractiveness level of our oncology department. Many joked about introducing their daughters or nephews, but Dr. Jiang just grinned and said. Adding some drama as she approached the key part, the nurse teased, guess what he said. Bai Tang nervously bit his lips, blinking dryly, repeating like a parrot, what did he say? In an imitation of the alpha's tone, the nurse responded, I already have an Omega, and we're doing well. At the very moment the nurse spoke, Bai Tang felt like something heavily collided with his heart, causing temporary dizziness. After a while, he finally reacted. Omega? Was she talking about him? But Jiang Yunshu was so busy, other than him, who could it be? Doing well. Bai Tang knew it might just be Jiang Yunshu's excuse to decline offers, yet his eyes naturally curved upward, his lips rising high, warmth flowing through him and reaching every corner of his body, bringing delight and sweetness. Yeah, the nurse looked at Bai Tang, maternal admiration in her eyes. With such a pretty and obedient Omega, I'd be bragging to the whole world too. Another nurse nodded in agreement, sighing, Dr. Jiang is still too modest. Their banter truly made Bai Tang blush, so much so that he quickly opened the cover of the sticky rice cake and offered them to the nurses. 10 minutes later, Bai Tang had already gotten acquainted with the nurses, his smiling face capturing even patients passing by. When Jiang Yunshu descended with the other doctors in the elevator, the scene they encountered was this. The Omega had his left hand resting on the front desk, right leg bent backward, toe barely touching the ground. His calf was slender and well-proportioned, with delicate and bony ankles wrapped in white socks. His face blushed faintly as he listened to the cheerful conversation of the desk nurses, smiling shyly. Bai Tang. At the sound of his name, the Omega turned his head, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the Alpha. He instantly let go of the nurses and ran over. Dr. Jiang. This was the first time Bai Tang saw Jiang Yunshu in a white coat. His sharp features stood out prominently, his nose strong and prominent, the hem of the white coat reaching his knees and accentuating his impressive figure. The top button of his shirt was undone, revealing a glimpse of the depression of his collarbone. An aura of restraint radiated from him. Though his exhaustion couldn't be hidden, it did nothing to diminish Bai Tang's admiration through a filter that magnified Jiang Yunshu's handsomeness, 100 meters tall. Super handsome. Bai Tang could hardly look away, inexplicably feeling shorter in Jiang Yunshu's presence. It was definitely overreach, Bai Tang thought firmly. Definitely an overreach. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang stopped in front of the Alpha and handed him the lunchbox. Eat well. The mochi can be shared with everyone. Jiang Yunshu looked at the refined-looking Omega, then briefly glanced at the nurses at the reception desk. After taking the lunchbox, he naturally reached for Bai Tang's hand, saying, thank you, they're lucky. Bai Tang instinctively gripped back but felt a hint of confusion. Why was the Alpha so proactive today when he usually wasn't? As he opened his mouth to speak, a sudden glance caught 7 or 8 doctors still standing nearby, each wearing a peculiar smile, some smiling kindly, others smirking mischievously, and still others staring enviously at the lunchbox in Jiang Yunshu's hand. From that day onward, no one tried to play matchmaker for Jiang Yunshu anymore. Stories spread within the oncology department about how Dr. Jiang had a beautiful wife who sent food so fragrant that its aroma could waft all the way from oncology to neurology, sparking vivid tales embellished with exaggerated details and stirring the curiosity of unseen doctors. However, no matter how good the food tasted, it couldn't compensate for sleep deprivation and excessive fatigue. Gradually, Jiang Yunshu started to look more emaciated, his physical state clearly deteriorating. Even during rare days off, he had to find ways to bring his mother out. Jiang Yunshu casually concealed a mini camera in the living room's flower arrangement and concocted what he thought would be the most suitable excuse. Bai Tang has been very disobedient recently. I'll bring my mom over to discipline him a bit, and she can see how an Omega should behave. Swung Jin didn't suspect any issue, simply replying, remember to bring her back tonight. Jiang Ruiyan sat silently in the car, expressionless and dull. Upon arriving outside the police station, Jiang Yunshu said, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. We'll just let the police take down our statement, and we'll escape from that house soon enough. Jiang Ruiyan seemed not to hear him. Told to get out of the car, she got out, told to walk, she walked, told to sit, she sat, her spine always bent, unable to raise her head anymore. After completing the police report and the injury appraisal, Jiang Yunshu took Jiang Ruiyan back home, intending to send her home later. Bai Tang kept chatting with the woman, instructing Bai Tang to perform commands like sitting, circling, and shaking hands in the living room. Auntie, don't be scared. I used to be like you too, but Dr. Jiang is amazing. I'll help him help you. It wasn't until 7 hours later that Jiang Ruiyan finally showed some response, emitting sounds resembling, ha ha ha. Bai Tang widened his eyes and rushed closer to listen to what she was trying to say. No one will come to help. Another month passed, and Jiang Yunshu had already conducted 5 appraisals of Jiang Ruiyan's injuries, submitting them alongside the videos captured by the miniature cameras as part of the official divorce proceedings against Swung Jin. Under the protection protocol, since Jiang Yunshu was an alpha son, during the litigation period, he had the authority to isolate his mother from the abuser. He rented out the neighboring apartment and moved Jiang Ruiyan into it. Meanwhile, to date, the Second Star Omega Assistance Foundation had received 8 requests for help from Omegas, from calls, online inquiries, text messages, and even those escaping with visible wounds all over their bodies. That night, Jiang Yunshu asked, Bai Tang, shall we allocate 70% of the company's income to the Omega Assistance Foundation? Bai Tang didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately, sure. Pressing his fingers against his nose bridge, Jiang Yunshu said tiredly, life in the future might not be as easy as it is now. Even if he said that, neither of them spent much money anyway, both were frugal individuals. He chuckled softly, I'll have to rely on my modest salary to buy dog food for Bai Tang. Bai Tang suddenly stammered, I'll work hard. I'll earn a salary too, Dr. Jiang, don't worry about me. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, and Jiang Yunshu finally had a moment to breathe a sigh of relief. Lately, his condition had been so poor that even the department had suggested he take a break. However, very inconveniently, he encountered his 7th susceptibility period since arriving in this world. When Bai Tang received the Alpha's call, Jiang Yunshu had already gone through a restrained wave of disruption, enduring pain before being isolated by the hospital. Bai Tang, for the next week, just stay with your roommate at school and don't come home. Bai Tang became anxious. Jiang Yunshu's mental state was already fragile, and now hitting the susceptibility period would surely make him uncomfortable. If he could go to soothe him with pheromones, it might make the Alpha more comfortable. Dr. Jiang, take a nap first. I'll go to the hospital after class. He wanted to rush over immediately, but given Jiang Yunshu's character, there was no way he'd approve skipping class or taking leave. Jiang Yunshu might not even let him go at all. Don't come, Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brows. What if something happens on the way? Bai Tang replied, I'll have a beta classmate accompany me. His home is nearby too, Dr. Jiang, rest first, I'll be there soon. Hearing Bai Tang's voice, Jiang Yunshu seemed slightly less uneasy. He rested his forehead against the cold wall, the isolation room completely barren, it only had a bed, a chair, and a restroom, everything shrouded in stark white. Even though this was his 7th susceptibility period, he still couldn't get used to the excruciating sensation of having a power drill swirling around inside his head. He longed to sleep, exhausted and fatigued, but every time he was about to drift off, one nerve would abruptly spark into sharp pain. Jiang Yunshu endured 2 hours, during which his thoughts were entirely consumed by Bai Tang, nothing but Bai Tang, amplified to extremes by the susceptibility period. Bai Tang rushed over, leaving his beta friend panting behind him. He first located Lin Bajao, Dr. Lin. Lin Bajao stood up, leading Bai Tang towards the isolation room while explaining, there's a pheromone detector inside the isolation room. Whenever either side reaches a certain concentration, an alarm will sound. You don't need to worry, it's very safe. Bai Tang shook his head. Jiang Yunshu had managed to endure even his first susceptibility period without any barriers, so he wasn't worried at all about what Jiang Yunshu might do. Lin Bajao handed him a device, pointing at the lowest white line. Once you enter, you can release your pheromones here. Below this white line is the safest and most suitable range, it won't make the Omega uncomfortable, nor cause the Alpha to become agitated. He then pointed at the red line above. Between the red and white lines, the Omega may sexually respond, and the Alpha might also grow restless. Once the limit exceeds the red line, we will forcibly separate you. Bai Tang nodded, understood, thank you. After ensuring Bai Tang properly applied a strong blocking patch on his glands, Lin Bajao opened the door signaling Bai Tang to proceed, saying, just push open the next door, the scent might overwhelm, so I'll step back a bit. Thank you, Dr. Lin. The back door closed, and Bai Tang eagerly pushed open the front door. The Alpha's piercing pheromones immediately enveloped this fragile target like a lion leaping on its prey. This was a small compartment inside the isolation room, all 4 walls perforated with tiny holes, the door adorned with a transparent window where he saw the Alpha lying on the bed as if asleep. Bai Tang fixated on Jiang Yunshu's sleeping face, cautiously releasing some pheromones to test. Almost instantly, he saw the Alpha's eyes snap open, bloodshot, veins bulging red. Bai Tang. The voice was raspy. Bai Tang softly said, it's me, I'm here. Jiang Yunshu moved the chair closer, leaning against the compartment wall, feeling the continuous flow of Omega pheromones seeping through the tiny holes of the enclosure. It was akin to a nearly naked person walking in freezing temperatures suddenly finding warmth, bringing a modicum of relaxation to his rigid limbs and throbbing head. Saved. If it weren't for the remnants of his rationality, he might have embarrassingly pressed his nose toward the source, sniffing relentlessly like a drowning man clinging to a life raft. Bai Tang clung to the small window, it was tiny, merely palm-sized. With the Alpha sitting so close to the compartment door, all he could see were Jiang Yunshu's strands of hair. Dr. Jiang, are you still in pain? Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes. Not really anymore. Liar. Bai Tang said, why don't you lie down on the bed? Go rest for a while, okay? Jiang Yunshu didn't want to talk much and resisted moving to the bed because it was too far from Bai Tang. He shook his head hoarsely, I don't feel like sleeping, it's fine. But sitting is so uncomfortable, Bai Tang insisted. Why don't you move the bed closer, then lie down on it, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu lowered his eyelids and obediently stood up, using all his strength to lift the bed closer. Then he lay down on it, facing Bai Tang. That's it, I won't bother you anymore, Bai Tang whispered softly, go to sleep. Jiang Yunshu replied, no, keep talking. Talk about anything. Bai Tang propped himself on the table and laughed once, the two of them feeling each other's presence through the thin door between them. Alright, let me tell you then. Today at school, a beta and an alpha fought over a piece of chicken cutlet. Strangely, the beta actually won. The classmate said that the alpha had insisted on grabbing the chicken from the beta who was already in line. Dr. Jiang, that chicken cutlet must be really delicious. It has this unique combination of New Orleans and black pepper flavor. I'll try making it at home next time, or I can take you to our school cafeteria. Jiang Yunshu grunted with a slight nod. And Bai Tang continued enthusiastically, today we had gym class, and when I ran 800 meters, I wasn't the last one. Although it was exhausting, my throat felt like it was on fire, dry and rough. Jiang Yunshu calmly advised, after running, don't sit down immediately. Walk for a while first. You can drink some water. I know, hee. Bai Tang chuckled, there's more. Bai Tang kept talking, sharing every little thing, even small things like not flushing the toilet paper down once. He kept talking until his mouth dried out and there was nothing left to share. Bai Tang racked his brain, shall I tell you something about my childhood? My mom is a beta, my dad is an alpha. I have 2 older brothers and an older sister. Both my brothers are betas, but my sister is an alpha. When I was little, I thought I was very well behaved, never competing with them for anything, always picking the smallest, sour strawberries. Jiang Yunshu said, I'll buy big strawberries when you get back. At this simple sentence, Bai Tang's eyes heated up as laughter bubbled out of him. In reality, he still felt wronged, so incredibly wronged. Why should he eat only the smallest portions? Why didn't his parents love him? He sniffed again, continuing, thoughts scattered and disjointed, saying whatever came to mind, growing increasingly upset. His omega body began producing pheromones, which carried a subtle tang of sorrow. During this time, Lin Bajao delivered a can of warm milk to Bai Tang, and the omega drank it in tiny sips. In fact, after a brief pause, the alpha's deep voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the compartment, my childhood wasn't so great either. Both of my parents are doctors, they were always busy and held very high expectations for me. For example, I had to score 100% in primary school, no less than 95 in middle school, over 135 in Chinese, math, and English in high school, and not below 90 in other subjects. Perhaps it was due to the susceptibility period, or perhaps because he was speaking to Bai Tang, or maybe because Bai Tang shared about his own family first as a form of ritual, but this was the first time he opened up about these things to anyone else. He wanted Bai Tang to understand him better too. They wouldn't take me out to play, just kept sending me to tutoring classes. I've never been to amusement parks, aquariums, or zoos, but I've practically visited every museum of different sizes across the country. Bai Tang furrowed his beautiful brows, his fingers pressing hard against the transparent window until they turned pale. Pretending to sound relaxed, he said, then when we go home, we'll visit those places together. Even though I haven't been much either, we're sure to have fun. I think those hairbands others wear look really nice. And there's always limited edition ice cream. Jiang Yunshu smiled faintly, giving his agreement. When I was little, I still hoped for their approval, thinking that if I did well enough, I might gain just a bit of their affection. So, I worked extremely hard. In junior high, there was once when my total scores among 7 subjects deducted fewer than 20 points, and I truly received a simple compliment from them. After that, I went even crazier to attract their attention toward me. Back then, I had endless energy. I could stay awake for 2 days straight just to thoroughly study a chapter. Jiang Yunshu added, but later on, I realized it was all my fault. No matter how much I gave, in their eyes, I was merely a trophy that had to remain perpetually excellent. For a while, I gave up on myself, I skipped school to play games at internet cafes, learned how to smoke, and how to fight like a gangster. Then, my dad broke my leg. My dad's an orthopedist, and he also set the same broken leg back in place for me. Bai Tang's eyes were filled with sympathy, his nose tingled, and several times he managed to suppress the tears. He wanted to say some comforting words but felt everything would fall short. All he wanted was to give a hug to this alpha who seemed fragile at the moment. All he wanted was to embrace Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu's tone remained calm, no matter how I tried to give, I never got anything in return from them. I gave up, only to find that their demands on me had already been etched into my bones. I couldn't get rid of them. Bai Tang suddenly called out, his voice tinged with tears. Jiang Yunshu opened his eyes, What's wrong? Why are you crying? I'll stop talking. Dr. Jiang. Bai Tang's voice lost control at the end. In this moment, Bai Tang suddenly didn't want to wait any longer. Something in his heart seemed to shatter, and he felt a stabbing pain making it hard for him to breathe. All concerns for future regrets or past warnings were things he no longer cared about. An overwhelming impulse surged through him. He even wanted to open the door of the compartment and tightly embrace the alpha, telling him, it's your parents' fault, someone as wonderful as you deserves to bask in love unmatched by the entire world. Someone so wonderful like Dr. Jiang, who deserved all this, how could there be parents who didn't know how to cherish him? Someone so wonderful like Dr. Jiang, he was the kind of man Bai Tang would want to offer everything to. Bai Tang had never felt such a strong yearning and desire. He could give up everything, just to have Jiang Yunshu by his side. All he could think was, he had to hold on to Jiang Yunshu, and he must pour all his love into Jiang Yunshu. Even though he had experienced betrayal, been let down, and suffered harm, Jiang Yunshu was worth abandoning his past, breaking free from unease, and overcoming darkness, giving love unreservedly. As long as Jiang Yunshu liked him just a little bit, Bai Tang was ready to give everything. Just a little bit was enough. Bai Tang cried out, then let me be the one to like you. This time, you'll receive so much more in return. Chapter 71, Where to Kiss. The smell of condensed milk grew stronger. Jiang Yunshu knew that Bai Tang was the kind of person who would speak his mind, but he was still caught off guard by this straightforward question, and it struck directly into his heart. In an instant, Jiang Yunshu felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Bai Tang had chosen to be with him. During this time, he had thought about it many times. Though he said he would leave the decision to Bai Tang, was his heart truly as magnanimous as his words suggested? Jiang Yunshu asked himself sincerely, if Bai Tang really fell for another alpha, would he willingly let go? Could he trust anyone else with Bai Tang besides himself? There were so few good alphas in the world, and what if Bai Tang encountered another beast? Could he bear seeing Bai Tang hurt again? No, just the thought made him feel as if he were suffocating. Why should the child he had saved with great difficulty like someone else? Why should the child he had patiently helped heal end up being ruined by some other alpha? Only he could watch over him, keep him safe by his side. While waiting for Bai Tang to come from school, during his sensitive period, even thoughts that were extremely malevolent crossed the alpha's mind. If one day Bai Tang no longer liked him, then he would lock him up, forever confining him at home. Even if Bai Tang discovered his flaws and uninteresting nature, wasn't he supposed to accept everything about him once he chose to like him? If he chose to like, shouldn't he continue liking forever? Besides, wasn't Bai Tang already his omega? There was no way to divorce. His sense of possession and control was unprecedentedly strong. It was not until 4 hours ago that he realized just how much he liked Bai Tang more than he had imagined. Dr. Jiang. Bai Tang's voice tinged with sorrow interrupted the alpha's thoughts. Dr. Jiang, will it work? Only then did Jiang Yunshu remember the poor child next door was still crying pitifully. He needed to respond quickly or Bai Tang wouldn't be able to attend school the next day, becoming a target for teasing by classmates. He replied, yes. The intermittent sobs on the other end abruptly paused, suddenly falling silent as though they couldn't believe their ears. After quite a while, the hesitant voice asked, what did you say? Did you actually speak? Yes, Jiang Yunshu responded with a smile in his eyes. I said yes, stop crying, your eyes are going to swell. A teardrop lingered on the lower lashes, Bai Tang's mouth slightly agape, his brain buzzing, seemingly not fully understanding what the alpha had said. What did it mean? Was he agreeing? Agreeing to like him? Although he had fantasized and simulated countless times the scenarios of dating Dr. Jiang Yunshu, when Jiang finally consented, Bai Tang found it unreal, too unreal. How could such an outstanding person as Dr. Jiang genuinely like him? Bai Tang unconsciously slowed his breathing. Dr. Jiang, can you repeat that? Without showing any signs of annoyance, Jiang Yunshu responded, yes. Another brief silence ensued before a sudden loud cry emerged from the other side, as if he had pinched himself hard. Finally, Bai Tang believed it and sobbed joyfully, Wah, Dr. Jiang, I. But just at that moment, something unexpected happened. A deafening alarm sounded outside the quarantine room, followed less than a second later by 2 fully equipped medical personnel bursting through the door. One covered Bai Tang's mouth while the other lifted him up, dragging both him and his chair away. MPH. Bai Tang was startled, his eyes wide open. In the last second before being dragged out of the isolation room, he looked at the meters reading dully. A black line was clearly seen running across the red one. Snap. The door closed. This entire sequence of actions was smooth as silk, not exceeding 5 seconds. Though Jiang Yunshu understood the hospital procedures and could sense Bai Tang's pheromones growing increasingly intense, the event happened too abruptly. It took him quite a while to react, calling out to the now empty isolation room, Bai Tang. No response. The realization that the Omega had been taken immediately filled the Alpha's mind during his sensitive period, causing sharp, piercing pain in his head. A fit of rage bubbled up within him. He panted heavily, feeling as if he could kick down the iron door of the booth right now. From the originally flat ceiling, 2 dark pipes extended slowly. Gradually, Jiang Yunshu began to feel the Omega's pheromones diminishing, its concentration returning to below the white line level. He banged his forehead against the cold isolation door again and again, trying to calm himself down. But after experiencing the sweetness of the Omega during the sensitive period, how easy was it to suppress such cravings? Jiang Yunshu hugged the bedspread imbued with the scent of condensed milk to his chest as though hugging Bai Tang. He buried himself inside, closing his eyes, sniffing again and again. After an unknown length of time, or perhaps after the pain had numbed him, his mood gradually settled. Reflecting on what had just happened, he couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. His lips curved faintly in a silent smile. Bai Tang must be feeling awful too. During the sensitive period, alpha pheromones naturally overwhelmed omegas. The more concentrated the omega pheromones became, the more it indirectly heightened the alpha's pheromones. What was Bai Tang doing right now? Was he throwing a tantrum? Still crying? Or was he smiling, just like himself? Jiang Yunshu only realized belatedly that from the moment Bai Tang had accepted him, in this vast world of millions of strangers where one could brush shoulders with millions of people, there was someone to whom he mattered, and to whom Bai Tang mattered uniquely, someone distinct and irreplaceable. They were friends, family, partners, 2 ends of a collar around his neck bound together for life, forever inseparable. A bond closer than blood relations, more permanent than black ink on white paper, brought him a sense of calm. An indescribable satisfaction and joy. The image of Bai Tang's smile flashed before his eyes, making Jiang Yunshu chuckle softly under his breath. Bai Tang had been moved by the medical staff to the neighboring Omega isolation room. He certainly threw a fit, but at himself. He had nearly cried out of frustration because he hadn't managed his pheromones carefully enough. How uncomfortable must Dr. Jiang feel now? Still, under the influence of alpha pheromones, his body grew feverish, and he struggled to control the release of his own pheromones. After 15 minutes, he pressed the call button in urgency. Lin Baijiao used the computer to check the pheromone concentration in the Omega isolation room and only opened the door when it was confirmed that Bai Tang wasn't emitting any further pheromones. Dr. Lin. I need to go back in. Lin Baijiao had expected this and said helplessly, Bai Tang, hospital rules give you 2 chances. If the alarm sounds again this time, then during Jiang Yunshu's current sensitive period, you won't be allowed inside anymore. I won't make the same mistake again. Bai Tang's eyes were still red. This time I will definitely do it correctly. When re-entering, Bai Tang moved with extreme caution, yet he was instantly discovered by the other side. Bai Tang. Aha. Bai Tang hesitated, his embarrassment mounting. Having responded too tentatively, Jiang Yunshu sat up and tapped on the small transparent window. Come here, let me see you. Instinctively, Bai Tang wiped his face and tidied his hair. He thought he must look terrible now and gently declined, maybe next time. Can we do it later? If it were the regular Jiang Yunshu, he wouldn't have thought much about it, assuming that if the other didn't want to show, so be it. However, alphas were extraordinarily sensitive during their sensitive periods. Upon hearing Bai Tang's reluctance, his heart skipped a beat, a wave of crisis and surging pheromones hit him hard. He furrowed his brow and asked, Are you regretting it? It took Bai Tang a few seconds to catch on to what the alpha was asking. Hurriedly, he leaned toward the window, directly meeting the icy gaze of the alpha. Startled, the Omega's heart pounded wildly. He thought, oh no, even when angry, how could Dr. Jiang look so handsome? He hastily defended, no, not at all. Please don't be mad, please don't, it's just that I think I look bad right now, so. Relaxing his tense shoulders, Jiang Yunshu stared at the Omega's features for a long while and remarked, you look fine. Bai Tang looked down at his shoes, feeling bashful. Thank you. Through an iron door, with barely a small window between them, they could only see each other's eyes, noses, and mouths, not even a complete face. Staring like this, Bai Tang found the situation strangely humorous. Suppressing a laugh, he couldn't hold it in anymore, closing his eyes and letting out a soft chuckle. This is kind of funny. The sight of the Omega smiling involuntarily lifted Jiang Yunshu's spirits as well. For the entire week, whenever Bai Tang had spare time, he ran to the hospital, sitting for hours in the isolation chamber. The oncology department doctors finally got a chance to see Dr. Jiang's famously gorgeous wife. On Friday afternoon, Jiang Yunshu was finally released. The head doctor instructed him to take the weekend off, an impromptu 2-day vacation. This marked the first time after the confession that the two truly faced each other honestly, yet they hadn't even held hands. Bai Tang felt a bit awkward and glanced at the alpha's expressionless face, wondering if Dr. Jiang noticed it. A strange, subtle atmosphere arose between them, like the bubbles of shaken grapefruit soda rushing up and bursting all at once. This polite, respectful vibe continued until the evening. During the sensitive period, Jiang Yunshu had hardly rested well. For 3 days, his head ached so severely that he couldn't sleep unless Bai Tang was there, allowing him slight relief. So, tonight he climbed into bed with Bai Tang early, as the accumulated fatigue of several months had finally caught up with him. The lights are off, Jiang Yunshu said. Bai Tang obediently lay down and responded with an, The mattress sank beside him as he felt the alpha lying down a fist's distance away. The blanket was pulled higher, and then an arm reached out to tuck it around him. A quiet moment passed between them. In Bai Tang's blurred vision, the contours of the alpha began to appear in detail. It struck him that this scene reminded him of something familiar, the time when Jiang Yunshu had initiated holding his hand. But now things were different. Dr. Jiang was no longer just his doctor but more. Bai Tang abruptly stopped his wandering thoughts. What was their current relationship? Then, let me love you. Yes. Bai Tang pondered over these words repeatedly. They were too vague. Could Dr. Jiang have misunderstood his meaning? If the hardest step, the most difficult confession had already been made, what bold or explicit word could this Omega not say anymore? The thought had barely crossed his mind before Bai Tang blurted, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu had his eyes closed, and he responded with a soft, The Omega turned onto his stomach, supporting himself on his elbows. His hair brushed against his cheeks as he asked, what is our current relationship? Are we lovers? Jiang Yunshu, feeling the intense gaze of Bai Tang, replied simply, yes. Startled, Bai Tang let out a gasp. He faltered, opening his lips, as the alpha's handsome facial features grew clearer in the dimness. His gaze swept across Jiang Yunshu's face, finally resting on his thin lips. In the dark, the Omega who now had a boyfriend once again became restless, his brain releasing dopamine induced by excitement. He recalled the frustration of their last almost kiss. But now, this was his boyfriend. Why couldn't he kiss him? Bai Tang leaned forward slightly, staring boldly and shamelessly at the alpha's lips, and whispered softly, "Dr. Jiang, can I kiss you?" In the darkness, Jiang Yunshu suddenly opened his eyes, slightly grinding his teeth, aroused by Bai Tang. His Adam's apple moved slowly as he lowered his head slightly. His eyes locked directly onto Bai Tang's lips, still moist from licking them moments ago, and he hoarsely asked, "Where do you want to kiss?" Chapter 72, A Foolish King. Where to kiss? This question left Bai Tang completely confused. He looked up and saw the alpha staring at him intently, which made him a little nervous. Bai Tang lowered his head again. Since Dr. Jiang hadn't been in a relationship before, wouldn't kissing immediately be a bit too much? Would Dr. Jiang think he was not self-disciplined enough? It would be better to take it step by step. Bai Tang's eyes moved from Jiang Yunshu's lips to his cheek kiss. Jiang Yunshu lay flat, and after hearing this, finally tore his gaze away from Bai Tang's lips. After a long pause, he hummed in agreement. Even agreeing to a cheek kiss took so long, clearly, diving straight into a kiss wasn't possible right now. Bai Tang, with his elbows exerting strength, slowly moved closer to the alpha's head and gently leaned over. Throughout this process, Jiang Yunshu continuously watched Omega's movements. Their gazes met, sticky yet fiery. Bai Tang's face gradually warmed up, with a reddish hue around his eyes, but defiantly looked straight into the alpha's eyes. When their distance was only one fist apart, Bai Tang finally couldn't resist any longer. His gaze started dodging nervously as he said, "Close your eyes." Jiang Yunshu replied, "Do we need to close our eyes for a cheek kiss?" The alpha's intense gaze burned into Bai Tang. Resolute, Bai Tang closed his own eyes tightly and leaned towards Jiang Yunshu. Though cold and sharp were Alpha's facial lines, his cheeks weren't hard or unyielding. Jiang Yunshu merely felt his right cheek soften momentarily, as if a marshmallow had been pressed against his face, deformed, then quickly returned to its original shape. Very light, not even a sound was produced. Afterward, Bai Tang buried his face in the blanket, behaving like an ostrich, unable to believe how flustered he felt from just that simple cheek kiss. Next to him, the mattress shifted slightly with a soft rustling sound, and he sensed Alpha turn his body. Jiang Yunshu reached out to pat Bai Tang's lower back and said, "Turn around." Bai Tang fidgeted with the blanket, exposing one eye red as a tomato. The spot where Jiang Yunshu touched burned with heat, and through the thin layer of clothing, the warmth from Alpha's palm flowed steadily into him. Suppressing his embarrassment, Bai Tang turned obediently towards the Alpha, though no longer dared to lift his head. Following this, the hand that was resting on his waist applied gentle pressure, and Bai Tang's body was drawn closer. Face to face with Jiang Yunshu, Bai Tang's toes brushed against Jiang Yunshu's calf, engulfed entirely in his Alpha's scent. This was the first time Alpha initiated holding him while sleeping. "Go to sleep," Jiang Yunshu said. With his face smothered somewhat, Bai Tang nodded, basking in secret satisfaction despite feeling a slight pang of loss. Why didn't Jiang Yunshu also want to kiss him? Subtly tilting his neck higher, all he could see was Jiang Yunshu's collarbone, with his casual wear loose, forming a small bulge, faintly revealing the outline of chest muscles. Bai Tang was suddenly bewitched. He wanted to kiss. He realized for the first time how deeply attracted he was to Jiang Yunshu. In the night, Omega is unpredictable, impulsive, and disregards consequences. Without sensing Alpha's stare, the pressure gone, Bai Tang's desires crept back. Like a lustful emperor led astray by seductive pleasures, he threw aside his previous timid and bashful self. Bold again, this person was already his Alpha, why shouldn't he dare? Anything he wanted to do, he could simply do. If action came to mind, there was no delay. He slightly extended his neck and gave Alpha's collarbone a delicate peck. At the moment, Jiang Yunshu felt his body hair stand on end, and his eyes that had been closed instantly opened wide. Even as the Omega squirmed relentlessly in his arms, brushing his chin with his hair strands, Jiang Yunshu endured it all, but the result was plop. Again, his collarbone got a wet peck. Jiang Yunshu nearly snickered in irritation, wanting nothing more than to reprimand Bai Tang's audacity. He used his hand to grab hold of Bai Tang's mouth, the base of his thumb sensing the Omega's burning breaths. Omega's face was indeed tiny, fitting perfectly into the palm of one hand, soft cheeks protruding slightly under the compression from 4 fingers pressing on both earlobes respectively. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunshu stared directly at Bai Tang's widened pupils. The Omega's eyes brimmed with wrong feelings, evidently accusing the Alpha of using brute force. Suddenly, his pupils froze, gazing unblinkingly at a particular spot. Jiang Yunshu immediately felt his own lips tingle. This Omega would eventually climb all over him. With a heavy gaze, Jiang Yunshu's hand slid down Bai Tang's face until the palm rested lightly against the Omega's throat. "Bai Tang, look up." Seeing Bai Tang's cheeks with faint finger marks, Jiang Yunshu could no longer hold back. With some almost imperceptible anxiety, he bent his head downward. This time, the marshmallow would be personally squeezed and distorted by him. Kissing a few times, it seemed he was unsatisfied with the position and angle, applying mild force upward beneath Bai Tang's jaw. The Omega involuntarily closed his eyes, his tiptoes tightening as they brushed against the bedsheet. He was deeply entrenched in the Alpha's embrace, forced to tilt his head back, with his chin almost forming a straight line with his slender neck. Condensed milk flavor and icy glacier scent intertwined and mingled. Neither of them extended their tongues, they only continued to rub their lips together ceaselessly. Bai Tang felt so content he nearly let out a sigh of pleasure. Midway through, he couldn't help but lift his eyelids slightly to observe what Jiang Yunshu looked like while kissing. However, when his gaze directly met with the alpha's unwavering eyes, Bai Tang trembled in shock. He turned his head away from the alpha's kiss, quietly complaining, "Why don't you close your eyes? It's embarrassing." Jiang Yunshu pulled his hand from inside his own shirt, smiling slightly, "I'm just checking who this lecherous Omega belongs to." Bai Tang's lips flushed red, embarrassment written all over his face after being caught red-handed. His voice grew quieter as he muttered, I don't know. My hands moved on their own." At 30 years old, Jiang Yunshu had only just realized how pleasurable kissing could be. He brushed the hair off Bai Tang's forehead, kissed him gently, and said, "Sleep now." The Omega was stunned for a few seconds before covering his forehead and squinting his eyes into a smile, satisfied and sweet. Jiang Yunshu followed suit, a faint curve tugging at the corner of his lips. "Go to sleep." Obediently, Bai Tang stretched out an arm to encircle the alpha's waist, closing his eyes. "Good night, Dr. Jiang." On Saturday morning, Jiang Yunshu woke up feeling refreshed. As he looked upon the sleeping visage of Bai Tang, his spirit revitalized. He was about to get up silently when a sudden arm flung out and pulled him back down. "Dr. Jiang, let's sleep a little longer," murmured Bai Tang, resting his head on the alpha's shoulder and drifting off again. Jiang Yunshu had no intention of going back to sleep. After waiting for Bai Tang to fall deeply asleep, he successfully got up and slipped out of the room. The carrot scallop lean meat porridge had been set to cook last night. Jiang Yunshu ate it while opening his computer to check emails, seeing that the organization had replied, "Very well organized, thank you." Jiang Yunshu smiled and typed in reply, "It was my Omega who organized it. He's very capable." After finishing a bowl of porridge, he went to the bedroom intending to wake the other person, only to see the Omega pretending to be an ostrich in bed, neck and ears fully red. Jiang Yunshu could guess the reason roughly. He said, "What, are you two different people during the day and night?" Bai Tang mumbled, "Humans at night always seem shameless." On Saturday morning, Lin Baijiu pulled out his phone at the endocrinology department, which was still abysmally empty. He deftly flipped open his chat box with Zheng Ruyun and started his daily inquiry. In the chat history, there were nothing but, "Are you free today?" This identical conversation had repeated 27 times, one after another every day. 27 days ago, Zheng Ruyun was finally bothered to no end, and in a fit of annoyance approved the friend request, ready to see what Lin Baijiu was up to. "Lin Baijiu, are you free today?" Furious beyond words, Zheng Ruyun took 43 minutes to respond, "What the hell do you want? Can't you just say it directly?" Lin Baijiu could already picture Zheng Ruyun's irritated expression and found it amusing enough to raise a brow. "No, we need to talk offline." Zheng Ruyun, fine, meet me at the cafe opposite Capital Hospital at 5:50 p.m., and let's see what you have to say. Zheng Ruyun, humph. Lin Baijiu, what? Thrilled by her response, Lin Baijiu quickly answered, No, Fengxi will be fine, I can't bother you to come." Zheng Ruyun, shut up. Lin Baijiu, okay, see you at the cafe near Capital Hospital this afternoon. Casually slipping on a t-shirt and track pants, Zheng Ruyun put on a baseball cap and sat at a booth towards the back. Sorry, Lin Baijiu rushed in, "Sorry I'm late, I had a patient just as I was finishing work." Crossing his arms, Zheng Ruyun cut straight to the point, "What's the matter?" Lin Baijiu glanced at the untouched peach soda on the table, which he had pre-ordered, but it seemed Zheng Ruyun had no interest in drinking what he had ordered. He stirred it with a straw, "Try the peach soda at this shop. It's really good." Zheng Ruyun twitched a vein in his temple, sparing his words, "No." "Why?" Lin Baijiu gulped down a big mouthful, enjoying the fizzy sensation thoroughly, "It's really good. Aren't you also a fan of peach soda?" Looking sick to his stomach, Zheng Ruyun snapped, unable to endure further, "I don't want to share peach soda with you, damn it. Just tell me what you want or I'm leaving." "Holy crap," Lin Baijiu hastily began, "let me talk. Listen, are you seriously still thinking about taking the civil service exam this year?" Zheng Ruyun, "What's it to you? Just take the exam," Lin Baijiu responded, "you'll pass this year." Zheng Ruyun gave a cynical laugh, "So what, do you have a backdoor for me to walk through?" "No," Lin Baijiu furrowed his brows, but he didn't dare to tell the other person the method now. Zheng Ruyun would definitely disagree at this point, and if he still refused on the interview day, Lin would have to tie him up and make sure the interview happened before letting him go. "Trust me, just go for the exam." The eyes hidden beneath the baseball cap dimmed. This was Zheng Ruyun's third attempt at the civil service exam. He had already used up his 2 chances as a fresh graduate for the star-level exams, leaving only the district-level exam for him. In the previous 2 attempts, he ranked first in the written exams, but as long as he was an Omega, as long as his file indicated Omega as his gender, there was no way he could be the top candidate after the interview. Why? He was only 22 years old too. A 22-year-old alpha was still seen as a child in others' eyes, someone who needed care and attention. Yet, he had spent 8 years working hard in society, eating coarse grains and vegetables, and living with the constant fear of being taken advantage of by alphas. Even now, during the day, he pretended to be a beta at work and pushed himself to prepare for the exam late into the night. Zheng Ruian stayed silent for a moment, pressed down on his baseball cap, and stood up. I'll take the exam anyway, whether you say so or not. Chapter 73, Apply Body Lotion. Jiang Yunshu had only rested for a day, the dark circles under his eyes hadn't yet faded when he began bustling around again. The organization had expanded from the original 14 people to 20, and the procedures and systems of the Second Star Omega Rescue Foundation were gradually being perfected. So far, they had received requests for help from 17 Omegas, including 6 married Omegas who hadn't been permanently marked, 7 unmarried Omegas who had been deliberately harmed and threatened by their ex-boyfriends or boyfriends, and 4 Omegas wandering alone in society due to various reasons. They were all temporarily housed in one of Secretary Feng's private residences. Funds flowed out like water. Though money was not lacking, there was a serious shortage of manpower, especially concerning the most pressing issue at the moment, filing divorce lawsuits on behalf of the 6 married Omegas. However, the organization only had one lawyer, Zhong, who was already overwhelmed with cases, including the lawsuit involving Jiang Yunshu's mother. The organization dared not rashly add new members, fearing leaks of confidential information and worrying about those who might harbor ill intentions learning the Omega's information and addresses. All they could do was expedite the vetting and testing of those wishing to join and provide maximum support to lawyer Zhong. But those beastly ex-husbands wouldn't stand for it. On the day they received the legal summons, someone started causing trouble online. Later, an alpha somehow found out lawyer Zhong's office address and cornered him in broad daylight. Although Zhong Qi was also an alpha, he couldn't withstand the other party's prepared assault. His temple was cut open, leaving blood streaming down his face, and he suffered varying degrees of minor injuries all over his body. This incident completely blew up. When Jiang Yunshu arrived at the ward, Zhong Qi's head was tightly bandaged, making it appear much larger than usual. A pair of glasses sat on his nose bridge, and his fingers were swiftly typing on the laptop. Beside him, Lin Bajao was sitting idly, looking at his phone while cursing under his breath. Zhong Qi noticed Jiang Yunshu and smiled. Oh, Dr. Jiang is also in the capital. Jiang Yunshu said, I'm late. I just left the lab. His words were interrupted by a knock on the door. A nurse stood outside. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang has come to bring your meal. Jiang Yunshu nodded in thanks, then turned to Zhong Qi and asked, is it okay for Bai Tang to come in? Zhong Qi waved his hand indicating it was no problem. Lin Bajao perked up at hearing this. He threw his phone onto the bed. Quick, quick. I've heard legendary stories about your oncology department. Let me see what little Bai Tang cooked today. Jiang Yunshu took the elevator to the 7th floor of the oncology department, a bit of urgency in his steps. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Bai Tang sitting obediently on a metal chair waiting for him. It was getting colder recently, cold air waves sweeping through. Omega started wearing fleece hoodies, and underneath, loose wide-leg light blue jeans could be seen. At first glance, he seemed like a student from the nearby Imperial University, young and full of vitality. For the first time, Jiang Yunshu had a fleeting thought, am I getting old? Bai Tang quickly spotted his alpha, and his mouth curved into a smile the moment their eyes met. He carried 3 lunch boxes and ran over to his alpha. Dr. Jiang. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays mornings, Bai Tang didn't have classes during the 3rd and 4th periods, so these few days he fixed lunch delivery to Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu refused many times, saying, there's a canteen in the hospital. There's no need for you to go through the trouble. Bai Tang shook his head with a smile. It's no trouble at all. How can the canteen compare with the meals I make? Because of Jiang Yunshu, he indeed wasn't too fond of housework. But cooking for Jiang Yunshu made him willing and genuinely happy deep down inside. Just thinking about Jiang Yunshu eating the food he carefully prepared gave him immense satisfaction, and he even hummed songs while riding his bike to deliver the meal. Jiang Yunshu, dead once, accepted the box, and asked, thank you, are you tired? Being able to eat the meals prepared by the person he loved filled him with joy. To be cared for and taken care of by Bai Tang moved him deeply. He was just worried that if this went on, Bai Tang would grow tired of the complicated process of preparing meals, leading to arguments and cracks in their relationship. Bai Tang instinctively grabbed Jiang Yunshu's left hand, not at all. Hey. Where are we going? To lawyer Zhong Qi's place, would you like to join me? I'll eat there. Being able to stay longer with his alpha, Bai Tang was naturally willing. Before they pushed open the ward door, they heard Lin Bajao cursing repeatedly. Shit. These bastards. Son of a bitch. Do you dare challenge Grandpa Lin? Zhong Qi helplessly explained, he got into an argument with some internet trolls. In front of 2 unfamiliar alphas, Bai Tang felt somewhat awkward. Hearing this, he said, yes, lawyer Zhong's case went viral on Weibo. Some of the comments are really nasty. Saying things like, it's none of your business whether those couples get along or not, they deserve it. Though more betas were speaking up in defense, the unreasonable trolls were fierce, and the rational side was unable to counter them. Lin Bajao sneered, clearly irritated by the idiocy of the group he was dealing with, playing public opinion games with me. Jiang Yunshu silently averted his gaze, knowing that Lin Bajao was about to throw a lot of money. Sure enough, within just half an hour, all comment sections related to Zhong Qi's information were flooded with paid internet commentators condemning those who had criticized Zhong Qi. Public opinion quickly turned in their favor. Money talks. This agency even helps us curse them back. Lin Bajao said gleefully. Zhong Qi, the young lawyer, trembled slightly. Public sentiment manipulation can be powerful, but Dr. Lin, this is getting too expensive. At 6 p.m., Jiang Yunshu finished work and went to the school gate to wait for Bai Tang to go home together. Little did they know that as soon as they entered their home, Zhou Chaoyu and Qin Zhongnan arrived to provide psychological counseling for Jiang Ruanio, who lived next door. Following Zhou Chaoyu's advice, Jiang Yunshu bought a laid-back kitten to keep Jiang Ruanio company, though it wasn't very effective. She would often sit motionless on the balcony for an entire afternoon, hands resting on her abdomen while the cat slept on her thighs. The two alphas were busy preparing dinner, while the two omegas went next door to accompany Jiang Ruanio. Jiang Ruanio's condition showed no signs of improvement, she reacted minimally to their every move. After dinner, Qin Zhongnan and Zhou Chaoyu bid farewell to the two, and at the door, they swapped shoes. After putting on his shoes, Qin Zhongnan stood up and suddenly shouted, then glanced down at his feet and smiled at Zhou Chaoyu, letting his glasses chain swing lightly. Why does your shoe like me so much that it needs my mark? A conspicuous black footprint appeared on Zhou Chaoyu's clean white shoes. He said, no problem, we've just bought several new brushes for you at home. Although the senior student always had a cold and domineering demeanor, treating everyone coldly, Bai Tang thought he was the only one who accompanied Dr. Qin in their playful banter. How did Dr. Qin meet the senior? And how did they end up together? As the door closed, Bai Tang saw Qin Zhongnan smilingly touch Zhou Chaoyu's face. They were so intimate, surely they had already done everything. Bai Tang couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yunshu beside him. He wanted some affectionate physical contact from the alpha, but instantly, a few images flashed through his mind, causing his complexion to pale. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. The moment Zhou Chaoyu got home, he tore off the separation patch from the back of his neck. Regardless of whether one was an alpha or omega, the gland area was extremely sensitive, and having something stuck there was never comfortable. Qin Zhongnan looked up, noticing that the omega's gland area was pristine, without a single trace. He sighed inwardly, knowing that this omega would never allow him lifelong marking. Zhou Chaoyu would absolutely not put himself in a situation that might lead to a dead end, even if the probability was only 0.01%. Thinking from another perspective, if he were the omega, his choice would also be identical to Zhou Chaoyu's. Though he understood rationally that it was fine not to have lifelong marking, the damned possessiveness inherent in alphas still made him feel somewhat blocked inside. Jiang Yunshu sat before his desk with a faint dampness clinging to him, his expression focused and concentrated. Under soft lighting, Bai Tang lay on the outermost side of the bed, reverting once more to his habit of going to sleep alone. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang stretched out his hand to reach the alpha's clothes, tugging at them gently. Can you sleep with me? You shouldn't always stay up late. Bai Tang wasn't capriciously demanding that Dr. Jiang must accompany him, it was out of concern for Jiang Yunshu. For 2 years now, the alpha rarely ever slept before 11 o'clock at night. This would eventually lead to problems. Bah! Bai Tang slapped his own mouth, producing a crisp sound. You sleep first. Jiang Yunshu clasped Bai Tang's hand tightly. I haven't finished today's planning chart yet. Since Jiang Yunshu shared the story of his family issues, Bai Tang understood that these stubborn bad habits were shackles imposed by Jiang Yunshu's original family. Bai Tang wanted to help Jiang Yunshu shake them off, but a full week of continuous persuasion and pleading yielded no effect on Jiang Yunshu. In frustration, Bai Tang changed positions, feeling some itchiness in his legs. He scratched under the covers, then remembered, he hadn't applied body lotion today. With the onset of autumn, the heat and dryness made it impossible to go 2 days without applying body lotion. The skin would become unbearably itchy otherwise. Bai Tang got out of bed, put on his slippers, and headed toward the bathroom. What are you doing? Jiang Yunshu asked. Bai Tang returned holding a bottle of something, saying, getting the body lotion. Pushing aside the covers, he sat on the bed, lifted his loose trouser leg, squeezed a large dollop onto his calf, and started rubbing. Suddenly, he noticed the alpha's gaze. Jiang Yunshu withdrew his eyes. Nothing. However, Bai Tang suddenly had an idea. That's right, if he could coax the alpha into bed first, wouldn't that guarantee he sleeps? But this felt too immodest, his ears began to turn red. Biting his lip, after some deliberation, he tentatively nudged Jiang Yunshu's thigh with his toes. Jiang Yunshu looked over and paused instantly. The omega had both hands propped up behind him, accentuating the line of his collarbone that extended all the way to the most rounded part of his shoulder. His long legs were bent, and the loose trouser leg was almost slipping down to the root of his leg, faintly visible. Seeing no reaction from him, Bai Tang took the plunge and placed his heel directly on the alpha's thigh, saying, Dr. Jiang, can you help me rub in the body lotion? Feeling the added weight on his leg, Jiang Yunshu looked down. The white lotion previously applied to the omega's calf hadn't been spread evenly yet, dotted irregularly across the skin. After a while, he asked, What? Dr. Jiang, please help me with the body lotion. Baitang forced himself to look into the Alpha's eyes despite his shame, adding, "My hands are too tired from writing a 2,500-word essay by hand at school today. They're sore." Jiang Yunshu felt somewhat stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "Do it yourself." No, Baitang stubbornly refused, his neck reddened as he had already gone this far. If he couldn't manage to get the Alpha to sleep early now, wouldn't it mean he himself wasn't good enough? Softening his tone but persisting, he said, "Dr. Jiang, please help me." Chapter 74, Trouble. Baitong glumly rested his cheek on his palm as he stared at the blackboard. Thanks to his Alpha, it was now the break after the first class in the morning, yet he wasn't sleepy at all. Baitong, a roommate next to him, leaned over and asked, "Why are your ears so red? Are you sick?" No, that was from embarrassment. Embarrassment over last night's events, frustration that Dr. Jiang still hadn't gone to sleep early. The instigator's calf was still swinging around on his thigh. Jiang Yunshu gripped the right ankle with one hand, stood up, and Omega's leg bent even more due to the motion. The pant leg loosely folded at the root of the leg, revealing a hint of white edge. A shadow fell over Baitong's face, his leg wouldn't budge, and he nervously tilted his head back. "What are you doing?" Applying body lotion, Jiang Yunshu sat sideways on the bed. "Wasn't that what you asked for?" Baitong stammered, "Oh. Two fine white legs rested on the Alpha's thighs. Jiang Yunshu lowered his gaze, the light falling clearly on his sharp features. He touched Baitong's legs, finding them cool. The white lotion seeped between his fingers, pushing upwards, making the skin underneath smooth and moist. He forced himself not to think too much and focused entirely on applying the lotion. Baitong only felt his legs go numb, tingling and burning. How come it felt like nothing when he applied it himself? Unable to suppress a twitch, he instinctively pulled his legs together. But looking up, he saw the Alpha wearing a completely serious expression, unaffected, as if he wasn't touching an Omega but some kind of plastic model instead. A streak of rebellion flared up inside Baitong. Why was he blushing furiously while the Alpha remained calm and composed? Was he really that unappealing? Suddenly, he withdrew his right leg, curling it under the left one. With the sudden emptiness in his hands, the Alpha paused mid-motion and looked over. "Dr. Jiang, give me a kiss." Straightening up, Baitong slightly pouted his lips and moved closer. Jiang Yunshu silently observed him for a moment until he made Omega squirm uncomfortably before brushing against his lips lightly. Then, he insistently lifted Baitong's left leg again to finish applying the lotion, squeezing an excessive amount of white lotion onto the calf. Startled by the coldness, Baitong shivered slightly, and his expressions grew increasingly dissatisfied. That wasn't a proper kiss. Pushing the lotion toward the foot, Jiang Yunshu held the foot firmly and began applying it, not skipping the spaces between the toes. His fingers went in and out, sticky and slick. Sensitive as the soles were, this felt unbearably itchy. Reacting reflexively, Baitong's body jolted, causing him to struggle on the bed, his expression caught between laughing and crying. His rounded toes curled tightly. "Ah! Dr. Jiang, it's too itchy." No need for the soles." Holding tight so Omega couldn't pull his leg back, Jiang Yunshu said firmly, "Stop moving, wasn't this what you wanted?" Realizing he had teased too far, Baitong placed the other leg on Alpha's arm in an attempt to halt things. Quietly pleading, "We're done now. Dr. Jiang." Glancing at him once, Jiang Yunshu finally released his hold and turned around, preparing to stand up, when suddenly, an unexpected weight pressed down on his back. The opportunistic Omega leaped entirely onto him. Seeing him get ready to stand, Baitong panicked. He couldn't let Alpha have any chance to return to the desk. From behind, he grabbed Jiang Yunshu's neck, prompting the Alpha to instinctively turn his head. Unexpectedly, their lips met solidly. For days, they had done nothing beyond kissing. That chaste kiss evolved into a wet, tongue-involved affair. Kneeling sideways, Baitong pushed hard, pressing Alpha back onto the bed. Feeling the licks and nibbles on his lips, Jiang Yunshu watched as Baitong's closed eyes flushed bright red. He supported Baitong's back, tilting his head slightly to respond. Perhaps this position was uncomfortable for Baitong's twisted waist. While kissing, he involuntarily lifted his leg. His slender arms wrapped around Alpha's neck, and his position shifted into straddling Jiang Yunshu's thighs, almost losing strength in his waist. Their chests pressed tightly together, and droplets formed at the corners of Baitong's mouth, licked away by Alpha. Never before had the taste of condensed milk and glacier been so strong, even the dark sugar outside the door could smell it, scampering away farther in response. Unbeknownst to when it started, Omega felt something stone-like pressing against his thigh root. In a daze from the kisses, his instinct led him to grind slightly in confusion about what it was. It took his slow mind a while to comprehend, and then his body stiffened immediately, afraid to move. Baitong's face flushed an even deeper red. Panicked, he tried to stand, but his tongue was bitten by Jiang Yunshu, and both his waist and the back of his neck were gripped tightly by iron-hard hands. Baitong tried to push away Alpha's shoulders. Jiang Yunshu opened his eyes, unperturbed. "What's wrong?" Stammering, Baitong said, I need to get up." Jiang Yunshu laughed softly and tilted his head, genuinely inflamed by Omega's teasing attempts. His gaze became rare and fierce. His hand slid down from Baitong's neck to the small of his back, then suddenly pressed forcefully towards himself, instantly closing every gap between them. Ahem. Baitong shuddered, let out a low groan, and stared wide-eyed. His neck and collarbone flushed entirely red, his back tingling as if an electric current surged through it, the sensation in his legs like fire. Every time he tried to squirm backward due to discomfort, Alpha's strong hand would push him firmly back into place. After several rounds, Baitong finally surrendered, burying his face in Alpha's shoulder, whispering meekly, "Dr. Jiang. I'm sorry." Jiang Yunshu's voice rumbled low, "What did you do wrong?" "What did I do wrong?" There was nothing wrong with what he'd done. Omega rested a hand on Alpha's chest, aggrieved, everything was wrong. Jiang Yunshu wasn't actually trying to discipline Baitong, nor did he truly believe Baitong had erred. He just couldn't let this Omega run amok without consequences anymore. He placed Baitong gently on the bed and stood up. Omega couldn't help but steal a glance at Jiang Yunshu's figure, and his pupils contracted sharply. For the first time, he truly sensed Jiang Yunshu's overwhelming alpha dominance, the kind that could take whatever, whenever. The moment of confinement ended, Baitong immediately retreated to the corner of the bed, his beet-red face laced with anxiety. Jiang Yunshu watched silently and said, "Sleep now. I'll be using the restroom." Alpha left for the bathroom outside the room, but how could Baitong possibly fall asleep? So he lay there quietly in bed. Half an hour later, Jiang Yunshu returned. Seeing Baitong's eyes still flickering under his lids, he reached out to gently rub Omega's hair. "Good night." Baitong didn't dare ask Jiang Yunshu to join him in bed anymore, muttering despondently, "Good night." Jiang Yunshu sat by the desk, dimmed the lights, and shortly thereafter, the soft clatter of the keyboard began. Ding dong ding, the second-class bell rang, snapping him out of reminiscence. Baitong opened his textbook with a gloomy face. Zheng Ruyun, dressed in a specially bought suit for interviews, holding a file bag, stepped downstairs only to see a sleek black sports car parked in this modest area, gleaming so brilliantly it clearly cost a fortune. Passers-by couldn't help but murmur about it. Lin Baiyu waved at him upon noticing Zheng Ruyun approaching, signaling him over by lowering the window. Startled, Zheng Ruyun immediately turned away as though he hadn't seen Lin Baiyu at all and hurried back into the building. Lin Baiyu paused, ready to step out of the car thinking Zheng Ruyun had changed his mind when his phone buzzed. Stretching far, he grabbed it, Zheng Ruyun flashed across the screen. "You motherfucker," came the familiar voice, "didn't I tell you to wait at the intersection? How can I live here after being seen stepping into this car?" "Shit," Lin Baiyu replied, "I thought you meant this intersection. Should I go wait at the next one then?" Zheng Ruyun checked his watch, luckily, he'd arrived an hour early, so time was ample. Humph. After waiting a bit, he glanced again. The flashy car was gone. Only then did he walk out as if nothing happened. Lin Baiyu leaned casually against the car door, opening the passenger side the moment he spotted Zheng Ruyun, smugly offering the seat. "I deliberately drove the most expensive one available." It was overcast, clouds dense and dark, light dim, almost resembling a 6 p.m. evening sky. Zheng Ruyun closed his eyes briefly, suppressing a flicker of fear as he peered inside. Contrary to expectations, the interior blazed with brightness, not at all dark, significantly brighter than any other vehicle on the street. It was glaring enough to illuminate the entire street like a megalight bulb sitting in its midst. "How's that?" Lin Baiyu asked, grinning. "Not dark, right?" Inside, Zheng Ruyun noticed something astonishing. Where normally cars would have 4 to 6 interior roof lights, this one sported 8 each in front and back. Stunned, he wondered, was it specifically modified? Finally relieved, Lin Baiyu let out a breath, keeping 2 interior lights on even after shutting the door. For an entire month, he'd annoyed Zheng Ruyun relentlessly. At first, Zheng ignored Lin Baiyu, setting his phone to "Do Not Disturb," refusing any message replies. Then it escalated to unanswered calls, followed by blocking. Eventually, driven mad, Lin Baiyu resorted to stalking him, yes, outright behaving like some creepy stalker. They quarreled violently, nearly coming to blows. "I will never rely on any alpha." Zheng Ruyun, eyes bloodshot, seethed furiously, "Absolutely never." "Fucking hell," Lin Baiyu restrained himself with great effort despite growing irritation, tone sharp, "I didn't say anything about relying on an alpha. Just temporary help." "Temporary, got it? I know you hate this setup, but the world is what it is, messed up as fuck. Once you pass the civil service exam, we can change it together, alright? Why rush things recklessly like this?" Furious, Zheng Ruyun glared, no longer wanting to talk to him and stormed off. But Lin Baiyu wouldn't give up. With patience beyond comprehension, over the course of several weeks, he gradually softened Zheng Ruyun's resistance. Halfway through, Zheng Ruyun suddenly asked, "Lin Baiyu, we are not related, not even close enough to be called friends, and my attitude towards you has been rather bad. Why do you want to help me?" Lin Baiyu was momentarily speechless, then said after a while, "Helping doesn't require a reason, it's refusing to help that needs a myriad of excuses." The car fell silent once more. Upon reaching the destination, Lin Baiyu deliberately parked the sports car ostentatiously in front of the interview location as if making sure everyone noticed, and said, "I'm starting to release pheromones." Zheng Ruyan tried his best to ignore the discomfort rising in him, muttering an unclear response. A somewhat bitter, acidic stimulating smell gradually spread within the car. Covering his nose, Zheng Ruyan said, "That's enough." Lin Baiyu replied, "Stay in the car for a bit so they can catch the scent." Zheng Ruyan remained silent, but as he kept sniffing, his expression grew somewhat peculiar, unable to suppress asking, "Is this the smell of soda?" Lin Baiyu said, "Soda water." Lin Baiyu then added, "During the interview, if the interviewer asks about my job, tell them I'm the chief doctor at Daidu Hospital and the son of the hospital director." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Zheng Ruyan sharply turned to stare at him, his face openly expressing astonishment, his gaze involuntarily landing on Lin Baiyu's arm covered by his sleeve. You're the son of the Daidu Hospital director." Lin Baiyu saw the most exaggerated shocked expression on Zheng Ruyan's face for the first time. They got out of the car and Lin Baiyu accompanied Zheng Ruyan towards the interview location. Indeed, Lin Baiyu's method was simply for an alpha to accompany him. In this society where alphas reign supreme, theoretically, Zheng Ruyan's results from his previous 2 attempts should have been more than enough for acceptance, but why wasn't he? One reason was that he was an omega, the second being that he didn't have an alpha. Interviewers feared no consequences. But this time was different. Sure enough, just as Zheng Ruyan sat down, the first question from the interviewer was, "Is the person outside your alpha?" With a faint expression, Zheng Ruyan replied, "Yes." All the interviewers involuntarily thought of the flashy car parked earlier at the entrance, one they'd work 100 years to never be able to afford. What does your alpha do for a living?" Coldly smiling in his heart, was this Lin Baiyu's interview or his? Zheng Ruyan responded, "Chief doctor at Daidu Hospital and the son of the hospital director." He heard someone intake a sharp breath unknowingly, then the head interviewer coughed, "Your relationship looks very good, aha." "Yeah," Zheng Ruyan showed no expression, "I make the decisions at home, when he makes mistakes, he still has to kneel on durians. This is just after kneeling, his knees are still bruised purple." Then may I ask whether you have plans for children in the next few years? How will you balance family and work?" Inside, Zheng Ruyan cursed vehemently. There was that question again, how come these questions weren't raised during Alpha's interviews? "I don't plan to have children in the next 20 years and will place 90% of my energy into work." The interviewers chuckled nervously, then began to ask some professional questions. After the session ended, the interviewers actually took the initiative to shake hands with Zheng Ruyan. The results will be available on the official website in a week, remember to check. After finishing 3 or 4 classes, Bao Tang returned to the dormitory to order takeout. There were too many people in the cafeteria, too noisy and chaotic. Each time Omegas went there, it caused a stir, like zoo monkeys being stared at repeatedly. Sitting on the chair, Bao Tang recalled today was Ruyan's interview day, wondering how it went and planning to call later in the evening to ask. There were only 5 or 6 classes in the afternoon, but Jiang Yunshu wouldn't let him go home alone, fearing something might happen to him on the way back. So during his free time, he generally went to the library, reading books while waiting for his alpha, and then going home together. At 6:13 p.m., Jiang Yunshu clocked out after writing up medical records, which had taken longer than usual. He stepped out of the door, intending to quickly walk towards Daidu University when he saw 4 people approaching rapidly with urgent expressions. A thin and small Omega student was surrounded, closely followed by security personnel and teachers, another person forcefully holding his arm which had already been stained red with blood. The Omega's complexion was deathly pale, drops of bright red blood on the ground piercing Jiang Yunshu's eyes painfully. And that student, wasn't it Bao Tang? Chapter 75, I was scared. Jiang Yunshu had always believed himself to be rational enough, able to stay calm in the face of anything. After coming to this world, he realized that this statement should include a prerequisite, as long as Bai Tang doesn't get hurt. When Jiang Yunshu rushed over and lifted up the Omega into his arms, it startled everyone, including the security guard who even took out an electric baton. Bai Tang pressed his hand against his wound voluntarily, slightly turning his head from the Alpha's embrace, and said to the 3 who had brought him there, "He is my Alpha, I'm fine, thank you." The last word disappeared in the wind just as Jiang Yunshu had already carried him far away. Several layers of bandages around Bai Tang's forearm were unwrapped, revealing a deep gash on his thin arm that was nearly 10 centimeters long. Blood continued to flow incessantly. It was his left hand, the one that would act up during cold weather. Bai Tang's head was being held by Jiang Yunshu, pressing his forehead against his abdominal area. It seemed to him like a mistaken perception, but he thought the Alpha's hands were trembling. Since he couldn't see, the sudden sharp pain from the anesthesia needle caused Bai Tang to hum with pain, sweat streaming down the side of his temples. How did this happen? Jiang Yunshu asked, seemingly trying to distract him. Bai Tang's eyes were bloodshot, his body tense as he nudged the tip of his nose against the Alpha's hard abdomen. At the school gate, Jiang Yunshu's dad and brother. While the physical pain wasn't unbearable compared to the pain he had experienced in the past, it was incomparably worse. The moment he got slashed, he felt bewildered. The entire journey from the school to the hospital was filled with anxiety, helplessness, and confusion. Until at the hospital entrance, when Bai Tang saw Jiang Yunshu, the feeling at that moment was indescribable, as if the 1,000-pound rock on his back was suddenly lifted, making him feel incredibly light. Even the overly tightened nerves relaxed instantly, giving him a drowsy sensation. But it didn't matter if he fell asleep because Jiang Yunshu was there. After finishing his explanation, Bai Tang immediately sensed the grip tightening on the back of his neck, followed by hearing a profanity slip out of the alpha's lips for the first time, shit. Low and raspy, it sounded as though it had been dragged through clenched teeth several times before finally emerging. Bai Tang's heart skipped a beat, and all feelings of grievance vanished. Though capable of enduring the pain that had his body trembling involuntarily, he still raised his head slightly to comfort the alpha. It really doesn't hurt. Not at all, Dr. Jiang, don't worry. Before the alpha could reply, the doctor cleaning the wound teased, this kid sure knows how to hold on. Rather than offering comfort, these words tore another gaping hole in Jiang Yunshu's already anguished heart. His jaw muscles tensed, his teeth grinding so hard they might break any second. Of course Bai Tang can endure it, isn't that right? Just one single scratch on the gland could potentially hurt hundreds of times more. The scars and aftereffects on his lower half are something no one would fully understand. There are countless bones broken and mended throughout his body. Moreover, Jiang Yunsu wouldn't rush Bai Tang to the hospital in time, leaving him curled up in a cold corner for hours in agony, enduring repeated abuse without end. The most terrifying thing was that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The reality was far worse than Jiang Yunshu could ever imagine, much, much worse. His nostrils flared, his throat feeling dry and bitter. He closed his eyes tightly. How late had he come? Too late, painfully late. In those many moments, when he quietly cooked noodles alone at home, or slept peacefully under warm covers, chatting and laughing with Lin Buizhou, how much pain must his Bai Tang have endured in another world, shedding nearly all his tears. And now that he had arrived, he hadn't even been able to protect him properly. Just this time, when he was happily removing his white coat, looking forward to seeing his lover after work, Bai Tang was only one street away from him, terrified as someone was cutting his hand with a knife. Feeling powerless, haunted by dread, and yet grateful to regain something precious, Jiang Yunshu's grip on Bai Tang grew increasingly tight. Now, despite the situation, the Omega in his arms was trying anxiously to comfort him instead. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jiang. It's really fine. What do we want to eat at home? How about takoyaki? I've bought some. The word stopped abruptly. Bai Tang suddenly felt a weight upon his head. The alpha's jacket zipper brushed against his right hand. One heavy breath after another hit his eardrums, like a sound of painful gasping for air. Jiang Yunshu held on to this frail body with great strength, almost embedding the Omega into his chest. Bending down, he pressed his lips heavily against Bai Tang's soft hair, whispering softly, "You're not allowed to say it doesn't hurt." He repeated firmly, "You're not allowed to say it doesn't hurt." After the two left, the doctor remarked, "Whoa, that young couple were so clingy, it gave me a toothache." At the next table, someone said, "Can they not be so lovey-dovey?" That kid was turned toward me, occasionally revealing just a bit of his chin, his face pale. His eyes shimmered with water light, turning and turning. That one small arm is so thin, yet there's such a big wound on it, blood gushing out. I'm just a beta, and I'm almost heartbroken. How much more must his alpha feel? The alpha walking on the road still had a cold expression, Bai Tang's right hand tightly gripped, palm becoming moist. A total of 17 stitches were put into the left arm. The anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, but Bai Tang was already somewhat anxious. Originally having many scars all over his body, now there was another long ugly one. Jiang Yunshu saw him frowning and asked, "Has the effect worn off?" No, Bai Tang subconsciously wanted to say there wasn't any problem, but then remembered the almost tyrannical statement from the alpha, changing his words, "It's just that I always feel it as if it's psychological, I'm feeling some pain." Jiang Yunshu remained silent for a few seconds, raising their intertwined hands, kissing Bai Tang's hand back lightly, "Take painkillers in 15 minutes. On the street, Bai Tang was startled by Jiang Yunshu's normally restrained composure, instinctively looking around, only to find that most people were actually looking at them. Bai Tang, he hurriedly pulled the alpha along, quickening his steps. Jiang Yunshu went to check the surveillance at the school gate, and the security guard didn't ask anything, just bringing it up for him to watch. In the surveillance footage, he immediately noticed an older man and a younger one. Jiang Jinseng stood gloomily under a tree, and Jiang Haiyun leaned bonelessly against someone else's car. Jiang Yunshu stared intently without blinking. After transferring that 500, Jiang Haiyun caused trouble a few times, but each time Jiang Yunshu would simply transfer another 500, fooling him through every time. Jiang Jinseng also called several times because of something with Jiang Wanjia, starting with rude language, which Jiang Yunshu hung up on without hesitation, subsequently blocking his number. It was his mistake, his lack of thorough consideration, never imagining they'd go after Bai Tang. He is an alpha, they wouldn't dare to confront him directly, so they found Bai Tang. Jiang Yunshu's eyelashes blinked once. Why didn't he think of it? Why couldn't he imagine this simplest of things? Not long after, a square image showed Bai Tang's figure on screen. The Omega looked down at his phone, seemingly waiting for a message from someone, completely unaware that danger was about to strike. Without noticing, he walked out of the school gate, and instantly two alphas rounded the corner, charging forward and grabbing his hair. Jiang Jinseng pointed and cursed at him, completely venting his frustration. Even through the screen, Jiang Yunshu could see the look of sheer panic on Bai Tang's face. Next, the security guard came running out, Bai Tang kicking straight into Jiang Haiyun's groin. As the latter released him in pain, kneeling down, the other side's Jiang Jinseng grew even angrier. Not knowing where he pulled out a knife from, he lunged fiercely at Bai Tang, who instinctively extended his hand to block. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes momentarily. A trail of blood lay on the ground, Bai Tang panicking while clutching his bleeding arm, fleeing back into the school. But Jiang Jinseng wouldn't let go, chasing after him and swinging the knife several times at empty air until the security guards pinned him down. Jiang Yunshu's expressionless voice asked, "Where are those two? Damn it, they all deserve to die, Jiang Yunsu, Jiang Jinseng, Jiang Haiyun, they all deserve to die." "They've been taken away," the security guard replied, "the police will be here soon." They recorded a statement and reviewed the surveillance, then arrested the old man. Minor injury, it was all understood clearly, detention or fines. For alphas, no more than 5 days, and they'll be free again. "Okay, thank you," Jiang Yunshu lowered his gaze slightly, gently tugging on Bai Tang, "let's go home." As soon as Bai Tang got home, he took 2 painkillers. It hurt a lot, a dense and throbbing kind of pain, knocking against his brain continuously, even able to feel the nerves beneath the sutures pulsing. Jiang Yunshu poured a glass of warm water. Bai Tang drank half of it before setting it down on the table, but before he could turn around, the alpha pried open his jaw, leaning in for a kiss. Tongues intertwined as Jiang Yunshu exuded intense dominance. The Omega tilted his head back being kissed deeply, his delicate Adam's apple gulping reflexively. Subconsciously, Bai Tang raised his arms to circle the alpha's neck, halfway halted due to the pain waking him up a little. Next moment, the alpha's right hand supported his wrist. His lips were deformed, pressed tightly together. Occasionally exhaling low moans through his throat, his lips parted slightly revealing flashes of silver and flickering tongues brushing over his teeth. Every single tooth was licked individually, his tongue sucked and held tenderly. The Omega was confined on the sofa by Jiang Yunshu, kissing non-stop for nearly 20 minutes. Bai Tang's lips were red and swollen, glossy with saliva, feeling uneasy under the alpha's intense stare, instinctively sucking his lower lip inside. Jiang Yunshu was unusually silent, but his actions radiated deep affection and tenderness. He brushed aside the Omega's bangs, pressing a kiss onto his forehead. "I'll make dinner quickly. Don't move your hand around." "All right," Bai Tang obediently agreed. During the meal, Jiang Yunshu took meticulous care of the Omega, feeding him bite by bite. "No, it's not necessary. I can use my right hand," Bai Tang tried to dodge, but the alpha didn't compromise, just holding the spoon near his mouth without speaking. Bai Tang had no choice but to open his mouth and eat. He thought there was something unusual about the alpha, the look in his eyes was deep and carried many emotions that he couldn't decipher. After finishing the meal, instead of heading to the study to work, the alpha quietly sat nearby, watching him write foreign language test papers for upcoming exams with his right hand. "Dr. Jiang," Bai Tang put down his pen and asked cautiously, "aren't you going to the study?" Jiang Yunshu shook his head. Midway through this, the alpha went to the balcony to take a call. Bai Tang had already marked his paper with red pen. He got up and wanted to pull out his phone from inside the bedroom so he could jot down words he didn't understand, but with only one fully functional hand, he struggled to reach it. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, first getting closer then further away, before coming closer again as if someone had walked from the living room to the bathroom and back. As Bai Tang looked up, he found himself embraced tightly by the alpha. Jiang Yunshu's voice carried traces of lingering tension. "What are you doing?" Confused, Bai Tang replied, "I'm looking for my phone." Jiang Yunshu held him a bit longer before letting go and finding the phone for him. Gently tugging at the alpha's sleeve, Bai Tang asked, "Dr. Jiang, is something wrong?" Jiang Yunshu stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly leaned in, brushing his lips lightly against Bai Tang's cheek, his voice hoarse, "Nothing." Bai Tang furrowed his beautiful eyebrows, worried but also feeling helpless. It wasn't until Jiang Yunshu abandoned his unfinished plans on the notebook and climbed into bed behind him, hugging him tightly, that Bai Tang belatedly realized that the alpha seemed a little shaken. Chapter 76, Malevolent Energy. When Jiang Yunshu woke up, his hand was around the waist of the Omega, his face buried in the Omega's chest. Bai Tang was holding his head in a protective posture, with his left arm, wrapped in bandages, resting on the side of his face, breathing shallowly. Their legs were intertwined. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes again and pressed his lips against Bai Tang's heart through the pure cotton pajamas, staying still. For the first time, he had the idea of wanting to stay in bed, without any desire to do anything, just lying quietly and snuggling would be fine. However, his biological clock had already been set, and he felt no drowsiness. He could only gently move Bai Tang's arm away. But as soon as he moved, the Omega started to wake up. The Omega hadn't even opened his eyes yet when he began patting the alpha's back, muttering sleepily, Shu, be good, it's okay mm. The scorching breath exhaled onto his head. Jiang Yunshu silently stared at Bai Tang's sleeping face, as if trying to engrave this look into his retinas. After the person fell asleep again, he sat up, straightened Bai Tang's left arm, and tiptoed out of the door. The cold wind of late January in the southern region stung Jiang Yunshu's skin painfully. He stood on the balcony of an 18-story building, wearing only a thin down coat over his pajamas. His figure was tall and imposing, his eyes downcast, watching the endless flow of vehicles below. His long, powerful fingers held a mobile phone close to his ear. After the call was connected, the content that came out of his mouth was colder than the weather. I want him committed to a mental hospital. Bai Tang was groggily woken up, still not fully reacting, when in the next second, his chin was grabbed and a warm, moist tongue was shoved into his mouth. The Omega was thoroughly blocked, his body function still not awake, instantly having some difficulty breathing, only able to open his mouth to breathe while letting the Alpha kiss wildly. Since that day of injury, the Alpha's behavior had become less restrained. Though unlike overly affectionate couples who kept their lips together all the time, he finally had a proper appearance of an Alpha, enthusiastic enough, and there were many more small actions, unconsciously rubbing the Omega's wrist with the pads of his fingers, touching the Omega's waist under his clothes during kisses, rubbing harder the more the Omega moaned, leaving large red patches on the pale skin, forming a habit of giving each other a peck before getting up, going to bed, or going out. But that was all. Bai Tang, wearing a smog blue coat with a collar full of soft white fur, shivered his neck as a cold wind blew past, the fur tickling his face. Inside Jiang Yunshu's coat pocket, their hands were tightly clasped. Bai Tang curled his fingers around the Alpha's and yawned. They parted ways at the school gate. Bai Tang slightly lifted his feet, unexpectedly stealing a quick kiss from the Alpha like a successful cat catching its prey before rushing back into school hurriedly, guarding his arm as he took the school bus back to the dormitory. All the roommates were still asleep. He went to the balcony quietly, flipping open his textbook while sitting on a small stool and enjoying the cold breeze. After getting admitted to the capital university, the Alpha carefully analyzed the pros and cons of pursuing graduate studies with him during the summer vacation. He listed them one by one, and Bai Tang wrinkled his eyebrows, biting on the pen cap, listening dumbfounded. Summary: it's best to directly get a spot for a master's program through recommendation. So his grades must be good, and he must maintain them within the top 5 in the major. Oh, that's right. After the injury, the Alpha kept a very close eye on him. Jiang Yunshu forbade him from going out alone, whether there were classes or not, regardless of how short the distance was. Therefore, Bai Tang could only follow the Alpha schedule, arriving at school at 7:30 in the morning, and was not allowed to leave campus in the afternoon until he received a call from Jiang Yunshu. During lunch breaks, Jiang Yunshu changed his usual habits and called Bai Tang every day to chat a bit. Even after school once, the Omega was merely delayed by a few minutes, and Jiang Yunshu's call came. The roommate couldn't help but comment, "Isn't your boyfriend being too strict with you?" Bai Tang smiled, "It's not like that." In the past week, his arm had been medicated twice. Except for the obvious loss of control on the day the incident happened and some subsequent after effects, the Alpha had contained all emotions by the second day and returned to his calm and steady demeanor, resuming his original busy life. But the Omega was extremely sensitive, and Bai Tang wasn't sure if it was just his illusion. He always felt that the Alpha was not only busier but also hiding something from him. At home, the frequency of answering calls increased significantly, sometimes even going to the balcony in the middle of meals, talking for half an hour, returning only after Bai Tang had finished eating. And several times, he called Bai Tang to say that there would be something later, asking him to have dinner at school, then picking him up at around 8 o'clock. The time they slept at night was getting later and later, and no matter how much persuasion occurred, he insisted on finishing his planned tasks before sleeping, even surpassing the level of discipline during the pre-sensing period. That lock had only been broken once. Even one night, Bai Tang woke up groggily to find warm yellow light still spilling into his half-closed eyes. The sound of the keyboard tapping, click click click, gradually became clearer. He glanced at the clock on the wall, 3:17 a.m. Dr. Jiang. He propped himself up and sat down, forgetting about his injured left arm in the state of just waking up, immediately causing a sharp pain, and he fell back heavily onto the bed. Jiang Yunshu's drowsiness was all scared away, and he hurried over to check if there were any major problems, but fortunately, there weren't. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang curled up, resting his head on the Alpha's knee who was standing by the bed, attempting to coax the Alpha with cuteness to change his mind. "Why aren't you sleeping yet? Can you sleep with me, please? It's so late." Jiang Yunshu tucked him in with the blanket and said, "You sleep first." Bai Tang grew anxious. He sat up and poked at the dark circles under the Alpha's eyes. "You're not sleeping either. You woke up at 6:30 this morning." After saying that, he softened his tone. "Let's sleep now, okay? Or tomorrow morning, wake up at 7. Getting an extra half hour of sleep would be good, there's no need for you to get up so early." But Jiang Yunshu only pressed him back down, covering his eyes with his hand. "I'll be done soon. Don't worry." Bai Tang had also asked the Alpha what he was doing, but the latter only replied, "Something bad, almost finished, don't worry." However, Jiang Yunshu didn't know that recently the malevolent aura and gloomy demeanor emanating from him even made the Omega somewhat uneasy. Only when the two were alone together, when the Alpha's eyes were entirely focused on Bai Tang, did his entire being seem to relax. For the past week, it was Jiang Yunshu who had been washing Bai Tang's hair. Jiang Yunshu rolled up his long pants and sat in the spacious bathroom. 2 small sofa stools were placed side by side next to his legs, and Bai Tang easily laid down on the stools, his neck cushioned by the Alpha's thighs, and after lying down comfortably, he looked up at him with a gentle curve in his eyes. The Alpha pinched his chin gently. "Lie still." Warm water dampened the black hair, revealing the beautiful features of the Omega. Afraid of splashing water entering his eyes, Bai Tang squeezed his eyes shut, his eyelashes trembling lightly, his clean-cut eyebrows slightly furrowed. Jiang Yunshu touched around the Omega's eyebrows with his fingertips. A few tiny stubble hairs had grown out, and he asked, "Do you have a habit of trimming your eyebrows?" Bai Tang said, "It's not about shaping them specially, I just shave off the stray hairs growing around the eyebrows and trim the overly long ones." Jiang Yunshu used his thumb pad dipped in bubbles to rub in circles around the Omega's eyebrows, asking, "I thought you naturally have less hair growth." Bai Tang murmured vaguely, "Actually, my hair isn't sparse, you can see from my head hair." Jiang Yunshu looked weary, he seemed to remember something, frowned, and coughed uncomfortably, "Then how about down below?" Bai Tang's eyes shot open, then resolutely closed again upon meeting the Alpha's gaze. He stammered, his ears warming up, previously underwent permanent laser treatment, so they don't grow much anymore." The Omega also coughed and forcefully changed the topic, "I've also seen you trimming your eyebrows in the restroom before." Leaving stray hairs makes it look dirty and messy, Jiang Yunshu said. But, due to Bai Tang closing his eyes, he missed the rare flicker of surprise in the Alpha's eyebrows. "I always do eyebrow trimming and shaving before showering, so how did you see it?" The Omega suddenly clamped his mouth shut, pursing it into a small arc, his cheeks blushing red as he realized his own foolishness in revealing herself. Suddenly, he softly sked once more, changing the topic again, "Dr. Jiang, could you be gentler?" Jiang Yunshu chuckled, not planning to let him go, "You were peeping on me while I was taking a shower." Bai Tang! Bai Tang, I wasn't. The Omega's authoritarian side kicked in, since he couldn't argue, he tried raising his hand high to cover the Alpha's mouth so he wouldn't speak. Seeing the slender fingers waving wildly in front of his eyes, Jiang Yunshu leaned over slightly, biting the Omega's index finger. Bai Tang quickly retracted his hand, scratching his clothes several times because of the ticklish sensation. He inwardly lamented his predicament. Before, he found Jiang Yunshu too aloof, but now that the Alpha was acting loose as if drunk, Bai Tang was overwhelmed. Fortunately, the Alpha seemed to have regained some conscience and, seeing the tips of the little Omega's ears lying on his leg turn beet red, decided not to say anything more. He focused on washing the hair. After finishing, he took a towel and wrapped it around the wet head, helping to dry it. Feeling comforted, Bai Tang began to drift off to sleep, leaning against the hard chest behind him. It was at this moment that he heard the Alpha softly say, almost like a sigh, "Little pervert." Bai Tang snapped back to full alertness, and if his head wasn't restrained by the Alpha's hands right now, he would have surely fled. With a flushed face, he declared loudly, word by word, "Not at all." At 5:30 p.m. the next day, Bai Tang was studying in the library. Jiang Yunshu called again, saying, "Bai Tang, I'll be a bit occupied tonight. Would you mind waiting for my message before heading out later?" Bai Tang looked down, giving a response. Elsewhere. After Qin Zhongnan heard Jiang Yunshu's account and viewed the video of Jiang Jingsheng assaulting Jiang Wanjia and injuring Bai Tang at the school gate, he said, "From a professional psychologist's point of view, I think there is a possibility that Jiang Jingsheng has mental issues. He exhibits severe tendencies towards violence and, also seems to have some form of intermittent explosive disorder." After rewatching the video of Bai Tang a few more times, he asked, "You've already reported his mental problems to the police department as well as the threat he poses to society, correct?" Jiang Yunshu, massaging his temples, responded with a muffled sound. Qin Zhongnan studied him for a moment, then suggested, "Specialized psychiatric hospitals can meet social requirements by providing compulsory treatment for individuals who endanger societal and family harmony." These two videos, along with Jiang Wanjia's medical report and the past crime of intentional injury against students, could be very useful. However, if you're looking for a more solid strategy, you might consider investigating through his neighbors and eldest son. Furrowing his brows, Jiang Yunshu nodded and noted this down in his to-do list. Qin Zhongnan hesitated and then asked, "I don't know if I should bring it up, but your current mental state doesn't seem right either. Have you considered taking a psychological break?" Jiang Yunshu paused briefly before smiling faintly, "No thanks, Bai Tang is still waiting for me." When Bai Tang received Jiang Yunshu's message, he was still in the library. He replied enthusiastically, "Fine. Let me clean up and I'll head out." The capital city university was vast, and by the time Bai Tang finished tidying up and took the bus to the school entrance, 15 minutes had already passed. From far away, Bai Tang spotted the car parked at the school entrance. His lips involuntarily curved into a smile, clutching a tablet, he hurriedly jogged out. Suppressing the excitement of seeing Jiang Yunshu soon, Bai Tang reached to knock on the car window when he abruptly stopped mid-motion. He noticed that the person inside seemed to be asleep. The tall Alpha bent forward with his legs folded awkwardly, his forehead leaning against the steering wheel, eyebrows furrowed as if in discomfort. Even through the tinted car window, Bai Tang could clearly see how exhausted Jiang Yunshu looked. Feeling heartache after watching for a while, Bai Tang gradually lowered his hand and leaned against the car instead, sitting on the steps by the road. He opened his tablet to review the evening snack recipes planned for the Alpha. Chapter 77, An Accident. Jiang Yunshu woke up in a panic 20 minutes later. His brain buzzed as he abruptly sat up, only to be met with darkness and dizziness from the sudden movement. Had he fallen asleep? Where was Beidong? Where was Beidong? A sinking feeling hit Jiang Yunshu's heart, breaking out in cold sweat all over his body as if struck by a bolt of lightning. While dialing the quick access number on his phone, he stumbled to open the car door, his fingers trembling slightly. It had been 23 minutes already. If something had happened to Beidong. Suddenly, something tripped his leg. Filled with annoyance and urgency, Jiang Yunshu didn't suppress his coldness when he glanced down. Beidong was sitting on the ground, her small hands clinging to the alpha's trouser hem. Perhaps due to the cold, the hem of her coat wrapped around her bent knees, making her look like a little ball, her pale face gazing up at Jiang Yunshu. Still shaken by last week's incident involving Beidong and her nearly going missing just now, Jiang Yunshu almost died of fright. After staring at her for several seconds, he bent down and pulled Beidong into his arms. Under normal circumstances, Beidong would have been lifted by the waist by the alpha's strength and stood up, but his legs were still trapped inside his coat. Caught off guard, his butt and feet left the ground as the alpha scooped him up entirely. Thankfully, the coat was loose enough that Omega's legs soon came out and hung naturally. Moving his toes, he realized they couldn't even touch the ground or step on the alpha's footbridge. With no other choice, he kicked aside Jiang Yunshu's already opened overcoat and tightly coiled his legs around the other's waist. The alpha buried his face in his neck, his hands gripping tightly like iron, stifling him. His voice was hoarse. "Why didn't you wake me up? Sitting alone by the roadside at night like this?" Beidong felt itchy from the alpha's hair brushing against him, so he pulled up his shoulders. "I sat next to the driver's side door, I could have kicked it to wake you up." Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brows, seemingly dissatisfied with Omega's casual attitude. He said sternly, "Could you kick the door when an accident happens? By then, a knife might already be heading towards you." It had been a long time since Beidong had heard such a tone from the alpha. He quickly cupped Jiang Yunshu's face with both hands and apologized, "Don't get mad, don't get mad. I'm sorry, I won't do it again next time." Chilled by the temperature on his face, Jiang Yunshu knitted his brows. Sliding his arms down from the supple waist, he held Omega's thighs instead. He opened the rear door of the car and sat inside, still holding Beidong. Just then, Beidong saw the alpha lift the edge of his sweater, and next thing he knew, his cold hands were pressed against the warm abdomen. Without resistance, because Jiang Yunshu definitely wouldn't approve. The alpha pulled out the suppressed coat, put it on, then wrapped it around the person in his arms. He also extended his hand behind Omega to zip it up. Surrounded by the scent of the alpha, Beidong was completely enclosed by Jiang Yunshu's large overcoat except for his head and two little legs sticking out, warm and cozy. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu grasped his ankle. "Why aren't you wearing long socks?" His fingers ventured inside the pant legs. "No thermal underwear too?" Beidong, whose cheeks and stomach were closely pressed against the alpha, felt his palm go cool under the temperature and instinctively changed positions to grip the alpha's waist. Thinking back to the thermal underwear and woolen socks Jiang Yunshu made him wear in the morning, Omega suddenly became somewhat uneasy. "There's fleece inside this pair of pants." Jiang Yunshu wanted to take off Beidong's shoes to cram the entire Omega inside his big coat, then what about the stockings? As the Omega's frozen body gradually warmed up, he mumbled awkwardly, "Well, didn't feel like wearing them." Already calloused, Jiang Yunshu's fingers ran up his ankle with force until they reached his calf bend. Helplessly kicking his legs, Beidong shivered and heard a deep voice above him. "Why don't you want to wear them?" Pouting, Beidong indignantly retorted, "Because they're ugly." Taken aback, Jiang Yunshu asked, "What?" After shouting it out, Beidong became justified, "They're just too ugly." "Too ugly. Brown ones. With diamond patterns on them. Which Omega would wear such socks?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "They are the thickest. The white socks you bought are just a thin layer." Under the sweater, Beidong's hand changed position again, extending to hug the alpha's back as he muttered, "Then I still don't want to wear them." The caramel fragrance emitted by the Omega relaxed Jiang Yunshu slightly, "Then buy your own, but thick ones." Beidong hummed in agreement. After embracing each other for a while, Jiang Yunshu said, "I spoke a bit harshly just now. I'm sorry. It's clearly my fault for falling asleep first." "No," Beidong shook his head, "let's go home. I'll cook you something nice. You finish your work quickly and get some sleep, alright?" He knew he couldn't throw off the shackles on Jiang Yunshu's shoulders all at once but wanted to try as much as possible. Jiang Yunshu paused briefly, then kissed Omega's forehead. "Sorry, I have something to take care of later so I need to step out. I'll send you home first." Before he could finish, Beidong interrupted, "Is it something I can't know about?" Jiang Yunshu remained silent for 2 seconds before answering truthfully, "No." Omega straightened up, and the emotions pent up for over a week burst forth. He angrily pressed his lips together. "What exactly are you doing? Why don't you tell me? It's been more than a week, watching you rush in and out every day, only sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day, yet I can't help in any way. I even know nothing." Jiang Yunshu held Beidong's hand that was trying to pull open the coat zipper, pulling it close to his heart. "I am trying to send Jiang Jingsheng to a mental institution. Lately, I've been busy with this. Going out now is because I'm going to see Jiang Haiyun. I want him to stand by my side, to send Jiang Jingsheng there first and deal with him afterwards." Seeing Beidong turn his head away, Jiang Yunshu continued, the reason I didn't want to tell you, first, I didn't want you involved in such distressing matters, and second, I was afraid you might think I was cruel for sending him to a mental hospital where he would stay indefinitely, and that I wouldn't sign for his release. And I feared you'd think I was too extreme. After all, in Baitong's eyes, he was a doctor who saved lives and alleviated suffering, an angel who had rescued him, and a calm, mature partner. Except during heat periods, he had never exposed his darker side to Omega. He was a little afraid of how Beidong would react after knowing. All of Baitong's anger disappeared after Alpha's confession, only to be replaced by another kind of annoyance. How could Jiang Yunshu think like this? How could he possibly think he was cruel or being too extreme? To him, Jiang Yunshu was simply the best. Not at all extreme, a flash of loathing passed through Baitong's eyes. People like him should experience all the suffering Ant went through, locked up forever until death, never to come out again. Jiang Yunshu let out an imperceptible sigh of relief and then heard Omega continue, didn't there used to be news where a med student stabbed a bad guy many times but still only received a light injury sentence? I hope we can find a medical student to let Jiang Jingsheng taste the same thing. Alpha calmly replied, I've thought about it, but when I imagined being in prison for 5 days, I gave up. If I were to go inside, what would happen to you? Baitong's expression was filled with astonishment, you really thought about it. Then he leaned back onto Alpha's body, whispering, it's fine to think, but don't actually do it yourself. They say detention centers have terrible environments, and the people inside are very mean and vicious. What if you suffered? For the tall and physically powerful Alpha, the idea of him being wronged was the first time Jiang Yunshu had heard such talk. Closing his eyes, leaning against Beidong, he no longer wanted to move, nor did he want to see that damned Jiang Haiyun. Unbeknownst to Alpha, Omega kept pushing him gently, saying, Dr. Jiang, move it. Is there anything you can let me help with? Hand it over. Get done with other things quickly, return soon, and get enough rest. Jiang Yunshu pretended not to hear, heavily pressing down on Omega, inhaling deeply several times, savoring the fragrant scent, his hands vigorously rubbing Omega's waist, until it turned red. Beidong gripped Alpha's wrists, not really stopping him, only emitting soft hums, Don't, Stop kneading. The harder he rubbed, the stronger the sweet milk aroma became, making Jiang Yunshu more delighted in inhaling Omega's scent. By the time they left the house again, the energy recharged from Omega's presence was already drained. Fatigue weighed down upon him anew, the exhaustion visible on his face. During this period, he lost over 10 pounds. Jiang Yunshu was fully aware of his sleep deprivation, overwork, accumulated stress, etc., yet he also wanted desperately to go to bed early. Very much so. He dreamed of holding Beidong, kissing his Omega, lying in each other's embrace. But, he bore those chains given to him by his parents for 30 years. The heaviest one among them was this belief, finish all plans before closing your eyes. He thought, since he couldn't finish everything before midnight, perhaps he could reduce the content. However, that wasn't acceptable. On the first day of the experiment, he indeed had some spare time and finished all planned tasks for the day by 11:30 p.m. But, right afterward, a voice emerged from the depths of his heart, how useless are you? In a full 24-hour day, that's all you accomplished. It was his father's voice, echoing his own thoughts. Jiang Yunshu suddenly felt short of breath. He sat back at the desk, flipping to a new page in the notebook, where he intended to write down the first 2 plans for the next day, which were supposed to have been added at the end of today's list. That day, he only went to sleep after finishing those 2 extra tasks. The shackles had already embedded themselves deep into his bones, growing inseparably together with them. They were too hard to cast off, too ingrained to excise. In his past life, when he lived alone without worries and held on to some mentality, he ended up dying unexpectedly due to overwork. But now, he had Beidong. Thus, he attempted to forcibly put aside unfinished plans, forcing himself to lie beside Beidong, but his extremely exhausted brain wouldn't let him fall asleep. The brain cells screamed relentlessly, you haven't finished your plans. You haven't finished your plans. Gradually, he started to feel psychologically uncomfortable, restless, anxious, and irritable. More than an hour later, his originally painful head worsened physically, he even felt somewhat nauseous. After 3 hours, his eyes filled with bloodshot redness, he could no longer endure it. He returned to the desk and switched on the computer. At 4:42 a.m., he resumed working on the unfinished plan. By 6:07 a.m., he finally completed everything, and paradoxically, he felt oddly refreshed. Afraid of waking Omega, he rested his head on the table for 20 minutes. At 6:30 a.m., the alarm went off, eliminating all traces of the brief mental clarity, replaced instead by endless fatigue and pain. For the whole day, he endured this suffering so as not to collapse while at the hospital. An irreversible death loop continued endlessly. He also recalled that just a few days ago, Omega, determined to make him go to bed earlier, sat stubbornly on the bed saying, if you don't sleep, I won't either. I'm much younger than you are. Let's see who can last longer. At that time, Jiang Yunshu was annoyed by the formalities he needed to deal with at the police station. Turning around, he said, Beidong, be a good boy and go to sleep. Sleep with me, demanded Beidong. Frowning, Jiang Yunshu tried to suppress his frustration, but his tone was still harsh. Beidong, stop being childish. It's bedtime. Omega looked at him, his eyes rimming with tears. Drops fell one by one onto the quilt as he cried, since you can't get rid of the demands drilled into you by your parents, can you replace their expectations with mine? Can you try going to bed earlier? Jiang Yunshu's heart sank in regret as he hurriedly apologized and tried to soothe Beidong. But Beidong bit his lips firmly, pushing Jiang Yunshu away, grabbing a pillow, and walking toward his own room, intending to spend a rare night there. However, halfway there, Omega reconsidered. Alpha was already so tired, arguing with him now seemed unnecessary. Once gone, there would be no pheromones left to calm Alpha. His emotions brimmed, nearly spilling over. Tears streamed continuously down his face as he turned back to bed and choked out, "Don't say anything. I'm fine. Go do your work. It's better if you finish fast rather than spending time soothing me." Jiang Yunshu silently wiped away Omega's tears. Turning his face, Beidong struggled to suppress the sorrow, yet still sobbed quietly. "I really am fine, you can go ahead and work. I just have shallow eyes, they love shedding tears." Jiang Yunshu kissed Omega's wet cheek, promising inwardly, "Once I finish this task, I'll surely start making changes gradually." But it seemed like there wasn't enough time. As usual, Jiang Yunshu took a few deep breaths outside the door before pulling out the key to open it. It was now 11:27 p.m., and the living room was brightly lit. Beidong sat on the couch across from the entrance, his bangs tied with a small hairband, reading intently on his tablet. Upon seeing Alpha return, his face lit up instantly, bouncing to take the items from Alpha's hand and placing them neatly on the table. "How did it go? What did Jiang Haiyun say?" Alpha wrapped arms around Omega, pressing his nose against the gland and taking a deep whiff. "He agreed, but he wants money." Jiang Haishan also beat both him and Jiang Yunsu severely when they were little. "Now that I represent Jiang Ruojia in requesting a divorce from Jiang Jinseng, there is no place for Jiang Jinseng to vent his anger, so he's taking it out on Jiang Haiyun. When he came to see me, the bruising on his face hadn't faded." Baitong's loose loungewear was crumpled from their embrace. His neck quivered slightly from Alpha's warm breath near his gland. Self-conscious about his scarred nape, he covered it with his hand and forcibly turned away. Now, facing each other, Beidong rubbed Alpha's back, recalling how Jiang Haiyun had his face bandaged when he blocked him outside the school gate. He asked, "But if Jiang Haiyun is 33 years old and also an alpha, why doesn't he fight back?" "It's hard," Jiang Yunshu explained. "The fear of Jiang Jinseng has been engraved deep into his bones since childhood, it's very difficult to overcome." Beidong nodded, letting Alpha hold him a bit longer as he said, "I've organized the materials you gave me and sent them to your email. And I made almond peach jelly drink, it helps with soothing the mind and sleeping better. You can have some after your shower." Jiang Yunshu didn't want to move, merely responding with a faint, "Then can we hug for one more minute?" Due to Alpha's busyness, the two of them had rarely had any intimate moments lately. Beidong affectionately nudged Alpha's chest with his nose and asked, "Is there anything else I can help you with? I can finish whatever needs doing so that you can sleep." "There's nothing else." Jiang Yunshu kissed Omega's fragrant hair several times, saying, "It's just the last step now. Tomorrow is the day for the judicial appraisal." That night, sitting at the desk, Jiang Yunshu drank the dessert made by Omega while submitting the documents, thinking, "It'll be over soon." At 3:57 a.m., he lay beside Beidong, instantly dozing off upon touching the bed. The next morning at 6:30, Jiang Yunshu woke up. His temples throbbed, his whole body was sore and weak, his throat felt inflamed, and his mental state was sluggish, like he'd lost interest in life. He momentarily worried but quickly dismissed it. He knew this was just the symptom of overwork, and he had been like this constantly recently. In this world, he hadn't endured half as much as he did in the original one. Once today passed, he could rest a little and recover. At 7 o'clock, he bent down and kissed Omega awake. But the unexpected happened at that exact moment. As Jiang Yunshu straightened his body, he suddenly experienced an intense headache. Immediately after, the world before his eyes started spinning, flashing white light, then fading to black. He fell heavily to the ground, his back of the head hitting the floor. In his last second of consciousness, he saw Baitong's face twisted in extreme terror. Chapter 78, He has to stay with Jiang Yunshu. Duh. The sounds from the outside world faintly and indistinctly reached Jiang Yunshu's ears, as if they were coming through a thick membrane. He struggled to move his eyelids, consciousness gradually returning. All of his sensory organs began working again, the sharp smell of disinfectant, the blinding LED white light, and his own heavy breathing. He wasn't dead. In that moment when he fell, his intestines had already turned black with regret. Where was Beidong? Where was his Omega? His Omega must have been terrified. There was no one by the bed, and Jiang Yunshu's face displayed confusion for a long time. He tried to open his mouth, but even though he used all his strength, no sound came out. "Beidong, Beidong." Suddenly, the door opened, and the person who came in saw him, excited. "Shit! You're awake, you're awake." Jiang Yunshu's gaze swept over Lin Baizhou's face without lingering too much, only tightly staring at the door behind him. But the next second, it wasn't Beidong who entered, it was Qin Zhongnan. The door closed. He muttered lowly, "Where is Beidong?" Lin Baizhou hesitated for a moment upon hearing this, taking quite a while before saying, "Beidong is fine." Jiang Yunshu guessed that the doctor had given him sleeping pills, which was why he was extremely drowsy and lacked strength. Naturally, he didn't notice the details on Lin Baizhou's face but only heard that Beidong was fine. He drifted off into sleep again, but just before falling asleep, he faintly heard Lin Baizhou sigh, "How did you manage to end up in the hospital like this, huh?" When he became conscious for the second time, Jiang Yunshu felt as if all his bones were about to disintegrate. It had been a long time since he slept so deeply. He opened his eyes and pushed himself up. This was a private ward. On the sofa to the left, Qin Zhongnan was sitting, reading a magazine. "You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Jiang Yunshu shook his head, overwhelmed by relief at surviving. At this moment, all he wanted to do was see Beidong, sincerely apologize, and comfort his Omega. He couldn't bear to think about what kind of emotions Beidong had experienced watching him collapse. His tone became urgent as he asked, "Where's Beidong?" Before he could finish, the door to the ward was kicked open with a loud bang, startling even Qin Zhongnan. In an instant, Jiang Yunshu felt a blur of movement, followed by a strong hand grabbing the collar of his shirt. A fierce gust of wind rushed past his ear. Zheng Ruyan's eyes were bloodshot, as if he'd been crying. His left hand gripped the collar of Jiang Yunshu's shirt tightly, while his right hand formed a fist, stopping just 2 centimeters from Jiang Yunshu's temple. Veins protruded prominently from his hand, trembling violently. "Zheng Ruyan." Lin Baizhou came panting, holding Zheng Ruyan's waist and trying to pull him back. "Calm down." Clutching his teeth tightly, after some time, Zheng Ruyan loosened his grip with his left hand suddenly and pointed angrily at Jiang Yunshu, "You, damn it. I really was crazy to trust you with Beidong. You knew that something happening to you would drive Beidong." He choked on a sob and couldn't continue. He pushed away Lin Baizhou, panting heavily several times, clenching his fists so tightly they might break. "Fuck, never mind." For a moment, there was only the heavy breathing of Zheng Ruyan in the room. After a long pause, Jiang Yunshu softly asked, his face blank, "What happened?" What happened to Beidong?" No one replied. This atmosphere was most familiar to doctors. Why isn't anyone speaking? The deathly silence made Jiang Yunshu's heart plunge into the depths of ice. He felt a sense of weightlessness as he rapidly sank into the abyss, water rushing into his mouth and nose. His throat surged with the taste of rust, and he struggled to breathe, as if slowly drowning. Just before the point of death, his brain suddenly experienced a sharp pain. His body convulsed violently, smashing back onto the bed, choking on air filling his lungs. His vision blurred as he lay on the bed, seeing himself surrounded by people. Qin Zhongnan's serious face, Lin Baizhou pressing hard on a specific acupoint and furiously pressing the emergency call button. He broke free from everyone's restraints, clutching desperately at his pulsating temples, shouting loudly, "What happened to Beidong?" Neither of the two alphas could hold him down, and Qin Zhongnan said, "Calm down. Beidong is fine, only." "I want to see him," Jiang Yunshu interrupted, his tone frantic, repeating only, I need to see him first." Jiang Yunshu stood motionlessly in front of the ward next to his, looking through the glass window on the door. In the center of the room, someone lay peacefully on the hospital bed, their body so thin it seemed like just a sheet of paper. Their face was pale, and their lips devoid of any color, emitting a lifeless aura. He even wanted to rush in, using his fingertips to check if his Omega was still breathing. Most glaring of all was the healed scar on his left arm where the bandages had been removed. Winding around his wrist were several layers of new bandages. Jiang Yunshu's pupils trembled violently as his feet retreated involuntarily. He stared almost self-destructively at Baitong's left wrist. Zhou Chaoyu, sitting on the sofa, noticed the commotion outside the door. He looked up calmly, yet a storm of emotions churned in his eyes. He gently closed the book in his hands and placed it lightly on the table. Click. The sound of the door being turned, Zhou Chaoyu stepped out. But the next second, the door was closed right in front of Jiang Yunshu, clearly not allowing him to enter. Jiang Yunshu's hand shot out, holding the doorframe tightly. Zhou Chaoyu grabbed his arm, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunshu slightly tilted his head, "I want to go inside." "Beidong just fell asleep," Zhou Chaoyu said while looking at him, "he isn't deeply asleep yet. Don't go in now." Jiang Yunshu's mind went blank. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. "Let's talk in the next room." Zhou Chaoyu tightened his grip, indicating that Jiang Yunshu should release the doorframe. Jiang Yunshu gazed intently at Omega's sleeping face and slowly dropped his hand. Zhou Chaoyu gently closed the door. "I believe you already know what happened to Beidong while you were unconscious." Zhou Chaoyu leaned against the window. Jiang Yunshu was extremely silent and didn't speak for a long time. It seemed like he couldn't believe it, unable to bring himself to voice that one word. His tone was incredibly light as he mumbled, "How could this be? It had been only 11 hours, how could the Omega, so full of life and laughter, have ended up this way?" People attempting suicide usually experience significant negative stress-inducing events beforehand, Zhou Qiaoyu stated dispassionately, seemingly answering Jiang Yunchu's unspoken question or simply narrating for his benefit, for example, humiliation, loss, failure, or threats. Loss refers to the loss of important objects, significant people, or sustaining beliefs needed to survive, etc. Even normal individuals tend to exhibit such extreme behaviors when they lose important people like their parents. Let alone an omega with deep emotional scars. Zhou Qiaoyu spoke matter-of-factly, yet each sentence felt like carving a piece of flesh from Jiang Yunchu's heart, leaving behind raw pain. Qin Zhongnan, Lin Baizhou, and Zheng Ruyan remained silent, as if they'd heard these words before. As someone who also identifies as an omega gender, I can almost recreate exactly what Beidong was thinking. Zhou Qiaoyu pulled at the corner of his lips. Do you want to hear? Jiang Yunshu was experiencing tinnitus, everything around him seemed distorted and screaming. Dazed and confused, his brain felt glued, sticky and incapable of thought. After an unknown duration, he finally moved his stiff fingers and whispered, listen. In the previous world, you unexpectedly died here due to mysterious soul-like circumstances. Therefore, Beidong has always believed that Jiang Yunsu never truly died, he's just lying low, waiting for the right moment to reclaim his body. This time when you collapsed, quite logically, Beidong assumed you were dead, either having suffered another sudden death into some other dimension. Now, the person lying before him is once again Jiang Yunsu. This was the second time Zheng Ruyan had heard this explanation. Even Zhou Qiaoyu's detached recounting made him feel strangled all over again. It was unimaginable how desperate Beidong must have felt back then. Zhou Qiaoyu delivered a heavy blow with a light tone. He thought you were dead, so he chose to die alongside you. Whoosh, it felt like eardrums were ruptured. Hot tears streamed down as if an iron spike had hammered hard against his temple. Jiang Yunshu felt dizzy for a moment. Fortunately, things changed abruptly at that point. For instance, Heitong ran upstairs, or maybe he noticed something uniquely shared between the two of you that prompted him to make one last struggle. So, he called the emergency services. Afterward, seeking help from someone he trusted most other than you, he called me. Zhou Qiaoyu would forever remember Baitong's hollow voice. The Omega, covered in blood, curled trembling beside the Alpha, gripping his left wrist with his right hand. He asked quietly, but what am I supposed to do? My blood is flowing too fast. Helpless and bewildered. Zheng Ruyan suddenly turned his head away, red-rimmed eyes glaring furiously. Clenching his jaw until it hurt, a tear slipped silently down the corner of his eye. As Zhou Qiaoyu's emotions became increasingly agitated, he tried to suppress them but failed. Beidong saw you like this, was he afraid? You saw Beidong like this, weren't you scared? Jiang Yunshu's fingers went ice-cold. He shut his eyes, unable to utter a single word. How dare you? Zhou Qiaoyu, who was always calm, showed a slight crack on his face, and his voice trembled a bit. Now you're in the hospital, how did you end up like this? I don't know what reason caused your exhaustion to the point of fainting, but you're a doctor. If others don't understand, that's fine, but you're a doctor. This has happened twice now, don't you know what's wrong with you yet? Qin Zhongnan and I are both here. There was so much time to get treated, why didn't you come find us? What exactly are you doing right now? A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings as Qin Zhongnan frowned. Jiang Yunshu spoke, I'm sorry. It's unnecessary, Zhou Qiaoyu said, you don't owe an apology to any of us, you should explain to Beidong. He paused for a second, seemingly wanting to say more, but in the end closed his mouth. At this moment, Qin Zhongnan hurriedly led Zhou Qiaoyu, whose composure had been lost, out of the room. He said to Jiang Yunshu, Beidong cried all morning, he just received a sedative and fell asleep. His mental state isn't good either, so meeting him isn't suitable right now. We won't disturb you any further. Take care of yourself, don't overthink things. I'll come visit you later. As the people in the room left one by one, Lin Baizhou remained. Jiang Yunshu stared at the stark white hospital bedspread without blinking. He roughly understood what Zhou Qiaoyu wanted to say. You should be grateful for still having the chance to speak to Beidong. Lin Baizhou sighed and said, everyone was very worried when they learned you were in the hospital, but none knew the specifics of your condition. Zhou Qiaoyu didn't do anything all morning. He specifically took leave to search for examples and solutions relevant to your situation. They believe your fault lies in neglecting your health due to denial. In both worlds, it's clear you had psychological issues, so why didn't you seek treatment? It's only after an incident that you realized its severity. They are also angry that you don't properly cherish your body. Jiang Yunshu responded with a, I know. Lin Baizhou sighed again, it wasn't your intention for something bad to happen, don't blame yourself too much. None of us could predict this would occur. You should rest more. Zheng Ruyan said he'll bring dinner tonight. Everyone will accompany you tonight, just shout if there's anything, alright? Jiang Yunshu responded with another, After Lin Baizhou left, Jiang Yunshu maintained the same posture for the entire night, the window wide open, the cold wind blowing fiercely against his face. He blinked lightly every so often, lost in thought. Lin Baizhou and Qin Zhongnan both visited once during this period, but Jiang Yunshu waved them away each time. Lin Baizhou looked very worried, but seeing that Jiang Yunshu truly wanted to be alone, he left reluctantly. Jiang Yunshu retracted his gaze and looked back out the window. Alphas were robust, a good sleep restored their health entirely, yet within another ward merely several meters away, the Omega was almost bled dry. If Beidong hadn't changed his mind at last, would his beloved Beidong have quietly curled up beside him waiting for the blood to drain out? And then, when his body functions recovered and he woke up on his own, would all that remain for him be a cold corpse? Is it? Is it really like this? Chapter 79, Mutual Licking. Free. The sky outside the window had completely darkened, but Jiang Yunshu still stared at the direction of the window, his pupils unfocused and his aura silent and heavy, soundless. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Awakened by the sound, the Alpha blinked and slowly turned his head. He saw Zheng Ruyan standing outside the door, placing a lunchbox on the floor inside. Zheng Ruyan hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Finally, he said, Beidong has woken up. The Alpha who had shown no reaction for hours finally stirred. Zheng Ruyan saw Jiang Yunshu get out of bed, staggering, feeling the coldness emanating from him before he even approached. The Alpha's hair was disheveled, his lips cracked, and there seemed to be traces of dryness under his eyes. Jiang Yunshu's voice was rough and hoarse. How is he? Can I see him? Ask Zhou Chaoyu, please, can I take a look at him? Zhou Chaoyu stood silently outside the door, not knowing how long he had been there. Qin Zhongnan returned in a hurry from outside, and what he saw was this very scene. He sighed, have you calmed down yet? I know what you're thinking right now. Both Jiang Yunshu and Dr. Lin have entered his room, don't worry. Why don't you go rest first, alright? You'll collapse like this. Zhou Chaoyu's complexion was extremely poor, almost as pale as paper. His eyebrows twitched slightly as if preparing to say something. Suddenly, there came a clang from Baitong's ward. Zhou Chaoyu paused for a moment before pushing the door open. Baitong's expression was blank, his eyeballs fixedly gazing at the stark white ceiling for several minutes. It took some time for memory and consciousness to sluggishly flood into his brain. Jiang Yunshu. He opened his mouth to call out silently. Has Dr. Jiang returned? Has Angel Jiang, has he come back? He struggled to sit up, attempting to get out of bed. But the effects of the sedative hadn't completely worn off, and he fell onto the ground. The needle stuck into the back of his hand slipped out, causing a small red bead of blood to seep out. The door was pushed open, and Beidong abruptly looked up, only to see Zhou Chaoyu. His gaze darted over Zhou Chaoyu's shoulder towards behind him, Qin Zhongnan. His tone urgent yet hesitant with fear of hearing the result, he asked, how is Dr. Jiang? His body, has he returned? Is it Dr. Jiang who woke up? It's him. Upon hearing that their shoulders were taut, Zhou Chaoyu noticed Bai Tang relaxed and immediately tense again. What's wrong with him? Is he okay? Any problems? Why did he suddenly fall down? After a 2-second pause, Zhou Chaoyu replied, he fainted from exhaustion. The doctor gave him sleeping pills and injected him with glucose. Beidong wanted to stand up, but as soon as he supported himself, he felt dizzy and fell back to the ground. After a while, he gradually recovered, so is he awake now? I want to see him. Is he here? Brother, could you ask him to sit properly? I'll go to him. Qin Zhongnan and Zhou Chaoyu helped Beidong back to bed. The latter said, he's awake, in the next room. I will tell him. As soon as Zhou Chaoyu walked out the door, he encountered the two people staring awkwardly at each other. Closing his eyes briefly, he raised his head and met Jiang Yunshu's gaze, saying, I'm sorry for those words. That wasn't my intention, but I still hurt you. Never mind, I'll apologize later. Now, Beidong is awake. He wants to see you. Without a second's hesitation, Jiang Yunshu stepped past Zhou Chaoyu and hurriedly walked toward the adjacent room. The room was dim, and Baitong's deathly pale face stood out even more. For a moment, he hesitated to approach, standing there just within the doorway. Qin Zhongnan closed the door for them. Seeing Zhou Chaoyu still standing at the door, his tone became serious. Are you not going up to rest yet? In front of Qin Zhongnan, Zhou Chaoyu finally didn't act as strong as he usually does around others. I'm afraid both parties might become too emotional, needing tranquilizers. I need to watch. You're not in a good condition right now, Qin Zhongnan directly stated. Then, his tone softened, go rest for a while, you've worked all day, and you've lost so much blood. Rest a bit, alright? I'll keep an eye on things here. Listen to me. Zhou Chaoyu closed his eyes, pausing for a while before nodding. Relenting, he rested his head against Qin Zhongnan's chest, lingering for a moment before heading to the upstairs resting area. Inside the room. Dr. Jiang. Beidong cautiously opened his arms, the needle in his hand swaying with the intravenous line. As soon as he saw Jiang Yunshu, his voice trembled, can I hug you? Jiang Yunshu rushed forward, wrapping Beidong tightly in his arms. He only felt after one day, the sensation of hugging was again uncomfortable. Just as he was about to apologize and ask whether he scared him. It was Beidong who beat him to it. The moment he tightly embraced Jiang Yunshu, tears uncontrollably welled out of his eyes. Murmuring, he said, sorry. Sorry, did I scare you? Sorry. Jiang Yunshu's half-open mouth snapped shut suddenly, a surge of strong sourness filling his nasal cavity. For a long moment, he couldn't utter a word. With just one sentence, the hastily built-up armor that had held him together crumbled completely, and all he could do was to bury his in Baitong's neck and shake his head forcibly. Baitong fumbled with Alpha's back awkwardly, then panic-stricken, he shook his hands as he hurriedly covered the Alpha with the quilt. What happened? Why are you so cold? Get closer. The white ward surrounded their tight embrace. Clutching onto his last strand of hope tightly, Baitong kept apologizing, Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry for scaring you. Did I terrify you? Smelling the heavy scent of disinfectant on Baitong, Jiang Yunshu's arm strained almost to the point of choking the weak Omega. Ever since he'd woken up, too many things had occurred in those few hours, and his seemingly composed demeanor shattered entirely upon seeing Baitong. He couldn't hold it in anymore, overwhelmed by helplessness and fear, and tears fell drop by drop onto the Omega's nape. Buried into Baitong's shoulder, his head moved haphazardly as he sobbed, yes, you scared me. Reacting slowly to the dampness on his neck, Baitong, how had an Alpha ever cried before? His heart nearly ached numb at the sight. Tears wouldn't stop spilling, what's wrong? Don't cry, how is your body? Are you alright? Why are you crying? Please don't cry. Baitong spoke intermittently, don't be afraid, even if I die, I will still protect you. If Jiang Yunsu comes once, I'll hit him once. But the more Jiang Yunshu listened to Baitong's voice, the more his emotions unraveled, expecting criticism. Why didn't he listen? Why did he fall? Why didn't he take care of himself? But Baitong always stood firmly on his side, this revelation taking root and sprouting in Jiang Yunshu's mind. Unable to suppress it any longer, he let loose a full-out emotional release onto his lover. It was the first time he cried like this, the first time he cried into someone else's embrace. Dr. Jiang. I'm sorry, Baitong tried to soothe his Alpha, I won't do this again. I'm sorry. Baitong's tone turned frantic, his expression showing sheer terror as if remembering something, I was so scared at that time. Jiang Yunsu, he opened his eyes, he scared me. He grabbed my hand. It hurt so much, my left hand even bled from his grip, very painful. Realizing what he said midway, Baitong quickly changed his words, but it wasn't that painful, just a little bit. Don't worry, I'm sorry, Dr. Jiang, you shouldn't be afraid, don't be afraid. Hearing these words, Jiang Yunshu sensed something amiss. Lifting his head from Baitong's shoulder, tear marks under his eyes still wet, he pieced together the incident through Baitong's words. Holding the Omega's face, he said, Baitong, no, there is no similar tongue sound, it has only been me, start to finish. Baitong, however, seemed not to hear clearly. His pupils dilated, unfocused gaze, and as if in a daze, he used the pad of his finger to wipe the water trails off Jiang Yunshu's face, repeating, don't cry, don't be afraid, no fear. At that moment, Qin Zhongnan and another doctor rushed in, lifting Baitong's right hand which was wrapped with bandages and injected him directly in the arm. It's fine, Qin Zhongnan explained, sedative. Still clutching onto Alpha's hand, Baitong occasionally told him not to be afraid, asked how his body felt, and incessantly apologized. The drug began to take effect, and Omega curled quietly in Jiang Yunshu's embrace, gradually closing his eyes. Qin Zhongnan said to Jiang Yunshu, you're also exhausted. Go back and rest first, I'll keep an eye on Baitong here. You should recover well. Jiang Yunshu shook his head and hugged Baitong tighter. Anticipating such a result, Qin Zhongnan said, then should I fetch another bed over? You can lie down comfortably. Jiang Yunshu still refused. After Qin Zhongnan left, a while later, he reopened the door and pushed a hospital bed close beside them, both of you sleep now. We're 3 in number, call out if anything happens. With a slight click, the door softly closed behind him. Qin Zhongnan even turned off the light for them. In the dimness, Jiang Yunshu repeatedly kissed Baitong's sweat-dampened forehead, his eyes gleaming sharply, without a trace of drowsiness. Unknowingly, perhaps after an hour or two, the door gently opened again, and Lin Baizhao peeked in cautiously. Jiang Yunshu moved slightly and looked over. In Lin Baizhao's hand was something, and he darted inside quickly, why didn't anyone tell me you were here? I went to check your room, and it was empty. That gave me quite a scare. Jiang Yunshu shook his head, saying, maybe they forgot. Everyone needs to work. Lin Baizhao placed the thermos he was holding on the bedside cabinet, then sat on the chair beside the bed. Is this the food sent by Zheng Ruyun? How do you feel now? Any discomfort? Jiang Yunshu shook his head again. Don't lie to me, Lin Baizhao said, they really, never mind, forget it. You need to eat now. He paused for a second, don't tell me you don't want to eat what Zheng Ruyun cooked. What should I do, damn it, I can't cook. Or should I go to the cafeteria and get you something? No need. Jiang Yunshu quietly sat up, indeed, he was hungry, but he didn't want to let go of Baitong. He took the thermos and chopsticks Lin Baizhao handed him, could you tell me how things went when we were admitted? How did it go? Lin Baizhao thought for a moment, I'm not sure about the beginning either. Qin Zhongnan told me Zhou Chaoyu had just finished dealing with a difficult psychological patient, his face pale from exhaustion, trying to compose himself before answering Baitong's call. Then he ran to the front desk and learned that the ambulance had arrived, carrying someone in. Then Qin Zhongnan called me, saying something happened to Beidong and asked if I could come over since I had some free time. Well, I asked where you went. Qin Zhongnan didn't know clearly, but I was indeed quite free at that moment, so I went down. Jiang Yunshu ate mouthful after mouthful while listening quietly. Lin Baizhao continued, Zhou Chaoyu and I waited at the door. The first stretcher brought out was Beidong. Damn, I got quite a scare, blood everywhere, even on the stretcher. But right after, another stretcher came, and I saw it was you. What a surprise, because your face and clothes were all bloody too. Damn, my mind was a blur at that moment. Thought both of you had been silenced by someone. Zhou Chaoyu next to me was also startled. I even heard him say something like, how come you're involved too? And then we both ran with the stretcher, but unexpectedly, your floors were different. Beidong was directly taken into the operating room, while Zhou Chaoyu stopped the doctors pushing you and asked what happened. The doctor said there were no wounds on you, just that you passed out for some reason, so they would first take you to the emergency room for checkups. Then Zhou Chaoyu and I split up, I followed your situation, and he followed Beidong's. After the checkup, it turned out nothing was wrong with your brain, blood pressure, or heart, it was just low blood sugar, possibly due to hypoglycemia or overwork. Damn, those dark circles under your eyes. Jiang Yunshu touched below his eyes and, dead. Lin Baizhao said, and midway through, Zhou Chaoyu came running over. Out of breath, Zhou Chaoyu arrived with Qin Zhongnan trailing behind. Frowning, he asked, how's Jiang Yunshu doing? Lin Baizhao responded, nothing serious. The doctor said it's probably low blood sugar or overwork, prescribed some sleeping pills and glucose. Just rest a bit. As soon as Zhou Chaoyu sighed in relief, a doctor rushed over, Dr. Zhou. Summon the patient's family. A critical notice has been issued. The patient is type A blood, and the situation is urgent. We have started transfusing, but the hospital's blood bank is empty. We must replace with blood immediately. Please summon their family or friends for blood donation. 2 people, AO-type blood needed, 400 cubic centimeters each. Zhou Chaoyu, whose mental state was already very poor, hearing this, felt an intense pain in his brain. He shouted, critical notice, no family available, the only relative is also down. No signature can be given. Qin Zhongnan looked worriedly at his omega and said, you're in bad shape right now. Calm down first. Let us try to contact. Zhou Chaoyu replied, I'm type A, I can donate. Dr. Lin, what about you? I'm type B. Qin Zhongnan was type B too. Furrowing his brows, he said to Zhou Chaoyu, absolutely not, you're anemic. If you donate 400 cubic centimeters, it won't end well. Zhou Chaoyu looked expressionless, as if regaining his calm, stating firmly, I can donate. Everyone knew contacting Baitang's family wouldn't work, so they decided to look among those present. Lin Baizhao had an idea and made 3 calls before someone picked up, Zheng Riyun. What's your blood type? Lin Baizhao continued, oh. Hurry up, Baitang's in trouble. 20 minutes later, Zheng Riyun rushed in, pulling up his sleeves and asking, how's Beidong doing? What happened? You can draw any amount, hurry up. Lin Baizhao led him to the donation room where Zhou Chaoyu had already finished donating and sat alone, pressing his temples. Lin Baizhao asked, Dr. Zhou, are you okay? Zhou Chaoyu's lips were pale as he fumbled around in his pocket, a stick-like object falling to the floor without him catching it. A bit dizzy, we'll be fine soon. Lin Baizhao picked up the chocolate from the floor and tore it open for him. Zheng Riyun watched as his blood was continuously being drawn, muttering softly, so Beidong lost this much blood, this much blood. What did Jiang Yunshu do? What exactly happened? Lin Baizhao explained to him, we're not sure either. Baitang's wrist was slashed, it was probably a suicide attempt. Jiang Yunshu also fainted and is now resting. Zheng Riyun slowly said, one fainted, the other attempted suicide, huh. Jiang Yunshu, hearing this, tightened his grip on the chopsticks, a critical notice was issued. Lin Baizhao glanced quietly at Jiang Yunshu's expression, trying to reassure him, it's fine, it's good that he was saved. Don't think about what happened before, it's enough that he came back. Jiang Yunshu exhaled, shaking his head, go on. Seeing that Jiang Yunshu's expression remained steady, Lin Baizhao continued, outside the operating room, Qin Zhongnan told us your mental state seemed off when you were brought in, so we all guessed overwork was the main reason. Then Qin Zhongnan asked Zhou Chaoyu to go rest, but Zhou didn't, and waited until Baitang's surgery ended before being forced to leave by Qin Zhongnan. Baitang woke up 3 hours later, her emotions immediately unstable, hysterical, crying and screaming. We 2 alphas had no choice but to call Zhou Chaoyu down. But unexpectedly, he handed Qin Zhongnan a stack of documents and said there might be psychological issues with you. God knows why he would guess like that. Damn, I'm not a psychologist. Qin Zhongnan scolded Dr. Zhou for looking so terrible yet still refusing to rest. Jiang Yunshu remained silent. Lin Baizhao went on, in front of me, a single guy, Zhou Chaoyu kissed Qin Zhongnan, haha then went inside to calm Beidong down. Even with the door closed, I could hear the screams, and after a sedative was given, she still wasn't calmed down until about an hour later. Right after that, seamlessly connected, you woke up, and then everything after that you already know. Jiang Yunshu opened his mouth but could only say, thank you. Huh, damn. Lin Baizhao said, what Zheng Ruyun did was really, wrong, sigh damn it, he was too extreme and impulsive, so when I came out, I gave him a lecture too, telling him to calm down, he also, fuck it. But that was the first time I ever saw Zhou Qiaoyu lose control of his emotions. I was shocked, I was completely dazed. Damn, did you see how confused I looked sitting there? Just as I wanted to stand up to stop him, Qin Zhongnan pulled him away. Qin also thought it wasn't appropriate to speak in that situation. But being a psychologist, he probably understands Zhou Qiaoyu's condition better, so back then, never mind, I don't know either, damn, I won't talk nonsense anymore. In short, what all of you need to focus on right now is getting plenty of rest and recovery, don't worry about anything else. Chapter 80, and you will live a long life. When Beitong woke up, the sky outside the window was completely dark, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. Jiang Yunshu was lying on his side on another bed 2 fists away from him, with his back arched, one hand resting on Baitong's waist and his forehead pressed against Baitong's shoulder in a dependent posture. His eyebrows were furrowed as he slept. The alpha wore his own casual clothes. Not long after Beitong fell asleep, the doctor came to check him and said there was no problem anymore. Then, they took back the adjacent bed. Lin Bazhou had gone to their house to bring over some clothes and also fed Paltiai sugar. Beitong turned his head sideways and unblinkingly described the alpha's face for several minutes. After that, he slightly lifted his right hand to touch the alpha's face but felt a sudden pain. He paused and moved his gaze upward. His right hand was entirely wrapped in bandages, making it difficult to even bend his fingers. He looked stunned. Had his right hand been injured too? A few fragments suddenly flashed through his mind. It was him crazily pounding the edge of the bed with the back of his hand. Many details were unclear to Beitong. He then lifted his left hand, where an uneven scar ran along his left arm from the elbow all the way down to his wrist, which was also heavily bandaged. Beitong blinked. How ugly. Beitong stared at the stark white gauze for a while and then started to laugh softly, his eyes curving into a delicate arc. It was heartfelt happiness. But it didn't matter as long as Dr. Jiang was fine. All his injuries, including those to come, all misfortunes of his lifetime should fall on him alone. Jiang Yunshu shouldn't shed even a single drop of blood. He gently extended his hand again, smoothing out the alpha's eyebrows before touching the alpha's hands and feet. They weren't cold. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Having slept for a few hours earlier because of the sedatives, Beitong now had no intention of sleeping. He quietly turned over and embraced the alpha's nape to make him rest more comfortably. At 6 a.m., Zhou Qiaoyu walked expressionlessly out of the Omega rest room and went to the hospital cafeteria. Auntie, I'll have a bowl of white porridge, 2 eggs, 2 meat buns, and a glass of soy milk. All right. Same package as usual. Zhou Qiaoyu hummed, then corrected, I'll need 3 more sets exactly like this, all packed. After finishing a bowl of porridge and 1 egg, at 6:10, he skillfully placed the plastic bag full of breakfast and a file folder into Qin Zhongnan's locker. Just as he was about to grab the suitcase by its side and leave, he noticed that the alpha was standing leaning against the locker. Qin Zhongnan said, are you leaving alone again? Zhou Qiaoyu said, where is this again coming from? Why are you so grumpy? Isn't this already the second time? Qin Zhongnan stroked Zhou Qiaoyu's face. Didn't you sleep last night? I did sleep. Zhou Qiaoyu remained still, just not well. Qin Zhongnan hugged him. Take a nap on the plane later, okay? Zhou Qiaoyu rested his nose on the shirt collar and closed his eyes. Qin Zhongnan's voice sounded above him, have you thought it through? Zhou Qiaoyu said, I've handed over my work and taken 2 months off. I have to admit, my current state isn't suitable for helping others with counseling. Sorry. Qin Zhongnan said, you could actually take another day to rest more at home with Jiao Jiao. No need to rush today. No big deal. Zhou Qiaoyu patted the alpha's back lightly with one hand, I'm not that fragile yet. Qin Zhongnan sighed, persuading earnestly, so what do you want to do now? You can do anything. Zhou Qiaoyu stayed silent for a few seconds before giving in, can you release some pheromones to me? Qin Zhongnan grinned and pushed the person toward the surveillance blind spot of the stairwell, let's go to our old place. 10 minutes later. After bullying his Omega, Qin Zhongnan was in high spirits. Opening his locker, he caught a large bundle of breakfast bags falling down and carried them towards the ward area. From afar, he saw that Jiang Yunshu had already woken up and was answering a call outside the door. He waited until Jiang Yunshu hung up the phone before approaching, don't tell me you've already started working. No, Jiang Yunshu replied, didn't you help apply for my early annual leave? It's just about Uncle Jiang Jincheng's case. Since Beitong isn't suitable for being interviewed at the moment, we have to postpone it for another 2 days. Qin Zhongnan didn't press further and lifted the bag, do you want breakfast? Shall we go inside or to the rest area? Jiang Yunshu gently opened the door, hesitated suddenly, turned around quickly, and spoke rapidly, wait. Mrs. Zhang's. Qin Zhongnan jumped and covered his chest, you scared me half to death. Don't worry, Chao Yu arranged someone to deliver meals on the same day. Jiang Yunshu exhaled with relief, then let's eat inside. Beidong might be unsafe without supervision. The best part of breakfast at the hospital cafeteria in the imperial capital was the meat buns, but there were never enough of them. It was a pleasure enjoyed by those who arrived early. Therefore, Zhou Chaoyu had been habitually tucking the meat buns into Qin Zhongnan's locker for 2 years. The two quietly ate some buns when Jiang Yunshu suddenly spoke up, "To be honest, I have some psychological issues, Qin Zhongnan sighed with relief upon hearing his confession and thought about giving him a small questionnaire to complete. "Never mind, I'll refer you to a psychologist. You can discuss these things with him, not me." Since getting closer, Chaoyu no longer acts as Bai Tang's psychologist, and it's the same between you and me. Jiang Yunshu closed his mouth. Qin Zhongnan took a bite. "Actually, Bai Tang asked me 2 weeks ago." Jiang Yunshu also took a bite, the juices spilled out as he looked over after hearing this. "Bai Tang?" "Yes," Qin Zhongnan said, "Bai Tang told me that you didn't sleep well and only worked. But since it involved your privacy, he didn't feel right telling me. Bai Tang isn't a psychologist, so he probably didn't think much of it. We were very busy at that time and didn't meet, so I couldn't make a conclusion. Anyway, it was my fault for not keeping up with your condition in time. Until the other day, I saw you and noticed that your mental state wasn't quite right, so I had Bai Tang persuade you to see a psychologist. Then the incident happened the next day." Jiang Yunshu glanced at Bai Tang, who was sleeping uneasily on the bed, and said, "I indeed acted irresponsibly on this matter." In fact, Qin Zhongnan continued, "You should perhaps depend more on Bai Tang. Take me and Zhou Chaoyu as an example. Between us, he has always been in a dominant position. In our work, his rank is higher than mine, and he helped me a lot in the beginning. In our relationship, his character is stronger than mine, and he often gives advice when I hesitate. But over the long term, such a relationship is very detrimental to the feelings between lovers because I rely on him more than he relies on me. The accumulated sense of this relationship has caused increasing pressure on Chaoyu, leading him to believe that he must bear everything himself and cannot make mistakes. Because if I also made a mistake, there would be no one left to fix the problem." Jiang Yunshu listened carefully. Qin Zhongnan gradually led the conversation deeper, his voice pulling Jiang Yunshu along little by little. "You and Bai Tang are in a similar situation. You will become increasingly tense like Zhou Chaoyu, habitually trying to digest everything alone. And Bai Tang will feel as I do, increasingly uneasy because he feels unable to help, only watching his partner grow weary day by day. But because I am an alpha and we share similar job natures, Zhou Chaoyu listens, and he has changed a lot. If Bai Tang talks to you, will you listen?" Jiang Yunshu hesitated. Yes, and he had mentioned it more than once, every night. After processing this, Jiang Yunshu remarked, "It seems you're pretty reliable when you're not being lazy." Qin Zhongnan's face tensed momentarily, the chain of his glasses glinting as he retorted unhappily, "I take back all the heartfelt words I just said. Just for you, I even admitted that I'm not in the dominant position in our relationship." "That doesn't need to be said," Jiang Yunshu replied. "Anyone with eyes can see it." Qin Zhongnan sniffed and said, "Really? In terms of work, try letting Bai Tang handle some tasks. Even though he is younger and might not be able to help much currently, give him a bit more trust. Haven't there been several instances where Bai Tang organized the data?" Secretary Feng praised the clarity. "You could learn from that." Jiang Yunshu, experiencing his first romantic relationship, found this advice immensely valuable. Qin Zhongnan glanced at him coolly, indifferent. Between lovers, what kind of excessive behavior could possibly arise? Jiang Yunshu instantly reacted. Smooth images flashed through his mind uncontrollably, him disobeying, Bai Tang pressing him onto the bed in anger, his beautiful face rapidly enlarging, timid yet aggressive as he bit his lips, behaving boldly but his voice trembling while demanding, "Do you still intend to listen?" He coughed, bringing himself back to reality. "By the way," Jiang Yunshu remembered something, Bai Tang said Jiang Yunsu came back. On my way to fainting, I grabbed his hand and even opened my eyes to glare at him. Qin Zhongnan was somewhat surprised, did he really say that? Yes, Jiang Yunshu replied, could it be that he was under stress at the time and therefore had a hallucination? Qin Zhongnan rubbed his chin with his fingers, pondering for a while before saying, there are two possibilities, one is that he indeed hallucinated, and the second is that you did grab his hand. However, I lean more towards the second one. Bai Tang's condition has been improving day by day. Although your fainting in front of him was enough to cause a stress reaction, it wouldn't have led directly to suicide. After all, as mentioned before, you had long surpassed the fear Jiang Yunsu instilled in him. Therefore, some strong stimuli or accidents must have occurred in between, making everything clear. What should I tell him then? Jiang Yunshu asked, I didn't know I grabbed his hand. Qin Zhongnan became serious, are you sure it wasn't Jiang Yunsu? Sure, Jiang Yunshu confirmed, he's dead, can't come back. Qin Zhongnan suggested, then I suggest you tell Bai Tang that you were conscious when you grabbed his hand, it was you who held on to him. While Bai Tang was half asleep, he vaguely felt something nibbling and licking around his stomach for quite some time. Frowning, he moved slightly and opened his eyes. He saw that his shirt had been pulled up, the quilt scattered around, and the alpha's head was buried on his stomach. Bai Tang blinked in astonishment, his face turning red immediately from embarrassment. It went like this: since it was midwinter, even though the meat buns and eggs were in Jiang Yunshu's pocket, they eventually got cold after a while. So, he decided to wake him up, to eat and then go back to sleep. Naturally, he kissed Omega's reddened cheek and slid his hand into the warm quilt, gently rubbing Omega's soft belly. Bai Tang, wake up. Seemingly aware that the alpha was nearby, Bai Tang was still sleeping soundly. Jiang Yunshu used his teeth to grind slightly, burying his face in the soft and delicate flesh of the abdomen, quietly agreeing with Qin Zhongnan's words. It really relieves stress. Still not fully awake, Bai Tang covered Alpha's head instinctively, unconsciously calling out, Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu froze momentarily. This was the first time since they established their relationship that Bai Tang called him that way. He lightly grasped Bai Tang's hand and pressed his lips repeatedly on the white bandage. Yeah, it's me. Bai Tang had injuries on both hands and couldn't exert much force, being embraced by the alpha as he sat up. Why are you awake so early? Couldn't sleep, so I got up. After using the restroom to brush his teeth and feeling fresh, Bai Tang hadn't even put down his cup when he was lifted by the jaw from behind by Jiang Yunshu and kissed. Leaning backward, Bai Tang's neck touched a hard shoulder, sensing the icy yet scorching temperature of lips while simultaneously having his clothes pushed aside as the alpha roughly massaged his side waist. Bai Tang obediently opened his mouth, catching a glimpse of the red tongue flashing past. He wondered why the alpha had become so proactive. When the kiss ended, Jiang Yunshu held the slightly weak Omega, kissing his neck. This afternoon, I will see a psychologist. Sorry, I made you worry for such a long time. Breathing heavily, Bai Tang could only shake his head. Alpha's kisses were usually gentle, restrained, and lingering. This time, however, it was overwhelmingly aggressive. His lips were rubbed raw, and his tongue almost bitten off. Jiang Yunshu asked, do you dislike it? Which kind of kissing do you prefer? In front of the square mirror, Bai Tang lowered his eyes, avoiding the sight. He pressed his burning lips together. No, I don't dislike it, I like both. Jiang Yunshu was completely reassured. He tilted his head and kept kissing Bai Tang's reddened ear tips until the Omega's shoulders started curling up inside his arms. He said, Bai Tang, I'll try as hard as you to get better and take care of my body in the future. But next time, you absolutely cannot hurt yourself recklessly, understood? I'm not hurting myself, I want to live to 100 with you. Bai Tang felt wronged. It was Jiang Yunshu. Hearing Bai Tang's words, Jiang Yunshu felt warmth in his heart. There's no such person, Bai Tang. He is truly dead, he will never come back. Then he lied somewhat awkwardly, it was me who grabbed your hand. I wanted to stop you from worrying but fainted without supporting myself. Bai Tang's eyes widened slightly, really? Yeah, I promise, Jiang Yunshu assured him, only if the doctor announces my death am I truly dead. Only, do you understand what that means? Even if something happens to me, I bleed a lot, lose consciousness, or even lack heartbeat and breathing, as long as the doctor hasn't announced, I haven't died, understood? Bai Tang always thought there was something logically off about this. Jiang Yunshu smiled softly and said, I want to live 100 years with you, so don't be afraid. In the afternoon, Jiang Yunshu went to the psychology department. When he was about to leave, he coincidentally met Jing Ruyun coming from outside. Both were stunned for a moment, and neither chose to speak. It was Bai Tang who noticed something was off and came over in time, asking, what's wrong? Jiang Yunshu shook his head, taking Bai Tang's hand slightly, saying, then I'll go down first. Jing Ruyun placed the apple puree in his hand on the cabinet without a word. What's wrong? Bai Tang asked tentatively, what happened between you two? Weren't you quite friendly before? Jing Ruyun truthfully replied, when he woke up for the second time, I almost threw a punch at him. Bai Tang's eyes widened suddenly, astonished. Without holding back his strength, he pulled at Jing Ruyun's coat, you hit him? Almost, Jing Ruyun said, at that moment, I indeed lost my cool. But just before hitting him, I remembered he is someone you like, and if I did hit him, you'd be unhappy. Bai Tang stayed silent for a long time. Conflicts between a boyfriend and a friend should be mediated by himself. He calmed himself down and asked, Ruyun, could you tell me what happened? Jing Ruyun explained briefly, glossing over it. Bai Tang's face began to wrinkle, but this has nothing to do with Dr. Jiang, it's my fault. But if he hadn't fainted, you wouldn't have had the incident. Jing Ruyun said, Bai Tang, among all those people in that ward, only you, lying on the next bed, are my friend. Bai Tang was thinking about how to explain, but Dr. Jiang has so much to do, he didn't want to faint either. The main problem was that I got scared, and that was my issue. But didn't he die this way in the previous life? Jing Ruyun said, then in this life, doesn't he know, this kind of thing will happen sooner or later. Perhaps Dr. Jiang intended to see a doctor after finishing this matter, Bai Tang suddenly realized, saying, isn't that right? It could only be called an accident. Mistake. After listening to Jiang Yunshu's detailed explanation, a kind-looking woman spoke in a warm voice, asking, Mr. Jiang, due to a sudden external situation, we can see that you have come. If there hadn't been this external sudden situation, would you subjectively wish to solve the problem? Jiang Yunshu fell silent for a moment, no. He had clearly known since the previous world that he had deep-rooted psychological problems. In the previous life, as he had no ties, he didn't care about dying, perhaps even hoping to see whether that couple might shed a tear of sorrow. He also clearly knew that if not for Bai Tang, he probably wouldn't find a partner in this life, living robotically like in the previous world, working, eating, going to the bathroom, then sleeping alone at night. And inevitably, dying again from overwork. Perhaps after a sudden death in this world, he would have truly achieved liberation through death, or perhaps he would go to a third, fourth, 100th world, only living more like a walking corpse in each subsequent world, with no exception ending in death. In this life, he had the thought of seeing a doctor proactively, but always being stopped by the tasks at hand, always thinking that after finishing here, he would go. But he could never finish them, because after handling the Jiang father-son matters, there would be the Wang father-son matters, Li father-son matters. Shen Ting, the psychological counselor, was a beta female. She gently guided Jiang Yunshu, guiding him to say everything. After roughly understanding, Shen Ting understood, this was another child harmed by his family of origin, by his parents. Work allowed Jiang Yunshu to avoid facing his inner loneliness as well as his stolen childhood and adult life. Additionally, work reinforced his belief that had been ingrained for a long time, no matter how hard he worked, it was never too much. Aside from the heavy shackles imposed by the original family, Jiang Yunshu's subconscious also believed that as long as he invested enough time and energy, he could certainly prove himself as a capable and valuable person. His approach to relationships was the same, if only this way, the people he cared about would return his love. Shen Ting was an excellent listener. She would occasionally tell Jiang Yunshu that having these feelings was very common and justified, it was the fault of his parents, not his. Zheng Ruyan looked at Bai Tang like he was an idiot. If accidents would tell us when they're coming, would they still be called accidents? Moreover, what kind of accident is this? Firstly, he encountered such an event in the previous life. Secondly, he's a doctor. If you abuse your body like this, and end up in the hospital, I'd be very angry too. It's mainly that Dr. Jiang didn't intend to overwork himself either. The event has already happened, and he must be feeling pretty terrible after waking up, Bai Tang said. He will take better care of himself going forward, so there's no need for anyone to criticize him further. Bai Tang continued, besides, Dr. Jiang has a lot on his plate, not just work, he's also helping us, helping the Omegas. Zheng Ruyan disagreed, is there really an alpha who wholeheartedly helps Omegas? Omegas have to stand up for themselves. It's true, Bai Tang replied passionately. The Second Star Omega Relief Foundation was founded by them. What? Zheng Ruyan froze in shock, clearly having trouble believing what he had just heard. After a long pause, he hesitantly asked, they started it? Yes. Bai Tang corrected himself, saying, more accurately, they organized its establishment. There are many brilliant Omegas and Alphas involved, including Dr. Jiang, Dr. Qin, senior brother, and Dr. Lin. And I've even heard from Dr. Jiang that it only got approved because the person in charge added Dr. Lin's father's name. Dr. Lin Baizhou is also part of this. Zheng Ruyan's expression grew wooden as he mulled over these words repeatedly under his breath. I had no idea they were doing all this. As an Omega who'd been out in the world since age 12, Zheng Ruyan had encountered countless Alphas. Those who exploited Omegas, showed indifference to their life or death, remained cold-hearted, or hypocritically claimed respect while using Omegas for profit, all too common. But he had never met any Alphas who genuinely cared about Omegas. Even the Alpha who lived next door in the shabby apartment complex for 7 years, from when Zheng Ruyan was 3 until he turned 10, whom he considered very much in love with his wife, eventually cheated on her. Although this Alpha didn't cruelly send his wife to a breeding center, he never returned home either. If even an Alpha who stood in line overnight just to buy a CD for his beloved wife could cheat, were there really good Alphas left in the world? Were such Alphas even real? Zheng Ruyan seemed dazed, muttering, I really didn't know. After 2 hours passed, both men appeared somewhat tired. Shen Ting, however, clearly sensed that her patient across from her hadn't fully let down his psychological guard. From the bits of information revealed, she deduced that Jiang Yunshu had someone who made him feel at ease, a lover. When their session ended, Shen Ting casually asked, Mr. Jiang, would you allow your partner to participate in your subsequent treatment process? Jiang Yunshu replied, yes. Shen Ting added, then perhaps next time, you can come together. The results might be surprisingly effective. Jiang Yunshu hesitated for a moment before responding, all right, I'll ask him. Shen Ting smiled, he will be with you. Jiang Yunshu clutched a stack of documents in his hands as he shut the psychology counseling room door behind him. Sweat trickled down his temple. At this point, all he wanted was to rush back to the ward and indulge in the scent of an Omega. Today, he had accomplished nothing. His organization had cut half of his workload, giving him a fortnight off. So what would these next 15 days bring? Jiang Yunshu returned to the ward to find Zheng Ruyan still there, sitting on the couch deep in thought. Catching sight of Jiang Yunshu from the corner of his eye, Zheng Ruyan abruptly stood up and bowed cleanly, I'm sorry, I was wrong earlier, I didn't realize you were genuinely helping Omegas. Jiang Yunshu remained quiet for several seconds before saying, it's fine, you did donate a lot of blood to save Bai Tang. Bai Tang's little head swiveled around, eyes widening. You donated blood, Ruyan. Why didn't anyone tell me? Zheng Ruyan dismissed it nonchalantly, it'll regenerate quickly anyway. Jiang Yunshu maintained a calm expression. At least 2 months are required for hemoglobin levels to return to predonation levels. Zheng Ruyan opened his mouth to argue but swallowed the retort at the last second. He then stated, anyway, I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have treated you like that, and, thank you for helping Omegas. This revelation slightly shifted Zheng Ruyan's perspective on alphas. There really were good ones in the world, and the society wasn't entirely overtaken by darkness. After Zheng Ruyan left, Jiang Yunshu finally revealed his exhaustion in front of Bai Tang, pulling the young boy into a tight embrace. Bai Tang slowly released some pheromones and kissed his alpha softly, asking, is there anything I can do to help? The sweet aroma of condensed milk reached Jiang Yunshu, like gentle tendrils soothing his tightly strung nerves. He paused, then changed his words, can you? After hesitating, he rephrased, would you accompany me to see the psychologist? Sure, Bai Tang agreed immediately, patting Jiang Yunshu's back. When should we go? Is there anything I need to prepare? Jiang Yunshu replied, tomorrow, and once we're done, we'll go home. Tomorrow was the day Bai Tang would finally be discharged from the hospital. After embracing for a while, they began kissing again affectionately. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang hesitated, can I help Ruyan? Do you really dislike him? Actually, he had a dark childhood and is now struggling financially. After donating blood, he definitely won't go out of his way to buy meat to replenish his body, right? I don't dislike him, you decide for yourself. Jiang Yunshu could guess something significant had happened in Zheng Ruyan's past, as no resentment arises without reason. He said, if given the choice, who wouldn't want to live freely and beautifully? The next day, Bai Tang put on his own clothes, wearing a beige wool coat, and sat nervously beside Jiang Yunshu as they faced a psychological counselor who seemed approachable from the start. Shen Ting smiled and reassured them not to be nervous before delving into the main topic. In just a few sentences, she planted an idea in Jiang Yunshu's mind. With Bai Tang by his side, he would feel comforted, so there was no need to fear. In general, psychological counselors guide victims through 3 stages: anger, sadness, and release. Completing this entire process could take as short as a month or as long as several decades. Most adults with trauma frequently experience feelings of sadness, loneliness, and discomfort. They are familiar with sadness but not anger. Often, they try to skip over their anger and quickly enter the sadness phase. However, doing so is incorrect. Anger must come before sadness. Of course, strong emotions cannot be entirely separated. Anger carries sadness within it, and sadness contains traces of anger. But in terms of treatment, they represent different stages. Under Shen Ting's guidance, Jiang Yunshu gradually vented his dissatisfaction with his parents, his voice low and tinged with confused anger. Their parents clearly didn't raise them to behave this way. Why did they treat me like that? Work always took priority over me. If that's the case, why even bother to have children? There was a chart at home detailing how many times the palm of his hand would be hit based on what he did, over 100 items listed. 10 hits for trivial matters, 20 for small offenses, and for others, 50 to 200 depending on severity. In a cold, emotionless room, the ruler struck against the palm of my hands. It hurt first on my palms, then in my brain, followed by my heart, and finally on the ruler. Tears unexpectedly rolled down Jiang Yunshu's face, falling onto the fabric beneath. Even the ruler caused pain, but they didn't care. Shen Ting felt a lump in her throat listening to the alpha cry and decided it was time to wrap up. For most people seeking consultation, crying served as a form of release during the first session, followed mostly by stable conversations later on. Suddenly, a trembling voice broke the silence in the quiet consulting room. I also feel pain. Shen Ting looked over. Jiang Yunshu had been trying hard to suppress the lump in his throat. Suddenly, he looked up and saw Bai Tang's red eyes, who shakily spoke, it doesn't matter, we don't need them to care about our pain, I'll care for your pain instead. With Bai Tang's words, Jiang Yunshu's emotions completely broke down. Not wanting outsiders to see him cry, he forcefully pulled Bai Tang close, burying his face in the Omega's thin shoulder. From sporadic sobs to uncontrollable sobbing, 30 years of deeply buried grievances erupted all at once. Bai Tang tenderly stroked the alpha's back repeatedly, whispering, it's their fault, our Yunshu is such a good person, it's they who aren't worthy. Through blurred vision, Bai Tang caught Shen Ting giving him an encouraging smile. These two lovers clearly shared a deep bond. Shen Ting thought to herself, the Omega appeared very dependent on the Alpha, yet countless details showed it was this Omega pulling every thread of the Alpha's emotions. 15 minutes later, the Alpha still had his head buried, unwilling to look up. Shen Ting carefully assessed his state and slowly guided him with her words. By the time Jiang Yunshu's emotions calmed down, half an hour had passed. Shen Ting said, first, we recognize everything originates from your parents. Our first step will involve overcoming the fear of facing your parents. However, since Mr. Jiang mentioned your parents have passed away, we can try another method, writing letters. The letters mainly cover 4 points. 1. This is what you used to do to me. 2. This is how I felt at the time. 3. This is how it affected my life. 4. And these are my current demands from you. So, I'll go out first, you two calm down a bit. Shen Ting looked at the two who were hugging each other, feeling both amused and consoled, and even her previously empathetic bad mood improved somewhat. We'll meet again in 2 days. Bai Tang sniffed and raised his face. He saw a large wet patch on Jiang Yunshu's coat along with some shiny snot that he guiltily wiped away with a tissue. Jiang Yunshu croaked, "Do you want to turn your face away?" "Why?" Bai Tang asked. Jiang Yunshu still refused to look up, "Crying makes me look terrible." Bai Tang couldn't help but laugh, "Are you talking about me?" Jiang Yunshu sighed, resignedly lifting his face, "You look good, I don't." Looking at the alpha whose eyes were slightly red and had some marks on his handsome face, Bai Tang thought there wasn't much change otherwise. "You're lying. And why aren't your eyes swollen?" After tidying himself up, Jiang Yunshu grabbed Bai Tang's hand and began wiping the shoulder of Bai Tang's coat with tissues. Bai Tang paused for a moment, then suddenly started laughing so hard his waist bent, and his head rested against the alpha's chest. Thinking of how the two of them just now were like quails huddling together made him laugh harder, completely unable to control himself. He thought, psychological counselors must find this very frustrating. Jiang Yunshu originally had an expressionless face, but finally succumbed to Bai Tang's mood and followed with a hint of a smile on his lips. In the afternoon, the fierce sunlight gradually seeped into the car. Bai Tang's arms weakly hung on his knees as he gazed outside the car window at the scenery becoming increasingly familiar, his heart leaping with excitement. Because of his physical recovery and his determination to accompany Jiang Yunshu, Bai Tang also took a 15-day leave. They moved back to that small villa after a long time, bringing Jiang Ruojia along too. The grass in the garden had grown tall, reaching up to Bai Tang's calves. As soon as Haitong entered, he went wild on the grass, rolling around and knocking over many things. But what Jiang Yunshu didn't expect was the pile of express deliveries stacked outside the iron gate, all containing very large packages. Jiang Yunshu and the courier stared at each other, ? Bai Tang looked a little embarrassed. "Actually, they're mine because I did lots of research." He jumped out of the car, ran into the garden, turned around, spread his arms wide, his face glowing with golden light. He smiled, saying to his alpha, "Didn't you say before we could renovate the garden together? Want to give it a try?" On the other side, Lin Baijiao was suddenly invited out by Zheng Ruyan. Since their last argument, the two hadn't spoken to each other. Sitting silently facing each other without uttering a word. After a while, Zheng Ruyan opened his mouth, "I'm sorry." Lin Baijiao felt startled but still didn't feel like talking much. "I didn't know you guys were helping the Omegas, so I had prejudice against all of you. But..." Zheng Ruyan's face flashed with a blank look, "But how can there be alphas who help Omegas?" Lin Baijiao put down his crossed arms and sighed, saying, "Very few, but they do exist." Zheng Ruyan's gaze was fixed on Lin Baijiao's arm covered by clothing, looking at it for a long time, and then repeated again, "I'm sorry. I joined yesterday." He wanted to say more, but eventually closed his mouth, only taking out a stack of things from the bag and pushing it in front of Lin Baijiao. "Though there's only 40,000 yuan here, I've tried my best to save this much over 10 years. Lin Baijiao got angry again, shouting loudly, "Who the hell wants your money?" "But," Zheng Ruyan said, "this is the only thing I can offer." Lin Baijiao didn't know how he felt. He gruffly said, "Fuck, no need, it's really no big deal for an alpha." If this sentence was said in normal times, Zheng Ruyan would have exploded long ago, but he remained silent for half a day, with images flashing through his mind of himself running to the hospital with blood soaking half his pants when he was young. He asked, "Have you always been this kind-hearted?" "Why?" "Because I'm pitiful." Lin Baijiao said, "Damn it, tell me honestly, does anyone believe you're not? Factually speaking, I am indeed quite sympathetic to you. Back then, I just thought if I could help, I'd do it, and it's within my ability." Zheng Ruyan fell silent again. Lin Baijiao kept rambling about why can't alphas be enthusiastic and helpful since he is also a doctor, seeing what he could help with, why shouldn't he? "Lin Baijiao," Zheng Ruyan interrupted, suddenly saying, "You're really a good person." Lin Baijiao was shocked again. Just as he was about to start ranting at the other party, he heard Zheng Ruyan continue, "When I was a kid, I hated anything peach-flavored, until I was 8. Thanks to one person, I started to like drinking peach soda. If the Chao Hongqian incident didn't happen later. If I ever see that person again, perhaps I'd have the courage to approach under dazzling lights and ask, whether you once were. But, never mind." After a while, Zheng Ruyan convinced himself and repeated it again, saying softly, "Never mind." Lin Baijiao saw the person in front of him smile slightly, as if mocking himself for still having such fantasies. Due to years of frowning, Zheng Ruyan had 2 deep lines between his eyebrows, and his skin wasn't as smooth as that of other Omegas. When he smiled, Lin Baijiao finally found a trace of, "He is indeed an Omega," on his face. Omegas like Bai Tang, or others, they deserve to be saved, but not me. Zheng Ruyan accepted this result from the bottom of his heart. "I am not worth it. Because there's nothing left in me but hatred." Chapter 81, What do you want to do? The aunt arrived earlier than them and had already cleaned the house. She was now cooking. The two of them moved a recliner and placed it at the door, letting Jiang Ruojia hold the cat while sitting on it. Beitong said, "Complete set of cats and dogs." Jiang Yunshu fumbled back to the iron gate, looking at the courier package taller than himself, not knowing where to start for a moment. "What is this?" Beitong was awkwardly carrying a small piece with her arms. Hanging chair. Or a swing. It could also be Hetao's toy. Jiang Yunshu went back and forth 7 or 8 times, sincerely grateful that he was an alpha. He single-handedly picked up something like a bag of rice, read it word by word, 1 acre cement. Standing far away, Beidong carefully held a knife in hand to unpack a small package. Hearing this, she turned her head toward the alpha and smiled embarrassingly, eyes squinted, mouth slightly smiling. Jiang Yunshu used a knife to cut the tape on all sides, then strained with full force to tear it open. With a sharp sound, the box opened. Then he took out from various packages an iron rack, a swing, a hanging chair, a large hoe, a big bag of warm stones, and Hatao's large seesaw toy. Little Beidong squatted next to the alpha, occasionally leaning in for a kiss. Jiang Yunshu would turn his head to kiss her once before continuing his work. Occasionally, Hatao would grunt as he ran over to join them. After receiving the 8th kiss from the alpha, Beidong stood up contentedly, but her vision suddenly went black and she felt dizzy, unable to stand steady and started to fall forward. Jiang Yunshu's heart almost leapt out. Wearing dirty cotton gloves, he quickly spread out his arms to support her. It's normal for dizziness and darkness to occur when standing up suddenly after squatting for too long, but Beidong's body condition was poor, compounded by the loss of much blood. She stayed curled up against the alpha for almost 5 minutes before her world gradually became clear again. Beidong sulkily said, squatted for too long. Jiang Yunshu frowned, feeling sorry, a few seconds is normal, you have lost too much blood. Just when he had finally helped her recover a little, now he feared that Beidong might develop a lasting issue and suffer more illnesses as she aged. Straightening up, Beidong admitted guiltily, kissing the side of the alpha's face unwillingly, I will drink Chinese medicine well. Jiang Yunshu said, we should go see the old doctor again, have him check your pulse and re-prescribe some medicine. Beidong nodded absent-mindedly, using her left hand to pick up the small weeding machine, her right arm supporting the machine, saying, then shall I weed? No, your hands can't hold it steadily now, Jiang Yunshu stopped her. Underneath the weeder were sharp alloy saw blades which could sever a human hand if they turned too quickly. Let me handle it. Beidong's left wrist hadn't healed yet, the wound deep and unable to apply force, her right palm fully bandaged, fingers unable to bend. Jiang Yunshu was really worried about her. Jiang Yunshu tied Hatao to the door, then twisted the water valve open, handed the hose to Beidong, negotiating, you water the plants, all right. Under the sunlight, the alpha wore a baseball cap, having taken off his bulky coat because it hindered his work. He only wore a thin sweatshirt, the muscles in his arms underneath bursting with strength. Beidong had experienced it, the alpha could easily pick him up. He obediently held the hose and saw the alpha crouching down slowly rolling up his pant legs to the ankles. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. Beidong looked up and smiled at Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu was in a great mood. It was the first time he did these things by hand, and very fortunately, the first time doing it, there was someone he liked accompanying him. Beidong looked happy too, the smile at the corner of her mouth hadn't disappeared since entering the door. Jiang Yunshu suddenly realized that the Omega's pupils were actually more inclined to a light brown color, very evident under the sunlight. He glanced down at Beidong's laughing face for a few seconds, then abruptly tore off the glove on his right hand, touched Beidong's cheek, bent down slightly, tilted his head and kissed her. To prevent the hat brim from poking Beidong, his head tilted quite a bit, his jawline defined clearly. Beidong was startled. She kept pushing away, taking the chance to shout, Auntie. Auntie is still here. Jiang Yunshu glanced at Jiang Ruojia who sat beside them. She lowered her head and completely didn't direct her gaze this way, only her wrinkled hand was petting the cat. Thus, the alpha brazenly pushed the Omega to the door and kissed her. 10 minutes passed, Beidong's face flushed red, accusingly, you've changed. Dr. Jiang, you've changed. Not changed, Jiang Yunshu chuckled lightly, I just put what I wanted to do into practice. Be a little more unrestrained. Very refreshing. Qin Zhongnan was right. The smell of green grass and moist earth gradually permeated the air, the weeder's buzzing noise was loud. Beidong followed behind the alpha, watering the trimmed lawn. Suddenly, the housekeeping aunt opened the door, a phone in her hand, and shouted loudly, whose phone is ringing? Beidong looked over, it's mine. He threw the hose to a place that hadn't been watered yet, then ran over in 2 or 3 steps. It was an unfamiliar number, hello? Beidong, it's me. Beidong's eyes widened slightly. It was Shi Muqing. The principal of Fengqi Academy. I saw that you sent your resume to our email. Yes, Beidong stuttered. He had previously mentioned his wish to become a teacher someday, to teach at Fengqi. Shi Muqing said, the fact that you got into the Imperial Capital University is really impressive, especially with just 1 year of review. I noticed on your resume that your professional grades are all top-notch, and you've already obtained the basic certificates. I believe you can pass the rest as well. So I'd like to ask if you'd like to come work as an assistant at Fengqi first. To get familiar. Beidong couldn't speak for a long time until Jiang Yunshu came over and asked what was wrong. I can. Thank you, Principal Shi. Happiness lit up Beidong's face. He grabbed the alpha's arm, so excited he even jumped a few times, but I might be unavailable recently. Can I come after half a month? Sure, we'll connect then. Shi Muqing said. The call ended. Wahaha. Beidong cried out, clinging to Jiang Yunshu's neck. The latter effortlessly lifted the Omega, carrying him smoothly and naturally, as if they had done it 1,000,000 times before. Baitong's legs circled around the Alpha's waist, and his hands held the Alpha's face. He noticed a smudge of gray on Jiang Yunshu's nose and wiped it off. His eyes sparkled with joy and light, facing the sun, beautiful and vivid, Principal Sure. Do you remember? Last week, I sent my resume to Fengqi's email. Principal Sure contacted me and said I could start working as an assistant. Jiang Yunshu also genuinely felt happy for his Omega, good news. Beidong kissed the Alpha's cheek several times with loud smacks, Ua. Even Jiang Ruojia showed some reaction, slowly lifting her head and seeing their tightly intertwined silhouettes. The grass wasn't fully trimmed yet when the ant yelled that dinner was ready. Beidong noticed that from the moment dinner was finished, Jiang Yunshu seemed somewhat anxious. He took out a piece of A4 paper and drew a layout map of the garden, which was basically rectangular in shape. Dr. Jiang, here, Beidong wrote, iron gate under the rectangle, then circled a large area in the bottom right corner. Should we build a pond here to raise goldfish? Jiang Yunshu said, we can, but don't you dislike fishy smells? This isn't running water. If it isn't changed often, it will smell awful. Beidong hesitantly bit his pen cap, thinking that Jiang Yunshu might be very busy in the future, and so might he. Maybe not. We can pay the ant to change it. Jiang Yunshu leaned close to the Omega's ear and said, if you want to keep them, go ahead. It's fine. So Beidong drew a quarter circle, saying, then let's have a pond right here. We'll keep fat, round goldfish with big tails and big bellies. Jiang Yunshu agreed, all right. The iron gate was in the middle of the garden, with a small path leading from the iron gate to the front door. Beidong drew a curved line connecting the pond to the path. Here, how about we make a pebble path? I bought a bag of pebbles. Jiang Yunshu, we can do that. Beidong continued drawing, here, let's put a swing here, and plant a sapling beside it. I already bought one. And over here. Jiang Yunshu imagined along with him, realizing that Beidong's aesthetic sense was actually pretty good. The two of them discussed back and forth, adjusting based on different opinions, until they finally reached an agreement. In between, Beidong went upstairs to shower. When he came out, he saw the Alpha sitting at the desk writing a letter to his parents on stationery. Beidong didn't disturb him, quietly going downstairs and finishing off the traditional Chinese medicine in one gulp, then grimaced while eating 3 fruit candies that the Alpha had bought. An hour passed, and Beidong sat in the living room reading an extracurricular book. In just half an hour, he noticed Jiang Yunshu walking up and down the stairs 3 times, each time carrying unimportant little things upstairs. Are you done, Dr. Jiang? Beidong asked. Jiang Yunshu stood at the stairway in his coral fleece pajamas. Yeah, the organizational work part is done too. Thus, they decided to watch a movie together, but Beidong noticed that the Alpha kept unconsciously furrowing his brows, repeatedly tapping his fingertips on his thigh, looking rather restless and anxious. Beidong pressed pause. This brought Jiang Yunshu back to his senses. He realized that being distracted during a movie was uncomfortable, so he grasped Beidong's hand and asked, sorry, did I bother you? No, it's fine, Beidong shook his head. The movie was just to distract Jiang Yunshu's attention anyway, so he said, Dr. Jiang, what are you thinking about right now? Can you tell me? Jiang Yunshu fell silent for a moment, then confessed, I'm kind of annoyed. I did no work today, just wrote a letter, and I feel useless. After finishing his sentence, he didn't look at Beidong. Exposing his flaws in front of the person he liked made him even more anxious and somewhat uneasy. But Beidong said, but I think you've done a lot of things today. Jiang Yunshu paused, looking over. Look, Beidong began counting the items one by one. You went to see the psychotherapist in the morning, we picked up the ant and the cat in the afternoon, then came back for a little rest before we started mowing the grass. Do you forget that? Now, the garden outside is much cleaner. It looks like new. Then in the evening, we discussed for a long time how to renovate our garden. Not only did you write a letter, but you also finished today's organizational tasks. And now we've watched half a movie together. And I'm very happy. Now that there were no more tasks assigned to him by the organization, only some trivial ones left, Jiang Yunshu was startled upon hearing the last sentence, his expression somewhat stunned as he murmured, huh? You've been with me all day, which makes me really happy. Beidong lounged on the sofa, his soft white collar contrasting beautifully against the dim lights around, making him seem all the more obedient. Even though I was happy before, today is particularly, extraordinarily joyful. Jiang Yunshu looked at him, his restless heart inexplicably soothed. He had made Beidong very happy today. Beidong's happiness was more important than anything else. No matter how busy he got, wasn't it all for Beidong's happiness? Jiang Yunshu's Adam's apple moved, all right. But this was only temporary. Just before bed, his heart grew restless again. Though Beidong repeatedly tried to calm down his Alpha, it had little effect. Jiang Yunshu took a sleeping pill. He had developed some sleep problems recently, and the medication was prescribed by the hospital. It had already been half an hour since the lights were turned off. Beidong, lying in Alpha's embrace, felt drowsy. His body hadn't fully recovered, and the activities of the day had exhausted him greatly. He shook his head slightly and asked, Dr. Jiang, can't fall asleep? In the darkness, Jiang Yunshu's eyes gleamed, without any trace of sleepiness. He hummed slightly, go to sleep quickly. The sedative will take effect soon. Beidong sat up and switched on the light, saying, or, let me put you to sleep. Jiang Yunshu looked at him with amusement and helplessness, laughing softly, no need, you should sleep fast. Your health can't afford staying up. No way, Beidong firmly refused. He sat next to the lying Alpha, tucking the blanket around Alpha more securely, saying, let me start reading. Jiang Yunshu felt the tenderness in being cared for and cherished by someone, as if a honey pot had been spilled inside his heart. Though seemingly reluctant, his lips curved upward, only 30 minutes. If I haven't fallen asleep after that, you go ahead and sleep. Ignoring him, Beidong continued on his own, picking up a book and reading aloud. The fundamental philosophical issue consists of two aspects. The first aspect concerns which comes first, thought or existence, and this distinction serves as the basis for categorizing materialism and idealism. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes, forcing himself to listen to Beidong read. The content sounded familiar somehow, philosophy, yuck. But the voice, it flowed smoothly like spring water coursing through bamboo, soothing and comfortable. Listening to Beidong's melodious voice. Beidong yawned several times, nodding off gradually, his voice getting softer and softer. Humanity practices transformative activity directed toward objects, mediating human relationships with the world, and serving as the basis for converting nature into human society. Practice is. No, Beidong interrupted himself, taking a deep breath, if I keep going, I'll be the one falling asleep first. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help chuckling lowly, really, come close, and you'll fall asleep faster with my arms around you. Beidong sniffled slightly, placing the book on the cabinet and diving back under the covers. Alpha's scent and warmth engulfed him as he whispered, are you thinking of going out to find some work right now? Jiang Yunshu admitted, yes. The light still wasn't turned off. Beidong lay sideways, raising his head and discovering Alpha had been staring at him for who knows how long. What else do you want besides working? Jiang Yunshu gazed back, silent. Beidong, unsettled under the fixed gaze, huffed from his nose, urging him impatiently, well. And then he heard Alpha's voice right beside his ear, I want to kiss you. The next second, his lips were captured, and Beidong felt Jiang Yunshu's hand slipping under his ribs to hold his waist. A scorching, moist tongue licked over his lips, prying them apart as he tried to speak, and then slipped inside. Beidong obediently tilted his neck back, closing his eyes, his long black lashes occasionally fluttering. At first, the sweet Omega would suck on Jiang Yunshu's lips and bite at his Alpha tongue. But as the kiss continued, his awareness slowly dulled, he was comfortable to the point of falling asleep, only leaving his reddened lips slightly open, allowing the Alpha to take full advantage. He looked like a dripping peach, completely unaware of exposing the most alluring side of himself, defenseless, non-aggressive, lying there limply, shedding just a few teardrops even when touched intimately. As if saying to Jiang Yunshu, you can do anything you want. It wasn't until Beidong's lower back got squeezed lightly that he snapped out of it for a moment. He blinked, struggling to stay awake. Are you done kissing? I don't have a blocked nose today, so you can kiss for as long as you want. That's exactly what he told him. Jiang Yunshu stared at him silently. Feeling the heat radiating from his lower back, Beidong recalled what the psychotherapist had said about needing to distract an Alpha's attention as much as possible. His mind foggy and unclear, he pulled his shirt up and pressed Jiang Yunshu's hand onto his stomach, saying shyly, if you want to touch me, you can, you're allowed to touch. Jiang Yunshu instantly gasped for air, his desire stoked as flames rose in his heart. He leaned down once more to capture Beidong's lips and began rubbing with greater intensity. Beidong's injuries hadn't healed yet, and lacking energy, he couldn't last much longer. As his consciousness faded again and he neared sleep, someone pinched his chin open to inspect the inside. His tongue even extended slightly outside, saliva about to drip. But soon after, his mouth was covered again. Even as his consciousness slipped away, Beidong could still feel the Alpha biting lightly or roughly on the side of his neck. Chapter 82, Call Me Hubby. Zhou Chaoyu arrived at District 13 in the evening. He wore a turtleneck sweater, and his concealer worked well to hide his identity. To others, he was just a relatively handsome beta. Outside, there was a heavy downpour. His black long coat fluttered in the wind as he stood by the roadside holding a black umbrella. Soon, a stretched Lincoln pulled up beside him. The car window rolled down, revealing a face that was unnaturally pale. Mr. Zhou, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the man inside. It was the same voice from the phone calls, and the same face from the dossier. Zhou Chaoyu put away his umbrella and got into the car. Mr. Wei Siu, the head of District 13 Omega Independence Group, founded the magazine, Leary, both in print and digital formats. It primarily advocated for Omega independence, spreading mainly among students, though its reach was rather limited. Because there were so few awakened Omegas. They had come together to explore if a possible alliance could be formed, with both sides carefully probing each other. The issue of education is paramount, Wei Siu said. Schools teach Omega subservience, how can they ever stand tall? Zhou Chaoyu remained silent. Wei Siu asked, may I inquire, Mr. Zhou, what is your organization's current goal? Surely, it isn't true equality or overthrowing the A-authority society, is it? Not exactly, Zhou Chaoyu replied. We aim to secure as many rights for Omegas as possible within the existing framework. Zhou Chaoyu knew in his heart, equality was something he would never see within his lifetime. Wei Xiu chuckled, saying, I previously met with the leader of another group who said their immediate goal was achieving equal rights. When will this goal be reached? Will thousands of years suffice? A-authority ideology was deeply entrenched. Without excellent leadership, the strength of the Omega masses was insufficient, and their thoughts hadn't been liberated. Conditions in all aspects are inadequate, Wei Xiu remarked. To overthrow it will require bloodshed. In the morning, the wind outside lifted one corner of the curtain. Jiang Yunshu quietly opened his eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall, 6:43. Before going to bed last night, Bai Tang took away all his electronic devices, forbidding him from setting an alarm. But the body clock was still dutifully waking him up. Jiang Yunshu lay sideways, his forehead resting against the Omega's chest. The fabric in front, fastened with buttons, curved slightly, showing through the gap beneath, a smooth expanse of skin rising and falling rhythmically. Bai Tang lay much higher, his chin resting atop Jiang Yunshu's head, his right arm draped over Jiang Yunshu's shoulder, his palm cradling his head. Unconsciously, Bai Tang had always adopted a protective stance while sleeping. Jiang Yunshu nestled forward contentedly. The scent of condensed milk reached his nose, prompting him to close his eyes again. After failing for the third time to fall back asleep, Jiang Yunshu felt utterly helpless, his gaze becoming crystal clear. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within him. He sat up and gently moved Bai Tang's hand away. Bai Tang slept deeply. Restoring physical function after injury consumed a lot of energy. Doctors often mentioned that those who are injured or ill needed extra rest, since sleep was a form of self-repair for the body. During this period, even when fully rested, one might feel uncontrollable fatigue. Jiang Yunshu grabbed both phones, ensuring no messages disturbed Bai Tang. As soon as Jiang Yunshu closed the door, Heitong rushed toward him, leaping up entirely, causing even Jiang Yunshu, being an alpha, to step backward slightly. Heitong had completely grown into a large dog, with ears standing upright, and his tail wagging rapidly. After this forced intimacy, Heitong then grunted and scurried off to the garden. The vast house fell silent and seemed somewhat empty. Jiang Yunshu suddenly felt a sense of confusion, standing motionless in the living room, unsure what to do. A psychologist had once said it was very normal to experience anxiety, irritation, or bewilderment. One couldn't abruptly sever from previous life habits but must change gradually. Ordinarily, he woke up at 6:30, called Bai Tang at 6:45, and left home at 7:15. Everything was scheduled clearly, all he had to do was follow the timetable. But now, he was told, do whatever you like. His thoughts were interrupted by a dull vibration. Jiang Yunshu looked down and realized it was Bai Tang's phone. He turned on the screen and turned off the alarm. Immediately, a message popped up. Get up at 7 o'clock. Get up. Get up. Bai Tang, get up. Hubby is awake, so stay with him. If not, console him and let him continue sleeping. Jiang Yunshu blinked slowly. Hubby. Without realizing it, his fingers tapped the message, changing its content. Next schedule, 7:30 high probability awake QAQ, so let's make breakfast together, can't let hubby feel idle. Today's breakfast, exploding cheese bell pepper beef pancake rolls. Want to eat, want to eat, want to eat. Jiang Yunshu's tongue suddenly itched, he nudged his lower teeth. His fingers tapped the message box somewhat anxiously. But permission denied, the phone screen switched to a password lock. Jiang Yunshu knew Bai Tang's phone password, 911127, his birthday. The reminder app automatically opened, and he saw the content below. 8:30 give hubby 1 hour of free work time. 9:30 work on the garden with hubby, today's task, dig out the small pond at the bottom right corner. 11 o'clock make lunch with hubby. Today's lunch, Sichuan pickled cabbage chicken, cold mixed lotus root slices, and clear soup with green vegetables. Jiang Yunshu silently crossed off the first two menus, these dishes would be of no benefit to Bai Tang's current condition. Making chicken soup from the chicken would be better. P.S. During this time, give hubby more kisses and hugs, make sure hubby feels cared for and loved, must control myself not to kiss too much. 1 o'clock tempt hubby to take an afternoon nap, high chance of failure, but must try hard. 2:30 head out for forensic examination, a bit scared, but it's okay. Hubby will be by my side. Prepare outfit in advance. Hubby. 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 Looking down, it was mostly just the two words, hubby. Jiang Yunshu felt both ashamed and had a tight throat, gripping his phone until his knuckles turned white. He wanted to wake Bai Tang up right now and kiss him, but the wavering reason still held him back. Bai Tang needed more rest now. Omega bodies recover slowly, unlike his, after a good night's sleep, he felt full of energy again. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu became very curious about what note Bai Tang might have given him. His fingers hovered over the chat application. What could it be? Also, hubby. But that would be immoral, how could he look without Bai Tang's consent? But, isn't he already my Omega? I should look. Reason and selfishness were in battle. Internal struggle. In the end, he flicked his eyebrows and pressed down. The topmost chat was him, Jiang Tianshi. Not, hubby. That moment, Jiang Yunshu's feelings were strange, unsure whether he wanted Bai Tang to call him hubby or not. Immediately afterward, his eyes paused. Below the topmost chat was Qin Zhongnan, with a timestamp showing last night at 22:49. Did they chat before sleeping? With another alpha? Realizing quickly that his tone wasn't quite right, Jiang Yunshu emotionlessly swiped away the background apps, shut off Bai Tang's phone, and walked emotionlessly to the kitchen to rinse the rice. Unfortunately, there would be no exploding cheese bell pepper beef pancake rolls for breakfast today. To start following Bai Tang's plan at 9:30, Jiang Yunshu entered the bedroom at 9 o'clock. The Omega was still asleep, but he had rolled over to Jiang Yunshu's side, hugging his pillow. He bent down, hands propped on either side of Bai Tang, leaning in to kiss him. The Omega was still drowsy, eyes unopened, yet his hands naturally circled around the Alpha's neck, his collar open revealing a large expanse of white skin, fragrant. After a while of being kissed, he suddenly snapped his eyes open and turned his head, muttering, "Why you, just, lie down, don't stand." Confused, Jiang Yunshu obeyed and sat on the bed. Bai Tang sighed in relief and hugged tighter, whispering, "You shouldn't stand and kiss me." Jiang Yunshu asked, "Why? What's wrong?" Bai Tang shook his head against the Alpha's face. After a while, Jiang Yunshu realized, last time, he had fainted stiffly in front of Bai Tang after a kiss. Tenderly touching the Omega's cheek, he promised, "Okay. How come the alarm didn't go off?" Bai Tang muttered as he got up, glancing at the bedside table. Where's my phone?" Jiang Yunshu said, "I took it out." Bai Tang froze for a moment. "Did the alarm go off?" Jiang Yunshu replied, "Yes." Bai Tang stared at the Alpha, blinking slowly with a stunned expression. He stammered hesitantly, "Did you turn it off?" Jiang Yunshu clearly saw a redness rising tip by tip to the Omega's earlobes. Speaking honestly, yes. Instantly, Bai Tang fell silent. He wanted to bury himself into Haitong's den, not daring to lift his eyes. After a long pause, he stuttered awkwardly, "Why you didn't see anything, did you?" Jiang Yunshu's gaze deepened. He grazed his upper palate with his tongue and quietly watched the Omega for a few seconds before saying, "No." Everything was going according to plan, except for the fact that Bai Tang had tried to cuddle with his Alpha too many times and got pinned on the sofa for nearly 20 minutes of kissing. And at noon, Jiang Yunshu had stubbornly chosen to simmer chicken soup despite Bai Tang's drooling and cuteness overload. Tick, tock, tick. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the clock, 12:57. Bai Tang rubbed his eyes, yawning naturally as he said, "Dr. Jiang, shall we take a nap?" "Okay." Jiang Yunshu smiled inwardly, "I don't really feel like sleeping." "You go ahead." Failure rate plus 20%, thought Bai Tang indignantly, but how could he possibly sleep alone? If he did, then the Alpha would be left with free time, during which he might easily feel anxious or uneasy. Besides, taking naps benefits an Alpha's physical and mental health. He tried to persuade him, "But Dr. Jiang takes naps at the hospital too, right?" "Right," Jiang Yunshu replied, "work is tiring, so I nap for 20 minutes. Bai Tang's eyes sparkled, "Then, can we do that now?" Jiang Yunshu didn't quite know why, but he wanted to tease his Omega a little bit. "I'm not tired now because I feel very relaxed being with you." "Ah." Bai Tang hesitated, unsure if he should be happy or upset, but it sure felt sweet in his heart. The Alpha seemed unfazed by his words. Blushing deeply, Bai Tang softened his body and leaned closer to press a light kiss on Jiang Yunshu's straight bridge of the nose. "But I'm sleepy. Can you come with me? We'll lie down, and soon I'll fall asleep." Remaining steadfast even with Bai Tang's tempting closeness, the Alpha embraced him firmly but remained unmoved. Gathering his courage, Bai Tang poked out his tongue to lick the seam of Jiang Yunshu's lips. "Okay. Will you stay with me?" Lowering his gaze, Jiang Yunshu could see nothing but Bai Tang's flushed, moist red tongue. He realized he'd better give in before something inside him exploded. His voice turned a bit hoarse, "All right. Success." Bai Tang felt accomplished. Jiang Yunshu just couldn't help thinking that Bai Tang probably didn't realize his true importance in his life. 6 hours earlier, the Alpha had meticulously erased the phrase, "high chance of failure, but must try hard," and carefully replaced it with 4 simple words, "It will succeed." Yet realizing his actions, fearing that Bai Tang might get upset upon finding out that he'd read his reminder schedule, he had undone the changes. The Omega appeared genuinely exhausted as he curled up obediently in the Alpha's arms, closing his eyes. Jiang Yunshu breathed in faintly the information pheromones Bai Tang had deliberately released, also shutting his eyes. Not long after, just before he almost drifted off to sleep, a belated realization struck him, he perhaps wanted to hear Bai Tang call him hubby. Chapter 83, Bai Tang's part. Bai Tang sat nervously in her seat, facing 3 beta males dressed in white lab coats. One of them said, "Hello, I'm Lu Bin from Kongning Hospital. Don't be afraid, I just have a few questions for you." Kongning Hospital is a psychiatric specialty hospital in the 2nd district, and it has accreditation for mental health evaluations. In short, they need to make judgments based on symptomatology and psychological tests of patients, determining whether the patient exhibits psychotic symptoms. One key point is asking if people around the patient have been attacked. This helps determine if the patient poses a serious risk to societal function. 15 minutes later, Beidong came out of the room. Secretary Jiang Yun noticed the Omega was a bit scared and embraced her, asking, "Are you afraid?" Beidong shook her head. Jiang Yun leaned over without lowering his voice, "Stay away from Jiang Haiyun. Stick close to the police officer there and wait here for me, okay?" Jiang Haiyun hadn't shaved and looked disheveled, appearing somewhat listless. Since Jiang Yun had cut off his living expenses, he gambled with attitude but ended up losing everything and accruing significant debts. Jiang Yun knew little about Jiang Jingsheng's acquaintances, so he paid these two neighbors to get information from Jiang Haiyun. Both were individuals who were once insulted and hurt during conflicts involving Jiang Jingsheng. Following the sequence, Jiang Yun, Jiang Haiyun, Jiang Ruojiao, and the two neighbors would all go into the room one by one for questioning and interviews. By the time everything was finished, it was already 6:12 p.m. Jiang Yun shook hands with the medical staff, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Haiyun grabbed Jiang Yun's shoulder but was immediately shrugged off. He smirked, "Hey, about that money?" Jiang Yun understood that Jiang Haiyun was both cowardly and took advantage of others' weaknesses. He chuckled coldly inside. "It'll be transferred to your account when I get back. The rest will be given to you after everything settles down." Jiang Haiyun needed the money urgently, being chased by creditors daily. "Younger brother, give me some now. I'm in real trouble." Jiang Yun still remembered how Jiang Haiyun once touched Beidong, and his tolerance stemmed from waiting for confirmation regarding Jiang Jingsheng's incarceration. He grabbed Jiang Haiyun by the collar, remaining silent as he stared coldly. Okay. Jiang Haiyun, choked, quickly raised his hands. "I'll keep my distance, calm down." Beidong, holding Jiang Yun's arm with her bandaged hand, showed nothing but disdain, wishing the alpha would strangle him a little longer. Jiang Haiyun noticed but didn't think his younger brother truly had changed character. After all, everyone knew how Jiang Yun used to treat Beidong. This protective behavior was simply preventing outsiders from bullying what belonged to him. Breaking bones wasn't an unusual occurrence back home, right? And as long as things weren't excessive, Jiang Yun typically turned a blind eye to Jiang Haiyun's roughness. But Beidong, showing such arrogance, clearly didn't know her place. Being restrained by his own brother wasn't surprising since it was for the sake of payment, and he couldn't fight back anyway. But what right did an Omega have to show such disrespect to an alpha like him? Jiang Haiyun got angry. As soon as he was released, he intended to take out his frustration on Beidong, reaching out to push her while yelling abuses, "You little slut, how dare you." Halfway through, Jiang Yun delivered an accurate chop to his soft rib cage, re-grabbing his collar. Jiang Yun's face was expressionless, his voice low, the muscles around his jawline tight, clearly trying his best to contain his anger. "I remember telling you before, if you touch him, I'll chop off whichever hand you use." Jiang Haiyun struggled to breathe, shocked. "Did someone possess your body? Are you crazy?" Jiang Yun tightened his grip even more. Because of his earlier carelessness, Jiang Jingsheng had found a chance to harm Beidong. Every moment, whenever he saw the long scar on Beidong's left arm, he regretted endlessly. She was already riddled with injuries and pain, yet because of him, she bore two more terrifying scars stretching along her skin. Jiang Yun's heart nearly broke. Just as he was about to continue his clumsy intimidation, he heard Beidong timidly seeking his opinion. "Dr. Jiang, can I kick him?" To be honest, Beidong had almost become immune to such insults, but in front of Jiang Yun, they made him feel embarrassed and wronged. Jiang Yun paused momentarily before tightening his grip further on Jiang Haiyun's collar, securing him in place for Beidong to kick. "Go ahead, don't hold back." Blood rushed to Jiang Haiyun's face, his eyes bulging as he shouted laboriously, "Are you too insane? Are you crazy?" Beidong considered carefully, "Will this cause you any trouble? Could it affect the results of the evaluation?" Jiang Yun replied firmly, "No, it won't." Relieved, Beidong gathered up all her pent-up grievances from the 3 years she had been bullied by Jiang Haiyun. She kicked him hard in the groin with all her strength, and not satisfied with one kick, delivered two more before returning to her original position and relinking arms with the alpha. Jiang Haiyun let out several cries of pain and collapsed on the ground, clutching his crotch. Holding Beidong's hand, Jiang Yun walked toward the main gate, saying lightly, "Good kick." On the way home, at several traffic lights, Jiang Yun noticed Beidong's furrowed little face. He assumed the Omega felt sorry for Jiang Haiyun or worried about getting into trouble and was regretful. He consoled her, "Beidong, it's fine. I think you didn't kick hard enough, you should have let me do it." At this, Beidong suddenly raised her head, looking enlightened as she balled her left hand into a fist and struck her right palm. "That's right. How come I didn't ask you to kick him?" "What?" The Omega rarely tisked once, expressing regret. "I think I could have kicked harder, but my legs felt weak at the moment." "Ah, how regrettable." Jiang Yun remained speechless for a few seconds before looking straight ahead again. "It's okay, maybe there will be another chance later." 3 days later, the diagnosis came out. Jiang Jingsheng suffered from bipolar disorder and mania. Jiang Jingsheng had shown serious violent behavior, endangering public safety and citizens' personal safety. His social harm reached a criminal level. Upon legal appraisal, he was found to be a legally non-criminal mentally ill person who still posed a potential threat to society. The court approved the prosecutor's application for compulsory medical treatment, and Kunming Hospital would use mandatory treatment to eliminate the danger to society posed by the treated subject, ensuring they no longer posed a threat to the general public, thereby safeguarding public safety and maintaining social harmony and order. Jiang Yun made a call to Zhongqi. Jiang Jingsheng has been placed under compulsory medical treatment. Is everything smooth on Jiang Ruojia's side? Zhongqi replied, it wasn't too smooth initially, but now that Jiang Jingsheng is locked up, everything will proceed quickly. I estimate the verdict will come out within a week, just wait. With only 5 days left of the 15-day holiday, when Beidong found out Jiang Yun intended to attend an organizational meeting, she voluntarily proposed wanting to go along. Jiang Yun said, actually, I don't want you to get involved. You might see many infuriating cases. He feared that if one day Beidong witnessed specific, similar cases, it would rekindle her fear and trigger PTSD, considering it had only been over 2 years, still shorter than those 3 dark years. More importantly, Beidong hadn't completely moved past her trauma. But the Omega looked resolute in her eyes. I understand, but I also want to work alongside you. I can contribute a little bit. Jiang Yun paused briefly, then suddenly smiled. That's right, Beidong was a stronger person than even himself. Alright, he gave a light kiss on the Omega's cheek. It was my mistake earlier. Thank you for your help. The organization had grown from the original 14 people to 21, and now to 37. Although it sounded impressive, when Beidong entered the enclosed room and felt the presence of more than a dozen unfamiliar alphas, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Jiang Yun wrapped his arm around the Omega's shoulder and whispered quietly, don't worry, I'm here. Beidong, is it? Feng Mingyi extended a friendly hand, hello, welcome to our group. Drumming up her courage, Beidong shook hands with a strange alpha. Feng Mingyi noticed the bandages covering both of Beidong's hands and hesitated before very gently brushing them. Even this slight contact triggered a wave of panic and discomfort in Beidong, making her restless and uneasy. Feng Mingyi said, I've read through the materials and documents sent by Yunshu, half of which were compiled by you, correct? Your style stands out clearly, concise, detailed, yet comprehensive. It has even improved Xiao's work efficiency. Zuan, an Omega administrative secretary, said, that's true. I extract information from your materials much faster compared to others. In silence, Jiang Yun held the trembling hand of the Omega beneath the table. Suppressing the fear of everyone focusing their attention on her, Beidong murmured, thank you. I heard from Yunshu, Feng Mingyi continued, you're only 23 years old, studying at university, aren't you? Very impressive. If you can handle it, we hope that 1/3 of the organization's materials could be organized by you. Can you do that? Now with 37 members, almost everyone in the organization had tasks, so 1/3 of the materials demonstrated the immense volume of work and information involved. Beidong first froze in surprise, seemingly unable to believe such an important task had been entrusted to her, but soon became delighted. He could lend a helping hand. Of course I can. Beidong immediately agreed, lowering her voice after realizing her initial enthusiasm, I'll try my best. Suoen was thrilled. That's really great. I feel so lucky. I was looking at Wang Li's profile, and after just a few minutes, my eyes started to blur. Wang Li was a beta programmer who said indifferently, hi, I'm only familiar with coding. Feng Mingyi said, then Beidong, write your email on the blackboard, and from now on C Group will send materials to you. Thank you for your help. Beidong waved her hands nervously, no problem. Jiang Yun was sitting nearby, smiling secretly at the sight of the Omega lowering his head, and couldn't help but smile as well. This matter passed quickly, and everyone began summarizing the past month. As it came to an end, Xiang Yang, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhong, didn't you mention that if Ms. Jiang successfully got divorced, you would report the news? Zhongqi replied, yeah, all procedures are complete, there's only one final step left. The results should be out within 3 days. Xiang Yang was a very rare Omega working as a civilian police officer. He frowned slightly, you'd better not spread the news yet. A major incident happened in our district just the other day, and we're still investigating. So, I can't tell you specific details. Wait until this is resolved before choosing a suitable time to release the news. The impact might be 10 times greater. Chapter 84, Newborn. The meeting was over. Beidong was walking forward with his waist embraced by the Alpha, visibly excited. His bright eyes were fixated on the Alpha as he gestured animatedly with his hands while speaking. Jiang Yunshu pinched the Omega's arm lightly, finding it a bit soft. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips as he listened quietly, but inside, he had overturned all his previous thoughts and actions. From today's observation, Beidong clearly did not wish to become a pet protected within his house like a goldfinch. However, he not only hadn't asked Beidong for his opinion, but also assumed that he had protected the other party well. It was only because of Beidong's good temper that he didn't get mad or secretly complain about him. Instead, he discussed matters amicably with him. The stitches on Beidong's left wrist could be removed, and the wounds on the back of his right hand had scabbed over. Despite still being wrapped in white bandages on both hands, recovery was progressing nicely. The Omega looked troubled. Dr. Jiang, will there be scars? Jiang Yunshu answered truthfully, there probably will be. Beidong lowered his brows, silently staring at his own hands without saying anything. Let's buy some scar removal cream. Jiang Yunshu held onto the Omega and slowly caressed with the pads of his fingers. Newborn scars can be repaired. Beidong, still sullen, asked, what about old scars? Jiang Yunshu kissed the Omega's hand and answered evasively, Beidong, you look very nice. Beidong blinked a few times, and his mood seemed to improve slightly. Seeing he was still silent, Jiang Yunshu kissed him again and expressed his real thoughts rather awkwardly, these scars look good on you. Being praised like this by the one who liked him, even the worst mood turned sweet. Omega closed his lips into a grin, when did Dr. Jiang's mouth get so sweet? Jiang Yunshu moved his gaze to the flowers and plants by the roadside, speaking the truth. But Beidong seemed to recall something, and his eyes gradually tinged red. He curled his toes wearing white socks and kept biting his lips nervously, looking quite conflicted. What's wrong? Asked Jiang Yunshu. He licked his dry lips repeatedly, displaying a mix of embarrassment, discomfort, and excitement on his face. In the end, Beidong closed his eyes, stood on tiptoe, pressed down slightly with his fingers, signaling the alpha to lean over. Unaware of the intention, Jiang Yunshu bent down slightly and leaned his ear closer. Let me taste it when we go back, said Omega, her face flushed with shame, almost overwhelmed with humiliation but insisting on finishing her commanding president-like speech, whether your mouth is really that sweet. She was behaving recklessly knowing that the alpha wouldn't do anything serious to her. To any other alpha, this would cause their pheromones to burst out instantly, breaking the measurement device completely. Jiang Yunshu's lip line immediately stiffened as he gave a low warning voice, Beidong. It's been 4 days since I last saw you. Chen Ting smiled, how has these few days been going? Jiang Yunshu said, pretty good. Chen Ting glanced at the Omega beside her, who was noticeably whiter than the alpha but redder by a degree. Beidong followed up, me too. If he hadn't just been dragged by the alpha into an escape passage where he got kissed until his lips were a little chapped, things could have gone better. He wanted to cover his face. Even though he already let that culprit alpha wash his face with cold water, why wasn't the redness fading? Chen Ting chose to keep her awareness subtle, gently saying, then let's start. Today was their third psychological therapy session. Compared to his loss of composure during the first time, Jiang Yunshu was now able to calmly communicate with Chen Ting, albeit occasionally becoming somewhat agitated but quickly regaining calmness. Sadness was inevitable and couldn't be avoided through shortcuts. Many victims during treatment would involuntarily feel sorrow for everything they lost, the fantasy of a perfect family, the innocence, love, and childhood, the happy, fulfilling years and achievements they should have experienced. Such sorrow could very likely render patients disheartened. Jiang Yunshu remained silent, holding the Omega's hand tightly as if deeply immersed in this sadness. Fortunately, Chen Ting possessed sufficient confidence and experience, believing she could help the alpha in front of her pass through this stage. Just as she was about to speak. But now, I'm a bit thankful to them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunshu chuckled, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have met my lover. Chen Ting did not know that Jiang Yunshu came from another era. Startled, this was the fastest case she had seen in her 13-year career for someone to come out of such a state. Without realizing it, she looked toward the young Omega whose eyes were red upon hearing this, also seemingly surprised, and who was now turning his head unblinking to stare at his alpha. A tear dropped down from under his lower eyelid. Chen Ting smiled, that's great, everything has two sides. 2 hours passed, and this round of therapy had come to an end. Jiang Yunshu rose with a composed expression, shaking hands with Chen Ting, thank you for your hard work, Dr. Shen. You're welcome, Chen Ting smiled and said, but it seems like your Omega needs some comfort. Jiang Yunshu turned his head to see Beidong sitting in the corner of the sofa with his back to them, quietly wiping away tears. Chen Ting skillfully left the treatment room to the patients, returning first to her office. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu pulled over the Omega's arm, turning Beidong around. Why are you crying so pitifully? It appeared that during the treatment, Beidong had endured silently so as not to disturb them, quietly shedding tears, which went completely unnoticed by Jiang Yunshu. I didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it. Beidong sniffed, his-howing on his face, how could they treat you like that? I'm so angry. The Omega was very fair-skinned, making the redness around his wept eyes extremely prominent. Jiang Yunshu remained silent for a while before pulling Beidong into an embrace. Even though his own parents were more atrocious than Jiang Yunshu's, even though he had encountered much darker situations, how could this Omega still be so cute and pure? Jiang Yunshu felt conflicted, both heartbroken at seeing Beidong cry for him yet happy because those tears were shed for him. For a moment, he thought about exaggerating his story next time to make it even sadder. As they reached the hospital lobby, Lin Berryu crossed their path, ready to leave work. Dr. Lin, would you like to join us for dinner? Jiang Yunshu asked. Lin Bai declined, no thanks, I need to pick up some peach soda. Jiang Yunshu did not insist further, nodding instead, alright, see you next time then. The peach soda that Lin Bai enjoyed was made by an old brand, one he had been drinking since childhood. Perhaps due to its poor sales, it had ceased being stocked in supermarkets about 7 or 8 years ago. After nearly half an hour of driving, he came across a rickety little convenience store. Back when Lin Bai searched throughout the entire second district, he found only this store still carried the peach soda. The owner, familiar with him after years of purchasing, stood in the corner where 2 full rows of peach soda were visible. Lin Bai inquired, "Boss, why have you stocked so many this time?" The owner, a nearly 60-year-old man, replied loudly in his local accent, "I didn't. I only stock 3 crates each time. It's just that another boy hasn't come to buy for a long time, the one who fought with you over the last bottle." Lin Bai stood stunned, surprised, "Huh?" The owner mumbled softly, "If it weren't for both of you, I'd have stopped stocking it ages ago. It doesn't make money. No one else buys it except the 2 of you." After the inquiry transcript was completed, Jiang Ruojia seemed to finally realize, she was free now. In response to external reactions, she began replying. When Caramel wagged its tail and rubbed against her, she would lower her head to scratch Caramel's chin. Caramel, the name of the big lazy cat. After eating, Jiang Ruojia got up slowly, intending to clear the dishes. Jiang Yunshu wanted to stop her, but a hand held him back. Beitong smiled at Jiang Ruojia, "Sorry for the trouble, auntie." Jiang Ruojia hesitated for a moment, nodded slightly, and continued doing what she was doing. Beitong led the alpha to the garden. "Big brother says, it might be good if auntie is given the chance to do things appropriately." Jiang Yunshu kicked Tang aside, who kept pushing the omega with his nose, and said, "All right." "Ah, right." Beitong suddenly ran inside and soon emerged with an iron pot and a few books. He placed the useless iron pot on the gravel road and put 4 books into the pot. Jiang Yunshu looked carefully and realized it was his notebook, the planning book he started using since coming to this world. Now onto the 4th one. Beitong ran back and asked, "Dr. Jiang, can I burn them?" Jiang Yunshu tilted his head and gazed at the notebook in the center of the garden for a long time. Beitong looked nervous, assuming he wasn't willing. Just as he was about to say, "Then let's not burn it for now, we'll take it slow," the alpha spoke. "Alright," Jiang Yunshu said, "burn them." Beitong worriedly glanced at him, "Are you sure it's fine?" "Why not?" Jiang Yunshu lowered his head and locked eyes with the omega, smiling, "It's not something important." Beitong then stood on tiptoes and kissed the alpha's mouth corner as a kind of reward. "Dr. Jiang, you're amazing." Jiang Yunshu stood there for a moment, finding the compliment rather random and somewhat off, but the omega had already run off. Beitong, small as he was, squatted by the iron pot. He first tore off a blank sheet of paper, ignited it with a lighter, and tossed it onto the notebook. In swung Jiang Yunshu's pupils appeared a fleeting glint of firelight, within which Beitong smiled as he ran towards him, the distance between them decreasing bit by bit. "Dr. Jiang. Watch carefully." Jiang Yunshu extended his hand to take the omega's hand and placed it into his pocket. With a tall and straight figure, he stood at the doorway watching as the notebook gradually turned to ash under the flames. The surroundings were pitch dark, like being engulfed in black and white monotony without an end, save for the bright flames flickering in his eyes. What was burned wasn't merely the notebook but also the shackle and burden that had pressed on him for 32 years. It made him feel unburdened, as if his entire body became light. Beitong quietly observed, reminiscing over a moment from 2 years ago, back when they still lived in the old house. Jiang Yunshu picked up that heavy box of tools and dumped its contents into the trash can in one go. The metallic clatter somehow merged with the crackling sound of burning paper. But within just a minute or two, snap, the fire went out, plunging the area into darkness instantly. Beitong again scurried closer, using a stick to poke around. All that remained in the iron pot was ashes. Nothing left. He turned back and called out, "Dr. Jiang, it's completely burnt away." Swung Jiang Yunshu's pupils reflected the smiling face of Omega. His own eyes softened as he nodded, Unexpectedly, Omega pulled out another new notebook from his chest and handed it over with both hands to Alpha, saying, "This is what I ask of you, you must accomplish these tasks, okay?" Jiang Yunshu paused, noticing the cover of the notebook had a plush bear drawn on it, and he remembered what Beitong had previously said to him. Omega sat on the bed with red eyes, crying, "If you cannot get rid of your parents' demands rooted in your bones, then replace theirs with mine, alright? Can you start going to sleep early?" Jiang Yunshu accepted it and flipped through, but discovered that there was writing only on the first page. 1. My husband must be healthy for a lifetime and live 100 years. 2. Every night my husband must sleep in the same bed with me, no excuses. 3. My husband should balance work and life appropriately. 4. My husband must love me forever. Jiang Yunshu stared at the 4 neatly written sentences for a long while. His eyes involuntarily warmed, and he struggled to open his mouth, temporarily at a loss for words. "There might be more, but I haven't thought of them yet." Beitong's cheeks turned crimson, his gaze wandering as he dared only to look at the distant unfinished pond. "I'll add them later." Jiang Yunshu very softly gave a Also, "I'll follow the requirements myself too." Beitong's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he drew a deep breath, making a solemn commitment. "I will also love you for my entire life." Jiang Yunshu abruptly turned his head away, widening his eyes to desperately glare at the iron door, attempting to suppress the welling tears inside, but at this moment, compared to saving face, what he desired more was to tightly embrace Beitong within his arms. He buried himself in the Omega's shoulder, sniffing the beloved scent of condensed milk, his voice slightly trembling. "All right." Chapter 85, Swallowed It. Unlike the sweet little couple on the other side, Zhongqi, a single man, spent his days glued to his phone and TV, waiting for the big news Xiangyang had mentioned. The news anchor reported, the other day, an alpha, after quarreling with his wife, impulsively stabbed her 17 times before dismembering her body and flushing it into the sewer. Our frontline reporter Ni Tang is here to report. Zhongqi called Xiangyang. Hello. Is the big news you were talking about the dismemberment case in the sewer? No, Xiangyang said sarcastically, isn't that very common? Haven't you seen enough murder cases on the hot search list every day? Zhongqi was silent for a moment and said, all right. Xiangyang said, just wait a few more days, thank you, Attorney Zhong. By Tang, Jiang Yunshu walked in while wiping his damp hair ends, go take a shower. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Tang quickly stuffed his phone under the pillow as if startled by the sudden appearance of an alpha. They looked at each other in confusion. Only after finishing did Bai Tang realize he didn't understand why he acted like a child caught playing with a phone by their parents when all he needed to do was swipe away the current page. Embarrassed, he slowly pulled the phone out again. Jiang Yunshu sat on the edge of the bed. His words were interrupted again by a ringtone. Jiang Yunshu picked up his phone from the bedside table, it was Lin Baizhou. He answered, hello. Jiang Yunshu, asked Bai Tang to call Zheng Ruiyun. Is it convenient? It was already 9:48 p.m. Lin Baizhou had thought all day but couldn't figure out why Zheng Ruiyun just happened to drink the same brand of peach soda as him and also coincidentally found the same little shabby convenience store. However, the boss's remark the previous day, he hasn't been here for a long time, kept nagging at him. Lin Baizhou said, call now, I've already tried twice and no one answered. Without hesitation, Bai Tang found Zheng Ruiyun's number and dialed it. Unexpectedly, after 57 seconds of ringing music, there was still no answer. Lin Baizhou originally thought Zheng Ruiyun was intentionally ignoring his calls again. His expression changed, Bai Tang, please try calling again. Still no one answered on the second call, even Jiang Yunshu frowned. Lin Baizhou had already put on his coat. Fortunately, as the third call was about to disconnect, there was a sound, and someone answered, hello. Bai Tang. What's wrong? Why are there so many missed calls? The background noise was extremely chaotic, as if people were fighting in a group, making Zheng Ruiyun's voice hard to hear clearly. Ruiyun. Bai Tang said, what are you doing? The other side replied, working. What's wrong? Let me go serve some dishes. Leave me a message if you have anything. Then came another beep, and the line went dead. The room fell quiet again. Lin Baizhou, who had been on the call, asked, wasn't he already employed? Or was he never hired and lying to him? Yes, Bai Tang said softly, he works 2 jobs. After work, he goes to the nearby night market to be a waiter. Suddenly, Bai Tang felt extremely guilty. Just one call away, he was wearing pajamas worth hundreds of dollars, whispering sweet nothings with his alpha, yet Zheng Ruiyun was struggling for a bit of money. Just the other day, on Saturday, he went to Zheng Ruiyun's house with a hen, 3 pounds of pork, and several bags of fruit. Saying it was a house, it was actually a small 20 square meter single room in a narrow alley in the vegetable market. Though it was evident Zheng Ruiyun had done his best to keep it clean and decorated, some moldy and yellow marks on the walls were still quite noticeable. The kitchen and toilet were together, making it hard to turn around. Zheng Ruiyun let him sit directly on the bed, why are you here? Haven't you recovered fully yet? Bai Tang was about to speak but glanced over and got a huge fright. He saw a black and white photo of a man on the opposite wall. The man looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with pitch-black eyes staring straight at him, sinister. And the photo was riddled with countless tiny holes, the man's eyebrows were completely pierced. Zheng Ruiyun followed his gaze and awed, quickly collecting the photo, sorry, I forgot to put it away. Did it scare you? No, Bai Tang shook his head and smiled, I just wanted to come because I wanted to eat your food. Zheng Ruiyun said, okay, sit down then. Bai Tang listened to the yelling outside without any soundproofing effect. He noticed, in the crowded corner of the cramped room, there were 2 rows of neatly stacked large cardboard boxes, reaching all the way to the ceiling, there were 18 of them. Next to the bed hung a dartboard with 8 darts, within easy reach of the bed. Bai Tang belatedly realized that the small holes in the photo might have been made by darts, which means the man should be. Is he that desperate for money? It's 10 p.m. An omega in the night market, His thoughts were interrupted by Lin Baizhou's voice. Bai Tang bit his lips and said softly, can he not be desperate for money? He's been alone since he was 12 years old. The room fell silent again. All 3 of them present, though they had experienced different things, truly had no experience struggling for basic food and warmth. Well, Lin Baizhou said, thank you. Let's have a meal together if we have time. Jiang Yunshu placed his phone back on the bedside table, stretched out to hug Bai Tang's waist, and rested his chin on the soft belly, it's really dangerous for an omega like that. We could actually help him. Bai Tang's mood was slightly bad, he's too proud to accept. I hope he can be a little less proud, but then again, I think if he weren't so strong, he might not have survived. It's possible his original nature wasn't so strong, but he had to be strong. Jiang Yunshu lightly nibbled Bai Tang's belly, which made the omega give a soft cry. He said, just tell him, this is Jiang Yunsu's money. Bai Tang still didn't feel much better, I'll try next time. Jiang Yunshu knew Bai Tang had a very strong empathy ability, even during New Year, watching a cartoon movie featuring a bear and two bald characters could make him shed tears. Bai Tang's hand touched the alpha's wet hair, and he sat up, Dr. Jiang, let me blow dry your hair. Jiang Yunshu always felt as if he had forgotten something. As his hair was being combed through and the warm breeze was constantly blowing on it with the Omega kneeling behind him, his thighs tight against the alpha's back, he thought aloud, what were you looking at on your phone before I came in? Bai Tang hesitated for a moment, somewhat flustered, nothing. Jiang Yunshu relaxed fully, pressing against the slender body behind him. He pillowed his head on Bai Tang's shoulder, leaned over, and kissed the white neck, can't I take a look? Click. Bai Tang turned off the hairdryer and sat down cross-legged on his heels, you might get angry. The alpha completely relaxed, leaning heavily on the frail body behind him. With his cheek resting on Bai Tang's shoulder, he side-turned and kissed the delicate jawline, whether or not I'll get angry can only be known after I've seen. Unable to refuse, Bai Tang had no choice but to retrieve the phone from under the pillow, unlock it, and return to the page where he had been reading. Upon seeing it, Jiang Yunshu immediately said flatly, chatting with another alpha before bed. Bai Tang tried to defend himself, the object here should be Dr. Qin, not some other alpha. Qin Zhongnan, actually, taming an alpha is quite simple. Qin Zhongnan, punish them when they do badly, reward them when they do well. For punishment, let them see but not get. For rewards, be a little more active and obedient. Qin Zhongnan, how about it? After a gap of 1 hour and 27 minutes, Bai Tang replied, thank you, Dr. Qin. I verbally praised him. When Jiang Yunshu read this, he remembered Bai Tang's compliment just now, you're so great, and understood its origin. Bai Tang lowered his head, placing his hands neatly on his knees, presenting a posture ready for any punishment, lying there waiting for a scolding. He thought the alpha would be mad, but unexpectedly, after reading it for a while, Jiang Yunshu straightened up, grabbed his own phone, and began typing into Zhou Chaoyu's chat box right in front of Bai Tang. Wide-eyed, Bai Tang covered the screen of the phone, incredulously asking, what are you doing? Seriously? Is this what Dr. Jiang is all about, childishness? With a straight face, Jiang Yunshu said, telling Zhou Chaoyu that his alpha is making inappropriate comments to another Omega. Bai Tang, he originally thought if he chatted with other alphas, Jiang Yunshu would retaliate by chatting with another Omega. He snatched the phone and tossed it onto the other side of the bed, kissing Jiang Yunshu's lips lightly, don't be mad. Dr. Qin told me some love tips he gave to you. To be fair, he has to share with me too. The Omega lay on Jiang Yunshu, pecking the alpha's lips occasionally as a way to calm him down. Jiang Yunshu smelled the sweetness on Bai Tang, but the alpha's keen nose detected faint traces of fresh soap scent mixed in it. His hands naturally slipped inside the Omega's shirt collar and stroked the smooth back, why did you use my soap to shower? Caught red-handed, Bai Tang's face flushed instantly. Stammering, I suddenly wanted to use it. Originally, while taking a bath, he was already blushing, using the alpha's soap to clean his own body after it had cleaned the alpha's. Jiang Yunshu used his knuckles to gently rub the reddened area below the Omega's eyes and chuckled, Bai Tang, what are you thinking about? I'm not. Bai Tang quickly sat up, pulling down his pajamas so that they wouldn't be touched anymore. Jiang Yunshu propped himself up, reaching around the Omega's armpit and lifted him onto his lap. His hands slipped under Bai Tang's clothes once more, lightly or firmly massaging the thin shoulder blades as he whispered into Bai Tang's ear, I rubbed the soap between my hands first to create foam, I didn't use it directly on me. Bai Tang gasped in embarrassment. He was overwhelmed with shame, biting his lips and feeling so humiliated that his eyes even began misting over. He wanted to run but was held down. The places Alpha had touched on his back felt like they were set alight, causing Bai Tang to hunch his shoulders instinctively, desperately covering Jiang Yunshu's mouth with his hand, please don't say that. Beautiful indeed, this wasn't the first time Jiang Yunshu realized how beautiful his Omega truly was. His hand came out from Bai Tang's collar and grabbed the delicate nape of his neck. Through the glass reflection, Jiang Yunshu could see the exposed back of the Omega, the clothes pushed up revealed a waistline both smooth and clear. The depression along the spine was deep enough to hold water, and the slim waist pressed by the waistband of pants gave way to the taut fabric beneath. Bai Tang's legs bent and parted, resting on either side of the Alpha's thighs. Jiang Yunshu only needed to slightly lean forward for Bai Tang to collapse backward onto the bed, his legs instinctively folding up against his chest. Before Bai Tang could react, Jiang Yunshu took hold of his knees and spread them apart, pinning down the Omega. The soft lips were captured, pried open, his teeth ground against until licked thoroughly. Held up close while being kissed, Bai Tang's long legs encircled around the Alpha's waist, intertwining at the lower back. They often unconsciously used their inner thighs to slowly rub against the man below. A swirl of condensed milk aroma floated across an icy plateau, becoming cool and refreshing. Bai Tang enjoyed kissing, as well as being caressed around the waist, having his stomach rubbed, or his back touched, and this enjoyment stopped here. Jiang Yunshu wasn't without desire, but many times when Bai Tang sensed normal male arousal, a flash of panic on his face restrained Jiang Yunshu from going further. As now, upon sensing the touch between his legs, the Omega's body stiffened completely. Jiang Yunshu supported himself up, kissing Bai Tang's forehead. Be good, I'll go to the bathroom. He hadn't taken 2 steps when the Omega tugged on his sleeve. Bai Tang's lips, swollen from the sucking, contracted his throat nervously. Shall I help you? Inside, Bai Tang felt troubled every time seeing the Alpha struggling yet enduring, which made him feel useless. Despite his efforts to overcome his fears, to take deep breaths, each time they reached this point, fragmented scenes of bloodshed flashed uncontrollably before his eyes. The deeply ingrained terror caused his body to tremble despite trying to suppress it. Still, though terrified, if the Alpha desired, Bai Tang would obediently spread his legs. Yet, there was never a single occasion where Jiang Yunshu asked for such a continuation. How to help, the Alpha asked. Under the intense gaze of Jiang Yunshu, Bai Tang's tightly pursed lips slightly parted, revealing the moist tongue moving restlessly within. With my mouth, is it okay? But you, Bai Tang's eye corners flushed crimson as though ready to bleed, you can't push my head. Bai Tang's lashes flickered lightly as his mouth opened to its widest extent, his chin sore to the point it could barely remain open. A jabbing pain pierced his throat. Several times he slightly raised his eyelids to glimpse the slightly protruding vein above Jiang Yunshu's tensed abdomen. Surprisingly yet reasonably, Bai Tang excelled in oral activities. For the pure-hearted man experiencing such stimulation for the first time, his eyes turning red, he forced the Omega's jaw wide open and coaxed, "Good boy, let me see inside." Bai Tang obediently parted his chapped lips, dampening his tear-filled eyes as he quietly murmured inaudibly, "I've swallowed." Chapter 86, The Trigger. It had been more than a decade since Jiang Yunshu first woke up feeling groggy. He opened his eyes and saw the sunlight streaming through the window. It was at least past 7 o'clock. He slightly lifted his head, noticing that the Omega who had been sleeping in his arms last night, pressing on his arm, had somehow shifted into a position where they were now protecting him while he slept. Jiang Yunshu stretched out his arm and found the phone on the bedside table. He tapped the screen, it read 8:03. He was shocked. For the past 14 days, this was the first time he'd woken up after 7, even surpassing the 8 o'clock mark. It seemed Qin Zhongnan's advice of, getting some more exercise isn't wrong, turned out to be true. However, he decided he wouldn't let Bai Tang pleasure him orally again, ever, not for a lifetime. When he heard Bai Tang say, "Don't press down on my head," he didn't understand what it meant at first. Not until he leaned back, breathing heavily, wiping away the tears from the Omega's eyes, did he realize Bai Tang had exceptional oral skills. Understanding dawned on him then, followed by a deep surge of both heartache and anger. Jiang Yunshu closed his eyes and yawned, affectionately rubbing his nose against the Omega's chest, tempted to just fall back asleep there. But as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he was surprised once again. It seemed like, maybe he had changed a little bit. Still, he resolutely sat up. Tomorrow, he would have to go back to work. What if he couldn't wake up because he missed the warmth of being with someone? He drank a sip of water placed on the bedside table to refresh himself, then bent down to start kissing his Omega. Bai Tang's defenses fell easily. The saliva spread, and he instinctively swallowed, only to suddenly grimace. His throat, it hurt so much, like it had been stretched wide open. Even now, there was still a sensation of discomfort. Jiang Yunshu handed over the glass of water, asking, "What's wrong?" The Omega sat up, uncomfortably swallowing a few sips before lying back down, hugging the Alpha around the waist lazily, saying faintly, "My throat hurts." Jiang Yunshu froze for a moment, both amused and sympathetic, tinged with a touch of guilt. Gently, he began to massage the Omega's throat, if only the throat pain could turn into something else. Of course, he wouldn't actually let Bai Tang feel any real pain, it was just an idle thought. If Qin Zhongnan had heard this statement, he'd surely have sported a suggestive grin, muttering knowingly, "You're just an old man who's now fully experienced, modesty is already a thing of the past." The Omega lay back with his eyes closed, neck tilted high, looking like a cat being stroked comfortably. So when Bai Tang finished brushing his teeth downstairs, a fresh glass of pear juice awaited him as throat relief. The weather was gradually warming, springtime approaching, but also bringing persistent drizzles. Fine rain misted outside, and even though the wind was gentle, it brought with it enough chill to send shivers down one's spine. The sky appeared grayish. Detestable rainy weather. Bai Tang muttered under his breath. His left wrist, which still hadn't healed completely, prevented him from wearing the wrist brace or a hand warmer. After getting up that morning, the injury had started to ache faintly again. Uncomfortable, he turned his hand behind his back and gave it a shake. But this small movement did not escape Jiang Yunshu's sharp eyes. "Does your hand hurt?" he asked. "No," Bai Tang replied automatically without thinking. But when he looked up and met Alpha's penetrating gaze, he quickly corrected himself, a little. Jiang Yunshu moved to stand beside Bai Tang and pulled his hand toward himself, placing it against his own abdomen through his shirt, asking, "Shall I wrap the bandage a bit thicker for you?" "Yes." Bai Tang felt the warmth of Jiang Yunshu's skin, swallowing unconsciously again, reminded once more of the soreness in his throat. Feeling dejected, he added, "Then we can start making breakfast afterward." It was the recipe Bai Tang had set on the very first day, cheesy beef pepper wraps, which he'd been begging for a long time. But due to various reasons, and mainly the Alpha's authoritarianism, saying these weren't good for his health right now, he nearly starved himself waiting. Yet after preparing it, Bai Tang ended up eating in low spirits because of his damned sore throat. This prompted Alpha to prepare another glass of honey-infused pear juice. After finishing their meal, Bai Tang took out his phone and checked the notes section, arranging, "Alright, next we'll have 2 hours of free working time, with breaks every hour, I'll come and remind you." Finally, the ability to work was Jiang Yunshu's first thought upon hearing this. His second thought immediately followed: he and Bai Tang would have to be apart for 2 whole hours. But currently, his frustration and anxiety over the extended absence of work overwhelmed him. So after stealing a kiss from Bai Tang, he left. An hour later, Bai Tang's alarm rang. He stepped out of his study and knocked lightly on Alpha's study door, sticking his head in briefly. "Dr. Jiang, time for a break." Jiang Yunshu didn't even glance sideways, his fingers hammering away loudly on the keyboard. "Okay, in a bit." Bai Tang waited considerately, but 5 whole minutes passed and the Alpha showed no sign of stopping his fingers' frenzied dance on the keyboard. "Dr. Jiang." "Really, just a moment," said the Alpha. Bai Tang glanced at the screen filled with English. Given his current level of English, no, probably his lifetime level, he wouldn't be able to understand any of it. But it certainly didn't look like it was about to finish anytime soon. What Bai Tang didn't know was that this truly was a task Jiang Yunshu had intended to finish within an hour. However, as he wrote, memories kept flooding back of Bai Tang kneeling on the bed last night, eyes red-rimmed, obediently opening his mouth to say that he swallowed it all. These thoughts would consume him for several minutes at a time, leading to long pauses in his work. For 20 minutes out of the hour, he indulged in reminiscing over last night's enticing scenes. Thus came his current frenetic race to catch up. Bai Tang waited patiently another 5 minutes as the sound of the keyboard intensified with every passing second. 15 minutes went by. With Bai Tang's nature, under such circumstances, he'd gently persuade and maybe even plead occasionally, as indeed, he had done for the first 13 days. But this tactic wasn't having much effect on Jiang Yunshu. Pondering how to get the Alpha to follow instructions, Bai Tang suddenly remembered Qin Zhongnan's words: reprimand when necessary, criticize if needed, be firm. But could he actually scold Dr. Jiang? He wasn't very daring. QAQ. Looking at the broad back of Alpha, Bai Tang hesitated. Was there something exciting about it? He'd never yelled at Dr. Jiang before. On the surface, he paused briefly as though contemplating deeply, but internally, he thought, this is so stimulating, I really want to try, to see the expression on Angel Zhang's face. Jiang Yunshu frowned slightly, struggling to recall the English technical term for pandemic influenza. Just as he reached for a reference. Smack. A loud noise echoed as skin collided with wood. Jiang Yunshu startled and looked up. The Omega stood with hands on his hips, lips pressed firmly together, glaring with wide-open eyes. Jiang Yunshu. For the first time being sternly called out by his full name, the Alpha blinked in confusion. You're too much. Bai Tang almost lost control upon seeing Jiang Yunshu's expression, covering it up with a slight cough. He rubbed his slightly sore right-hand palm and shoved his phone screen in front of the Alpha. Look what time it is. 11:18 a.m. Are you some kind of liar? You. Then he noticed Jiang Yunshu staring blankly, unemotional. Instantly, Bai Tang shut his mouth, reflecting, did he go too far? How could he call Jiang Yunshu a liar? What a disaster, it must have hurt him. Moreover, it wasn't even that bad, only 18 minutes after all. Can't you wait for 18 minutes, Bai Tang? Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshu wrestled with his guilt, feeling regretful for not keeping his word. Sorry. Dr. Jiang, I'm sorry. And both froze simultaneously. Jiang Yunshu reacted first, catching the Omega's hand, lightly massaging it and chuckling, who gets mad and apologizes at themselves? Bai Tang, embarrassed and flustered, covered his mouth with his hand. After lunch, they started packing things to move back to their house in the capital. By 10 p.m., Bai Tang had already lured Alpha into bed. It took about an hour for the sleeping pill to take effect, and still they couldn't sleep fully from 11 p.m. to 6:45 a.m. the next morning without getting enough 8 hours. At 6:45 a.m., Bai Tang's alarm sounded promptly, which Jiang swiped off with a long reach. Starting today, those who had to work would work, and those who had to study would study. Jiang Yunshu turned around and kissed the drowsy and squirming Omega. After 15 days of training by Bai Tang, Jiang now managed to fall asleep before midnight while under the influence of sleeping pills. Occasionally during the day, he might feel overly restless and immerse himself in frantic work, even encroaching on Bai Tang's share of responsibilities. But at such times, the Omega allowed him to proceed freely while staying by his side, checking the clock to enforce rest periods, then releasing pheromones during breaks to soothe him. Every day followed this routine. Previously, Jiang set alarms to wake up at 6:30 a.m. and wake the Omega by 6:45. Now, he didn't need to do that anymore. At 7 a.m., they both finished washing up and dressing neatly. Bai Tang dished out the porridge they had reserved to simmer overnight, while Jiang Yunshu opened the morning news channel on his phone on time. Keeping abreast of current events benefited both him and Bai Tang more than anything else. The preceding content detailed dialogues and cooperation among leaders of various stars, as well as the war between Star 16 and Star 52. Later on, it shifted to news about Star 2. Tang sipped his porridge mouthful by mouthful, starting to feel a bit drowsy. Just as he was about to stand up to put the bowl in the sink. Jidu News reports, at 10 p.m. on August 23 in Zone 2, a heinous murder occurred. An Omega male surnamed Su brutally killed his alpha partner Huang by slicing him piece by piece and dismembering his body. The remains have yet to be found in their entirety. Suspect Su planned the murder deliberately and fled afterward. The police are currently conducting further investigations and pursuing an arrest. If any new leads emerge, they can be provided to the Changning authorities. Chapter 87, Feeling of Relief. There were still a few minutes before the start of the first class. Tang came to the classroom and found it different from the usual quietness. Almost everyone was whispering, making soft rustling sounds. Hey! Tang, you're here, an Omega girl pulled the seat next to her aside. I saved this spot for you. Thank you, Enchi. Tang sat down, took out his textbook for the morning class. What's everyone talking about? Xia Enchi said, this morning, the police released information about the dismemberment case. It's on every major platform now, causing quite a stir. Humph, in my opinion, it's a real feeling of relief. Tang became quiet, perking up his ears to listen carefully. His class consisted of 43 people, 8 alphas, 29 betas, plus 3 omegas including him. Wow, I heard they cut more than 2,000 pieces, and when the police found it, there was almost only skeleton left. Some bones were even broken and placed in the fridge as beef bones. You heard that? Is it true? It's true. The nearby residents have taken photos already. They also said the Omega made the meat into meals and stewed the bones into soup to feed the alpha's parents, so terrifying. That Omega will not survive even if he runs away. The remains filled 4 bags, one of which was completely given to stray cats and dogs. That Omega is too unreasonable. Alpha already gave him protection. Tang heard another, oh, sound from beside Xia Enchi. He was Wan Hui, tall, half a head taller than Tang. Ever since he was little, his parents had him eat nutritious meals, do skipping ropes, play basketball, and study martial arts. Though he wasn't very muscular looking, touching him felt like solid muscle. He once said, my parents told me since we can't prevent society's alphas from harming us, I could at least learn how to protect myself. Yes, we are the foundation for their survival in this society. And no matter what, he is their own alpha, how could anyone do such a thing? Omegas are so cold-blooded. Wan Hui, with arms crossed, stared coldly at those several alphas and asked, then why don't you talk about how alphas manage to lay their hands on their omegas without hesitation? His voice didn't drop, and the whole class could hear it. Alphas responded matter-of-factly, is beating and scolding the same as killing? Besides, would we beat you without any reason? It's all because you didn't listen. Tang felt thoroughly disappointed. People who could get into the Imperial Capital University wouldn't score low. Apparently, one's worldview does not align with academic results. Moreover, he himself used to be a victim. Anger and pain surged within him, and he said, why aren't you mentioning those countless omegas that got killed by alphas? Killing is wrong, but your values actually make you a potential murderer, don't you think? The classroom fell silent for a moment. News of male betas committing domestic violence against females isn't rare either, so beta girls soon began angrily chiming in. That alpha immediately became speechless and prepared to continue arguing when the bell rang. The teacher walked in exactly on time. What's going on? What kind of attitude is this, Prince Sifeng? Are you looking for a fight? That alpha gritted his teeth and sat down. A few minutes later, Tang realized somewhat belatedly that he had just argued with other alphas. What if Prince Sifeng retaliates against him? He broke out in a cold sweat, trembling hands, but he mustn't get injured, otherwise, Dr. Jiang would worry again. He couldn't let Dr. Jiang Yunsu worry anymore. Jiang Yunsu put on the white coat, held a morning meeting, and on the way back, the doctors were also discussing this matter. One of my friends is the forensic pathologist for this case. He said that the victim was awake while being cut piece by piece. Jiang Yunsu listened quietly and took a break to pull out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket, opening it to show Tang's handwriting, today's work schedule. Next task, checking rounds. The night before last, the Omega was sitting at the desk, pen in hand. What's the first thing to do in the morning? Dr. Jiang replied, clock in. Thus Tang wrote 1. Clock in on the book, then. Dr. Jiang, morning meeting. Okay. Tang continued writing 2. Morning meeting. It was just writing down what he had to do each day, but somehow it felt different. Dr. Jiang peacefully scanned through the contents as he kept listening. Have you found out how that alpha treated his Omega? The victim's parents have come out to speak, crying fiercely. In the video, they were kneeling down, begging everyone to give their son justice, saying how good they treated that Omega, calling that Omega less than an animal, looking very gloomy. Now online, everyone is criticizing. But now one is dead and one fled, so there's no way to verify. After walking a few steps, one of the doctor's pockets suddenly made a ding-dong sound. He had subscribed to the channel about the 2nd District dismemberment case. Oh, this case might have new developments. The deceased's neighbor came out to speak, saying they could hear the Omega's screams almost every day, and rarely saw the Omega. But whenever they did, the Omega would be covered in bruises and bloodstains. They also said the deceased's parents, one Alpha and one Omega, the Alpha often beat the Omega, but after getting angry, the Omega always took it out on that other Omega. My god. Jiang Yunsu thought in his heart, good for them, deserved it, but he wasn't advocating violence as a solution, this method was still wrong. However, unlike the legal society in the original world, in this ABO society, where there's almost no legal protection for Omega's rights, when facing certain special situations, these methods indeed worked. At this moment, another doctor said a sentence, to be honest, isn't it normal for Alphas to discipline Omegas? The only Omega doctor snorted with cold laughter, you fucking idiot. Our hospital has a psychiatry department. Do you need an introduction? Oh, the doctor smiled awkwardly, it's just a joke, why are you taking it so seriously? The Omega doctor said, murder is wrong, but Dr. Yen just mentioned the fact that the Alpha abused and battered the Omega, and here you're cracking jokes. Joke? What kind of joke? Are you shitting me? The Alpha doctor was scolded and got angry too, I just said it. Isn't this what 90% of Alphas think? I'm just speaking my mind. They were all colleagues, so at the moment, no one else helped, not wanting to make the relationship too strained. Jiang Yunsu calmly said, because there are many abnormal people like you in society with equally abnormal thoughts, it appears to seem normal. He closed the notebook and stuffed it into his pocket, stepping first into the ward, just because things have always been done this way, does that make it right? In the morning, he followed the director into the operating room and served as a first assistant. Afterward, Jiang Yunsu took off his surgical gown and sterile gloves, fully aware that it was already lunchtime, but he instinctively pulled out the notebook from his pocket for a glance before meeting Lin Bazhou and Qin Zhongnan in the cafeteria. Lin Bazhou pushed the plate towards him, the last chicken leg I managed to grab for you. Jiang Yunsu thanked him and sat down. Qin Zhongnan said, Su's husband-killing case should be the big event Officer Xiang mentioned. The media named this case Su's husband-killing case. Lin Bazhou opened all apps that he could, and the page was filled with related information about this case in red highlights. He angrily said, shit, I've been following it closely because I'm idle, and at the beginning, those comments made me feel like the world was doomed. People commented that Omegas are all the same anyway, so this Omega must be fragile and extreme. Shit, I'm so angry. How can anyone be so stupid? Jiang Yunsu furrowed his brows, but I remember I just checked the trend of the comments, and it seems most people are saying that the Alpha deserved it. Humph, Lin Bazhou's mood was agitated, that happened within half an hour. I was about to buy commenters, but then someone beat me to it. How could those dumbasses change their minds because of just one event? Qin Zhongnan pondered, it should be other organizations buying the comments. As an Omega, Xia Anqi needed to gather her courage every time she opened the comments section, preparing herself to read how cruel those comments were going to be. Xia Anqi questioned suspiciously, why are the top comments and the second hottest comment both condemning that Alpha? Weren't they? Beitong leaned over to look, thought about it, guessed correctly, it must be the organization buying the comments. But he didn't say it aloud, instead, he pulled out his phone and switched to a throwaway account, then I'll go join the reinforcement. Xia Anqi realized, right, the most important thing now is to criticize them. Jiang Yunsu said, Madam Zhang's verdict was issued a few days ago, and I will see with Mr. Zhong's lawyer what to do next. By the way, where is Dr. Zhou? Qin Zhongnan replied, he's negotiating elsewhere. YZU from District 13 agreed to cooperate with us, and next, he's heading to District 9. Lin Bazhou empathized as Qin Zhongnan, not being discriminatory against Omegas, but an Omega traveling abroad, it's really dangerous. In case something happens. There's nothing we can do, but he calls me every morning, noon, and night, Qin Zhongnan waved his phone, and I installed a tracker on his phone, so I can be a bit more at ease. Jiang Yunsu slightly raised an eyebrow. Shit, Lin Bazhou widened his eyes, imagining himself in Zhou Qiaoyu's position. Everything he did was monitored, from using the restroom to his privacy being completely exposed. He felt a bit suffocated again, this is too crazy, right? Does Dr. Zhou know? It doesn't seem quite right. Qin Zhongnan silently adjusted his glasses with his middle finger, it was his idea, to give me some peace of mind. Single dog Lin Bazhou, oh. My unnecessary emotional investment earlier wasn't needed. At 5:45 p.m., Bai Tang successfully saw Jiang Yunsu standing by the school gate. He ran over, beaming, Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunsu naturally took his hand, opened the passenger door for him to get in. Dr. Jiang, Bai Tang pulled out a transparent plastic bag, opened it, and brought it close to the Alpha's mouth, handheld pancake with ham puff. The canteen has delicious food, so I brought one for you. Jiang Yunsu kept his eyes forward and took a bite. As usual, Bai Tang started talking about what happened that day, but gradually, he noticed that the Alpha seemed distracted. Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunsu, Bai Tang asked, what's wrong with you? After parking the car, Jiang Yunsu, who had been torn all the way, decided to just come out with it, I'm thinking of installing a location tracker on your phone. Starting tomorrow, Bai Tang would go to Fengqi alone when he didn't have class. The Omega had originally planned to go alone, but Jiang Yunsu wouldn't agree, saying he would hire a driver. But drivers weren't necessarily safe since they weren't well-known individuals. Those few days, Bai Tang could see Jiang Yunsu visibly becoming anxious. It wasn't because of a lack of work, rather, it was frustration over not being able to limit the Omega's outings or ensure their safety. Many times, Bai Tang could read the meaning in Jiang Yunsu's eyes. If only I could shrink you down and put you in my pocket, taking you wherever I go. Bai Tang thought, so this is what Dr. Shen called shifting attention, huh? Right at that time, he was chatting with Zhou Chaoyu and casually mentioned it. Zhou Chaoyu then said, I'll send you the contact information of my driver. Thus, Jiang Yunsu resolutely hired the driver. As long as Bai Tang communicated with the driver in advance, timely pickups and drop-offs were guaranteed. But Jiang Yunsu was still uneasy. Good people could turn bad due to some benefit. And there were too many unexpected events and accidents, except for himself, nowhere else was truly secure. No matter how Bai Tang tried to comfort, he couldn't alleviate the alpha's restlessness. Jiang Yunsu even flashed a fleeting thought, if only Bai Tang could stay home obediently all the time. But once he realized it, he wanted to slap himself. Wasn't that exactly like Jiang Yunsu? The reason he hadn't directly brought up the idea of installing a tracker to Bai Tang was also for fear that Bai Tang would think he was overly controlling. After all, most couples couldn't accept their every move being entirely exposed to the other party. Everyone needs some personal space. If Bai Tang had proactively brought it up like Zhou Chaoyu, things might have been different. But now, it was the surveillance person making this request to the surveilled person. Ah. Bai Tang blinked, then smiled broadly, is that it? I thought something big had happened that made you keep losing focus. The restless and hesitant vibes around Jiang Yunsu instantly calmed down. It's fine, Bai Tang said, we can install it. Let's go now. But phones are easy to lose. Jiang Yunsu watched as Bai Tang's face came closer, giving him a kiss. Why don't you buy me a lockable chain or bracelet? A key that only you have, then install the tracker on it. Besides you, no one else can take it off, not even me. That's too extreme. But Jiang Yunsu discovered that his heart was racing uncontrollably. Chapter 88, Locked. Jiang Yunshu pulled out a black visor cap from the back seat and placed it on Bai Tang's head. The cap was too big, drooping down and covering the Omega's eyebrows. Bai Tang was turned gently around, while the Alpha adjusted the tightness of the cap little by little, asking, is it okay? It's fine. Bai Tang picked up the hat, swept his bangs back, then put it on again. The two got out of the car. Jiang Yunshu naturally extended his hand, and the Omega took it as they walked towards the mall together. It had been a long time since Bai Tang had come to the mall. In front of his eyes were spacious spaces and high-end stores, and the floor underfoot was so clean that it reflected the glaring lights on the ceiling. The last time he came to the mall. Wasn't it 5 years ago? Bai Tang seemed like a country kid seeing the city for the first time. He held onto the Alpha's arm, looking upward with his face slightly tilted. The visor covered most of his face, showing only a pale, small chin. As Bai Tang tilted his head up to look at a large row of fish tanks above, an oncoming girl glanced over inadvertently, froze instantly, stepped on her companion's foot, and started poking her friend in the ribs furiously with her elbow. Hey, isn't that a celebrity? Isn't it? Her friend's head swung around like lightning, searching everywhere. Where? There, behind you. The guy wearing a pure white hoodie underneath a black coat, holding some guy who looks unknown. Her friend immediately pretended not to care and looked back casually, but instantly turned her head forward sharply, her right hand covering her heart. Shit, that Alpha was staring at me. Damn, I'm scared half to death. So terrifying, but also so freaking handsome. Jiang Yunshu frowned, pulled his gaze back, and draped his arm around Bai Tang's shoulder. The Omega curiously asked, what's wrong? Nothing, Jiang Yunshu said. Do we buy the bracelet first or eat first? Buy the bracelet first. Bai Tang was very excited. I haven't even decided what to eat yet. The two walked into a jewelry store. Jiang Yunshu asked, excuse me, do you have bracelets or chains with lock clasps? The salesgirl replied affirmatively and led them to a counter. Bai Tang looked at each one carefully. The salesperson tried to strike up a conversation to seem friendly. She smiled and asked, who will be wearing it? Jiang Yunshu said, him. Bai Tang replied, me. The salesgirl introduced herself to Jiang Yunshu and made a joke. Hee, Omegas should be locked up. Once locked, they won't run away. Omegas wearing it would look more delicate and elegant. Upon hearing these words, Bai Tang frowned in discomfort. Jiang Yunshu looked up, expressionless, and asked, is that funny? The salesgirl froze. Jiang Yunshu immediately took Bai Tang and left the store. The salesgirl watched their retreating backs, feeling irritated, and complained to someone else, what's their problem? Most other alphas would be happy about this. Jiang Yunshu rubbed the center of the Omega's palm with his fingertip and leaned over, saying, I didn't mean it that way. I know, Bai Tang shook his head, but his face already looked gloomy. But they're really annoying. Jiang Yunshu wanted to kiss his Omega to comfort him, but since they were in public, all he could do was grip the latter's hand tightly, ignore them. They arrived at a second jewelry store. The sales staff enthusiastically recommended, look at this one, it's our best-selling hit, it has been #1 in sales for 3 years now. Best value for money. That was a gold thin strip bracelet, with simple yet distinctive patterns, truly pleasing to the eye. Jiang Yunshu placed the bracelet on Bai Tang's wrist for comparison. The golden hue made the pale skin look even brighter, and he asked the Omega, "How does it look?" Seeing potential for a sale, the saleswoman quickly added, "Absolutely beautiful when worn. Especially on such wrists. And oh, this model was designed by the famous jewelry designer Jiang Yunsu. Totally worth it." Jiang Yunshu left the jewelry store for the second time, expressionless. He opened his lips slightly and uttered two words, "Bad luck." Bai Tang's face sagged further. His bandages had been removed, but the wound wasn't fully healed yet. The Alpha took out a small bottle of alcohol-free hand sanitizer from his pocket, squeezed out some liquid, and vigorously washed the part of his left wrist touched by the bracelet. When entering the third jewelry store, they repeated the same opening lines as the previous 2 times. Bai Tang saw one he liked and whispered softly near the Alpha's ear, "The third one on the second row looks good." Jiang Yunshu then asked the clerk to bring it out for inspection. Who designed this? The clerk had never been asked this question before. She responded, "It was designed by a beta female designer named blseries from Star 4. It's not pure silver, it's pure platinum." Jiang Yunshu finally let Bai Tang try on the bracelet. This bangle was 4.3 mm wide, with a simple yet irregular design, and its shape twisted slightly by 10 degrees in the middle. From the left side, it had 3 planes, but from the right, only 2. The entire piece was finely polished for a glossy, smooth finish, connecting elegantly at the ends to create a delicate and bone-enhancing appearance on the wrist. Though Jiang Yunshu thought Bai Tang already looked thin enough. Below the bracelet's surface was a small hole. The store clerk searched for a bit and then took out a tiny unique key that matched this bracelet, saying, "For this model, each keyhole is different, making it one of a kind. And you can also engrave text or add decorative items on the bracelet surface." The clerk then retrieved another box from beneath the counter. Inside were a second bracelet and a ring. This pair includes bracelet B and a ring that match bracelet A. "What does that mean?" Bai Tang asked curiously. "If you're a couple, you can purchase bracelet A paired with bracelet B, or you can buy bracelet A with this ring." Bai Tang looked at Jiang Yunshu hopefully. At that moment, he suddenly remembered as if waking up to a realization. He and Dr. Jiang had no keepsake of affection, no proposal, no wedding, and no rings. "Alright," Jiang Yunshu sought Bai Tang's opinion, "do you want a ring? It's inconvenient for me to wear something on my wrist during work." Bai Tang lowered his head. Yes, they had nothing between them, not even a ring. He needed to earn money for Dr. Jiang to buy an expensive one, studded with big diamonds. He didn't want to use the money earned unethically. But teachers at Fengshi School were paid very low salaries since most of them weren't teaching for the money. Assuming a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, Bai Tang calculated mentally, he would need 8 months to save enough. Oh, that seemed too long. Moreover, he wasn't even earning now, just working as an assistant. His face contorted further thinking about it. Weddings cost money too, so did gifts and flowers. Jiang Yunshu helplessly pinched the Omega who seemed lost in thought, calling him, "Bai Tang." "Huh?" Bai Tang woke up when called, lifting his face which still carried a worried expression. "What is it?" Jiang Yunshu repeated, "Do you want the ring? I'll turn it into a pendant and wear it around my neck. Wearing jewelry while performing surgery isn't very convenient." "Okay, sure." Bai Tang quickly cheered up again. This would be their first set of lovers' jewelry. It didn't matter anyway, after all, he would stay with Dr. Jiang forever. Time waits for no one. The salesgirl placed 2 pieces of paper in front of them and said, "If you need engraving, please write down your text here." Bai Tang grabbed the pen and without hesitation wrote down the pinyin, SHU. But when he finished, the Alpha still hadn't started, frowning and staring at the paper, seemingly deep in thought about what to write. Bai Tang blinked a few times, somewhat dazed, and opened his mouth, feeling sudden discomfort welling up inside him, like his heart had plunged into an ice cellar, sinking layer by layer. Did it have to take that long to think about it? He had assumed that the Alpha would just instinctively write his name. Was it because he valued himself too much? Bai Tang found it hard to breathe, turning his head abruptly to suck in several breaths, but his chest felt blocked as if weighed down by something, making it tight. His nasal passages began to feel acidic too. At this moment, Jiang Yunshu moved. He bent slightly, drawing something continuous without breaking the stroke, and after finishing, he wasn't satisfied and crossed it out to start again. Over and over, dozens of patterns emerged until every corner of the blank A4 sheet was covered in ink traces before stopping. He wanted to show the Omega his creation but noticed Bai Tang hanging his head, his hands gripping his knees and fists, the brim of the cap hiding his eyebrows and eyes, though his lips were puckered, clearly aggrieved. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yunshu immediately sensed that the Omega's emotions were askew, bending down to see beneath the hat's shadow. Bai Tang tried to evade, but his reddened eyes were already exposed to the Alpha's keen gaze. Jiang Yunshu wrapped an arm around his shoulders, pulling the person into an embrace. "What's the matter? Speak up." The Omega didn't shed any tears, managing to hold them back. In Alpha's arms, he stretched out a hand to snatch the piece of paper, bitterly demanding, "Let me see what you wrote." Messy lines formed a symbol, a triangle on each side with a circle in the middle. Bai Tang widened his eyes desperately, forcing back the tears, grumbling resentfully, what is this? Their special sign with whom? So ugly. Jiang Yunshu looked at him, incredulous tone implying disbelief, can't you recognize it? It's a candy. Bai Tang was stunned once more, blinking. After the alpha explained, it indeed seemed to resemble a candy. A candy. Good. Looking. All his and sadness shattered in an instant, and he said, I thought you were taking so long because you couldn't think of anything to write. Jiang Yunshu pinched the back of his neck, you're overthinking again. I was just figuring out how to draw a candy. I can't just draw a circle and tell you it's a white sugar candy. White Sugar took Alpha's hand, pressing down on his cap with his right hand, lowering his head even more. Jiang Yunshu thought he had gone quiet, about to lean down again to look at the Omega's expression when he suddenly heard a low chuckle from this little person in front of him, whose smile under the cap had nearly reached his ears. Jiang Yunshu helplessly pressed White Sugar's head, this kid was too easy to please. He then told the shop assistant, excuse me, we're done. The assistant picked up the pieces. When looking at Jiang Yunshu's, there was clearly some confusion on her face. It's a symmetrical shape, please ensure the master doesn't engrave it wrong. Jiang Yunshu took out a small box from his pocket. Inside was a micro smaller than a thumbnail, saying, can you put this inside the bracelet or add a decoration to hang it? The assistant hesitated, it's possible, but there will be extra manual fees. Jiang Yunshu said it didn't matter, just make it look nice. In addition to that, he paid extra to shorten the 7-day processing time to 3 days. Dr. Jiang, it's beautiful. White Sugar couldn't stop admiring it once he wore it, full of joy. The letters, SHU, were prominently engraved on the outer side of the bangle, like being branded by someone specifically. The happy Omega seemed entirely unaware that he had really been locked, no matter where he went, he would be found. Or perhaps, he wasn't completely unaware, rather, he willingly let Jiang Yunshu hold on to him. Jiang Yunshu smiled as he looked at him. Under his pajamas, a slightly raised round shape at the heart position, yes, it's beautiful. At the age of 32, he was wearing jewelry other than a watch for the first time. On his necklace hung not only a ring but also the key to this bracelet that only he could open. Life went on as usual, but White Sugar started getting busier, attending classes, assisting at Fengqi, organizing materials, and helping Dr. Jiang get out of trouble. He could make 4 trips in a day, showing a trend of being even busier than the Alpha, but however busy, Bai Tang always accompanied Jiang Yunshu during each psychological therapy session. Unbeknownst if there were any forces fueling behind the scenes, the Su family murder case didn't subside in a few days as expected, instead, it escalated even more. Moreover, the suspect Mr. Su in the Su family murder case had yet to be apprehended. When everyone focused their anger on Mr. Su, 5 days after the Su family killing, a surveillance video began circulating wildly online. In the footage, a tall man was walking along the road smoking, when suddenly, a slim and frail figure rushed out from off-screen. Despite issues with both legs, moving with a limp, this person was surprisingly swift. Holding a knife, he slashed directly at the man's throat. Instantly, blood gushed out, spraying as high as a man's height. Another person emerged afterward, drenched in blood, still seemingly dissatisfied, and repeatedly stabbed the man in the chest several times before ensuring his death. Then standing aside, this person grinned eerily before slashing his own throat with the same knife, succumbing to the fatal injury on the spot. This video was swiftly banned not long after its release. 5 hours later, the police issued a statement. At 1600 hours on August 28, a homicide occurred on Ing Street in District 4. An Omega male killed someone in broad daylight and then committed suicide. Preliminary investigation by the police revealed that the deceased Alpha Mr. Wang was married to the perpetrator Mr. Chu. After receiving the alarm, police forces from the district arrived promptly at the scene to maintain order and bring related individuals back for investigation. Chapter 89, Alright. Just before leaving, Bai Tang slipped her little notebook into the Alpha's briefcase, the bracelet on her wrist slid out from under her sleeve. I've put the notebook in, she said. Jiang Yunshu pressed Omega against the door and kissed him for a while before saying, good. The trees outside the car window were receding one by one. Bai Tang asked, by the way, Dr. Jiang, was the meeting with Dr. Shen moved to today? As a doctor, when there were no surgeries, Jiang Yunshu's off-duty time matched Shen Ting's. The doctors in the oncology department all knew that Jiang Yunshu had fainted once due to overwork recently, so they offered to take his night shifts for a few days. Thus, he had to make Shen Ting work overtime. Jiang Yunshu said, Bai Tang said, then I'll come as soon as possible from Fengqi. Wait for me, Dr. Jiang. If Jiang Yunshu hadn't forgotten, Bai Tang had class periods 1 to 2, 5 to 6, and 9 to 10 today. University students all know this kind of schedule is particularly grueling, especially when the dormitory is far from the teaching building. Bai Tang informed him of her schedule yesterday. First carry a tablet to attend periods 1 to 2, then go to the library during periods 3 to 4 for organizational work, eat takeout in the self-study room of the teaching building at noon, after periods 5 to 6, head to Fengqi, and immediately set out at 5:40 p.m. to rush to the Imperial Capital Hospital to accompany him after psychological treatment, without even time to have dinner. Afterward, she hurried back to school for the period 10 class. By Tang, Jiang Yunshu stopped the car at the school gate. Actually, in situations like today, you don't have to come. By Tang paused mid-motion as she pushed the car door open, then slammed it shut again with a bang. Did Dr. Shen say I don't need to come? Jiang Yunshu said, no, I just think your schedule today is too rushed. Omega asked again, do you not want me to be with you? Jiang Yunshu hesitated silently for a few seconds, and then frankly said, not at all. Bai Tang smiled and leaned slightly closer, seeking a kiss from her alpha, so. I want to be with you too. Tonight's class is on innovation and entrepreneurship. Missing one class doesn't matter much, nothing is more important than you. Jiang Yunshu held Bai Tang's lower lip gently, don't order too greasy or salty fast food. Make sure you eat enough and stay safe. Okay, Her lips were being pulled lightly but it seemed her alpha wasn't about to let go. So Bai Tang nudged him, you're going to be late for work. Let go. When Bai Tang arrived at her class, the environment was as noisy and clamorous as before, but the only difference was that the group of alphas led by Wang Zifeng in the back row, though their expressions weren't pleasant, did not loudly shout out their skewed values as they normally would. Sitting next to Xia Anqi, Bai Tang asked quietly, what's going on? Xia Anqi whispered back, before you came, they got shouted at by the girls. Have you been keeping up with the comments online? After the Su-style husband murder case, the media gave this new event a name, Chu's husband murder case. Bai Tang had been following this since last night. From Su killing her husband to now, it had been 6 days, yet among the top 30 trending topics, there were still 8 related to Su, and 6 related to Chu. Facts emerged gradually. 3 years ago, Chu began escaping intermittently to seek help from the police station, having had his teeth extracted, his legs broken, and one ear drummed out due to severe beatings. His whole body bore large and small scars. But most of the officers took a very nonchalant attitude and refused to file a case, some even joked about it. Only once did a new young policeman suggest going to mediate, but once the door was closed, Chu was beaten even more severely. The young policeman had wanted to help but was powerless. The father of the deceased spoke out, claiming he had been watching the updates on the Su wife murder case at home but never imagined Chu would be a beast like Su too. He also suggested if only they had locked Chu in a room first and watched carefully, afterward demanding 2 million yuan compensation from Chu's parents. Chu's parents haven't appeared publicly until now. Bai Tang cried in anger again, opening the comments section angrily. This time, different from the Su case, surprisingly, most of the commenters condemned Mr. Wang. Had to kill his own alpha rather than endure death. Clearly, what this alpha has done isn't human-like at all. Truly died too easily, just a slit throat and dead in less than a second. There should have been a taste of the pain the Omega endured for 5 years. That's enough. Rest in peace, victim. Keyboard warriors, stop your curses. Bai Tang asked, Dr. Jiang, has the organization bought any comments again? Shouldn't be, Jiang Yunshu replied, the news just came out. It couldn't be organized that quickly. Even though the later comments increased, the heated arguments remained split. Maybe because of the difference between Chu's final suicide and Su's escape, Jiang Yunshu continued reading as well, focusing on Su's side. Indeed, those people are getting angrier. Those who have the guts should be like Mr. Chu, dare to do and dare to take responsibility, exchanging one life for another. Exchanging one life for another sounds fair, but where can Omegas go to seek fairness for the harm they've suffered before? Bai Tang nestled in the Alpha's arms, feeling extremely distressed. He was originally supposed to be one of these victims, but he was lucky enough to meet Jiang Yunshu, while they were not. His chest felt heavy, so he just buried himself into the Alpha's chest without speaking anymore. Jiang Yunshu stroked Bai Tang's soft hair and said, after these 2 incidents came out, those men who abused their wives will probably tone down in the near future. They feel guilty, they're also afraid of being retaliated against. Jiang Yunshu had conducted a survey, and actually, Omegas who are abandoned into centralized breeding facilities are relatively few. Since there aren't many Omegas in the first place, it's not easy to deceive one back home. These brutes enjoy having Omegas around but don't treat them well. After being caressed by the Alpha for a while, the smell of condensed milk floated out, and Bai Tang slightly raised his eyes. Dr. Jiang, I saw Mrs. Jiang's case in the data I am organizing. When do you plan to disclose this information? Jiang Yunshu found that recently he increasingly liked soft things. His hand reached under the Omega's clothes and started forcefully kneading Bai Tang's waist area. The pale skin turned red in large patches. When do you think is the best time to disclose this information? There it goes again. Bai Tang had his neck tightened as he was receiving an instructional question from his Alpha. He was massaged comfortably in circles by the Alpha, and after some thought, uncertainly replied, when this series of events gradually calms down, but the attention remains fairly high. Jiang Yunshu bent down and kissed the Omega. Very smart. Recently, Bai Tang noticed more and more people gazing at him. After finishing classes 5 and 6, on his way from the teaching building to the school gate, everyone who passed couldn't help but glance at him several times. He even heard someone say, can such a delicate Omega with thin arms and legs really kill someone? Bai Tang pressed his lips together and quickened his steps. He arrived at Fengqi. Currently, there are only 6 teachers at Fengqi, so Shermuching let Bai Tang get his hands-on practice immediately, which was urgently needed. He sat at the back of the classroom, listening attentively to how the teacher lectured and taking notes continuously with his pen. Some students turned around curiously to look at him twice, and Bai Tang gave them an apologetic smile. During the 10-minute break, a boy in the last row turned around and said, "Senior, you're really handsome." It was said that if a teacher isn't much older than the students, they must establish authority from the beginning, or otherwise, they would never be able to control the kids afterward. But Fengchi was different. In this society, Fengchi students grew up early, they didn't need teachers urging them since they were very dedicated to studying. They all knew clearly in their hearts that this was the only way out. Bai Tang said, "Thank you, you look handsome too." Every person present was an omega, naturally, none of them could be ugly. Another person turned around and asked, "Senior, will you come teach us in the future?" Bai Tang confidently replied, "Yes." The students all gathered around. "Senior, are you really 6 years older than us? You look about the same age as us. It's amazing that you can enter the Imperial Capital University. I definitely won't be able to." Bai Tang slightly lowered his eyelashes. Throughout the history of Fengchi, there weren't many students who managed to enter the Imperial Capital University or higher-level institutions. After all, the quality of teaching staff limited the potential, and most of the teachers returning to Fengchi were graduates from Fengchi, like now, 4 out of the 6 teachers are alumni of Fengchi. It's a vicious cycle. I'll study well, Bai Tang smiled, and teach hard too. If I can pass, surely you guys can too. After class, Bai Tang hurriedly walked out and got into the driver's car. He didn't know whether Jiang Yunshu had finished work yet, and dared not call, so he opened an app to check where his alpha currently was. He joked yesterday that he might download a tracking software on Jiang Yunshu's phone, which was just a casual remark, but the latter directly handed over his phone. Well, it wouldn't hurt to try, so Bai Tang installed it. Bai Tang zoomed in to see, it's the hospital canteen. Is Dr. Jiang hungry? Soon, he was caught right on the spot at the hospital entrance. Just as Bai Tang was about to call out, "Dr. Jiang," the alpha swiftly took advantage of the timing and stuffed a dumpling into his mouth. Bai Tang was forced to chew. "Why did you suddenly buy dumplings?" "You will be hungry," Jiang Yunshu said. "Aren't you supposed to eat when you get home at 8? "It doesn't matter. Tomorrow is Saturday, I don't have classes," Bai Tang chuckled, holding onto the alpha's arm. "I checked the schedule. Isn't Dr. Jiang working night shifts tomorrow?" The two walked toward the psychological treatment room, and Jiang Yunshu draped his arm over the Omega's shoulder. The night shift was from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. Bai Tang nudged the hand on his shoulder with his face and said, "Then you should sleep longer tomorrow, you won't be able to sleep during the night shift." This was the 10th psychological treatment session. Bai Tang interlocked his fingers with the alpha's hand, and Jiang Yunshu was now quite calm in his cooperation. But every time there was even a slight fluctuation in emotion, Bai Tang could acutely sense it and quickly offer comfort. Even Shinting was impressed. After the last session ended, she chatted for a while with the two of them, saying that sometimes even she couldn't detect any abnormalities from Jiang Yunshu's expressionless face and tone devoid of fluctuation. Bai Tang smiled and said, "Perhaps because I'm an Omega, maybe I'm more sensitive." Shen Ting also laughed and replied, "Maybe it's because you understand his subtle movements well." Many children who grow up in toxic families become confused about the meaning of love when they grow up. Under the guise of love, their parents don't actually give them real love but instead make them feel that love is a confusing, dramatic, perplexing, and even painful emotion, one that requires them to sacrifice their own wishes, dreams, and time in order to achieve it. Clearly, what these children experience isn't real love. Jiang Yunshu's voice remained calm. "Actually, before I met my partner, I thought so-called love was just like that. The pressure of love is too great, exhausting and painful, making me feel like I have to pay a lot to get just a little. So, I thought, forget it, I don't need love. It's fine being alone." From this, it can be seen that part of the reason Jiang Yunshu has difficulty getting close to others stems from his family background. Jiang Yunshu chuckled slightly and said, "But now I know it's not like that. I'm very glad I came here, truly. Loving actions do not cause torment, nor do they make people lose control or develop self-hatred. Love doesn't bring harm, love is a feeling that brings happiness, nourishment, and healthy emotions. When someone loves you, you will feel accepted, cared for, valued, and respected." When Jiang Yunshu understood what love really was, he realized that his parents lacked the ability or simply didn't know how to love. Though this fact was tragic, all he could do was accept it. However, at the same time, he would open a new chapter in his life and begin accepting those who truly love him, like Bai Tang, who would bestow upon him the deserved and genuine love. As the therapy neared its end, Shenting gently asked, "In our previous conversation, I learned that you underwent hypnotism at the age of 12. Can you tell me why now?" Jiang Yunshu's face was expressionless as he replied, "Nothing special, they said hypnosis could greatly promote potential human abilities. For some reason, my head hurt after doing it, so I developed an aversion to hypnotism." That explains it, Bai Tang thought. When the senior suggested doing hypnotism before, Dr. Jiang said it needed to be done in a proper and scientific way. Afterward, he asked Shenting, "Dr. Shen, can hypnotism really unlock human potential?" "It can," Shenting replied, "but it's not as exaggerated as people claim. Proper hypnotism is a comfortable and relaxing process. I think the discomfort Dr. Jiang experienced afterwards was mainly due to improper operation by the hypnotist. Bai Tang nodded understandingly, thank you, Dr. Shen. You're welcome, Shenting said, Dr. Jiang, I can sense that your anxiety and uneasiness have decreased significantly from your words and actions. It's been a month since your first visit. Starting today, you might try going to bed without taking sleeping pills. Jiang Yunshu nodded, okay. After Shenting left, Jiang Yunshu lightly tapped the Omega's eyelids with his knuckles, you haven't cried during the last few sessions. Bai Tang looked sheepishly at the Alpha, I managed to hold back. Jiang Yunshu suddenly noticed something black on Bai Tang's palm. He grabbed it. Hey! Bai Tang struggled for a moment, his bracelet swinging back and forth. Being stared at by the Alpha for 2 seconds, he eventually gave in and opened his hand. There was a line of writing in the Omega's palm, the black ink smudged by sweat. Don't be mad, Jiang Yunshu read aloud. Bai Tang was utterly embarrassed and refused to speak. It was 11 p.m. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu leaned against the study doorframe, knocking lightly, it's time for bed. Bai Tang didn't even glance over, tapping the keyboard, go lie down first, I'll be there soon. Jiang Yunshu had a strange feeling that the roles between him and Bai Tang were reversed, like he was depending on someone else, which made him feel oddly like a slacker. Just as he was about to say something. Really, Bai Tang looked at him, a mischievous smile in his eyes. 5 minutes, I'm not like you, I'll keep my word. Jiang Yunshu opened his mouth to say something but then closed it again, having been indirectly insulted. He could only mutter, all right. Sure enough, 4 minutes later, Bai Tang walked into the bathroom of the bedroom and began brushing his teeth. The Alpha wrapped his arms around him from behind, occasionally nibbling on the pale side of his neck. The foam in Bai Tang's mouth was about to fall, but because his neck was held, he couldn't bend down to spit it out. All he could do was push the head buried in his shoulder with urgency, it's going to drop. Jiang Yunshu loosened his grip slightly and saw the red tooth marks and layered scars on the gland. Ugh. As soon as Bai Tang finished washing up, his waist suddenly went weak, and the scent of sweet condensed milk lingered irresistibly. No, don't lick. Bai Tang no longer resisted as strongly as before, yet Jiang Yunshu knew that this thorn still lodged deeply in the Omega's heart, occasionally sparking feelings of inferiority. The Alpha firmly held the Omega's waist so he couldn't escape, letting his tongue roughly scrape over the gland, leaving trails of watermarks. With both hands bracing against the sink, Bai Tang struggled to stand. His shoulders were scrunched up in vain as he tried to evade. His slippers fell off, and his toes involuntarily brushed against the Alpha's lower leg. Jiang Yunshu kissed the Omega's lips, guiding Bai Tang toward the bed. Bai Tang's face was pressed onto the bed while the back of his neck was licked and bitten repeatedly. Several times, he felt Jiang Yunshu's canines aggressively trying to pierce through the flesh. With an inherent submission to the Alpha, Bai Tang didn't dare move, quietly waiting for the branding. Yet, the next moment turned gentle as the licking continued. It seemed like Jiang Yunshu had no intention of marking him, choosing instead to repeatedly kiss the tip of his earlobe. His topmost button was undone, pulling his pajamas backward until the entire unsightly gland was exposed under the Alpha's gaze. In a small voice, Bai Tang said, is it ugly? Not ugly, Jiang Yunshu kissed the area gently. I'm feeling sorry for it. Sniffing lightly, Bai Tang shook his head slowly and sat up. Tonight, Jiang Yunshu hadn't taken any sleeping pills, and he needed to help him sleep quickly. Last time, the Alpha slept fast and soundly because the Omega bit his lip. And he himself also wanted a taste. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunshu halted Bai Tang's attempt to lower his head, instead pushing him back and placing a hand on the waistband of his pants. Wide-eyed, Bai Tang struggled immediately, panicking, Dr. Jiang. I can't, please stop. Jiang Yunshu kissed him briefly, pressing down firmly. Bai Tang, have you forgotten what the doctor said? Yours is psychological ED, Alphas can help. Bai Tang's chest rose and fell dramatically. His eyes, rimmed and red, remained shut as he lay there powerless. Jiang Yunshu swirled his tongue into the Omega's mouth, and a faint sweetness spread between their lips and teeth. Bai Tang whimpered softly, trying to resist further kisses. Jiang Yunshu chuckled, saying, isn't this working? With his neck flushed crimson, Bai Tang refused to speak, ignored the Alpha, and didn't care anymore about getting the Alpha to sleep. He just wanted to pass out himself. Jiang Yunshu kissed him lightly once more, asking, Bai Tang, when the next heat cycle comes, we'll check your reproductive cavity, alright? Could Bai Tang refuse? He was almost driven into delirium by Jiang Yunshu already. After all, being dependent on someone leaves little room for words. Chapter 90, It's Not a Dream. Though he was sulking inwardly and saying that the Alpha didn't need comforting to sleep anymore, his actions ended up being even better than Shinting suggested. Beitong endured his embarrassment, helping Jiang Yunshu release tension twice until his palms turned red. The deep breathing of the Alpha beside him made his cheeks flush. So sexy. Jiang Yunshu's first night without sleeping pills was exceptionally difficult. Omega's butt, lower back, and stomach had already been massaged red by him, his chest was also bitten into protrusions and damp with saliva. Yet, as he lay in Baitong's embrace, feeling the light pats on his back, he still couldn't control his restlessness. Even his pheromones were overflowing uncontrollably. After giving up much of his dignity, Beidong also released his pheromones, trying his best to make Jiang Yunshu immerse in a relaxing environment. He stopped patting the alpha's back and instead inserted his hand under the alpha's clothes. Jiang Yunshu thought Omega just wanted to touch him, so there wasn't any reaction at first. But soon, something felt unusual. Beidong's right hand started pinching along his spine vertebrae upward while his left hand slid from between the shoulder and pillow and gently pressed his nape. Both hands coordinated well with the rhythm, bringing comfort. Instead of it feeling like groping, it was more like a massage. Dr. Jiang, Beidong murmured softly, his lips brushing the forehead of the alpha, "Don't worry, sleep." Jiang Yunshu's eyes had adapted to the darkness. They were so close together, his nose barely touching Omega's loungewear. His whole body was enveloped in the sweetness of condensed milk. Now he understood why so many people liked getting massages, and also why Beidong often fell half asleep after being caressed. It was truly relaxed and comfortable. Beidong kept time internally, this technique he learned from watching videos online. The key wasn't the massage techniques but the rhythm of the massage. More than half an hour passed, finally Jiang Yunshu's breath slowed down and became steady. Beidong suddenly loosened the biting force of his teeth, his strength depleted, both hands falling limply onto the bed with trembling fingertips. 5 minutes longer, and he might have given out. Surrounded by darkness, Jiang Yunshu woke up in the middle of his slumber somehow. His eyes half opened instinctively, slightly lifting his chin for a kiss on Omega's chest. Then the motion abruptly paused. Jiang Yunshu immediately opened his eyes, finding no one by his side, nor the second pillow. The cold, barren room, the grey curtains, all the furnishings around were exactly the same as that house where he used to live alone before dying. Jiang Yunshu quickly realized, he was dreaming. Yet he did not understand why he was having this dream. Nevertheless, there was no problem, Beidong would wake him up. He got out of bed, walking toward the living room. After nearly 3 years away, this house where he had lived for 7 years now seemed so unfamiliar. Perhaps, put another way, the chill and lack of warmth made it feel strange. He resided on the 28th floor. The living room had a wall entirely covered with one-way glass. Before his sudden death, what he often did at night was to sit in front of this glass holding a cup of red wine, lowering his head to look at the brightly lit night scenery outside. He imagined, in those faraway cars on the highway rushing continuously, happy and content families must be sitting inside, taking turns driving between mother and father while their child slept soundly in the back seat. And that bedroom which still had its lights on far away probably held a loving couple who cuddled together watching a long-desired movie. With ease, Jiang Yunshu sat on a high stool by the window. Behind him was complete darkness. Only the faint light outside the glass illuminated his face partially while the chair legs cast elongated shadows on the wooden floor. He was often like this, as if merely by sensing someone else's warmth, he could slightly diminish his own loneliness. Without thinking, Jiang Yunshu involuntarily extended his hand and touched the glass. Immediately afterward, he froze, unbelievingly staring at his fingers glued against the cold hard surface, unable to recover his composure for a long time. This chillingly real touch sensation, it was the very same he'd felt during countless nights. A bone-chilling thought flashed through his mind, startling him instantly, breaking out into a cold sweat. Was he really dreaming? Or rather, which of them was actually a dream? No sooner had he started to think about it when the scene shifted, he was lying in a hospital bed, Lin Guozhou's face coming into his vision. The latter let out a sigh of relief, "You scared me to death. How can you perform surgery for 18 hours in a day? Luckily, you fainted in the operating room. Luckily, it was hypoglycemia, you've been asleep for 3 days." Jiang Yunshu looked baffled, "What? Where's Beidong?" "What do you mean, Beidong? Do you feel like eating sweets? You're already receiving intravenous glucose, don't tell me your collision with equipment while unconscious knocked you silly." Jiang Yunshu was stunned, unable to comprehend for a long time. He recognized every word, but when they came together. He tightly grabbed Lin Guozhou's sleeve, his expression absurd, "No, Omega, my Omega." Lin Guozhou looked puzzled, "Omega? Weighted average value? Weight vector? Mass fraction? Or is it the watch brand?" Jiang Yunshu staggered out of bed, looking flustered as he walked outside and tried to release pheromones but felt nothing. Palpitations, like an intense heartbeat after a rapid 1,500-meter run, cold sweat pouring out in waves. For no apparent reason, he started running, but the hospital corridor seemed endless, everything around him began to distort, people without features were staring at him strangely. The faster Jiang Yunshu ran, the smaller his pupils became until a single drop of cold sweat trickled into his eye. A wave of despair engulfed his mind. He had to go back, he had to return. He didn't want to be here, he wanted to see Beidong. He only wanted to stay in a world where Beidong existed. Dr. Jiang Yunshu. Suddenly, the hospital corridor's floor collapsed beneath him. Taken by surprise, he fell down, a strong centrifugal force gripping his heart. Angel Jiang. Angel. Jiang Yunshu was held captive by a nightmare, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and with all his strength, he forced his eyes open, finally escaping from this nightmare. His expression was distorted, tears dampening the lower lashes. Bai Tang. Bai Tang looked at him worriedly, touching his cold sweaty face. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu's eyes reflected the image of Omega. Reacting intensely, he almost lunged forward to grab Bai Tang's waist tightly, clinging to his last lifeline. Over and over, he called out, Beidong, baby, baby. The pain made Bai Tang suck in several sharp breaths. Hearing himself being called, he paused momentarily, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. He just kept rubbing Alpha's ice-cold face repeatedly. I'm here, nothing's wrong, no issues, did you have a nightmare? Jiang Yunshu's heart was still trembling, breathing heavy. Bai Tang vigorously rubbed Alpha's back. Don't be scared, don't worry, there's nothing to fear, Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu buried himself in the soft belly, sniffing deeply at Omega's scent. Bai Tang wiped the cold sweat from his fingers onto his clothes and lowered his head to look for a moment. Suddenly, he lifted Alpha's head, leaned in to bite Jiang Yunshu's lips lightly. Does it hurt? Jiang Yunshu stared intently at Omega's face, his voice hoarse. It hurts. Bai Tang pulled Jiang Yunshu's head back into his chest. So it's not a dream, I'm here with you. At 4 a.m., both changed into a new set of clothes, but no matter how Bai Tang coaxed, the Alpha couldn't fall asleep again. His subconscious feared falling asleep again, fearing more nightmares, and could only silently stare at Omega's face. It was Saturday today. Bai Tang didn't need to sleep, but Alpha had night duty later. How could he let him stay up again? Bai Tang consoled and comforted endlessly. Finally, at 7 a.m., Jiang Yunshu entered a light slumber. Exhausted, Bai Tang closed his eyes too. Only an hour later, Alpha slowly woke up again. Bai Tang wasn't deeply asleep either. Instantly, his heart sank. Jiang Yunshu never got that second nap. Without hope, he gently patted Alpha's back, coaxing him, I'm here, don't worry. Can you try to sleep a little longer? But unexpectedly, Jiang Yunshu opened his eyes, looked at him briefly, then laid forward, pressing his forehead against Bai Tang's collarbone before closing his eyes again in quiet repose. As if he was merely confirming that Bai Tang was lying soundly next to him. Bai Tang suddenly realized something. He thought such an endearing Dr. Jiang would make a perfect picture. He wanted to kiss Alpha but was afraid to wake him up, so he could only kiss him in his heart. By 10 o'clock, Bai Tang was truly awake. To his astonishment, Jiang Yunshu was still in his arms, sleeping soundly. Bai Tang had been well trained. As long as the owner hadn't left the room, he wouldn't scratch at the door. Bai Tang thought to himself, apparently Dr. Jiang had finally released some of the psychological burden. Rejoicing, he lay down for another half hour, unmoving, drawing a deep breath and deciding he could hold on for 15 more minutes. But Alpha didn't give him the chance. Just as he thought about it, Jiang Yunshu moved intuitively, opening his eyes with a sense of satisfaction after a good rest. Bai Tang knew then that there was no way he could coax him anymore, so he bent down and kissed Alpha's lips. The two exchanged a morning kiss. Omega's smile lit up his eyes as he spoke, astonishingly, baby, you're awake. Jiang Yunshu froze, memories flooding back. With an awkward ahem, he naturally turned away, trying to get out of bed to escape this embarrassing situation. But Beidong wouldn't let it go. He caught hold of Alpha's arm, his ears tipped bright red, and despite feeling embarrassed, he still called out, baby, where are you going? Can I have one more kiss? To wound the enemy 1,000 points is to lose 800 oneself. Jiang Yunshu stared at his Omega for 2 seconds, sighed, and gave in. Don't call me that. After being together for so long, Beidong had figured out his Alpha's nature. He suspected Jiang Doctor was even more embarrassed than him right now, and thinking about this, he grew bold again. Kneeling on both knees, he slowly moved closer to the other side of the bed and climbed back onto Alpha's neck, rubbing against Alpha's burning neck while laughing with smug excitement. Why not? It rolls off the tongue so easily. Haven't you called me that hundreds of times in your heart already? Chapter 91, Utterly Seductive. Beidong was indeed teasing him, but he forgot that Jiang Yunshu was no longer the same person who would just helplessly beg him not to fall when he rode on top. When Jiang Yunshu pounced back onto him before he realized it, his chin was gripped open, and a tongue pushed into his small mouth as if aiming to lick all the way down to his throat. Beidong seemed to enjoy this immensely, his eyes half closed as he opened his mouth, allowing Jiang Yunshu's alpha dominance to conquer his defenses. Jiang Yunshu's occasional assertiveness always got him excited. Suddenly, his waist was pinched hard, causing the Omega's body to tremble violently as he arched his back suddenly. Let go. The rest of his sentence was swallowed by Jiang Yunshu once again, making the Omega repeatedly beg for mercy. As it neared 5:45, Jiang Yunshu gave the Omega one last kiss before stepping out the door. He had to work from 6 p.m. tonight to 6 p.m. tomorrow evening, a full 24-hour shift, and wouldn't return home until after tomorrow's work ended. After the Alpha left, Beidong carried his computer with Haitong and went next door. Jiang Ruian gave him a slow, dim smile. Beidong placed the computer on the dining table and began handling his work tasks. Organizing was an extremely tedious and unappreciated task. Anyone could do it, but doing it well was incredibly difficult. Thanks to the task, Beidong learned a great deal in recent times. Knowledge about law, bureaucracy, media, and other related fields flowed endlessly into his brain. However, there is an old saying that in business, experience matters much more than talent. Despite being young and without any work experience, many decisions in the documents confused Beidong. Fortunately, the older members of the organization were very willing to answer his questions. It was already past 10 p.m. when he finished his work. Beidong returned home with Haitong, removing his shoes at the entrance. With a snap of light switch, the empty living room lit up instantly. The quietness was unsettling to the Omega. It wasn't long since they parted ways, yet endless longing had already crept in. Although it was not the first time the Alpha worked overnight, it was unbearable for the young couple in the heat of their romance to be separated for 24 hours. He didn't dare call Jiang Yunshu randomly, since he didn't know if the other party was busy. They had agreed beforehand that, if one was working and the other free, then the one working would take the initiative to call during breaks. Every second the phone remained silent felt excruciating for Beidong. It was almost 11 p.m., yet Jiang Yunshu hadn't called him. Relenting finally, he stood up to take a shower first. Opening the shower area, Beidong glanced at the bathtub beside it, suddenly seized by a whim. Speaking of which, couples usually bathe together, right? He and Dr. Jiang never tried bathing in the tub together. The thought made his face gradually redden. Usually, couples would bathe after, perhaps even engaging in some activities while in the bathtub. Involuntary, some age-inappropriate scenes popped into Beidong's mind, causing his legs to drape across the edge of the bathtub. No, stop thinking about this. Don't think about this. Frustrated, Beidong shook his head violently and began turning the faucet, starting the water. The water flow was strong, filling the bathtub higher and higher. Sitting on a little stool, Beidong appeared lost in thought, his fingers occasionally skimming the surface of the water. He looked downcast, his eyelashes fluttering faintly. His handsome features seemed distant, his vacant expression evoking pity. He enjoyed being touched by the Alpha, wanting the Alpha to feel good, but lovemaking caused immense pain, as though every internal organ was cramping. With his fingers hooked on his pants, Beidong slowly pulled them off along his raised, slim legs. The fabric fell noisily onto the ground. He slid into the bathtub, submerging most of his face under the water. Instantly, the water spilled over the sides, leaving the floor slick. Following a video he had seen, he leaned his body backward, relaxing his neck against the rolled-up wet towel. It was approaching the heat period. Now it was the 27th, his heat cycle usually came around the start of the month. Counting the time, he realized it had been 3 years since he last experienced this kind of intimacy. Even daily activity back then hurt unbearably. Shouldn't he try preparing himself first? Otherwise, he feared his obvious pain might make Dr. Jiang lose interest. Each Omega wants to please the Alpha they love in bed, and he was no different. Biting his lip slightly, Beidong straightened up, kneeling in the bathtub, his face showing the utmost embarrassment. After a while of struggling with himself. Suddenly, his phone rang, startlingly loud in the quiet bathroom. Beidong jumped, nearly choking on the water. Like a child caught in the act of mischief, his heart raced wildly. Hurriedly wiping the water off his face, he grabbed the phone from the sink. It was Jiang Yunshu. Beidong's face flushed even hotter immediately. Hello. Dr. Jiang. Jiang Yunshu had just gotten a moment of respite. Hearing the pant in the Omega's voice, he asked, what are you doing? As the warm water submerged him, Beidong couldn't help but let out a low hum before immediately silencing himself and replied, nothing. I'm just soaking in the bathtub. Alphas have extremely sharp senses, and Jiang Yunshu accurately caught that soft moan. He chuckled, hurry up, don't lie, kid. Realizing he was found out, Beidong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, his mouth opening slightly as his tightly closed eyes turned crimson. He softly said, I am. The tail of his voice was nearly inaudible, but Jiang Yunshu still heard it. Imagining the scene, Jiang Yunshu felt his throat go dry. He whispered, so, are you done yet? Upon hearing this, Beidong instinctively glanced down, no reaction yet. Torn between telling the truth or lying, he eventually chose the former. After all, everything had already been seen by the Alpha, there wasn't much reason to feel embarrassed anymore. Stammering, he said, it's not like. The breathing on the other side abruptly paused, as if confirming whether his ears were mistaken. But soon, it grew rough again. Footsteps could be heard, a creaking door opened and clicked shut. It sounded like the Alpha moved somewhere else, his voice deepening. Why, are you preparing yourself? Sitting up in the water, Beidong activated the speaker and placed the phone next to the bathtub. Wrapping his arms around his knees, he muttered, because during the heat period, it's supposed to be, I'll do it in advance so it won't hurt as much. In the bathroom, Jiang Yunshu's voice resonated, 360 degrees surrounding Beidong with an ethereal echo. His breaths were amplified. He spoke gently, Beidong, I promise I won't make you hurt. But I still will, Beidong mumbled quietly. Jiang Yunshu fell silent once more. Perhaps, Jiang Yunshu had never spared Beidong from pain before. His eyes dimmed, veins standing out prominently on his knuckles, but his tone remained steady, Beidong, I swear, just a little. No pain, only comfort. Whether Beidong believed him or not remained unclear. After a long pause, he finally responded, okay. Tugging at his collar forcefully, Jiang Yunshu changed the subject. Dr. Lin invited us for dinner tomorrow after work. Dr. Chin will also join. Would you like that? Beidong softly said, it's fine. But you've been working so long, shouldn't you come back and sleep? It's just dinner, Jiang Yunshu explained. After we eat, I'll come back, and we'll go to bed early. Okay, leaning his body sideways, his right arm against the edge of the bathtub brought him closer to the phone. Beidong slowly said, Dr. Jiang, I miss you so much. I think I might not be able to fall asleep tonight. You will, Jiang Yunshu consoled him. Close your eyes and open them again, and the night will be over. We'll meet again tomorrow. Oh, wait, I need to go back now. Don't be afraid, let Haitong keep you company. Beidong suddenly felt a lump in his throat. He murmured gloomily, all right, Dr. Jiang, take care of yourself. If you feel unwell, speak up and rest. Understood, Jiang Yunshu hesitated for a few seconds, turning his head uncomfortably and raising a hand to cover the phone. He said, I miss you too. Sweet dreams, baby. Beidong froze outright. By the time he wanted to reply, the call had already ended. Half-open mouth, he spaced out for a while. Ah. Ah ah. Ah ah ah. He splashed some water and covered his face. Dr. Jiang was way too unfair. Thanks to that sentence, Beidong slept quite well that night. Though Haitong thought his owner held onto him too tightly, making him struggle for air, snorting faintly, he wriggled forward until he freed a bit of space, then laid down again, his fluffy tail resting on Beidong's arm. Honestly speaking, being on both night and day shifts left one incredibly exhausted. Rubbing his neck, Jiang Yunshu waited at the hospital entrance for Lin Bai and Qin Zhongnan before heading home together to pick up Beidong. Beidong went downstairs after receiving the Alpha's call. The weather started heating up. Dressed in a long-sleeve shirt and denim shorts, the Omega felt a bit uneasy when seeing Lin Bai and Qin Zhongnan sitting in the back seat, so he squeezed into the passenger seat. It had been a while since the Omega was in a confined space with 3 Alphas, which made him somewhat nervous. After all, Alphas naturally suppressed Omegas. However, the 2 Alphas in the back seat kept their pheromones well under control. So, let's go eat the hot pot on Qingnan Road. Lin Bai relaxed casually against the backrest. Can Beidong handle spicy food? Yes. Lin Bai tapped lightly on the driver's seat. Let's go. Jiang Yunshu stole a glance at his companion beside him. Normally, if they hadn't seen each other for a day, the Omega would have clung to him by now. But in front of others, the latter barely dared to speak. Taking advantage of the red light, Jiang Yunshu took out his phone and texted, giving Beidong a subtle squeeze to signal him to look. Beidong opened the pin chat window. Jiang Angel, when we get to the hot pot place, send the others away first. Then, we can share a kiss. Beidong blinked, covering his rising smile with his hand as he pretended to look at the scenery outside the car window, his eyes almost squinting in joy. He replied, okay. But soon after, Qin Zhongnan, who had been scrolling on his phone, suddenly said, in District 2 Square. Su Yining seems to be, on top of the government building's roof. What? Lin Bai frowned and quickly unlocked his phone. Every page was flooded with one video. From afar and up close, they all showed that man in that background. A man dressed in bright red stood on an uneven rooftop, a megaphone placed by his feet. He stood quietly. The color red was painfully vivid. The government building wasn't a flat one, it resembled a castle-like structure. No one knew how he got up there. Qin Zhongnan said, District 2 Square, we've passed by it before, let's take a look. Su Yining stood 40 meters in the air. The wind was strong, blowing against his frail body, causing him to almost lose his balance. With no guardrail in front of him, if he stumbled, he'd fall and turn into a bloody pulp. He actually had acrophobia, but right now, it didn't seem too terrifying. The crowd surrounding him for the spectacle grew larger and larger, layer upon layer. People were craning their necks like a cluster of agitated bees. He squinted with his remaining working eye. Perhaps there were about 2,000 people. Maybe more. He didn't know how to estimate. It was very noisy, filled with clamoring voices. His stomach let out a long protest, his vision dimmed, and he had to sit down for a moment to recover. When the 4 arrived at District 2 Square, they found it completely jam-packed with people and cars. Jiang Yunshu retrieved a visor hat from the back seat and placed it on the Omega's head, then shielded him as they made their way out. In front of the government building was a large square spanning 150,000 square meters. At this moment, nearly half of it was occupied by people. Some were recording videos on their phones, some shouting loudly, others laughing strangely or merely watching the commotion. The group stood on a step. Jiang Yunshu saw that the open area in front of the government building had been cordoned off with warning tape. He was far away from Su Yining, unable to clearly discern the expression on the latter's face. Hey. What does he want to do? I don't know, negotiate perhaps. Reduce his sentence, haha. Not surprising for an Omega, from this distance, I can already tell he's beautiful. Falling. Then stop stalling. A person yelled out loud, Tisk, it's been over 20 minutes already, my legs are tired, will he jump or not? Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd immediately laughed and cheered in agreement, jump or not. Jump! Jump! Lin Bai endured his anger again and again until he could hold back no longer. He abruptly seized the collar of someone shouting, "Jump," roaring, "Fuck your mother. Do you even have any humanity left? That's a life." The person whose collar was grabbed retaliated, about to start shoving around. Qin Zhongnan pulled Lin Bai away and stared coldly at the other person, unleashing alpha suppression as he said, "Sorry, my friend drank alcohol." That person paused, muttering curses while adjusting his collar. Baitang's face turned pale. He stepped back, shrinking into the alpha's embrace, trembling and saying, People, so scary." Jiang Yunshu's expression hardened, placing his hand atop the Omega's head. After about 5 more minutes, the surroundings grew increasingly chaotic. At this moment, the door to the government building opened. A group of men in suits came out, leading them was an alpha who looked to be over 50 years old. Qin Zhongnan recognized him, Wang Fu, a representative who always proposed exploitation plans for Omegas. Wang Fu accepted the megaphone handed over by his assistant, cleared his throat twice, and his voice boomed throughout the square with a gentle tone, "Mr. Su, correct? What are you doing up there? If something is wrong, please come down, and we can communicate face to face." Qin Zhongnan understood. Although helicopters were circling around constantly, they could have directly rescued him. However, they deliberately refrained from acting. It was simply to wait for this moment when government officials appeared, showcasing the leadership and decision-making capability of the government. Su Yining was also waiting for this moment. He took a step forward, stopping just before the edge of the roof, picking up the megaphone beside him. Baitang's throat felt as if it would burst out. He saw the red figure sway slightly, nearly losing footing. Boos rang out from the spectators. So, he is here to bargain for himself. Why hasn't he fallen? Come on, what kind of deal could he possibly get with those cruel means? He's probably insane. The death penalty is too lenient on him. He deserves to be carved alive and dismembered limb by limb. Baitang suddenly widened his eyes, pupils contracting. He shook his head, voice quivering, "No, no. He is going to." Wang Fu continued, "We cannot act rashly. Even though your crimes have been determined, we'll still give you the fairest judgment." Su Yining pressed his chapped lips to the megaphone, cutting off Wang Fu mid-speech. His voice was hoarse and rough, like that of a traveler who had been wandering through a desert without water for a long time. Slowly, he spoke, leaving behind a final thread of kindness for this world. "Please ask Omegas and children to close their eyes." The next second, Bai Tang's eyes were abruptly covered by Jiang Yunshu's hand. At the same moment, screams erupted from all around, mingling with Wang Fu's utterly terrified shout. Jiang Yunshu saw it, that Omega who had never bent his back made a gentle leap forward. His red clothes flapped in the wind, like a butterfly chasing freedom. But after only a few seconds of flight, his wings were broken as he crashed onto the hard cement ground, right in front of Wang Fu, splattering into a lurid crimson pool of blood. Chapter 92, So Obedient. Zhou Chaoyu was sitting in a dim hotel room in District 9, his face illuminated only by the glow of his phone screen. He muttered softly, bleeding. It started. Wei Siyu closed his laptop and looked out the window at the bustling night view. The staff member of the hot pot restaurant was expressionlessly calculating the price for several plates of vegetables held by 3 tall alphas. The atmosphere was heavy, no one had much of an appetite. After finishing a hasty meal, Jiang Yunshu sent both men home separately. At cafes, shopping malls, and parks, wherever they went, people were discussing what had just happened. Some popular apps had even crashed due to high traffic. The car stopped beneath Lin Baozhao's apartment building. Jiang Yunshu glanced at the Omega sitting curled up in the passenger seat. Since the moment Bai Tang's eyes had been covered, his nerves had tightened, his entire body rigid with tension. Though he hadn't witnessed the process, a living life had ended not far from him. Anyone capable of empathy would struggle to shake off such feelings. The scene had been chaotic earlier. Wang Fu had been splattered with blood all over, some chunks of flesh even sticking to his face as he went berserk on the open ground. His suited companions were frozen in fear. Several people at the front who had been cheering earlier threw up instantly, with people running about chaotically, nearly causing a stampede accident. Even Qin Zhongnan, who wasn't a clinical doctor, felt nauseous, clutching his chest. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshu got out of the car. Bai Tang abruptly raised his head. Just as he was about to call out, the former walked around to the passenger side and opened the door, extending his arms towards the Omega. "Don't be afraid, come here." Bai Tang pursed his lips, obediently wrapping his arms around the alpha's neck. With a slight effort, Jiang Yunshu lifted the Omega from the car by supporting his bottom, then opened the rear door and sat down inside. "I didn't mean to be quiet." Bai Tang snuggled into Jiang Yunshu's embrace, his knees pressing against the alpha's waist, his chin resting on the alpha's shoulder, his eyelashes drooping. "It's just. I feel so upset, I don't really want to talk about it." Jiang Yunshu gave the Omega's nape a squeeze and said, "I know." At first, he had worried whether Bai Tang might have entered a stress state, so he asked Qin Zhongnan to check on him, but Bai Tang voluntarily told him that there was nothing to worry about. After sniffing the alpha's pheromones for a while, Bai Tang felt slightly better and kissed Jiang Yunshu's jawline. "Dr. Jiang, do you ever feel strange? Like something is stuck in your heart, neither going up nor coming down. It's uncomfortable. Jiang Yunshu took the opportunity to lean down and kiss his boyfriend repeatedly in a deep and tender manner, softening the sharpness of the Omega's prickles. But because of our job nature, we become used to death and gore, so our acceptance level is higher than that of ordinary people. Feeling pity, Bai Tang began gently rubbing the Alpha's chest. Let's go home, are you hungry? Should I cook noodles for you when we get home? Indeed, none of them had eaten much. Bai Tang especially little. Jiang Yunshu said, let's have a late-night snack later. I'm not hungry right now, but I'll eat with you tonight. As soon as they arrived home, Bai Tang shooed him to take a shower, saying he needed to sleep before 10 tonight. Obediently, he picked up his clean clothes and was about to step into the bathroom when he suddenly paused, remembering something. Leaning against the doorframe, Jiang Yunshu turned around slowly. Bai Tang, do you want to join me? Bai Tang looked over, startled. Soak in the bathtub, Jiang Yunshu stared at him intently. Do you want to join? If not for the noticeable slide of the Alpha's Adam's apple, Bai Tang might have fallen for Jiang Yunshu's calm demeanor right now. But did it matter? Bai Tang knew he would say yes anyway, alright. The rented house had a long rectangular bathtub that could comfortably fit one tall Alpha, but fitting two people side by side proved a little challenging. Jiang Yunshu was the first to sit inside, watching as the Omega hesitated and gradually stripped away his coverings in the corner. Having finally removed his clothes, Bai Tang stood by the edge of the tub, suddenly dumbfounded. Was he supposed to step into the bath facing Dr. Jiang? Or stepping in with his back towards him? Perhaps too adorable in his indecision, Jiang Yunshu couldn't help but burst into laughter, teasing him lightly, Bai Tang, if you don't hurry up, the water will get cold. Tricky, so tricky. Bai Tang resolved that next time, he'd jump in first. After a short hesitation, Bai Tang silently switched directions, opting for the back-facing Alpha posture. After all, comparatively speaking, at least his butt was more presentable. Predictably, Jiang Yunshu kept his gaze glued to the expanse of pale skin slipping underwater, inch by inch. As the warm water enveloped him, Bai Tang had yet to sit down when he felt Jiang Yunshu approach from behind. The Alpha's hands grasped his waist and next thing he knew, his earlobe was being nibbled on. A shiver ran through him as he instinctively grabbed onto Jiang Yunshu's arms. Taking advantage of the buoyancy of the water, Jiang effortlessly lifted him onto his lap. Calloused fingers trailed upward over his abdomen until they reached his small Adam's apple, moving from underwater into the air. Leaning forward, Jiang Yunshu pressed one hand against the Omega's throat and with the other, pulled his lower stomach closer, burying the lower half of his face into Bai Tang's scent gland. This passive position made Bai Tang genuinely feel a sense of danger, eyes closed with blush, he trembled slightly. Bai Tang, Jiang Yunshu's voice was raspy, shall we kiss? Bai Tang didn't understand why this body became so sensitive all of a sudden, it wasn't like that before. Yet now, even the slightest touch by the Alpha could make him shiver for quite a while. Relying entirely on the strength of the hard body behind him, Bai Tang felt drained, his whole body slackening. Only the arm supporting his waist kept him from sliding back into the water. The water cooled, and Jiang Yunshu suggested the Omega go out first, while he remained in the bathroom nearly another half hour before emerging with wet hair. Unexpectedly, Bai Tang's redness hadn't faded yet. Clad in a soft sleepwear, he sat at the dining table in front of a computer, clicking the keyboard incessantly. With a towel draped around his neck, Jiang Yunshu leaned against the table with one hand. What are you doing? Smelling Jiang Yunshu's presence, Bai Tang's body heated up again like a dog sensing a meat bone. He said, there's just a little more work left to tidy up for tomorrow, I want to finish it tonight, then Brotherswa can get the materials earlier. The Omega added, right now, the only thing I can help with is this. Jiang Yunshu fell silent. He thought Bai Tang would be discouraged for a bit, at least not have the energy tonight to regain focus. But instead, it turned out quite contrary, this might be another form of reaction, anxiety, restlessness, and a desperate need to alleviate them through work. This, Jiang Yunshu was most familiar with. Just moments ago, the affectionate couple were still sticky together. He gently pressed Bai Tang's hand holding the mouse, leaning in to kiss him, one day won't make a difference, right? Didn't we say late-night snack? Should we start making it now? Bai Tang's gaze lingered somewhat reluctantly on the computer screen. Jiang Yunshu yawned, I'm hungry and tired. Without hesitation, Bai Tang stood up, how about egg and ham noodles? We'll go to bed after eating. Jiang Yunshu rubbed the Omega's nape. Good boy. The next morning. Next, we will broadcast the early morning news. Cold white walls, a desolate environment, uniform hospital gowns, all Omegas gathered for their pre-breakfast entertainment time in Zone 7 Central Childbearing Facility. Candace Meteorological Bureau releases information about the typhoon number 5, storm, which made landfall along the coast of District 3 at 3:50 a.m. The center has maximum wind force. The female voice from the television spoke clearly, but among the audience of 237 Omegas below, none had their eyes fixed on the TV. Some zoned out, some looked at the floor, others stared out the window, all expressions numb. 2 beta guards dozed off at the back, completely unconcerned about these weak and sickly Omegas. The next news, 10 days after the Su family husband murder case, yesterday, Su attempted suicide in the government building, causing panic among people. On screen, there was a large red mosaic covering part of the government building entrance. Several men in suits escorted an alpha covered in blood outside. Reporters crowded toward Wang Fu trying to push microphones close to his mouth, yet he appeared startled by the commotion and suddenly started shouting loudly, expression blank, madly shaking his head and sobbing. The broadcaster's report and the noisy background sounds reverberated throughout the empty enclosed space, while three omegas amongst the motionless crowd slowly raised their heads. Here is an additional segment to unlock. One day, Lin Baijiao came to Jiang Bai's house as a guest. Expressionless, he watched Jiang Yunshu telling Bai Tang to dry his hair first, not to shake his legs, and to drink Chinese medicine. Yet Bai Tang seemed surprisingly accustomed to this maternal nagging, enjoying it greatly, and looking utterly content under the discipline. Lin Baijiao, excuse me, friend surnamed Jiang, are you Bai Tang's boyfriend or his father? Jiang Yunshu pondered for a moment, I play both roles simultaneously. Chapter 93, Will listen. Everyone thought that was the end of it, the two Omega offenders were merely exceptions, like a small pebble thrown into a lake, causing ripples, but within seconds, the surface would calm down again. But what if there were continuous small pebbles? Moreover, these pebbles were too light and too small. Their great buoyancy allowed them to briefly remain on the surface of the lake, ripple after ripple spreading out from the pebbles at the center, never dispersing for a long time. When everyone woke up one morning, washing up and getting ready for work as usual, upon opening their phone apps, they found that across the entire second star system, in just one short night, there were already 8 reported cases of Omega suicides by the media. 2 of these cases occurred in District 2. An Omega's body was discovered at the government building. The location where the corpse lay down was precisely where Mr. Su had jumped down the previous night, with the blood stains not yet dry covered by fresh blood once more. According to police reports, through surveillance footage, the deceased arrived at the government building at 4:12 a.m., sitting on the ground seemingly crying throughout this period. Then, at 4:47 a.m., they proceeded to perform an act of throat cutting. Another Omega's body was discovered beneath a residential building. Unlike the first case, this one came with both witnesses and evidence. Xiaomi, pseudonym, said, I live on the same floor but a different building from them. I often saw the alpha in the victim's home physically abusing her. Once, to stop that alpha, I went with my father and older brother to knock on his door, but we almost got beaten ourselves. Afterward my father told me not to get involved anymore, so I just kept taking pictures, thinking they might come in handy someday. Xiaomi showed the journalists, her phone contained a total of 23 pieces of evidence, every single one showing an alpha committing domestic violence against his wife on the balcony. I am a boarding student, only returning home on weekends, Xiaomi said. Many times, that sister would try to escape, running to the balcony. I've seen her look hopelessly down at the ground countless times, but every time she was dragged back by the alpha without exception. But this time, Xiaomi pulled up the video. In the footage, a woman was being slapped while having her hair pulled. The alpha grew tired from beating her and released her hand. At that moment, the woman staggered to her feet and ran towards the balcony. The alpha didn't pay much attention, firmly believing that she wouldn't dare to jump. But this time, the Omega did not even hesitate, leaping down decisively. In the evening, there was a notice about a temporary meeting. Jiang Yunshu drove Lin Baijian, going to Fengxi to pick up Bai Tang before heading together. As soon as Bai Tang got into the car, he sought comfort, lamenting, classes are really tough. Jiang Yunshu tilted his head and kissed him gently. Did the lecture start? Bai Tang indignantly nipped at the alpha's shoulder, increasingly embarrassed as the memory surfaced, blushing so hard he felt faint. No, Principal Sure said to check the fruits of this period. He asked me to try giving a lecture for 20 minutes in the office. 6 teachers formed a half-circle and stared at me. All of them were my teachers. My speech was stuttering, such humiliation history. I'm done. Jiang Yunshu couldn't help laughing at the tragic tone in Bai Tang's voice. It's okay, aren't you still in your 2nd year of university? There's no rush. Lin Baijian tried his best to shrink into the back seat, wishing he could vanish on the spot. However, he was quickly noticed. Upon realizing there was someone in the back seat, Bai Tang let out a startled scream, which shocked both of them momentarily. Jiang Yunshu amusingly rubbed Bai Tang's back. I remember telling you that Dr. Lin was coming too. Now it was Bai Tang's turn, who wished he could vanish immediately, curling his toes nearly painfully as he muttered, I forgot. The 3 arrived at the conference room and found quite a few people had already gathered. After exchanging greetings, they pulled out chairs and sat down. Not long after, the door opened again. Bai Tang turned around and saw Qin Zhongnan, followed closely by Zhou Chaoyu, who looked wind-worn and weary from the return journey. Zhou Chaoyu also spotted him, approaching and pulling out the chair beside Bai Tang. Senior. Bai Tang whispered softly, when did you come back? At the moment of sitting down, Zhou Chaoyu stiffened slightly, subtly shifting his position, replying, this morning. It was evident that after such a long period of separation, Qin Zhongnan, seeing this reaction, quietly extended a hand to support Zhou Chaoyu's waist, whispering near his ear with a soft voice, would you like me to take off my jacket and use it as padding for you? Zhou Chaoyu turned his head slightly, expressionless as he coldly spat out one word, get lost. After a while, as 7 or 8 more individuals gradually joined the meeting, Feng Mingyi finally arrived. Right away, his opening words touched upon the core matter. Sorry for being late, I've been in meetings all afternoon, the government is desperately discussing how to pacify the Omegas. The Omegas were no longer obeying, a situation that had never occurred since the Alphas took control. But due to the scarcity of Omegas, it became necessary to prevent further suicides among them. Someone asked, what do they say? Feng Mingyi curled up one corner of his mouth. They all say suppress the news forcefully, and soon everything will calm down. Lin Baizhao swore under his breath. So, Feng Mingyi said seriously, we must make them understand that the conflicts between groups have escalated to a point where change is inevitable, otherwise, those bloods would have flowed in vain. Everyone present nodded seriously. Zhao Yu, Feng Mingyi asked, how's your end doing? Zhou Chaoyu replied, all agree to cooperate. Shall we start a video conference now? Feng Mingyi nodded in agreement, good. There was a 150-inch projection screen in the meeting room. After Zhou Chaoyu's operation, square images appeared on the screen divided into 4 equal squares, each showing one from Districts 2, 7, 9, and 13. District 2's organization was led by male Alpha Feng Mingyi with 45 members. District 7's organization was led by male Omega Qiao Zhuang with 27 members. District 9's organization was led by female Omega Wang Yufei with 39 members. District 13's organization was led by male Omega Wei Siyu wearing a black suit sitting upright, his hands clasped together on the table. Secretary Feng, it's been a long time. Feng Mingyi nodded, Lieutenant Wei. Except for Zone 13 members, various zone directors, and Zhou Chaoyu, everyone else was shocked, Lieutenant. Soldier. Omega? It hasn't been so for a while, Wei Siyu smiled faintly, Secretary Feng calling me by my first name is perfectly fine. Let's get straight to the point, the eldest present, Qiao Zhuang interjected, what are you planning to do? We intend to stage 2 parades mainly involving university students. Wei Siyu pulled out a piece of paper to sketch a route map. This area includes University City in District 13, covering 6 universities, starting from the entrance to District 13 government building, a total distance of 2.2 kilometers. Wang Yufei laughed, this is a spiritual uprising then, coincidentally in line with what we thought too. Secretary Feng, Wei Siyu said, you've just experienced the shocking suicide incident in your District 2, isn't this exactly the moment when public sentiment wavers? Someone remarked, but if there's a parade, the Alphas will disrupt and stop it, right? Wei Siyu, who looked extremely beautiful in an aggressive way that even surpassed the vigor of every Alpha present, scoffed, it seems everyone has forgotten the true dominant force of this world, Omegas constitute 5%, Alphas constitute 10%, and the remaining 85%. That person muttered, Beta. Clever, Wei Siyu commented, we don't need support from Alphas. What we need, is Beta support. A small number of people emitted sounds of sudden understanding. This protest isn't merely an Omega rebellion march, Wei Siyu continued, it's better described as a forced demonstration from both Omegas and Betas pressuring Alphas. Do you remember Li Tongqi's name? Ho. Bai Tang swayed Jiang Yunshu's sleeve, it's the Beta we saved. The Beta who delivered a speech on television. Jiang Yunshu remembered as well. During the first Beta parade, I contacted him. He'll be helping us this time too. Bai Tang whispered, Lieutenant Wei is truly remarkable. 2 hours later, the meeting concluded, leaving everyone exhausted. Would anyone like to join us for dinner? Zhou Chaoyu called them out, looking at Jiang Yunshu again, I heard last time the food wasn't good enough, this meal should be a compensation. Lin Baihua quickly slurped down a bowl of porridge, I noticed something, only our zone director is an Alpha, others are all Omegas. Qin Zhongnan raised an eyebrow, not necessarily. It was Zhao Yu who voluntarily handed the position over to Secretary Feng. Bai Tang and Lin Baihua simultaneously exclaimed, Didn't he tell you? Qin Zhongnan scratched his chin, actually, the organization was initially connected by Zhao Yu. Secretary Feng was also brought aboard through his negotiation efforts. Later, as more people joined, he stepped aside and gave the role to Feng, after all he is a secretary. No, Zhou Chaoyu clarified the rumor, Secretary Feng will do better than me. Wow, Senior is really handsome. Bai Tang had already become Zhou Chaoyu's fan. After stuffing another shrimp dumpling into his mouth, he added, and Lieutenant Wei is incredibly cool. His aura is amazing. Lin Baihua was scooping seafood congee, right, I've never heard about the military accepting Omegas before, and not even as logistics personnel. Why did Wei Siyu say he was no longer one either? Because he pretended to be a Beta to join the army, Zhou Chaoyu explained, he worked hard and climbed up the ranks. He even participated in a war on the 3rd star, earning merits, but something happened, and his Omega identity was discovered. So, he was kicked out of the military. Everyone fell silent instantly. So ironic, everything he achieved step by step with his own strength, Zhou Chaoyu smirked, but it's all invalidated because his gender is Omega. Bai Tang furrowed his elegant brows, but there are a lot of Alphas in the military, even with suppressant injections, pheromones can't be completely concealed. Zhou Chaoyu had also asked this at the time, but then he saw Wei Siyu casually flicking his hair back, revealing his glands. There was a prominent old tooth mark, the mark of a lifelong bond. What's the problem? Wei Siyu said, find an alpha to bond for life, and the pheromones stabilize. Zhou Qiaoyu stammered for the first time in his life, just. Oh, not entirely random. Wei Siyu seemed to be reminiscing, forgot who it was, anyone appearing on my bed must be top-notch, I just remember that it was very pleasurable until I rode him to unconsciousness. An omega riding an alpha to unconsciousness. Zhou Qiaoyu remained expressionless, thinking how wild this was. Wei Siyu smiled and exhaled a puff of smoke, and after being lifetime bonded, you can fully let go every time, very enjoyable. Just make sure the alpha takes contraception, oh, and stay unmarried. Are you really not considering it? Such a rogue soldier. Zhou Qiaoyu said, no thanks, I have an alpha. Before parting, Wei Siyu still patted his shoulder and teased, of course, having an alpha is still the most enjoyable. Zhou Qiaoyu. No wonder he could become a lieutenant colonel as an omega. As soon as Bai Tang returned home, he immediately grouped Xianqi, Wan Hui, and his 3 roommates, enthusiastically discussing how to promote the parade activity at the capital university. The reason was that after the video conference ended, the organization determined that the optimal route for the parade would start from the busiest commercial center, Nida Square, passing through the Capital Hospital and Capital University, and finally arriving at the government building of Zone 2 Square, covering a total distance of 7.8 kilometers, expected to take 2 hours. Those who specialize in planning will stay after the meeting to discuss the detailed procedures. Feng Mingyi arranged, a team will handle the commercial center, Capital Hospital will be handled by your doctors, and Capital University. Bai Tang, seeing everyone looking at him, hesitated and lowered his trembling hand, I can help. Feng Mingyi smiled and said, I know. Then, C team members will assist Bai Tang, and B team will do the logistical work. Seeing Bai Tang wouldn't focus on himself anytime soon, Jiang Yunshu shook his head and walked to the balcony, stroking his cat Heitong while dialing Zhong Qi's number. When should we announce Ms. Zhang's successful divorce? I've consulted professionals, Zhong Qi said, it's best to release it 2 days before the first parade. After discussing further, Jiang Yunshu hung up and came inside. Bai Tang sat in the chair, turning around to ask, Dr. Jiang wants to shower first, Standing behind him, Jiang Yunshu grabbed his neck, forcing him to raise his head, and kissed him down. Still maintaining the kissing posture, Bai Tang gradually twisted his body in the chair, and with a kick, jumped directly onto the alpha, tightly wrapping his legs around the alpha's waist, breathing heavily, we haven't kissed all day, right? Jiang Yunshu placed Bai Tang on the dining table, trapping him in his arms, gently kissing the side of the Omega's face, isn't heat supposed to come at the beginning of the month? Why hasn't it come yet? Bai Tang blinked, then tilted his head and laughed, what, Dr. Jiang, you're getting anxious. No, Jiang Yunshu's eyebrows twitched as he turned the Omega's neck, using his lips to rub against the glands, just seems like the heat hasn't stabilized yet. He lightly bit it, paused, and muttered indistinctly, also, indeed a little eager. Ah. Bai Tang pulled his shoulders, his ears suddenly turning red, stuttering, if you want, we can, now. No, Jiang Yunshu smiled, let me give you more time for psychological preparation. Just don't run away in fear when it happens. Bai Tang's face flushed red as he buried it in the alpha's chest. Heat season. Due to its instability, his heat season always had a long aftertaste. While other Omega's heats would end within a week, Bai Tang could still feel something by the 9th day. Although after the first 2 days, his sanity would return, but he'd still want. Bai Tang licked his lips, murmuring that he would surely die from being overworked. Not at all, he gently sucked on the alpha's Adam's apple, his action light and ticklish, whispering, I'll be a good boy. Chapter 94, Lifetime Mark. For 100 years, the sturdy wall in front of Beta and Omega stood tall and immovable, while Su's suicide became an outlet for pent-up emotions. All accumulated contradictions and conflicts, all peak anger and grievances, were fully released through that tiny crack in the Great Wall. The suppressed 90% had had enough. Although the government tried hard to cut off all information, wiping out relevant entries, this only fueled people's anger, causing more and more uproar. The entire global network was filled with these messages, a chaotic mess. 1 week has passed, just according to media reports, there have been 8 cases of killed Omegas on the second star, 72 suicides by Omegas, including 11 who killed Alphas before committing suicide, and 3 cases where Betas killed Alphas. Zuoan struggled to read the numbers aloud, behind those simple figures lay countless lives and rivers of blood, not to mention, these were merely the tip of the iceberg. The atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy. After a long pause, Feng Mingyi spoke up, the Zone 2 government held its 11th meeting this morning. They were forced to abandon covering up the news and are now discussing measures to pacify the populace. But I can't get specific details, Feng Mingyi picked up a file folder, we just need to do what we can. The date for the march 2 weeks from now has been set, first, Zone 7 on the 15th, followed by Zone 2 on the 16th and 17th, then Zones 13 on the 19th and 20th, and finally, Zone 9 on the 22nd. Many unexpected situations may occur during this time, so everyone needs to be flexible and report promptly. However, in the evening, unexpectedly, all major online platforms crashed again, forcing overtime for various governmental departments and programmers who slammed their pens and keyboards. Shit. Is this ever going to end? A renowned artist updated his personal work, it was an oil painting, with overall colors only in black, white, and gray, extremely impactful. There was a tall, faceless white man standing at the forefront. By his side were three shadowy figures, one clinging lovingly to the man's back, another leaning on the man's arm, and a third resting gently on the man's shoes. Black paint flowed endlessly from the shadows into the background, countless arms stretching out from the darkness, pulling the man's white clothes in disarray, full of deep and shallow black handprints and marks. Above the work, there was but one line: "They will always be by your side." It quickly spread like wildfire among various media outlets, endlessly reprinted. Forget it, any topic involving Alpha Omega was now the key to wealth, sharing without hesitation was the best choice. Don't look back. Be careful behind you. Blood. Do you feel like something is pressing down on your body? Officer Chai was exhausted. In recent days, he had received countless reports, saying dirty things might be present in homes where picture frames inexplicably fell from walls, doors closed on their own, or new lights exploded without cause. Dr. Fong was also exhausted. Suddenly, the number of registered patients surged. Their symptoms were all the same: feeling heavy, shortness of breath, easy fatigue, nosebleeds, and tinnitus. Meanwhile, Master Wang, whose business had always been slow, suddenly got many orders, all asking him to drive away ghosts, his specialty. He took some pomelo leaves, sprinkled water, danced around the house, and earned money easily. Zhou Chaoyu and Qin Zhongnan planned to watch a movie after work and would then have dinner directly at the mall. However, it was just past 9 p.m., yet there were far fewer alpha individuals around than usual. Zhou Chaoyu's palms were sweaty as they were held tightly by Qin Zhongnan, leading him to ask in puzzlement, "Why does it feel like there are so few alphas lately?" Qin Zhongnan chuckled softly twice. "Too many regrets, they don't dare to go out at night." On the other hand, Jiang Bai and his partner got busy too. "Bai, Jiang Yunshu made a call, I might be off work until 7 p.m., can you stay at school for a bit longer?" It seems a little off, left side, left side. Bai responded as he stood in front of the cafeteria display cabinet, directing Wan Hui, the only person over 180 centimeters, to put up the poster. He immediately added, "No problem. I'm not in a hurry." "Alright," Jiang Yunshu said, "I'll hang up then." Bai's dormitory became the base, joined by several close friends, including Xiaanchi, who even pulled 5 Omegas to help out, making it a total of 11 people. The posters were pre-designed and printed, but the banners needed to be made manually by the Omegas. They occupied tables and beds, using markers to write words on blank cards. Both the content of the banners and posters focused solely on us, Beta and Omega. This was Wei Siyu's suggestion: give Beta individuals the feeling that everyone is like cicadas tied to the same string, sharing a common destiny. Let Betas believe that helping Omegas is actually helping themselves because, from a macro perspective, it is indeed the case. As the host, Bai Tang naturally gave up the more suitable table for writing to others and instead propped himself up on his elbows while lying on the bed. Xia Anchi stared at Bai Tang for a while before suddenly pinching his butt hard, causing him to nearly jump in fright. Bai Tang, Xia Anchi grinned like a lecherous old man, "Your butt is so round, hee, the feel is pretty good too, hee." Bai Tang covered his own bottom, utterly embarrassed. "Anchi. You're a girl." Xia Anchi kept grinning, her fingers wiggling grotesquely as she justified herself, "So what if I'm a girl? Girls like us love pinching butts like yours." She intentionally emphasized the words, "you this kind," with extra force. The school playground was bustling at night, filled with people jogging, sitting in circles for team-building activities on the grass, or engaging in club activities. Ever since Bai Tang's Omega little team entered the playground, all eyes were on them. They split into 2 groups, one set up a booth, while the other distributed posters. When Xia Anchi approached a club booth where there happened to be 2 alphas, those alphas immediately wanted to lecture her harshly, assuming authority due to their identity as alphas. However, a couple of sturdy betas quickly stepped in front of Xia Anchi. They calmly glanced at the poster and said, "This is an event for betas and omegas, what business is it of yours alphas?" Xia Anchi hid behind the betas, echoing, "Exactly, exactly." A crowd gathered around their booth. After hearing Xia Anchi's explanation, Bai Tang sighed with relief, "Anchi, next time you can skip the 4 exactlys altogether." After both couples finished their tasks, it was already past 8 o'clock, severely overtime. Jiang Yunshu emerged after taking a shower and saw the dining table cluttered with 2 large stacks of blank white card paper. As the letters had to be written large, Bai Tang could only stand, prop himself up on the table with his elbows, and carefully write down the messages, his soft pajamas clinging to his skin, the bones at the back of his neck slightly protruding. "Bai Tang," Jiang Yunshu pinched that bone gently and spoke, "Are you going to attend the march?" Bai Tang straightened up, looking directly at the alpha across from him, "Of course I am. Omegas don't often get such chances, so definitely I'll go." "But it's dangerous," Jiang Yunshu was not very supportive, "there will be many mixed crowds. I'll be working and won't be able to protect you. Do you remember the beta march last time? The police forcibly suppressed it, and even killed someone." Just after finishing sketching out a banner that read, "Stand up," Bai Tang said, "I know, but if Omegas are afraid and don't even dare to show up for marches, how do we talk about standing up?" Jiang Yunshu fell silent. After some quiet moments, Bai Tang caved and rested his chin on the desk with his hips resting on the edge of the table, supporting himself with his elbows. With just the space of 2 fists between their faces, he looked into the alpha's eyes and softly said, "Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Your concern isn't whether I'm scared, it's whether you're scared, right?" Jiang Yunshu gazed silently at Bai Tang. Omega did not have myopia. This might be because, when he was younger than 18, his family didn't let him buy a phone, and after turning 18, Jiang Yunsu didn't allow him to play either. As a result, both of his eyesight remained at 5.1, making his clear gaze sharp and bright when focused. Jiang Yunshu lowered his eyelashes and replied softly, I'm afraid something bad happens to you. But if you want to go, I won't stop. Before he could finish, Bai Tang said, then I won't go. It's fine. Jiang Yunshu frowned, glancing at the Omega whose face clearly dropped. Can you guarantee your safety? How could anyone guarantee that? Bai Tang could only say he'd try his best to protect himself, but who could predict anything before it happened? He sat back on the chair and quietly confessed, not going, it's impossible to say I wouldn't be disappointed. After all, I've already thought of what slogans we'd shout. But Bai Tang said, you are the most important. There's no one as important as Jiang Angel. Unfortunately, even if Jiang Yunshu begged him, Bai Tang still couldn't go. Truly, no one could predict what hadn't happened yet. 5 days before the march in Zone 2, 3 days before the march in Zone 7, Bai Tang's heat period arrived. When he felt the pheromones uncontrollably surging, he lamented inwardly, afraid of something always brings it closer. Even though he wouldn't be able to attend in person, he could at least serve in logistics. Jiang Yunshu was delayed for over 10 minutes due to some matters at hand. He was slightly out of breath as he ran towards the Omega department while swallowing the contraceptive pill he always kept in his white coat, Dr. Nyen. I've come to get the reproductive cavity detector. 2 weeks prior, Jiang Yunshu had already practiced using the detector skillfully with Dr. Nyen. Simply put, all that was needed was to insert the front end of the device into the reproductive cavity and wait for 3 beep sounds. By the time the alpha successfully entered the isolation room, Bai Tang had been inside the isolation bag for nearly half an hour. The room was kept at a comfortable temperature. A black isolation bag, large enough to fit one person, lay on the bed with its zipper open. The Omega, tormented by heat fever, lacked even the strength to crawl out of the bag, helplessly placing a hand outside it that was burning hot, including the fingertips, which were pinkish red in an attempt to reach cooler air. Jiang Yunshu did not remove the isolation sticker, in fact, he added another one. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed endless urges and released a little pheromone experimentally. Ugh. The Omega immediately began to move frantically, distorting the shape of the isolation bag. Jiang Yunshu grasped that sweaty hand and pulled the Omega out, kissing him tenderly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Bai Tang's entire body was drenched in sweat, his jet black hair sticking to his face. He tightly embraced the Alpha's neck, desperately trying to bury himself in the Alpha's embrace to absorb the pheromones from the Alpha's mouth. His eyes, nose, and lips were all red, clearly having cried many times. The smell of condensed milk was overwhelmingly sweet. Jiang Yunshu felt squeezed but soothingly stroked the Omega's back urgently. As their skins rubbed against fabric, Bai Tang, distressed, tugged at Jiang Yunshu's clothes, softly murmuring, no. Uncomfortable, hurts. Take it off now. Jiang Yunshu kissed the hand that brushed across his face and laid Bai Tang down on the bed to remove his own clothing. But the Omega protested instantly, sobbing as he reached out for comfort, tears spilling onto the sheet. Yunshu. Yunshu. In haste, the Alpha nearly tripped over his pants but still managed to think of that day when the Omega cried over the jelly falling on the ground. Kicking his pants aside, he quickly re-embraced Bai Tang, nudging his nose against the wet lips of the Omega. The scent of condensed milk filled his nostrils, nearly driving Jiang Yunshu mad. His voice was hoarse as his hand slid along the Omega's spine. Beidong, don't be scared, it won't hurt. Quite a while. Bai Tang's face was flushed crimson, his tightly closed eyes shedding physiological tears. He lowered his head, his calves tensed as arms were caught by iron-like hands pulling him backward. There was no escape. The Alpha's voice was gentle yet carried an order-like tone, repeating, baby, good, hurry up. And the Omega was very obedient. The front end of the detector was metal and had been kept in the air-conditioned room. Bai Tang fragilely tilted his neck, weakly resisting, his voice becoming altered. Ah. It's cold. Just bear with it. Jiang Yunshu kneeled by the bed, intensely focusing on the task, breathing heavily, it will be over soon. What seemed simple in Dr. Nyen's instructional video turned out to be challenging in practical application. Bai Tang was almost delirious from heat, wanting to escape but powerless to do so. Even trying to kick earned him only kisses on his feet. After quite some time, the 3 beep sounds finally rang. Jiang Yunshu almost violently placed the detector on the table, then bent down to kiss the Omega who was crying so hard they could hardly produce sound. With his right hand, he aggressively tore off 2 isolation patches from his own gland. For a long while. With a stifled moan, at the same moment, he leaned his head to bite hard onto the Omega's gland. Jiang Yunshu fiercely closed his eyes, finally marking what would forever belong to him. A lifelong mark. Chapter 95, Shall We Talk? In the end, Jiang Yunshu lost all rationality. Over the span of 2 days, the two of them barely slept. When the bedsheet was no longer usable, they used a quilt. When the quilt could no longer be used, they moved to the sofa, repeating this process multiple times. The air was heavy with the pheromones of both the alpha and omega, so much so that even the passing betas began to suspect if they had smelled something unusual. The afterglow lingered for a long time. The alpha's teeth remained tightly clenched, his chest heaving up and down as he breathed heavily in low gasps. The omega's tiny glands were stuffed full of the alpha's pheromones, struggling to accommodate and accept them. Only when Beidong let out a couple of painful moans did Jiang Yunshu snap back to reality. He realized that he'd been pressing his entire weight onto the small figure beneath him. Quickly releasing his bite, he supported himself, leaving behind a strand of silver silk which broke with a soft snap. Then, he bent down to examine the condition of the omega. The omega lay on the bed like a broken rag doll, his cheeks flushed an unnatural red, eyes half closed without focus. His pale body was covered in bruises, especially on his waist and hip bones. The sight was shocking and terrifying. There was a little blood on his chest that had already formed scabs surrounded by tooth marks. The posterior neck gland showed signs of having been bitten countless times, now visibly swollen and red. Jiang Yunshu furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath, reaching out to grab the iodine from the table and disinfecting the injured areas again. The bed sheets needed changing again, but holding this position, he picked up the omega and moved them to a different spot. However, as soon as he moved, Beidong became uncomfortable, merely tightening his brows, without any strength left to lift his hand to encircle the alpha's neck. His whole body was limp, like water. Jiang Yunshu thought that, if it weren't for his support, perhaps Beidong would have fallen right down to an arch. As an alpha, he could clearly sense that the concentration of the omega's pheromones had dropped significantly compared to the beginning, no longer spiraling out of control. Jiang Yunshu pinched the omega's chin gently and shook it a bit, calling softly, Beidong, Beidong's consciousness gradually returned, utterly exhausted. He opened red eyes, glanced at the alpha weakly, unable to bear it any longer before turning his head and falling asleep. Just before sleep overtook him, he muttered hoarsely, Please stop messing with me. Jiang Yunshu chuckled, kissed the omega's forehead, then closed his eyes, murmuring, All right, go to sleep. Beidong woke up because the pheromones inside his body were rushing about violently. In a daze, he took several hurried breaths and realized, almost for the first time truly, just how pleasurable lovemaking could be, completely painless, transcending comfort into pure bliss, blissful enough to make him become addicted to the sensation. Jiang Yunshu's eyes were still closed as he first went to rub the omega's lower back. The pheromones are rising again. Beidong couldn't hold back and, unable to endure, leaned over and bit the alpha's lips. Jiang Yunshu smirked, flipping over and pressing the omega underneath. During their heat cycle, omegas experience immense physical and mental exhaustion. Beidong slumped against the alpha's chest, losing consciousness once more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunshu felt wide awake and energetic. After tidying up slightly, he made a phone call to Zhongqi. Mr. Zhong, has the news been released? Yeah, Zhongqi said cheerfully. It came out this morning. This trending topic isn't going anywhere. It has directly embarrassed the official side. Jiang Yunshu said, Good job. I'll go check it out. The District 2 government first issued a lengthy statement, essentially asking everyone to rationally handle the situation, urging omegas not to harm themselves, advising that any issues can be resolved by seeking help from the government, police, or legal offices. It was practically useless, no substantial measures mentioned. An hour later, 2 topics emerged as hot searches, hashtag finally divorced after suffering abuse for over 3 decades hashtag and hashtag domestic violence is a criminal offense hashtag. Instead of detailing the divorce process, these entries highlighted the 30-plus years spent seeking help in vain. Photos of injuries, injury assessments, and police records were compiled into videos. The video secretly recorded by Jiang Yunshu using a miniature camera was also released online. Screams, yells, and crash sounds interwove together, assaulting the public's eardrums. Finally, the screen turned black, and large white texts appeared. Why should omegas be treated this way? Domestic violence is a crime. Offenders need to be punished. In this alpha-dominant society, domestic violence is a crime, was brought forward for the first time directly and straightforwardly in front of the public. The video of Sue committing suicide in the government building resurfaced, helicopters hovering in the sky while Sue stood on the rooftop for nearly half an hour, publicly accusing the government of not valuing omega lives and exploiting them for show. In the following days, Beidong was able to suppress the pheromones within him and no longer clung to the alpha incessantly. The sheets had been changed several times, looking like preserved vegetable before being tossed aside. The omega was sitting on Jiang Yunshu's lap, held together as they watched the news on the TV in front of them. Zuan and Xia Anqi were walking ahead with placards, most faces familiar from the organization. A group of over 1,000 people shouted slogans so loudly it shook the ears. It was the weekend, and many young people filled Nida Square. Unaware bystanders began to take notice. Members of Group B carried large placards that read in striking red letters, Welcome to join. Members of Group A held stacks of handouts and flyers, handing them out whenever new individuals joined. Dr. Jiang, look. That girl in red at the lower left corner holding the placard, it's one I wrote. Baitang's voice was hoarse. He sat upright and properly against Jiang Yunshu, who refrained from teasing him further. After all, during an Omega's heat cycle, their bodies are highly sensitive, while alpha rationality can easily fade. It would be best for both to rest a bit, otherwise, Baitang wouldn't be able to endure. Jiang Yunshu smiled faintly, placing a kiss behind the Omega's ear, I recognize it. Return our deserved rights. Zhou Chaoyu wore a mask, following Zuoan with cold eyes. His ears hurt slightly from the loudness. Bright sunlight glinted harshly, his white shirt soaked in sweat, sticking uncomfortably to his body. With no outlet for burning anger, it festered into a lump in everyone's chests. Neither the humid heat nor dry weather could dampen their spirits. Their voices grew louder as more joined the tail of the procession. Zhou Chaoyu's legs felt sore, sweat trickled into his eyes, making him close them momentarily. 2 minutes ahead was Daidu Hospital and Daidu University, but he wondered if more would join. Oh. A commotion and cheers erupted ahead. In front of Zhou Chaoyu was a tall beta whose self-respect didn't allow him to stand on tiptoe like Baitang, so he simply tilted his head expressionlessly. So many students. Someone beside him remarked. On Saturday, there was no class, and the entrance to Daidu University was packed with students, noisy and lively. Seeing the protest march approaching, they waved high up in the air and wildly shook their placards. The scene turned chaotic as shouts echoed, "We've waited for you for so long. So hot." People in the march responded enthusiastically by waving back. Zhou Chaoyu heard someone beside him mutter under their breath, "Shit, this is suddenly so moving." At least 4,000 or 5,000 new students joined, filling into the end of the line. They were well prepared, wrapped tightly with sleeve covers, long pants, various hats, and some even wearing beekeeper-like gear, leaving only their eyes exposed. Seeing others distribute placards, they said, "No need, no need." Some Omegas in the school already distributed them. There's also a small stall outside now where you can get them directly. Of course, the government couldn't just let events escalate unchecked. The police stationed a few teams on the street leading to the government building, blocking the protesters with riot shields and physical barriers to prevent their advance. No forceful suppression happened, nothing like last time when guns were used to intimidate, and not even batons were drawn this time. Verbal warnings were given instead. Apparently, the government knew that the situation could no longer be controlled through capital or brute force. Forcing silence onto the populace would only cause further explosions. One student beta exerted all his strength to break through the police barricades but found himself too weak compared to the officers, stumbling backward as he nearly fell. Until someone caught him from behind. While thanking his savior and looking back, he saw a short Omega whose sweat slid down their forehead, giving a bright smile. "Thank you." Zheng Ruyun looked away indifferently, "You're welcome." Jiang Yunshu and Baitang watched. Omegas stuck at home watched. The concentrated breeding centers in Zone 7 watched. Unlike the previous scenario where all Omegas looked dejectedly downward, 3 Omegas who initially showed signs of response lifted their pale faces to gaze unblinking at the television. Beyond them, over a dozen Omegas stared silently at the screen. "Against privilege, I want equality. Begging for fairness in freedom. Excellent alphas don't fear equality." Each slogan written on placards flashed past every Omega's eyes. The blurry pupils of number 137 clearly reflected the words, "Omegas rise up." All right. The beta guard called out. "It's over. Stand up, line up, and return to your rooms." Number 137 slowly rose, silently readying to go, when her hand was suddenly tapped. She looked with surprise to see a woman standing next to her, her hair cut very short. Number 137's eyes moved up slowly to the badge on the woman's chest, 229. A newly arrived Omega who had recently entered, she glanced back again. Only to see number 229 open her mouth, silently and deliberately articulating each word, "Talk. Talk." Chapter 96, Honey, are you okay? After 8 days, Baitang's heat period finally ended. Why was it so short this time? Jiang Yunshu stared at the Omega with a poker face. Baitang ignored him and massaged his waist, saying grimly, "At least this time it was only 8 days." After undergoing a series of checks to confirm that the Omega's pheromones had stabilized, they were allowed to leave the isolation room. Before leaving, however, Jiang Yunshu thoroughly bundled Baitang up. No alpha could tolerate others' eyes wandering over their Omega who has just finished the heat cycle, even for an instant. Baitang quietly allowed the alpha to dress him, since he also clearly knew himself, right now, he wasn't fit to be seen by others. In the mirror, his neck, arms, calves, ankles were covered with dense tooth marks and bruises, and there was an obvious bruise on his cheek. The Omega wore long pants, long socks, had sleeve protectors on, and loosely tied a cooling silk scarf around his neck, which was trying to cover something but made it more noticeable. Seeing the happy look on Alpha's face, Baitang couldn't help pinching the other's waist, asking angrily and resentfully, "How could you suck on my face? It's so ugly." Jiang Yunshu squatted down halfway and stuck 2 band-aids on his face and behind his ears while smiling, "I just gave you a light kiss." "Cheater." The Omega gnashed his teeth in anger, "A kiss can't possibly leave a hickey." Jiang Yunshu's corner of his mouth kept curling up. First, the two went to the Omega department to get the reproductive cavity examination results from Dr. Nian. On the way, Bai Tang argued with a hoarse voice unilaterally. Shu, Jiang Yunshu helplessly covered his mouth, rest your throat. As usual, the Omega department was quiet. Dr. Nian pulled out a sheet of paper and handed it to Bai Tang. There's nothing wrong with the reproductive cavity. It's very healthy. No problems. That's great. Bai Tang exclaimed happily, hurriedly reaching out to take it, but suddenly froze. He saw that on the result form, besides the black and white ultrasound images, there were 6 clear actual photos, as if a mini camera had been placed inside and taken 360-degree shots without any blind spots. Ah! Bai Tang heard his alpha exclaim softly. Jiang Yunshu hugged Bai Tang from behind, placing his hand on the Omega's abdomen. It turned out to be pink. And no. Not true. Bai Tang realized this only then, wide-eyed, quickly hiding the result sheet behind his back so no one could see it anymore. Heat rushed to his head, forgetting completely that the alpha was standing directly behind him. Jiang Yunshu used a bit of force to grab the sheet away, opening it to check carefully. Let me inspect it again. Bai Tang's cheeks flushed red with embarrassment and shame, raising his hand high to try and snatch it back. Don't look anymore. The doctor already said there's nothing wrong. Nothing is wrong. Ah, Dr. Nian supported his cheek, curiously asked, so Dr. Zhang's essential character is actually quite childish. In the end, Bai Tang folded the result sheet into a small square and stuffed it firmly into his pocket. The flush on his face wouldn't fade anytime soon. Hei Tang was being well fed by Jiang Ruanjia. When they got home, they found Hei Tang waiting at the door, excitedly wagging its tail. Everything seemed fine, well, except that Hei Tang looked a little plumper. Bai Tang bent down to pet the dog he hadn't seen for a long time, but halfway through squatting, his action suddenly paused. At the same moment, there was a distinct crack from his hip bone, and he instinctively grabbed his waist. Oof. Dr. Jiang, I twisted my waist, and my thigh hurts too. Please help me. The alpha cooked dinner while both watched the news while eating. It was the 19th today, the first day of the protest in District 13. According to the news report, there were over 50,000 people at the district March 13th. Looking at the packed streets shown on TV, Bai Tang couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Jiang Yunshu said, although District 13 is the largest district, and the march route includes 6 universities, the number of participants still exceeded expectations. A small convertible truck moved slowly. Wei Siyu stood on it, holding a megaphone to lead the crowd chanting slogans. His military demeanor made people naturally trust and follow him. They planned to camp right in front of the government building, but predictably, they encountered police blockades on the way. Comrades! Wei Siyu shouted loudly, stay together. Then, he tapped the roof of the car and ordered sternly, go straight through. The police originally vowed to hold firm, but realizing the vehicle didn't intend to stop, they were forced to move aside. A gap opened, and tens of thousands of people broke through effortlessly. Spending a whole day, the crowd stayed until dark before gradually dispersing. Wei Siyu's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he smoked while leaning against the car door, discussing tomorrow's plan with his team members. The guard, a beta member, nodded toward the direction. That boy has been standing there for almost half an hour. Wei Siyu had noticed him long ago. He arched an eyebrow and turned around upon hearing this, only to see a tall and thin boy standing under the streetlight. The boy tightened his grip on his sling bag when he saw Wei Siyu looking at him, appearing as if he wanted to approach but was too shy. A member whistled. He's here for you. I'll leave since we're done talking. Wei Siyu exhaled a puff of smoke and took steady steps with his military boots over. He stopped and asked, what's the matter? The boy said nervously, I'm from Qingying University, an alpha, 18 years old, just started college, and because I speak too softly and my personality isn't tough enough, alphas have bullied me since childhood, so I came to participate in this event. Wei Siyu, thank you for joining. Seeing Wei Siyu's indifference, the boy hesitated to back off. But in an instant, countless insults flashed through his mind. Cream-using sissy. Too feminine, are you really an alpha? If we take off his pants, he must be an omega. His retreating step froze, and he took a deep breath before shouting, I am. I wanted to ask if we could become friends. Wei Siyu fiddled with his ear, smirked, why so loud? Are my ears deaf now? Sorry. Wei Siyu stood tall, glancing at the boy's crotch, and smiled, sure, but with alpha, I only do it on top. In Zone 2, they were also having a meeting. Zuoan held the statistics provided by Bai Tang, based solely on media-reported data. Compared to the previous 2 weeks, the number of Omega deaths this week has decreased, but it is still 3 times higher than before the outbreak. Zone 13 is the worst affected. Also, Zones 4 and 5, which haven't been in contact with us, had protests break out yesterday and today. In Zone 7, a second demonstration erupted without Xiao Zhuang's knowledge, causing the death of 3 alphas. Xiang Yang reported, yesterday, 2 Omegas who were marked for life and married ran to our bureau, begging us to help them divorce, saying they had the courage to escape after watching Ms. Zhang's news. Feng Mingyi asked, and now, where are they? Following orders from above, Xiang Yang said, they have been isolated and protected first. Zhou Chaoyu twitched the corner of his mouth. After all, we can't afford to lose more of the already scarce omegas. Xiang Yang nodded. Also, I've seen many people write on their own banners, we don't want to become the second Ms. Jiang. But in reality, society already had countless second Ms. Jiangs. So far, no significant changes have occurred, Feng Mingyi concluded, everything proceeds according to plan. We must aim the criticism directly at the centralized breeding centers. They all agreed one by one. Before dispersing, Suan recalled, I remember before the meeting, we asked a question, what is your goal for joining the organization? Half of the people answered overthrowing the centralized breeding centers. Everyone laughed understandingly. Someone vowed confidently, although it's difficult, I will have children, and my children will also have children. Maybe we won't witness that day, but they definitely will. When they returned to the building below their home, the couple felt somewhat tired, especially by Tang, who had stiffened his neck sitting on a hard bench for an hour and a half. His lower back hurt constantly. The Omega truly looked very uncomfortable, so Jiang Yunshu asked, shall I carry you upstairs? At night, Bai Tang's eyes sparkled for a moment. He immediately responded, all right. Jiang Yunshu knelt down on one knee in front of him. The Alpha's back was broad and strong, his white shirt slightly illuminated by moonlight. Bai Tang paused, suddenly feeling a little dazed. This action. It seemed Jiang Yunshu had also done something similar when courting him, but he didn't quite remember it clearly. It was almost 3 years since Jiang Yunshu came to this world and almost 3 years since he escaped from that hellish life. At first, he always suspected it was a dream. He was afraid to sleep, and he feared waking up, fearing that once the dream ended, he would wake up again. He often thought that among so many Omegas in this world, why did such an angelic figure come to him? Was it a dream? Right? Until recently, he was still often afraid, fearing inexplicable diseases, unpredictable accidents, larger-than-life unnatural phenomena, or even small things like uneven bricks on the road. He feared anything that might possibly separate Jiang Yunshu from him. Confused about the prolonged waiting, Jiang Yunshu slightly tilted his head, what's wrong? Bai Tang smiled, I'm coming. Then he jumped onto the Alpha. Jiang Yunshu staggered a bit but quickly stabilized himself, lifting the Omega onto his back and adjusted his position comfortably. Bai Tang's chin rested on Jiang Yunshu's neck, and the Alpha's warmth continuously reached his heart. But now, he was no longer very afraid. Because he was obedient, because he trusted Jiang Yunshu so much, Bai Tang believed that Jiang Yunshu would definitely hold him firmly, just as he believed in Jiang Yunshu's promise, don't be afraid, I want to live 100 years with you too. Jiang Yunshu plopped down onto the sofa, set Bai Tang down, and patted him, saying, go take a shower. So tired. Let me lie here for a while, Bai Tang slumped over, or, can you help me wash up, Dr. Jiang? I really don't want to move. Why haven't they invented an automatic washing machine, or even an automatic hair washer yet? You could just lie in there and get cleaned. After doing everything already, Bai Tang was truly not embarrassed anymore. Jiang Yunshu glanced at his backside, sure, if you want something unexpected to happen. Bai Tang's waist instantly felt weak, and his butt started to hurt. He pitifully muttered, 10 minutes, I'll go after lying down for 10 minutes. But an accident still occurred when, after the lights were turned off, the two couldn't resist starting to kiss affectionately. And while kissing, Bai Tang's hand accidentally touched a certain spot due to temptation. Ouch! Bai Tang lamented with a face of woe, I said it before. It wasn't me. It was my hand. Angel, Jiang Angel. Bai Tang's tears fell, let me rest. Ah. Jiang Yunshu inserted 4 fingers into the Omega's soft hair, pulling it slightly backwards, at this moment, stop calling me that name. Bai Tang asked brokenly, then, what should I call? Ah. Jiang Yunshu said plainly, no need to call out. Just know that it's me. Anyway, shouting won't make any difference. Husband. Bai Tang whimpered softly, shaking his head helplessly, husband, can you stop? My waist hurts. Wah. Chapter 97, The Sun. Breeding Center Zone 7. Line up, the Beta guard shouted, herding them like sheep. Back to your rooms. 47, stand up. What are you dragging for? Taking advantage of the chaos, 229 queued behind 137. The two quickly exchanged something behind their backs. Expressionless, 137 pinned the chest card labeled 203 onto her clothes to verify her identity. 199, 203, 214, 229, go inside. The 4 entered the room in silence as the guard slammed the door shut behind them. At 10 a.m., the first room inspection began. The Beta guard yawned and only glanced through briefly, clearly having no intention to enter. These were all Omegas incapable of putting up a fight after all, so what trouble could they cause? Clang! A sudden noise shattered the quiet, sounding particularly jarring. The guard pulled out his baton, striding over confidently. What's going on? What is it? Through the window of room 063, he saw an Omega writhing on the ground, face flushed with apparent pain, occasionally letting out faint moans. The shelf that held daily necessities was toppled aside while the other three omegas appeared oblivious, hugging their knees and staring blankly off into different directions. The guard immediately understood as he unlocked the door and entered. The omega was in heat. 137, or now 203, was wildly releasing pheromones. Her institutional gown had been twisted upwards during her thrashing, revealing her pale waist. The guard crouched beside her, feeling an uncontrollable itch. According to procedure, he should have taken the heat omega to the isolation chamber and then informed the assigned alpha to come over. But instead, he directly ripped off 203's pants, ready to take her without anyone noticing, as this had always been his way. After all, how many opportunities would a lifelong beta ever get to claim so many omegas? He hoisted 203's leg, unzipped his pants, and started moving when suddenly. A muffled groan. 229 instantly erupted, tightening a towel around the guard's neck. 203 immediately abandoned her earlier demeanor, getting up to forcefully cover the guard's mouth and nose. 199 and 214 seized each of the guard's limbs. The four gritted their teeth, their beautiful faces contorted from exertion, breathing heavily. It took full 8 minutes before the desperately struggling guard finally fell silent. However, they didn't dare let go, maintaining their grip just in case. After an unknown amount of time, 229 collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Trembling hands characterized 203 who, upon realizing the man was truly dead, involuntarily burst into tears. The other two remained cornered, covering their mouths to suppress their sobs. They had killed someone. It's all right, don't worry, 229 spoke shakily, trying to smile despite the trembling of his lips, yet the expression turned uglier than crying. Life in hell will be better than this one. My goodness, Xia, and she marveled, tapping at her screen with her fingers, teasing, no, your alpha must really be aggressive. Beidong tilted his neck, exposing a hickey to allow Xia Anchi to apply some concealer. He pressed his lips together, slightly shy. I've already restrained him. Still, last night after calling him husband and begging for mercy, Jiang Yunshu had mercifully only done it once, though that one session had lasted so long Beidong almost felt despair. Upon hearing this, Xia Anchi's expression transformed into something akin to strange amusement, looking at Beidong like a doting mother. I see, it's you who indulge him excessively. No. Beidong defended his alpha, he knows his limits. Saying that, he also massaged his sore lower back. Meanwhile, the central character mentioned by the two omegas, Jiang Yunshu, was currently putting on sterile gloves. Today, he was set to perform a surgery independently while his mentor assisted him. Yunshu, the head doctor chuckled, you seem exceptionally cheerful today. Jiang Yunshu smiled gently. Am I? The director adjusted the hook to enhance visibility. I've recommended you to the dean. Following along the spine, carefully separating muscles, Jiang Yunshu hadn't planned to climb the ranks step by step, waiting every 5 years. Being recommended was part of his strategy. If anything unexpected happened, he wouldn't hesitate to resort to Lin Bajo's influence as well. He laughed lightly, thank you, mentor. Work hard, the director said, aim to become attending during your first year of doctoral studies. After work, Jiang Yunshu waited outside the hospital entrance. Pulling out his phone, he sent a message, where are you? It came back almost instantly, hey, look at my bracelet. Jiang Yunshu chuckled, tell me where you are. Beidong replied again, you figure it out yourself. Hey Dr. Jiang, a passing nurse asked curiously, did something good happen? You seem really happy. Unaware of the smile on his own face, Jiang Yunshu automatically softened it a little. Nothing special, just exhausted from work. After a few words exchanged, the nurse left. Jiang Yunshu lowered his head to unlock his phone once more. Baby, Dr. Jiang. Baby, Dr. Jiang. Are you mad? Baby, Karmapa expresses shock.jpg. Baby, I'll be there soon, just around the corner on Jiqing Road. Baby, pay attention to me, Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jiang. Just as Jiang Yunshu was about to type a reply, he caught sight of the driver's car pulling up right in front of the hospital entrance, and then an omega with a familiar build stepped out. He typed, not mad, just chatted with a nurse for a while. Walk slowly and watch your step. Beidong didn't check his phone, but from afar, he had already noticed the alpha's figure. He smiled brightly, waving and jogging over. The omega had been to a trial lecture today, so he was dressed formally, a short-sleeved white shirt on top, black dress pants below, showcasing an excellent physique that shone under the light. However, the black pants were not of the stiff kind usually associated with him, they revealed a bit of design flair instead. Once again, Jiang Yunshu felt how old he was compared to the omega, truly feeling like an old ox grazing on young grass. Dr. Jiang. Beidong immediately grabbed the alpha's arm and looked up at him with a smile. Jiang Yunshu said, not mad. I know, Beidong handed a box of mochi to the alpha, you won't get upset over those things. The mochi was bought at a cake shop next to Feng Qi. After Jiang Yunshu once ate 3 when hungry and said they were delicious, Beidong always brought some snacks back whenever he went out. Don't eat too much, Beidong said, just enough to fill your stomach, then we'll have dinner when we get home. Taking advantage of the elevator ride, Jiang Yunshu quickly stuffed 2 pieces into his mouth. As soon as they entered the door and sat down, Shenting said, "Dr. Jiang, you seem to be in a good mood." Jiang Yunshu helplessly smiled, "3 people have said that to me today. In fact, my mood has indeed been very pleasant recently." "Anything special happened?" Shenting also smiled, "Can you tell me?" Jiang Yunshu thought for a moment, "Nothing much, just a feeling that everything is getting better, and this state makes me very relaxed." "How's your sleep quality been recently?" Jiang Yunshu answered, "I turn off the lights at 11, and fall asleep around midnight. Without sleeping pills, Beidong had put in quite a bit of effort for aiding sleep. Every night, he made some sleep-inducing sweets. Over the course of several months, it managed to make Jiang Yunshu gain 10 pounds. At the latter's strong insistence, Beidong switched to artificial sweeteners, adding only a little each time. Apart from dietary therapy, there was also physical therapy. One involved tiring out Beidong, like massages or reading political books, and another involved tiring out Jiang Yunshu, like when Beidong would feel sore in his mouth and thighs. In the end, it was still Beidong who got tired the most. After the heat period ended, there came a third method, cough cough, you understand what I mean, but recent results showed that Beidong was still the one who got most exhausted. Naturally, the last method was the most effective, getting into bed at 10 p.m. and falling asleep within half an hour afterward. But poor Omega couldn't keep up every day. Shenting nodded knowingly and asked again, "Do you still frequently experience anxiety?" "There will be moments of it, but not often, mainly because I've been busy lately," Jiang Yunshu answered. "I'm applying for my PhD, preparing papers for publication, work, and exams." "Good, understanding the basic situation," Shenting smiled, "let's start our communication today." While watching the serious conversation between the alpha, Beidong gradually got drawn in, completely immersed. His eyes grew bright and pitch black. An hour and a half passed by in the blink of an eye. Beidong blinked and snapped back to reality. He thought that someone like Jiang Yunshu might have been born to attract others, so he needed to become more outstanding too. After all, to stay by the side of the sun, one either needs to shine brighter or possess highlights, to be able to hold on to the sun. Jiang Yunshu took the Omega's hand and occasionally caressed the scar on the left wrist with his thumb. How could he not feel the burning gaze of Beidong? Even Shenting had found it hard to ignore and glanced at the Omega a few times. He smiled slightly. But in fact, he was also afraid that one day, this little guy's gaze would shift away from him. "Dr. Jiang," Beidong took a bite of the mochi and asked, "Is the documentary supposed to start shooting on Saturday?" Jiang Yunshu leaned over and nibbled the remaining half. Beidong didn't mind, lowering his eyelashes. "I feel so sorry for those Omegas being interviewed, especially Ming Lin's sister. Out of so many people in Star 2, the number of Omegas who managed to escape from the breeding centers can't even reach 10. Jiang Yunshu gripped his hand tighter, asking, "Ming Lin's sister?" "That's the wife of Secretary Feng. During our conversations, she told me her name." Beidong picked another mochi from the box and popped it into the alpha's mouth, continuing, "You have to recall every detail of the fear and shadows, break them down and digest them yourself, then lay them all out in the open. I know exactly how that feels. But it has to be done for the future." Beidong managed a smile, "They're so brave." Chapter 98, Mutual Dependence. Outside, the sky turned dark, then lit up again, and then dark once more. In a dead silence, the door of room 063 opened from the inside out. The rusted iron door creaked as it swung open, releasing 4 heavy scents of Omega pheromones that masked the smells of blood and decay. Stepping out with pale feet was 229. Throughout history, Omegas have been labeled as fragile, docile, and submissive. No one believed an Omega could harbor thoughts of rebellion. Hence, even though the breeding center housed 237 Omegas, there were only a meager 8 guards, partly because fewer people knowing about what happened inside was better. In the bathroom of room 063, 4 bodies were piled up. 229 walked to room 059 and used the key snatched from a guard to unlock the door. It was now 2:04 a.m. However, at this moment, the 4 Omegas inside were not asleep but sat silently on the floor, as if waiting for something. Beside them lay a guard's corpse, pierced full of holes by shards of porcelain. 229 recognized him. It was the guard who always beat them. "Is the monitor room guard dead too?" asked 229. They nodded slowly and stood up. 187 replied, "All gone. All the monitors are off too." Now in the entire Zone 7 breeding center, only the Omegas remained. 199 stood quietly outside the door. Barefoot, despite being summer, they still felt cold chills creeping from their soles into their hearts. Liberation was finally here, what she had hoped for day and night, but why did it feel so burdensome now? The moonlight outside the window was gloomy. 229 ordered them to open all 63 rooms one by one while she herself carried a bundle of keys and walked toward the solitary confinement chambers. Solitary confinement was meant for those Omegas attempting suicide or pregnant ones trying to harm their unborn children. 229 twisted the lock, click. Immediately, an Omega with a noticeably rounded belly looked up in terror. Her limbs were bound to the bed with restraints. Urination and defecation would be handled through specialized pipes, and her meals were overseen by caretakers. In the dim environment, only occasional beams of sunlight seeping through tiny cracks on the wall could be seen. If not for 229's arrival, she would have stayed like this until the suicidal urges subsided and until she delivered her child. This was 235, an Omega who had just arrived and become pregnant shortly after. 229 unlocked 6 solitary confinement cells. Inside each, without exception, were newer Omegas. However, 3 among them showed no reaction whatsoever. Stuck in these small rooms day after day, oblivious to the passage of time, cut off from the world, their minds had deteriorated into madness. Awoken from sleep, they all obediently gathered in the cafeteria where they normally watched news. Listen to me. 229 slapped the iron table hard several times before stepping onto it. Her voice echoed through the vast empty space. I'm going to burn this cursed place to ashes. Omegas looked up at her, their faces filled with confusion, astonishment, or resignation. The main gate is already open, 229 announced. If any of you want to leave, do so now. But no one moved. 229 slammed the table repeatedly and shouted, if you stay, you will die. I'll set fire to this place. Burn everything. Some Omegas pondered her words. Understanding the meaning, they simply lowered their heads resignedly. A tense silence followed. Still, no one moved, not a single step forward. Seeing 229 about to slam the table in rage, an Omega spoke up faintly, is there anywhere to go? Yes, where could they go? Their current health was so poor that even a fever could take them to the brink of death. Outside, could they survive? Would the government allow escaped Omegas to roam free? 229 stopped, gritting her teeth with frustration. She jumped down, went silent, and began moving room by room, frantically throwing bedding and anything flammable onto the first floor. 203 spread gasoline obtained from the tool room in every corner, while 199 and others helped. When everything was done, the clangs and bangs suddenly ceased, making the atmosphere even more deadly quiet. No one spoke, and still, no one left. 229 clenched the lighter in her hand tightly, her mouth opening and closing but emitting no sound. Suddenly, a sob broke the silence. An Omega collapsed into uncontrollable crying, tears streaming down his face, his voice hoarse, I'm sorry. I want to leave. My parents loved me so much, they never gave up searching for me. Sorry, I still want to see them. Go, said 229. This episode ended. Another silent 10 minutes passed. Although some cried, none walked out. 229 opened her palm and handed the lighter to 203, who silently took it. Friends, 229 cracked a smile, after I kill a beast, I'll come find you. After finishing her sentence, she walked away without looking back. At the moment she was about to step out of the door, 203 called her name, hey. 229 turned around and saw that 203's eyes were red. The latter asked, can I ask your name? Miu Shuang, 229 paused, gazing at her, my name is Miu Shuang. 203 smiled too, I'm Guing. Alright, Miu Shuang suppressed her trembling breaths, see you later. She wanted to walk out calmly, but her steps grew more hurried, almost tripping over herself, with heavy breathing surrounding her eardrums. In the end, she almost ran. The moment Miu Shuang ran out of the iron gate of the concentration breeding center, she looked back and saw the prison behind her brighter than ever. An Omega sat in the corner hugging his knees, a streak of bright flame quickly advanced towards him along the gasoline trail, yet he closed his eyes peacefully. Fiery flames roared, thick smoke rolled, almost illuminating the entire night. At dawn, when this fire was discovered, it was already too late to save. This place, burying so many souls and blood, burned for 2 hours and 37 minutes. Accompanied by ashes, it vanished. In Fengshi Memorial Hall, Bai Tang and all the teachers and students stood silently. They bowed their heads, with heavy sorrowful expressions. They were observing silence in mourning for the Omegas who died last night at Zone 7 Breeding Center. Today was Monday, and usually the resolute Shirmuching during ideology class was now silent. After a while, he said wearily, dismissed. Bai Tang struggled to suppress the lump in his throat. He knew perhaps Principal Shi was thinking about his wife. This class ended just 5 minutes after it began. The students stood there for a while, then quietly dispersed. Bai Tang also left the memorial hall, stood outside, looked up, and stared unwaveringly at the sky. Calming down for quite a while, he finally collected himself and returned to the office. As he went upstairs, he passed by classrooms where 5 classes were already full of students who had started studying on their own. Around 6 teachers in the office each had several circles of people around them. Bai Tang took a deep breath, approached his desk, and barely sat down when a student came up. Teacher, can I ask you a question? Mr. Wang sighed. The student's voice cracked as they continued, there are too many people waiting, time is very tight, I need to study fast. Upon hearing the student's choked up tone, Bai Tang's tears that he just barely managed to hold back threatened to fall again. He fixed his wide open eyes and held back, alright, which problem? Let me take a look. Bai Tang forced himself to calm down and focus on reading the questions. He had reviewed this test paper just yesterday. He exhaled and said, privately owned enterprises increase overseas investment efforts, participating in international mergers and acquisitions, widening the economic development space of enterprises and enhancing the international business level of enterprises, therefore option 1 is correct. However, increasing overseas investment efforts will not play to the advantages of China's labor resources, instead it will only. After helping one student, Bai Tang looked up to see 3 or 4 students suddenly gathering around him before he could react, another student placing their test paper in front of him. Teacher, I don't understand this question. It says it's an enlightenment type question, but why does the answer? Jiang Yunshu wearing a surgical gown entered the operating room with hands held horizontally. The hospital had just received 13 injured alpha patients, 1 Omega at the train station stabbed 13 people. With insufficient personnel in the emergency department, they were notified to assist. The normally light-hearted operating room was eerily quiet now, the atmosphere heavy. The patient presented symptoms of hemorrhagic shock. Judging from the wound location and blood loss, they suspected a ruptured abdominal aorta caused by external trauma. Jiang Yunshu witnessed blood gushing out uncontrollably. The fire was fierce last night. Zone 7 concentration breeding center was burned to only a frame, leaving its inhabitants reduced to ashes. Society erupted into chaos, filled with protests, demonstrations, arguments, and taking advantage of the turmoil to pillage and destroy. The artist's work, They Are Always By Your Side, reappeared on the trending list. At 8 p.m., Bai Tang waited for the alpha in Fengqi. The moment Jiang Yunshu closed the door, an Omega rushed toward him and leaned against the car door. Bai Tang tightly buried himself in the alpha's neck area, the latter instinctively embracing and pressing his cheek against the Omega's head. Neither of them spoke. They simply leaned on each other, inhaling each other's pheromones, their heavy breaths brushing against each other's bodies. They knew that their loved ones were both having a hard time at this moment. One was an Omega who had suffered abuse, and the other was a doctor devoted to saving lives. They were flesh and blood with empathy, they were human. After a day of accumulated emotions, Jiang Yunshu's tense spirit finally relaxed upon catching the familiar scent. Yunshu, Bai Tang rubbed his hands on the alpha's back with strength, I don't feel like cooking. Shall we order takeout? Jiang Yunshu bent down, kissed the slightly dry lips of the Omega, and tasted more condensed milk flavor as he wanted, alright, I want a cream puff. Bai Tang said, coincidentally, I asked the boss today to hold on to some cream puffs and milfuilus for us. The two held hands and went to the cake shop opposite the school to pick up their desserts. Bai Tang scrolled through his phone and asked, Dr. Jiang, what would you like to eat? Jiang Yunshu stuffed a whole cream puff into his mouth, something spicy. Bai Tang blinked, me. Even though as a surgeon, Jiang Yunshu often heard lewd remarks until it grated on his nerves, he assured himself that he hadn't teased Bai Tang with innuendo, nor did he truly eat him. Instead, he very seriously ordered a spicy stir-fry with numbing and tangy flavors. Tonight, the two of them were practically conjoined twins, excessively fond of physical touch, skin against skin. From eating dinner to showering to going to bed, every single moment they clung together, depending on each other completely. Without any work responsibilities, they went to bed early, but just occasionally kissed, hugged, and used their lips to caress each other's cheeks and ears. Bai Tang sighed, I felt so flustered answering students' questions earlier, and now in hindsight, I think I could have done better. This situation was already discussed during dinner by Bai Tang and the Alpha. At the moment, they chatted intermittently while relaxing. Jiang Yunshu nibbled on the Omega's burning earlobe, thought for a moment, and then whispered softly, I participated in 4 surgeries today, and 1 patient died right on the operating table. I originally didn't want to tell you because I feared making you even sadder, but I also think, maybe you prefer if I share it. In Jiang Yunshu's 10-year medical career, there have been many such instances. The first time, when he was 23, he was only an observer, but after leaving the operating room, he lost control of his emotions and cried, he thought it was terrible. Later on, he gradually came to terms with it. But acceptance does not mean resolution. Every life that flickered and faded before his eyes left a feeling he would never adapt to. And over these 10 years, this suffocating sensation he always silently digested alone. He wasn't sure if he processed it well, but at least he managed to process it. Jiang Yunshu didn't want the Omega to hear all this, Bai Tang had endured enough pain already, and he only wanted him to be happy. But Bai Tang once seriously told him, if my lover only shares good news with me and remains silent about bad news, I won't be happy. I'll only feel abandoned. Taking the first step made the following 99 steps much easier. The Alpha continued, I feel so distressed, uncomfortable. I should probably be used to this kind of emotion, but, it seems I haven't. Bai Tang listened quietly, letting the Alpha bathe in his pheromones. Hearing Jiang Yunshu's confession, Bai Tang felt surprised yet somewhat at a loss. He wasn't sure how to comfort Jiang Yunshu best, and he was afraid that saying the wrong thing might bring up the Alpha's painful memories. So, he could only hold the tall Alpha even tighter, kissing his eyelids repeatedly and firmly. Fortunately, Jiang Yunshu adored this embrace and kisses deeply. Chapter 99, A Lot of Rewards. In the morning, the alarm clock rang on time. The two people entwined steadily on the bed moved simultaneously. Jiang Yunshu, with his long fingers, groggily tapped at the screen a few times before burying his face back into the Omega's chest. It might scare everyone to death, but the Jiang Yunshu who once could never go back to sleep and would jump up immediately when the alarm went off, a week ago turned off the alarm with one hand and went back to sleep hugging Beidong, causing them both to be late, further damaging their already not-so-rich salary. Since that day, Beidong was forced to wake up promptly. He still had his eyes closed while 4 fingers were inserted into the alpha's hair, giving a gentle tug. "Dr. Jiang, get up." Jiang Yunshu yawned, struggling to sit up from the Omega's embrace, then bent down to kiss Beidong's cheek and said, "I'll go freshen up." Beidong took a breath and sat up in one go. His body, which wasn't fully awake yet, felt weak, swaying a bit before sitting steadily. Now, the alpha has also cultivated in him the habit of drinking a sip of water first thing after getting up. He shuffles to the kitchen in slippers to see if the porridge is ready. After Jiang Yunshu got dressed and came out, he saw this scene, Omega yawning with an open mouth while closing his eyes and stirring the porridge. After thinking suspiciously for a few seconds, he asked, "Beidong, what are you doing here?" Beidong was confused by the question. It's Saturday today," Jiang Yunshu said, "you don't have class." "Oh." Beidong looked blankly as another yawn overcame him while suppressing his drowsiness. "I forgot." "It doesn't matter, I'll sleep after you finish breakfast." Before leaving, Omega tiptoed and kissed Alpha on the lips. "I'll bring lunch to you at noon." "Good." Jiang Yunshu pressed on Beidong's back of the head, swept around inside the latter's mouth. "Tell me before you leave." "Okay." But after the Alpha left, Beidong fell back onto the bed, lost all intention of sleeping. He buried his face in Jiang Yunshu's pillow, took a deep breath. The Alpha's smell filled his nose tip. His body heated up, uncontrollably rubbing against it, allowing his entire body to be soaked in the Alpha's pheromones. He couldn't resist stealing a nibble at the fabric, then blushed red upon realizing what he did. It reminded of a pervert. So, Beidong kept criticizing himself but couldn't help smelling again. A few minutes later, more shocking thing happened. He gradually became aware of the abnormal flutter in himself. Beidong stared with unbelieving eyes, not daring to move for a half day, pretending nothing happened. After enduring for a while, he shamefully bit the innocent pillow and fatefully reached his hand into his pants. In the afternoon, he received a call from Mr. Wang asking if he was available in the afternoon to clean the file room together and teach him some lecturing experiences. Feeling honored, Beidong agreed instantly. He packed the food into a 4-tier lunchbox and then attached a small envelope on the lunchbox before heading out. Jiang Yunshu got his meal in the nurse's duty room and was immediately drawn to the envelope. He gently tore off the transparent tape. Inside the envelope, there was a small card. He opened it and read neat characters, "Dr. Jiang must eat well. Finish all the soup too. Love you." Jiang Yunshu couldn't help laughing. Lin Bazho suddenly appeared, sticking his head out. "What's so funny?" "Let me." Jiang Yunshu closed it instantly and expressionlessly put the card back into the envelope and placed it in his lab coat pocket. Tisk, Lin Bazho was quite annoyed, pretending "Do you think having your corners down isn't laughing? Your eyes are almost bent." Hearing this, Jiang Yunshu straightened his gaze, acting as if he didn't hear anything. "All right," Lin Bazho said, "I won't eat with you today either. My mom's back, I'm going to find her." Jiang Yunshu nodded. "Good." Thanks to Beidong, he felt extremely energetic all afternoon, becoming increasingly enthusiastic about writing medical records. When punching out at the end of the shift, Jiang Yunshu received a message from the Omega, saying that it might take until 8 p.m. tonight to get home, asking him to take care of dinner. Jiang Yunshu replied, "Good, let me know when you're done. I'll pick you up." With a beep, the punch-out succeeded, accompanied by a click of his shoe heel. Looking back, he saw Lin Bazho and invited casually, "Dr. Lin. Want to have dinner together?" "Sorry, no can do," Lin Bazho looked distracted. "I need to buy some peach soda." Jiang Yunshu smiled helplessly, "Is there any soda you love so much? Several times when we're supposed to eat together, you go buy peach soda." Lin Bazho also chuckled, "Well, drank it since childhood, addicted now." He drove to the small convenience store and confidently walked behind the shelves, picking up a bottle. "Boss, I'll take this." The last time he directly bought all the peach soda in stock and prepaid for an entire year's supply, assuring the boss he could restock with confidence. As Lin Bazho was about to step out of the shop, he hesitated and eventually asked, "Boss, has that other boy come to buy anything recently?" The boss waved his hand dismissively, "Nah. He won't be back, that's how customers are." Lin Bazho fell silent, his fingers twitching slightly as he stood there for a moment before going back to grab another bottle, placing it in the car. Leaning his head against the car window, he stared blankly at it for a while, finally making up his mind and stepping on the gas pedal. The surrounding houses gradually became shorter and more dilapidated, the roads narrower. Puddles and garbage filled the ground, and the sound of hawking became clearer as people carrying fresh vegetables and meat passed by his car. Lin Bazho propped both hands on the steering wheel, turned his head, and gazed absent-mindedly at the bottle of peach soda. At noon today, he had lunch with his mom who just returned from Star 2. Their conversation quickly devolved into an argument, each dredging up the darkest secrets of the other's past. After several hundred rounds of bickering, his mom sat cross-legged, chewing on pork knuckle when she suddenly said something offhandedly that left him deep in thought. "Actually, you're not that naughty." Like in your third year of junior high, weren't you saving a kid at your dad's hospital? Knock knock, young man. Lin Bazho snapped back to reality. He rolled down the window to see an old man saying, young man, your car is blocking the way. I'll need to transport stuff out of this intersection soon. Sorry, Lin Bazho saw the big cart behind the man and immediately reversed the car, clearing the road. At this point, Lin Bazho noticed with his peripheral vision an unfamiliar figure on the old residential building that he hadn't seen in a long time. The last encounter was when Zheng Ruyan had called him out. Lin Bazho's first instinct was to suddenly duck down, freezing for a few seconds before pretending to act calmly as he straightened up, forgetting the one-way privacy film on the car windows. He saw Zheng Ruyan carrying 3 boxes and placing them on a cart before going upstairs again. Soon after, he carried down another 3 boxes repeatedly. Lin Bazho counted, 2, 4, 6. A total of 18 boxes. What was in them, so many? Then the old man opened the boxes one by one, as if checking if anything was missing. Lin Bazho instantly saw, neatly arranged in the box, were 18 cases of empty peach soda bottles, their pale pink glass bodies intact. Zheng Ruyan stared at the 17.4 yuan handed over by the old man but made no move to accept it. 8 years, 18 cases, 532 bottles, only worth 17.4 yuan. He sarcastically curled the corner of his mouth. Well, it's all in the past now, isn't it? It's been agreed upon already, right? Time to let go. Forget it. He extended his hand. Why are you selling them? Came a sudden voice from behind. Zheng Ruyan sharply turned around and instinctively blocked the bottles of peach soda, not wanting the other person to see. The other party repeated, why are you selling them? Before Zheng Ruyan's sluggish brain could come up with an excuse, the other asked again, why don't you buy peach soda anymore? Beitong excitedly jogged out of the school gate and jumped onto the car, his excitement showing, Dr. Jiang. Teacher Wang taught me so much today. Really? Jiang Yunshu smiled, fasten your seatbelt. Okay. Just as Beitong was about to tell him what happened today, the alpha interrupted him. Jiang Yunshu handed something over, you take it first, I'll drive. Out of reflex, Beitong took it and looked closely. There in his palm lay a little grass with its roots still attached, dirt clinging to the root system. He squinted and counted the leaves. A 4-leaf clover. This was his first time seeing one. Jiang Yunshu said, I looked down while waiting for you at the school gate and spotted it. Very lucky. Beitong looked at him in surprise. The streetlight flashed briefly across the alpha's face. Jiang Yunshu laughed and continued, now pass this luck to my Omega. At that very moment, Beitong felt his heart tremble as if hit by something. He stared unblinkingly at the alpha, feeling a slight sting in his nose. Okay. What's wrong? Jiang Yunshu helplessly chuckled, why are you crying now? Not. Beitong was crying tears of joy, I held it back. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. I'm really, really happy. Jiang Yunshu kept his eyes on the road ahead, rubbing his Omega's cheek with his knuckles. On the way home, Beitong cupped his hands together like holding a precious treasure, lifting it carefully. When they entered the house and got knocked by Haitong pouncing, his back bumped into the alpha's chest. Even almost falling didn't make him forget to protect the fragile 4-leaf clover in his hands. Then Haitong was lifted by the forelimbs by Jiang Yunshu for a lesson, the master can no longer bear your weight, so don't pounce like this anymore. It's good that I was behind you, otherwise, falling down and bumping into something could easily cause an accident. Haitong seemed like Wukong under Tang Sanzang's spell, his tail stopped wagging, his ears drooped, his doggy face frowned, and he couldn't break free. He stared at another owner who squatted beside him taking videos, laughing till his stomach hurt. After the alpha had finished his shower, he prepared in the study for his PhD thesis and exams. Beitong didn't disturb him but quietly took a small shovel to the garden instead. On his way out for some water, Jiang Yunshu heard the water dripping in the bathroom and turned to the kitchen. The first thing that caught his eyes were 2 extra pots of green plants on the windowsill. Placed on the left was a small flower pot with that 4-leaf clover planted right in the center, supported by a small pebble propping up its droopy stem. On the right was the squat-mouthed flower pot usually used for daffodils, but now it was full of 3-leaf clovers, their wet leaves dripping water onto the damp soil. Jiang Yunshu noticed a piece of paper pressed beneath the flower pot. As if realizing something, his heart pounded rhythmically against his chest. Carefully, he pulled it out, unfolded it, and there, familiar handwriting read, "Give all happiness to my alpha." At that moment, Jiang Yunshu's eyes welled up, almost bringing tears. The warm currents in his heart felt nearly overflowing. He took several deep breaths to stabilize his tear ducts that had become more active since meeting Beitong. With his fingertips, he kept brushing over those words. Wasn't there anything better than an unintentional act being deeply cherished by the other, who even responded with even greater love? Chapter 100, Good morning, Dr. Jiang. Knock knock. Complete silence. Knock knock. Pale Knuckles knocked on the wooden door again. Who is it? Finally, a drunken shout came from inside the door. A moment later, an alpha opened the door. However, his expression turned extremely terrified upon seeing the person in front of him, as if he had seen a ghost come to claim his life. The next second, phew, the sound of a blade entering flesh, blood splashed out. Yushuang stood emotionlessly outside the door, her face illuminated by the fluorescent light behind her, appearing both beautiful and terrifying with the blood staining it. She pulled out the fruit knife and without hesitation stabbed again, then hooked the door with her foot, closing it. Successive cries of pain echoed inside the room, gradually weakening. Half an hour later, Yushuang walked out in a clean set of clothes. Click, the motion-sensitive light went off. In front of the District 7 government building, there was an artificial lake. Since 2 suicides occurred in front of the government building in District 2, it seemed like a signal, and similar incidents happened one after another in other districts. Therefore, security guards were now stationed at these locations. Yushuang didn't break through, instead, she sat on a bench by the lake for a while. The sunlight made her feel warm all over. Then she stood up, still using the same knife, cleanly stabbing the alpha's body and just as cleanly slicing her own neck. Though she didn't accurately hit the carotid artery, the cut was very deep. Yushuang's back of the head slammed heavily onto the scorching tiles, and blood gushed out of her neck. It wasn't that painful, much more comfortable than childbirth. The bright sunshine illuminated her pale face, giving it a golden hue. She stared wide-eyed, tears mixing with her blood streaming down her face. After a short silence, she suddenly used all her strength to scream, "Pain, pain, pain. I'm in so much pain." She thought she screamed loud enough, but in reality, no one heard her voice. Her tears quickly dried under the sun. She thought, if there is another life, she hopes to be reborn somewhere she can see the sun often, she doesn't want to stay in the dim, lightless rooms anymore. But if it's still this world, forget it. The blazing midday sun was blinding, causing ordinary people to squint when they looked up and unable to persist for even 2 seconds. She lay in the pool of blood, staring at the sun, eyes unclosed in death. This year was destined to be unprecedentedly tumultuous. The fire incident at the concentrated breeding center in District 7 and subsequent chain reactions were something the leaders never anticipated. They were shocked, incredulous, and immediately shut down all news coverage related to the centers the same day. Moreover, they drastically improved the treatment of the centers, updating beds, bedding, and meals, completely replacing the guards who had treated them rudely before. Furthermore, outdoor activities such as playgrounds were introduced, and everyone could watch some variety shows or movies daily. But everyone knew this was merely self-deception and covering up faults. Due to the situation, the breeding center in District 7 was not rebuilt, and other breeding centers temporarily stopped enforcing forced actions on abandoned omegas, but no one was released. The number of alpha suicides skyrocketed, and protests among betas and omegas continued. Students boycotted classes, workers went on strike, and there were multiple organized attempts to forcibly enter the concentrated breeding centers, eventually brutally suppressed. 2 months later, a documentary swept across everyone's homepage. It featured 12 Omega victims from various districts and 5 Omegas who survived the horrors of the breeding centers, detailing their experiences. This was the first time everyone learned the real truth about the centers, leaving viewers enraged, sorrowful, and crying in despair. 3 months later, for the first time, the District 7 government openly advocated protecting Omegas. 4 months later, Region 13 issued the first anti-domestic violence local regulation on Star 2. In the same month, an authoritative media outlet published an article, "Should concentrated breeding centers really exist?" Meanwhile, within 4 months, the organization led by Jiang Yunshu in District 2 increased from 45 people to 227. The number of Omegas rescued by the Omega Rescue Foundation also grew from 8 to 49. They had opened a door, waking up more and more people, bringing together more like-minded allies. Though the journey ahead would be arduous and unclear, they believed all their efforts wouldn't be in vain. One day, the sunlight would shine into every corner. That concludes our session. Shermuching spoke with full energy and certainty, dismissed. Standing below, Bai Tang joined the group of students in applauding. Bai Tang, Teacher Wang called him over, "Are you free tonight? Stay behind so I can help check your PPT. I really want to. But. Bai Tang looked quite embarrassed. Teacher, I'm sorry, but today is my alpha's birthday, so I need to go home early. Sorry. Yes, today was Jiang Yunshu's 33rd birthday. Bai Tang, dressed in a goose yellow down jacket, stood by the Funchi school gate, his neck shrunk from the cold. After waiting for a while, he immediately spotted the car turning at the intersection. In an instant, he pulled his hand out of the warm pocket and waved it frantically. Once the car stopped, he opened the passenger door and climbed in, leaning over to hug his alpha. Jiang Yunshu instinctively held him, tightening his arms and chuckled, "Why are you so clingy even though we see each other every day?" The Omega rubbed his face all over the alpha's chest, his hair sticking up everywhere, perhaps trying to generate some heat through friction. He retorted, "Do you not like it?" Jiang Yunshu kissed Bai Tang's forehead, "I do." A series of footsteps sounded outside. Hetao came running and waited by the door. As soon as the door opened, he excitedly trotted forward and leapt onto his master. But the person stood completely still. Hetao tilted his head. With no change in expression, Jiang Yunshu grabbed Hetao's forelimbs and carried him inside. "Still haven't learned your lesson." Poor Hetao's back legs were forced to shuffle along helplessly. He looked pitifully back at the other owner who was already laughing uncontrollably while filming him on her phone. As for the part about educating Hetao on opening the door when they returned home, there were already so many videos on Baitong's phone that they could almost be compiled into a collection. Baitong started preparing the chocolate mousse cake he had picked out yesterday. Not long after, Jiang Yunsathu, strict father Jiang, walked into the kitchen, washed his hands thoroughly, and began cooking. Tomorrow is Saturday, Jiang Yunshu said, I'll take a day off. Do you want to go somewhere to play? Great. Baitong replied, I want to go skiing. 2 weeks ago, a new square opened north of the city with a snow world amusement park. Jiang Yunshu cut carrot strips, skiing, huh? Baitong turned his head, his eyes bright as he looked at Jiang Yunshu. Dr. Jiang, you're so good at everything. You must know how to ski, right? In an Omega's eyes, their alpha was always all-capable. I've never skied before. Jiang Yunshu had a bad feeling. Given his average sense of balance, this would probably end, awkwardly. But Baitong didn't care. As long as he was with Jiang Yunshu, even if they fell together, he'd still be happy. No problem, then let's try it together. What Baitong couldn't guess was that the one who kept falling was only the alpha, while he glided smoothly beside him as the alpha lay sprawled on the ground. After finishing their meal, they took a shower together. The bathroom ended up in chaos, the shower head was thrown onto the floor, bottles tipped over in every direction, and Baitong struggled hard to keep himself from kneeling on the ground. The Omega's legs felt weak, but his enthusiasm remained high. He took out the birthday crown he had prepared earlier and half-forced it onto Jiang Yunshu's head despite the latter's protests. At 33 years old, Baitong inserted 3 blue candles and 3 pink ones, and under Hetao's barking accompaniment, the two clapped their hands and sang the birthday song. On the wall behind them, there were increasingly more photos. If you looked closely, you'd notice that on the middle left side, there were already 6 similar pictures, in this very spot, the same sofa, the same photo backdrop, the same Jiang Yunshu and Baitong sitting on the sofa, each holding a piece of cake in one hand, starting from looking straight at the camera in the first year, then smiling at each other, to finally smiling as they kissed. In each photo, there was a fleeting image of Hetao somewhere. The date was written on the back of the photos. Jiang Yunshu was 30, 31, 32 years old, and Baitong was 22, 23, 24 years old. Without any doubt, after tonight, the photo wall would have its 7th picture. Dr. Jiang. Baitong fixed his phone on the bracket in front, sit a little to the left. The countdown for 10 seconds began, and the Omega ran to his position, pretending to look ahead seriously with his alpha. However, in the last 2 seconds, Baitong suddenly turned his head to kiss Jiang Yunshu. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yunshu had the same idea, so they bumped into each other. Click. They silently stared at each other for a few seconds before bursting into laughter simultaneously. What? This inexplicably triggered Baitong's laugh point. He bent over, tears streaming down his face as he muttered, next time I'll kiss you properly. Alright, Jiang Yunshu readily agreed, then the next time, I'll kiss you. The cake was small, just enough for the two of them. Baitong took a bite. What did Dr. Jiang wish for? Can't say, it was a question asked every time, and Jiang Yunshu helplessly smiled, once you say it, it won't come true. But both of them actually knew deep down that their wishes must be the same. Baitong and his alpha exchanged a chocolate-flavored kiss. He said, who will make our birthday wishes come true? God. Jiang Yunshu replied seriously with a joke, the wish-granting fairy will. Baitong let out a small laugh, which subsided after a moment. He quieted down, took a deep breath, slowly stood up, and said, then the wish-granting fairy is here to fulfill your wish. The Omega's face was tinged with redness as he took 2 steps back. Under the flickering candlelight and in front of the alpha's astonished gaze, he knelt on one knee, pulling out a small red velvet box from his pocket, forcing himself to open it despite the embarrassment. Inside were 2 rings. They were purchased by Baitong saving up on his own, not very expensive, but without using even a cent from Jiang Yunshu. Jiang Yunshu, the Omega was visibly nervous, his throat tightening as he found it hard to meet the alpha's eyes. But with a red tint at the corners of his own eyes, he didn't look away. Instead, he solemnly, sincerely declared, I'll make sure there's a glass of water ready for you every night on the bedside table, I'll take care of you, holding you every night when we sleep, I'll be with you through every sensitive period, and I'll love and cherish you for a lifetime. I also want to take 76 more pictures of us holding cake, and I want every future picture to have you in it. Baitong's voice choked slightly, and he paused before continuing, do you want to spend forever with me? Jiang Yunshu's eyes misted over again, but he immediately extended his hand in agreement. Yes. Afterward, the 5th line appeared in the little bare notebook, mutual honesty, supporting each other, sharing burdens. That night, they both lost control completely, filled with excitement beyond restraint. There were countless bite marks on the alpha's shoulders, the Omega's glands were bitten until they were burning hot. The deepest part of him ached softly, tears ran dry, yet even so, Baitong still did not loosen the tightly intertwined fingers he held with Jiang Yunshu. A faint ray of sunlight occasionally filtered through the curtain, casting a golden glow onto the bed where the two were tightly embracing. The light reflected off the rings on their interlaced hands. Jiang Yunshu woke up naturally, stretching comfortably. Instinctively, he pulled the warm body beside him closer, slowly opening his eyes. The Omega rested on a pristine pillow, exposing just the smooth curve of his shoulder. Seeing the Alpha awake, his eyes curved into a smile immediately. He gave Jiang Yunshu a kiss on the forehead and said, "Good morning, Dr. Jiang." The end.